Chapter 1, Stealing in Ancient Costumes? See you next time. In an antique shop exuding a hint of classical charm, Shinyu waved at a customer who had just left. As the shop door closed, he looked at the jade bracelet in his hand inside. How many is this now? Muttering to himself, Shinyu carefully placed the jade bracelet into the display case, then removed his gloves and tossed them aside. Glancing at the pitch-black sky outside, he simply locked the display case. Looks like there won't be much business again today. Go home and eat. After locking the main door and windows, ensuring the shop was secure, Shinyu then opened the door behind the nearby curtain and headed upstairs. The first floor was the antique shop left by his grandfather. The second floor was where he currently lived. He made his way upstairs, opened the door, and looked at the small room before him. Shinyu chuckled softly. Small as it was, the house had all the essentials. Most importantly, there was no need to pay rent. In this era of exorbitant housing prices, not having to pay rent or shoulder a mortgage was simply delightful. Even if the earnings are modest, at least there's no need to worry about being unable to pay rent and having nowhere to live. It's been over 20 years since crossing over. When will a golden finger awaken? Reflecting on his past 23 years of life, Shinyu sighed. From birth till now, these 23 years of his life have truly been anything but ordinary. Attending school normally, and now taking over the shop left by my father. Yet, business is unexpectedly sluggish, to the point where I can barely afford meals. The most unfortunate time traveler, could that be me? Living off instant noodles every day, I'd become noticeably thinner. With a sigh, Shinyu made himself a bowl of instant noodles, then turned on the TV, ready to pick a movie. Just then, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Shinyu scratched his head helplessly. Hello, Mom. Before the words were even finished, a complaint came through the phone. You brat, if we don't call you, you don't even think to call us? Listening to his mother's nagging, Shinyu coughed lightly and feigned innocence, saying, I was just about to call you. Bull, I can hear the TV in the background. Hearing this, Shinyu silently turned down the volume while staring at the TV in front of him. After slurping a mouthful of the freshly made noodles, he sighed helplessly, Mom, what exactly did you call for? How dare you even ask? Look at you, our neighbor Xiaoyu has already found a partner, yet here you are, without even a hint of progress. It's all up to fate. Shinyu silently added. Hearing this, Lu Yanfei immediately flared up. You stay cooped up in that antique shop all day, never stepping foot outside, and you say it's up to fate? What? Waiting for the heavens to send you a fairy maiden like the snail girl? Never really thought about that, Shinyu said, slurping another mouthful of instant noodles. After all, animals aren't allowed to become spirits these days. Hearing this, Lu Yanfei sighed helplessly. Her son was truly becoming more and more disobedient as he grew older. At this point, she simply issued an ultimatum. I don't care how you do it, but this new year, you must bring a daughter-in-law home for me. If you can't bring one back, your father and I won't be able to celebrate the new year in peace. Hearing this request, Shinyu really wanted to say, you might as well ask me to cross-dress as a woman and go back to be your daughter-in-law. But after much deliberation, he still didn't dare to say it. Just at that moment. Bang! A dull thud suddenly came from the area downstairs. Shinyu was startled and immediately rushed to the window, leaning out to look down. The street was completely empty, utterly silent. But the sound he had just heard couldn't possibly have been his imagination. Could it be a burglar? Making this judgment, Shinyu immediately became unsettled. No, I have to go check. Mom, I'll hang up first, something came up. He quickly said something to his mother, hung up the phone, and then glanced around the living room. Grabbing a fruit knife from the table, he rushed downstairs. Bang! Just as he reached the first floor door, another muffled sound came from the shop. At this point, Shinyu was almost certain there was a thief in the store. Who the hell would you steal from if not me, someone who can barely afford a meal? His heart sank, and Shinyu grew somewhat irritated. Moreover, there were still a few valuable treasures in the shop. Back when Grandpa was alive, these treasures were his pride and joy. If it got stolen, wouldn't the old man flip open his coffin lid to come back and lecture me for a lifetime about unfilial descendants? Absolutely not. His heart tightening, Shinyu hurriedly opened the door, ready to give the thief an on-the-spot lesson. But the moment he opened the door, he regretted it again. What if the other party is part of a gang? Wouldn't that make it very dangerous for me? But the door is already open, and the other party has probably heard the commotion. Forcing himself to stay calm, Shinyu's mind raced. Relying on memory and habit, his hands fumbled around and quickly turned on the shop's lights. The blinding light instantly illuminated the entire store. First, don't let yourself be exposed while the enemy remains hidden. Second, if there are too many opponents, immediately retreat upstairs, lock the door, and call the police. With a bit of luck, these thieves might give up and flee when they see the lights turn on. Having planned carefully, Shinyu cautiously entered the store, calmly scanning the interior. No one else was in sight anywhere. When his gaze shifted to the counter, Shinyu's eyes widened in sheer speechlessness. Good heavens! Nowadays, even thieves care this much about putting on a show? Stealing something, and now you're dressed in ancient costume? This female thief must have a screw loose. In Chinyu's line of sight was a woman dressed in extravagant ancient attire. Layered inside and out, completely drenched. Jet black hair hung disheveled down her back. From Chinyu's estimation, the length must have reached her waist. If not for her normal complexion, he might have easily mistaken this female thief for a ghost. After all, in the dead of night, with her hair loose, dressed in red, and exuding an aura of hostility. If I hadn't been scared to death on the spot, it was only because I had nerves of steel. Chapter 2, it really was from ancient times. But Chinyu had to admit. This woman was beautiful, so beautiful it stole one's soul. She looks to be only about 20 years old, giving her a demeanor that is both pure and alluring. Even in her current disheveled state, her beauty remains unaffected, instead adding a unique charm to her presence. But this does not negate the fact that she is a thief. Taking a deep breath, Chinyu's eyes focused as he tightened his grip on the fruit knife in his hand. As Chinyu looked at the woman, she was also staring straight at him. Her slightly upturned phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a bone-chilling murderous intent upon noticing the fruit knife in Chinyu's hand. Feeling unnerved by the woman's piercing gaze, Chinyu furrowed his brows. This woman really wants to kill me. After all, there's only one opponent, and she's just a woman. Seeing that the woman was unarmed, Chinyu took a deep breath, his gaze turning equally fierce, and warned, "Get out now, or I'll call the police." "Speak. Who sent you here? Attempting to assassinate me, what punishment do you think you deserve?" As Chinyu spoke, the woman simultaneously lashed out in anger. Hearing how the woman addressed him, Chinyu was stunned once again. "Shun? Imperial we. Are you role-playing with me here?" Speechlessly looking at the woman, Chinyu shook his head and said coldly, "I don't care if you're the emperor or a commoner. Get lost now, or I won't mind sending you to jail for a meal." As he spoke, Chinyu raised the knife in his hand again. Just as he was waiting for the woman to leave in fear, she widened her phoenix eyes, staring at him angrily and in shock. "Dare to insult me? And even want me to eat prison food?" With a furious rebuke, the woman fearlessly stepped forward. Glancing at the fruit knife in Chinyu's hand, she sneered and shook her head, saying, "Do you truly believe this emperor is someone powerless to even tie up a chicken? Earlier, falling into the water was merely a momentary lapse on my part. Now, you lot have no chance left. At this point, instead of surrendering, you still dare to think of imprisoning this emperor in my own dungeon?" At the end, the woman let out a cold laugh. Hearing the woman repeatedly referring to herself as Jin Imperial we and addressing others as Erdengyu commoners, Chinyu felt black lines popping out on his forehead. "I wasn't going to bother with you, but you just can't stop acting, can you?" Shaking his head, Chinyu directly pulled out his phone. He waved his phone at the woman and said expressionlessly, "No need to say anything else. You're coming with me to the station for a chat with the police." With that, Chinyu was about to make the call. But the moment he raised his phone, the woman suddenly flipped backward in midair and leaped onto the display case in the blink of an eye. This move completely stunned Chinyu. Watching the woman land lightly, her wary eyes fixed on the phone while assuming a defensive martial arts stance, Chinyu's gaze froze, and he instinctively blurted out, "Is this acrobatics?" "Acrobatics?" Hearing Chinyu's assessment of her Qinggong lightness skill, the woman narrowed her phoenix-like eyes. "Are you truly so foolish as to mistake Qinggong for mere acrobatics? Who is the despicable and shameless villain that sent such dull-witted fools as you to assassinate me?" Listening to the woman muttering about Qinggong, me the emperor, and assassination, Chinyu felt his mind growing somewhat confused. Just then, a cold breeze swept through. Glancing in the direction from which the wind came, Chinyu was momentarily speechless. All his attention had been on the woman just now, so he hadn't noticed. Only now did he see that one of the windows had been smashed. The woman was the only one in the shop. Judging by the situation, it was probably her who smashed it. The noise I heard upstairs earlier was probably the sound of someone hitting the window. A muscular Barbie doll? With a suspicious gaze scanning the woman, Chinyu immediately shook his head. Looking at her petite frame, it doesn't seem likely. Speaking of which, there's something else that's quite eerie. If the person were a thief, would they be foolish enough to resort to such violent methods to steal? And then there's their clothing. From my perspective as a history major, it really does seem quite authentic. Just as Chinyu was about to ask the other party a few questions. Ding! Empress Modern Cultivation System, activating. Activation successful, cultivation target has been bound. A sudden voice rang out in Chinyu's mind. Hearing this voice he had waited 23 years for, Chinyu looked at the woman with a complicated expression. Alright, no need to dwell on it. She wasn't crazy. No need to send her to the police station myself. Once the system was activated, everything became clear. This woman really is from ancient times. Chapter 3, this is called a phone, not a hidden weapon. Hey, why don't you come down from the cabinet first? Putting away his phone, Chinyu beckoned to the woman. As Chinyu took a small step forward, the woman immediately scolded angrily, "Halt! Who sent you to assassinate us? Hold it right there." Waving his hand at the woman, Chinyu shook his head and said, "First of all, I'm not the one trying to assassinate you. Secondly, this is my shop, so strictly speaking, you're the one trespassing, understand? I only grabbed the knife because I mistook you for a thief. Pointing at the broken window nearby, Shinyu added, otherwise, take a look, doesn't this count as trespassing? Hearing this, the woman turned her head and looked at the broken window. Upon seeing the shattered wooden window swaying in the wind, a faint blush suddenly appeared on her frosty face. So, turning back, the woman gazed at Shinyu with slightly softened eyes and continued, you are not one of those treacherous assassins who tried to kill me? No. Shaking his head, Shinyu said word by word, I don't know what you've been through before. But, me, Shinyu, just an ordinary citizen who doesn't even know martial arts, how could I possibly assassinate you? As he spoke, Shinyu casually waved the fruit knife in his hand. The woman tensed up momentarily. But watching Shinyu's movements, her eyes became confused again. As a martial artist, she could tell from this small action that Shinyu was indeed not a practitioner of martial arts. Could it be that she had really mistaken him? Thinking this way, it was indeed her who had intruded here without permission. She stole a glance at the broken window, her face flushing red again before the color instantly faded. However, when she looked back at Shinyu, the wariness in her eyes had lessened somewhat. Seeing that the woman seemed reasonable, Shinyu let out a sigh of relief. If she had been unreasonable or not very bright, he would have had a much harder time. Fortunately, the other party had some brains. After some thought, Shinyu continued, you say you're the emperor, which emperor are you? Hearing Shinyu's impudent question, the woman's previously calm expression turned cold once more. Displeased, she straightened up, resuming her haughty demeanor, and said coldly, as one of our subjects, how dare you not recognize us? Wrong. Before the woman could finish speaking, Shinyu shook his head again. Smiling at her, he chuckled, in this day and age, there haven't been emperors for a long time. If you hadn't come here, you'd probably be resting in peace somewhere by now. Oh, it's also possible that tomb raiders have already dug it up. Adding to that, Shinyu looked at the woman's bewildered expression and continued, let me put it this way, the last emperor in history lived over 100 years ago. 100 years ago? The woman repeated Shinyu's words, her phoenix eyes widening slightly. Her gaze then sharpened as she said coldly, do not deceive me with such excuses. This is no deception. Shinyu spoke while pulling out his phone again. Seeing the phone again, the woman grew wary once more, quickly retreating several steps while warning, put away your hidden weapon. This isn't a hidden weapon. Shaking his head, Shinyu explained, this is called a phone, a tool we use to exchange information, much like your letters. Except compared to your letters, a phone is far more convenient. Do not deceive me. What is this mobile phone? Why have I never heard of such a thing? Before Shinyu could finish speaking, the woman interrupted him. Seeing her disbelief, Shinyu sighed helplessly, that's why I said, this isn't the era you're from. He suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. If this Empress just wouldn't believe him, no matter how much he explained, it would be useless. What should he do? Frowning, Shinyu shifted his gaze around, searching for a way to explain. Spotting the window that had been broken by the woman earlier, he suddenly had an idea and said, you came in from outside, didn't you? That's right. The woman nodded. As if recalling some unpleasant memories, she then frowned and said, I was ambushed by thieves and accidentally fell into the lake. When I opened my eyes and woke up, I was already lying on the street outside. This street is very strange. The woman spoke while glancing out the window, whether it's the appearance of the houses or those strange two-wheeled contraptions, I have never seen any of them before. Chapter 4, The Great Chu Empress, Duan Mushuet. Perhaps it's because we're fated. You'd be a ghost if you'd seen them before. Shinyu silently complained in his heart before explaining, the houses look different because you're in the future world. As for that two-wheeled monster you mentioned, it's our means of transportation, similar to your horse-drawn carriages. Means of transportation? The woman's eyes showed a momentary confusion, puzzled by these four words. Frowning, Shinyu said, your horse-drawn carriages, they are also means of transportation. Hearing this, the woman fell into silence. She then looked up, squinting at the ceiling chandelier, her gaze growing increasingly bewildered as she asked, then what is this? It's a lamp, similar to your candles, Shinyu replied. And this? The woman pointed at the calculator on the table and asked again. Glancing at it, Shinyu said, this is called a calculator, used for calculating numbers. Counting numbers? Muttering to herself following Shinyu's words, the woman suddenly clenched her hand, which had been hanging limply by her side. Shifting her gaze, her phoenix-like eyes turned back to Shinyu. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she asked in a trembling voice, so, I am no longer in Great Chu? Yes. Nodding, Shinyu then asked, are you the Emperor of Great Chu? MHM. The woman responded softly, her gaze drifting elsewhere as she fell silent. Shinyu rummaged through all the historical knowledge stored in his mind, reviewing it once more. The history of this world is different from that of the previous life. Although in modern times, the development is no different from the previous life, the history after the Qin dynasty is entirely new. For example, the ancients here only have one name, without distinctions like courtesy names or given names. Things like Tang poetry or the four great classical novels are completely absent here. For example, the Great Chu mentioned by the woman was not the Chu state from the pre-Qin period, but rather a dynasty that existed around the same time as the Song dynasty. Throughout its over 400 years of history, Great Chu had only one female emperor, Empress Xiaoxian, Duanmu Shui. So you are Duanmu Shui? Qin Yu tentatively asked. The woman turned her head with displeasure and said coldly, how dare you casually utter our name? In our era, we just call each other by our names directly. Qin Yu innocently shrugged his shoulders, then smiled and said, or do you want me to call you Xiao Shui? Anyway, I don't mind. Ha! Before Qin Yu could finish his words, a fair and delicate little fist suddenly landed beside his ear. The next second, Duanmu Shui's icy voice came from the side. If there's a next time, this fist will land right here. As she spoke, her slender, jade-like fingers, white as scallion stems, lightly tapped Qin Yu's chest. Feeling the poke on his body, Qin Yu was momentarily stunned, then laughed, you really can't afford to be arrogant around me. Looking up at Duanmu Shui's slightly dazed expression, Qin Yu continued, if you really kill me, you'll end up in jail. No matter where you flee, the police or as you'd call them, the officials will catch you. Hearing Qin Yu's threat, Duanmu Shui's fingers stiffened, then she clenched her fist and withdrew. Her charming face instantly turned stern. Just as Qin Yu understood, she was an intelligent woman. Realizing this was not her own era, she somewhat grasped her situation. In Great Chu, she was the emperor. Here, she might be nothing at all. However, Duanmu Shui was still mistaken. In this era, she wasn't nothing either. If others found out she was from over 1,000 years ago, she would likely be taken away for research. In short, just remember one thing. Qin Yu waved his finger and said, I would never harm you. Why? Duanmu Shui frowned slightly, shaking her head in confusion, you have no connection to me whatsoever, so why would you protect me? Qin Yu thought for a moment, feeling somewhat conflicted. What should I say? If it weren't for the system's appearance, I might have already considered the other person mentally ill and handed them over to the police. But now, even if just for the sake of the system, I can't do that. If I really send them away, wouldn't my system have come for nothing? But how exactly to use this system, I'll have to study it carefully when I get back. Probably because we're fated to meet. Qin Yu's mind quickly turned, and he made up a reason on the spot to answer Duanmu Shui's question. Pointing at the broken window nearby, he said with a straight face, otherwise, why would you have barged into my place of all places? Chapter 5, let's change clothes first. Duanmu Shui instinctively disbelieved Qin Yu's words. But now, with no other options left, she had no choice but to believe. Of course. Her wariness towards Qin Yu had not subsided. Seeing that Duanmu Shui remained silent, Qin Yu pointed to the nearby door and said, come home with me first. Staying here all the time isn't a solution. With a faint nod, Duanmu Shui prepared to follow Qin Yu upstairs. But upon seeing the phone in Qin Yu's hand, she couldn't help but stop in her tracks. Put that away. Pointing at the phone, Duanmu Shui narrowed her eyes. Watching her tense up, alert like a cat, Qin Yu smiled and put the phone away properly. Alright, let's go. He waved his empty right hand and walked ahead without hesitation. By showing his back to Duanmu Shui, he wanted to make it clear that he truly had no intention of harming her. It seemed this tactic worked. After hesitating for a few seconds, Duanmu Shui followed behind him. Although maintaining some distance, there was no longer the murderous glare in their eyes as before. Creak. Creak. The two slowly ascended the aged staircase, one after the other. Arriving at the front door of the house that hadn't been closed in time, Qin Yu pointed inside and said, this is my home. Facing Qin Yu's introduction, Duanmu Shui remained silent. But as she looked inside, her cold, phoenix-like eyes involuntarily widened. The chill in her gaze was replaced by shock. Amidst the shock, there seemed to be a faint trace of sorrow and unwillingness. If before, she had only believed 20% of Qin Yu's words. Then after seeing the completely different decorations in the room, that 20% had turned into 50. This truly was not the Great Chu. Gazing at everything before her, Duanmu Shui murmured to herself. Nothing here was familiar to her. There were no rivers she knew, no subjects she ruled. Here. A place completely unfamiliar to me. Come in. With a wave at Duanmu Shui, Qin Yu took the lead in changing shoes and entered the house. Seeing the shoes Qin Yu had left in front of the shoe cabinet, Duanmu Shui glanced at her own feet and hesitated. Taking off her shoes in front of a strange man? For her, it was something quite difficult to accept. Noticing Duanmu Shui's discomfort, Qin Yu glanced at her feet and then took out a pair of half-covered slippers, placing them on the floor. Take off your shoes and wear these instead. Okay. Nodding, Duanmu Shui began changing her shoes with an expressionless face. Her small feet, which appeared to be only around size 36 or 37, looked overly tiny when wearing Qin Yu's size 42 shoes. The Great Chu had no such vile custom as foot binding. So Duanmu Shui's feet were normal. Glancing slightly at the ill-fitting slippers, Duanmu Shui showed little reaction and followed Qin Yu into the house. Facing the unfamiliar surroundings inside, she remained cautious throughout. Photos continued to flicker on the television screen. At the first sight of the television, Duanmu Shui instantly bristled with anger. Xin Yu didn't doubt it for a second. If she had held a sword in her hand, she would probably have stabbed it straight into the TV. What is this? Taking 2 steps back, Duan Mushui watched the television warily. After some thought, Xin Yu explained, "This is one of our forms of entertainment, there's no danger." Hearing the words "no danger," Duan Mushui slightly relaxed. But she still maintained an absolutely safe distance from the television. Not just the television. Vacuum cleaner, computer. She kept her distance from anything she didn't recognize. After staring at Duan Mushui for a while, Xin Yu told her to wait obediently and then quickly walked into the bedroom. Seeing this, Duan Mushui frowned tightly and stood still without moving. It wasn't until Xin Yu reappeared that she took a slight step back. "What were you doing in there just now?" As she asked, Duan Mushui warily scanned Xin Yu, checking if he had any hidden weapons on him. The assassination attempts she'd experienced since childhood had left her nerves permanently on edge. Being able to show a bit of trust towards Xin Yu like this is already the limit of what she can do at the moment. Xin Yu didn't find Duan Mushui's reaction inappropriate at all. To be honest, he thought Duan Mushui was quite composed. After all, she wasn't like him, someone from modern times who had traveled to the modern era and was familiar with all of this. For an ancient person with vastly outdated cognition, facing such a completely different world must be a terrifying experience for them. "It's nothing." Displaying his empty hands, Xin Yu pointed to his bedroom and said, "Your clothes are completely soaked. You should change first. I've prepared a towel for you. A towel is used to dry your body." Xin Yu continued explaining, "There's also a set of clean clothes inside. Go in and change. Oh, and take off your socks, don't wear them. We'll buy you new socks and innermost garments tomorrow." Chapter 6, I Can't Open This Door. Hearing the mention of innermost garments, Duan Mushui's face flushed red as anger flashed across her features. "How dare you speak to me like this?" With a flick of her sleeve, she turned away swiftly. Through the gaps of his drenched hair, Xin Yu noticed a faint blush on her neck. Was she blushing? Angry out of shame? Raising an eyebrow, Xin Yu teased with a smile, "Then you can't possibly go without wearing underwear, can you?" "Underwear?" Tilting her head slightly, a look of confusion appeared on her charming face. Clearing his throat lightly, Xin Yu said discreetly, "Here, the garments worn closest to the skin are called underwear." As he spoke, Xin Yu pointed from top to bottom with his finger. Noticing his gaze, Duan Mushui's face flushed red once more. "Shameless." With a humiliated and angry rebuke, she quickly turned around. Innocent, Xin Yu shrugged and patted the bedroom door, saying, "Since you've come here, you'll have to gradually get used to everything here. Go in and change your clothes first." Silently glancing at Xin Yu, Duan Mushui lightly bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, her expression complicated as she walked into the bedroom. After closing the door for her, Xin Yu glanced at the soggy instant noodles on the table, picked them up, and sauntered into the kitchen. In the bedroom, Duan Mushui's gaze trembled slightly as she looked down at the neatly folded clothes on the bed. Such strange garments, just like the ones Xin Yu was wearing. Even if Duan Mushui knew nothing else, she could tell these were men's clothes. Before coming here, unless it was for an incognito visit, she would never have worn men's clothing. Now, lowering her head to glance at her current state, Duan Mushui shivered slightly before resignedly beginning to peel off the layers of clothing covering her body. "Come out once you're dressed." Outside the room, Xin Yu, holding 2 bowls of instant noodles, called out toward the bedroom. After scanning the surroundings once more, he promptly entered the bathroom, took out the hairdryer, placed it aside, and turned off the TV for good measure. Given Duan Mushui's reaction to the TV just now, it was better for him not to watch it. Otherwise, if the woman got startled and punched the TV to pieces, he'd have no one to complain to. Shoo! The instant noodles I was almost tired of eating filled my mouth with one slurp. Just as Xin Yu was about to take the second bite, the bedroom door suddenly started banging loudly. Frowning, Xin Yu hurried over to check. Seeing the door being shaken so violently by Duan Mushui that it was about to come off its hinges, he instinctively moved to open it. But just as his hand touched the doorknob, he quickly stopped. Given that punch from earlier, if the other person hadn't finished changing clothes yet and he rashly opened the door, wouldn't his head be smashed to pieces? Better to play it safe. Clearing his throat lightly, Xin Yu tentatively knocked on the door. "What's wrong?" Snap! Before Xin Yu could finish speaking, a sudden cracking sound came from the door handle. Creak! The next second, the door, no longer secured by the lock, slowly swung open. Looking at the doorknob held in Duan Mushui's hand, Xin Yu gulped hard. Damn! She just broke such a sturdy doorknob? How strong must she be? Taking a deep breath, Xin Yu once again marveled at his own quick thinking earlier, glad he hadn't opened the door directly. Otherwise, what would have been twisted off right now probably wouldn't have been just the door handle. Well, I really didn't mean to. Her fair little hand tightly gripped the doorknob as Duan Mushui bit her lower lip and said, "This lord found the door wouldn't open, so I merely applied a bit of force." A bit of force? Hearing this, Xin Yu sighed. "It's also my fault for not teaching you how to open a door." At these words, Duan Mushui averted her gaze with a complicated expression. "This lord shall compensate you. Let's talk about this later, you come out first." Xinyu said, gesturing to Duan Mushui. Things have already come to this, he couldn't very well force Duan Mushui to fix it for him. If he really let her repair it, the whole door might not survive. Come here. Xinyu waved again at the motionless Duan Mushui, his gaze settling on her before raising an eyebrow. Earlier, he had been too focused on the doorknob to take a proper look. Now, upon closer inspection, he realized that the woman looked entirely different in modern clothing. Previously, when Xinyu saw Duan Mushui dressed in imperial robes, he only thought she had an imposing presence and was quite tall. But now, with the imperial robes removed, he realized this woman wasn't as tall as he had imagined. Her height was probably only around 1.6 meters? Standing next to his own 1.8-meter frame, she seemed almost petite. Her clothes draped over her own frame, unexpectedly giving off a boyfriend shirt vibe. And with all those thick layers before, nothing was really noticeable. Now, as his gaze swept up and down, Xinyu couldn't help but nod in approval. Not bad at all. Chapter 7, thought it was rough, turns out to be exquisite. The snug fabric showcased the proud curves and slight lift in perfect lines. Beneath the shorts were a pair of long, fair legs. Perhaps due to martial arts training, there wasn't an ounce of excess fat on them, yet they weren't the skinny, stick-like kind either. The calves, with their smooth and rounded lines, connect to petite and slender ankles. The fair and delicate feet, bare and smooth, tread inside oversized slippers. Xinyu had originally thought that ancient people lived rough lives and wouldn't be particularly refined. But now it seems that the Empress truly lives up to her title: fair skin, beautiful features, and long legs. She possesses almost all of them. What are you looking at? Just as Xinyu was lost in thought, a cold voice came from ahead. His gaze froze for a moment, and Xinyu silently took off his jacket, handing it to Duan Mushui. He hadn't considered it carefully before. He had only prepared a t-shirt for Duan Mushui. After seeing her figure, Xinyu realized that a t-shirt was far from enough. Without underwear, it's still not acceptable. Here, put on this jacket. As he spoke, Xinyu averted his gaze. Duan Mushui frowned slightly, looking puzzled at the jacket in her hand. Why? Hearing this, Xinyu fell into silence. After a moment of thought, he raised his hand and silently poked the space in front of himself, then pointed to the spot before Duan Mushui. A trace of confusion once again surfaced in his slightly upturned phoenix eyes. Nevertheless, Duan Mushui still followed Xinyu's pointing gesture and lowered her head to look. It didn't matter if she didn't look, but once she did, she completely freaked out. Turn around, Ruru. Out of habit, she issued a command to Xinyu while hurriedly putting on her coat in a fluster. Seeing her frown at the zipper, Xinyu cleared his throat and asked, "Do you need help?" "No need." With both hands gripping her coat tightly, Duan Mushui wrapped herself up, her faintly pink face turning away in shy annoyance. Seeing her as sensitive as a hedgehog with its spines raised, Xinyu shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I'm not that kind of petty person. Otherwise, do you think I would have reminded you?" Her phoenix-like eyes flicked towards Xinyu, but Duan Mushui remained silent. By now, she had observed enough to realize that Xinyu had no intention of harming her and was, in fact, a gentleman. Otherwise, she would never be standing here right now. "I am not accustomed to wearing such garments." Hugging her arms tightly, Duan Mushui spoke awkwardly, "Prepare some garments from Great Chu for me." "Got it." Casually agreeing, Xinyu walked over to the sofa and plugged in the hairdryer. "Come here, let me teach you how to dry your hair, then we'll grab something to eat." Watching his series of odd actions, Duan Mushui cautiously avoided electrical appliances like the fridge and sofa as she carefully made her way to stand before him. "What is this?" "This is a hairdryer." Waving the hairdryer in front of Duan Mushui, Xinyu explained, "In a moment, it will blow out hot air. It's not a hidden weapon, nor any kind of monster or ghost. So you need to stay calm and must not damage the hairdryer. This thing is very valuable. If you break it, you can't afford to pay for it, understand?" The last sentence was deliberately added by Xinyu. He felt it necessary to use this kind of threat to restrain Duan Mushui. Otherwise, if this woman encounters something unfamiliar and decides to use brute force, his wallet would probably be empty in no time. Staring at the oddly shaped hairdryer in Xinyu's hand for a while, Duan Mushui showed no intention of attacking. But even though Xinyu said the hairdryer wasn't a hidden weapon, she remained on guard. The consequence of excessive vigilance was overly tense nerves. The moment Xinyu pressed the switch, Duan Mushui leaped straight up from the sofa. Her phoenix-like eyes widened in horror as she stared at the buzzing monster, a murderous glint flashing across her delicate face. Watching Duan Mushui transform into a bristling cat once again, Xinyu could only sigh helplessly. But fortunately, she showed mercy by not outright destroying the hairdryer. Turning off the hairdryer, Xinyu beckoned Duan Mushui like a cat owner coaxing their pet, "Come here." "What on earth is that thing?" Taking another small step back, Duan Mushui gasped lightly, her chest rising and falling with each breath. Seeing the fear in her eyes, Xinyu simply turned the hairdryer back on. Then, under Duan Mushui's astonished gaze, he pointed the hairdryer at his own hair. Seeing the fear in Duan Mushui's eyes gradually turn to confusion, Xinyu waved to her again. "I told you, this is just a tool for drying hair, not some hidden weapon. Come here and try it yourself." Chapter 8, You might not be able to go back. Faced with Qin Yu's reassurance, Duan Mushui began to waver. The main reason was that Qin Yu had been blowing the hairdryer at his own head for so long without any issues, which eased her worry somewhat. Even if the eras they were in were different, surely their heads were fundamentally the same, right? That thing called a hairdryer didn't harm Qin Yu's head, so it probably wouldn't harm hers either. But still, it's better to be careful. Turn it off first. Okay. Qin Yu nodded and promptly turned off the hairdryer. Only when the device stopped buzzing did Duan Mushui finally move, slowly making her way step by step to stand before Qin Yu. Shall I turn it on? Seeing Duan Mushui sit back down, Qin Yu asked. After thinking carefully for a moment, Duan Mushui nodded. Her charming face turned serious. Glancing at her expression, Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Hearing the laughter, Duan Mushui thought Qin Yu was mocking her and turned her head back in annoyance. Qin Yu playfully poked Duan Mushui's cheek and laughed. Do you know what expression you're making right now? It's just drying your hair, yet you act like you're marching to your death. Qin Yu muttered under his breath. Duan Mushui's attention was entirely focused on his hand. From childhood till now, apart from her late imperial father and the palace maids who served her, no one had ever dared to touch her face. Everyone who met her wore expressions of fear and trepidation. Who would dare, like Qin Yu, to laugh at her actions and even lay hands on her? Snapping back to reality, Duan Mushui wanted to angrily rebuke him for being unreasonable. But as she listened to Qin Yu's murmuring by her ear, the words stuck in her throat, and she couldn't bring herself to say them. Lowering her eyelids, Duan Mushui simply half-closed her phoenix-like eyes, comforting herself with the thought that this wasn't Great Chu, and customs were different here. Seeing Duan Mushui so quiet and almost docile now, Qin Yu gave a faint smile and turned the hairdryer back on. The familiar buzzing sound rang out once again. A gust of hot air shot straight to the back of her neck, sending a shiver down Duan Mushui's entire body. Noticing Duan Mushui clenching her fists at her sides, Qin Yu lifted a strand of her hair and, while blowing it dry, said, "Pay attention to how I use the hairdryer. You'll try it yourself in a bit. Suppressing the urge to snatch the hairdryer away, Duan Mushui turned her head to look at her hair held in Qin Yu's hand. Her jet-black, lustrous strands were blown apart by the hairdryer, fluttering wildly to both sides. The previously soaked locks soon became dry and distinct, strand by strand. Noticing this change, a look of surprise flashed in Duan Mushui's eyes. Even if she didn't understand hairdryers at all, she could tell at this moment that it was a good thing. With a hairdryer, wouldn't it be harder to catch a cold? Yes, that's right. If only my subjects could have hairdryers. Muttering to herself, Duan Mushui suddenly lowered her head, her voice turning somber. I want to go back. Hearing the tremor in Duan Mushui's voice, Qin Yu paused in his movements. After a moment's thought, he shook his head and said, "You might not be able to go back." Why? Duan Mushui turned back unwillingly. Gazing into her eyes, Qin Yu shook his head and said, "Because I don't know how to send you back. After all, your arrival was completely random to begin with. Moreover, the appearance of the system and the records about Duan Mushui's history further prove that she can't go back." Staring at the strands of hair falling in front of her, Duan Mushui didn't refute. Indeed. When I came, it was inexplicable. Wanting to go back, how could it be so easy? But if I disappear, wouldn't the Great Chu fall into chaos? Come, try it yourself. Qin Yu noticed Duan Mushui lost in thought and interrupted her reverie with a single sentence. Snapping back to reality, Duan Mushui absent-mindedly took the hairdryer and, mimicking Qin Yu's actions, turned it on to start drying her hair. However, after just a short while, Qin Yu couldn't bear to watch any longer. Duan Mushui's clumsy technique nearly got her hair tangled in the air intake several times. Watching this beautiful hair about to be ruined, Qin Yu simply took the hairdryer back and shook his head, saying, "Let me do it. I can do it myself." Are you sure? Faced with Qin Yu's retort, Duan Mushui fell silent. After a while, she spoke again. You said this is over 1,000 years after the Great Chu. Do you know what ultimately became of me? Did I rule the Great Chu well? You want the truth? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Hearing this, Duan Mushui furrowed her willow-like brows and nodded. Recalling the history he had studied, Qin Yu's voice, accompanied by the hum of the hairdryer, calmly stated, "According to historical records, you died young at the age of 20, with the cause of death unknown. Since you never married in your lifetime and left no heirs, after your death, your younger brother became the next emperor of Great Chu." Noticing Duan Mushui's back gradually stiffening, Qin Yu said helplessly, "If I'm not mistaken, this year, you're exactly 20 years old, right?" Chapter 9, As an emperor of a generation, never have I been so humiliated. Duan Mushui's back stiffened completely at Qin Yu's question. Instead of answering, she countered, "How has Xianhua been governing Great Chu?" "Not bad," Qin Yu replied casually, his hands still busy as if discussing everyday matters. "It's just that your brother's son isn't very capable. He managed to ruin Great Chu within 2 years. Learning that the Great Chu had long since fallen and that she herself had already become a dead person, Duan Mushui's eyes flickered with emotion. This time, she didn't continue asking. Seeing her despondency, Qin Yu also didn't press further. After temporarily drying the hair clinging to Duan Mushue's head, he put away the hairdryer and said, "Let's eat something first. We can finish drying your hair afterward." "Okay." Nodding slightly, Duan Mushue turned around. Perhaps due to some stimulation, she was unusually quiet. It wasn't until Qinyu placed the instant noodles in her hands that she snapped back to reality. "What is this?" "Instant noodles." Stirring with a fork and taking a slurp, Qinyu waved the fork in his hand and said, "Just eat it like I did." Looking at the fork in her hand, Duan Mushue observed Qinyu's actions again, then began stirring the noodles with her fork. Perhaps it was the enticing aroma of the instant noodles that whetted her appetite. Gulp! Just as Duan Mushue was attempting to twirl noodles with her fork, her stomach suddenly growled. With noodles in his mouth, Qinyu grinned at Duan Mushue. Her face instantly flushed red as Duan Mushue immediately commanded, "Thou heard nothing." As an emperor, he actually had his stomach growling from hunger. Duan Mushue felt she had never been so embarrassed before. "Alright, didn't hear anything. It's only human nature, nothing to be embarrassed about." Chuckling to himself, Qinyu continued, "Try it, if you don't like this flavor, there are other options." Seeing Qinyu change the subject, Duan Mushue lightly bit her lip and turned her gaze back to the instant noodles in her bowl. To be honest, these instant noodles didn't look appealing at all, completely incomparable to the food she usually ate. But the aroma was truly tantalizing. To prevent her stomach from betraying her again, Duan Mushue closed her eyes and nervously brought the tangled noodles to her mouth. In less than a second, her phoenix-like eyes widened in disbelief. "How is it? Tastes good, right?" Watching her reaction, Qinyu chuckled lightly. After a brief silence, Duan Mushue nodded seriously, "It's delicious. If it's good, then eat more." Rui Mushue said earnestly, "I dislike burdening the people and wasting resources, nor do I favor extravagance. Would this waste too much of your money?" "No." Waving his hand, Qinyu replied calmly, "I can't afford lavish feasts every day, but these 2.5 coins I can certainly spare. If it's not enough, there's still a whole box in the kitchen. I'll go brew some for you." Watching the faint smile on Qinyu's face, Duan Mushue's eyelashes trembled slightly. Her phoenix eyes half lowered, she bowed her head in silence for a moment before murmuring softly, "Thank you. This is the first time I've eaten commoner's food. I will repay you." Immersive translate. Rather surprised by Duan Mushue's words, Qinyu completely ignored the latter half of her sentence and focused intently on the 2 words she had spoken first. "I didn't quite catch that just now, could you say it again?" "I shall repay you." Not that line, the 2 words before it. "What has been said, I shall not repeat." Blushing slightly and turning her head away, Duan Mushue quietly began eating her instant noodles. Seeing the woman still acting tsundere with him, Qinyu shook his head and deliberately sighed, "Tsk, what a pity for such a good person like me. After working so hard, I can't even get a simple thank you. Duan Mushue. Qinyu, I wonder if there's any meaning in what I'm doing. Duan Mushue. Qinyu, tell me, if you encountered such a situation, would you still continue to help? Thank you." Seeing Qinyu about to continue reading, Duan Mushue gritted her teeth and directly shouted these 2 words. He swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and nodded in satisfaction, "You're welcome." "You shameless." Her phoenix-like eyes widened, and Duan Mushue's delicate face flushed even redder with anger. "Really?" Qinyu propped his chin on his hand and grinned. "A shameless person wouldn't care about feeding you. If you think I'm shameless, then put down that instant noodles." Facing Qinyu's threat, Duan Mushue trembled slightly and lowered her head to look at the instant noodles in her hand. After a moment, she silently turned her back. These 2 words, I shall temporarily take back. You may pretend you never heard them. Chapter 10, There Might Be a Thief in Your House. After Duan Mushue finished eating 2 bowls of instant noodles, their dinner finally came to an end. Seeing Duan Mushue sitting quietly on the sofa without even a hint of being stuffed to the point of burping, Qinyu couldn't help but marvel at how this woman, who didn't look particularly large, had such a surprisingly big appetite. Leaving Duan Mushue to sit quietly, Qinyu tidied up the secondary bedroom next to his own and then led her into the room. "Starting today, you'll sleep here." Gazing at the simple bed in the secondary bedroom, Duan Mushue pointed to the master bedroom's bed and said, "Why can't I sleep there?" "That's my room." Qinyu raised an eyebrow and teased, "If you want to sleep with me, I wouldn't mind." "No need." Her cheeks flushed pink as Duan Mushue quickly walked into the secondary bedroom, beginning to examine the items inside. After Qinyu's tidying, not much remained in this bedroom. Only a bed, a nightstand, a clothes rack, and a few cardboard boxes were left. Running her fingers over the cardboard boxes, Duan Mushue asked curiously, "What are these?" "Cardboard boxes, used for packing things," Qinyu said as he replaced the bedroom light with a warm-toned bulb. The cold, harsh light became soft and gentle. It shone on Duan Mushue, casting a layer of warmth over her originally cool and aloof silhouette. Leaning against the doorframe, Qinyu finally asked the question that had been weighing on his mind for a long time. "You're already the emperor, so why haven't you taken a few men?" Thinking back to Wu Zetian from his previous life, her male favorites came one after another. Not to mention Wu Zetian, even some princesses had male favorites numbering in the double digits. Emperor Duanmu Shui, who remained alone throughout her life without a single man and left no heirs, was truly a rarity. Why should I accept them? Duanmu Shui retorted, her back turned to Qinyu. Her delicate face, hidden in the lamplight, was covered with a layer of frost. If I accept them, would they also engage in endless scheming and fighting to the death like the Empress Dowager and her peers? Her fair little hands clenched tightly as Duanmu Shui spoke coldly, I have grown weary of all that. My only wish is to lead Great Chu to prosperity and ensure the well-being of its people. What about heirs? Xinyu shook his head, puzzled. Have you never considered leaving behind an heir? Of course I have. Turning her gaze back to Qinyu, Duanmu Shui's eyes carried a trace of sorrow as she said, I, too, have dreamed of consolidating Great Chu's strength, finding a beloved to spend my life with, and raising a pair of children. But before I could consolidate the Great Chu. At this point, Duanmu Shui's voice abruptly stopped. Taking a deep, unwilling breath, she turned her back once more. Silently watching Duanmu Shui's retreating figure, Qinyu shook his head in regret. If Duanmu Shui hadn't fallen into the lake, she would have become a good emperor, a good wife, and a good mother. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Scratching his head, Xinyu glanced at the time and said, wait at home, I'm going out to buy some things. Will you be gone for long? Soon, I'll go buy you a pair of properly fitting slippers. Xinyu pointed at Duanmu Shui's feet, where she was wearing slippers that were over size 40. Just in that short time, Duanmu Shui had almost tripped twice. Wearing ill-fitting slippers all the time is really not a good idea. Otherwise, you won't be able to take a shower later. Stay home and wait for me to come back. Don't go anywhere. Before leaving, Xinyu reminded Duanmu Shui once more. Watching Xinyu leave, Duanmu Shui stood still for a moment, then glanced at the open window in the living room. At the supermarket, Xinyu quickly found a pair of slippers in roughly the right size and hurried home, fearing Duanmu Shui might not hold back and sneak out of the house. But just as he turned the corner into the alley where his shop was located, he saw Aunt Wang from the neighboring store standing in front of his shop, looking up at the building. What's going on? Muttering uneasily, Xinyu quickly approached Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, what are you doing? Xiao Qin. Turning to look at Xinyu, Aunt Wang put her reading glasses back on, her slightly wrinkled face showing concern. I just saw someone by your window. It looked like they suddenly jumped out from there. Your house might have been broken into by a thief. Listening to Aunt Wang's description, Xinyu's heart skipped a beat. A sense of helplessness, accompanied by a surge of anger, rose in his heart. Just as feared, the worst had come to pass. Apart from Duanmu Shui, which other thief could leap directly from a second-floor window? Chapter 11, Throwing a Tantrum? Still kind of cute. Xiao Qin, call the police. Beside her, Aunt Wang nervously pulled out her phone, ready to dial 110. Seeing this, Xinyu quickly grasped her slightly rough hand. Aunt Wang, you mustn't. What do you mean can't? Your house has been robbed. Aunt Wang said, breaking free from Xinyu's grip and picking up her phone again. Snatching the phone away, Xinyu shook his head, no. Aunt Wang, think about it, the thief could jump straight down from the second floor. That kind of agility is no joke. What if the police don't catch him and he gets spooked? He might go all out and retaliate against us. With that, Xinyu pretended to glance around cautiously before continuing, how about this, I'll go home first to check things out. If anything valuable is missing, I'll report it myself. Aunt Wang, you don't need to make the call, no need to involve you in this. After speaking, Xinyu wore a grave expression. Listening to his made-up story, Aunt Wang actually believed about 70 to 80% of it, her expression turning serious. She also cautiously glanced around, as if afraid the thief might be hiding in the shadows watching her. After some thought, she took the phone back from Xinyu, put it away, and nodded, alright, I'll head home first then. Okay, be careful on your way. Waving his hand at Aunt Wang, Xinyu let out a slight sigh of relief. Glancing at the second-floor window, his expression turned serious as he hurried upstairs. In the living room, Duanmu Shui sat upright on the sofa, staring blankly at her hands. Snap! Hearing the sound of the door opening, she instinctively became alert and quickly picked up the fruit knife on the table. Her phoenix-like eyes cautiously stared at the entrance. Only when she realized it was Xinyu walking in did she relax and put down the fruit knife. You're back. What were you running out for? Before Duanmu Shui could finish speaking, Xinyu had already spoken up angrily. Putting down the slipper in his hand, he said helplessly, even if you had to go out, couldn't you have used the door? Why jump out the window? And even if you had to jump out the window, couldn't you have picked a time when no one was around? Luckily it was Aunt Wang who saw you. If it had been someone younger, I really wouldn't have been able to fool them. If we actually called the police, the next time we meet might be through a TV news report. After finishing his scolding in one breath, Xinyu took a deep, heavy sigh. Perhaps startled by Xinyu's fury. Dumushu widened her phoenix-like eyes, staring at him in a daze, unable to utter a single word of rebuttal. After a long while, she finally frowned and whispered softly, this emperor cannot open that door, it will break. Only the window is open, so this emperor. At this point, Dumushu lightly bit her lower lip, her expression tense as she averted her gaze. Seeing she was still angry, Chinyu scratched his head and sighed helplessly, but you still shouldn't have jumped out the window. Walking over to close the window, he continued, in our time, everyone uses doors when they can. No one uses windows. Someone like you could easily be mistaken for a thief, you know? Understanding the reason for Chinyu's anger, Duan Muxue muttered a reluctant reply under her breath. Faintly hearing the words I didn't mean to, and seeing Duan Muxue's dejected expression, Chinyu felt the anger in his heart dissipate by more than half. With another sigh, he handed the slippers to Duan Muxue and said, in any case, you're not allowed to go out without my permission from now on. But I want to understand this place, Duan Muxue said, taking the slippers and voicing her thoughts. Frowning, Chinyu felt somewhat troubled. Actually, Duan Muxue's thinking isn't flawed. Facing an unfamiliar world, she must be filled with unease right now. Understanding is essential. But now is not the time yet. When the time is right, I will take you out. Under Duan Muxue's gaze, Chinyu sternly warned, as for now, you are not allowed to go out on your own, and jumping out of windows is also forbidden. I understand. As if somewhat sulking, Duan Muxue turned around and stopped speaking, silently changing into new slippers. Watching her retreating figure, Chinyu could only shake his head helplessly. When she first arrived, she was clearly an aloof and arrogant empress. How did she turn into such a tsundere little girl now? But perhaps this is her true self? Thinking this way, Chinyu looked at Duan Muxue's sulky expression and suddenly felt less helpless. It even seemed a little cute. The hot water should be ready by now, time to take a bath. A hot shower will help you sleep more comfortably. Changing the subject, Chinyu walked to the bathroom door. Her phoenix-like eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Su Hang. Duan Muxue's dark hair swayed slightly with the movement of her head as she asked puzzledly, do you also have palace maids here? Chapter 12, I'll teach you how to wash. Palace maids? What kind of strange question is this? With a slight raise of his eyebrow, Chinyu shook his head and said, of course there are no palace maids. Her expression froze for a moment, and Duan Muxue frowned tightly. If there are no palace maids, how am I supposed to bathe? Of course you wash yourself. You can't expect me to wash you, can you? Chinyu almost blurted out the second half of the sentence. Swallowing hard, he coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness and said, there are no maids here, so you'll have to bathe yourself. Hearing this, Duan Muxue fell silent. Her gaze drifted toward the bathroom, which didn't even have a bathtub, and her expression became conflicted. Observing her alternating expressions of gloom and dismay, Chinyu's lips twitched as he tentatively asked, don't you know how to bathe yourself? Her fair cheeks suddenly flushed with a faint pink hue. Avoiding Chinyu's gaze, Duan Muxue tightly furrowed her brows and stammered, since childhood, palace maids have always bathed me. I have never bathed alone before. So basically, you can't wash yourself, huh? Chinyu shrugged. Her body stiffened, and the faint pink on Duan Muxue's cheeks gradually deepened into a crimson hue. Her trembling phoenix-like eyes also seemed to be veiled in a layer of red. In short, without the maids to assist, I will not bathe. Pretending to be strong, Duan Muxue snorted and quickly turned her back to Chinyu. Looking at the stubborn figure before him, Chinyu shook his head and said, how should I put it? Whether you want to bathe or not actually has nothing to do with me. But aren't you afraid you'll start to smell if you go too long without bathing? Chinyu's words made Duan Muxue's body instantly tense up. Her hands, hanging by her sides, suddenly clenched into fists. Spoiled? An emperor, because he couldn't bathe himself, ended up spoiled. She didn't even dare to think about such a thing. Well, to wash or not to wash? Chinyu wasn't in a hurry, leaning against the doorframe and waiting quietly. Just when he thought he would have to wait for a long time, Duan Muxue moved slightly, slowly turning around. I'll wash. That's more like it. With a slight curl at the corner of his mouth, Chinyu beckoned, come here, let me show you how to wash. Raising her head to stare at Chinyu, Duan Muxue bit her lip lightly with her pearly teeth, reluctantly moving step by step until she stood before him. Standing in front of the bathroom, she frowned and said, without even a bathtub, how are we supposed to wash? Of course, we'll wash using our modern methods. Entering the bathroom and picking up the showerhead, Chinyu pointed and said, just press the switch and adjust it, and it will spray hot water. Staring at the showerhead with confusion, Duan Muxue took 2 steps closer, then reached out her finger and gently poked the small holes on it. Does the hot water come out from here? Seeing that Duan Muxue had figured it out on her own, Chinyu smiled and praised, smart. Hearing these 2 words, Duan Muxue froze for a moment, and her face, which had just returned to its normal color, seemed to flush slightly again. Being praised by Chinyu like this, her previously frustrated mood due to not understanding various new things suddenly improved significantly. This is the switch. Lift it, and water will come out. As he spoke, Chinyu gestured for Duan Muxue to step back and turned on the switch. Seeing the showerhead actually spraying water, Duan Muxue's eyes revealed a look of fascination. Perhaps because of the hairdryer, Duan Muxue didn't seem too frightened by the showerhead. Noticing her interest, Chinyu began to explain in detail. Turning it left or right adjusts the water temperature. Don't turn it too much at once, or the water might get too hot or too cold. Your hair has just been dried, don't wash it yet. Here's a shower cap, put it on your head and tuck your hair inside. Shin Yu pointed at the items in the bathroom, explaining them one by one. Duan Muxue followed his gaze, learning attentively. After everything that needed to be explained was covered, Shin Yu had Duan Muxue repeat it back. He was ready to leave only after confirming everything was fine. But just as he reached the bathroom door, Duan Muxue's small hand tugged at his sleeve. Avoiding his gaze, Duan Muxue frowned and said, "Don't go too far. Stay right outside the door." Hearing this, Shin Yu was momentarily stunned. A second later, his expression turned peculiar. Does this woman even realize what she's saying? Not letting him go far, does she mean for him to stand at the door and listen to her shower? Only allowed to listen but not look or touch, this is downright cruel. Chapter 13, what is this white, soft thing? I'm not someone who enjoys spying, I can't agree to your request. Stepping back, Shin Yu declared with righteous conviction. This is a matter of principle and cannot be compromised. Du Muxue didn't react at first. After a moment's thought, her expression turned startled. As she retreated in flustered embarrassment, she couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't mean it that way." At this moment, Shin Yu was completely dumbfounded. His sword-like eyebrows furrowed as he asked in confusion, "Then what do you mean?" "I, the Emperor." Breathing slightly heavily, Duan Muxue bit her lip and spoke word by word with a hint of anger. "I feared something unexpected might happen, so I ordered you to stay outside the door. If anything unexpected happens, you can still lend me a hand." After speaking, Duan Muxue raised her phoenix-like eyes and looked at Shin Yu with displeasure. "So what were you thinking just now?" Silently meeting Duan Muxue's gaze, Shin Yu shook his head. "No, I wasn't thinking about anything. Even if there were, now is not the time to admit it." "You lied." Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly. Duan Muxue didn't believe a word of it. Knowing that further words were futile, Shin Yu coughed lightly and said, "I won't go far. You can wash up." To avoid embarrassment, Duan Muxue also tactfully steered clear of the subject. Only after the bathroom door closed did she pick up the nearby headgear and, following Shin Yu's earlier demonstration, begin bathing step by step. A few minutes later, hearing the sound of water from inside, Shin Yu's gaze shifted slightly away. This kind of thing could almost be called torture. But for someone like Duan Muxue, he couldn't just ignore her. With a sigh, Shin Yu prepared to fetch a stool to sit on. Just then, Duan Muxue's voice came from inside. "What is this white and soft thing?" "White and soft?" Slightly stunned, Shin Yu's mind conjured up an image of something white and soft. He instinctively wanted to say, "You're asking me about this?" But upon closer thought, Duan Muxue wouldn't ask such a question. "What do you mean by white and soft?" "It's fragrant, white, and soft." Faced with Duan Muxue's response, Shin Yu instantly shut down. Not just soft and white, but also fragrant. What kind of conversation is this? Taking a deep breath, Shin Yu asked seriously, "Where did you get this white thing you mentioned?" "It was I who squeezed it out from the shower gel you mentioned earlier." "That shower gel foam, haven't you seen soap foam before?" "Soap foam?" This emperor has never heard of such a thing. "All right." With a sigh, Shin Yu shook his head helplessly. He thought that since the Great Chu appeared around the same time as the Song dynasty, soap should have already been invented. But now it seems he was overthinking it. "The shower gel is excellent, we, the emperor, like it." Just as Shin Yu was about to reach for the stool again, Duan Muxue's voice sounded once more. Hearing these words, Shin Yu paused in his steps, then curled his lips. "Glad you like it." Thinking of another matter, he continued, "I forgot to buy you a new towel when I went to the supermarket earlier. The only unused new towel at home was used by you earlier when you wiped yourself, and now it's wet and can't be used. There's one of my towels inside, you can use it first." After Shin Yu finished speaking, there was no response from Duan Muxue inside. Shrugging his shoulders, Shin Yu went straight to the living room to fetch a stool. Meanwhile, Duan Muxue continued to let the hot water pour over her while staring intently at the towel hanging not far in front of her. Her willow leaf brows furrowed slightly, and her phoenix eyes revealed a look of hesitation. From childhood to adulthood, apart from some of her mother's accessories, she had never used anything that belonged to others, let alone anything that had been used by a man. And now, she was expected to share something as intimate as a towel with Shin Yu to wipe her body. Her heart resisted the idea. But the current situation left her no room for refusal. Because compared to having Shin Yu open the door and face her directly to hand her another towel, she would rather just use this one. She let out a soft sigh. Duan Muxue withdrew her gaze, choosing not to dwell on it further. Feeling the hot water cascading over her slightly chilled body, she watched the warm streams flow down her skin. Her thoughts drifted, recalling the incident when she had fallen into the water. To the Great Chu, she was already considered a dead person. This thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. Her body suddenly trembled, and Duan Muxue quickly turned off the shower, rushing over to grab a towel and start drying herself. In this small space where she was all alone, deep in her eyes, she could no longer suppress the overwhelming sorrow that surfaced. Chapter 14, The First System Reward. Shin Yu had barely set the stool down when Duan Muxue opened the door and stepped out. The bathroom was filled with steam, making Duan Muxue's cheeks glow red. Yet her expression was complex, carrying a distinct "I'm not in a good mood" vibe. Xinyu had a hunch that Duanmu Shui must be troubled by something. But since Duanmu Shui didn't bring it up, he didn't feel it appropriate to ask. After some thought, Xinyu said, "Would you like some milk?" Hearing this, Duanmu Shui frowned. "Milk? Cow's milk? Yeah, want some?" As he spoke, Xinyu went into the kitchen and brought out 2 cartons of milk. Seeing the cow's milk packed in such small cartons, Duanmu Shui couldn't help but take a few extra glances. Removing the straw, Xinyu explained, "This is a straw. Insert it here, and you can drink." After speaking, he demonstratively took a sip. Taking the milk, Duanmu Shui stared at the straw and the foil opening for a while, then imitated Xinyu's action by inserting the straw. Clever people learn quickly, even with things they've never encountered before. She took a sip of milk, and Duanmu Shui's phoenix eyes widened slightly. "This milk is different from what I'd had before." "How is it different?" Xinyu asked with a smile. After carefully savoring the taste, Duanmu Shui said earnestly, "It's sweeter and lacks that usual fishy smell." Taking another sip, she added, "I like it." After speaking, Duanmu Shui took the milk, walked to the sofa, sat down, and quietly began drinking. Quickly finishing her own milk, Xinyu reminded her to rinse her mouth before resting, then took his change of clothes and entered the bathroom. Half an hour later. By the time Xinyu came out again, an empty milk carton was left on the table, and the door to the secondary bedroom was already closed. Knocking on the door to confirm Duanmu Shui hadn't sneaked out, Xinyu finished drying his hair and returned to his own room. Lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling, he recalled the events of the day, and only then did a sense of unreality wash over him. A female emperor from 1,000 years ago had suddenly appeared. The system he had waited over 20 years for had abruptly awakened. Everything happened to pile up today. I wouldn't even dare to dream of such things. To be honest, the thought of having to support a female emperor like Duanmu Shui in the future made Xinyu feel quite pressured. Raising an empress must be incredibly extravagant, right? Given their current financial situation, in another month or two, the two of them might really have to survive on instant noodles. Should they really listen to their mom and change jobs? Frowning, just as Xinyu was starting to feel troubled, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't properly studied the system yet. After all, it was a system of golden finger. It should be able to help me solve such basic life problems, right? After some thought, Xinyu tentatively called out to the system. Following a ding sound, the system's voice appeared. Looking at the translucent robot figure before him, Xinyu crossed his arms behind his head and said, "Introduce yourself, will you?" Upon hearing Xinyu's command, the mechanical voice sounded again after 1 second. This system is the Empress Modern Cultivation System. The master can explore daily, achieve accomplishments, and obtain lottery opportunities. The rewards from the lottery are uncertain. What achievements need to be accomplished? After listening to the system's description, Xinyu asked in detail. The next second, the robot image shook its head and said, "Master needs to explore on their own." When the master teaches the target character Duanmu Shui to acquire modern knowledge and skills, achievements may be accomplished. For certain achievements, accumulating 3 will grant 1 lottery draw opportunity. Certain achievements, upon completing 1, will grant you a lottery draw opportunity. According to today's settlement, Master has earned 2 lottery draw opportunities. 2? Not bad. Nodding, Xinyu continued, "Go ahead and draw." "Yes." The robot nodded and vanished in an instant. The next second, a massive virtual roulette wheel appeared before Xinyu. As the pointer on the wheel spun, 2 draws landed on the antique appraisal skill and antique restoration skill respectively. Ding dong! The moment the wheel disappeared, Xinyu felt something new emerge in his mind. Summoning his personal information panel, he carefully examined the 2 skills. Antique appraisal skills, able to authenticate the authenticity of antiques and assess their various attributes, as well as estimate their value. Antique restoration skills, capable of restoring damaged antiques to their original condition. After reviewing the details, Xinyu nodded in satisfaction. Although he ran an antique shop, he had only taken over his grandfather's business and didn't actually know much about antiques. This often leads to me accidentally purchasing counterfeit items when I go out to source goods. Now, this antique appraisal skill has perfectly solved this problem. As for antique restoration skills, they can allow this antique shop to offer an additional service, antique restoration. If utilized effectively, it can also help you earn a significant income. Looking at it this way, the future still seems promising. However, before actually making money, it's still important to spend wisely. Adjusting his posture, Xinyu lay back down on the bed. At the same time, in the adjacent room, Duanmu Shui sat quietly by the bedside, staring at the jade pendant in her hand, lost in thought. Chapter 15, Trapping Someone in a Painting? What tricks did you use? At 7 o'clock the next morning, when Xinyu woke up, Duanmu Shui was already sitting in the living room. Seeing Xinyu, she furrowed her brows. "You got up way too late." Without a word, Xinyu ran his fingers through his messy hair and muttered, "This is the normal wake-up time for modern people." Before Ndu Shui could respond, he turned and asked, "What would you like for breakfast? Porridge or soy milk with fried dough sticks? Is there any instant noodles left?" "Yes." "How about 2 bowls?" No, make it 3 bowls of instant noodles. Upon hearing the number 3, Xinyu glanced back at Duan Mushui. So the 2 bowls of noodles yesterday were just a polite gesture? Xinyu even began to doubt that all 3 bowls were just a formality. At this rate, without systematic assistance, he wouldn't be able to afford to support the ancient Empress Duan Mushui. Realizing the meaning in Xinyu's eyes, Duan Mushui shifted her gaze awkwardly. I have not eaten for a night, I am simply hungry. In the palace, there was always a midnight snack. Here, there isn't. All right. Shrugging his shoulders, Xinyu pretended to believe what he was told. Skillfully preparing 4 bowls of instant noodles, he pushed 3 bowls toward Ndu Shui and began eating his own bowl. I'll be going out for a bit. I'll buy you something. After taking a sip of soup, Xinyu waved the fork in his hand and stared seriously at Duan Mushui, saying, Don't you dare sneak out while I'm gone. Startled for a moment, Duan Mushui nodded and said, I keep my word. Since I have promised you, I will not go back on my word. All right. He quickly finished the remaining instant noodles in the bowl, changed into a simple outfit, and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Duan Mushui followed suit. Must I truly not accompany you out? Seeing this, Duan Mushui stood up as well. Must I truly not accompany you when you go out? After thinking for a moment, Xinyu shook his head. Not yet. You'll have to wait a little longer. All right. Without further ado, Duan Mushui nodded and sat down to continue eating her noodles. Noticing her expression was slightly downcast, Xinyu walked back over, picked up the remote control, and turned on the TV. The flickering screen immediately caught Duan Mushui's attention. Her hand holding the instant noodles froze, and she clenched the fork tightly, instinctively wanting to throw it away. Noticing her movement, Xinyu quickly grabbed her small hand. Let go. Let go of me, or the TV will be ruined. This thing is very dangerous. Where is it dangerous? How could I use it if it's dangerous? Faced with Xinyu's counter-question, Duan Mushui paused. Her brows furrowed slightly, she glanced at the TV, then her movements softened. Seeing that Xinyu was still holding her hand, her body stiffened again, and she gently shook her wrist and said, Let go of my hand. Xinyu complied and let go, then continued to operate the television. As he operated it, he explained, this is one of the entertainment methods of modern people. Through television, you can learn a lot of things. For example, what the world is like today, or what happened thousands of years ago. Upon hearing the latter half of Xinyu's words, Duan Mushui's originally vigilant gaze suddenly brightened. Continuing to watch the images flashing across the TV screen, she suddenly felt that the TV wasn't so scary or obtrusive after all. I wish to learn about the history of the Great Chu dynasty after this. Turning to look at Xinyu, Duan Mushui stated her request. Making an okay gesture, Xinyu picked up his phone, searched for a historical program, and cast it onto the TV. Today, we'll discuss several major events that have occurred in the Great Chu Kingdom recently. On TV, a host dressed in traditional Tang dynasty attire, waving a fan in his hand, walked slowly toward the screen. Seeing a real person appear on the TV, Duan Muxiafeng's eyes widened in shock. Her body quickly stepped back, and she looked at Xinyu in terror. What trick did you use? Why is this person trapped inside the TV by you? Sigh. Glancing back at Duan Mushui, Xinyu sighed helplessly. Shaking his head, he explained, First of all, the person on TV isn't the one I trapped. Second, this person is not real, he is fictional. You can think of what appears on TV as a moving picture. The people on TV are the people in the painting. A moving painting? Muttering to herself, Duan Mushui turned her gaze back to the host on the TV. After Xinyu's explanation, she had a basic understanding of what a television was. It was precisely because of this concept that she found the television even more astonishing. It can actually make pictures move. Shaking her head, Duan Mushui couldn't help but sigh in admiration. You modern people are truly wise. Chapter 16, Size? It's roughly this big, I suppose. Over 1,000 years, a lot can happen. Xinyu smiled, reminded Duan Mushui a few more times, then left. He made his way to the mall and began shopping. Although he was shopping, he was very careful. After all, funds are limited right now, so I need to spend wisely. After purchasing the toothbrush and towel, Xinyu hesitated for a moment before heading to the sanitary napkin section. Women in ancient times must have had their periods too, right? Although Duan Mushui doesn't know when hers will come, it's still better to prepare these essentials in advance. Just in case everyone ends up staring at each other awkwardly later. In front of several rows of shelves, there were only a few men besides the employees, all accompanying their wives or girlfriends. Xinyu was the only one there alone. With a solemn expression, Xinyu stepped forward, staring at the sanitary pads with their complex brand names and flashy packaging, falling into silence. Wow! Before taking a closer look, I had no idea there were so many brands of sanitary napkins. And many of these brands, just looking at the packaging, you wouldn't even recognize them as sanitary napkins. Sir, are you here to help your wife choose sanitary pads? Noticing Xinyu alone, a female employee smiled and approached him. Shaking his head, Xinyu said calmly, She's not my wife. Girlfriend? The employee felt awkward. Shaking his head again, Shinyu denied it. She's not my girlfriend either. The female employee looked at Shinyu speechlessly, her lips twitching slightly. But for her, as long as the goods could be sold, it didn't matter if she was his wife or girlfriend. Sir, would you like me to recommend something for you? Changing the subject, the female employee maintained her smile. After thinking for a moment, Shinyu nodded. If he let him choose for himself, who knows how much time would be wasted. Upon receiving permission, the female employee was delighted and began to happily demonstrate her professional knowledge. Sanitary pads come in daytime and nighttime varieties. Would you like to purchase daytime or nighttime ones? Neither. Shinyu shook her head. Tell me the truth. Before the female employee mentioned it, he didn't even know there was a day and night difference for this thing. Then let's buy both the daytime and nighttime versions. Nodding, the female employee continued, as for the brand, I recommend Sophie. It's more comfortable. As for quantity, it's better to stock up, as this item is used frequently. Once the conversation started, the other person began to talk non-stop. As the number of glances from those around him grew, Shinyu's temples throbbed. He quickly picked out a few items, tossed them into the shopping cart, and turned to leave. Only when he was out of sight of the female employees did he stop. He had bought all the basic necessities. Glancing down at the shopping cart in front of him, Shinyu sighed helplessly, thinking of the 2 items he hadn't bought. What lay ahead was the most arduous battle yet. After checking out at the supermarket, Shinyu made his way to the entrance of a lingerie store with a large promotional poster. Hello, welcome. Upon hearing footsteps at the door, the female employee warmly welcomed them. When she looked up and noticed Shinyu, she froze again. Because Shinyu was alone, he wasn't accompanied by a date. However, as part of their professional training, the female employees still approached him with a smile, showing no sign of awkwardness. Sir, what would you like to buy? The ones on top and the ones on the bottom, I'll take them all. Shinyu said, glancing around the store. Inside the store, several female customers were selecting underwear. When they saw Shinyu, a big man, walk in, they couldn't help but stare. Perhaps it was because he felt awkward. They only glanced at it once before quickly turning away and continuing to select their underwear. Clearing his throat, Shinyu also pretended to be calm, glancing at the bras and panties displayed on the shelves and walls. It must be said. There are quite a few variations. From innocent and seductive to lace and sheer, there's something for everyone. Sir, do you know the size? If you do, please let me know your requirements, and I'll help you select a few options. The female sales clerk said with a smile, glancing at Shinyu. Upon hearing this, Shinyu furrowed his brows and fell silent. Dimensions? Size? After briefly recalling the scene he had seen last night, Shinyu raised both hands and awkwardly gestured 2 circles. The size is roughly about this big, right? Chapter 17, This matter is truly shameful. As soon as Shinyu spoke, the store fell into a brief silence. The female shop assistant's eye twitched noticeably. With a helpless smile, she continued, Sir, do you know what the circumference of your neck is? What is the lower jaw circumference? Shinyu was puzzled. Although he had seen plenty of real-life examples through his phone and computer, he had never studied them in detail. A look of embarrassment finally appeared on the store clerk's face. She followed Shinyu's example, raising her hand and gesturing, the lowest part of the chest, the circumference of the body here, is the lower chest. Listening to the shop assistant's description, Shinyu fell silent. This is a mess. He hadn't even bothered to measure it himself, so how would he know how much space there was between Indu Shue's shoulders? Seeing Shinyu's serious expression, the shop assistant cleared his throat and said, Sir, if you don ankle circumference, we won't be able to accurately purchase the shoes. Upon hearing this, Shinyu furrowed his brows, then tried to recall how Indu Shue looked wearing his t-shirt. He gestured, about this thick? After staring at Shinyu's hand for a moment, the store clerk tapped his chin thoughtfully and said, with that thickness and that size, it should be around 70 c. C? Shinyu murmured to himself, recalling the scene he had seen. I thought it would be D. Hearing Shinyu's harsh words, the shop assistant fell silent once more. The next moment, Shinyu realized he had accidentally said something he shouldn't have. Clearing his throat, he changed the subject, help me pick out 2 items. Sure, no problem. He rushed to the shelf like he was escaping, and the clerk asked nervously, would you like something more comfortable or something with a better design? Realizing he was being treated like a complete stranger, Shinyu sighed and said, I'll take the more comfortable one. After all, Duanmu Shui was experiencing this for the first time, so he wanted to give her a better experience. These few options seemed more suitable. The female clerk looked around for a while, picked up 3 models, and walked over. Glancing at them, Shinyu casually pointed to the black and white ones and said, I'll take these too. Also, pick out a few pairs of comfortable underwear for me. Sure. The clerk resumed his smile, picked up 2 pairs of men's underwear, and asked, these 2 styles are both quite comfortable. Would you like to try them on? I'd like some women's underwear. After silently looking at Shinyu for a moment, the clerk silently put down the men's underwear, walked to the women's underwear shelf, and then asked, do you know your hip measurement? Another size question. Sighing silently, Shinyu gestured again, about this thick. The shop assistant was probably used to it. Glancing at the size Chinyu was gesturing at, he picked up a few items of the appropriate size and brought them over to Chinyu. He selected 3 more pairs of underwear, paid, and left the underwear store immediately. Glancing at the payment notification on his phone, Chinyu sighed. This little thing cost hundreds of dollars. Before coming here, he never imagined that women's underwear could be so expensive. Luckily, it wasn't a disposable item, otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to afford it. Alright, time to head home. Glancing at the 2 large bags in his hands to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything, Chinyu hurried home. Half an hour later. Opening the door and walking into the living room, he saw Duan Muxue sitting on the sofa, watching TV intently. Chinyu finally let out a sigh of relief. You're back, Du Shui said, getting up upon hearing the sound. Chinyu, you're back. He placed the items in his hands in front of Duan Murong, glanced at the TV, and said while picking up something else, have you seen Liang Chao yet? Ending her sentence, Duan Muxue continued, if I could return to the Chu kingdom, I would definitely find Lu Feilong's ancestors and prevent him from being born. Ending Muxue nodded and continued, if I could return to the Great Chu kingdom, I would certainly find Lu Feilong's ancestors and prevent him from being born. Her tone was calm, yet her words carried a weight that could not be ignored. Glancing at Duan Muxue, Xingyu shook his head and said, you can't blame Lu Feilong either. After all, he was able to stage a successful rebellion and establish the Liang dynasty because your nephew had reduced the people of the Chu kingdom to such a state of misery that they could no longer survive. Upon hearing this, Duan Muxue stared at Xingyu for a moment before lowering her head. I too am puzzled as to why Xianhua would have such an unfilial son. Sigh, I suppose he thinks that since his father laid the foundation for him, he can do whatever he wants now. Xingyu shook his head, then picked up the bag containing Wen Xiong and his underwear and handed it to Duan Muxue. The undergarments I bought for you are all inside. Go into the bedroom and try them on. Looking at the bag in her arms, Duan Muxue's body stiffened. Undergarments. Those words echoed in her mind, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. She never imagined that one day, her own undergarments would have to be purchased by a man. This matter is truly a source of immense shame. Chapter 18, You can't make me wear it for you, can you? After going through the ordeal of shopping for underwear earlier. For Chinyu, saying such words no longer evoked any particular emotion. Therefore, compared to Duan Muxue's reaction, he remained much more composed. Shaking his head, Chinyu paused the TV program and began to tidy up the items he had purchased. Just as he was wondering whether Du Shui would use sanitary pads, there was a knock on the door of the second bedroom. After the knocking, Du Shui's voice could be heard. Chinyu? Hearing his name called out by Duan Muxue, Chinyu raised his eyebrows. Ever since the fight with Duan Muxue began, she had always addressed him as you. Calling someone by their name was a first for him. How should I put it? This feeling is quite strange. After putting down his things, Chinyu walked to the guest bedroom and knocked on the door, asking, what's wrong? I won't wear the undergarments you bought for me. With a glare, Chinyu's hand, which had been knocking on the door, froze mid-air. Got it. Awkward. Although I roughly know how to dress. But I can't just do it myself, can I? What about the undergarments? You know how to put those on, right? Chinyu cleared his throat and asked. There was a long silence in the bedroom before a barely audible MHM was heard. Sighing in relief, Chinyu continued, get dressed first, then come out. I'll show you how to put it on. Okay. Duan Muxue responded with a single word, and the second bedroom fell silent once more. A few minutes later, the door was pulled open. She held the black bra in her hand and slowly stepped out. Their eyes met, and both turned away awkwardly. In the end, Chinyu forced himself to ignore the awkwardness and took the bra. Did you see the hook in the back? Pointing to the hooks at the back of the bra, Chinyu calmly explained, by hooking these 2 rows of hooks together, the bra will stay in place. How do you thread these holes? Duan Muxue asked, pointing to the 2 holes formed by the straps of the bra. Staring at the bra in her hands for a moment, Chinyu held it up and said, let me help you put it on? In the silence, Duan Muxiefeng's eyes widened. The next moment, the word shameless slipped from between her teeth. Noticing Duan Muxue's vigilant and ashamed gaze, Chinyu felt helpless and blurted out, I can't just make you wear it, can I? I think it's possible. This time, it was Chinyu who stared at Duan Muxue with wide eyes. What does trouble comes from the mouth mean? This is an example. After a brief silence, Chinyu shook his head, I think it's better to put it on you. Shaking his head again, Duan Muxue said solemnly, you said before that you are not a shameless person. Chinyu, what does that have to do with whether I'm a shameless person or not? Duan Muxue, you're trying to force yourself on me, touching my body. We are not husband and wife. You're touching the body of an unmarried woman, what else could that be but shameless? Hearing Duan Muxue's explanation, Chinyu was at a loss for words. Because what Duan Muxue said actually made sense. I really did dig my own grave and jump into it. Alright, I'll take the blame. Resigned, Chinyu nodded inside, glancing at the bra in his hand. He never imagined that one day. A proper, respectable man like myself would end up doing something as absurd as putting a woman's underwear on myself. This is probably the biggest stain on my life. At least there's no one else around. As for Duanmu Shui, she probably isn't the type to just blurt things out to anyone. Sighing again, Xinyu undid her bra, demonstrating to Duanmu Shui while putting it on herself. But he had underestimated the power of this thing. When he wasn't wearing it, Xinyu thought he could just grit his teeth and endure it. But once he actually put it on, he was so ashamed he wanted to bang his head against the wall. The two bulges in the front were impossible to ignore. How embarrassing is it to feel so ashamed that your toes curl? It's exactly what he's facing right now. After this experience, he can no longer look at crossdressers in the same way. Because whenever he sees those crossdressing masters, he'll inevitably be reminded of today's utterly devastating scene. Chapter 19, Embarrassing. The size was too small. While Xinyu was on the verge of tears, Duanmu Shui kept her face tense and studied diligently. She circled around Xinyu twice, nodding continuously while repeating, "Oh, I see." She covered her face in exasperation until Duanmu Shui finished her third circle. Xinyu couldn't hold back any longer. "Have you learned it yet?" "Yes, I have." Upon hearing this, Xinyu quickly took off his bra. He handed it back to Duanmu Shui and waved his hand, urging her, "Hurry up and put it on." "Are you angry?" Seeing Qinyu's darkened expression, Duanmu Shui hesitated to ask. With a stern glance, Xinyu replied coldly, "If I asked you, a woman, to wear a man's undergarments, would you be angry?" Lu Mei furrowed her brows, and Duanmu Shui's expression grew peculiar. The next moment, she nodded without hesitation and said, "I will." Just as Xinyu was about to respond, she quickly added, "But I'm not saying I can't wear it either." "Stop yourself from speaking." Xinyu stared in shock at Duanmu Shui's serious expression and said, "Do you know what you're saying?" "I know." Looking straight into Qinyu's eyes, Duanmu Xiafeng lowered her gaze and said, "You helped me. If it's like this, you'll feel better. I'll wear it. In that case, we would be even." After speaking, Duanmu Shui turned her gaze back to Xinyu, extended her small hand forward, and demanded his personal garments. Staring at her hand, Xinyu opened his mouth but suddenly didn't know what to say. This woman. Should I praise her for being genuine, or call her stupid? Someone like you isn't fit to be an emperor. After thinking for a moment, Xinyu managed to come up with what he considered the most appropriate comment. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Shui frowned unhappily. Why? In her view, Qinyu's words were overly harsh. Historically, no emperor would ever want someone to say he was unfit to be emperor. If this had happened in the past, Duanmu Shui would have already taken action. However, Xinyu was the first person she had met in this world, and he was also the one who had saved her life. So even though she was very angry, she only asked why. Because you're not ruthless enough. You don't put yourself first, and you don't take advantage of others. After finishing his evaluation, Xinyu waved his hand. "I was just joking earlier. I didn't really mean for you to try on my underwear. Go try on the bra instead." Watching Qinyu's back, Duanmu Shui bit her lip lightly. In truth, she understood everything Xinyu had said. What Xinyu didn't know was that before coming here and accepting that she could never return to the Great Chu Kingdom, in the eyes of those officials, she was also a ruthless person who placed herself above all others. For the sake of governing the realm and ensuring the well-being of her people, she had no choice but to act this way. But now that she had come here, she no longer had a kingdom or subjects to protect. Therefore, she sees no reason to continue being someone she despises. "You are also a strange person for being willing to help me unconditionally." Whispering softly, Duanmu Shui turned and entered the bedroom. Hearing the sound of the door closing behind her, Xinyu couldn't help but smile wryly. "Unconditional help? I'm actually a bit embarrassed to admit it. After all, the reason I initially helped in Du Shui was because of the system. As for now, having such an innocent female emperor around is quite interesting. The only downside is that it's a bit expensive right now." Shaking his head and smiling, Xinyu hummed a tune as he continued packing. A few minutes later, the door to the second bedroom opened again. Glancing back, Xinyu noticed that Duanmu Shui had already put on her bra. Even though she had taken off her jacket and was only wearing a t-shirt, the two awkward moments from before hadn't reappeared. "How about it? Does it fit?" As he spoke, Xinyu stretched lazily. He tugged at his shoulder strap and turned his upper body, causing Du Shui's eyebrows to furrow. It was stuffy and tight. Shaking her head, she asked in confusion, "Why do women of your era wear such uncomfortable, form-fitting garments?" A bra is already considered one of the more comfortable types of undergarments. She explained seriously, glancing at the area in front of Duanmu Shui. Tight, constricting, uncomfortable at all points to one thing: the size is too small. Noticing the two visible indentations on Du Shui's chest, visible even through her t-shirt, Xinyu was devastated. It seemed that the gestures he had made to the store clerk were still too subtle. Mainly because I only looked at it roughly before. I really didn't expect that Du Shui, who is this tall, would be so much shorter than me. This is way too big. And it's underwear, which is so intimate that once you put it on, you can't return it. It's so painful. Those few $100s of mine are basically down the drain. Chapter 20, after all, I'm a decent person. After a moment of heartache, Shinyu could only accept the reality. What else could he do? I can't wear it myself. Thinking back to what had just happened, Shinyu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Beside him, Duanmu Shui kept tugging at her shoulder strap and the edge of her bra. Taking a deep breath, she couldn't contain her impatience and said, I don't like this bra. Do I really have to wear it? How should I put it? Scratching her hair, Shinyu said seriously, you don't have to wear it at home. After all, I'm a proper gentleman. But you'll have to go out eventually. If you don't wear anything when you go out and other men keep staring at your chest, you definitely wouldn't want that, would you? They dare. Her phoenix-like eyes suddenly flashed with murderous intent. Duanmu Shui's body grew cold, and he narrowed his eyes, saying, whoever dares to look again, I will gouge out their eyes. Stop. Stop. With a sweeping gesture, Shinyu hurriedly interrupted Duanmu Shui's dangerous remark. His expression grew serious as he stared at Duanmu Shui and said slowly, this is a society governed by the rule of law. No one has the right to harm others or take a life without justification. If you kill someone, no matter where you flee, the police will find a way to catch you. And you don't have an ID card. If the police catch you, you'll be an illegal immigrant. At that point, even if you know martial arts, you'll have to go to jail. Shinyu felt it was necessary to make it clear to Duanmu Shui how serious it was to injure or kill someone. This was to prevent her from taking out her anger on anyone she disliked in the future. However, there were too many obscure words in what he said. Duanmu Shui listened intermittently and finally managed to summarize one thing: he couldn't kill anyone, or else he'd go to jail. As for the police and ID cards, she was completely confused. What is a police officer? What is an ID card? If you don't understand, just ask. In this matter, Duanmu Shui didn't feel ashamed. Because she was well aware of the situation. To survive in this era, one must understand this era. Scratching his head again, Shinyu explained simply, police are similar to your officials, they are specifically responsible for arresting criminals. As for ID cards, they are what we modern people use to prove our identity, to prove that we are citizens of the Dragon Nation. Furrowing his brows, Shinyu quickly waved his hand and said, I'll explain these two matters in detail later. In any case, just remember one thing for now. In this day and age, you must never harm anyone carelessly, let alone kill someone carelessly. What about when faced with danger? Duanmu Shui's brows furrowed tightly. After some thought, Shinyu said, if you really encounter danger, appropriate self-defense is permissible. For example, you could knock him unconscious. He believed that knocking someone unconscious would not be difficult for someone like Duanmu Shui, who was skilled in martial arts and could break a door handle with her bare hands. He was more concerned that she might lose control of her strength and accidentally kill the person. The laws of this era are so troublesome. Ending her thought, Duanmu Shui casually commented. Upon hearing this, Shinyu widened his eyes again, you can say that in front of me, but don't utter a single word outside. I understand. Although she was puzzled as to why she couldn't say it, Duanmu Shui agreed. She tugged at her bra again and took a deep breath before saying, what else is this bra for besides covering? If it's just for covering, my undergarments serve the same purpose. Why would I wear a bra? Facing Duanmu Shui's question, Shinyu fell silent. If he were a woman, he would certainly be able to give a perfect answer. But unfortunately, I'm not. I'm a real man. If you ask me what the specific purpose of a men's bra is, it's like asking a woman what the purpose of the opening in men's thermal underwear is. However, even if you don't know the answer, there's a way to answer this question. In silence, Shinyu quietly pulled out his phone from his pocket, opened the browser, and typed a line of text. What are the benefits of women wearing bras? Chapter 21, The 3 Rules Before Leaving Home. Shinyu found a similar answer and read it aloud. Cough. First of all, wearing a bra can prevent sagging. Shinyu said, glancing at the area in front of Duanmu Shui. Upon hearing the words drooping, Duanmu Shui seemed to think of something, lost in thought. Seeing that she was listening intently, Shinyu continued reading. What does it mean to correct the shape and prevent collisions and injuries? Fortunately, Duanmu Shui was familiar with some of the terms, so Shinyu didn't need to explain them individually. Who would have thought that such a small bra could have so many uses? Resting her chin on her fingertips, Duanmu Shui murmured softly, my wet nurse's breasts were sagging. Her initial aversion to bras diminished somewhat after learning about some of their benefits. If that's the case, I suppose I could wear a bra. Feng Mao looked at Shinyu, and Duanmu Shui immediately frowned and said, but how do we solve the problem of the bra being uncomfortable? Well, that's because I chose the wrong size. Shinyu turned his head awkwardly and laughed awkwardly, I misjudged your size and bought a smaller one. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Shui froze. A few seconds later, her cheeks turned bright red. Taking a deep breath, she quickly turned away, I'll go change out of this bra first. Alright, go ahead. Shinyu nodded and added, then get ready. I'll take you out to buy some later. After speaking to Duanmu Shui, he muttered to himself helplessly, such personal items are best tried on in person. Buying the most suitable one directly is the best option, otherwise, it's a waste of money. Upon hearing this, Duan Muxue stiffened. She didn't hear the latter half of Qin Yu's mutterings. Her mind was completely filled with the words "go out." Can I go out now? Turning around in shock to look at Qin Yu, Duan Muxue felt her heart filled with a complex mix of tension, fear, and excitement. Shrugging innocently, Qin Yu shook his head and said, "There's nothing I can do about it. I can't very well wrap a measuring tape around you, can I?" Pointing to the spot in front of Duan Muxue, Qin Yu sighed wryly, "I can't very well measure you myself, can I?" As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, Duan Muxue immediately crossed her arms in front of her body, narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, and turned her head away, her expression vigilant. Before she could utter the word lecture, Qin Yu added, "So the best solution is to take you straight to an underwear store to pick something out." To be honest, he didn't really want to take Duan Muxue out yet, because she still had a lot to learn. What if she sees a car or something while out and gets so scared that she runs straight up a tree? Then tomorrow, she might end up trending on social media. There are all kinds of people online. If someone were to notice anything, that would be a big problem. Here's what we'll do. Before we leave, let's set a few rules. Qin Yu said, holding up one finger. First, when there are other people around, if I don't tell you to speak, you absolutely must not say a word. Second, if you see something you've never seen before, no matter how surprised or scared you are, you must hold back, don't run around, stay close to me, and under no circumstances show any signs of violence. If you have any questions, wait until there's no one around or until we get home before asking. Qin Yu raised his last finger and warned seriously, last, and most important, never hurt anyone carelessly. In a moment, he would take Duan Muxue to take the bus. Today is Saturday, so the bus will be quite crowded. If Du Shui were to injure someone else because she was stepped on or due to some other accident, that would be a big problem. Can these three conditions be met? Staring at Duan Muxue, Qin Yu asked solemnly. Duan Muxue also tensed her face, thought carefully for a moment, then nodded, "I can." "Alright, go change your clothes. We'll leave as soon as you're ready." "Okay." With a mix of emotions in her heart, Duan Muxue quickly slipped into the guest bedroom. Gazing at the closed door, Qin Yu sighed, "I wonder if it was right or wrong to take her out so early. But she's a smart girl. I've reminded her so thoroughly there shouldn't be any issues, right?" Muttering to herself again, Qin Yu tried to reassure herself to relax, then walked over to the sofa and put on her coat. Click. Just as he finished putting his phone and keys away, the door to the second bedroom opened. Glancing back at Duan Muxue, Qin Yu's expression froze instantly. The next second, his eyes widened to their fullest extent. Wow! He made her change her clothes himself. But this woman, how did she end up wearing that dragon robe? Chapter 22, it should be worth a pretty penny. With the dragon robe wrapped so thickly, layer upon layer, Duan Muxue truly didn't need to wear a bra. However, the sense of being out of place in this world only grew stronger. Actually, it was mainly her aura. This world is similar to the previous one, and wearing ancient costumes is also popular. However, none of them can capture the essence of Indu Yukari. Qin Yu didn't know how to describe it. How should I put it? Once she put on the dragon robe, Duan Muxue didn't even have to do anything. Just standing there, she naturally exuded an air of imperial majesty. No wonder she was once an empress. After taking a good look, Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh with admiration. Upon hearing this, Duan Muxue gave him a puzzled look. "What did you say?" "Nothing." Taking 2 steps forward, Qin Yu cleared his throat and said, "Are you sure you want to go out wearing that? What's wrong with it?" Duan Muxue retorted, thinking of the clothes Su Hang had given her, then furrowed her brows and said, "I do not like clothes that reveal too much. I am accustomed to this style." As she spoke, she raised her hand, and her sleeves fluttered slightly. The flowing silk caught the light and shimmered briefly. Though not exactly an antique, it should be worth quite a bit. Staring at Du Shui's clothes, Qin Yu couldn't help but blurt out what was on his mind. It wasn't considered an antique because Duan Muxue's outfit was too new. Antiques are all about being old. However, the dragon robe worn by Duan Muxue, both in terms of craftsmanship and fabric, is truly top-notch. Especially the silk robe peeking out from beneath it, the craftsmanship is so exquisite that it's not something you'd come across just anywhere. Feng Ma glanced at Qin Yu, and Duan Muxue lowered her voice and asked, "What are you talking about?" "Nothing, your clothes are a bit dirty," Qin Yu said, pointing to the area near Duan Mushue's feet. Turning her head to look, Duan Muxue couldn't help but frown. Earlier, the soaked dragon robe had been dragging along the ground, causing this area to become black and dirty. Upon closer inspection, it did indeed look rather inappropriate. "Why don't you just make do for now and wear your old clothes when you go out?" Qin Yu suggested. After thinking for a moment, Duan Muxue shook her head. "No, I'll just wear this." Rather than go out in those revealing clothes, she would rather wear these dirty ones. "All right." Shrugging her shoulders, Qin Yu said no more. Even if Duan Muxue dressed like this, she still looked out of place in this world. Seeing her outfit, people on the street would only assume she was a fan of period costumes. Unless, of course, they're the kind of people with minds that can't be contained. Otherwise, most people who see her wouldn't even think about whether she came from ancient times. Let's go. With a wave to Duanmu Shui, Xinyu led her to the door. The two changed their shoes and made their way down the stairs to the antique shop on the first floor. Huff. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Xinyu felt a gust of wind hit him in the face. He turned his gaze to the window that had been damaged by Indu Shui earlier. He had been busy with Indu Shui's affairs these past 2 days and had completely forgotten about repairing the window. Luckily, the thieves haven't visited this street yet. Otherwise, this hole would be no different from hanging a sign at the store entrance saying free to take and come in and take whatever you want. Wait a minute. Stepping outside, Xinyu called a mechanic he had met before. After arranging the repair time, he finally returned to Duanmu Shui's side. Were you just using your phone to contact someone? Foam Mao stared at her phone and blinked, finding it somewhat novel. After listening to Qinyu's explanation, she understood that the phone was the communication tool of this era. But this was the first time she had ever seen Qinyu use it. Let's find someone to fix the window. Upon hearing the words, repair the window, Duanmu Shui's eyes flickered slightly as she glanced at the window she had broken. She covered her mouth with her fingers and awkwardly looked away. When I first arrived, I was too flustered. I understand. I didn't mean to blame you. Shaking his head, Xinyu added helplessly, it's today, so we probably won't be able to go out. We weren't robbed earlier because we were lucky. But good luck can't last forever, and I'll have to rely on this antique shop to make a living in the future. Until the window is repaired, I won't be able to take Duanmu Shui out. Chapter 23, it's just a matter of time before you two get together. Upon hearing that she couldn't go out, Duanmu Shui's face froze instantly. The excitement that had been building up in her heart vanished in an instant. However, she also knew she couldn't go out because of that window. And that window was broken by her. Xinyu didn't make her compensate for the window repair, which was already more than generous. So she simply nodded and didn't say much else. Catching a fleeting glimpse of disappointment in her phoenix-like eyes, Xinyu cleared his throat and said, if we fix this window today, we'll be able to leave tomorrow. All right. Nodding, Duanmu Shui turned her gaze back to the broken window and peered through the hole to look outside. Noticing her gaze, Xinyu walked over to the shop door and opened it. Whoosh! As the two doors opened, bright light flooded in. Endwood Snow could see everything on the street more clearly. Noticing Qinyu's intention, Duanmu Shui paused for a moment before gently parting her red lips. Thank you. Consider it compensation for not being able to take you out today. Xinyu smiled, dragged 2 chairs over, placed them by the door, and gestured for Duanmu Shui to come sit down. After hesitating for a moment, Duanmu Shui slowly approached. Glancing at Xinyu, who was sitting upright by the door, a fleeting smile crossed her eyes, and she said with a hint of teasing in her voice, you look like a door god right now. The arm resting on the back of the chair stiffened. Xinyu turned around and looked at Duanmu Shui with a suspicious expression. Have you ever seen such a handsome and dashing door god? Faced with Qinyu's unhesitating self-praise, Duanmu Shui fell silent for a moment. Then she skipped the question altogether, sat down on another chair, and quietly looked out the window. Last night, when she sneaked out, she had only taken a quick look at the buildings here. Because it was dark, she didn't dare to go far and returned home. Now it was daylight, and everything was much clearer. People were walking back and forth on the street, dressed similarly to Qinyu. Ding-ling. Occasionally, 1 or 2 people would ride by on bicycles, ringing their bells as they passed. What is that? Duanmu Shui's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at the bicycle being vigorously pedaled by an old man. Qinyu glanced over and explained simply, that's a bicycle, one of our current modes of transportation. It's the same as your horse-drawn carriages back then. How does the bicycle move? Duanmu Shui instantly turned into a curious child and asked eagerly. Her question stumped Xinyu, who had always struggled with physics. After thinking for a moment, Xinyu explained simply, by continuously pressing the 2 pedals on either side with both feet, the bicycle will start moving. I want to ride a bicycle too. Duanmu Shui watched another bicycle speed past, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Thinking of the bicycle in his backyard that had probably accumulated a lot of dust, Xinyu nodded. Once you're more familiar with the area, I can take you out for a ride to try it out. All right. A rare smile flickered across her cold, elegant face. Seeing her smile so happily, Xinyu also curved the corners of his mouth. The two chatted casually, one word leading to another, until noon. Just as Xinyu was about to take Duanmu Shui back for lunch, an old man dressed in a blue work uniform, with a dark complexion, rode up on a small electric scooter and stopped at the storefront. Hey, little Qin. Sorry to keep you waiting. Seeing Xinyu, the old man smiled and greeted him. Xinyu returned the smile, stretched lazily, and said, Uncle Lin, if you had been a minute later, I would have gone home to eat. Well, isn't that just perfect timing? With a chuckle, Lin Peng got out of the car carrying his toolbox. Then his gaze shifted and landed on Duanmu Shui. His eyes lit up and he said in surprise, Xiaoqin, is this your girlfriend? The way she's dressed looks like she just stepped out of a TV show. In such a small place, he had never seen anyone dressed like Duanmu Shui before. And this girl is really beautiful. Look at her nose and eyes, she's a classic beauty. Lin Peng couldn't help but sigh, casting a meaningful glance at Qinyu. Duan Mushue's attention had been on the electric scooter. When Lin Peng mentioned her name, she furrowed her brows and looked at Qinyu with confusion. Facing the two different gazes directed at him, Qinyu felt a headache coming on. As for Duan Mushue, he didn't need to guess, he knew exactly what she wanted to ask about the term girlfriend. However, she had clearly remembered what he had told her earlier. With Lin Peng, an outsider, present, she held back even though she wanted to ask. With a slightly awkward cough, Qinyu explained, Uncle Lin, she's not my girlfriend, she's just a simple friend of mine. Not your girlfriend? Lin Peng was taken aback, then looked back at Duan Mushue and whispered to Qinyu, from my experience as your uncle, it's just a matter of time. I believe in you. Chapter 24, this thief is incredibly strong. Uncle Lin believes in you. Upon hearing this, Qinyu was taken aback. He quickly glanced at Duan Mushue beside him. Seeing that Duan Mushue was still staring at the electric scooter and hadn't heard what Lin Peng had said, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Shaking his head, Qinyu turned back to Lin Peng and teased, Uncle Lin, how's it going with Aunt Wang's side? What? What? His dark face flushed red, making him look even darker. Lin Peng straightened his posture and tugged at his work uniform as usual, saying, aren't you the one they're talking about? Why are you dragging me into this? With a smile, Qinyu cleared his throat and said, based on my over 20 years of experience, Uncle Lin and Aunt Wang, it's just a matter of time. After speaking, Qinyu raised his hand and placed it firmly on Lin Peng's shoulder. The road ahead is long and arduous. But Uncle Lin, I believe in you. Sigh. Catching the teasing tone in Qinyu's voice, Lin Peng rolled his eyes. However, he quickly glanced at Aunt Wang's shop next door and asked in a low voice, hey, Xiaoqin, has your aunt said anything to you recently? What did she say? Qinyu asked in return. What did she say? Qinyu asked back. His eyes widened in surprise, and Lin Peng awkwardly waved his hands, nothing, nothing. Fixing the window, fixing the window. After saying that, Lin Peng picked up his toolbox and walked briskly toward the broken window. Watching his back, which seemed slightly flustered, Qinyu chuckled. Don't say anything. He really thinks that Uncle Lin and Aunt Wang, who are both single, are quite a good match. To put it simply, at least both of them are decent people with no major flaws. However, it's not his place to get too involved in other people's affairs. Uncle Lin, could you give me a discount on the window repair this time? Qinyu said, leading Duan Mushue to the broken window. Leaving Duan Mushue alone at the door was definitely out of the question. I need to check how bad it is first. Lin Peng said, glancing at the broken wooden frame and the glass shards scattered on the ground. His eyes widened in shock as he turned to look at Qinyu. Hey, Qin, did a thief break into your store? Look at the footprints on the window frame, this thief must be pretty strong. As soon as Lin Peng said this, Qinyu clearly saw a flush of pink cross in Dushue's face. The strength is indeed a bit overwhelming. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Coughing lightly, Qinyu gave a half-hearted explanation. No, I just ran into some trouble. I see. Seeing that Qinyu wasn't comfortable talking about it, Lin Peng didn't ask any further questions. He reached for a cigarette and lit it, furrowing his brows as he stared at the broken window frame. This is quite a hassle. It's too damaged to fix. We'll have to buy a new window and install it. Alright, you two get to work. I'll give my nephew a call and have him bring one over. We'll get it fixed today for sure. That's very kind of you, Uncle Lin. Qinyu said, casting a grateful glance at Lin Peng. With a smile, Lin Peng shook his head and said, there's no need to thank me. Anyway, you're paying for the windows. As for the construction costs. At this point, Lin Peng cleared his throat and lowered his voice. Can you find out what kind of flowers your Aunt Wang likes? I'll get them for you at half price. Faced with Lin Peng's ulterior motives, Qinyu remained silent for 2 seconds. Then, the next second, he nodded decisively. Deal. Just asking what kind of flowers you like shouldn't count as meddling, right? Seeing that Qinyu agreed, Lin Peng chuckled and waved at Qinyu and Duan Mushue again. You two go home first. Upon hearing this, Qinyu no longer refused and took Duan Mushue upstairs. Upon entering the house, he glanced at the weather and immediately said, you should change your clothes first. We won't be going out today, so you might as well wash them. The weather is nice today, so washing your undergarments should be dry by tomorrow. All right. Nodding, Duan Mushue went inside to change into her previous clothes, then walked out holding her undergarments with a touch of nervousness. He led her to the bathroom, poured some laundry detergent into the basin, and filled it with water, put the clothes in and cover them with water. These few items of Indushues aren't suitable for washing in the washing machine. If you put them in and give them a stir, they're basically ruined. So even with something as advanced as a washing machine, you still have to wash it by hand. Glancing at the basin, Duan Mushue followed suit. Then, after the water covered her clothes, she furrowed her brows and looked up awkwardly. I don't know how to wash clothes. This time, it was Qinyu who fell silent. Thinking about Duan Mushue's previous life of having everything done for her, he sighed, took 2 chairs, sat down on one, then looked at Duan Mushue and patted the other chair. What else could be done in this situation? Just teach them. That's it. His gaze fell on the pale pink belly band in the basin, and Shinyu couldn't help but hold his forehead. The first time she taught someone else how to wash clothes, it turned out to be a belly band. This feeling is a bit too subtle. Chapter 25. You wouldn't be asking me to marry you, would you? Duanmu Shui had originally intended to sit down. Noticing where Chinyu's gaze was fixed, her body froze instantly. Don't look! With a soft cry, Duanmu Shui's body sank downward, blocking the basin above. Seeing her desperate attempt to cover the entire basin, Shinyu cleared his throat and said with a mix of laughter and exasperation, what should be seen and what shouldn't be seen, you've seen it all. It's too late to cover it now. Shinyu's words made Duanmu Shui stiffen once more. Gritting her teeth, Duanmu Shui's small hands trembled as she clutched the basin, ashamed to the point of wanting to bury her face in it. Earlier, she had been so focused on learning how to wash clothes that she completely forgot there was her own undershirt among the pile of undergarments. The rest wasn't a big deal. But this belly band, if seen by a man, is really improper. Come on, calm down. Seeing that he was about to crush the basin, Shinyu hurriedly comforted him. In our time, people's minds are much more open than they were back then. Although underwear is still considered a fairly private garment, you're not wearing it in front of me when I see it. If I happen to see it while washing, it's really no big deal. As he spoke, Shinyu gently patted Duanmu Shui's hand, so you can let go of my hand first. The fingertips, tinged with red, tightened their grip even more. Duanmu Shui clenched her teeth, and the words she wanted to say came out one by one, as if they were being forced out from between her teeth. For me, the only man who will ever see my belly band in this lifetime is the man who will become my husband. Upon hearing this, Shinyu's hand froze mid-air. He furrowed his brows and said with a mix of emotions, if I wash your undershirt, you wouldn't actually make me marry you, would you? The Emperor. As her red lips parted, Duanmu Shui's eyebrows furrowed in response. Seeing her equally troubled expression, Shinyu paused. All right. Judging by the looks of it, it really is. Actually, when it comes to marrying Duanmu Shui as a wife, Shinyu doesn't think it's a bad deal either. On a scale of 10, in his opinion, Duanmu Shui's appearance is at least a 95. Her figure goes without saying. As for personality, though she seems cold and aloof on the surface, she occasionally shows a cute side. But there's no real connection between the two of them. They've only known each other for less than 2 days. A whirlwind marriage isn't supposed to happen that quickly. Marriage is a serious matter, you can't decide it just because of a belly band. And there's an even more important issue at hand. Duanmu Shui doesn't have an ID card, let alone a household registration book. Then forget about getting married. As soon as the two entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, Duanmu Shui would be taken away as an undocumented resident. Shinyu sighed and explained his thoughts to Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui was taken aback, turned to look at Shinyu, and asked curiously, is an ID card really that important? Nodding, Shinyu explained, it's very important. Here, if you want to find a job, you need an ID card. If you want to handle some matters, you need an ID card. For something as important as marriage, you not only need an ID card but also a household registration book. A household registration book is roughly similar to a family tree, right? Seeing Duanmu Shui staring blankly, Shinyu shrugged helplessly. Anyway, before you have your household registration book and ID card, getting married is impossible. How can I obtain a household registration book and an ID card? Duanmu Shui bit her lip and asked earnestly. Shinyu raised his eyebrows and shook his head. This is indeed no easy task, it requires careful consideration over time. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Xiefeng's eyes drooped in disappointment. Shinyu patted the empty chair beside him again and said, come sit down first. I'll teach you how to wash clothes first. As for the ID card and such, we'll figure something out. If you have all these things in the future and you still want me to marry you, then I will marry you. However, in this day and age, washing a baby's undershirt isn't that serious and doesn't affect marriage. Shinyu thought about it for a moment and explained it to her again. Ruemu Shui thought about how this was 1,000 years in the future, feeling both relieved and a little melancholy. Shinyu first comforted Indu Shui. As for the ID card and such, only God knows how to get it for her. He could only try to find out more later. Thinking of this, Shinyu sighed. Beside him, Duanmu Shui stared at him for a while, making sure he wasn't lying, before getting up. She sat down next to Shinyu and glanced at the belly band in the basin, lost in thought. Seeing that she was no longer fixated on the matter, Shinyu sighed slightly in relief and changed the subject. Actually, washing clothes isn't that difficult. I'm sure with your intelligence, you'll figure it out after just one try. Chapter 26, as an emperor, how could you possibly fail to subdue even a belly band? Shinyu felt that his praise sounded like he was complimenting a child, and his words were rather childish. However, for Duanmu Shui, it seemed to be very flattering. She tucked away the shame caused by her previous belly-bearing attire, sat up straight, and began to watch Shinyu's every move with intense focus. She looked every bit the model student, eager to learn. After soaking in water, apply soap to areas prone to dirt. While explaining, Shinyu casually applied soap to the belly band and demonstrated rubbing it twice. Rub the areas you think are dirty a few more times, then rinse them off with clean water. As he spoke, Xinyu handed the belly band to Duanmu Shui. Her ears turned slightly red, and Duanmu Shui quickly took it. Although Xinyu said that in modern times, there was no such thing as deciding one's fate based on a belly band, it still took some time for her to accept it. Xinyu was well aware of this. So when he saw Duanmu Shui turn away and avoid him while adjusting her belly band, he just smiled and said nothing. The fabric of your belly band is too delicate, be careful when you rub it. Ouch! Xinyu's voice had barely finished when the sound of something tearing suddenly rang out. Before Xinyu could finish speaking, the sound of something breaking suddenly rang out. His temples throbbed, and Xinyu stood up to look forward, only to find that Duanmu Shui was still in the act of rubbing her belly, her body stiff. As for the sound from earlier, it had come from the belly band in her hands. This woman actually tore her belly band. Seeing Xinyu peering over at her, a look of panic flashed across Duanmu Shui's face. She opened her mouth, then finally whispered, "I didn't use much strength. I should have reminded you earlier." Sighing, Xinyu took the belly band and checked it. Although it had a hole, it could still be worn. Duanmu Shui seemed to feel embarrassed, unable to believe that as an emperor, he couldn't even manage to fix a belly band. Looking up at Xinyu, she frowned slightly and said reluctantly, "I can do it. Let me try again." "Try again, and your belly band will be ruined." Xinyu shook his head, pointing to the white robe in the basin, and said, "Take that one and try again, following exactly what I taught you earlier, starting from the beginning." "All right." Taking a deep breath, Duanmu Shui didn't say a word and directly picked up the plain clothes from the basin. She searched for the parts that needed careful washing, picked up the soap, and began to apply it clumsily. Since she had never used soap before, the soap became slippery when it came into contact with water, constantly slipping out of her hands. Bang! The soap accidentally fell into the basin and splashed water all over her face. Lu Mei frowned, took a deep breath, suppressed her irritation, and continued to patiently apply the soap. Beside her, Xinyu shook his head repeatedly. He had misjudged the situation after all. I thought Indu Shui was smart, so learning these things should be easy for her. But now it seems that whether or not you can do laundry has nothing to do with how smart you are. Even if your mind understands and your eyes see, if your hands can't do it, it's all for nothing. Bang! Boom! When the soap fell into the basin for the third time, Duanmu Shui finally finished applying it. Looking at the plain garment in her hands, her eyes darkened, and her movements became cautious. She rubbed it gently, but it didn't tear. I rubbed it twice and it didn't break. Seeing this, Duanmu Shui curled the corner of her mouth and looked at Xinyu with a smug expression. I told you it could be done. Facing Duanmu Shui's face, which seemed to say, aren't I amazing, Xinyu really didn't want to nod. Such a weak scrubbing technique wouldn't even remove a single stain from the clothes, let alone a single hair. I can already tell for sure. In this matter, Duanmu Shui truly has no talent. Sighing and rubbing his forehead, Xinyu gave up and said, just put the clothes in the basin. I'll wash them. Did I not do it well? Indu Shui said, furrowing her brows. She felt she had done a decent job this time. At least she didn't scrub it raw, right? But what Duanmu Shui didn't understand was that whether or not the clothes were rubbed raw wasn't the standard for measuring how well they were washed. After all, the only person who could casually rub clothes until they were torn was probably her. Coughing, Xinyu explained seriously, currently, it's not good, but there's room for improvement. Just practice more in the future. As for this time, I'll do the washing. Otherwise, by the time you finish, the sun will have set and there'll be no point in hanging the clothes out to dry. Chapter 27, I'm not being stubborn. It seems like he's sulking. After Xinyu finished speaking, Duanmu Shui did not step back but continued to fidget with the plain robe in her hands. Squeak! The familiar cracking sound rang out once more. Indu Meng's hands froze, and he looked down at the plain robe in his hands in despair. Beside him, Xinyu couldn't bear to watch any longer and quickly rescued the plain-clothed figure. He waved his hand at Duanmu Shui and, like a strict teacher, said seriously, stand over there and watch how I wash it. This time, Duanmu Shui did not resist. She silently stood up, gave her seat to Xinyu, and then quietly stepped aside. Even though she was the emperor of the Great Chu dynasty, at this moment, she could only obediently act as a student. This fact became crystal clear to her the second time she tore her clothes. However, watching a man skillfully wash his own belly band. This feeling is so embarrassing that it's hard to put into words. She bit her lip and watched for a moment, but Indu Shui couldn't bear to look anymore. Her face flushed red as she turned away. Her mind was filled with the image of Xinyu washing her belly band. As for the specific tips Xinyu had shared about washing clothes, she hadn't taken any of it in. It wasn't until half an hour later, after the undershirt and plain robe were washed, that Duanmu Shui finally snapped back to reality. Seeing Xinyu take out a clothes hanger, she picked one up curiously and began to play with it in her hands. What is this? A clothes hanger, used for hanging clothes. Skillfully hanging the belly band and plain robe, Xinyu took them directly to the balcony to air dry. Seeing her own belly band hanging there so openly on the balcony, Duanmu Shui rushed forward and quickly took it down. Seeing her belly band hanging so openly on the balcony, Duan Mushui rushed forward and quickly took it down. "How dare you hang my belly band here?" As she angrily demanded an explanation, her face flushed slightly. Hanging intimate garments like a belly band out to dry where others might see them was utterly incomprehensible to her. Furrowing her brows, Xinyu dismissed the idea with a shrug. "That's how we all dry our clothes. Otherwise, they won't get any sunlight. Don't worry, there's hardly anyone down there, and there's a fence blocking the view from the outside." As he spoke, he reached out to take the belly band from Duan Mushue's hands. However, the clothes hanger was clutched tightly by Duan Mushue, and no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't get it loose. Seeing that Duan Mushue was being stubborn, Xinyu shook his head and reminded him, "You need to learn to fit into this world." As it turned out, those words proved to be useful. After hesitating for a few seconds, Xinyu didn't have to take it. Duan Mushue voluntarily handed over the belly band she was holding. It wasn't until Xinyu had finished hanging everything out to dry that she glanced at the bright red garment on the balcony, then turned and slipped into the guest bedroom. Out of sight, out of mind. Glancing at the tightly closed bedroom door, Xinyu smiled and stretched lazily. After working so hard all day, he didn't even feel like making lunch. Why not treat ourselves today? Raising an eyebrow, Xinyu pulled out his phone and opened the food delivery app he hadn't used in ages. Originally, he had intended to ask Duan Mushue what she wanted to eat. But then he thought again she probably didn't even know what those foods looked like, so asking would be pointless. He decided to just order some fried chicken and added 3 boxes of rice. When it came time to settle the bill, he hesitated for a second before adding 2 more boxes of rice and a portion of fried chicken legs. Should be enough to eat, right? Muttering to himself, Xinyu turned his head and glanced at the guest bedroom. The door was still tightly closed, and there was no sound coming from inside. "Are you really frustrated?" He took 2 steps forward and gently knocked on the door. "Still sulking?" From inside the house, a cold whisper could be heard. "I'm not sulking." Upon hearing this tone, Xinyu shook his head immediately. "This isn't even a tantrum yet?" He knocked on the door again and smiled faintly. "Are you going to stay in there the whole time?" I bought some delicious food. Aren't you going to come out and try some?" After Xinyu finished speaking, there was no response from the guest bedroom. Moments later, just as Xinyu thought Duan Mushue was going to stubbornly stick to her guns, the bedroom door creaked open slightly, revealing a small crack. Half of her small face peeked through the crack, and Duan Mushue's eyebrows twitched slightly as she said awkwardly, "This is delicious. Is it better than the instant noodles you made earlier?" "Yes, it's better," Xinyu answered firmly. A fleeting expression of conflict flashed across her delicate face. After hesitating for a few more seconds, Duan Mushue couldn't resist the temptation of the delicious food and slowly made her way out of the guest bedroom. Chapter 28. You have a maidservant to attend to you? Want to watch TV? Xinyu saw Duan Mushue following him like a tail, not saying a word, so he picked up the remote control. After thinking for a moment, Duan Mushue nodded. "Let's watch the previous one. That historical program?" Nodding, Duan Mushue walked over to the sofa and sat down. Xinyu set up the historical program for her and watched it on his phone beside her. Seeing that Xinyu had no intention of leaving, Duan Mushue furrowed her brows in confusion and asked, "Aren't you going out to buy something to eat?" "Someone will bring it over later," Xinyu said, glancing at the delivery. "It should be here in about 20 minutes. Since she wasn't familiar with takeout, Duan Mushue clearly misunderstood what Xinyu had said. "Do you also have maidservants attending to you?" She flicked her phoenix-like eyes, revealing a hint of confusion. After observing him for the past 2 days, she had noticed that Xinyu lived completely alone. If there were maids, why hadn't any of them appeared? Originally, Xinyu had intended to explain. But seeing Duan Mushue's serious expression, he suddenly felt like teasing her. With a chuckle, Xinyu nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. I also have a maid. She'll be here shortly to bring me my meal." The look of confusion in her eyes grew even stronger, and Duan Mushue furrowed her brows and asked, "Then why haven't you ever mentioned it before?" "Because I'm not like other maids." Clearing her throat, Xinyu pointed at the TV. "Watch TV first, dinner will be ready soon." Indeed, she was different. Frowning, she nodded and turned her attention back to the TV. She suddenly felt a bit curious about Xinyu's maid. In her view, a maid attending to her master's daily needs was the most ordinary thing in the world. However, Xinyu's maid had never appeared before. As for attending to her daily needs, there was no need to mention it. After all, during the time she had been there, tasks like cooking instant noodles, doing laundry, and other chores had all been handled personally by Xinyu. This maid is simply too incompetent. Muttering to herself, Duan Mushue focused intently on the TV. The man on the screen was still waving his folding fan, reciting the course of history as if telling a story. The more she learned, the clearer it became to Duan Mushue. Throughout the long history, the Great Chu Kingdom has truly been a very insignificant existence. This realization had a significant impact on her, but it also made her increasingly interested in history. Seeing that Duan Mushue was looking intently, Xinyu continued to look at her phone. Actually, he wasn't playing around, he was searching for information on how someone without an ID card could apply for one. The answers he found mostly said that he was an undocumented resident and couldn't get one. However, one person provided a different method. However, Shinyu felt that this method was simply unfeasible, because it would lead to being arrested. If you get into trouble and end up at the police station, and the police discover that you don't have an ID card, they will measure your bone age and assign you an ID number. Setting aside the fact that this will leave a stain on your personal record. Given in Du Shue's character, she would never risk going to jail just to obtain an ID card. If she were to fly into a rage and blurt out something like, "How dare you speak to me that way," she might even end up in a mental institution. Sigh. Shinyu turned off his phone and sighed deeply, looking up at the sky. Du Shue heard the noise and looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Waving his hand, Shinyu decided not to tell Duan Shue about this matter for now. Dawn. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. Hearing the noise, Shinyu hurriedly stood up. As he moved, Duan Shue also stood up. She wanted to see how Chinyu's maid was living such a carefree life. No matter what menial task it was, she always made her master do it himself. What use is such an incompetent maid? Shinyu hadn't expected Duan Shue to follow him. As he opened the door, a pair of hands reached out, and a woman's voice rang out, "Hello, your takeout." Seeing that the delivery person was indeed a woman, Shinyu was somewhat surprised. After all, this line of work is mostly done by men. This time, I've finally broken the ice. "Thank you," he said casually, and Shinyu was about to close the door. But just then, Duan Shue took a small step forward. Looking at the female delivery worker standing outside the door, she furrowed her delicate brows and glared coldly at Shinyu. "This person is your maid?" Chapter 29, I don't like her. As soon as Duan Shue spoke, the delivery man froze, and Shinyu also froze. He thought Duan Shue had just come over to take a quick look. Who would have thought she would just blurt it out like that? Glancing at the delivery guy's expression, Shinyu prepared to interrupt the conversation before the other person noticed anything was off. However, Duan Shue scrutinized the delivery person closely before shaking her head coldly and saying, "As a maid, it is your duty to serve your master. You, as a maid, have truly failed in your duties. Tell me, before you became a maid, was no one ever taught you how to be a proper maid? Do you not understand the distinction between superiors and inferiors?" What? The delivery guy was confused by Du Shue's constant use of the term maidservant. However, the deliveryman's counter-question seemed like he was pretending to be ignorant to Duan Shue. This maid not only failed in her duties but also pretended to be ignorant. Another charge has been added to her list of offenses. If this had been one of her own palace maids, she would have been punished and dismissed at the very least. Feng Mao's eyes narrowed sharply, and Duan Shue took another small step forward, glancing at the two ears sticking up from the deliveryman's hat. "Setting aside other matters for now, why are you dressed in such an odd and unusual manner? Could it be that your master specifically requested this?" End of chapter 1. After speaking, Duan Shue cast an odd glance at Shinyu. His gaze lingered for a second between Duan Shue and the deliveryman before Shinyu sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Even if he did have special requests, would he really ask for a helmet with a pair of kangaroo ears on it? A cat ear girl isn't cute enough? Seeing that the misunderstanding was about to escalate, Shinyu hurriedly pushed Duan Shue into the house. He then turned to the confused deliveryman outside the door and said, "It's a misunderstanding," before slamming the door shut. The sound of the door slamming shut snapped the deliveryman, who had been completely dumbfounded, back to his senses. Thinking back to what had just happened, she couldn't decide whether to be angry or laugh, and shook her head. "What the heck? Are you so into cosplay? Do I look like a maid to you? Did I run into a crazy person?" At the thought of this possibility, the deliveryman suddenly shivered. She glanced at Chinyu's door once more, then hurried away without looking back. If this person really was mentally ill and truly believed she was a maid, what if they suddenly burst out and tried to cut off her head? That would be terrifying. Inside the house, Shinyu heard the sound of footsteps quickly moving away outside and sighed helplessly. He had only meant it as a joke to tease Duan Shue. Little did he know that a female delivery person happened to show up, and she was mistaken for a maid by Duan Shue, who then scolded her thoroughly. But it's understandable, after all, her status is that of an empress. He now only hopes that the other party hasn't mistaken Duan Shue for a mentally ill patient. Why are you still keeping this kind of maid? A maid who cannot serve her master, regardless of rank, should not be sent back to her hometown? Seeing Shinyu helping the deliveryman leave, Duan Shue frowned in displeasure. "Shinyu, what are you doing?" Coming to his senses, Shinyu shook his head with a mix of laughter and tears. "No, I was just joking with you earlier. She's not my maid." "Not?" Feng Mao's eyes narrowed in confusion. Duan Shue glanced at the takeout Shinyu was holding and said, "Don't try to deceive me. If she's not your maid, why would she bring you food?" "Because it's her job." Shinyu explained simply. However, it was clear that this explanation did not make sense to Duan Shue. Looking at Xinyu with a suspicious expression, she nodded and said, I know this is her job, and her job should involve more than just this. Seeing that the conversation was getting more and more confusing, Xinyu decided to pull Duanmu Shui back to the sofa and sit down, then explained the job of a delivery person to her in detail. However, no matter how she explained it, Duanmu Shui couldn't help but associate the delivery person with palace maids or servants. Because certain aspects of the two were indeed somewhat similar. In the end, Xinyu talked until his mouth was dry, but he still couldn't explain it clearly to Duanmu Shui. Moreover, Duanmu Shui had made up her mind about one thing. Such an incompetent maid must not be kept. You must not continue to use that maid. I do not approve. Suppressing the urge to smell the aroma of the food, Duanmu Shui repeated herself. In her eyes, this maid was no different from not having one at all. Keeping her employed was nothing but a waste of money. To end the topic as quickly as possible, Xinyu didn't bother explaining and nodded in agreement with Duanmu Shui. Alright, we won't need it anymore. However, while saying this, he had a different thought in mind. He had to apologize to the delivery guy later, or else he wouldn't feel right about it. After all, anyone who was suddenly told something like that would feel upset. As for Duanmu Shui, from an emperor's perspective, what she did wasn't really that bad. The only issue is that she can't distinguish between a delivery person and a palace maid, which is a bit concerning. We'll have to give her a proper explanation later. What Xinyu was thinking, Duanmu Shui had no idea. Seeing that Xinyu had agreed, she couldn't help but smile slightly and finally leaned in closer to the packaging bag. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Shui's lips curled slightly, and she couldn't help but lean closer to the packaging bag. She sniffed the air, unable to hide her curiosity. What's inside? The scent is quite pleasant. Chapter 30, This is actually chicken? You've definitely never eaten this before. Xinyu said, opening the packaging bag. Duanmu Shui glanced at him and instinctively wanted to say, what mountain delicacies or seafood have I not tasted? But then she remembered the instant noodles she had eaten earlier and shook her head. Since arriving here, she had seen things she had never seen before every day. And every single thing left her deeply impressed. For example, the television in front of her. Come, try it. Seeing Duanmu Shui staring intently at the takeout bag, Xinyu took out the fried chicken and rice. Actually, rice wasn't supposed to be served with it. But eating just fried chicken, the two of them didn't know how much they'd end up eating. They were worried that this meal alone might end up costing them enough to cover their meals for the next 2 or 3 days. So he had no choice but to settle for something else and buy some rice to tide him over. What is this? Her gaze lingered on the fried chicken. Indu Shui looked at the golden brown fried chicken coated in sauce and couldn't help but take a whiff. Xinyu looked at her confused expression and laughed. Fried chicken is simply chicken coated with batter or breadcrumbs, fried in oil, and then coated with sauce. This is actually chicken? Duanmu Shui was startled, finding it hard to believe. The chicken before her eyes was vastly different from the chickens she was familiar with. To put it bluntly, this fried chicken, despite being chicken, doesn't look like chicken at all. That's right, it's chicken. Nodding, Xinyu handed Duanmu Shui a pair of plastic gloves. Saying one bite of chicken may not be wrong, but it just sounds a bit off. Plastic gloves, the kind you wear on your hands. As he spoke, Xinyu put on his own glove. Duanmu Shui blinked, closely observing his movements, then tried to put it on her own hand. However, it turned out that she couldn't get the plastic gloves on. One finger went in, but the others just wouldn't budge. In no time, she had torn a hole in the plastic glove. Noticing Qinyu's gaze, Duanmu Shui averted her eyes and said seriously, these plastic gloves are too fragile. Seeing her skillfully shifting the blame, Qinyu shook his head helplessly. What a character. I haven't learned much, but I'm getting better at passing the buck. Never mind, just go ahead and do it yourself. Qinyu said, taking off his own gloves as well. Then, under Indu Shui's disapproving gaze, he grabbed a chicken leg covered in sauce and ate it. Then, under Indu Shui's disdainful gaze, he reached out and grabbed a chicken drumstick covered in sauce. Dirty. Muttering under her breath, Duanmu Shui scanned the table with her eyes and shook her head, saying, I need chopsticks. Eat fried chicken with chopsticks? Qinyu raised an eyebrow, that's too soulless. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of fried chicken and stuffed it directly into Indu Shui's hand. He took a bite of the fried chicken in his own hand and said calmly, just do as I do, just bite into it. Watching Qinyu's bold movements, Duanmu Shui lowered her head to look at her own hand covered in sauce, her eyebrows furrowed so tightly they were almost knotted. The sticky, gooey sensation on her hands made her feel repulsed. However, the aroma that kept wafting over made her unable to resist. Gulping. Just then, his stomach growled uncontrollably. Hearing Qinyu's laughter, Duanmu Shui's face flushed red. She didn't care about cleanliness anymore and quickly stuffed the fried chicken into her mouth. With one bite, not only her hands but also her little mouth was covered in sauce. But the taste is also truly wonderful. Feng Mao's eyes widened slightly as she stared in astonishment at the fried chicken in her hand, then tried taking another small bite. The crispy fried chicken skin, mixed with the slightly spicy yet rich sauce, created an indescribable flavor that burst in her mouth. The chicken meat inside is tender and juicy, falling apart with just a bite. Delicious, isn't it? Xinyu saw that Duan Mushui couldn't stop eating and asked with a smile. Ending her movement, Duan Mushui gently licked the sauce from her lips and nodded. Yes, I like it. There's more here. Seeing sauce smeared around her mouth, Xinyu casually tore off a piece of paper and wiped it off for her. It was a natural gesture, devoid of any pretense. However, upon feeling the sensation of something wiping against her lips, Duan Mushui's body froze instantly. Her phoenix-like eyes flinched, and she looked at Xinyu in shock. Chapter 31, This appetite is truly terrifying. You. What's wrong? Seeing Duan Mushui glaring at him, Xinyu asked back. Noticing the expression in Xinyu's eyes, which didn't seem like he was pretending to be ignorant, Duan Mushui shook her head. Nothing. She had just thought Xinyu was intentionally touching her. Now it seems he really didn't mean it. Thinking about it this way, she felt an odd emotion welling up inside her. Was she annoyed? It doesn't seem like it. What are you thinking about? Seeing Duan Mushui staring blankly at the fried chicken, Xinyu waved his hand in front of her face. Snapping back to reality, Duan Mushui's pretty face flushed involuntarily, then she shook her head. Nothing. Then you eat first. I'll make a call. Wiping his hands, Xinyu picked up the phone and quickly walked toward the balcony. Tilting her head to look, Duan Mushui was curious but managed to wait patiently. Upon arriving at the balcony, Xinyu retrieved the previous order and dialed the delivery person's phone number. At first, no one answered. Thinking that the other person might be on their way, Xinyu stared out at the balcony and waited patiently. About 2 minutes later, the call came back. On the other end of the line, a somewhat urgent voice rang out. Hello? May I help you? This is the customer from earlier, the one who ordered the fried chicken. Oh. Upon realizing the call was from Xinyu, the delivery person's voice grew hesitant. Realizing what she was thinking, Xinyu cleared his throat and said apologetically, I'm sorry, my sister has a special situation. She didn't mean it earlier. I hope you don't mind. I'll apologize to you on her behalf. At first, the delivery man was a bit confused. Upon hearing Xinyu mention the phrase special circumstances, she immediately recalled her previous judgment. Sure enough, he's mentally ill. After a slight pause, the delivery man laughed and said, It's okay, you've had a tough day too. Xinyu heard this and thought, You've had a tough time too, feeling that the delivery person might have misunderstood something. However, thinking that the delivery person might still be busy, he didn't chase after him to explain. He apologized again, then hung up the phone and gave the delivery person a 5-star review. This whole incident caused quite a stir. Shaking his head and muttering under his breath, Xinyu turned around and prepared to leave. But as he turned around, he saw Duan Mushui holding a half-eaten chicken drumstick, leaning against the balcony door, peering at him with a frown. Who are you apologizing to? To a stranger. Could it be the former maid? No, it really isn't. Xinyu firmly denied Duan Mushui's guess and hurriedly rushed into the house, casually saying, Didn't I tell you to sit quietly and eat the fried chicken? What are you doing? He stopped mid-sentence. Xinyu stared at the fried chicken and rice on the table, lost in thought. There were 2 boxes of fried chicken and 3 boxes of rice. 1 box of fried chicken and 2 boxes of rice are already empty. Only the fried chicken and rice at his seat were untouched. Seeing Xinyu staring blankly at the empty box on the table, Duan Mushui picked up the remaining half of the chicken drumstick and slowly moved closer, then awkwardly said, I just think this fried chicken is quite delicious. Are you full? Sighing, Xinyu glanced at Duan Mushui's stomach. It was only slightly rounded. I wonder where she put all that food. She quickly licked her lips, blinked her eyes, and asked, Do you want the truth or a lie? I've only said this once, and you've already learned it? Xinyu muttered to himself, then silently picked up 2 pieces of fried chicken and a box of rice from his side and placed them on Ndu Shue's side. Eat up. There's more rice if you need it. There's not much fried chicken left either. Rice I can eat a box by myself. Actually, Xinyu really wanted to ask Duan Mushui, were you abused by the imperial chef when you were in the palace? Because Duan Mushui's appetite was truly terrifying. However, he believed that the likelihood of that happening was virtually zero. After all, Duan Mushui was the emperor. Who would dare to mistreat him? Unless they wanted their heads cut off. The fact that Duan Mushui eats so much can only mean 2 things. First, martial artists have big appetites. Second, modern food is simply too delicious. Thinking about it this way, he suddenly found it much easier to accept how much Ndu Shui could eat. Thank you. Duan Mushui muttered under her breath, then glanced at the food in front of Xinyu and looked at the empty box in front of herself, feeling a bit embarrassed as she lowered her eyes. She simply didn't understand modern customs, but that didn't mean she was stupid. After observing for a few days, she came to her own conclusion. When it comes to how much she eats, she's not just making things up. Perhaps 2 chinyes wouldn't even match up to her. Chapter 32, Cooking? I can learn that. After finishing their meal, they waited another hour or so before Uncle Lin downstairs finished repairing the window. After paying the bill, Xinyu stared at the balance displayed on his phone and fell into deep thought. Earlier, when he was calculating the expenses, he had forgotten to include the cost of repairing the window. Now that the money has been added, relying on the little savings he has left, he might not even make it through next month. Will there be fried chicken tomorrow? Behind him, Duan Mushui asked, unable to forget the question. Xinyu sighed and shook his head. No, none left. There won't be any for the next month. Why? Duan Mushui was puzzled. He glanced back at her and shook his phone, because we're almost out of money. Upon hearing this, Duan Mushui's expression froze. Furrowing her brows, she immediately fell into deep thought. Xinyu had originally not intended to tell her about this matter. However, the situation after fixing the window was really awkward. Can you cook? Xinyu felt the question was unnecessary, but he still asked it with a hint of hope. Duan Mushui looked as though she had heard an unimaginable question, her phoenix-like eyes staring at Xinyu in disbelief. As their eyes met, Xinyu sighed. Well, I don't know either. I can only cook instant noodles and fry eggs. Earlier, he had thought that if either of them knew how to cook, things would have been much easier. Because based on Duan Mushui's appetite, whether it was takeout or instant noodles, it wouldn't be as cost-effective as cooking for themselves. Ask Dad and Mom for help? Absolutely not. He had previously sworn up and down that he could support himself with this antique shop. Going back now to ask for help, given my mother's temperament, I can only imagine how she'll mock me. Might as well force myself to find a new job and go on some blind dates. Xinyu's worried expression kept changing. Duan Mushui stood by and watched for a moment, seeming to make up her mind. She looked at Xinyu and said, I can learn to cook. Turning to look at Duan Mushui, Xinyu thought he had heard wrong. Seeing his puzzled expression, Duan Mushui turned away awkwardly and explained, I just feel that I can't always rely on you to support me. Once I'm more familiar with this world, I can go out and work too. However, for now, I am unable to go out, so I can take care of cooking. Are you really sure you want to learn? Xinyu asked again, unsure if she was just acting on a whim. After all, things like oil, salt, vinegar, and rice are pretty expensive for someone like her right now. I never lie. Alright, then try it. Xinyu saw that Duan Mushui wasn't joking around, so he decided to take a chance. If she wanted to learn, she could follow those cooking videos. After all, following a recipe was tricky since Duan Mushui couldn't recognize all the characters in the modern script. Originally, I hadn't planned on letting Duan Mushui go out to work. I was worried she'd get bored staying home all the time. Having her stay home to learn how to cook was also a way to keep her occupied. I'll buy you a bra tomorrow, and then we can go to the supermarket to buy groceries. Alright. As she nodded, a hint of anticipation flashed in Duan Mushui's eyes. She paused for a moment, puzzled, and asked, what is a supermarket? It's similar to your market. I see. So get some rest tonight. I put your toothbrush cup, and new towel in the bathroom for you. Xinyu said, pointing to the set of toiletries next to his toothbrush cup. Seeing the puzzled expression on Duan Mushui's face, he took her by the hand and demonstrated every step of the process, from squeezing toothpaste to the final rinse, making sure she followed each step carefully. A few minutes later, Duan Mushui covered her mouth and emerged from the bathroom with a complex expression on her face. Why do you modern people torment yourselves like this? The first time she brushed her teeth, she couldn't stand it. The feeling of the toothbrush moving around in her mouth and scrubbing her gums made them itch and hurt. The strange taste of the toothpaste, which was icy, sweet, and spicy, also made her feel uncomfortable. After calmly wiping her face, Xinyu explained, because we eat a variety of foods, if we don't brush our teeth, we'll get cavities. Of course, there's also the most important reason. He said, waving his fingers. Duan Mushui turned around upon hearing this. What reason? Sighing, Xinyu spoke the pain of many. Because going to the dentist is too expensive. Chapter 33, Have we met before? The moment the word precious was mentioned, Duan Mushui immediately understood. To avoid causing any additional burden for Xinyu, she made a serious statement, I will make sure to brush my teeth properly from now on. Upon hearing this, Xinyu was deeply moved. It's good that you've come to understand. There's no need for me to explain further. Get some rest. We'll go out for breakfast early tomorrow morning. Xinyu said, then headed into his own bedroom first. Duan Mushui stood outside for a moment, muttering to herself as she made her way to the bedroom. Didn't you say we didn't have any money? Why go out to eat? Even if she doesn't understand, she should know that eating out costs money. However, what Duan Mushui didn't know was that if given a choice, Xinyu wouldn't want to go out to eat either. He was about to throw up from eating instant noodles, and now even the sight of plain noodles made him feel nauseous. As for other edible items, there were only a few eggs left in the house. The only option is to go out to eat. The next morning, Xinyu stood at the storefront, staring at the expensive new window, sighing repeatedly. Duan Mushui watched from the side, feeling even more guilty. A sudden thought popped into her mind. She had to quickly learn about this world, find a job, earn enough money, and repay Xinyu. After locking the shop door securely, Xinyu took Duan Mushui out onto the street for the first time. The shop would have to remain closed for another day. After that day, he'll have to hurry up and reopen the shop. If he waits another day, he might just sell a small item and make a few $100s. As for now, let's just buy some things first. Stay close to me. After giving Duanmu Shui a quick reminder, Xinyu pulled her out onto the street. As soon as the two appeared, they immediately drew a lot of attention. The people passing by weren't staring at Xinyu, but at Duanmu Shui. Because Duanmu Shui's dragon robe was simply too dazzling. When the sunlight hit her, Duanmu Shui seemed to glow, making it impossible for anyone to look away. The gaze drawn by the dragon robe was once again captivated by Duanmu Shui's appearance. As the crowd grew larger, Xinyu cleared his throat and hurriedly led Duanmu Shui away. Hey, little Qin, are you leaving? Ha? Who's that? Is that your girlfriend? Just a few steps out the door, Xinyu heard a string of questions. Turning around, he saw it was Aunt Wang, who was preparing to open the shop. Noticing the gossipy expression on Aunt Wang's face, Xinyu's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to quickly respond with a few words and then slip away with Duanmu Shui. Unfortunately, Aunt Wang was faster. With a quick step forward, she directly approached Indu Shui. With a smile on her face, she stared at Duanmu Shui and couldn't help but praise her. You're such a pretty girl, you and Xiao Qin make a good match. Your clothes are also beautiful, they must be expensive, right? Xiao Qin, when did you find a girlfriend? I didn't even know. Aunt Wang said, turning her head to look at Xinyu, who was completely speechless. Glancing at Duanmu Shui's expression, Xinyu knew that Duanmu Shui had understood Aunt Wang's meaning. He also had a vague idea of what it meant to be a girlfriend. After all, we've talked this far, it's not just about being cute. You should understand by now. Coughing lightly, Xinyu shook his head hurriedly and said, Aunt Wang, it's a misunderstanding. She's not my girlfriend, she's my friend's sister, staying with me for a few days. But Aunt Wang wasn't about to believe that. She gave a meaningful glance with her eyes and chuckled, Auntie understands, I understand. It's just young people's business, I won't pry. Xinyu wasn't. Aunt Wang, oh, I didn't ask around. Don't be shy. Xinyu, I'm not shy. Alright, do you think I can't tell if you're shy or not? Wang Yi smiled at Xinyu, then turned back to Duanmu Shui and joked, enough. If I say any more, the young lady will get shy. End of chapter 1. Duanmu Shui. Seeing that Aunt Wang kept calling her little girl, Duanmu Shui couldn't help but blurt out her name. I'm not a little girl. Duanmu Shui? Aunt Wang paused for a moment, then smiled happily. What a beautiful name. It's even a compound surname. We don't see many of those around here. Faced with Aunt Wang's enthusiasm, Duanmu Shui remained silent. After all, she had promised Xinyu not to speak out of turn. Earlier, when she mentioned her name, it was simply because she couldn't stand being called little girl anymore. However, Aunt Wang didn't seem to mind Indu Shui's coldness. She stared at Duanmu Shui for a moment longer, furrowed her brows slightly, and said, But Shui, Aunt Wang, I can't help but feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Have we met somewhere before? Chapter 34, Men and Women Should Not Touch Each Other. While asking, Aunt Wang examined Duanmu Shui more closely. Xinyu thought back to the night of the burglary and felt a sudden pang of unease. Taking a step forward, he blocked half of his body in front of Duanmu Shui and hurriedly denied it. Aunt Wang, you must have mistaken someone. Duanmu Shui has only been here for a couple of days. Is that so? Aunt Wang looked puzzled, glanced at Duanmu Shui again, then shook her head with a smile. I must be getting senile. I must have really remembered wrong. Aunt Wang, you're not old. Xinyu seized the opportunity and showered her with praise. This tactic successfully diverted Aunt Wang's attention. With a chuckle, Aunt Wang said somewhat embarrassed, You're such a smooth talker. After praising Xinyu, Aunt Wang patted Indu Shui on the head and admonished her, Shui, you must keep an eye on little Qin in the future and make sure he doesn't go out and say such things to other girls. Seeing this, Xinyu was speechless. Aunt Wang, am I that kind of person? Before he could finish, Xinyu's brows furrowed, and he quickly added, No, we're not the kind of relationship you're thinking of. Before he could finish, Xinyu furrowed his brows and quickly added, No, we're not the kind of relationship you're talking about. Oh, come on. Waving her hand at Xinyu, Aunt Wang smiled broadly. It was clear that she hadn't taken Xinyu's words to heart. Turning around, she waved her hand and said, You two go ahead. I need to go back to the store. Wait, Aunt Wang. Xinyu saw that she was about to leave and hurriedly called out to stop her. Turning back, Aunt Wang asked in confusion, What's the matter? Clearing his throat, Xinyu looked embarrassed. Aunt Wang, could I borrow your electric scooter for a moment? He had originally planned to take Duanmu Shui on the bus. But upon further consideration, if something were to happen on the bus, given Duanmu Shui's skills, he wouldn't be able to stop her even if he tried. In that case, it would be better to borrow a small electric scooter, it's safer. Actually, there are also electric scooters available for rent by scanning a QR code on the side of the road. However, the seats on those electric scooters are too small, and with the clothes she's wearing, she simply can't fit. I thought you had something important to do. Aunt Wang shook her head and said cheerfully, Come with me to get it. But I didn't charge the car last night, so I don't know how far it can go today. Xinyu, no problem, we're just going to Huarong Mall, it's not far. Huarong is the largest shopping mall in their area, and it takes about an hour to walk there and back. By electric scooter, it's only about 10 minutes, which is pretty fast. Alright, here's the car keys. The car is parked at the entrance. Aunt Wang said, tossing the car keys precisely into his hand. Upon receiving the keys, Xinyu smiled and made an okay gesture, then asked, Aunt Wang, what kind of flowers do you like? He hadn't forgotten the task Uncle Lin had entrusted to him. Oh, are you giving me flowers as a thank you gift? Aunt Wang chuckled and joked casually. Xinyu heard this, smiled, and didn't deny it. Waving her hand at Xinyu, Aunt Wang casually said, I don't really like these kinds of things. They're all show and no substance. Don't waste your money. Hurry up and go. Don't keep Xiao Shui waiting too long. Xinyu felt a bit helpless at this response. Uncle Lin, it's not that I don't want to help you. Muttering to himself, Xinyu bid farewell to Aunt Wang with a smile, then pressed the button near the door. The red electric scooter at the entrance beeped once. Let's go. He inserted the car key and immediately waved to Duan Mushui. When the electric scooter beeped earlier, she had taken a small step back in fear. Seeing Xinyu beckoning her over to sit down, she was still a bit afraid, but out of trust in Xinyu, she cautiously moved her feet and approached him. Xinyu noticed that Duan Mushui was a bit afraid of the small electric scooter, so he lowered his voice and explained, It's okay. This is an electric scooter. It's similar to the bicycle I mentioned to you earlier. Actually, there's quite a big difference. After all, one is powered by human labor, while the other is powered by electricity. However, electricity is a mysterious thing. Xinyu felt that he couldn't explain it clearly to Duan Mushui in a short time, so he decided to just gloss over it and discuss it in detail later. Come on, get in. Sitting cross-legged on the front seat, Xinyu casually patted the back seat behind him. After staring at the seat for a few seconds, Duan Mushui hesitantly looked at Xinyu, Must I sit there? What's wrong? Xinyu paused, then realized what she meant and said with a smile, You think if you sit here, we'll be too close and too intimate? Men and women should not touch each other. After a moment of silence, Duan Mushui blushed slightly and muttered this under her breath. Seeing that she had guessed correctly, Xinyu cleared his throat and shook his head. I was thinking about your safety. I have no ulterior motives. So, just take it easy. If you really feel uncomfortable, just imagine me as a pillow, it's just something you lean on. Chapter 35, A Mysterious Sense of Security. Pillow? Duan Mushui looked at Xinyu's back, her expression slightly tense. She had never seen such a large pillow before. If you really can't accept it, then we'll just have to take the bus. Xinyu got off the car reluctantly and added, But the bus is crowded, and it might be a bit cramped. If you don't mind squeezing in with strangers, I don't mind. Are there any men there too? Duan Mushui furrowed her brows. With a smile, Xinyu confirmed, Of course there were. The bus doesn't separate men and women. Upon hearing this, Duan Mushui's brows furrowed even more tightly. She only hesitated for a few seconds before making her decision. I choose to take the electric cart. All right. He climbed back onto the small electric scooter and patted the back seat again. Get on like me. All right. Nodding, Duan Mushui tried to lift her leg and straddle the seat. 2 seconds later, she awkwardly lowered her leg. What's wrong? Xinyu, seeing her hesitate, turned back in confusion. Pulling at the dragon robe on her body, Duan Mushui muttered, The dragon robe is blocking me, I can't step over it. Upon hearing this, Xinyu silently glanced at Duan Mushui's dragon robe. Indeed, this was somewhat troublesome. Then sit sideways. After saying that, Xinyu asked again, a little uneasy, Sitting sideways is okay, right? Yes. She replied softly, and Duan Mushui gently pulled up the dragon robe before sitting down smoothly in the back seat. Hold on tight. Xinyu said reassuringly. Her delicate face flushed slightly as Duan Mushui slowly extended her arms and wrapped them around Xinyu's waist. The gentle warmth of her body seeped through her arms. For some reason, it gave her an inexplicable sense of reassurance. While Duan Mushui felt at ease, Xinyu couldn't help but feel uneasy. A different kind of warmth emanated from her back. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Xinyu cleared his throat and said, No problem, I'll head out then? Yes. She nodded quietly, and Duan Mushui turned her head curiously to look to the side. Aunt Wang was standing by the roadside, smiling happily at them. When she saw Duan Mushui looking over, she raised her hand and waved. His gaze lingered for a moment. Duan Mushui didn't know what had come over him, but he found himself raising his hand as well, giving a light wave. Seeing this, Aunt Wang's smile widened even more, Be careful on the way. Hearing Aunt Wang's words, Xinyu waved goodbye with his back turned. The next second, he twisted the handle, and the small electric scooter started up. The vehicle jerked forward suddenly, causing Ndu Shui's heart to skip a beat as she instinctively tightened her arms. A sudden jolt from behind sent a chill down Xinyu's spine. Cough, it's nothing. I'll steady myself. After comforting Duan Mushui, Xinyu controlled the small electric scooter and drove forward slowly. A gentle breeze blew in their faces. The street scenes around me flash by quickly. Duan Mushue's eyes darted around, barely blinking, as she scanned her surroundings, afraid of missing anything unfamiliar. On the street, the chatter of passers-by mingled with the constant cries of street vendors. This was her first time experiencing the vibrant atmosphere of this era. Compared to the people she had seen on TV before, this feeling gave her a stronger sense of reality. So many people. Duan Mushue said, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing slightly in the wind. Her waist-length hair was slightly disheveled by the wind, but she had long since stopped caring. There weren't many people around at the moment. The busiest time was when everyone was getting off work. Xinyu said, turning into a narrow alley. After driving forward for about 100 meters, he skillfully stopped in front of a small shop selling breakfast and turned back to Ndushue, saying, "Get out. Let's go have breakfast first." Sniffing the air around her, Duan Mushue hopped off the electric scooter and fixed her phoenix-like eyes on the breakfast shop. "There's a delicious smell coming from inside." "You mean the smell of dumplings, right?" Xinyu straightened his clothes and asked as he led Duan Mushue into the shop, "Don't you have dumplings there?" "No." Duan Mushue shook her head honestly, then quickly closed her mouth and said no more. Because she noticed there were quite a few people in the store. Xinyu was also aware of this and didn't ask any further questions. He simply led Duan Mushue to an empty table and sat down. "Owner, 2 or 3 bowls of wonton soup and 2 meat buns." "Coming right up." A hearty response came from inside the house. Xinyu broke off a pair of disposable chopsticks for Duan Mushue and smiled faintly. "The wontons at this place are absolutely delicious, and the price isn't bad either. If you're not satisfied, you can order another bowl later." Chapter 36, I Must Not Move. Her face flushed, Duan Mushue nodded. The two of them waited patiently in silence for the rest of the time. Xinyu flipped through his phone, while Duan Mushue carefully observed the movements of those around them. It wasn't until 3 large bowls of dumplings and 2 buns were served that the two of them made a move. "Here you go." Handing Inwood Snow a spoon, Xinyu began eating first. Seeing him put a dumpling into his mouth and then blow on it because it was too hot, Duan Mushue couldn't help but laugh. Though she only curled the corners of her lips slightly, without a sound, it was enough to pique Xinyu's curiosity. "You look pretty when you smile. Smile more often." Swallowing the dumpling, Xinyu casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Duan Mushue's expression stiffened, and she quickly lowered her head to eat the dumplings. Unfortunately, she ate too quickly and couldn't help but start to breathe heavily. Cough. Xinyu suppressed a smile and handed her a glass of water. Embarrassed, she took the water, took a sip, and whispered a thank you before continuing to eat the dumplings. 3 bowls of dumplings and 2 buns were just enough for 2 people's breakfast. Seeing that Duan Mushue was still enjoying her meal, Xinyu offered to come back for another meal the next day. However, recalling that Xinyu had mentioned he didn't have much money left, Duan Mushue shook her head without hesitation. "Once I have earned some silver, I will bring you here to eat." Xinyu heard this and smiled, shaking his head. "It's not that bad. I can still afford the dumpling money. Besides, making money is my job. I'm not at the point where I can't afford to support you. This isn't something you need to worry about right now, so just relax." Upon hearing this, Duan Mushue's eyebrows furrowed, but she remained silent. Seeing this, Xinyu didn't say much either. Anyway, he had never even considered letting Duan Mushue go out to work. After all, Duan Mushue's status is too delicate. If she were to go out and earn money, and something were to happen, that would be a major problem. Besides, now that I have the antique restoration and appraisal skills from the system, making money shouldn't be too difficult. Once he returns, he'll put up a sign for antique restoration at the storefront. This business is now officially open to the public. After running through the plan in his mind, Xinyu restarted his electric scooter. The two continued riding the electric scooter toward Huarong Mall. Along the way, noticing the cars passing by, Duan Mushue couldn't help but ask. Xinyu thought for a moment and explained, "That's called a car. It's like a 4-wheeled carriage, but it's not powered by horses. Instead, it's powered by some mechanisms and gasoline inside." "Is a car faster than an electric bike?" Duan Mushue asked again as she saw the car speed by. Nodding, Xinyu calmly explained, "Cars are faster than electric bikes, and electric bikes are faster than bicycles. There's also a motorcycle, which is slower than a car but faster than an electric bike. Ending up confused by the many vehicles, 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 ending up confused by the." With a chuckle, Xinyu teased, "Already confused? Next time, I'll take you to see the subway, regular trains, high-speed rail, and airplanes. These are all modern transportation that we use frequently." "All right." Hearing this, Duan Mushue couldn't help but curve the corners of her mouth. Although she didn't know exactly how long it would be after what Xinyu had said. But hearing those words, she felt inexplicably happy. As another car drove past, she furrowed her delicate brows and shook her head, saying, "But I don't like cars. I prefer electric scooters." "Why?" Xinyu was taken aback, a bit surprised. "Cars are much more expensive than electric scooters." "So what?" Ending his doubtful question, Ending explained, "Cars look too oppressive and a bit clunky. Compared to that, this electric scooter is much more agile. Shinyu was taken aback, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He hadn't thought of that reason himself. However, when it comes to bulkiness versus flexibility, Duanmu Shui was spot on. In real-life traffic jams, electric scooters are indeed much more agile than cars. The small electric scooter sped off again for a few minutes. Arriving at the entrance of the parking lot next to the shopping mall, Shinyu parked the electric scooter. "We're here. I'll go park first. Wait here for me and don't wander off." "Okay." With both feet firmly on the ground, Duanmu Shui stared in the direction Shinyu had left, standing motionless. Passers-by of all ages couldn't help but glance at her out of curiosity. Indu Shui seemed oblivious to the stares. When Shinyu returned, he found that a crowd had already gathered around her. Among them was a child pointing at her, curiously asking his mother what kind of clothes the older sister was wearing. The child's mother explained that it was traditional clothing, and the child started pulling on her mother, saying that he wanted to wear traditional clothing too. Seeing this, Shinyu sighed in relief. It was obvious. As long as Duanmu Shui doesn't speak, the people around her won't treat her like a weirdo at most, they'll assume she's cosplaying. "Let's go." When he approached Duanmu Shui, Shinyu spoke a single sentence, and Duanmu Shui finally moved. Glancing at her, Shinyu asked curiously, "Do you know that everyone around you is staring at you?" "Yes, I know." Duanmu Shui nodded. With a helpless smile, Shinyu continued, "Don't you feel uncomfortable?" Duanmu Shui, "Yes, I do." "Shinyu, then why didn't you find a slightly more secluded place to stand?" "Because you told me not to move around." As he spoke, his phoenix-like eyes flickered, and Indu Shui immediately added, "Besides, if I went somewhere else, what would you do if you came back and couldn't find me?" "That's why I can't move around." Chapter 37, This object, could it be ice? Shinyu never imagined he would receive such an answer. After hearing this, he froze for a second, and an idea popped into his head. How obedient as a rabbit. But the next moment, he felt that his thoughts were just a delusion. As an emperor, Duanmu Shui was certainly not the type to obediently follow orders. The fact that he is following his own judgment now is likely because he is unfamiliar with this world. Let's go to the lingerie store upstairs first. Once inside the mall, Shinyu pointed to the elevator in the distance. Duanmu Shui stopped in her tracks, looking up in disbelief at the layers of structure before her. When she had been looking from the outside, she hadn't noticed anything unusual. Although the mall's exterior design was peculiar and very tall, it wasn't as luxurious as the palace she had lived in before. However, upon seeing the interior of the shopping mall, she was, as expected, utterly amazed. Unique stores, flashing LED signs, distinctive decorations, and dazzling lights. Every detail was overwhelming to her. Her eyes flashed, and Duanmu Shui couldn't help but want to ask what all these unfamiliar things were. However, remembering Qin Yu's instructions, she held back. Instead, she carefully observed her surroundings, striving to memorize everything she wanted to know. On the way to the elevator, she came across a KFC dessert stand. Shinyu glanced at the new ice cream cones and turned back to ask, "Want an ice cream cone?" Duanmu Shui was so engrossed that she couldn't spare a glance, but upon hearing that it was something to eat, she nodded, yes. As for what an ice cream cone was, she didn't bother to ask. Anyway, when it came to eating, she trusted Qin Yu not to harm her. "Come with me and get in line." Saying that, Qin Yu pulled Duanmu Shui to the back of the line. As the two of them stood at the back, they immediately caught the attention of those around them. The intermittent sounds of conversation drifted into their ears. "That traditional costume is so beautiful. There's a dragon embroidered on it. Could it be a dragon robe? A woman wearing a dragon robe? That's a bit strange. Maybe she's cosplaying as that historical female emperor? Oh, I know who you're talking about. It's the female emperor of the Great Chu dynasty, right? Yes, that's her. This person's cosplay skills are pretty impressive. They really capture the essence of the character. Yeah, he really does have the aura of an emperor." The three girls in front of him chatted while glancing back repeatedly, casting admiring glances at Duanmu Shui. Shinyu had originally thought that Duanmu Shui would be displeased by this, but upon looking over, he found her to be remarkably composed. Her gaze was fixed on those unfamiliar objects. As for the murmurs of the people around her, she seemed unconcerned. "Hello, what flavor would you like?" Before they knew it, the line had reached Shinyu and Duanmu Shui. Glancing over, Shinyu pointed to the promotional poster beside him and asked Duanmu Shui, "Do you want chocolate or milk flavor?" He had originally wanted to say original flavor, but then thought that Duanmu Shui probably didn't know what that tasted like. However, he forgot one thing. Chocolate. Duanmu Shui was equally unaware of it. "Chocolate?" Ending her question with a puzzled blink, Ending Snow was about to ask what chocolate was when she quickly closed her mouth. Clearing her throat, she simply said, "Chocolate." Since she couldn't ask, she decided to give it a try. "A chocolate one. Sir, buy 2 and get the second one half price. Would you like just one?" Just one will do." Shinyu finished speaking, paid the money, and stood aside with Duanmu Shui to wait. Before long, the chocolate ice cream cone was handed to him. "Here you go." Handed the ice cream cone to Duanmu Shui, Xinyu led her toward the elevator. How do you eat this? Ending up staring at the odd-looking ice cream cone in front of her, ending up was confused. Seeing this, Xinyu smiled faintly. You can lick it with your tongue or bite into it, whichever you prefer. She stared at the ice cream cone carefully for a moment, then cautiously extended her tongue and licked it gently. The next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Is this thing made of ice?" Chapter 38, You didn't need to go to all that trouble. Hearing Du Shui's startled cry, Xinyu hurriedly made a shushing gesture with his hand and cautiously looked around. Once he was sure no one had noticed them, he finally let out a sigh of relief. However, he could understand why Duanmu Shui was so surprised. In ancient times, ice was more precious than gold. Due to its scarcity, even during the hottest summer days, only the royal family and nobility could enjoy eating ice. It's not exactly ice, though, as other ingredients are added. Xinyu explained, to be precise, this is called ice cream. Ice cream. Muttering the name under her breath, Duanmu Shui's eyes flickered, and she tried licking it again. Tasting the strange yet delightful flavor in her mouth, she seemed to recall something and murmured softly, "Modern times are truly wonderful. Everyone can enjoy ice cream. Not only ice cream, but also air conditioning." Xinyu added casually, "It's only April now, so we don't need it yet. But when it gets hotter, we'll buy an air conditioner so you can experience it too." He had been planning to buy an air conditioner this year. Last year, he used an electric fan all year long, and by August, when it was the hottest, he almost roasted himself. And my mom even said this year is going to be an extremely hot summer. Air conditioner. Duanmu Shui wanted to ask what an air conditioner was, but she was afraid that asking too many questions would draw attention to herself. Seeing that the ice cream cone in her hand was starting to melt, she quickly focused all her attention on fighting the ice cream cone. Xinyu watched her lick it happily, unable to help but smile. The two of them walked all the way to the elevator before he finally stopped with Duanmu Shui. "Take a closer look at how others are getting on," Xinyu said, nodding toward the couple about to step onto the escalator. Duanmu Shui heard this and didn't ask any questions. She furrowed her brows and stared intently, like a model student watching their teacher. After watching it twice, Xinyu finally asked, "Have you learned it?" "Yes, I got it." Duanmu Shui nodded. "All right." Taking a deep breath, Xinyu led her to the elevator and said solemnly, "Let's begin." The way he made getting on the elevator sound like they were going to war. But for Duanmu Shui, riding this kind of escalator for the first time was indeed like going to war. If she lost her balance and fell, or if her skirt got caught in the escalator, that would be a real problem. "Pull your robe straight and let's go." Xinyu guided him step by step, then stepped onto the escalator. Duanmu Shui saw this and hurriedly followed. However, because she had stepped too hastily and missed her footing, her body tilted backward, and she fell backward. Xinyu saw this and hurriedly reached out his hand, intending to pull her back. But before he could act, Duanmu Shui twisted her waist and pulled herself back into place. Even the ice cream cone in her hand was held steady. Glancing down at Xinyu's hand frozen at her waist, Duanmu Shui furrowed her brows in confusion and asked, "What's this?" "Nothing. Nothing." Silently withdrawing his hand, Xinyu turned his head to the side and sighed silently. In his haste earlier, he had forgotten that Duanmu Shui knew martial arts, and now he found himself in an awkward situation. Were you trying to help me just now?" Duanmu Shui tilted her head and stared at Xinyu for a moment before cautiously asking. Seeing that Duanmu Shui had guessed correctly, Xinyu saw no point in hiding anymore. Covering his mouth with a light cough, he feigned nonchalance and said, "But I forgot you knew martial arts, so it was a bit unnecessary." "No." Before Xinyu could finish speaking, Duanmu Shui interrupted him to deny it. Seeing Xinyu turn back in surprise and look at her, she blushed slightly, turned her head away, and whispered, "I do not think you are being overly cautious." "Oh, I see." Noticing the redness on Duanmu Shui's earlobes, Xinyu's eyes widened slightly. At the same time, a faint sense of joy welled up in his heart. This woman, though an empress, was truly adorable. "Let's go." Seeing that the escalator was almost at the end, Xinyu reached out his hand and casually explained, "To prevent you from falling again." Seeing him turn away awkwardly, Duanmu Shui stared at his hand for a moment before gently placing her own hand on his, "Then I shall thank you in advance." Seeing him turn away awkwardly, Duanmu Shui stared at his hand for a moment before gently placing her own hand on top of his, "Then I shall thank you in advance." Chapter 39, The Unparalleled Sword of Nobility, Chunyun. After about 10 minutes, Xinyu successfully brought Duanmu Shui to their destination. The lingerie store is still the same lingerie store. The sales staff are still the same as before. "Welcome." The staff greeted him with their usual familiarity, but when they saw Xinyu walk in, their voices dropped sharply, and their eyes widened in surprise. It seemed they hadn't expected Xinyu to return so soon. However, no matter how surprised he was, he still had to maintain his professional demeanor. Clearing her throat, the shop assistant regained her gentle smile. "Sir, what would you like to buy?" "Recommend something based on her size." Xinyu finished speaking, hesitated for a few seconds, then added, "The size I bought 2 days ago was a bit too small." The store clerk heard this and showed a hint of surprise on his face. She followed the direction of Qin Yu's finger and looked over, then frowned. Dressed in elaborate ancient attire, Duan Muxue stood quietly behind Qin Yu, her gaze darting around the room, taking in the undergarments. Upon noticing the semi-transparent lace designs, her delicate face flushed slightly, and she revealed a hint of disgust. At the same time, she also realized that Qin Yu was truly a gentleman. Because the style Qin Yu had bought for her was already the most ordinary one in the store. This lady is wearing something quite complicated. The shop assistant stared at Duan Muxue for a while before awkwardly blurting out this remark. Wearing traditional attire to try on underwear? How desperate are you? Trying on underwear takes a lot of time, probably an hour or so. It's a bit complicated. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow and quickly added, if you can't let me try them on, I'll just go to another store. No, we can try. Qin Yu hadn't finished speaking when the shop assistant interrupted him anxiously. Who would turn down money? With a smile, the salesperson stepped forward and asked in Shui, Miss, what size do you usually wear? Ending up furrowing her brows as she looked at the shop assistant, Ending up was completely confused. What size? What size? With a flick of her phoenix-like eyes, she looked directly at Qin Yu. Knowing that Duan Muxue couldn't answer, Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, she doesn't know what size to wear either. You help her check it out. Anyway, the 2 pairs I bought earlier were too small and were too tight. The store clerk heard this and her smile froze on her face. She couldn't help but feel a bit relieved that there weren't many customers in the store at the moment. Otherwise, if the other customers heard that, they might get scared and want to leave. Taking a deep breath, the shop assistant regained her smile and said awkwardly, the lady is wearing so much, I can't help her either. How about this, miss? Come with me to the fitting room, take off your outer clothes, and I'll take a look. The salesperson said, pointing to a small room nearby. Duan Muxue stared at her, her face showing reluctance. Under her icy stare, the shop assistant felt a chill run down his spine and dared not utter a word. Go ahead, finish your shopping. And I'll take you to the supermarket. Seeing this, Qin Yu took the opportunity to say. After glancing at him, Duan Muxue finally moved her feet and followed the store clerk into the fitting room. After browsing around the store for a while, Qin Yu, with nothing else to do, leaned against the door and summoned the system. He hadn't checked yesterday, so it should be enough for 1 or 2 draws today, right? As I pondered, the spinning wheel appeared before my eyes. Seeing that the second draw was still 1 achievement short of the required number, Qin Yu decided to draw once first. System, draw. With a single command, the wheel appeared and began spinning rapidly. Seconds later, a sleek object, shimmering with a faint white glow, materialized before Qin Yu's eyes. Realizing it wasn't a skill but an object, Qin Yu felt a surge of joy. Before this, he had assumed that the system could only provide skills. What is this system? He asked himself, narrowing his eyes as he looked toward the white light, wanting to get a better look. The pure June sword. As the system sound rang out, the white light scattered in all directions. A slender long sword suddenly appeared before Qin Yu. The scabbard, intricately carved with delicate patterns, shimmered faintly in the light. Qin Yu's mind went blank for a moment. His eyes widened as he asked the system in a trembling voice, System, what kind of sword is this? Chun Jun. The system's voice sounded again. Qin Yu stared silently at the sword, which only he could see, his breath catching in his throat before he sucked in a sharp breath. What a thing! This time, we hit the jackpot. One of the 10 great swords, the pure June sword, renowned for its unparalleled nobility, was actually drawn by me in the lottery. Chapter 40, what style should I buy this time? For a moment, Qin Yu even felt that what he was seeing wasn't quite real. After all, this sword only existed in historical records. As for the actual object, people can only speculate based on historical records. System, is this really the pure June sword? It is real. All right. Upon hearing this response, Qin Yu took a deep breath. Just as he was about to examine the Chun Yun sword more closely, a voice from nearby suddenly interrupted him. Sir? Sir? What's wrong? What? Snapping back to reality, Qin Yu furrowed his brows slightly. Pointing to the 2 customers preparing to leave, the clerk said awkwardly, You're blocking the door. I called you, but you didn't respond. Glancing at the woman beside the shop assistant, Qin Yu nodded and stepped aside. He instructed the system to temporarily store the pure June sword in his system backpack and decided to patiently wait outside the fitting room. As for examining the sword, he decided to wait until he got home to discuss it further. While Qin Yu waited, inside the fitting room, Duan Muxue was staring intently at the store clerk. However, their postures were quite different. Duan Muxue was holding her arms up, her eyebrows furrowed. The shop assistant stood there with a blank expression, looking completely at a loss. Miss, are you asking me to help you take it off? After a moment of hesitation, the shop assistant cautiously asked. Shui heard this, furrowed her brows even more, then nodded, change clothes. The shop assistant's expression froze, and he smiled bitterly, Your clothes look expensive. I'd better not touch them. Why don't you do it yourself? What's going on here? Do you need someone to help you change clothes? And when you change clothes, just say you're changing clothes. Why say change clothes? I muttered a few complaints under my breath, but the clerk immediately opened the door, stepped back a couple of steps, and said, if you're done undressing, just knock on the door, and I'll know. Click. With that, the shop assistant closed the small door tightly and stepped back. Staring at the door in silence for a few seconds, Duan Muxue looked at her clothes thoughtfully. She could tell that the shop assistant's words earlier were just an excuse. Judging by the situation, it seemed like they didn't want to help her change clothes. If it had been before, she might have already started scolding him. Because in the past, whenever she bought new clothes, there was always someone specifically assigned to help her change into them. How could anyone not take care of such a thing? However, the situation here may be different from that in the Great Chu Kingdom. I really am not used to this. Thinking about it, the slight annoyance in Duan Mushue's heart dissipated, and she sighed lightly before beginning to work on it herself. Outside the fitting room, Xinyu saw the store clerk come out and asked in confusion, "Did you finish measuring the size so quickly?" "Not yet, she's still taking off her clothes." The sales clerk smiled helplessly and said, "The lady you brought with you is quite special." "Ha!" Upon hearing this, Xinyu's heartstrings tightened instantly. Clearing his throat, he feigned nonchalance and said, "What's so special about that?" "She wants me to help her change clothes, and she mentioned changing rooms." The clerk replied casually. Xinyu, still unsure, asked again, "Then what happened?" "Ha! There's no then." "Oh, never mind then." Xinyu waved his hand and sighed in relief. He had thought that Duan Mushui had said something she shouldn't have. Now it seems he was overly concerned. The shop assistant chuckled and knocked on the fitting room door. "Miss, are you ready?" "No." "Okay, don't forget to knock when you're done." After saying that, the clerk looked back at Xinyu. "Sir, what style would you like to buy this time? The same style as before? Or would you like to try something different?" "Anything is fine," he replied casually, staring at the fitting room door thoughtfully. While Xinyu was lost in thought, the sales clerk was examining the lingerie styles in the store, considering which new designs to switch out. Looking at the two of them, they must be a couple, otherwise, they wouldn't be so intimate while picking out underwear together. Based on my experience of helping countless couples pick out underwear, choosing this style is almost guaranteed not to go wrong. Chapter 41, Big Misunderstanding. Dong dong. While the salesperson was looking for the right style, a thudding sound came from the fitting room. Seeing this, Xinyu stepped back slightly to avoid any awkwardness when the sales associate entered. Upon entering the fitting room and seeing the belly-bearing top that Duan Mushui was wearing, the store clerk froze in place. The Indu Shui before her eyes was still wearing the belly shirt. As for what was underneath the belly band, judging by the appearance, there was likely nothing there. After a moment of stiffness, the shop assistant pretended to be calm and said, "Miss, you'll need to take off this belly band as well. Would you like me to help you?" Nodding, Duan Mushui turned around. The shop assistant seemed to have gotten used to it and helped her take off her belly band with ease. When Duan Mushui turned around again, she glanced at it and froze once more. This full, ample size. The shop assistant couldn't help but gesture with both hands and said with a smile, "This is so different from the size the gentleman was gesturing at." Looking at the shop assistant's hands with displeasure, Duan Mushui frowned and said, "What are you doing?" "Ha!" Coming back to his senses, the clerk looked at his own hands and was speechless. "Oh my goodness. They've all been infected." Hurrying to put on a smile, the clerk cleared her throat and said, "Nothing, I think I know your size. It should be 70D. I'll go get you a bra to try on." After saying that, the sales clerk hurriedly slipped out of the fitting room. 70D? Ending with a mutter, Duan Mushui shook her head. What a strange way to measure. Outside, the shop assistant thought of the few pieces of underwear she had picked out earlier and found a suitable size for each. Xinyu was just wandering around aimlessly inside the store. When he saw the shop assistant carrying underwear inside, he glanced at them but didn't pay much attention. Just as he was about to check his phone, a loud shout suddenly came from the fitting room, tinged with a hint of embarrassment and anger. "What the hell is this? Are you trying to humiliate me?" Upon hearing the voice, Xinyu was startled and rushed to the entrance of the fitting room. He wanted to open the door to see what was happening, but upon thinking about the possible scene inside, he quickly slapped his hand away from the door handle. "I'm sorry. I thought you liked this style. I'll go change it right away." Immediately afterward, the shop assistant's frantic apologies echoed from inside. Bang! As the shop assistant stepped out of the fitting room, Xinyu finally saw the designs that had enraged Duan Mushui. They were either made of sheer fabric, lace, or semi-transparent material. What on earth are these things? No wonder Duan Mushui is so angry. In ancient times, society was quite conservative, and as an empress, Rue Mushui naturally couldn't tolerate such explicit behavior. How could you possibly wear something like that inside? Sighing and shaking his head, Xinyu continued, "Just find the same style I bought before. Comfort is the priority." Feeling embarrassed, the store clerk apologized again to Xinyu and hurried away. She had assumed that the two of them were looking for that kind of underwear. Before going in, she had even thought that the lingerie would be more expensive, so she could make a little extra today. Now it seems like she was being overly clever and overthinking things. Watching the store clerk's back, Shinyu sighed again, then looked worriedly at the closed fitting room. He was most afraid that Duan Mushui would misunderstand and think he had asked the sales clerk to bring her that style of underwear. That would be a huge injustice to him. Sir, I'm truly sorry for earlier. Please don't hold it against me. While Shinyu was feeling troubled, another store clerk approached with the newly exchanged underwear. Seeing this, Shinyu waved her away and told her to go inside quickly. This time, no more angry shouts of shame and anger came from inside. After about 10 minutes, the fitting room door opened, and the store clerk emerged alongside Duan Mushui, her face as cold as ice. Sir, both sizes fit perfectly. Would you like me to wrap them up for you? The sales clerk stepped forward and asked apologetically. Seeing this, Shinyu didn't say much either. He simply said, pack them up, and then looked toward Duan Mushui. Noticing Shinyu's gaze, Duan Mushui's phoenix-like eyes darted away, and she angrily turned her head away, letting out a small huff. Sighing inwardly, Shinyu felt helpless. All right. From the looks of it, it really was a misunderstanding. Chapter 42, Strange Brain Circuits. If I told you that I didn't ask her to find that style, would you believe me? Shinyu thought for a moment before asking. Duan Mushui turned her face slightly and said coldly, I believe you. Then why are you still angry with me? Shinyu cried and laughed. With a soft snort, Duan Mushui seemed a bit aggrieved as she said, I'm angry that you didn't stop her. Upon hearing this reason, Shinyu looked at Duan Mushui's blushing face and paused for a moment. It wasn't because she didn't trust herself, but because she hadn't stopped him, so she was angry? This line of thinking is a bit strange, but also kind of cute. I didn't notice it at the time, but if I had, I definitely would have stopped it. Really? When have I ever lied to you? Never. That's it. Shinyu smiled reassuringly, so it was all a misunderstanding. The previous clerk made the decision on their own. But it's not really her fault either, because she misunderstood our relationship, and modern people and ancient people think differently. The one the store clerk brought in later was the one I asked her to pick out for you. Upon hearing this, Duan Mushui thought of the few pieces of lingerie she had seen earlier, and her expression immediately brightened. Turning back, she whispered, those bras are very satisfactory and comfortable. As she finished speaking, Duan Mushui quickly turned her head away. This time, however, her ears were slightly red. Noticing her little gesture, Shinyu smiled and said, as long as you're comfortable. Upon hearing this, Duan Mushui's lips twitched imperceptibly. A few minutes later, the two received the underwear that the store clerk had wrapped up, Shinyu paid, and they headed straight for the supermarket. Upon seeing Shinyu pushing the shopping cart, Duan Mushui pointed at herself and then at the cart. Understanding her meaning, Shinyu handed the cart directly to her. Gripping the slightly cool handle, Duan Mushui awkwardly pushed the cart, a warm wave of memories rising in her heart. It reminded her of a cart she had played with as a child. However, that pushcart had only one wheel, while this one has 4. But in terms of how they're pushed, they're pretty much the same. Is this what a modern marketplace looks like? Seeing no one around, Duan Mushui asked in a low voice. As she ventured deeper into the supermarket, she was once again amazed by the modern marketplace. The chaotic array of items on the shelves left her dazzled. Almost everything there was something she had never seen before. The only few things she had ever seen were the ones Shinyu had brought home. It's kind of like a market, and there are also those kinds of markets on the streets. Shinyu said, picking up a bag of cotton candy and holding it out to Duan Mushui, want some? Looking at the white, plump, odd-shaped candies inside, Duan Mushui nodded, yes. After tasting those delicacies. Now, she wants to try everything she hasn't tasted yet. After handing in Du Shui a few more packets of snacks, Shinyu took her to the first floor area. On the upper floor of the supermarket were daily necessities and some special sale snacks. Downstairs, you'll find fruits, vegetables, meat, and other food items. As they walked around, Duan Mushui took notes. It turned out that a woman's natural inclination to shop applied to the emperor as well. After a full round of shopping, Duan Mushui grew increasingly excited. However, she wasn't interested in the clothes or jewelry, but rather in the various fruits and vegetables she had never seen before, as well as the various spices. Seeing her carefully selecting vegetables after his simple explanation, Shinyu couldn't help but feel moved. If one were to ignore the imperial robe she wore, at that moment, Duan Mushui bore no resemblance to an emperor, but rather resembled a devoted wife. Even the coldness on her face seemed to have faded considerably. What are you doing? Seeing Shinyu staring at her blankly, Duan Mushui turned around and asked softly. Snapping back to reality, Shinyu shook his head and followed with the vegetables he had just weighed. I need to go somewhere in a bit. After putting away the items, Shinyu casually took the tomatoes that Duan Mushui had just selected. With a flick of her phoenix-like eyes, Duan Mushui asked naturally, where are we going? An antique street. With a confident smile, Shinyu said, let's go take a look around and see if we can find a few valuable items to bring back. There happened to be an antique street nearby. Although it's not very big, you can occasionally find some real treasures. My skill in antique appraisal comes in handy here. Chapter 43, Should I Kill Him? The antique street Xinyu mentioned is located behind the Huarong shopping mall. The street isn't very wide, with shops on both sides and small vendors crammed into the middle. The bustling crowd moves through the narrow alley, making it even more crowded than it already is. When leaving the supermarket, Xinyu temporarily stored the items he had purchased. After securing his phone, money, and other valuables, he finally took Duanmu Shui to the antique street. There weren't many vendors at the street corner, and there weren't many people either. The main attraction is still inside. Follow me and watch out for thieves. Xinyu turned back and reminded them. After giving his instructions, he realized there wasn't much worth stealing from Duanmu Shui either. Then he thought again and quickly added, if you see anyone trying to steal my things, you must stop them. Should I kill him? Duanmu Xiafeng's eyes turned cold as she spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Xinyu shook his head hurriedly. That's not necessary. Just keep him under control. After controlling himself and muttering to himself for a moment, Duanmu Shui nodded. After confirming that nothing out of the ordinary would happen, Xinyu finally led Duanmu Shui inside. There weren't many people in the shops at the entrance either. Some shops had occasional customers coming in and out. In other shops, the owners simply sit at the entrance, legs crossed, basking in the sun and chatting idly. However, just a few dozen meters further in, the situation is completely different. There are more people and vendors, and the shop fronts are decorated in a more rustic style, giving them a less opulent feel. Some vendors are shouting out the items for sale at their stalls. Others seem completely indifferent, as if whether you buy or not is none of their concern. However, Xinyu knew. Although it was bustling here, there were few genuine items. When he was a child, it was better. He would come here with his grandfather, and his grandfather would always find a few genuine items. But now, this antique street is nothing but a facade. While there are few genuine items, that doesn't mean there are none. Keep your eyes open and look carefully, and you'll still have a chance to find something good. Sir, come take a look at my stall. Everything here is top-notch. Look at how the lady is dressed. You too must know your stuff. Come take a look. You won't be disappointed. The intermittent cries of vendors echoed from both sides. Many stall owners noticed in Du Shui's attire and, with just a glance, knew that her outfit was no cheap affair. However, they never imagined that Duanmu Shui was the emperor of the Great Chu dynasty, and the attire she was wearing was an antique from the Great Chu dynasty. Because Duanmu Shui's attire was too new. Won't you stop and take a look? Duanmu Shui saw Xinyu walking forward with his head down, not even glancing at the street vendors on either side, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Glancing back at her, Xinyu whispered, "Are you inside? Did you see the real thing?" Glancing to the side, Duanmu Shui shook her head. "I can't tell the authenticity of items from other eras. However, I have yet to see anything genuine from the Great Chu dynasty. These are unreliable." Xinyu smiled and commented, then continued, "There are a few places I frequently visit where I have previously found genuine items. Let us go there and take a look." "All right." Ending his nod, Ending followed Xinyu closely. The two pushed their way through the crowd and continued deeper into the antique street. It wasn't until they reached the end of the antique street that Xinyu gradually slowed his pace. Glancing to the side, he spotted a familiar vendor approaching with Duanmu Shui. "Old Zhang, it's been ages." Xinyu squatted down in front of the vendor and greeted him with a smile. Hearing this, the stall owner lifted the brim of his hat and chuckled, "You're here." Old Zhang's real name was Zhang Xian. He looked to be in his 40s, with hair as messy as weeds piled on his head, covered by an old hat. His skin is sun-darkened, giving his already straightforward features an additional touch of honesty. However, Xinyu knew. Old Zhang may look simple, but he's not at all simple, he's actually quite cunning. After all, in this line of work, if you don't have a sharp mind, you'd be out on the street in no time. Xinyu came to Old Zhang to look at the items because Old Zhang had a good relationship with his grandfather. Unless Old Zhang had made a mistake himself, he would never cheat him. According to what his own grandfather said before he passed away, Old Zhang's life was saved by him. If the grandson of the man who saved your life turns out to be a scoundrel, that would be a curse from heaven. "Is there anything good lately?" Xinyu said, casually glancing at the items on the stall. Sighing, Old Zhang scratched his head and said, "Business has been slow lately, and there's nothing good. There are a few things, but I can't tell if they're real or fake, so I wouldn't dare sell them to you. If they turn out to be fake, and your grandfather finds out I cheated you, he'll drag me out of my grave to join him in hell." Chapter 44, Can I touch your dragon robe? Is my grandfather really that scary? Xinyu rested his arms on his knees and watched Old Zhang chuckle. Upon hearing this, Old Zhang seemed to be lost in thought, musing, "When your grandfather gave me that meal back then, I felt like he was the bodhisattva of compassion incarnate. As for what happened later." Speaking of this, Old Zhang sighed deeply and shook his head. "In the end, it turned out to be all an illusion. If my grandfather knew you were talking about him like that, he'd probably crawl out of his grave to drag you out for a cup of tea." Xinyu joked with a smile. Old Zhang stiffened and hurriedly waved his hands. "Then I definitely can't show you. Don't be like that." Xinyu raised his eyebrows and said urgently, "There's nothing good in your stall anyway. I was hoping to find something good among those few items." That won't work either. Then don't take my money yet. Let me confirm its authenticity first. If it's genuine, I'll compensate you later. That way, you won't be taking advantage of me. Qin Yu suggested. Old Zhang glared at him angrily and said, that's even worse. Do you think I'm that generous? Rolling his eyes, Qin Yu said helplessly, then why don't you just hand it over? You're not even doing a profitable business. Are you stupid? Hurry up, big guy, don't mess around. If you get scammed, it's on me, not you. Alright, I can't argue with you. Old Zhang sighed, turned around helplessly, and rummaged around in the box behind him. Moments later, he laid out several small items one by one. A small candlestick, a blue and white porcelain bowl, a jade-carved seal, and a silver ring. His gaze swept over these small objects one by one, and Qin Yu activated his skill, beginning to appraise each item in turn. After a moment, he shook his head regretfully, Old Zhang, you've been cheated. None of these items are genuine. What? Old Zhang stared at his belongings, examined them carefully, and shook his head. Don't try to fool me. Why would I lie to you? Qin Yu said, patting his pants and standing up. It's all fake. You think I don't know your tricks? Old Zhang shook his head. I bought a bowl before, and it clearly had a crack, but you insisted it was just mud. What happened then? That was before. Qin Yu smiled confidently and said, I'm not the same person I was back then. Humph. Laughing dryly, Old Zhang carefully put away the items. Anyway, I think they look pretty real. Besides, even if they're fake, what if someone buys them thinking they're real? As he spoke, a gleam of cunning flashed in his eyes. With a nod of understanding, Qin Yu prepared to leave with Duan Mushui. But just as he turned around, Duan Mushui grabbed his sleeve. That one, she said, pointing to a small copper coin on the stall. That Chu coin is real. Ha! Turning his head, Qin Yu followed the direction of her finger. The copper coin was in the most inconspicuous corner, almost blending in with the cloth. So when he looked earlier, he completely overlooked it. Looking at it this way, it seems like it might actually be true. While Qin Yu was staring at the copper coins, Old Zhang also noticed Duan Mushui, who had been standing beside Qin Yu the entire time. He was wearing a hat, blocking his view. Additionally, Duan Mushui had been standing there all along, blocked behind Qin Yu, so he hadn't noticed her at all. Now that he noticed Duan Mushui, Old Zhang stared at her in disbelief. What a guy! Staring intently at the dragon robe on Duan Mushui's body, he swallowed hard. The craftsmanship of this dragon robe is exactly like the one I saw before on a Dechu official's robe. No, the craftsmanship of this dragon robe is even more intricate than that one. After muttering to himself, Old Zhang looked up and said excitedly to Duan Mushui, Miss, may I touch your dragon robe? What? Lu Mei furrowed her brows, and a flash of murderous intent flickered in Duan Mushui's eyes. Dare you speak such words to the emperor? Do you not value your life? What? Old Zhang was left speechless by Du Shui's words. Me? Are you saying you don't want to live anymore? This woman is crazy. Qin Yu saw this and hurried forward. She's just a bit reserved and not very good at communicating with people. Old Zhang looked at Qin Yu in silence, feeling a wave of frustration. This isn't just a matter of being unskilled. This isn't normal. Would a normal person ever say something like I am the emperor or I am the emperor's son? Lowering his voice, Old Zhang furrowed his thick brows and asked in a concerned whisper, Xiaoqin, where did you find this mentally unstable woman? You didn't get yourself into some kind of trouble, did you? Chapter 45, Your ancestors were emperors? When Old Zhang said this, Qin Yu wasn't happy. What nonsense are you talking about? Disparaging Old Zhang, Qin Yu pointed at Duan Mushui and continued, a decent person with a sound mind. I haven't encountered any trouble either, okay? What the hell are you talking about? Old Zhang rolled his eyes in disbelief and continued, you're not missing any brain cells, yet you refer to yourself as I? You want to take my life? I believe you're nonsense. She's just getting a bit carried away with her acting. Explaining briefly, Qin Yu quickly changed the subject, you deserve it for making her say that. Old Zhang, she's a woman after all. You just want to touch her clothes. Aren't you a pervert? Tell me, don't you deserve to be scolded for doing this? Qin Yu finished speaking and raised his eyebrows. Old Zhang stared blankly for a moment, glanced at Du Shui, then looked back at Qin Yu. He opened his mouth but remained speechless for a long time, unable to come up with a single counter-argument. A few seconds later, he sighed in frustration and lowered his head. Fine, I'll take the blame for being too quick to speak. Rubbing his lips, he continued, but seriously, this dragon robe is beautifully crafted. It's much better than the one I saw earlier. Especially the dragon embroidered on it has the same feel as the ones from the Great Chu dynasty. After saying that, Old Zhang took another careful look at Duan Mushui's dragon robe. Qin Yu heard this and raised his eyebrows slightly. The Chu embroidery mentioned by Old Zhang originated from the Great Chu dynasty and has been passed down through the generations. Nowadays, almost no one can embroider it anymore, and it is considered extinct. As for the embroidery on Duan Mushuilong's robe, it is indeed authentic Chu embroidery. After all, this dragon robe was brought over from the Great Chu dynasty. With a quick glance, old Zhang turned to Qin Yu and whispered, "Little Qin, have you ever considered selling this dragon robe as an antique from the Great Chu dynasty?" "What?" Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and said, "I'm warning you, don't even think about it." Pointing at Duan Mushui, he continued, "Let's not even talk about whether I have such thoughts. First of all, this dragon robe belongs to someone else, not me. I have no right to make such a decision. Secondly, this is someone else's family heirloom. Don't even think about it." "Family heirloom? Did your ancestors rule the empire?" Old Zhang shook his head and muttered under his breath, "If we age it properly, we might make a fortune. Why would we pass up such a deal? I'm not making that money, and you can forget about it too." Qin Yu shook his head. Maybe he's just being a bit too proper. However, in his view, Duan Mushui had come all the way from the Great Chu kingdom to this place. She must inevitably feel homesick at times. The few belongings she had were the only mementos she had left. If I were to sell them too, that would be utterly heartless. Meanwhile, Duan Mushui listened to their conversation and roughly understood what they were talking about. She turned her gaze toward old Zhang and said in a casual tone, "Can this imperial robe I'm wearing fetch a high price? If handled properly, it would be worth far more than that." Old Zhang shook his head in admiration and said, "If we can really sell them, that's no small sum." "Is that so?" Feng Mao lowered her eyes, thought for a moment, then looked at Qin Yu. Just as she was about to speak, Qin Yu firmly refused without hesitation, "Don't even think about it. I won't sell." "Why?" Confused, Duan Mushui blinked and asked in return, "Aren't you short on money?" "I don't need the money from selling your dragon robe." Raising his eyebrows, Qin Yu said seriously, "I can earn money. We'll never reach the point where we're destitute and need you to sell your dragon robe. But this is the only memento you have left. If you really sell it, won't you feel heartbroken? Besides, this is your only keepsake. Wouldn't you feel heartbroken if you really sold it?" After hearing Qin Yu's words, Duan Mushui thought for a moment, then fumbled around in her sleeve for a moment and pulled out a palm-sized round jade pendant. She handed it to Qin Yu and whispered, "As a memento, I still have this. As long as I can keep this, it will be enough. Then don't even think about selling it. I'll be a good boy." Before Qin Yu could finish speaking, old Zhang let out a startled exclamation and stood up in disbelief. Looking at the piece of jade in Duan Mushui's hand, smooth and translucent, as if shrouded in a white glow, he couldn't hide his excitement and murmured, "This piece of jade is absolutely amazing." Chapter 46, Defeated by a Small Electric Scooter? Top-grade white jade, with abundant water content, heavy oiliness, and a delicate, moist texture, the carver's craftsmanship adds the finishing touch. This is truly a family heirloom. Old Zhang circled the jade pendant, muttering to himself. In his opinion, the dragon robe was merely a top-notch imitation and certainly not a family heirloom. Since the dragon robe was too new, he didn't know that Duan Mushui was the emperor from the Great Chu dynasty. And this jade pendant, in his eyes, was the true pinnacle of treasures. "Little girl, keep this jade pendant safe. You'll never have to worry about anything in your life." After examining it, old Zhang gave Duan Mushui a careful reminder. Upon hearing this, Duan Mushui shot old Zhang a peculiar glance. This man was rather peculiar. On one hand, he was urging himself to sell the dragon robe, while on the other hand, he was telling himself to keep the jade pendant safe. Though he was clearly an antique dealer, the way he was instructing himself didn't seem like that of an antique dealer. However, Qin Yu had already guessed what old Zhang was thinking. He knew that old Zhang had mistaken the dragon robe for a meticulously crafted counterfeit. He believed that counterfeits, when aged to look authentic, were more valuable when sold as genuine items. After all, if you can make money, why not? As for this jade pendant, since it's genuine and top quality, it's best to keep it. In summary, old Zhang is a man who is obsessed with money, but he is not a bad person when it comes to his friends. When it comes to taking advantage of others, he only does so with outsiders. "Don't worry, I'll make sure to take good care of it," Qin Yu said, pushing Du Shui's hand back and gesturing for her to put the jade pendant away. Glancing at the stall again, he pointed to the copper coin in the corner and said, "I'll take that copper coin." "You've lost your mind, haven't you?" Old Zhang frowned and muttered under his breath, but he still picked up the copper coin and handed it to Qin Yu. He gestured with his fingers and said indifferently, $100. "It's yours. Are you sure? No regrets?" Qin Yu smiled lightly. "This copper coin is in pretty good condition. If you find a good seller, you could get at least $10,000 for it." Raising his thick eyebrows, old Zhang said boldly, "When have I ever regretted anything? If I say 100, it's 100. Alright, I'll take it." He pulled out 100 yuan and handed it to old Zhang. Qin Yu smiled, took out a piece of cloth, and carefully wrapped the copper coins. Seeing how careful he was, old Zhang shook his head and smiled, "You kid, you're treating a fake as a treasure? This isn't fake." With a slight smile, Qin Yu said, "This copper coin is just well preserved. How can you call it fake?" After speaking, he waved at old Zhang and left with Du Shui in a stylish manner. Standing in front of the stall, old Zhang paused for a moment, then carefully recalled the copper coin. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. "Damn it! What a loss! Leaving the antique street, Xinyu hurriedly led Duan Mushui toward the shopping mall. Along the way, a man who was also there to browse for treasures noticed Duan Mushui's dragon robe and immediately offered to buy it from her. Of course, the man also assumed the dragon robe was a counterfeit, so he didn't offer a very high price. Before Duan Mushui could speak, she was quickly dragged away by Xinyu. During the rest of the journey, Xinyu reminded her several times not to sell the dragon robe. Seeing that Xinyu was insistent, Duan Mushui also made a promise. After bringing Duan Mushui to the parking lot, Xinyu told her to wait nearby while he went into the mall to retrieve the items he had stored earlier. Duan Mushui originally planned to wait by their electric scooter first. However, after glancing around, she decided to wait where she was. While waiting, Duan Mushui once again drew everyone's attention without fail. Just as she was growing impatient from being stared at, a white convertible Porsche cut in from the adjacent runway and came to a slow stop in front of her. Beautiful lady, waiting for someone? In the car, a man in his 30s leaned his arm against the door and asked with a smile. Originally, he had approached because he rarely saw someone dressed in traditional attire like Duan Mushui and found it intriguing, so he had come closer to take a look. Upon getting closer, he discovered that she was an exceptionally beautiful woman, and his heart immediately began to race with desire. With a cold glance from her phoenix-like eyes, Indushui quietly looked at the man, then turned away without a word, showing no intention of responding. The man didn't feel discouraged. Instead, he raised the corners of his mouth in excitement. This personality, he liked it. With a serious smile, the man lowered his voice and said, "You've been waiting here for quite a while. Do you want me to give you a ride home?" As he spoke, the man tapped the side of the car. In his opinion, any woman with some sense would know exactly what this car meant. But as luck would have it, Duan Mushui came from ancient times. When it came to these luxury cars, she really didn't know anything about them. In fact, she finds cars too bulky and dull, and doesn't like them at all. Rue Mushui still preferred the small electric scooters, finding them convenient and agile. Cars are no match for electric scooters. Upon hearing the man's words, Rue Mushui glanced at the sports car with disdain, then lifted her head proudly and said, "No need. We have a car." At the same time, Xinyu finished getting his things, walked out of the mall, and headed this way. Rue Mushui noticed this and quickly took a small step forward, glancing in his direction. Seeing that Duan Mushui looked down on his car so much, the man was startled and immediately became interested in the car Duan Mushui had mentioned. This was something new. Could it be that the woman was waiting for a better car than her own? Otherwise, why would she look down on my car? With a dismissive laugh, the man, driven by his competitive spirit, didn't rush to leave. Instead, he decided to take a look at the car Indushui had mentioned just to see which famous sports car it was. Meanwhile, Xinyu, holding his belongings, walked straight over. He raised an eyebrow and glanced at the man in the sports car, roughly understanding what was going on. Seeing that Duan Mushui paid him no mind, he lost interest in him as well. "Let's go?" Xinyu said, approaching Duan Mushui. "Let's go?" Xinyu said, approaching Duan Mushui. "Let's go," Xinyu said, approaching Duan Mushui. Nodding, Duan Mushui reached out her hand and took the bag from Xinyu. "I'll help you." Beside them, a man watched their every move, looking at Xinyu with a thoughtful expression. From the looks of it, this woman is probably his girlfriend. So young and already driving a luxury car must be some rich kid's daughter. How could I not recognize her? He narrowed his eyes and pondered deeply. At the same time, Xinyu pulled out the car keys from his pocket and pressed the button aimed at the left front. Beep. Beep. The small electric scooter responded instantly. Upon hearing the commotion, Xinyu and Duan Mushui hadn't reacted yet, but the man had already looked up first and followed the direction of the sound. Amidst the sea of cars, the man's gaze eventually settled on a utility pole. Below it, a two-wheeled electric scooter was locked up, standing out starkly against the surrounding parked cars. And the sound was coming from that two-wheeled electric scooter. Unbelievably staring at the small electric scooter, the man's eyebrows twitched, his temples throbbed violently, and he couldn't help but blurt out a curse. What the hell? I actually lost to a little electric scooter? Chapter 47, A Bittersweet Love Story. As he watched Xinyu and Duan Mushui get on the electric scooter one after the other and drive away honking the horn in front of him, the man's eyes twitched slightly. Is this the car you were talking about? As Xinyu rode his electric scooter closer, he asked Duan Mushui speechlessly. Glancing at him, Duan Mushui turned her head without a word, not even bothering to respond. Xinyu noticed the man's defiance and smiled, teasing him in an old-fashioned manner. "Young man, sometimes money can't buy love. You need something more important." The man paused, then blurted out, "What is it?" "Love?" Xinyu shook his head and said seriously, "It's about having a handsome appearance." "Man, I'm screwed. Are you saying I'm ugly?" He wanted to spit blood, but all he could do was watch as Xinyu calmly led Duan Mushui away. Watching their retreating figures, the man fell into deep thought. It turns out that in this world, there really are girls who would rather sit on the back of a bicycle and laugh than cry inside a BMW. Unfortunately, that's someone else's sweet love story. It's so bitter. The little electric scooter slowly made its way along the road home. Looking at the familiar streets on either side, Duan Mushui took another note with interest. You really don't like that car, do you? After a moment of silence, Xinyu couldn't help but ask the question that had been on his mind. Keeping his gaze fixed ahead, he cleared his throat and continued, that car costs over 2 million yuan. That's a lot of gold bars. Compared to the electric scooters we ride, it's much more expensive. So what? Feng Mu's eyes fixed on Qinyu's back, and Duan Mushui said indifferently, I've seen far more wealth in my life. So what if it's expensive? Feng Mao stared at Qinyu's nape, and Duan Mushui said indifferently, have I never seen money before? Compared to the treasury of the Great Chu Kingdom, the gold bars you mentioned are nothing. As he spoke, Duan Mushui felt the gentle breeze blowing against his face and said with a slight smile, compared to those bulky vehicles, I still prefer this electric scooter. Though it's slower, it's more agile and gives me a greater sense of freedom. For over 2 decades, she had been confined to that palace, always hoping that one day she could shed the title of emperor and find a quiet, peaceful place to live a life of freedom. The car felt to her like that palace. It was too stuffy and restrictive. Seeing that Duan Mushui truly looked down on the sports car, Xinyu couldn't help but smile wryly. He remained silent for a moment before continuing, but once I have enough money, I'll buy a car too. Because some places are too far away, it takes a long time to ride an electric bike. And in winter, it's too cold to ride an electric bike. So in the end, you'll still have to take a car. Upon hearing this, Duan Mushui's eyebrows furrowed unwillingly. However, after thinking it over, she relented and said, then let's go to a nearby place. And during the summer, I want to ride an electric cart. All right. With a smile, Xinyu quickly added, before we buy a car, let's get an electric cart first. All right. With a chuckle, Xinyu quickly added, before we buy a car, let's get an electric cart first. Otherwise, we'll have to keep borrowing one from Aunt Wang every time, which isn't practical. Okay. With a smile from her phoenix-like eyes, Duan Mushui gently tightened her grip on Qinyu's clothes. For some reason, hearing Qinyu's final words, she couldn't help but feel a warm glow in her heart. This feeling was it what they called being moved? On the way back to the original alley, Xinyu returned the electric scooter to Aunt Wang and took Duan Mushui home. He told Uncle Lin about Aunt Wang's response, comforted him a bit, then took out a half-human height light-colored wooden board from the storage room and began studying it intently. What are you doing? Ending Mushui tilted her head slightly, looking at Xinyu in confusion. Sighing, Xinyu put down the wooden board, stretched his limbs, and said, I need to write a sign to hang at the storefront. Do you need my help? Indu Shui offered. After a moment's thought, Xinyu stared at Duan Mushui and asked, how good are you at calligraphy? Since this is an antique shop, the sign should be written in an ancient style to give it more prestige. Unfortunately, I don't know how to write with a brush. To be honest, even ordinary characters are just average. Facing Qinyu's expectant gaze, Duan Mushui nodded softly, it's passable. That makes things easier. Xinyu said, then ducked back into the storage room and pulled out a bottle of ink and 2 brushes. These were all left behind by my grandfather. He didn't know how to use them, but he couldn't bear to throw them away, so he kept them all piled up in the storage room. Now they've come in handy. I'll write down what I want to say, and you use a brush to write it on this board. While muttering to himself, Xinyu took out paper and a brush and wrote the 6 large characters top-tier antique restoration on it. He wrote it vertically. He gave Duan Mushui a quick reminder before shoving the paper into her hands. Furrowing his brows at the few characters on the paper characters he claimed to recognize yet did not, Duan Mushui pondered for a moment before picking up the ink-dipped brush and began writing on the wooden board. 2 minutes later. Looking at the words on the wooden board, Xinyu narrowed his eyes slightly and gave Duan Mushui a thumbs up. Impressive, I like it. Chapter 48, I also think you're quite impressive. 6 words, seamlessly integrated, seeming to exude a powerful energy. Xinyu couldn't quite place the font, but it looked pleasing to the eye while also carrying a hint of impact. Even if he didn't understand it. Even so, one could tell that Indu Shui's handwriting was far superior to those so-called masters who only knew how to write in a flashy, unconventional style. Seeing Xinyu give her a thumbs up, Duan Mushui felt a faint sense of joy welling up inside her. However, when it came to the word impressive, she couldn't help but feel something was off. Adhering to the principle of asking questions when she didn't understand something at home, Duan Mushui asked directly, what does impressive mean? Seeing that Duan Mushui was asking so seriously, Xinyu smiled awkwardly and explained simply, it just means very good. Seeing that Duan Mushui asked so seriously, Xinyu gave an awkward smile and simply explained, it means you're really good at something. Oh, I see, she murmured to herself. Oh, I see, she muttered to herself. Indu Shui immediately put it into practice, I also think you're very impressive. Why? Xinyu's throat caught, and he awkwardly retorted, why? Because you can ride an electric scooter. Because you can ride an electric scooter. Duan Mushui said, her eyes flashing with a hint of admiration. Because you can ride an electric scooter, that makes you impressive? Staring at Duan Mushui in disbelief, Xinyu couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated by her line of thinking. Should he be happy about this compliment, or just feel helpless? For a moment, I couldn't tell which it was. Shaking his head, Shinyu picked up the wooden sign and said, "Let's go." Put the sign up and open the shop. The shop had been closed for 2 days, and he didn't know if they had missed any customers during that time. However, this time when we reopen, the store will be different from before. Because there's now a new prized possession. Upon arriving outside the shop, he instructed Duan Muxue to sit quietly, then swiftly nailed the wooden sign to the side of the shop door. Satisfied with his work, he quickly returned inside and placed a wooden stand on the most prominent counter in the store. Having prepared everything, he finally took the pure June sword out of his system backpack. Duan Muxue had been sitting on a stool beside him, idly examining the antiques in the shop. Upon seeing the Chunyun sword, she jumped to her feet and hurried forward. "Where did you get this sword?" His gaze fixed on the Chunyun sword, a gleam of excitement flashed in Duan Muxue's eyes. She, after all, loves swords more than anything else. Her greatest hobby used to be collecting various famous swords. She also has an almost instinctive sensitivity for fine swords. When Shinyu pulled out this sword, she knew immediately that it was no ordinary weapon. "This was left to me by my grandfather. I've been keeping it hidden away until now." Facing in Dushue's inquiries, Shinyu answered calmly. "Regarding the system, that's something I definitely can't disclose, so I had to make something up. Anyway, Duan Muxue doesn't know her own grandfather, so she won't suspect a thing." "This is a fine sword." Muttering to himself, Duan Muxue whispered, "May I take a look at it?" "Sure." Shinyu nodded and handed the pure June sword to Duan Muxue without hesitation. As Duan Muxue examined the sword, he chuckled softly, "This sword is called Chunyun. Do you recognize it?" "Chunjun?" As she asked the question, Duan Muxiefeng's eyes widened. "Are you saying that this sword is the Chunyun, ranked 9th among the 10 famous swords of the spring and autumn period?" "That's correct, it is indeed that Chunjun." Shinyu nodded. A look of shock clearly appeared in Duan Muxue's eyes. She shook her head, muttering in disbelief, "How is that possible?" She couldn't hide her shock and looked back at Chunyun again. Her fingertips gently traced the sword scabbard as she murmured softly, as if telling a story, "I once sent men to search for the 10 famous swords, but in the end, not a single one was found. In the end, I even began to think that they were merely fictional, that they never truly existed." Listening to Duan Muxue's account, Shinyu nodded thoughtfully. Listening to Duan Muxue's self-narration, Shinyu nodded thoughtfully. At first, he had also assumed that the Chunyun sword was the already discovered sword of King Dojianvyu. However, it now appears that the two swords are not the same. "Let's pull them out and take a look." Shinyu, seeing that Duan Muxue was mesmerized, said with a smile. Upon hearing this, a serious expression flashed across Duan Muxue's eyes. Taking a deep breath, she gripped the sword hilt, which seemed to be wrapped in silver threads, with caution. Swish! As her wrist flickered, the sword blade shot out of the scabbard with a fierce momentum. A flash of white light appeared. The sword, which had been hidden deep within the scabbard for thousands of years, suddenly appeared before the two of them. Chapter 49, If you truly wish to see it, how could I possibly refuse? The moment the sword left its sheath, Shinyu and Duan Muxue even felt a sense of intimidation. The cross-shaped patterns, covering the sword body that glowed with a white light, were indeed as described in historical records, resembling brilliant star patterns, exuding an aura of pure nobility. As the sword blade was gently rotated, another sensation emerged. The blade's sharp edge exudes a noble aura while maintaining a powerful presence. The jade embedded in the sword hilt seems to have been influenced by the blade, emitting a soft, luminous glow. Whether it be the scabbard, the hilt, or the blade itself, every part of this sword exudes elegance and luxury. Overall, it doesn't look like an ancient sword that has been dormant for thousands of years. However, after carefully examining every detail of the sword, Duan Muxue could not help but admit that this was indeed the pure June sword. "I never expected to see the pure June sword here," she muttered to herself, then twisted her wrist, causing the sword to swing. Swish! Buzz! The sword blade stabbed sharply to the right front, followed by a faint ringing sound. Ending his gaze, Duan Muxue flicked his sleeves, twisted his waist, and leaped into the air, swinging his sword once more. The Chunyun sword seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving behind only a streak of sword light. As Duan Muxue's toes touched the ground, the pure June sword reappeared, accompanied by the sword's glow. Shinyu blinked, thinking he had seen it wrong. When Duan Muxue swung the Chunyun again, he realized he hadn't been mistaken. Midway through the sword strike, the pure June seemed to have vanished entirely. What a guy! No wonder it's one of the 10 famous swords. With a sigh of admiration, Shinyu immediately turned his gaze back to Duan Muxue. The sword is good, and the one wielding it isn't bad either. As Duan Muxue danced with her sword, Shinyu felt as though she had already become one with the pure June. With every movement, the person and the sword moved in perfect harmony. It's still more elegant when ancient people wield swords. Watching Indushue's movements with admiration, Shinyu shook his head in admiration. He couldn't quite put his finger on what this feeling was. When he saw people sword fighting on TV, he didn't think much of it either. But seeing Duan Muxue wielding a sword at that moment gave him a different kind of feeling. The elaborate dragon robe not only did not hinder the sword dance, but instead added an air of unparalleled nobility to Duanmu Shui. As Duanmu Shui sheathed his sword, the splendor of the Chunyun sword once again vanished into the scabbard. Unwilling to part with the Chunyun sword, Duanmu Shui returned it to Qinyu while asking, "Do you intend to sell this sword?" No, I won't sell it." Carefully placing the Chunyun sword back on the wooden rack, Qinyu chuckled, "This is a priceless treasure, it's not about the money." "Then why did you place this sword in the shop?" Duanmu Shui was puzzled. Satisfied with his work, Qinyu narrowed his eyes and said, "I placed the Chunyun here to elevate the status of my shop. Customers who see such treasures in my store will naturally wonder if there are other valuable items here as well. Those who enjoy taking risks are even more willing to spend money at such times." As he spoke, Qinyu pointed at Chunyun and smiled at Duanmu Shui. "So this is the store's prized possession, not for sale." After speaking, he placed a small sign labeled "Not for Sale" next to Chuanjun. Upon confirming that Qinyu would not sell it, Duanmu Shui sighed in relief. Her gaze lingered on the pure Jun sword for a few seconds before she cautiously asked, "Then, may I occasionally touch it?" "Sure." Qinyu nodded readily. "Then the task of maintaining the pure Jun sword will be entrusted to you from now on." With a smile, he continued, "And I actually enjoy watching you wield the sword. If you could occasionally put on a little demonstration, that would be even better." Noticing the unhidden admiration in Qinyu's eyes, Duanmu Shui's heart skipped a beat, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly averted her gaze from his. She felt she should be angry. But for some reason, she just couldn't bring herself to be angry. But out of consideration for her dignity, she forced herself to feign anger and said, "How dare you ask the emperor to dance with a sword?" Realizing she was just being shy and throwing a tantrum, Qinyu smiled and didn't think much of it. "Then do as you wish." Shaking his head indifferently, he held the cleaning cloth and hummed a tune, walking toward the shelves in a cheerful mood. Watching his receding figure, Duanmu Shui still had a slight blush on her face. She bit her lower lip and murmured softly, "If you truly wish to see, how could I possibly refuse?" Chapter 50, Cooking like this is truly unmatched. By noon, seeing that Duanmu Shui's stomach was starting to growl, Qinyu temporarily closed the shop and took her home for lunch. Since they needed to cook, Duanmu Shui changed out of her dragon robe and put on Qinyu's t-shirt and shorts. Her bare feet felt comfortable in the slippers as she walked naturally, following Qinyu into the kitchen. "I put the seasonings here. The rice and flour are in the upper cabinet, and the vegetables are in the refrigerator's fresh-keeping compartment." Qinyu spoke while leading Duanmu Shui around to look around. Once Duanmu Shui had figured out how to use the refrigerator and stove, he quickly found a cooking video and handed her the phone. "This video shows how to stir-fry green peppers with pork. This dish is simple, you should start with something easy first." Ending her silence with a nod, Ending Snow began to stare at the video. In the video, a woman was recounting the hilarious mishaps she had encountered while cooking this dish of green pepper stir-fried with pork. After watching for a while, Duanmu Shui frowned impatiently. "Why does this person talk so much? Qinyu was originally washing green peppers." Upon hearing this, he cleared his throat, took the phone, and switched to another video. This person seemed much more efficient. From start to finish, he only talked about things related to cooking. No mention of anything else. Duanmu Shui felt at ease and studied more diligently. A few minutes later, she put down her phone and took the freshly washed green peppers from Qinyu. "I've already learned how to do it." "Have you truly learned it?" Qinyu was not entirely convinced. With his own abilities, he couldn't even remember this kind of cooking video completely after watching it just once. "When I actually try to make them, I have to follow the video step by step." However, the expression on his face as he looked at Duanmu Shui didn't seem like he was lying. After much deliberation, Qinyu clenched his teeth and handed the kitchen knife to Duanmu Shui. "You try it first." "All right." Taking the knife, Duanmu Xiefeng narrowed her eyes and looked seriously at the green pepper on the cutting board. The next moment, her hand moved swiftly, and the knife fell, a flash of cold light gleaming. Boom! The moment the kitchen knife fell, the blade sank directly into the cutting board. Looking at the cutting board that had nearly been split in two, Qinyu's eyelids twitched, and he felt his heart skip a beat. What a guy! This isn't cutting vegetables, it's chopping bones. No, it's not. I wouldn't even bother trying. This setup looks more like a crime scene where someone's trying to cover up a murder. Cooking like this is truly unparalleled. Duanmu Shui seemed oblivious to the problem. With some effort, she pulled the cleaver out and raised it again, ready to continue chopping the vegetables. Seeing this, Qinyu hurriedly shouted, "Stop! That's wrong! What's wrong?" Duanmu Shui turned back in confusion. She glanced at the green pepper she had sliced into strips, then recalled the green pepper strips she had seen in the video, shook her head, and said, "That's right, they should be this thin. This isn't about how thin they are." She quickly snatched the knife away and pointed to the slit on the cutting board, saying, "If you're going to cook a meal like this, I'd need to give you 10 cutting boards and it still wouldn't be enough. When you watch videos, do they chop vegetables like this too?" Furrowing her brows, Duanmu Shui pondered, "They're making such a loud noise while chopping vegetables. Shouldn't I chop just as loudly as them?" Xinyu stared at Duan Mushui in silence, rubbed his forehead, and sighed. They're making noise for the video effect. What you need to learn is the process itself. There's no need to copy the sound of cutting vegetables exactly. If you say that Duan Mushui is stupid, she isn't. But if you say she's clever, she's a bit too stubborn. Take the sound of cutting vegetables, for example. Who would think to imitate something like that? Is it because she lacks talent? Sighing, Xinyu took matters into his own hands and demonstrated it for Duan Mushui. Just slice the vegetables gently, there's no need to make such a commotion. After the demonstration, he finally handed over the knife, still uneasy. Be quieter, or else I'm afraid the neighbors upstairs will misunderstand. Okay. Remembering Qinyu's instructions, Duan Mushui looked at the kitchen knife, then at the green peppers on the cutting board. The next moment, she took a deep breath, lowered her center of gravity, and began again. Click. The sound of chopping vegetables echoed continuously. Beside him, Xinyu watched Du Shui's movements, his originally worried expression instantly replaced by shock. He was wrong. He saw it wrong. This isn't a lack of talent, this is simply exceptional talent. Chapter 51, no wonder it's called the cultivation system. Xinyu thought about it carefully and realized that Duan Mushui's natural talent for chopping vegetables wasn't without reason. With such exceptional sword skills, slicing vegetables must be a piece of cake. In no time at all, the green peppers and meat were already chopped. With a slight touch of OCD, she washed her hands, glanced at the frying pan beside her, and lit the stove as Xinyu had taught her earlier. Puff! As she watched the blue flames rise, a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. This stove fire is actually blue? Yes, because it's burning natural gas. Xinyu said, glancing uneasily at Duan Mushui. You remember how to stir fry, right? Of course. With a proud toss of her head, Duan Mushui picked up the peanut oil beside her and, under Qinyu's panicked gaze, poured it directly into the pan. Sizzle! As soon as the peanut oil hit the pan, it splattered into a shower of oil droplets. The scalding hot oil splashed directly onto Enwood Snow's body. Her fair skin was instantly dotted with red spots. Wincing in pain, she took a step back, covering her hand that had been scalded by hot oil, her eyes filled with displeasure. How dare this person deceive me? As she spoke, she looked at the man on her phone, whose image was frozen on the screen. Hurriedly turning off the stove, Xinyu glanced at her phone and said helplessly, how did he deceive you? He didn't mention that this would happen when the oil was in the pan. After Du Shui finished speaking, she glanced at the frying pan again with a sense of dread. For her, this first experience of cooking was not very pleasant. This is common sense, isn't it? Sighing, Xinyu grabbed her hand and checked it while saying, you can't pour oil into the pan when there's still water in it. If it comes into contact with water, the oil will splatter just like it did earlier. You really can't blame them for this. After saying that, he grabbed Duan Mushui and dragged her outside. Come on, let me take care of those blisters on your hands first. When Xinyu pulled her like that, Duan Mushui finally realized that her hand was being held by Xinyu. Staring blankly at their intertwined hands, her eyes flashed with a tremor, and she awkwardly pulled her hand away. I can walk on my own. Ha! Xinyu looked back at Duan Mushui's feet in confusion, then said with understanding, I know you can walk on your own. That's not what I meant, he exclaimed impatiently, but Duan Mushui pulled her hand away forcefully. Don't pull away. As she pulled her hand back and tucked it behind her back, a faint blush crept into her ears. Is she shy? Xinyu smiled, twisted a wet towel, and pulled Duan Mushui's hand back. Before Duan Mushui could dodge, he used the damp towel in his hand to wrap her hand tightly. Seeing Duan Mushui's face growing redder, Xinyu teased her, it's just holding hands. What's there to be shy about? Hearing this, Duan Mushui felt inexplicably annoyed. Turning her head to the side, she furrowed her brows and said, for me, it's very important. I've already seen the undershirt, Xinyu muttered softly. Feng Mao's eyes suddenly widened, and Duan Mushui stiffened, then glared at Xinyu with anger and embarrassment. You are not allowed to mention this again. This matter alone. For her, it was simply too shameful. Every time she thought about it, she would blush so much that her whole body felt hot. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. Suppressing a smile, Xinyu pointed at Duan Mushui's hands, which were wrapped like a rice dumpling, and said, don't open it. I'll go get the medicine. I know. She pursed her lips and turned her head away in a pout. Seeing this, Xinyu suddenly remembered the system's name. No wonder it's called the cultivation system. Judging from the current situation, I guess I've really nurtured it. When she's being stubborn, Duan Mushui acts just like a little girl. She gave a soft laugh, then Xinyu took the burn ointment and began applying it to Duan Mushui while saying, don't bother making lunch today. I'll order takeout later. No way. She firmly rejected Qinyu's suggestion, glanced at the kitchen, and said reluctantly, it's just a burn. It's no big deal. The fact that you can't pour oil into a pot with water, I've taken note of that. Today's lunch will be prepared by me. Chapter 52, A Feast for the Senses? Seeing that Duan Mushui was taking the matter of stir-frying seriously, Xinyu felt a sense of helplessness. Knowing he couldn't persuade her, Xinyu nodded and said, alright, give it another try. But if you burn yourself again, we'll skip it for today. All right. Making a slight concession, Duan Muxue followed Qin Yu back into the kitchen. Gazing at the iron pot, her expression grew solemn. She relit the fire, and as the oil in the pot began to boil over again, she quickly grabbed the lid and held it up like a shield, blocking it from her face. The few oil sparks that flew out of the pot were all blocked by the lid. Qin Yu looked and was dumbfounded. His mother had been cooking for over a decade, and she had only recently learned this skill. Du Shui was only splashed with oil once, and she actually learned it right away? Talent is something you're born with. Sometimes it's really subtle. This child is teachable. While muttering to himself, Qin Yu gave Duan Muxue a thumbs up. Upon hearing this, Duan Muxue blinked in confusion. She didn't understand what there was to praise about such a thing. In this matter, she had merely applied the principles of martial arts to put herself in someone else's shoes. To ensure she didn't get burned, she had to prevent the oil splatters from hitting her. In that case, why not just block it? The most suitable thing would be a pot lid. Noticing that the oil wasn't splattering as much, Duan Muxue followed the example from the video and quickly added the meat strips to the pan. The oil in the pan began to sizzle and crackle again. But this time, she remained completely unfazed. She quickly stir-fried the meat a few times, then added the green peppers. Seeing how efficiently Duan Muxue was working, Qin Yu smiled reassuringly and said, "You go ahead and keep cooking. I'll go tidy up the table." "All right, leave it to me." With a confident smile, Duan Muxue looked at the frying pan. He heated up a few steamed buns and walked into the living room with a leisurely stride. If Duan Muxue could really learn to cook, then he wouldn't have to rely on instant noodles and takeout for meals anymore. In a cheerful mood, he hummed a tune as he cleared the table and turned on the TV. Warm sunlight filtered through the slight breeze into the room. Before long, the aroma of the food cooking in the kitchen wafted out. He sniffed deeply, and Qin Yu closed his eyes in satisfaction. "Not bad. It smells really good. It smells just like my mom's green pepper stir-fried pork. I've cleared the table. Once your dish is ready, just bring it out." After giving a quick reminder to the kitchen, Qin Yu poured 2 glasses of water. Before long, Duan Muxue came into the living room, one hand holding steamed buns and the other holding stir-fried green peppers with pork, moving quickly. She was still wearing an apron. The 2 strings of the apron were tied tightly, revealing her graceful figure. Paired with her warm, slightly flushed face and her simple, loosely tied black hair cascading down her back, she exudes an inexplicable, unique charm. Qin Yu couldn't help but stare in fascination. Coughing lightly, he quickly averted his gaze and took the steamed bun and vegetables. The stir-fried green peppers and pork in his hand were fresh and green, with tender and fragrant pork strips. Just one glance is enough to make your mouth water. It must be a feast for the senses. I didn't expect you to have such a talent for cooking. With a smile, Qin Yu praised him and then patted the spot next to him. "Come on, let's eat. Where should this be placed?" Duan Muxue removed the apron from her waist and handed it to Qin Yu. Seeing this, Qin Yu casually folded the apron and placed it beside him. "Let's eat first, I'm hungry." Feeling the emptiness in his stomach, he picked up a steamed bun and took a bite, then eagerly picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The meat was tender and juicy, its aroma mingling with the fresh scent of green peppers. The first bite tasted off. The chewing motion slowly stopped. Qin Yu thought his taste buds were playing tricks on him, so he picked up another piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The taste, how to describe it? The more you chew, the more unforgettable it becomes. Seeing Qin Yu eat so enthusiastically that he couldn't even speak, Duan Muxue slightly raised the corner of her mouth, her expression filled with anticipation, and asked, "Did I do a good job?" Seeing Qin Yu so engrossed in eating that he couldn't even speak, Duan Muxue slightly curved the corners of her mouth, her voice tinged with anticipation. "Did I do a good job?" Shifting his gaze, Qin Yu struggled to swallow the shredded meat before letting out a long breath. Fixing his gaze on Duan Muxue's eager face, waiting for him to say it was delicious, he hesitated for a moment before finally mustering the courage to ask, "Did you mistake sugar for salt?" Chapter 53, The Money Deliverer Has Arrived. "No, there isn't," Duan Muxue said, picking up a piece of meat and tasting it herself. Her eyebrows furrowed, and she quickly spat the meat into the trash can, then mused, "It seems like it. Never mind, I'll just have pickled mustard greens with steamed buns for lunch today." Sighing, Qin Yu went to the kitchen and took out the packet of pickled mustard greens from the Wujiang River, whose origin was unknown. Duan Muxue tried another piece of green pepper, and her expression grew even more grim. Seeing her dejected expression, Qin Yu comforted her with a promise to try harder next time, then gestured for her to eat the pickled vegetables. After a quick lunch, the two went back downstairs. The midday sun was warm and cozy, making it easy to feel sleepy. Yawning, Qin Yu propped up his chin, half closing his eyes, and stared at the sparsely populated alley. Duan Muxue sat quietly beside him, crossing her legs, carefully wiping the pure June. Ever since she had been assigned the task of polishing the sword, she would often pick up the sword and give it a quick wipe, whether she had something to do or not. Anyway, the sword couldn't be damaged, so Qin Yu just let her do as she pleased. "I'll take a quick nap. If anyone comes, call me." After giving a final instruction to Duanmu Shui, Xinyu couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed, feeling the warmth of the midday sun, drifting off into a drowsy sleep. Her phoenix-like eyes lingered on him for a second before Duanmu Shui turned her gaze back to Chunyun. A gentle breeze blew softly. Between the two of them, a sense of tranquility had unknowingly settled in. Just as Xinyu began to drift off into a dream, a man and a woman, two foreigners, entered one after the other. The two tall individuals blocked the light at the door as soon as they entered. Duanmu Shui quickly withdrew her hand from Chunyun's grasp, sheathed her sword, and stood up to look toward the door. The man, with his sharp eyes, noticed her movement. Glancing at her hand, he greeted her with a smile, speaking broken Chinese. "Hello, we're here to buy something." A vigilant gaze swept over the odd-looking man. Du Shui recalled Xinyu's warning, extended her finger, and tapped him on the shoulder. However, Xinyu seemed to be sound asleep, showing no reaction even after being poked by Duanmu Shui. Furrowing her brows, Duanmu Shui shifted her gaze to Xinyu's ribs. This time, she simply extended two fingers and aimed them at Xinyu's ribs, then jabbed them forcefully. Ouch! Who poked me? The pain and itching made him shiver, and Xinyu's sweet dream was shattered. He sat up straight, muttering curses under his breath. With one hand on the spot where he had been poked, he angrily looked around. His gaze shifted, and he locked eyes with Duanmu Shui's furious stare. "Are you insulting me? What do you mean by that?" Swallowing hard, Xinyu recalled the instructions he had given himself before going to sleep. Knowing he was in the wrong, he forced a smile and shook his head. "No, I'm not insulting you. I was insulting the person in my dream. How unethical. How dare you steal my money?" Coughing lightly, he made up a quick excuse and quickly changed the subject. "What's going on? Guests have arrived?" Mending with a slightly dejected nod, Duanmu Shui sat down while holding Chunyun. She always felt that this word was extremely insulting. But Xinyu didn't explain, and she didn't really understand either. Perhaps she could ask Aunt Wang about it later. After mulling it over in her mind, Duanmu Shui turned her attention back to the man and woman in front of her. Seeing the joy on Xinyu's face, she asked in confusion, "Why do they look like that?" "You've never seen foreigners before?" Xinyu replied casually, smiling at the two foreigners in front of him. "Today's my lucky day. Someone's bringing money." He loves doing business with foreigners. Because there are quite a few foreigners who know nothing about antiques, they just think they might get lucky and buy a genuine antique from the Dragon Kingdom. As for those who do know, they rarely come to places like this. They usually go hunting for treasures on their own. For those who don't know, just keep them in the dark. Upon hearing the term foreigner, Duanmu Shui's expression grew even more puzzled. She had seen an envoy from another country, black hair, copper-colored skin, and black eyes. But someone with golden hair, such fair skin, and blue eyes? She had never seen anyone like that before. The only similarity between the two was their high noses and deep-set eyes. And she had never had much of a favorable impression of these foreigners. Especially these two in front of her, who gave her an inexplicable feeling of being cunning and deceitful. Chapter 54, Has her mind been clouded? Out of dislike, Duanmu Shui turned her head away, out of sight, out of mind. She sat down on the chair and continued to wipe Chunyun. The man glanced at her actions, raised an eyebrow, then smiled at Xinyu. "Are you the shopkeeper? Your Chinese is still pretty bad." However, Xinyu listened carefully and was able to understand. "That's right, I'm the shopkeeper." With a slight smile, Xinyu stepped forward casually and asked, "What would you two like to see?" As he asked, he also carefully observed the two foreigners. Thanks to their physical advantage, both of them were quite tall. The man was sturdy and muscular, while the woman was tall and slender. The woman wore a pair of sunglasses, her lips pressed tightly together, her hair neatly tied into a ponytail, wearing a simple white fitted short dress, and carrying a box in her hand. The man, on the other hand, was dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans, with a constant smile on his face, his thoughts a mystery. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Xinyu sensed that these two might not be so easy to deceive. The cunning aura that Duanmu Shui had noticed, he had also sensed a little. Perhaps it was the sharp instincts of an antique dealer. "We saw the sign outside and knew you do antique restoration," the man said, glancing into the shop before continuing. "I wonder how skilled you are?" "My skills are top-notch," Xinyu replied bluntly, chuckling lightly. "It's just a matter of whether you dare to let me fix it." "Ha!" The man burst into laughter upon hearing this. Nodding at Xinyu, he motioned to the woman beside him. The woman, seeing this, walked over to the table nearby and slammed the box down on it. She swiftly opened the box, put on gloves, took out a blue and white porcelain bowl, and walked over to Xinyu. Glancing at the bowl, Xinyu raised an eyebrow. This blue and white porcelain bowl was an antique, but it wasn't very old, and there were two chips on the rim, one large and one small, making it worthless. At best, it might be worth $2,000 or $3,000. "I'm not saying that." Shaking his head, Xinyu laughed. "This bowl isn't worth repairing. It's so broken that even if I fixed it, it would cost $10,000 or more." "It's okay," the man smiled and continued. "I just wanted to see if your repair skills are as top-notch as it says on your shop sign." "It's okay. The man smiled and continued, "This bowl was just to see if your repair skills are really as top-notch as it says on your shop sign. If you fix it well, I'll bring another item over later. You're not easy to fool." Shinyu made a simple assessment in his heart and smiled calmly, "Repair it, if you must. This bowl will cost 10,000 yuan, and a 10% deposit is required up front. Although it's not ideal, business comes to you, so why not take it?" "All right." Nodding, the man pulled out a bank card. "Do you accept card payments?" "Of course." He pointed to the card reader nearby. Shinyu took the card and led the man to the counter. "My name is Jace, and she's Arya." As he casually introduced himself, Jace glanced at Duan Mushui again. Noticing his gaze, Duan Mushui turned away in annoyance. "Looking for someone to fix something, and now you have to give your name?" Shinyu smiled and didn't mention his own name, Duan Mushui. The name Jesse might not even be real. In response to Shinyu's subtle dig, Jia didn't get angry. He quickly entered the password on the card reader, signed his name, and smiled, "Let's be friends. You might need me to fix something for you in the future." "Oof." With a simple smile, Shinyu casually asked, "Besides fixing bowls, is there anything else you need? Do you have anything good in your shop?" Jia asked, his eyes darting around. Raising his eyebrows, Shinyu pulled out the copper coins he had previously acquired and said, "This is a copper coin from the Great Chu dynasty, worth 25,000. If you want it, I'll give you a discount 20,000. He made a bold opening bid, then continued to examine the blue and white porcelain bowl in his hand. With just one glance, he had already spotted it. Jesse wasn't interested in any of the items in his own shop and wouldn't buy them either. But just as Shinyu thought that was the case, Jia smiled and said bluntly, "Alright, I'll take it for 2,000. Upon hearing this, Shinyu furrowed his brows and looked at him in surprise. He thought the foreigner had lost his mind. If he had any sense, he would have realized that these copper coins weren't worth 20,000 yuan. Facing Shinyu's puzzled gaze, Jia smiled again and pointed to Ndu Shue's position, "Plus that sword, that's a total of 20,000. I'll take it all." Chapter 55, I won't sell my prized possession. Wow! I really must have lost my mind. Upon hearing the price of 20 million, Shinyu smiled and shook his head, "Not for sale." "Do you think the price is too low?" Jace raised an eyebrow and immediately added, 3 million. "No matter how much you offer, I won't sell it." Setting down the blue and white porcelain bowl, Shinyu said solemnly, "That's not for sale." "You're joking. The value of a sword like the Chunyun sword cannot be measured in money. Even if it could be measured in money, it would certainly not be a mere few million. Why is a non-sale item displayed in the store?" Arya, who had remained silent, stepped forward. She took off her sunglasses, her gray eyes gleaming with coldness, and said again, "If it's in the store, why wouldn't it be for sale?" Listening to Arya speak Chinese more fluently than Bai Jiesli, Shinyu dismissed the idea with a shrug. "In our dragon country, there's something called a treasured item. This sword of mine is our treasured item. Unfortunately, my store's prized possession isn't for sale." After saying that, Shinyu casually took the chunjun from Duan Mushui and placed it on the wooden stand, then pointed to the sign nearby that read "Not for sale." Seeing this, Jia smiled and shook his head, "If it's not for sale, never mind. If you change your mind in the future, you can contact me." After saying that, Jia took out a business card and handed it to Shinyu. Glancing at the business card, Shinyu asked indifferently, "Do you still want the copper coins?" The business card only had a name and a phone number. He had never seen such a plain business card before. Nodding, Jia handed the bank card back to Shinyu and smiled, "Sure, let's consider it making a new friend." After glancing at Jia's face, Shinyu calmly took the bank card. This foreigner was a bit of a mystery to him. But if money is handed to you on a silver platter, why not take it? It's just a copper coin, it's not exactly a valuable antique or cultural relic. "Sign here." Pushing the receipt toward Jia, Shinyu added quickly, "Come back at the same time tomorrow to pick up the bowl." 2 days to fix it? Jess was surprised. Upon hearing this, Shinyu smiled faintly, "It's written outside top-notch technology." "Then I'll wait and see." With a chuckle, Jace casually picked up a copper coin and left with Arya. "You used the idiom quite well." With a muttered remark that seemed to mock but didn't, Shinyu picked up the blue and white porcelain bowl again, took a look, and then put it back into the wooden box beside him. "I don't like those two foreigners." Watching Shinyu's actions, Duan Mushui furrowed her brows and whispered. Glancing up at her, Shinyu shook his head, "I don't like them either." "If you don't like it, why did you sell the copper coins to them?" Duan Mushui furrowed her brows. In her view, if it was someone she didn't like, she wouldn't even bother to look at them, let alone sell them anything. With a smile, Shinyu explained while tidying up, "Not liking someone doesn't mean you can't sell to them. I'm a business person. Besides, copper coins are just trinkets. Selling them is no big deal. Originally worth 10,000, I sold them for 20,000. Ripping them off a bit isn't so bad, is it? If it were something valuable, I definitely wouldn't sell it to them. When it comes to foreigners like that, he's always just sold them junk to fool them. How could he possibly sell anything of real value to these outsiders? If we must sell, we should sell to our own people." This was the absolute principle he had set for himself as a businessman, one that he would never break. Those copper coins were indeed worthless. After hearing Qinyu's explanation, Duan Mushui felt much better. She was still quite unclear about modern concepts of money. 10,000, 20,000, these numbers meant nothing to her. She only knew that in the past, this copper coin was something she wouldn't even glance at twice. After thinking for a moment, Duan Mushui continued, if you still want these copper coins, next time you go to that street, I can help you find a few more. Upon hearing this, Xinyu raised an eyebrow. Did you see a lot today? Did you see a lot today? Duan Mushui, yeah, quite a lot. Xinyu, are they all true? Duan Mushui, yes, it's true. Xinyu, then why didn't you tell me? Duan Mushui, I saw you leaving in such a hurry, so I thought you didn't like this thing. Seeing Duan Mushui's innocent expression, Xinyu was momentarily speechless. Look down on her? How could I possibly look down on it? If I could just come across a few more suckers, I could save up enough from these few coins to buy a car. At the time, I was only thinking about going to old Zhang's stall and didn't even glance at the stalls next to it. It seems like next time, I can't just focus on old Zhang's stall. Anyway, now that I have appraisal skills, I'm not afraid of being cheated. Otherwise, it would be like this time the money for a car just slipped through my fingers. Chapter 56, Can modern men also take concubines? In any case, if you ever see it for real, be sure to remind me. Xinyu felt uneasy and reminded him again. Duan Muxiefeng blinked her eyes in confusion and asked, listening wind bottle? You want one too? What? Startled, Xinyu's eyes widened again. You actually saw the real listening wind bottle? Yes. Ending Mushui nodded and whispered, I saw one, but it wasn't made very well and isn't worth much. Slap. Regretting his action, Xinyu slapped his forehead and turned around, speaking solemnly, to you, it might not be worth much. But in today's world, it's very valuable. How valuable? Duan Mushui was puzzled. Xinyu thought carefully and said, it's probably enough to buy you fried chicken for several years, the kind you eat every day. Feng Mao's eyes widened slightly, and Du Shui instantly understood how valuable this item was. She thought for a moment, then said solemnly, if we encounter something similar again, I will definitely tell you. All right. With a tearful nod, Xinyu picked up the box containing the blue and white porcelain bowl and said, let's go home first today. I'll fix the bowl. Judging by the situation, this trip to the antique street cost him more than just a car. He lost a sports car worth over $1 million. But such things are all about fate. In that case, it seems that the wind listening bottle and I just weren't meant to be. There's no point in dwelling on it anymore. Is the shop closing? Duan Mushui glanced at the sun outside and felt it was still early. Thinking about the 22,000 yuan that had just been transferred into his account, Xinyu exclaimed, we made money today too, so let's not close yet. Let's go home and order some fried chicken. You can eat as much as you want today. Then tomorrow morning, the two of us will go buy an electric scooter and an air conditioner. Upon hearing Xinyu mention fried chicken, an electric scooter, and an air conditioner all in one sentence, Duan Mushui was a bit confused. She thought carefully for a moment, then held up 3 fingers and said, may I have 3 boxes of fried chicken today? Looking silently at Du Shui's slightly expectant gaze, Xinyu hesitated and asked, what about rice? Just 1 box will do. Duan Mushui smiled faintly. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and Xinyu nodded, all right. At least they didn't add 3 more boxes of rice. But 3 boxes of fried chicken and 1 box of rice is already a terrifying amount of food. Let's go. Xinyu said, opening the small door leading upstairs. Upon hearing this, Duan Mushui no longer hesitated and hurriedly followed behind. Although she had just eaten yesterday, the taste of the fried chicken was already making her crave it again. After eating the fried chicken, Xinyu began to wash the dishes. Duan Mushui sat beside him, quietly watching TV. When the historical program finally ended, she exhaled deeply and asked curiously, can I watch something else? Sure. Xinyu said, putting down his work for the moment and stepping forward to teach her how to use the remote control. After getting a general idea of the buttons, Duan Mushui urged Xinyu to go back to work, then took the remote control and headed toward the inflatable drum. Seeing her tense expression and serious demeanor, Xinyu smiled and decided to take the items to the living room to fix them. Duan Mushui fiddled with the remote control for a moment before the TV screen finally settled on a TV drama. How did you manage to wear Pinru's clothes? Do you need someone else's things? If you're going for excitement, you might as well go all the way. You're so annoying. Hello, you're itching? Upon hearing this, Xinyu immediately looked up. On the TV, the infamous scene from The Temptation of Returning Home was playing. Upon seeing this, Xinyu's temples twitched violently. What a guy. I just flipped through it, how did I end up on this show? What are they doing? Duan Mushui's eyebrows furrowed tightly as she glared at the male lead Hong Shixian with a displeased expression. Seeing this, Xinyu quickly grabbed the remote control and changed the channel, clearing his throat and explaining, they're just doing that thing, you know? I understand. Blushing slightly, she nodded. Du Shui frowned and asked, but that man has a wife, doesn't he? Doesn't he have a wife? So modern men can also take concubines? Chapter 57. Even if I'm a proper gentleman, you can't act impulsively. Suddenly faced with such a complex question, Shinyu was momentarily at a loss for words. After carefully organizing his thoughts, he replied seriously, according to modern law, we practice monogamy. Both spouses are prohibited from having relationships with multiple men or women at the same time. Then what about that man on TV earlier? Duanmu Shui was even more confused. Facing her inquisitive gaze, Shinyu paused for a moment before continuing his explanation. However, some men or women, when it comes to emotions, prefer to cast a wide net. Even if they're already married, they'll secretly go out with other men or women behind their spouse's back. For example, some wealthy individuals, who have the means to pursue new experiences, may engage with multiple people at the same time. Those who associate with them, even if they know they are married, may still choose to be with them because of the money. Of course, not all wealthy people are like this. Those without money may also engage in such behavior. It ultimately depends on the individual. Finally, Shinyu asked awkwardly, do you understand now? This matter is too complicated, he could only explain it briefly. Nodding, Duanmu Shui summarized, their situation is similar to that of the Great Chu dynasty, where one man has one wife and multiple concubines. The difference is that in the Great Chu kingdom, one husband with one wife and multiple concubines is permitted by law. In modern times, one husband with one wife and multiple concubines is not permitted by law. Seeing that Duanmu Shui summarized it so accurately, Qin Yuyan sighed in relief. That's right. Fortunately, he didn't have to continue explaining further on this topic. As Qin Yu felt relieved, Duanmu Xiefeng fixed her gaze on him for a moment before asking urgently, and what about you? What? When you have money in the future, will you be like that man on TV, carrying your wife on your back and going out to find a concubine? Facing Shang Duanmu Shui's serious gaze, Qin Yu's throat went dry. This question was asked to the point. To be honest, if it weren't for Duanmu Shui asking, I wouldn't have even considered it. If I ever become wealthy in the future, would I go out and find a mistress? Or, under what circumstances would I go out and find a mistress? Seeing Qin Yu hesitating to give an answer, Duanmu Shui's face tightened, and her eyes darkened. Just as she was about to give up on the question, Qin Yu sat down on the sofa and said seriously, if I'm not happy with my wife, I might end up with another woman. After saying this, Qin Yu paused for a moment before continuing, this has nothing to do with whether I have money or not. After all, whether I have money or not, I don't want to spend my days with someone who has no feelings left for me except for arguing. Of course, if I were to meet another woman I liked outside, I would first divorce my wife, that is, a legal divorce, and then be with that woman. I see. Ending with a thoughtful nod, Duanmu Shui's expression softened slightly as she nodded and said, I also do not wish to live with someone who argues every day. Exactly. That's why it's important for two people to have a strong emotional connection before they marry. Qin Yu took the opportunity to advise Duanmu Shui, as for your idea of deciding your future based on a belly band, that's not very reliable. Speaking of which, Qin Yu subtly boasted, it's a good thing your belly band was seen by a righteous gentleman like me. If it had been seen by a villain, would you have to spend the rest of your life suffering with him because of that belly band? You have a point. Nodding, Duanmu Xiefeng's eyes sparkled with a hint of a smile, then she continued, but you're a righteous gentleman. If I were with you, wouldn't I have to live a life of hardship? Of course not. He replied casually, then frowned. Of course not. Qin Yu replied casually, then furrowed his brows. Realizing that Duanmu Shui's question was a trap, he hurriedly added, but a marriage without love is a grave, so even if I'm a proper gentleman, you shouldn't act impulsively. Put. Seeing Qin Yu explain so seriously, Duanmu Shui's eyes curved into a smile, and she couldn't help but laugh. Her laughter was lively and melodious, like the tinkling of bells, filled with joy and a touch of mischief. The usually cold face is suddenly warmed by a touch of sunshine, radiating a delicate beauty with a hint of intoxicating innocence. As he gazed at the genuine smile on Duanmu Shui's face, Qin Yu paused for a moment. The next moment, he snapped back to reality and narrowed his eyes, saying, are you deliberately teasing me? The laughter stopped, and Duanmu Shui's smile vanished instantly. Her face grew serious again, and she shook her head solemnly, no, I did not. Do you really think I'd believe your nonsense? Raising an eyebrow, Qin Yu sighed and then cleared his throat, saying, just smile more often in the future, and I won't pursue this matter further. Chapter 58. Thieves break into the store to steal goods. Watching a beauty smile is indeed a delightful sight. However, after Qin Yu finished speaking, Duanmu Shui's expression grew unnaturally tense. She seemed a bit embarrassed, shifted her gaze, and whispered, I don't like to smile. You're just not used to it. Qin Yu smiled and continued, after all, when you were emperor, you couldn't laugh often. You're just not used to it. Qin Yu smiled and added, after all, when you were emperor, you couldn't laugh often. But now that you're here, you don't have to deal with those things anymore. Since that's the case, why not just live life on your own terms? Upon hearing this, Duanmu Shui's eyes flickered. She opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing, merely nodding silently. Qin Yu handed the remote control back to her, turned around, and prepared to continue fixing the bowl. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but remind her again, don't watch that kind of thing again. Why? Duanmu Shui was puzzled. With a helpless smile, Qinyu shook his head and sighed, because those things, you don't need to learn too much. Because you are a righteous gentleman? Are you joking with me again? Exposed by Qinyu's words, Duanmu Shui turned around in disappointment. She flipped through the TV channels with a hint of boredom, then pointed at the screen after a moment and asked, can I watch this? This pig can actually talk, how amusing. Looking at the pink hairdryer humming on the TV, Qinyu said without mercy, this is for kids aged 4 or 5. If you want to watch it, I won't stop you. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Shui's body stiffened. This time, even if Qinyu hadn't stopped her, she would have quickly switched channels. A 4 or 5-year-old child? She is the Empress of the Great Chu Empire, not a 4 or 5-year-old child. Finally, the TV screen froze on the image of the famous Detective Conan. There is only one truth. Hearing this classic line, Qinyu couldn't help but laugh helplessly. I didn't expect you to like watching cartoons so much. Anime? Ending Mu Shui repeated the word in confusion, then thought for a moment and said, moving pictures? Smart. Qinyu chuckled and glanced at the TV again, saying, this animation is mainly about solving cases. It's pretty interesting. Then I'll watch this. Muttering under his breath, Duanmu Shui turned around and began watching intently. Her delicate profile was exquisitely defined. Long, delicate eyelashes tremble with the movement of her eyelids. After staring at Duanmu Shui's profile for a moment, Qinyu smiled and continued repairing the bowl. The two of them sat there in silence, the only sounds in the room being the TV and the clinking of the bowl being repaired. Qinyu felt that this was probably the most comfortable way for two people to be together. Even if they didn't speak, there was no awkwardness. After finishing most of the work, Qinyu stretched lazily, looked at the bowl that was almost repaired, and decided to take a break first. Duanmu Shui had already gone to bed in the bedroom. Glancing at the bedroom door to ensure he wouldn't disturb Duanmu Shui, Qinyu finally whispered, System, calculate the points for me. Yes. A semi-transparent robot appears, followed immediately by a semi-transparent panel. On the panel, a list of his achievements for the day and the corresponding points earned are displayed. The owner completed the vegetable explanation achievement and earned 3 points. The host completes the monogamy and polygyny explanation achievement and earns 3 points. The host has completed achievement after achievement, neatly listed. In a single day, a total of 9 points were earned. You need 10 points to enter the lottery once. You're just 1 point short. Seeing that Du Shui was cooking, Qinyu was puzzled. I taught her how to cook. Doesn't that count as an achievement? Since the cooking wasn't successful, the achievement wasn't completed. After saying this, the robot immediately explained, an achievement is only considered successful when the target person successfully masters a certain skill or fully understands a certain aspect of knowledge. Muttered Qinyu thoughtfully, then waved his hand, let's leave it at that for now. Yes, he replied, nodding. The robot and the panel disappeared together. He rotated his slightly sore shoulders, took a quick shower, and returned to his bedroom to rest. The night was exceptionally quiet at around 2 in the morning. There were no pedestrians on the street, only dim streetlights flickering, and the intermittent chirping of insects. The soft moonlight filtered through the thin window curtains, faintly seeping into the house. On the bed, Qinyu turned over and curled his lips into a smile. Just as he was enjoying his pleasant dream. Boom! Outside, there was a sudden loud bang. Immediately afterward, another loud bang echoed, and Duanmu Shui's cold voice cut through the dream. Wake up! HM? Furrowing his brows, Qinyu slowly opened his eyes and caught sight of Duanmu Shui standing by the bedside, leaving him speechless. He was so obsessed that he even dreamed about it. He muttered under his breath and closed his eyes tightly once more. Seeing that Qinyu was completely asleep, Mu Shui's eyebrows furrowed. She grabbed Qinyu's arm and shook him violently. Wake up! I heard noises downstairs in the shop. There might be thieves breaking in to steal things. Seeing that Qinyu was completely asleep, Duanmu Shui furrowed her brows and grabbed him, shaking him vigorously. Wake up! I heard noises downstairs in the shop. There might be thieves breaking in to steal something. What? Upon hearing the word thief, Qinyu's eyes snapped open, and he perked up instantly. Seeing this, Duanmu Shui said, I'll go down first, but she didn't have time to walk out the door. She pulled open the window of Qinyu's bedroom and jumped out directly. Chapter 59, Daring to Steal Under My Nose? You truly have no sense of propriety. The cool night breeze blew through the open window, gently caressing the face. Qinyu stared wide-eyed at the bed for a second, then quickly rolled over and got out of bed. He quickly put on some clothes, glanced back at the window, and finally decided to leave through the door. Without the skills, it's better not to try taking shortcuts. As Qinyu was walking down the stairs, Duanmu Shui had already arrived at the shop door. Glancing at the slightly ajar shop door, her phoenix-like eyes grew cold as she slowly approached the window on one side. Moonlight filtered through the glass, spilling into the store. In the hazy moonlight, a shadowy figure stands furtively at the counter. As the figure reached out to take the pure jade from the shelf, Duan Mushue's eyes widened and a flash of murderous intent erupted from her eyes. Taking a deep breath to suppress her anger, she slowly made her way back to the storefront. While the thief was distracted by the pure June, she quietly opened the door and slipped through the narrow gap, darting toward the counter. With her agile movements, Duan Mushue approached the thief silently. Just as he was about to restrain him, a gust of wind blew open the door. Creak! The shop door swayed slightly, making a sound. Hearing the noise, the thief turned around cautiously. As he turned around, he found himself face to face with Ndu Shui, who was charging toward him. Startled, the thief clutched the wrapped pure jade tightly, darted aside, and hurriedly dodged Duan Mushue's attack. Seeing that the opponent knew some martial arts, Duan Mushue lowered her body and kicked toward the opponent's knee. Feeling the danger, the thief rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding Ndu Mushue's attack. Although the two had only exchanged a single move, the thief had already realized he was no match for Duan Mushue. The only part of his body exposed was his eyes, which glared fiercely at Duan Mushue. The thief acted decisively, flipping over and getting to his feet, then charging directly toward the door. Seeing that the other was about to escape, Duan Mushue's eyes hardened, and she leaped forward, flipping over the thief's head. As Qinyu opened the door, he saw the intense battle between Duan Mushue and the thief. The two of them were exchanging blows non-stop. Seeing that Duan Mushue was so difficult to deal with, the thief pulled out the knife he had been carrying and, taking advantage of the moment, grabbed one of Duan Mushue's hands and stabbed directly toward her waist. Be careful! Seeing this, Qin Yusin immediately picked it up. Just as he thought Duan Mushue was about to be injured, she suddenly twisted her body, dodging the sharp blade while delivering an elbow strike to the opponent's chest. As the thief doubled over in pain, she quickly raised her foot and kicked him flying backward. Bang! Qin Yu's eyelid twitched as he watched helplessly as the shop door was smashed to pieces by the thief. Crawling out from the broken doorframe, the thief staggered away in the distance. Don't let him get away! Qin Yu's heart tightened, and he shouted urgently. Narrowing her eyes, Duan Mushue immediately gave chase. Seeing that Duan Mushue was relentlessly pursuing him, the thief clenched his teeth, grabbed the knife again, and stabbed toward her. Swish! Swish! The sound of a blade swinging echoed continuously. Seeing the sword's shadow flickering constantly around Duan Mushue, Qin Yu's heart tightened. Just as he was searching around, trying to find a weapon for Duan Mushue, he saw Duan Mushue's figure flash and appear directly in front of the thief. A powerful punch landed on the thief's abdomen. She swiftly snatched the pure June sword from his hands, gripped the hilt, and the blade slid out of the scabbard. Click! The pure jade sword blade and the knife blade scraped against each other with a sharp sound, sending a chill down Qin Yu's spine. Seeing Duan Mushue's icy expression, he hesitated for a moment before following suit, his heart pounding with fear. As he watched Duan Mushue's expression grow icy and she lunged forward with her sword aimed at the opponent's vital point, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He had only ever seen such scenes in movies before. The feeling of watching it on a screen was nothing compared to the of witnessing it firsthand. Moreover, after witnessing Ndu Shue's true strength, Qin Yu realized that Ndu Shue's daytime sword dance was truly just a dance. Unlike now, every sword stroke she made carried the intent to kill. Seeing the thief dodge, he twisted his wrist, and the pure June in Ndu Shue's hand sliced through the night air with a cold gleam, then stabbed straight toward his shoulder. A chill ran through his heart, and the thief quickly blocked him with the sharp knife in his hand. Duan Mushue used the force from his sword to strike, and the impact between the sword and the knife caused the thief's wrist to tremble, causing the knife to fall to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Duan Mushue twisted her waist, spinning with Chunjun, and used the momentum to swing toward the thief once more. As the blade approached, the thief felt a chill on his forehead and quickly retreated. Swoosh! The tip of the sword flashed past, and under Ndu Shue's control, though it did not injure the skin, it split the thief's clothes directly into two halves. Feeling the chill before him, the thief's eyes widened in terror, and his body involuntarily lurched backward, colliding directly with the trash can by the street. Taking advantage of the momentum, Ndu Shuefang's eyes turned cold, and the sharp edge of her sword flashed through the night. The next moment, the sword blade pressed directly against the thief's neck. Daring to steal under my very nose, you truly have no sense of propriety. Chapter 60, You brat, you're not planning to do something foolish, are you? The chirping of insects around them had ceased at some point. The icy sensation on his neck made the thief dare not move, and cold sweat kept breaking out on his body. Especially when he met the murderous gaze in Ndu Shue's eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine. What's going on? Before coming here, the boss didn't mention there was such a tough character here. Speak. Why did you steal? With her phoenix-like eyes half closed, Duan Mushue controlled Chunyun and moved closer to the thief's neck. As Qinyu approached, he saw the burly thief trembling like a frightened chick under Ndu Shue's sword. Stay calm, don't cut his throat. Frowning, Qinyu hurriedly reminded him. He was so angry he wanted to have Duan Mushue kill this worthless creature. But this is a society governed by the rule of law, and you can't just kill someone whenever you feel like it. Just letting him go like this would be too lenient. With a cold gaze fixed on the thief, Duan Muxue sneered, "Since you enjoy stealing so much, I shall sever the hands this villain uses for his thefts." As she spoke, Duan Muxue stepped forward, pointing the tip of her sword at the man's throat. "Speak. Which hand did you use to touch the pure June? Right hand? Left hand? Or both hands?" As he asked, Duan Muxue swung the pure June and slowly moved toward the thief's left and right hands. As the sharp tip of the sword pierced a red dot on his right wrist, the thief's body trembled, and he clenched his fists tightly. Whether it was from fear or the pain of the wound, even though it was only a small cut, he felt as though his heart was being torn apart. Just as Duan Muxue was about to apply more force, the window upstairs suddenly opened. Aunt Wang yawned and peered out impatiently. "What's going on? What's all the commotion at this hour? Can't you let people sleep?" After saying that, Aunt Wang slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Du Shui holding a sword pointed at a burly man by the trash can, she froze for a second, her eyes widening in shock. "Am I dreaming?" Muttering to herself, Aunt Wang rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Seeing this, Xinyu hurriedly told Duan Muxue to sheath her sword. By the time Aunt Wang had rubbed her eyes and looked over again, the pure June in Duan Muxue's hand had already been hidden behind him. Meeting Aunt Wang's suspicious gaze, Xinyu forced a smile and greeted her. "Good evening, Aunt Wang. It's this late and you're saying good evening?" Aunt Wang furrowed her brows, her eyes widening in surprise. "What are you and Shui doing out so late at night? Who was that person?" "I just saw Xiao Shui holding a sword in her hand." "Was it a sword?" The more Aunt Wang muttered, the more suspicious she felt. Her gaze kept darting around, and finally she swallowed hard and muttered in terror, "Xiao Shui, you little girl, you're not planning to do something foolish, are you?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Before Du Shui could respond, he hurried forward and forced a casual smile. "Aunt Wang, you've misunderstood. We're just friends who had a little argument, just a few words." Before Du Shui could respond, he hurried forward and smiled nonchalantly. "Aunt Wang, you've misunderstood. Our friends just had a minor disagreement." They exchanged a few harsh words. He knew Aunt Wang was a kind-hearted person. If Aunt Wang found out that this person was a thief, she would definitely call the police immediately. "We definitely need to call the police, but not right now. Because of this matter, Duan Muxue must not be involved. Otherwise, when taking statements, something might go wrong. After all, when taking a statement, you not only have to ask for ID information, but also write down the household registration address. If Du Shui is asked to take the statement, she can't possibly write Great Chu as the household registration address." Friends having a minor argument and pulling out swords? After thinking about Qin Yu's words, Aunt Wang didn't believe it. Clearing his throat, Qin Yu adopted a serious expression and looked puzzled. "Aunt Wang, you must have seen wrong. There's no sword here." "You're mistaken?" Aunt Wang blinked and frowned. "That's impossible. My eyesight is poor up close, but I can see distant objects clearly. There really isn't a sword." He retorted again, and Qin Yu grabbed the thief by the collar, intending to lift him up. However, the thief was simply too large, and his body had gone limp from being frightened by Duan Muxue. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't lift him up. Duan Muxue saw this and raised her foot, kicking the thief in the chest. "Get up." The cold, harsh voice made the thief's body tremble again. The next second, he sprang to his feet without a moment's hesitation. Watching Du Shui beat and kick the thief, Aunt Wang's expression grew suspicious once more. During the day, she didn't seem this violent. How come it gets so harsh at night, even on friends? Could it be a split personality? Wang Auntie lowered her head in thought, then looked up uneasily, preparing to ask Qin Yu. But when she looked up, there was no sign of Qin Yu on the street. The two of them had already dragged the thief away and were quickly making their way back home. Chapter 61, I'm not the mastermind. Bang! As the door closed, Qin Yu dragged a chair over and sat down, feeling a bit tired. With Duan Muxue watching closely, the thief dared not make a move, slowly creeping into the room step by step. However, Qin Yu only glanced at him and knew that this worthless creature was still scheming how to escape. "Don't even think about it." With a cold laugh, Qin Yu pointed to Duan Muxue beside him and said, "As long as Shui is here, you won't get away." Hearing this, the thief sank into despair, while Duan Muxue was momentarily startled. She blinked her phoenix-like eyes and hesitantly looked at Qin Yu. "Xiao Shui?" When An Wang said it, it didn't feel like much. But when it came from Qin Yu's mouth, it suddenly took on a strange tone. Qin Yu didn't even notice the issue with the title. Seeing that Duan Muxue remained motionless, staring intently at his own face, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "No." Shaking her head quietly, Duan Muxue withdrew her gaze and looked back at the thief in front of her, saying, "How do you intend to deal with this villain?" "Actually, I'd rather you just kill him quickly." After threatening the thief, Qin Yu saw his face turn pale, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Just as the thief was about to shout, "Killing is against the law," he sighed regretfully. "Unfortunately, in modern times, one can't just kill people at will. So this matter must be left to the police to handle." After saying that, Qin Yu pulled out his phone and dialed 110 swiftly. He explained the situation to the police on the other end of the line, provided his home address, hung up the phone, and turned back to the thief, warning him, "When the police arrive, you must say that I subdued you. Do you understand?" The thief hesitated for a moment, his gaze flickering between Xinyu and Duanmu Shui before blurting out, "Why should I?" Narrowing his eyes, Xinyu said impatiently, "If that's what you want to say, then say it." "What? Do you want to get beaten up?" "Let me tell you, murder is illegal, but beating you up is self-defense, so it's not illegal." The thief opened his mouth, but upon thinking of Indu Shui's methods, he only swallowed his saliva and nodded obediently. "Got it. Anyway, the decision to go to jail has already been made. Since that's the case, why should I make things harder for myself before going to jail?" Seeing that the thief didn't look very spirited, Xinyu glanced at the knife he had taken earlier and said, "You're also a martial artist. You're a coach, a security guard, what else could you do?" Seeing that the thief didn't seem very alert, Xinyu glanced at the knife he had been holding and said, "You call yourself a martial artist? You could have been a coach or a security guard, what's wrong with that? Even working on a construction site is better than stealing. How desperate are you? There's no job that pays as much as this, and it's not as tiring." The thief muttered under his breath. His temples throbbed, and Xinyu sneered coldly, "You sure know how to distinguish things. But do you even know what you're stealing? I'm not saying this to flatter you, but you're quite skilled at stealing. You always pick the most valuable items." The thief hesitated, glancing at Chun Yun, and asked, "Is this thing very expensive?" "Of course it is." "Nonsense." Rolling his eyes, Xinyu said, "This is an antique shop. Do you think the items here are cheap? Should I compliment your good taste? You just stole the most expensive one." After saying that, Xinyu leaned back in his chair and coldly eyed the thief. Nervously swallowing his saliva, the thief asked uneasily, "How much is this worth?" After a moment's thought, Xinyu raised an eyebrow and said, "It falls under the category of exceptionally large amounts. For theft, the law imposes different penalties based on the amount stolen and the severity of the offense." "Xiao Xiao," Xinyu continued, "not only did you steal an exceptionally large amount, but you also used a knife to commit the crime, making the circumstances extremely serious. This time, you'll probably end up serving at least 10 years in prison, right?" After Xinyu finished speaking, the thief's eyes widened, and he was completely stunned. He had originally thought that even if he was caught, he would only serve 2 or 3 years in prison before being released. 10 years? That's way too long. And the value of this thing is completely different from what that jerk said. Suddenly snapping back to reality, the thief panicked and took a step toward Xinyu, trying to explain himself. Thinking he was about to attack again, Duanmu Shui raised her leg and kicked him hard, sending him flying backward. Gripping his stomach in pain, the thief didn't even bother to retaliate. He lay half on the ground, tears welling up in his eyes as he pleaded, "It wasn't me. I wasn't the mastermind. No, I was forced to do it. Yes, I was coerced into participating in the theft. I turned myself in voluntarily. This really has nothing to do with me. Someone else told me to steal it. That person said it was a fake replica, and I had no idea it was so valuable." He let out a few wails, and the thief quickly crawled a few steps toward Xinyu, continuing to wail, "Big brother, I was wrong. I'm not human. You're a kind-hearted person. Could you please ask the police to be lenient and reduce the sentence for me?" After saying this, the thief quickly turned around and knelt before Duanmu Shui, continuing to plead, "Sister-in-law, I was ignorant before. Please forgive me." Chapter 62, Who's the one with the problem here? Upon hearing this, Xinyu and Duanmu Shui both froze in surprise. Noticing the slight frown on Duanmu Shui's flushed face, Xinyu glared at the thief and snapped, "What auntie? Do you think you can just call her that?" "Ha?" The thief was momentarily stunned and wanted to ask what she was called instead of auntie. But upon considering his current situation, he quickly nodded and said, "It's my fault for speaking out of turn, not the older sister." Seeing the thief's cowardly demeanor, Xinyu shook his head in disbelief. But to be fair, this guy knows the law inside out. He's used all the terms that can get him a reduced sentence, like voluntarily turning himself in and being coerced into participating in theft. However, he never expected that he had an accomplice. Looking at the thief crouched at his feet, Xinyu narrowed his eyes and said, "Why should I believe what you just said? I swear everything I said is the truth." He held up 3 fingers and said fearfully, "If I'm lying, may I be born without an anus." Listening to this vow, Xinyu cursed the thief again in his heart. "You worthless dog, even your oaths involve children." With a dismissive gesture, Xinyu spoke coldly, "Then tell me, who is the mastermind?" "I don't know either," the thief shook his head. Upon hearing this, Xinyu flew into a rage and slapped the table. "Are you ing with me?" Seeing Xinyu's anger, the thief panicked and shook his head quickly. "No, I didn't. I really don't know who that person is. We were in contact by phone, but from the way he spoke, he didn't sound like someone from Manhwa." "Not like someone from Manhwa?" Xinyu narrowed his eyes, surprised by the answer. After thinking for a moment, he quickly added, "Can you get in touch with him? After I received part of the money, I called back, but the phone number was disconnected." Swallowing hard, the thief quickly added, "But he gave me an address." He told me to deliver the items there once I received them. He didn't say anything else. Seeing that the thief didn't seem to be lying, Shinyu fell into a thoughtful silence for a moment, then handed him the banknote. Write down the address. All right. With a trembling hand, the thief quickly wrote down everything he knew. Finally, he respectfully returned the paper and pen to Shinyu and immediately said, "Brother, about what I mentioned earlier. Do you still remember what I told you earlier?" Shinyu asked coldly. What? The thief was completely confused, having no idea what Shinyu was talking about. Taking a deep breath, Shinyu forced himself to suppress his anger and sneered, "If the police ask who beat you up, what will you say?" I glanced in the direction of Duanmu Shui, and the thief shuddered, suddenly realizing, "It was you, big brother, who beat me." "Whom?" Shinyu nodded satisfactorily and turned to Duanmu Shui. "When the police arrive, go inside and stay there. Don't come out. If the police find you inside, and they ask you anything, just say you've been in the bedroom the whole time and know nothing." After thinking it over, Shinyu couldn't help but remind him again, "Or just pretend you don't know anything." "Why so?" Duanmu Shui's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Sighing, Shinyu explained briefly, "Because of the identity issue I mentioned earlier." "Identity issue?" Ending Mu Shui muttered in confusion, then thought of an ID card and suddenly understood. "I see. Alright, you can take Chunjun inside first." Facing Duanmu Shui, Shinyu's tone and gaze softened unconsciously. Until Duanmu Shui entered the house, he looked at the thief, his expression once again filled with annoyance. Just as he was about to tell the thief to behave himself and get out of the way, the thief stared at the door to the second bedroom and whispered, "Big brother and sister, are they a little crazy?" He had been meaning to say that earlier. This woman kept saying "I" and spoke with an ancient emphasis, which was really strange. But just as the thief was waiting for an answer, slap! A slap landed on the thief's face, and Shinyu's eyes flashed with coldness. "Who the hell do you think has a problem?" Covering his burning face, the thief froze for a second before slapping himself hard across the face and hurriedly apologized. "I'm the one with the problem. I'm the one with the problem. Just shut up." Impatiently scratching his hair, Shinyu was just about to pour himself a glass of water to cool off when the doorbell suddenly rang. Then, a man's voice came from outside the door. "Hello, police. Is this Mr. Chin's residence? Please open the door. Coming." After replying, Shinyu grabbed the thief and dragged him to the front door. Knowing that Duanmu Shui was there, the thief couldn't escape and could only follow obediently. Opening the door, Shinyu pushed the thief forward. Seeing the police officers looking confused, he explained, "I'm Shinyu. This is the thief I was talking about. I've already subdued him." Taking a deep breath, before the police turned their attention to the house, Shinyu quickly added, "I have time now. I can go with you all to make a statement at any time. Let's go." Chapter 63, The Hidden Master. Chapter 63, The Hidden Master. Everything happened too quickly, leaving the three police officers completely caught off guard. Before they could say a word, Shinyu had already spoken for them. As a result, they were left at a loss for what to do next. After hesitating for a moment, the middle-aged police officer in his 40s standing at the front lifted the brim of his hat and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Chin, what did this thief steal from you?" "He tried to steal an antique from my store," Shinyu said, kicking the thief beside him, "right?" Startled for a moment, the thief hurriedly nodded, "Yes, yes." Seeing that the thief was so obedient, the three police officers were taken aback once again. The three exchanged glances, then helplessly waved at the thief, "Come with us." "Wait a moment." Shouting to the police, Shinyu quickly entered the house and grabbed the knife on the table. After handing the knife to the police, he quickly added, "This is his knife. There should only be his and my fingerprints on it." Looking at the knife in his hand, the middle-aged police officer looked stunned. If the thief hadn't admitted to stealing the items himself, he would have thought it was all a farce. This case was a breeze to solve. The middle-aged police officer tapped his hat and smiled at Shinyu. Shaking his head, Shinyu pointed at the thief and said, "He claims he's not the mastermind, someone else paid him to do it." "Ha!" Upon hearing this, the three police officers immediately became alert. Looking at the thief, the middle-aged police officer narrowed his eyes. "Is what Mr. Chin said true?" "It's true." The thief hurriedly nodded and explained, "I'm really not the mastermind. It was a foreigner who paid me to do this." "A foreigner?" The police officer raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning dangerous as he coldly asked, "Where is the mastermind?" "I don't know either." Shaking his head, the thief said with a bitter smile, "But he told me to deliver the stolen goods to a certain place. Here's the address." Shinyu added casually, handing the police the note with the address written on it. Glancing at the thief, he continued, "As for whether the address is real or not, I have no idea. He told me that. I swear, it's definitely this address." The thief hurriedly held up 3 fingers. Glancing at him, the middle-aged police officer handed the note to one of the younger officers behind him. "Notify Old Town and have him arrange for someone to keep an eye on that area." Looking back at the thief, the middle-aged police officer continued, "As for you, do you want to redeem yourself?" "Yes." The thief answered without hesitation. Nodding in satisfaction, the middle-aged police officer turned to the young officer behind him and said, "Take him to this address, have him disguise himself as a delivery person, and launch the arrest operation." "Yes, sir." With a firm and decisive reply, the young police officer quickly stepped forward, first cuffing the thief and then dragging him out. Stumbling slightly, the thief limped along, obediently following behind. Seeing this, the middle-aged police officer finally noticed the injuries on the thief's body. "What a guy! You're pretty badly hurt, aren't you?" Looking at the thief's swollen face and arms and legs covered in bruises, the middle-aged police officer raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Mr. Chin is quite skilled." The physical disparity between Chin Yu and the thief was quite significant. The thief was covered in injuries. In contrast, Chin Yu was unscathed. In the eyes of the middle-aged police officer, if Chin Yu wasn't a martial artist, he wouldn't have been able to subdue the thief. Moreover, this thief seemed to have been beaten into submission, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so obedient. Judging by this, the tear in the thief's clothes must have been caused by Chin Yu's knife. However, the middle-aged police officer glanced up and down at Chin Yu and shook his head in admiration. Judging by his appearance alone, one would never guess how skilled he was. Of course, one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Having encountered many people with stark contrasts, he wouldn't judge Chin Yu based on his appearance. Judging by his demeanor, this Mr. Chin must be a hidden master. Glancing at the thief's leg, Chin Yu smiled faintly. "It's okay. Mr. Chin is being modest." With a chuckle, the middle-aged police officer extended his hand and said, "My name is Lu Jingfeng. I'm the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division at the Jincheng County Police Department. You can call me Old Lu." "No, I'll just call you Captain Lu." Chin Yuan declined and immediately asked, "Does Captain Lu still need to collect evidence?" "According to procedure, that's correct." Nodding, Lu Jingfeng glanced inside the house and noticed the clothes hanging on the balcony. He casually asked, "Does Mr. Chin live alone?" "No, my girlfriend is here, but she happened to go home today and isn't here." Chin Yu replied calmly. "Oh, I see." Lu Jingfeng smiled and didn't think much of it, then continued, "Mr. Chin, what was it that was stolen? I need to know for my investigation. After all, this matter concerns the punishment of the thief." "I see." After thinking for a moment, Chin Yu said, "Wait a moment," and walked into the second bedroom. In the bedroom, Duan Mushui was holding Chun Yun in her arms on the bed. Upon seeing Chin Yu enter, she hurriedly stood up. "How is it? Has the matter been resolved?" Signaling to Duan Mushui not to speak, Chin Yu took the Chunjun. Glancing outside, he quickly whispered, "I'm going to the police station shortly, which is also your local government office." After a pause, Chin Yu softened his voice and smiled reassuringly, "I'll be fine. Stay home and wait for me. I'll be back soon." Feng Mao lowered her eyes, and a flash of concern crossed Duan Mushui's eyes. She really wanted to go with them. But after thinking about what Chin Yu had said earlier, she nodded and said, "Then you must return as soon as possible." "Don't worry." After reassuring Duan Mushui once more, Chin Yu took the pure June with him and quickly followed Lu Jingfeng out. Chapter 64, This price is already quite low. Click. Hearing the door close, Duan Mushui hesitated for a moment before gently pushing open the door to the second bedroom. She peeked out cautiously to make sure no one was there before stepping out. She stared quietly at the door for a moment, then slowly walked over to the sofa and sat down. Maybe she had gotten used to being alone with him. Now that Chin Yu isn't here, she always feels like the room is a bit empty. "You're not in trouble, are you?" Muttering to herself, she recalled Chin Yu's instructions, then shrunk back onto the sofa, staring at the clock as she began counting the minutes until Chin Yu returned. At the same time, Chin Yu had already gotten into the police car with Lu Jingfeng. Half an hour later, accompanied by Lu Jingfeng and another young police officer, he stood at the entrance of the police station for the first time in his life. The white building exuded an air of solemnity, with blue and white lettering and the words "Public Security, Police," and the police emblem prominently displayed. "Let's go." With a wave to Chin Yu, Lu Jingfeng calmly walked ahead. Along the way, many police officers greeted him. It wasn't until the two of them entered the interrogation room and closed the door that the area finally fell completely silent. Lu Jingfeng poured a glass of water for Chin Yu, placed the interrogation record on the table, and then sat down across from him. "Mr. Chin, there's no need to be nervous. I'll just ask a few simple questions." "All right." After taking a sip of water, Chin Yu casually placed the Chun Yun aside. Glancing at the sword, Lu Jingfeng asked curiously, "Is this an ancient sword?" "Yes, that's right. My grandfather said it was passed down from our ancestors." Chin Yu answered without batting an eyelid. "That's probably what the thief was after, right? Can I take a look? I need to take a photo as evidence." Lu Jingfeng added. Nodding, Chin Yu handed the pure June over to Lu Jingfeng without hesitation. Feeling the weight in his hands, Lu Jingfeng ran his fingers over the intricate patterns on the scabbard and couldn't help but marvel, "This sword is truly exquisite. It must be worth a fortune." "Yes, you're right." Chin Yu nodded. Lu Jingfeng grew more and more fond of it as he looked at it, and asked casually with a faint smile, "How much is it worth?" After a moment of serious thought, Xinyu hesitated and said, 7 or 8 million? It might even be over 100 million. Because this sword was a pure June sword, one of the 10 famous swords of the Spring and Autumn Warring States period, it was not an ordinary ancient sword. Upon hearing this number, Lu Jingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. How many? 70 or 80 million? Over 100 million? Did I hear that correctly? Gulping down a mouthful of saliva, Lu Jingfeng looked at the chunyun in his hand in disbelief, his heart screaming. The value was far beyond his expectations. It's really valuable. No wonder those thieves wanted to steal it. His throat went dry, and Lu Jingfeng shook his head in admiration. Upon hearing this, Xinyu laughed. This price is actually quite low. After all, this is a priceless treasure, no one can say for sure how much it's worth. After a moment of silence, Lu Jingfeng took a deep breath, stood up, and carefully placed the chunyun back on the table. Throughout the entire process, he was afraid of bumping the sword sheath of the chunyun, wishing he could find a pillow to cushion it. After all, if he were to accidentally knock it, he might lose a lifetime's worth of wages. No. Even if you sacrifice him, it might not be enough. Only when the priceless treasure was safely back on the table did Lu Jingfeng finally breathe a sigh of relief, then looked at Xinyu with a solemn expression. I didn't expect Mr. Qin's antique shop to be so small, but the treasures inside are no ordinary items. The saying you can't judge a book by its cover couldn't be more fitting for him. This time, the thief has finally met his match. With a smile in his heart, Lu Jingfeng glanced at the small notebook in his hand and continued, Mr. Qin, since the other party had such a clear target in stealing your sword, they must have seen it before. Have you considered who the foreigner might be referring to? I can think of 2 people who are pretty similar. Xinyu thought of GSC and AI Ruya, furrowing his brows and saying, during the day, 2 foreigners came to my shop asking for help repairing an antique, and then they took a liking to this sword of mine. At the time, he asked me to sell it to him, but I refused. After thinking about it, Xinyu shook his head and laughed. I just can't figure it out. That foreigner was so stupid. He called the police and didn't even bother to find someone who speaks Mandarin better. Listening to Qinyu's mockery, Lu Jingfeng felt helpless. He really wanted to say that this matter wasn't the foreigner's fault. That thief was pretty skilled. If he hadn't run into Qinyu, who was trained in martial arts, he might not have been caught. If he hadn't been caught, the foreigner who hired him wouldn't have been exposed either. It's the thief's bad luck for provoking someone he shouldn't have. Not only was he exposed, but he also got a severe beating. I bet that foreigner didn't see that coming. The shop owner he intended to rob turned out to be a highly skilled expert. Chapter 65, Offense for Antiques? Mr. Qin, do you remember what those 2 foreigners looked like? Following procedure, Lu Jingfeng continued his questioning. Xinyu thought for a moment and said, 1 man and 1 woman. The man looked about 185 centimeters tall, and the woman wasn't short either, maybe around 170 centimeters? The man has light golden hair and blue eyes. The woman also has light golden hair and gray eyes. At this point, Xinyu sighed helplessly, I can't describe the rest. After all, in my eyes, all foreigners have deep-set eyes and large noses. It's indeed a bit of a challenge for you. Shaking his head and smiling, Lu Jingfeng quickly pulled out a few photos from the documents beside him and said, take a look. Are the 2 foreigners you mentioned in these photos? All right. Taking the photos, Xinyu flipped through them one by one. Lu Jingfeng poured him another cup of water and casually remarked, these foreigners are all targets we're currently hunting down. If you come across them in the future, please notify us immediately. Are they all thieves? Xinyu said, putting down the photos he didn't recognize. Lu Jingfeng shook his head in disgust. There's all kinds of people. Some of them don't even have entry records. We don't know when they snuck in. It's hard to investigate. Indeed. Xinyu muttered under his breath, staring at a photo he had just flipped to, furrowing his brows in deep thought. The photo showed a foreign woman. Her expressionless face and gloomy eyes exude a sense of coldness. He placed the photo on the table and said thoughtfully, the foreign woman I saw earlier today looks a bit like this woman. But the hair color, eye color, and facial features seem a bit different. He pinched his chin and added, how should I put it? The look in his eyes gives me the impression that he's the same person. Could it be her? Lu Jingfeng stared at the woman in the photo, his eyebrows furrowed. He narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, hair, eyes, and facial features, these can all be altered with relative ease. If you really encounter this person, Mr. Qin, you'll have done us a huge favor this time. Upon hearing this, Xinyu looked skeptical. What crime did this woman commit? Is it that serious? With a cold laugh, Lu Jingfeng explained, she's a habitual offender who traffics in our country's cultural relics. We've been searching for her. However, she had gone into hiding recently, and we assumed she had fled to another country. We never expected her to still be here. Listening to Lu Jingfeng's words, Xinyu was speechless. What a guy! Selling stolen artifacts? What a despicable act! Thinking back to what happened earlier, Shin Yu's expression darkened, and he spoke up. Earlier today, a man and a woman came to me, asking for my help to repair an antique. If they were really antique dealers, then the antique they wanted me to help repair was likely something they intended to resell. That's very likely. Lu Jingfeng muttered to himself, then narrowed his eyes. Whether the people you encountered are them or not depends on whether the operation in the old city succeeds. As long as we capture them, whether they've changed their clothes or not, we have ways to identify them. After speaking, Lu Jingfeng stood up and smiled as he extended his hand to Qin Yu. Mr. Qin, you've really done us a huge favor today. Thank you. We haven't caught the person yet, so it's not really much help. Qin Yu responded politely, shook hands with Lu Jingfeng, and picked up the pure June. Can I go home now? Of course you can. Do you need me to send someone to take you home? Of course you can. Do you need me to find someone to take you home? No, it's not necessary. Waving his hand, Qin Yu smiled faintly. It's not far. I'll go back on my own. No, that's okay. Waving his hand, Qin Yu smiled faintly. It's not that far. I can go back on my own. Alright then, thanks for your trouble tonight. The two walked out of the interrogation room. Lu Jingfeng led Qin Yu out while saying, if we catch the other suspects, we may need you to come in for identification. Alright, just give me a call when that happens. After leaving the corridor outside the interrogation room, Qin Yu bid farewell to Lu Jingfeng once more and hurriedly made his way out. He didn't expect that coming to the police station would take over 2 hours. He hadn't expected that his visit to the police station would take over 2 hours. With such a long wait, Duan Mushui must be getting anxious by now. Thinking of this, Qin Yu quickened his pace. But just then, a charming voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Qin Yu? Are you Qin Yu? Chapter 66, a woman changes a lot as she grows up. Who? Upon hearing the other person accurately state his name, Qin Yu paused in his steps and turned to look. What met his eyes was a female police officer with a gentle yet firm demeanor, exuding a hint of a dominant older woman's charm, who was slightly turned toward him, gazing in his direction. Qin Yu's brows furrowed as his gaze lingered on her. In his memory, there didn't seem to be any female police officers who were this attractive. Is that Qin Yu? The other person stepped forward and asked again. Qin Yu nodded blankly, feeling a bit awkward. Who are you? You forgot me? Sighing, the female police officer casually removed her hat, tucked the short hair hanging by her cheek behind her ear, and said, I'm Chen Yushan. Chen Yushan? He repeated the name again, then searched his memory for any previous encounters. His eyes widened in disbelief. You're Chen Yushan? Why the big deal? Chen Yushan rolled her eyes playfully and put her hat back on. Taking a quick step back, Qin Yu examined Chen Yushan from head to toe once more, shaking his head in admiration. She's just so different. He then reached out his hand, gesturing up and down, and said, You were so tiny back then, and now you're this tall? Chen Yushan was his friend from kindergarten and elementary school. In junior high school, she transferred schools due to her father's work. After spending several years together, Qin Yu's strongest impression of her was that of a tomboy with a short haircut. As a child, Chen Yushan, aside from her name, showed no signs of being a girl in any other way. The decision to get a short haircut seemed to be influenced by her father, who was a police officer. Plus, she's short and skinny, so he always saw Chen Yushan as an easy target to bully. Of course. With her tough girl skills, Chen Yushan not only never got bullied but also beat up quite a few boys who tried to pick on her. Qin Yu still remembers joking with Chen Yushan back then, telling her that she would definitely follow in her father's footsteps and become a police officer. As it turned out, spot on. Chen Yushan really became a police officer. Not only has she become a police officer, but she's also transformed into a completely different person. Although she still has short hair, her skin has become fairer, she's grown taller, and her figure has improved. In terms of demeanor, while she still retains a touch of tomboyish charm, her face now exudes a more feminine allure. Don't mention it. It's actually quite pretty when you look closely. Qin Yu muttered to himself, his expression complex as he stared at Chen Yushan and concluded, Over the years, you've changed so much. Is it really that much? Chen Yushan muttered, then laughed, You haven't changed at all. You still give off that mature vibe. Should I say thank you for the compliment? Shaking his head in silence, Qin Yu asked casually, Are you heading back to Jincheng? Yes. With her hands behind her back, Chen Yushan walked naturally to Qin Yu's side and said, My father has retired, and I've been transferred to Jincheng County, so our family is moving back. With a slight smile, she added, It's the same old house. Come visit sometime. My dad misses you so much. Thinking of Chen Yushan's father, Chen Feibai, Qin Yu was at a loss for words. How to put it? Her personality is too straightforward and enthusiastic, which makes him feel a bit overwhelmed. However, since Chen Yushan had already said that, Qin Yu nodded and said, Alright, let's go play sometime. Speaking of which, how did you end up here? Narrowing her eyes, Chen Yushan said with a hint of meaning, You wouldn't happen to be? Stop it. Qin Yu blocked Chen Yushan with one hand and said helplessly, Am I that kind of person? My house was robbed, and I'm here to give a statement. I don't think you're that kind of person either. Chun Yushan nodded solemnly, her face regaining its smile, and said, "Actually, I was just heading home. Why don't we go together? Let's go then." Saying this, Xin Yu led the way forward. The thought of Duan Mushui still waiting alone at home made him worry. Chen Yushan saw that he was still in a hurry and smiled as she followed closely behind. Meanwhile, on the street outside the police station, a faint yellow figure carrying a wooden sword dashed toward the police station at an incredible speed, drawing the shocked stares of passers-by. Chapter 67, Even if I tear this place apart, I will find him. What's going on? Wearing a dragon robe and wielding a sword while storming into a police station? Aren't you afraid of getting arrested? A sword? Maybe not? The point isn't what kind of sword he's holding, right? Maybe they've gone mad. You're so good looking, how could you go crazy? What a waste. Alright, let's go. It's none of our business. A few passers-by stared at the entrance of the police station, muttered a few words, and hurriedly left. Meanwhile, Duan Mushui had already arrived at the entrance of the police station. Her phoenix-like eyes fixed on the large characters on the building, she suddenly grabbed a passing police officer and coldly asked, "Is this the county office?" "What?" The police officer furrowed his brows, narrowed his eyes, and gave Du Shui a thorough once-over before sighing, "I suppose so. The county police station back in the day, that would have been the county government office, right? It's this strange woman. Where did she come from? It's the dragon robe again, and the county office. You're really getting into the role, aren't you?" As Duan Mushui prepared to enter the police station, the police stopped her again. "What's the matter?" With a cold glance at the police officer, Duan Mushui stopped in her tracks and demanded, "Where have you detained my friend?" "Ha?" The police officer's eyes widened in surprise, unable to suppress a laugh. "What a guy. I've even started using imperial titles. This is more than just getting too into character. But never mind. In terms of demeanor, you've got it just right. Looking at it this way, he does indeed have a certain imperial presence." The woman cleared her throat. The police officer sighed helplessly, "Are you sure you're in the right place? This isn't a place for acting. Isn't this the county office?" Du Shui furrowed her brows. He paused again, then the police officer nodded and said, "It's sort of the county office, but it's not called that anymore. Now it's called the police station." "Then I haven't come to the wrong place." Without hesitation, he retorted, and Duan Mushui's heart sank as he asked again, "Where exactly have you imprisoned my friend?" Seeing that he couldn't get through to Duan Mushui, the police officer scratched his head and said helplessly, "Your friend is at the police station?" He had already figured it out. This woman might have some mental issues. It would be best to calm her down first, take her home, and then try to contact her family to bring her back. He said he wanted to come here. Thinking back to what Xinyu had said before he left, Duan Mushui bit her lip in worry. He had said he would return soon, but it had been a long time, and he still hadn't come back. "It must be that you have locked him up. Speak. Where exactly have you imprisoned him?" As he shouted angrily, Duan Mushui gripped the hilt of his wooden sword. At first, she could still wait patiently at home. However, as time ticked by, and she watched the sky grow light, Xinyu still hadn't returned, and she couldn't sit still any longer. If he was going to return soon, why had he not come back after such a long time? If you've been gone for so long, something must have happened. Answer my question. Seeing that the police officer remained silent, Duan Mushui grew furious and pressed him for an answer. Seeing this, the police officer glanced at the passers-by who were frequently looking back and hurriedly intervened. "Alright, you come with me first. Then tell me your friend's name, and I'll have them check it out." He was afraid that staying there any longer would cause a commotion. Upon hearing this, Duan Mushui did not immediately agree, but instead kept a close eye on every expression of the police officer. After a few seconds of silence, she clenched the wooden sword in her hand, narrowed her eyes, and warned, "Don't even think about playing any tricks. If you do, I won't let you off easily." "Don't worry, I have no such intentions." With a helpless smile toward Duan Mushui, the police officer hurriedly led her into the hall. Upon seeing Duan Mushui dressed in a dragon robe and holding a wooden sword, all the police officer's attention was drawn to her. "Hey! Xiao Jun, where did you bring this person from?" An older police officer saw the scene and asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, the police officer called Xiao Jun aside and said, "She said she came to find a friend and asked us to hand her over immediately." At this point, Xiao Jun gave everyone a nod, then tapped his own head. Seeing this, the police officers suddenly understood. They said, "Who in their right mind would dress up like that, carrying a broken wooden sword, and go to the police station to demand someone be released?" Coughing lightly, Xiao Jun looked back at Duan Mushui. "What's your friend's name?" After glancing warily around the room and remaining silent for a moment, Duan Mushui surveyed the interior of the police station while whispering, "His name is Xinyu." "Xinyu? Do we have someone like that here?" A female police officer said, flipping through the roster in her hands. The older police officer who had spoken earlier frowned, thought for a moment, then shook his head. "That's an unusual name. If we really arrested someone like that, I would definitely know." He then looked at Duan Mushui and smiled. "Young lady, did you get it wrong? There's no one here named Xinyu." Speaking of which, do you know your family's contact information? Let me help you get in touch with them. Swoosh. Before the old police officer could finish speaking, Duan Muxue swiftly drew the wooden sword from her back, gripping the scabbard with one hand and the hilt with the other, ready to draw the sword at any moment. Glaring angrily at the police officers in front of her, she coldly said with a mix of anger and concern, "Don't think you can deceive me. He said he was coming here before he left, so he must be here." The thought of Qin Yu possibly being imprisoned and enduring torture filled her heart with an inexplicable pain. It felt as though those tortures were being inflicted upon her own body. Taking a deep breath, Duan Muxue gripped the wooden sword in her hand even tighter. "Today, if you do not hand him over to me voluntarily, I will tear this place apart with my own hands and find him." Chapter 68. If this happens again, I will come to save you. As Duan Muxue finished speaking, the police station fell into silence. All the police officers stared at her in shock, momentarily taken aback. Several people had the same thought pop into their heads at the same time. If this woman were to star in an imperial drama, she would definitely be far more compelling than those popular celebrities. Let's not even talk about her looks. Just in terms of presence alone, he already has the aura of an emperor. It wasn't until several seconds later that a few police officers exchanged glances, sharing a knowing look. The female officer nodded and continued flipping through the roster in her hands. "I'll check again to see if there's anyone named Qin Yu." The veteran officer stepped forward and cleared his throat. "Ma'am, please don't act impulsively. Put down the wooden sword. If you keep this up, we'll have no choice but to take some other measures and confiscate your wooden sword." These other measures, of course, refer to the use of force. However, Duan Muxue was regarded by them as a mentally unstable individual. To avoid provoking her, the police were reluctant to use force. As the veteran officer stepped forward, Duan Muxue immediately took a step back. Her phoenix-like eyes fixed on the other person, she spoke slowly and clearly, "Do not approach me." "All right, I won't come near you." Sighing helplessly, the old police officer hurriedly urged the female police officer who was flipping through the roster, "Hurry up and find it." After speaking, he immediately lowered his voice and whispered to Xiao Jun beside him, "I'll distract her attention. You grab her wooden sword. Let's subdue her first, then figure out how to find her family." "All right." Xiao Jun nodded quietly and moved his feet stealthily, trying to get behind Duan Muxue. But as soon as he moved, his subtle action was noticed by Duan Muxue. "What are you trying to do?" The cold, piercing question made Xiao Jun's body stiffen. Seeing that the patient was still on guard, he smiled lightly. "Nothing, I just wanted to get a glass of water." After saying that, he calmly picked up the water cup and walked toward the water dispenser on the side. The veteran police officer took advantage of this opportunity to continue negotiating with Duan Muxue. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense for a moment. At the same time, in the corridor, Qin Yu was still checking the time and hurried downstairs. Beside him, Chen Yushan casually said, "Hey, why don't you come home with me for breakfast?" "No way." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu shook his head and said naturally, "There's someone waiting for me at home. I need to hurry back." "That's not possible." Without even thinking, Qin Yu shook his head and said naturally, "There's someone waiting for me at home. I need to hurry back." "What?" Her eyes widened suddenly. Chen Yushan looked at Qin Yu in shock, stammering, You don't have a girlfriend, do you?" Qin Yu was about to retort that she wasn't his girlfriend yet, when suddenly a delicate voice rang out from the front hall. "How dare you ambush me?" Upon hearing this all too familiar voice, Qin Yu's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. He snapped back to his senses almost instantly and rushed down the stairs without a second thought. Seeing this, Chen Yushan didn't know what was happening, but she hurriedly followed him. In the hall, Duan Muxue was glaring angrily at Xiao Jun. Swish! As Qin Yu stepped into the hall, she drew her wooden sword and lunged at Xiao Jun with uncontrollable anger. Of course, it was only a wooden sword, so its power was limited. Seeing this, Qin Yu's heartstrings tightened immediately, and Du Muxue, stop. At the command, Duan Muxue's movements came to an abrupt halt. Her phoenix-like eyes widened in shock, then she quickly turned her head, looking at Qin Yu with a mix of concern and excitement. But within a second, her eyes once again flashed with murderous intent. In her line of sight, Qin Yu was standing alongside Chen Yushan, who was dressed in a police uniform. Chen Yushan had just caught up, so one hand was reaching out toward Qin Yu, intending to grab him and ask what was going on. However, to Duan Muxue, who already had a preconceived notion, this gesture looked as though Chen Yushan was preparing to arrest Qin Yu. "Let him go!" Suddenly, she shouted angrily in distress, pointing the wooden sword in her hand directly at Chen Yushan's wrist. Seeing this, Qin Yu hurried forward and shouted angrily once more, "Stop!" Her heart skipped a beat, and Duan Muxue quickly sheathed her sword. Her heart skipped a beat, and Duan Muxue quickly sheathed her sword. She spun her body to release the momentum and looked up in confusion. "Why did you stop me? Shouldn't I be asking you? Why did you attack someone for no reason?" Qin Yu was completely enraged. "Shouldn't I be asking you? Why did you attack someone for no reason?" Qin Yu was completely enraged. Glancing at Chen Yushan, Duan Muxue furrowed her brows and said, "Isn't she the constable escorting you? Of course not. Qin Yu was speechless. Feng Mao blinked in confusion, and Duan Muxue cautiously asked, "So you're okay?" "How could I be okay?" Furious, he stepped forward and snatched the wooden sword from her hand. "How did you end up here? And you're holding my grandfather's wooden sword? Where did you get it from?" Seeing Qin Yu's grim expression, Duan Muxue froze. "Are you angry?" Hearing this, Qin Yu furrowed his brows and said seriously, "How could I not be angry? Didn't I tell you to wait for me at home? This isn't just any place, it's the police station." When he saw Duan Muxue appear here, holding a sword pointed at the police, his heart nearly stopped. Fortunately, he arrived just in time to prevent the situation from escalating. Otherwise, things would have been impossible to resolve. Qin Yu was angry for two reasons. First, because of Rui Mushue's actions, and second, because he was worried something might happen to her. "I've been waiting at home for a long time." Feng Mao raised her eyes slightly, and Ndu Mushue stole a glance at Qin Yu before quickly averting her gaze and whispering, "But it's already dawn, and you still haven't returned. I thought you had been imprisoned in the dungeon and feared you were being tortured." At this point, Duan Mushue's expression grew complex as she bit her lips tightly. This was the first time she had ever seen Qin Yu angry. For some reason, she felt uneasy inside. And she doesn't know what she did wrong to make Qin Yu so angry. Her phoenix-like eyes lifted once more. Duan Muxue stared at Qin Yu, furrowing her brows slightly and speaking earnestly, "I do not like you getting angry, nor do I understand why you are angry. But I know that if something like this happens again, I will still come to save you." Chapter 69. When you meet the right person, even a hedgehog turns into a rabbit. Qin Yu was genuinely furious at first. However, after listening to Duan Mushue's words, he suddenly felt less angry. While feeling a bit warmed inside, he also thought Duan Muxue was a bit silly. However, she wasn't angry inside, so she put on a brave face. "I need to make Ndu Shui aware of how serious her actions were this time. Otherwise, judging by her tone, there would definitely be a next time. Come over here." Qin Yu waved to Duan Muxue and directly brought her to Chen Yushan, who had nearly been stabbed, and the police officer Xiao Jun apologized to them. Glancing past Chen Yushan to Xiao Jun, Duan Muxue said displeasedly, "He tried to ambush me. I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize?" Sighing, Qin Yu raised the wooden sword in his hand. "If you hadn't been carrying such a dangerous weapon into the police station, would they have needed to ambush you? And they didn't ambush you to hurt you, they just wanted to take this wooden sword. You shouldn't have trespassed here. Apologize." Upon hearing this, Duan Mushue's brows furrowed tightly. As an emperor, aside from her father, mother, and Qin Yu, her benefactor, she had never once apologized to anyone else. For her, this was a psychological challenge. "If I apologize, will you stop being angry?" After a moment's hesitation, Duan Muxue looked at Qin Yu. Nodding, Qin Yu said bluntly, "If you apologize sincerely, I won't be angry anymore." "I understand." Feng Mao lowered her eyes and walked over to Chen Yushan and Xiao Jun with a hint of defiance. Her gaze cold, she stiffly said, "I'm sorry." Chen Yushan and Xiao Jun blinked silently, exchanged glances, and then nodded blankly. "It's okay." Even now, they still didn't quite understand the situation. Especially Chen Yushan, who looked completely bewildered. Sighing, Qin Yu also looked at the others and said helplessly, "I'm truly sorry. She thought something had happened to me and was very worried, causing trouble for everyone." "You're the Qin Yu she was looking for, right?" The old police officer snapped out of it first and smiled wryly. "We all thought you were a criminal earlier. We almost wore out the roster looking for you. If you hadn't shown up, we would have had to subdue you by force and take you to the hospital for a checkup. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect her to come looking for me either." Qin Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. If he had known that leaving for just a short while would cause Duan Muxue to come looking for him so recklessly, he would have definitely said he'd be gone longer. Moreover, judging by the situation, the police must have misunderstood Duan Mushue's mental state. But that's probably for the best. This way, they won't use this as an excuse to interrogate Duan Muxue and make things more complicated. There's nothing much to it. Just keep an eye on her next time you go out. The old police officer thought for a moment and continued, "You should also write down your phone number and have her carry it with her. If something similar happens again, it will be easier to contact you." "Alright, thank you both. There's nothing else, so we'll be on our way." With a smile to the old police officer, Qin Yu turned back to Duan Muxue. "Let's go home." "Alright." Nodding, Duan Muxue obediently followed Qin Yu. Seeing Duan Muxue, who had been as cold as ice and full of anger moments ago, now following Qin Yu like a lamb, the police officers who witnessed the scene couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It truly is one thing that can subdue another. When you meet the right person, even a hedgehog turns into a rabbit. "Wait for me." Chen Yushan snapped back to reality and hurried after him. Seeing this, Duan Mushue's eyes grew alert once more. "Why are you still following?" "I'm just passing by on my way home." Chen Yushan smiled and then looked at Qin Yu, whispering, "Qin Yu, this isn't the person you were waiting for at home, is it?" "Yes, that's right." Qin Yu answered promptly. He had no intention of hiding anything about this matter. He would continue to take Duanmu Shui out frequently, and eventually everyone would find out. However, after thinking about it, he reminded her, "My parents don't know about this yet, so don't say anything. When the time is right, I'll tell them myself. If my parents found out now that I'm living with Du Shui, they'd probably come over today and force me to marry her." "I understand. Don't worry." With a meaningful smile, Chen Yushan curiously glanced at Duanmu Shui. In truth, she still didn't quite understand why Qin Yu would choose such a woman, one who seemed mentally unstable and obsessed with becoming an emperor, as his girlfriend. Maybe it's because Duanmu Shui is just too good looking? Thinking about it this way, Chen Yushan felt that the matter was somewhat understandable. Because Duanmu Shui's looks are truly stunning. A heart-shaped face, willow-shaped eyebrows, slightly upturned phoenix eyes, a slender and delicate nose bridge, and a pink, delicate mouth. A classic beauty, so stunning that even other women find her captivating. While Chen Yushan was sizing up Duanmu Shui was also staring back at her. Noticing that she seemed to have a good relationship with Qin Yu, Duanmu Shui furrowed her brows and looked at Qin Yu with a stiff expression. "What is your relationship with her?" Chapter 70, It turns out the Big Eater is real. Upon hearing this question, Qin Yu was taken aback. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about what she said. It sounded so much like a girlfriend asking her boyfriend. "She is. I'm his old classmate and old friend." Qin Yu answered, and Chen Yushan smiled and explained. She had already assumed that Qin Yu and Duanmu Shui were in a romantic relationship. As a modelly young person, when faced with such a situation, one must certainly clarify the matter. Otherwise, it might cause misunderstandings on the other side and create conflicts between couples, which would be highly inappropriate. "Friends?" she repeated softly, and Duanmu Shui turned back thoughtfully. Upon hearing this answer, she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. "Speaking of which, you don't know my name, do you?" Chen Yushan said, extending her hand. "My name is Chen Yushan. I'm a police officer at the Jincheng County Police Station. You can call me Xiao Chen or Yushan, whichever you prefer." Facing Chen Yushan's warm greeting, Duanmu Shui stared at her hand for a moment before performing a fist salute. "Duanmu Shui." Stunned by Duanmu Shui's reaction, Chen Yushan forced a laugh and withdrew her hand, then mimicked Duanmu Shui's movements and also performed a fist salute. Qin Yu had been a little worried. Seeing that Chen Yushan didn't look at Duanmu Shui in a strange way, but instead followed her and did the same, he felt a little relieved. With a smile, Chen Yushan quickly asked, "Shui, why do you think we would harm Qin Yu?" With her brows furrowed, Duanmu Shui hesitated and said, "I fear you will subject him to harsh interrogation." "What?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yushan was taken aback and burst into laughter. How could that be possible? Such a thing could never happen. Why? Ending her gaze, Duanmu Shui looked at Chen Yushan in confusion. "Because that's what the law says." Mentioning the law, Chen Yushan immediately became serious. Ending her words, she pursed her lips and looked deep in thought. She also added a clause to the laws of the Great Chu Kingdom: except for those who are extremely wicked and dangerous, no one shall be subjected to harsh interrogation. However, officials in small counties sometimes resorted to special methods of torture to quickly resolve cases, regardless of whether the individuals involved were guilty or not. Therefore, she instinctively assumed that the local officials here would also resort to such methods against Qin Yu. Now it seems that the situation in modern times is quite different from that of the Great Chu dynasty. Modern laws seem to have greater deterrent power. "Alright, you two shouldn't discuss such profound issues." Seeing the two of them still chatting, Qin Yu glanced at the time and said, "It's about time. Let's go have breakfast first." Seeing that the two were still chatting, Qin Yu glanced at the time and said, "It's about time. Let's go have breakfast first." "I won't be going. My parents are waiting for me at home." Chen Yushan shook her head. Qin Yu thought for a moment and called out to her, "I just happened to have something to ask you. Let's eat together." "Ha?" Hearing this, Chen Yushan became interested. Hearing this, Chen Yushan became curious. She followed along, smiling. "This is rare. You actually have something to ask me? Because you know more about this than I do." After speaking, Qin Yu led Duanmu Shui and Chen Yushan to the same chaotic noodle shop they had visited before, then confidently ordered 6 large bowls of dumplings from the owner. Upon hearing the number, Chen Yushan's eyes widened in surprise. "Qin Yu, it's been years since we last met, and you can eat quite a lot now." "It's not me," Qin Yu said, pointing to Duanmu Shui, who was blushing slightly beside him. "I had 1 bowl, you had 1 bowl, and the rest is all hers." "Ha?" The smile froze on her face. Chen Yushan slowly turned her gaze toward Duanmu Shui, her eyes widening further. "Qin Yu, don't speak nonsense." "What nonsense?" Shaking his head, Qin Yu smiled lightly. "If you don't believe me, ask him yourself." Chen Yushan's gaze faltered, and she looked back at Duanmu Shui. Just as she was about to speak, Duanmu Shui nodded first. "That's right, it's for me to eat." The moment those words left her mouth, the air froze for an instant. Chen Yushan's gaze swept over Duanmu Shui's slender body several times. She took a deep breath and nodded silently, so those big eaters were real after all. Chapter 71, Being able to eat is a blessing. Xinyu didn't know if the big eater in the video was real. However, Indu Shue's appetite is definitely real. Seeing Xinyu smiling, Duan Muxue felt a pang of shame and said angrily, "Are you mocking my appetite?" "No, I'm not." Xinyu raised his eyebrows and smiled indifferently. "What's there to make fun of? Being able to eat well is a blessing, a good thing." "Not at all." Xinyu raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly. "What's there to mock? Being able to eat is a blessing, it's a good thing." Earlier, he had been worried about Indu Shue's voracious appetite. But now they're not that short on money anymore. Duan Mushue's eyes flickered, and her cheeks seemed to flush slightly. Chen Yushan rested her face in her hands, sitting across from them and watching the two with a heart-wrenching sigh. "Xinyu, I see you called me to eat together, but you didn't have anything to ask me. You just wanted to feed me some dog food, didn't you?" Looking at the two of them, every word they said was filled with the intimacy of a young couple. Poor me, a lonely single person. Not having a partner is bad enough, but now I have to sit here and eat dog food. Xinyu, you're not being fair. Chen Yushan concluded with a final remark. Upon hearing this, Xinyu feared that Duan Muxue might misunderstand, so he shook his head and explained, "Don't say such nonsense. When have I ever fed you dog food?" However, he had forgotten one thing. That was that Duan Muxue had no idea what dog food meant. Looking at Chen Yushan with a strange expression, Duan Muxue hesitated and asked, "Why do you like eating dog food?" She assumed Chen Yushan was eating dog food because she couldn't afford proper meals, and her expression grew more sympathetic. Her smile froze, and Chen Yushan looked at Xinyu helplessly, whispering, "Xinyu, does Xiao Shui know what dog food means?" Xinyu nodded. He had never mentioned it to her before, so she definitely didn't know that this dog food was not the same as that dog food. Chen Yushan felt torn, wondering whether she should explain the meaning of dog food to Duan Muxue. Xinyu shook his head silently, then said, "Don't talk nonsense. We're not the kind of relationship you think we are." "Ha!" Upon hearing this, Chen Yushan's eyes widened as she looked at Xinyu. Her gaze drifted between Xinyu and Duan Muxue, and when she saw Xinyu naturally break off a pair of wooden chopsticks for Duan Muxue, she couldn't help but wonder if Xinyu was lying to her. Such intimate gestures, aren't they a couple? You wouldn't be afraid I'd tell your parents, would you? Chen Yushan raised an eyebrow. Glancing at her, Xinyu replied calmly, "Do I really need to? If we were really a couple, I wouldn't need you to say anything, I'd tell my parents myself." "Are you sure that's not the case?" Chen Yushan placed her arms on the table, narrowed her eyes, and then smiled. "Does that mean I still have a chance?" After saying that, she glanced at Duan Mushue's direction, wanting to observe his reaction. However, Duan Muxue seemed not to be paying close attention to their conversation. She merely frowned and glanced at the two of them before focusing all her attention on the dumplings that had just been served. Glancing at Chen Yushan's smile, Xinyu rolled her eyes without mercy. That smile was all too familiar to him. Every time she joked about herself in the past, she would laugh like this. "Quick, stuff your mouth with dumplings," Xinyu said, pushing a bowl of wontons toward Chen Yushan. With a chuckle, Chen Yushan also began to eat heartily. "This place still has the best dumplings. They've been the same for years." After enjoying a satisfying bite of wonton, she quickly asked, "What exactly do you want to ask me?" "It's not a big deal." Xinyu cleared his throat and said, "I'm just curious about something." "Speak up, it's just the two of us." Chen Yushan shook her head, looking unconvinced. Xinyu glanced at Duan Muxue and hesitated before asking, "I've always wondered, how can people without a household registration or ID card register a household and obtain an ID card?" "Ha!" Upon hearing this, Chen Yushan stopped eating her dumplings and looked at Xinyu suspiciously. "Why are you curious about this question? Don't you have a household registration and an ID card?" After a brief pause, Xinyu blurted out the excuse he had just thought of, "It's just a friend of mine. He's an extra child his parents had, so he has no household registration." "Oh, I see." Nodding, Chen Yushan said calmly, "According to the newly enacted policy, as long as he can provide his birth certificate and his parents' marriage certificate, he can register his household. If he doesn't have a birth certificate, he can go to the place where his mother gave birth to him and apply for a birth medical certificate." After swallowing a dumpling, Chen Yushan continued, "If the birth occurred outside a maternity facility, a paternity test can also be used." After listening to Chen Yushan's explanation, Xinyu remained silent for a moment before quickly adding, "What if none of those options are available?" Chen Yushan's eyes widened in shock. She sighed deeply and said helplessly, "How could there be none? My friend doesn't have a birth certificate, his parents weren't even married, and they're both dead, so there's no way to do a paternity test." "I went." Chen Yushan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, shaking her head in disbelief, "Your friend really is in a terrible situation. Is there anything we can do?" Xinyu asked anxiously. Furrowing her brows, Chen Yushan shook her head and said, "That's quite complicated. Without a household registration, you can forget about getting an ID card. Is there absolutely no way around it?" "Not exactly. Shen Yushan muttered under her breath, then added, if the responsible authority in his village is willing to help him submit an application, confirming that he is indeed a resident there, and then have the local police station verify it, there might be a chance to process his household registration. Oh, I see. Qinyu nodded thoughtfully, staring at the wonton in his bowl as he fell into deep thought. It seems that this matter isn't entirely hopeless after all. However, while it may seem straightforward, it is actually quite challenging. Chapter 72, Don't be so impulsive in the future. Shen Yushan saw that Qinyu was frowning deeply in thought. She glanced at Duanmu Shui and then lowered her voice, saying, Qinyu, the friend you're talking about isn't Xiao Shui, is it? His heart tightened, and Qinyu immediately looked up and denied it. What are you talking about? It's not Shui. Really not? Shen Yushan doubted. Calm down, Qinyu said firmly, no. Eat quickly, even food can't stop you from talking. Upon hearing this, Shen Yushan raised her eyebrows, you're such a Qinyu. You used me and now you're rejecting me. I'm really upset. Let me ask you a question. How did this get tied to using me? Sighing, Qinyu continued, I'll treat you to this bowl. That doesn't count as using you, does it? Isn't it supposed to be your treat? Aren't you supposed to treat me anyway, muttered Shen Yushan before getting back to work. After staying up all night, she was feeling pretty tired by now. After finishing breakfast, she had to hurry home to sleep. Shen Yushan quickly finished the wontons in her bowl, waved goodbye to the two, and left first. Qinyu finished his portion and began waiting silently for Duanmu Shui. Finally, after finishing the last bowl of dumplings, Duanmu Shui gently wiped her lips and stood up contentedly. I'm full. Then let's go back. Yawning, Qinyu settled the bill and left with Duanmu Shui. After working all night, he was exhausted. Actually, he was quite curious. How come Du Shui was so energetic after staying up all night too? However, when he thought about her past as an emperor, Qinyu felt he probably knew why. The way home wasn't long. Although it was only 6 in the morning, the street vendors selling breakfast were already set up. Early risers heading to work are bustling through the streets and alleys, transforming the once quiet lanes into a lively scene. Duanmu Shui stared at the street scene for a moment, and in a daze, she felt as though she had returned to the marketplace of the Great Chu Kingdom. It was a similar alley, with the same cries of vendors and the same bustling crowd. Qinyu noticed the pain on her face and realized she might be thinking about the past. After thinking for a moment, he took the initiative to speak. How did you find the police station? I asked Wang Auntie, then asked passers-by along the way, and eventually found it. Glancing back at him, Duanmu Shui's lips twitched slightly before she whispered, I asked Aunt Wang, then asked passers-by along the way and eventually found it. Qinyu looked at Duanmu Shui in silence, thinking to himself, wow, that's impressive. The distance from home to the police station wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. To have made it to the police station safely, Duanmu Shui is quite impressive. Don't be so impulsive in the future. Qinyu shook his head, still unconvinced. If I go out alone in the future, just wait for me at home. I'll definitely come back safely. Ending the silence, she stared at Qinyu for a few seconds, neither nodding nor shaking her head. After a long while, she finally whispered, when it comes to your safety, I cannot stay at home and wait with peace of mind. Upon hearing this, Qinyu was startled, and a wave of warmth surged in his heart. Just as he was about to say that nothing could threaten his safety, Duanmu Shui suddenly changed the subject. Shen Yushan guessed that I don't have an ID card. Why didn't you admit it? Earlier, when Shen Yushan asked, although she had lowered her voice, she had still heard it. Because you're a stranger who suddenly appeared. Qinyu shook his head and continued, because you're a stranger who appeared out of nowhere. Besides me and Aunt Wang, no one knows you. And only I know why you're here. Even Aunt Wang doesn't know. With a smile, Qinyu continued, Shen Yushan is a kind-hearted person, just like her father. If she knew you didn't have a household registration or an ID card, she would definitely help you out. If she gets involved, she'll have to investigate a lot of things. If they find out you're just a stranger who appeared out of nowhere, that could cause major problems. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Shui thought carefully and replied, that makes sense. After a brief pause, she quickly followed up with, so the issue of my identity is still quite complicated? It is complicated, Qinyu nodded honestly, then added, but now we know the solution, so it's a significant step forward. As he spoke, he gave Duanmu Shui a faint smile and continued, don't worry about this matter. We'll take it step by step. Anyway, you don't need to go out to work, and there's no need to consider marriage for now. If you're just living a normal life, you won't need an ID card for now. That's good. Duanmu Shui sighed in relief and then looked ahead. She stopped in her tracks, pointed forward, and said, it's Aunt Wang. Ha! Startled, Qinyu looked up and saw Aunt Wang sitting in front of her shop, which had been completely destroyed, fanning herself while staring at her own shop. This single glance truly moved Qinyu. Aunt Wang must have been worried that his shop might be robbed, so she had specially come to help him guard the door. Chapter 73, Mom's Call. Good morning, Aunt Wang, Qinyu greeted her with a smile from a few steps away. Hearing the familiar voice, Aunt Wang hurriedly turned around. As soon as she saw Qinyu and Duanmu Shui, she couldn't help but glare at them, it's still early. Why did you two go out so early? Aren't you afraid the store will be robbed? Hearing this, Shinyu explained helplessly, we were in a hurry and didn't have time to close up. You young people these days are so impulsive and can't stay calm. After muttering a few words, Aunt Wang picked up a stool and walked toward her shop while saying, I'll call old Lin for you. He'll come fix your door. He'll be here soon. You two wait downstairs. Thanks, Aunt Wang. Waving goodbye to Aunt Wang, Shinyu calmly led Duan Mushui back into the store. Just as he was about to doze off, Lin Peng burst in noisily. Juanzi, which door is broken? As soon as he stepped through the door, Lin Peng started searching the room for someone. Seeing how affectionately Uncle Lin addressed Aunt Wang, Shinyu chuckled and stood up, saying, Uncle Lin, Aunt Wang has already left. She's gone? Furrowing his brows, Lin Peng's enthusiastic expression vanished instantly. Sighing, he asked weakly, which door is broken at your place? That reaction was so real. Muttering under his breath, Shinyu pointed to the store door behind him and said, Isn't that the store door you just walked into? Is that so? Feeling embarrassed, Lin Peng quickly turned around to check. Earlier, he had been completely preoccupied with Juanzi and hadn't looked closely at all. Glancing at her, he immediately said, Xiaoqin, why does your shop attract thieves all the time? What can I do? This is an antique shop. Shinyu sighed and said, maybe the thieves think there are a lot of valuable treasures in my shop. No wonder. Nodding, Lin Peng said, 200 yuan to fix it? He squatted down and started tinkering. No wonder. Nodding, Lin Peng said, 200 to fix it, and squatted down to get to work. Shinyu simply grabbed a chair and sat down nearby to wait. Occasionally, when he thought of something to talk about, he would chat with Lin Peng for a few minutes. Duan Mushui saw that the two were chatting happily, so she took a chair and sat beside them like a well-behaved little girl, listening in. At the moment, she actually enjoyed listening to Shinyu chat with others. Because she discovered that in the process, she could learn a lot. Uncle Lin, does Aunt Wang know that you call her Juanzi? Just as Shinyu was curious about this question, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. Glancing at the caller ID, he immediately felt a headache coming on and covered his face with his hands. What's wrong? Is it the home phone? Uncle Lin glanced over and asked with a smile. With a helpless nod, Shinyu dared not linger and quickly answered the call. Hello, Mom. Hey. Son. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yanfei responded in a high-pitched voice. As soon as he heard those words, a chill ran down Shinyu's spine. When his mother spoke in that tone, it definitely meant something bad was about to happen. But even if I know it's a pit of fire ahead, I have to answer the phone no matter what. Coughing lightly, Shinyu forced a laugh and said, Mom, what's up? How's business at the shop lately? Lu Yanfei asked with a smile. Thinking about the copper coins he had just sold, Shinyu felt confident. It's going well. I just made a little over 2,000. Wow! Lu Yanfei exclaimed in obvious surprise, unable to believe it. You're not lying to me, are you? With a hearty laugh, Shinyu replied casually, would I lie to you about something like this? I'll transfer some living expenses to you later. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Just as Shinyu thought his mother didn't believe him, the phone suddenly rang again with an excited shout that left him both amused and exasperated. Old Shin, your son made 2,000 yuan and is going to send me some living expenses soon. Really? He's really making money? Your son said it himself. If you don't believe me, ask him. I won't ask. Just tell him to take care of himself. Save your money and don't spend it recklessly. Right, I should remind him of that. With a smile that couldn't hide her excitement, Lu Yanfei put the phone back to her ear. Xiaoyu, did you hear what your father said? Keep the money safe and don't spend it carelessly. Got it. Facing his mother's rare affectionate nickname, Shinyu sighed. From now on, he wouldn't have to endure his mother constantly nagging him that this wasn't a proper job. However, just as he was getting excited, Lu Yanfei suddenly changed the subject. With a playful smile, she cheerfully revealed the true purpose of her call today. Xiaoyu, you've made some money. Now you can talk about your job with more confidence. By the way, recently your aunt who introduced me to a pretty decent girl. She's a teacher, has a stable job, a quiet personality, and she's also quite attractive. When do you have time? Hurry back and meet her. Chapter 74, Are you going to a brothel to find a woman? Upon hearing this, Shinyu's smile vanished instantly. Got it. What was bound to happen has finally happened. Sighing, he said without hesitation, Mom, I don't have time. Raising her eyebrows, Lu Yanfei immediately became displeased. It's just a meal, you don't even have that much time? In the time it takes to eat a meal, I might lose a few $1,000s. Don't try to fool me. Annoyed, Lu Yanfei interrupted him and said, I can tell you just don't want to eat this meal. Mom, to be precise, I don't want to go on a blind date. Shinyu sighed. If it were just a proper meal, I wouldn't be so resistant. Scratching his head, he quickly added, to be honest, Mom, I'm only 23. I still have 7 years left before I hit my prime at 30. I'm not exactly desperate for a partner, so why should I rush into arranged meetings? You're not in a hurry. With a cold snort, Lu Yanfei continued, but your father and I are. You're 30, in the prime of your life. But in 7 years, your father will be 53, and I'll be 50. If you wait another 2 years to have a child, I'll be 52 or 53. By then, I won't even be able to take care of the child properly. After a round of nagging, Lu Yanfei continued, can't you let us hold our grandchildren sooner and enjoy the joys of family life sooner? Facing her mother's accusation of being unfilial, Xinyu replied quietly, Mom, according to big data, 60 is the official age for entering old age. In another 10 years, you'll only be considered a young senior citizen. Stop spouting nonsense. With a clearly annoyed outburst, Lu Yanfei quickly added, anyway, I don't care. The young lady your aunt who introduced to you, you must come back and have dinner with her. If you don't eat this meal, don't come back for the new year. Mom! Faced with such a threat, Xinyu felt a headache coming on. This was precisely why he dreaded answering calls from home. Back when he was in school, it was his mom who wouldn't let him date anyone. Now, it's my mom who's pushing me to go on blind dates. Back when my cousin was in this situation, I used to make fun of him. Sure enough. Mothers around the world are pretty much the same when it comes to this matter. Actually, I'm not opposed to finding a partner either. But I really don't like the method of arranged meetings. Two strangers who don't know each other at all, sitting together awkwardly, staring at each other while eating, with the sole purpose of dating and getting married. Occasionally, one might ask, how much do you earn, or what are your hobbies? Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. And based on my understanding of my mom, once she starts, if I don't find someone suitable, she'll be setting me up on blind dates every other day. Then my days of leisure will be over. To get my mom to stop nagging, I have to completely crush her idea of setting me up on a blind date. His gaze darkened, and Xinyu turned his head thoughtfully, glancing at Duanmu Shui, who was blinking at him from the side. Mom, wait for me. He muttered into his phone, temporarily silencing it, then pulled Duanmu Shui aside. I'm in trouble and need your help. What kind of trouble? My mom is forcing me to find a woman. What? Upon hearing this, Duanmu Shui's eyes widened in shock. Find a woman? She blinked her phoenix-like eyes and hesitated. Are you going to a brothel to find a woman? Of course not. Shaking his head in silence, Xinyu explained in detail, they're forcing me to meet a woman and then trying to arrange a marriage between us. Oh, I see. Ending her muttering, Duanmu Shui frowned and asked, but what's the big deal? In her view, this was perfectly normal. Because in ancient times, marriages were arranged entirely by parents. Upon hearing this news, why did I feel a bit unhappy inside? She quietly covered her heart with one hand, and Ndu Shui furrowed her brows in confusion. Xinyu didn't notice and continued to explain, because I don't want to marry someone under such coercion. But my mother is the kind of person who, once she starts something, won't stop until she gets her way. As long as I haven't decided to marry anyone, she'll definitely keep forcing me to meet different women. So how do you expect me to help you? Duanmu Shui suppressed the uneasy feeling in her heart and asked in confusion. Taking a deep breath, Xinyu seemed to have made up his mind and said solemnly, so, I want you to pretend to be my girlfriend for now and put my mother's idea out of her head. Chapter 75, The Empress's Little Thoughts. As soon as Xinyu spoke, the store fell silent. Duanmu Xiafeng narrowed her eyes, her expression indecipherable. Even Uncle Lin stopped what he was doing, perked up his ears, and looked over in surprise. Xinyu knew that his request was sudden and needed a detailed explanation. Uncle Lin, keep it up. Let's go upstairs and talk about something. He shouted to Uncle Lin, who hurriedly took Ndu Shui upstairs. Over the phone, Mom's urgent voice could be heard from time to time. Only after the door was securely closed did Xinyu turn back to Duanmu Shui and say seriously, I know this is all very sudden, but I'm not really asking you to be my girlfriend. I just want you to pretend in front of my mom. Privately, we'll still be on normal terms. I could refuse my mother more firmly, but I'm afraid she might suddenly come over here. If she sees you then, we'll have to make up a story on the spot, which would be even more troublesome. Since that's the case, why don't you pretend for now and help me keep it from her? After blurting out his thoughts in one breath, Xinyu immediately asked, so what do you think? If you don't want to, I won't force you. Furrowing his brows and hesitating for a moment, Duanmu Shui hesitantly asked, do I need to confront your mother face to face? If that's the case, she really wasn't prepared for it. After some thought, Xinyu shook his head and said, I'll come up with a few reasons to explain to my mom. She probably won't come over. All you need to do is use your phone to tell my mom that you're my girlfriend. Alright, I'll help you. Duanmu Shui agreed readily. She also understood that this matter was not entirely unrelated to her. Since that was the case, she felt it was necessary to help out. Moreover, out of selfishness, she disliked Xinyu seeing other women, let alone having close interactions with them. As for her own thoughts, Duanmu Shui explained to herself that it was because Xinyu had seen her undershirt. Although she didn't say it out loud, she still had an obsession with the belly band. Therefore, she didn't want Xinyu to look at other women's belly bands anymore. Alright, then wait a moment while I tell my mother. Sighing in relief, Xinyu cleared his throat and turned off the mute button on the call. He brought the phone back to his ear. The voices of my dad and mom chatting came through. Xin Guotao, Xiao Qin doesn't want to hear you talk about this, he just didn't have the heart to hang up on you. Please stop talking. Lu Yanfei, if he dares to hang up on me, I'll go straight to the store to find him. Xin Guotao, the child has his own ideas. Why are you forcing him to go on a blind date? Lu Yanfei, he spends all day cooped up in that store, and he might not even talk to one person all day. If I don't push him to go on a blind date, when will he ever get married? Hearing his mother's words on the phone, Xinyu felt a headache coming on. Sure enough, things turned out pretty much as I had expected. If this matter isn't resolved now, my mother will really do what she said and come here herself to take me back. Mom, I'm back. After listening for a while, Xinyu shouted into the phone. The next second, the phone was already in Lu Yanfei's hands. Where did you go? Why did it take so long? I was just at the store. I'm back home now, looking for my boyfriend. As soon as Xinyu finished speaking, the phone on the other end fell into complete silence. A moment later, Lu Yanfei exclaimed in shock and confusion, Who did you say you were looking for? I'm looking for my girlfriend. Coughing lightly, Xinyu glanced at Duan Mushui, who was standing nearby, looking away because she felt a little embarrassed. He continued, Actually, I have a girlfriend, but I just haven't told you yet. What? Say that again? I didn't hear you clearly. I said I have a boyfriend. You're lying to me again, aren't you? Lu Yanfei's voice grew serious as he said, You said you had a girlfriend at the beginning of the year, but you didn't even show me a photo. This time it's true. Her name is Duan Mushui, and she's 21. Xinyu sighed helplessly. Listening to this, it did sound plausible. Lu Yanfei fell silent for a moment before stiffly ordering, Then have her answer the phone right now. I'll talk to her for a bit. As expected. Alright, please wait a moment. Shaking his head and smiling, Xinyu waved to Duan Mushui, then handed her the phone and whispered, Just say what we discussed earlier. Feeling a bit flustered, Duan Mushui took the phone. She had only seen this device before but had never used it, and her delicate eyebrows gradually furrowed. Just as she was about to ask how to use it, the phone suddenly rang with Lu Yanfei's voice. The phone in her hand trembled slightly with the sound. Feeling this strange and eerie vibration, Duan Mushui's expression tightened, and she panicked and let go of the phone. Chapter 76, A Catastrophic Conversation. Snap. Watching his phone fall to the ground, Xinyu looked at Duan Mushui in a daze and quickly picked it up. After confirming it wasn't damaged, he furrowed his brows and looked at Duan Mushui, What's wrong? You've never mentioned your phone acting so strangely before. Duan Mushui stared intently at the phone in Xinyu's hand, her voice filled with caution, Why would you keep your own mother inside it? Noticing the panic in Duan Mushui's eyes, Xinyu couldn't help but laugh and cry, Where? My mother is safely at home. Did you forget? I told you before, we communicate via phone. To be precise, my mom is currently at home, using the same phone to call me. As he explained, he sighed slightly. It was also his fault for not teaching her how to use a cell phone earlier, otherwise, she wouldn't be so flustered now. Here, take it. He placed the phone back into Duan Mushui's hand and whispered, Don't worry, I didn't put my mother in there. Just do as I taught you before, hold it to your ear, wait until you hear a sound inside, then speak. After thinking for a moment, Xinyu added with concern, Remember, try to answer my mom's questions as simply as possible. Biting her lip, she stared at her phone for a moment before hesitantly bringing it to her ear. Although she had seen Xinyu use it this way before, she had already grown accustomed to it. But when she experienced it herself, it was an entirely different feeling. It's novel. More of it is panic about the unknown. Hello? Xiao Yu? What's going on over there? Lu Yanfei's voice came through the phone again. The voice seemed to be right beside her, piercing directly into her ears, causing a sudden tingling sensation to shoot up her spine. She glanced around, only to find Xinyu standing beside her. Her brows furrowed even more. When the TV started playing, she could at least see the person speaking. But when the phone made a sound, the person speaking wasn't even there. That's truly strange. Suppressing the urge to throw her phone away, Duan Mushui recalled Xinyu's previous instructions and, mimicking Lu Yanfei's manner, hesitantly spoke up. Hello? After saying that word, Duan Mushui hurriedly looked at Xinyu. Seeing Xinyu give her a thumbs up in approval, she finally relaxed a little. At the same time, on the other end of the phone, Lu Yanfei was left speechless. A woman's voice. This couldn't be her son deliberately strangling his voice to deceive her, could it? So my son really has a girlfriend? But if he has a girlfriend, why is he keeping it a secret from me? Muttering to herself, Lu Yanfei cleared her throat and softened her tone. You must be the Indushui that Xiaoyu mentioned, right? Yes, Duan Mushui replied stiffly. Seeing the young girl's cold tone, Lu Yanfei raised his eyebrows slightly and continued, Shui, you are indeed the one our little Yu is interested in, right? After giving it some thought, Duan Mushui replied seriously, No, I'm not. HM? Upon hearing this, Lu Yanfei narrowed his eyes. Just as she was about to scold her son, Duan Mushui continued, I'm his girlfriend, not his girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Xinyu and Lu Yanfei fell silent simultaneously. With a helpless expression, Xinyu covered his face, regretting that he hadn't reminded Duanmu Shui that partner and girlfriend had similar meanings. Lu Yanfei, on the other hand, looked completely bewildered, thinking the young girl didn't seem quite herself. Not a girlfriend, but a girlfriend? What's the difference between the two? And this little girl even refers to herself as I, the Emperor. What on earth is going on here? Where did my son find this girlfriend? Could things really be as I suspected? This little girl, was she just someone my son brought along to fool me? So, Shui, how old are you this year? Just entering my prime. The prime of life? What the heck? Lu Yanfei's smile couldn't hold any longer. Taking a deep breath, she quickly asked, so, what do you do for a living? Work? Duanmu Shui furrowed his brows and tried to say, I have been emperor for 3 years. All right. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanfei could no longer hold back his laughter. She said in a clearly suppressed voice, Xiao Shui, give the phone to Xiaoyu. Auntie wants to talk to him for a moment. Auntie? Lu Mei furrowed her brows, and Duanmu Shui was confused. Who was Auntie? Upon hearing this, Lu Yanfei fell silent once more. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly as Duanmu Shui held her phone and turned to Qinyu. Your mother asked me to give you this phone. She said there's an aunt who wants to talk to you for a moment. Upon hearing this, Qinyu stiffly extended his hand and silently took the phone. Although he wasn't sure exactly what the two had discussed. However, from what Duanmu Shui said, he could tell that it was a disastrous conversation. Pretending to be Duanmu Shui's girlfriend was a mistake. Chapter 77, Did I say something wrong? At that moment, Xinyu didn't know whether he should regret letting Duanmu Shui answer the phone. Not answering would cause trouble. If I answer, new problems will arise. Thinking about all the questions his mother might ask, he braced himself and held the phone to his ear. Hello, Mom. You little rascal, you're just fooling me. With a furious outburst, Lu Yanfei laughed sarcastically. You're quite the one, aren't you? You'd even go so far as to pick someone at random to deal with me? I've seen it all on my phone. There are so many news stories about renting a girlfriend to bring home for the new year these days. If you want to look for one, go ahead. But terms like girlfriend or date are unfamiliar to me. What do you mean by emperor or the prime of one's life? What are those? I'll find you one, and she'll be better at acting than the one you found. Mom, I'm not fooling you. Xinyu sighed. I messed up after all. But at times like this, you just have to grit your teeth and keep going. Admitting defeat would mean losing completely. Sighing, Lu Yanfei changed the subject and said helplessly, Xiaoyu, even if you don't want to go on a blind date, you can't lie to me and your father like this, can you? You know how excited your dad was when he found out you have a boyfriend, right? Xin Guotao, I didn't. Don't drag me into this. Lu Yanfei, you didn't? Xin Guotao, never mind, I have it. Listening to his father's aggrieved voice on the phone, Xin Yutong shook his head sympathetically. Mom, if you keep being so harsh, aren't you afraid Dad will run away one day? Run? Lu Yanfei narrowed her eyes and turned around. Xiaoyu said that if I keep being mean to you, you'll run away. Do you want to run away? A chill ran down Xin Guotao's spine. He muttered under his breath, what a troublesome kid, and shook his head without hesitation. No, I don't have the slightest intention of running. I knew it. Lu Yanfei smiled broadly, tightened her grip on her phone, and snorted coldly, don't try to drive a wedge between me and my dad. Our relationship is just fine. As for you, don't even think about continuing to deceive me. Since you say you don't have time, let's wait until the new year. You'll have time then, right? Come back quickly then and meet the young lady. Alright, I need to go out for a walk with your dad. I'll hang up now. Bye. Listening to the busy tone coming from his phone, Xinyu was completely speechless. In the end, he couldn't escape after all. But it wasn't entirely useless. At least I managed to hold out until the new year. Did I say something wrong? Just as Xinyu was silently sighing, Duanmu Shui's voice, tinged with a hint of guilt, suddenly came from the side. Just by seeing Qinyu's helpless expression earlier, she had already figured out what was going on. Seeing Duanmu Shui's dejected expression, Xinyu smiled and shook his head, saying, no, you did a good job. It's just that you still know too little about the modern world, but that's not your fault. Having Duanmu Shui do this was like forcing a rabbit to climb a tree, and it was also because I was too impatient. So he truly believed that Duanmu Shui had done a good job, and it wasn't just empty words to comfort her. Anyway, the matchmaking has been delayed, so let's not think about it for now. Stretching lazily, Xinyu waved the phone in his hand and smiled faintly. Want to learn how to use a phone? Yes, Indu Shui replied without hesitation. At first, she was somewhat repelled by this strange device called a cell phone. However, today's incident made her realize the importance of mobile phones. Now that you've learned how to use a phone, if you go out in the future, I can contact you, right? Duanmu Shui asked carefully. Seeing that she had figured it out on her own, Xinyu nodded in surprise. That's right. Then I want to learn how to use a phone. Feng Mao blinked her eyes, and Duanmu Shui looked at Xinyu with a determined expression. Faced with Duanmu Shui's rare and strong motivation to learn, Xinyu agreed readily. Then when we go out to buy a small electric scooter this afternoon, I'll buy you a phone too. As for now, I'll catch up on some sleep first. Yawning, he continued, if I'm not up by noon, make yourself some instant noodles if you're hungry. Just like I did before, open the instant noodles, open the seasoning packet, put the noodles and seasoning in a bowl, pour hot water over it, and wait a few minutes. Alright. If you need anything, knock on my door. After giving Duanmu Shui another reminder, Xinyu finally closed the bedroom door. After staring at his door for a few seconds, Duanmu Shui walked over to the sofa and sat down, then turned on the TV and continued watching Detective Conan. Chapter 78, Being skilled isn't everything. Xinyu slept straight through until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. When he finally got out of bed, he noticed that his mother had sent him several WeChat messages. In the end, it was always the same thing. As agreed, he transferred the living expenses to his mother and then transferred the money for repairing the door to Uncle Lin. After finishing all that, he got up, changed his clothes, and finally left the bedroom. In the living room, the familiar voice of Detective Conan echoed. Duanmu Shui was sitting on the sofa, hugging a pillow and watching intently. Perhaps because she was waiting to go out, she hadn't changed out of her dragon robe. Perhaps because it was inconvenient to wear, she sat up straight. Which episode are you up to? Xinyu asked as he walked up and glanced over. Shaking her head, Duanmu Shui spoke softly, I don't know. It seems like they're having a dance party? Episode 191. Muttering to himself, Xinyu sat down next to Duanmu Shui and poured himself a cup of water. This episode left a deep impression on him. Conan almost revealed his true identity in front of Ran. But in the end, he managed to keep the secret safe. After all, if the secret were revealed, many subsequent plot developments would become impossible. I don't understand. She tightened her arms around the pillow and shook her head. Why didn't Conan mention that he had shrunk? Because he was afraid of putting his beloved in danger, explained Xinyu. Lumei frowned and shook her head in disagreement, but Xiaolan is very skilled. Why be afraid? His expression grew serious, and taking this opportunity, Xinyu explained, being skilled isn't a guarantee of everything. In modern times, there is a very dangerous weapon, the gun. Unlike swords and knives, this weapon can cause harm to people from a distance. Upon hearing the description of the weapon, Duanmu Shui immediately became interested and curiously asked, what you're describing sounds like bows and arrows. Yes, it is similar. Xinyu nodded and continued, however, compared to bows and crossbows, guns have a much faster firing speed and greater destructive power. Indeed, they do. Nodding, Xinyu continued, however, compared to guns, bows and crossbows have slower firing speeds and less lethality. After finishing his explanation, he simply found a video demonstration of gunfire and played it on the TV. As an emperor, Duanmu Shui had no shortage of knowledge about various weapons. She even assembled a team to research more lethal weapons. All for the sake of making the Great Chu Kingdom stronger during that chaotic era. However, after watching a video demonstration of gunfire, she immediately recognized it. The weapons she had been ordered to study were nothing more than child's play in the face of this weapon called a gun. Although she was confident that she could disarm the man in the video before he could fire his gun. However, if he managed to fire successfully, she couldn't guarantee that she would be able to dodge the bullet coming out of the gun. Because the speed was simply too fast. This is also why I was angry when you went to the police station to save me earlier. Sighing, Xinyu continued to explain, many of the police officers at the police station are armed with handguns. If they hadn't mistaken you for a mentally ill person, the police could have fired at you in self-defense. Do you understand? With a serious expression, she stared at the gunfire video still playing on the TV and nodded firmly, I understand. Good. Sighing in relief, Xinyu continued, handguns aren't that bad. Besides handguns, there are machine guns, sniper rifles, and all sorts of other guns. Besides guns, there are tanks, missiles, and other weapons with even greater destructive power. Keeping a close eye on Duanmu Shui, Xinyu said in a cold tone, you must always remember that the world you live in now is far more dangerous than the ancient world you know. Then why do you live so carelessly in such a dangerous world? Duanmu Shui shook her head. Faced with this novel question, Xinyu paused, shook his head, and smiled, because as ordinary people, we rarely come into contact with such things. Moreover, while these things are dangerous, they are also the means by which our country becomes stronger and more effectively protects ordinary people like us. Ending her gaze, Duanmu Shui suddenly realized, just as I also want to create stronger weapons to protect the Great Chu. Exactly. With a chuckle, Xinyu stood up and prepared to make himself a bowl of instant noodles. Just then. Gurgle. A familiar voice came from behind him. Surprised, Xinyu turned around to see Duanmu Shui with a flushed face, wanting to bury her face in the pillow. He couldn't help but laugh and cry, you didn't eat instant noodles? Embarrassed, Duanmu Shui shifted her gaze and buried half her face in the pillow, speaking with a touch of reluctance, it's not my fault. You never taught me how to boil water. Chapter 79, tonight, I'll roast sweet potatoes for you to eat. Didn't they teach you that? Xinyu was taken aback. Glancing at him, Duanmu Shui nodded firmly, no, there isn't. Then wait a moment. With a faint smile, Xinyu turned and walked into the kitchen. Glancing at the kitchen door, Duanmu Shui paused the TV and followed him into the kitchen. Seeing Qinyu's puzzled expression, she lowered her eyelids slightly and said firmly, "I want to learn how to boil water." "It's very simple," Xinyu said, turning on the stove. "Fill the kettle with water and put it on here to boil." Recalling what the system had mentioned earlier, that certain achievements required Du Shui to actually perform the task herself and succeed for it to count, he quickly turned off the stove and turned back to ask, "Want to give it a try?" "Sure, let's give it a try." "Sure, I'll give it a try." Nodding, Duanmu Shui hurried forward. She's pretty relaxed. She was quite easygoing. Finding the sleeves of her dragon robe a bit cumbersome, she rolled them up twice, then lit the stove and carefully placed the kettle on it. Puff! The stove fire touched the water stains on the kettle, making a faint sound. Duanmu Xiefeng's eyes flashed, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. "I recall something." Xinyu was watching Duanmu Shui finish this task, wondering if he had completed his own achievement. Seeing her suddenly speak, he quickly closed the system interface visible only to himself and asked in return, "What's the matter?" "When I was a child, I once baked sweet potatoes myself." Her gaze lingered on the kettle as Duanmu Shui continued, "When you put the clean sweet potatoes on the fire to roast, they also make that sound." "You were still a princess back then, weren't you?" Xinyu smiled and joked, "Does a princess have to roast sweet potatoes herself?" Hearing this, Duanmu Shui's cheeks flushed red, and she shook her head uncomfortably. "I just found it novel and interesting, so I wanted to try it." As she spoke, she straightened her posture with a touch of pride and continued, "And the sweet potatoes I roasted actually tasted pretty good. If there's ever an opportunity in the future, I can roast some for you to try." Raising his eyebrows, Xinyu also became interested. Thinking of Duanmu Shui wearing a dragon robe and squatting on the ground roasting sweet potatoes, he laughed, "If you want to try it, we can buy some today. We'll also need to prepare firewood to start the fire." Duanmu Shui tilted her head slightly and thought carefully, "I've observed the place where you live, and it doesn't seem very convenient to gather firewood." Upon hearing this, Xinyu casually replied, "That's easy. I'll just borrow some from Aunt Wang." At Aunt Wang's house, they still used a fireplace for warmth in the winter, so there must be some firewood. Just a few pieces of wood, no big deal. With a flash of her eyes, Duanmu Shui cleared her throat. "Then tonight, I'll roast sweet potatoes for you to eat. Consider it my thank you gift for you treating me to fried chicken. To be able to eat sweet potatoes roasted by the emperor himself, I'm truly the luckiest person alive." With a chuckle, Xinyu casually brought down the pot of hot water. After soaking the instant noodles, the two of them ate their fill and then set off together. The shop selling small electric scooters wasn't too far away. Upon arriving at the destination, Xinyu found both new and used ones available. After much consideration, he decided to spend a little more and buy a brand new one. He wasn't going to worry about how new it was. Buying a used one, if it has any hidden defects, you'll end up wasting your money. "How long is the warranty?" He tapped the Yadea electric scooter beside him and then looked at the female store manager at the entrance, who was fanning herself to stay cool. The female store manager had been staring at Duanmu Shui. After all, with her outfit, it was hard for Duanmu Shui not to attract attention wherever she went. After glancing at her, the female store manager stood up, took out the product warranty and repair manual related to the electric scooter, and handed them all to Xinyu. "Everything is listed there. If it breaks and the issue matches what's on the documents, bring it back to our store, and we'll send it to the factory for repairs." After saying that, she glanced at the electric bike and asked, "Want it? I can give you a discount." "How much of a discount?" Xinyu asked with a smile. After thinking for a moment, the female store manager smiled and said, "Since the young lady with you is so pretty, I'll give you a 99% discount." Chapter 80, Buying an electric scooter to show off your love? A 99% discount? Hearing this, Xinyu rolled her eyes. "Sis, what's the difference between a 99% discount and no discount at all? It's over $100. The store manager waved his fan and glanced at Du Shui a few more times, then smiled and said, "How about this, young lady? Tell me where you bought this outfit, and I'll give you a 9% discount. My daughter also loves these traditional outfits. Coincidentally, it's her birthday in a couple of days, and I was planning to buy her a set." Facing the store manager's inquiry, Duanmu Shui furrowed her brows, momentarily unsure how to respond. Xinyu shook his head and said, "Sis, this dress is custom made. You can't buy it anywhere else. Just pick something else to buy." "Oh, I see." The store manager shook her head regretfully, sighed, and then added reluctantly, "Which store had it custom made? Let me know, and I can have one made for you too. Custom made like that isn't cheap." Pointing to the dragon on Du Shuilong's robe, Xinyu added, "Just look at that dragon, it's all embroidered with gold thread." "Wow." The shopkeeper's eyes widened suddenly. "Wow." The shopkeeper's eyes widened suddenly. "Don't try to fool me." She fanned herself faster with her hand, stepped closer, and stared intently at the dragon robe on Du Shui, frowning and saying, "Don't try to fool me. Gold thread? Are there still clothes embroidered with gold thread nowadays? That's why you have to have it custom made." Xinyu said solemnly, "A set like this costs at least several $100,000. Let's not even talk about whether the clothes are antiques or not. Just looking at the craftsmanship and cost, it's definitely not something that can be made for a few $1,000s. Take a look for yourself. Do I look like I'm trying to fool you? Shinyu shook his head with a smile. The store manager looked again carefully and asked in confusion, then why did you two buy an electric bike? With that kind of money, you could have bought any kind of car. I like it, Feng Mao said calmly, staring at the female store manager. Duanmu Shui replied without hesitation, I like electric scooters. Upon hearing this answer, the shopkeeper was speechless. The hobbies of the wealthy are truly unique. They don't like driving, they prefer riding electric scooters. You really have too much money to spend. As for Duanmu Shui's use of the imperial pronoun I, she simply dismissed it as overacting. The young girl played the emperor pretty convincingly. With a chuckle, the store manager turned to Qin and said, this car is 4,999. How about 4,900? Just save 99? Qin couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. With a speechless glance, the store manager immediately added, you're all wearing clothes that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you're haggling over $99 with me? Raising an eyebrow, Qin glanced at Indu Shui's clothes and was speechless. All right. Trying to explain the clothes ended up ruining the discount deal. Never mind. I'm not exactly short on cash right now, so it's not a big deal. 4,900 has been transferred, and I've taken the car. After showing the store manager the transfer record, Qin got into the driver's seat first and then tapped the back seat for Duanmu Shui. With a practiced motion, Duanmu Shui lifted the dragon robe and sat down as well. After a few seconds of shy hesitation, she gently grabbed Qin clothes with her hands and leaned her body lightly against his. Feeling the warmth behind him, Qin grip on the handle tightened instantly. He silently repeated to himself that he needed to get used to it, took a deep breath, and calmed himself down. The brand new electric scooter, under his control, slowly made its way toward the street. Bathed in the afternoon sunlight, the scene took on an unexpected charm. Observing the couple's little gestures and expressions, the store manager smiled enviously, so you bought this electric scooter just to show off your love? Too bad I'm too old. Otherwise, I'd give it a try with old Chu. Ha! The small electric scooter slowly moved forward, and hot wind blew in gusts. Glancing up at the blazing sun overhead, Duanmu Shui blinked in a daze. It had grown much hotter today. Upon hearing this, Qin nodded, yes, the temperature will rise starting today, and it will get even hotter in the coming days. As if thinking of something, Duanmu Shui quickly added, what day is it today? Are you asking about the solar calendar or the lunar calendar? Qin countered. Feng Mao blinked, and Duanmu Shui was puzzled. What is the solar calendar? Right, you didn't have the solar calendar back then. Clearing his throat, Qin continued, today is the 8th day of the 7th month on the lunar calendar. If you want the solar calendar, go back and check the calendar, and I'll explain it to you later. It's already the 8th day of the 7th month? Noticing the date, Duanmu Shui's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Glancing aside, Qin asked with a smile, what's wrong? Is there something you need to do? Mending her sentence, she hesitated and said, in 2 days, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 81, will the offerings I burn for them reach their hands? Zhongyuan Festival? Qin paused for a moment, thought carefully, and realized that was indeed the case. However, the Zhongyuan Festival isn't really celebrated much in modern times. His only memory of it was his grandfather reminding him as a child not to go out at night. Have you thought about the Ghost Festival? Hearing the melancholy in Duanmu Shui's voice, Qin asked casually. Her gaze fixed quietly on the streets rushing by, Duanmu Shui remained silent for a moment before whispering, yes. Besides me, everyone in the Great Chu Kingdom is considered deceased, isn't that right? In 2 days, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. I wish to pay my respects to them. All right, he nodded thoughtfully, then said decisively, no problem. Let's go buy some offerings to burn later. Oh, I see, Qin nodded thoughtfully, then said cheerfully, no problem, let's go buy some offerings to burn later. Although I can't help you organize a big ceremony, burning some offerings for them is no problem. He understood that this was also a way for Duanmu Shui to reminisce about the past 20 years. If it could make her feel a little better, it wasn't such a bad thing after all. Seeing that Qin agreed, Duanmu Shui felt a surge of joy in her heart. She thought for a moment and then said, I have a question. What? While skillfully maneuvering the electric scooter to turn, Qin headed toward the Huarong Mall. After organizing her thoughts, Duanmu Shui whispered, the items I had burned for them, will they reach their intended recipients? After all, when I left, they were all still alive. If that's the case, then they're not really deceased, are they? This last question is a bit tricky. This was the first thought that came to Qin mind after hearing what Duanmu Shui had said. However, this issue was too complex and far-reaching. If you really want to delve into it, you'd go bald trying to figure it out. As for whether the deceased can actually receive these burned offerings, who knows? Unless one day I can see the spirits of the dead with my own eyes, then I could ask them. After thinking about it, Qin explained, they are considered deceased, aren't they? After all, in modern times, they are already part of history. All right. With a hint of disappointment, Duan Mushui lowered her eyes and stubbornly said, I still choose to believe that they are alive. Noticing her disappointment, Xin Yu couldn't bring himself to argue. Forcing her to accept that everyone from her past was dead was simply too cruel. This was her second time at the mall, so Duan Mushui was much more familiar with it. When she took the elevator, she didn't feel as flustered as she had before. The two arrived at the appliance store, and Xin Yu directly asked for an air conditioner he had already selected. After confirming it was in stock, he instructed Duan Mushui to stay put and wait for him, then followed the salesperson to pay. Seeing so many appliances for the first time, Duan Mushui kept dodging the ones she didn't recognize. When she saw one she recognized, she would stop and stare at them for a long time. When she saw a wall full of televisions, she was like a child who had seen something new and amazing, her eyes wide with astonishment. Xin Yu paid the bill and returned to find her staring at the dozen or so TVs, her mouth slightly open in a daze. Her cold, elegant face now betrayed a hint of adorable innocence. Taking a step forward, Xin Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Are you seeing things? He was on every TV. Duan Mushui blinked, still stunned as she stared at the person on the TV, and asked, why are there so many of him? I've seen him on the TV at home too. Shaking his head in confusion, Duan Mushui hesitated and said, I thought he only existed on the TV at home. Because this isn't the real him. Crossing his hands in front of him, Xin Yu pondered, how should I put this? Just think of this as his shadow. But everyone only has one shadow. Duan Mushui whispered. He pinched his chin and smiled wryly, if I really have to explain it, I'd have to study it thoroughly before I could explain it to you clearly. After all, this is too esoteric for someone who knows nothing about it. Asking him to immediately explain the principles of television to Wendu Shui is like asking him to explain to a 2-year-old child why 1 + 1 = 1. Even if he talks until he's blue in the face, he might not be able to explain it clearly. Chapter 82, I only believe what I see with my own eyes. To prevent Duan Mushui from dwelling on the issue, Xin Yu decided to take her out to buy an ice cream cone. Knowing she could enjoy such delicious ice cream again, Duan Mushui immediately shifted her attention. I want chocolate-flavored ice cream. As they walked along, she made the request on her own initiative. Seeing how this woman was getting more and more skilled, Xin Yu couldn't help but laugh and cry, alright, I'll buy you chocolate-flavored ice cream. Glancing at the floor they were on, he quickly added, let's take the elevator down. It'll be faster. Elevator? Feng Mao blinked, and just as Duan Mushui was about to ask what an elevator was, she was interrupted by Xin Yu. You might just end up liking that feeling. With a faint smile, Xin Yu walked directly toward the elevator nearby. Duan Mushui paused for a moment before hurrying to catch up. When the two of them arrived at the elevator, a mother and daughter were waiting at the door. The little girl didn't look very old, perhaps only a year old. Under her mother's guidance, she stretched out her little hand and awkwardly pressed the button. Seeing the button light up, she quickly turned around and threw herself into her mother's arms with a smile on her face. At the same time, a pair of dark eyes noticed Xin Yu and Duan Mushui standing behind her. Seeing the little cutie looking at him, Xin Yu raised the corners of his mouth and waved at her. The little girl didn't know if she had been influenced by Xin Yu. After a moment of hesitation, she followed suit, parting her lips into a sweet smile. Her big eyes curved into 2 crescent moons. Gazing at this healing smile, Xin Yu felt his heart melt with warmth. Do you like children? Duan Mushui tilted her head and asked curiously. From Xin Yu's eyes, she sensed a very gentle feeling. I like it. She nodded, then shook her head quickly. But if I have to take care of it myself, I'm not ready yet. Thinking of his cousin's little kid, he shuddered and said, kids are cute, but when they get mischievous, they're terrifying. Is that so? Thinking of her own younger brother, Duan Mushui laughed in agreement, it seems like that. Her eyes flashed, and she spoke in a rare soft tone, Manhwa was too mischievous when he was young. He loved climbing trees. I forbade him from climbing, but he would cry. When he cried, I would soften my heart and allow him to climb. Then, while he was climbing, I would have the palace maids place several blankets under the tree to prevent him from slipping and falling. Noticing the gentle smile on Duan Mushui's face, Xin Yu raised his eyebrows and teased, I didn't expect you to be such a responsible older sister. Yes. As if recalling something, Duan Mushui's eyes darkened again, and she whispered, after all, Xianhua is the emperor's closest relative. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Xin Yu fell silent for a moment before patting her shoulder. Then you should be happy. After you left, your younger brother became emperor. I really don't want him to be emperor. Shaking her head in disagreement, Duan Mushui sighed helplessly, Xianhua is too gentle, he's not suited to be emperor. You're not a ruthless person either. Xin Yu smiled. You're not exactly a ruthless person either. Xin Yu chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Duan Mushui's expression froze. Lowering her phoenix-like eyes, she shook her head and said self-deprecatingly, that was before you met me. The woman she once was far from a kind-hearted person. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. Xin Yu said, pointing to his eyes. He understood what Duan Mushui meant. But to be a good emperor, one couldn't be soft-hearted. A merciful emperor is a disaster for a country. Staring in disbelief at Qinyu, Duan Mushui recalled the words he had just spoken, feeling a warm wave surge through her body. Just as she was feeling happy about it. Ding dong! With this abrupt sound, the elevator doors opened. Watching the mother and daughter walk in, Qinyu didn't hesitate, quickly pulling Duan Mushui in after them. As she felt Qinyu's hand grip hers, Duan Mushui's body froze instantly. As the warmth spread through her fingertips, she couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile. This feeling wasn't so bad after all. Chapter 83, Paper Buyer? Scared half to death. What's so funny? Upon entering the elevator, Qinyu noticed that Duan Mushui was still smiling slightly, and couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Duan Mushui's expression froze, and she quickly turned her head away. Nothing. Really nothing? Looking at Duan Mushui's flushed ears, Qinyu smiled. Just as Duan Mushui was about to answer, the elevator doors closed. The next second, the elevator began to slowly descend. The feeling of being crushed made Duan Mushui's heart tighten instantly. In her panic, she grabbed Qinyu's arm tightly and exclaimed in alarm, "What's going on with this elevator?" "This is your first time riding an elevator, isn't it?" the little girl's mother said with a laugh. Rubbing her daughter's head, she laughed. "My little Qiuqiu was also reacting just like you the first time she rode an elevator." The little girl smiled and repeated it with a smile. Meaning the little girl's big, dark eyes, Duan Mushui paused slightly, suddenly feeling embarrassed. Behaving like this in front of a child was simply too unbecoming. She cleared her throat, nodded slightly, and forced herself to steady her emotions, standing up straight. However, her right hand was still tightly clutching Qinyu, completely unaware. Feeling the force coming from his left arm, Qinyu felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. This strength is truly immense. It's okay for now. When Duan Mushui grabbed him just now, he even thought his arm had been broken. In that case, it's no wonder the doorknob in the bedroom was removed. However, it was very painful. But seeing Duan Mushui's frightened expression, like a scared little rabbit, Qinyu couldn't bear to let her go. Forcing a faint smile, he endured the pain and whispered, "This is how elevators work. It's okay, relax." "All right." Ending his conversation, he nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and prepared to relax. But just then, the elevator began to slow down. The feeling of finally stabilizing began to change again. The original sinking feeling has directly turned into a floating sensation. That sensation of seeming to take flight caused Duan Muxiefeng's eyes to widen once more. At the same time, sigh. Feeling the increased pressure on his arm, Qinyu couldn't help but wince and suck in a sharp breath. Hearing his sound, Duan Mushui immediately turned her head and looked at him with concern. "What's wrong?" "Let go of me." Qinyu helplessly covered his face with his hand, then pointed to the hand that Duan Mushui was holding onto his arm. Glancing down, Duan Mushui's face flushed red, and she quickly let go. A red handprint appeared directly where Qinyu's elbow had been. Watching Qinyu clutching his arm in pain, she felt guilty and bit her lower lip. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." "It's okay, I understand." Sighing, Qinyu pointed to the open elevator door. "Let's go out first and talk later." "Okay." Nodding, Duan Mushui hurriedly followed Qinyu out of the elevator like a well-behaved child. Every time Qinyu took a few steps forward, she followed suit, daring not to walk beside him any further. Glancing back at her, Qinyu couldn't help but laugh and cry, "What are you doing? Are you following me around? What's a tagalong?" Lumei furrowed her brows, and Duan Mushui bit her lip again, whispering, "I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you, so I'm following behind you." "It's nothing, don't worry about it." Qinyu shook his arm, which no longer hurt as much, and laughed, "You're just not used to riding an elevator for the first time. You'll get used to it." Seeing that Duan Mushui still looked a bit guilty, he quickly changed the subject. "Aren't we supposed to go buy some offerings for the memorial service? Let's go. I know a shop where the owner is a great craftsman." Duan Mushui glanced at his arm again. After confirming that Qinyu's arm was truly fine, she asked curiously, "How skilled are you?" After thinking for a moment, Qinyu's expression suddenly turned serious. "How should I describe it? It's like seeing the paper doll he made late at night and being scared half to death." Chapter 84, Do you have an AK-47 in your store? After leaving the mall, the two walked northward. They crossed the main street into an alley, then rounded a crematorium and arrived at a desolate, open area overgrown with weeds. On the street, encountering other electric scooters, Qinyu suddenly remembered that electric scooters now required license plates. However, the vehicle registration office was closed on weekends, so he had no choice but to put the matter aside for now. "This is the place." The small electric scooter came to a screeching halt, and Qinyu raised his head to signal Duan Mushui to look at the side of the road. Her gaze swept across the overgrown grassland, and after glancing left and right, her eyes finally settled on a small shop. 2 flower wreaths, each over a meter tall, were placed at the entrance of the shop. It was unclear whether they were there because the shop couldn't fit them inside. In the center of the yellow, white, and green rings, the character Dian meaning funeral was neatly inscribed. On the signboard bearing the shop's name, only the 3 characters paper cutting shop are written. "Let's go." Seeing that Duan Mushui was staring blankly, Qinyu led the way into the store. After glancing at the two large flower wreaths again, Duan Mushui hurriedly followed. Sand. Sand. As the two of them approached the storefront, they heard strange noises coming from inside. Duan Mushui frowned and hurriedly stopped in her tracks. Xinyu, however, was quite familiar with the place and walked straight through the doorway. Lu Bo, are you making paper dolls again? Lu Bo, are you making paper dolls again? Ah, it's you, young Master Qin. I was just making paper dolls for the ancestors. I didn't expect you to come so early. As soon as he entered the door, he saw an old man sitting on a stool, hunched over, with white hair, and Xinyu greeted him with a smile. Hearing the noise, the old man narrowed his eyes and looked up. Is that little Qin? It's me. Kneeling down in front of Mr. Lu, Xinyu looked at the paper doll with its clothes already pasted on, then glanced inside the store and asked, Mr. Lu, where is your son? Don't mention that unfilial son to me. Don't mention that unfilial son of mine. Take care of the paper effigy quickly. Lu Bo's gaunt face hardened, and his thick eyebrows furrowed. Seeing that the issue between the father and son hadn't been resolved, Xinyu shook his head with a smile. Lu Bo was already in his 60s and had always relied on his son to carry on his craft. Unfortunately, his son finds the mention of paper dolls unlucky and has refused to take over the family trade to this day. Speaking of which, Lu Bo married late because of his job making paper figures. Although he is already in his 60s, his son is only around 25 or 26 years old. Speaking of which, why did you suddenly come here? He set the paper figure aside, picked up a folding stool, and placed it in front of Xinyu. Glancing at it, Xinyu smiled and said, Bring another stool, there's someone else over there. Ha! Upon hearing this, Lu Bo looked suspiciously toward the door. Upon looking, he finally noticed Duan Mushui, who had been following closely behind Xinyu. He stared silently at the dragon robe on Duan Mushui for a moment, then narrowed his eyes. Seeing this, Xinyu cleared his throat. Lu Bo, what's wrong? Nothing. Withdrawing his gaze, Lu Bo picked up another stool and placed it in front of Duan Mushui, saying, Daring to wear such clothes, you're no ordinary girl. At these words, Xinyu and Duan Mushui fell silent simultaneously. Duan Mushui furrowed her brows, hesitated, then gathered her robe and sat down. Thinking that Lu Bo had noticed something, Xinyu forced a laugh. Lu Bo, it's just a copy of the clothes. What's so simple or complicated about it? It's just a copy. What's so simple or complicated about it? Just admit it's a copy. Muttering under his breath, Uncle Lu continued, What are you doing here? Did you come to pick up the magazine your grandfather ordered in advance? Before Xinyu could respond, he turned around, took two modified magazines from the shelf behind him, and placed them in front of Xinyu. Before Xinyu could respond, he turned around, took two modified magazines from the shelf behind him, and placed them in front of Xinyu. I've already prepared them for you. It just so happens that the Zhongyuan festival is in 2 days. Burn them for him. What is this? Xinyu picked up the magazine and, upon seeing the words on the cover, his eyebrows shot up. Beauty guide? Wow! What on earth did the old man have custom made for himself before he passed away? Swallowing hard, Xinyu carefully flipped open a page. After glancing at it, snap! Just as Duan Mushui was about to lean in for a closer look, he swiftly closed the magazine without hesitation. What was on the cover? Duan Mushui turned her head to the side, curiously reaching out to pick up another magazine to take a look. Seeing this, Xinyu quickly grabbed the other magazine and held it in his hands, smiling helplessly. Nothing, just some fashion illustrations. Seeing this, Xinyu quickly grabbed the other magazine as well and smiled helplessly. Nothing much, just some fashion illustrations. Fashion catalog? Yes, that's right, a clothing guidebook, a book that introduces clothes. This is the outfit, it's just a bikini. Xinyu felt like crying but couldn't. His own old man, he's never serious about anything. Staring thoughtfully at Xinyu, Duan Mushui whispered softly, But I clearly saw a woman up there. That woman is a model. A model? Someone who shows off clothes. Do models only wear underwear? His expression grew serious, and Xinyu's face flushed red as he lowered his head in silence. It seemed that Duan Mushui had already noticed. Then isn't she just standing there for nothing? While the two were talking, Lu Bo took out a hand-rolled cigarette, lit it, and smoked while staring at Duan Mushui. Only after Xinyu had barely finished explaining to Duan Mushui did he glance at him with a hint of resentment and muttered, Lu Bo, my grandfather told you to do it, so you really did it? Aren't you afraid that after I burn it, my grandmother will see it and chase him down with a knife for 10 blocks? Your grandfather said so. Lu Bo calmly ground the cigarette but into the ground with his foot and said, By the time he comes down, your grandmother will probably have already drunk the soup of forgetfulness and been reincarnated. Besides, he extended his hand forward and continued, If there's business coming my way, why wouldn't I take it? Although my son is unfilial, I should leave him some money before I go, shouldn't I? Glancing at Lu Bo's rough hands, Xinyu shook his head. Lu Bo, this was custom made for me by my grandfather. A faint smile appeared on his serious face, and Lu Bo continued, Your grandfather said that if he didn't have time to pay before he left, you should pay for it. What a clever grandson you have. What a clever grandson. He muttered under his breath, How much does it cost? 2 books total 600. A question mark popped up in his head, and Xinyu couldn't believe it. How much? 600. Lubo said, holding up 5 fingers and giving them a little shake. Taking a deep breath, Xinyu felt a chill run down his spine. Lubo, why don't you just go rob someone? This thing is expensive to make. The 2 pictures in these books were cut out from 7 or 8 magazines. After deducting the cost of the magazines, I didn't make much profit from the labor either. Lubo shook his head and said, and you know how many disapproving looks my son gave me when I asked him to buy it from that online platform? I'll waive the compensation for emotional distress. Seeing Lubo remain calm, Xinyu took a deep breath and forced a smile. Experience truly is a teacher. I'll buy a few more things. Let's pay together. Leaning on his knees to stand up, Xinyu pointed to Duanmu Shui beside him and said, I'll get another stack of paper, and she wants to buy some too. Raising his eyebrows, Lubo turned his gaze to Duanmu Shui. What do you want to buy? Raising his eyebrows, Lubo turned his gaze to Duanmu Shui. What do you want to buy? After scanning the store, Duanmu Shui asked seriously, do you have an AK-47 in this store? Chapter 85. I want a model handbook too. AK-47? Lubo stared blankly at Duanmu Shui, thinking he had heard wrong, and asked again, what do you want? An AK-47 and a tank. Duanmu Shui repeated seriously. Reassuring himself that he hadn't heard wrong, Lubo couldn't help but smile. Come to the paper shop to buy AK-47s and tanks? I've been in the paper craft business for so many years, and this is the first time I've ever seen this. Ha! After thinking about it again, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. This laugh left Xinyu speechless. They had known each other for several years, but this was the first time he had ever seen Lubo laugh so loudly. The key point is that you're laughing at something like this. That's a pretty strange sense of humor. Why are you laughing? Duanmu Shui frowned in displeasure and asked immediately, can't you do it? You really want it? Lubo took out another cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and chuckled. It's not that I can't do it. If you want it for the Mid-Autumn Festival, the timing is a bit tight, and I don't think I can finish it in time. Taking another puff, Lubo shook his head thoughtfully and asked curiously, may I ask one more question? Who are you burning it for? Who are you burning it for? Upon hearing Lubo's question, Xinyu's heart tightened. He had already guessed what Duanmu Shui would say, burn them for the emperor, so that the 10,000 soldiers can better defend the borders. Judging from the plotlines depicted in the TV series, it was most likely this kind of response. Otherwise, he simply couldn't figure out why Duanmu Shui would burn this thing. Make his soldiers down there hold AK-47s and shoot at ghosts? That's impossible. Duanmu Shui really did want to burn it for his own soldiers. She thought that if she burned them for her soldiers, perhaps they might actually obtain these items. Then, when they were defending the borders, who would dare to attack them? But Lubo was an outsider to her. Just because she didn't have any reservations toward Xinyu didn't mean she didn't have any toward outsiders. Just as Xinyu was about to stop her from answering, she shook her head quietly and said, you need not concern yourself with whom I wish to burn it for. Since you cannot finish it, then let it be. After thinking for a moment, she looked at the magazine in Xinyu's hands and said, since there are no AK-47s or tanks, I want a copy of this modeling guidebook too. What? This time, it was Xinyu who was speechless. He looked at Duanmu Shui suspiciously, hesitated for a moment, then asked, what do you need this for? Who are you going to burn it for? Glancing at him, Duanmu Shui replied calmly, for Xianhua. What a good sister she is. A pang of emotion flashed across Xinyu's brow, and he nodded silently. Alright, Xianhua will definitely like it. I agree. Duanmu Shui nodded without hesitation. Seeing her slightly proud expression, Xinyu felt ashamed. He thought Duanmu Shui was quite traditional. But why was he so open-minded about this particular matter? Even if you like Xianhua, it doesn't matter. Lubo shook his head, exhaled a puff of smoke, and chuckled. This isn't something you can make in a day or two. It needs to be custom-made. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Shui's eyebrows furrowed again. How long will it take? Lubo thought for a moment and said, if all the magazines are available, it should take about 4 or 5 days. That's too long. Duanmu Shui shook her head in indecision. 4 or 5 days had passed, and the Zhongyuan festival was over. What's the point of buying it then? You can't just keep it for yourself. How about this? Lubo pointed to the 2 magazines in Xinyu's hands and chuckled. You 2 take one each, so old Xin can read one less this time. Upon hearing this, Xinyu's scalp tingled. Then my grandfather will definitely come out to scold me. The old man had waited so long for that item. If I were to burn even 1 copy less for him, he'd be furious. Seeing Xinyu's helpless expression, Duanmu Shui thought for a moment and shook her head. Never mind, I'll buy something else first. Why don't you buy your brother a phone to play with? Xinyu suggested. Her eyes lit up, and Duanmu Shui looked directly at Lubo. Do you have a phone? We do have one. A phone, a TV, no problem. Lubo nodded. Seeing that there was a TV, Duanmu Shui immediately became interested. I want both a phone and a TV. How many? This. Thinking of this, Duanmu Shui paused and began to ponder deeply. Her younger brother had only a mobile phone and a television. My mother has a mobile phone and a TV. And my father and the soldiers. If everyone is included, how much should I buy for myself? Xinyu saw Duan Muxue frowning deeply and thought to himself, this is bad. Judging by her expression, she must be planning to buy quite a lot. Though these things are sold individually, they don't amount to much. But if Ndu Shui were to ask for 100 or 80,000, not only would I not have enough money, but even if Lu Bo worked day and night for a year, he might not be able to make that much. Sigh. A light cough interrupted Duan Mushue's thoughts, and Xinyu smiled faintly. Well, why don't you buy something for your parents and your brother first? As for the others, we'll cook them later. Fearing that Duan Muxue would disagree, he quickly leaned closer and whispered in her ear, the main issue is that Lu Bo doesn't know you have so many soldiers to take care of. You bought too much, and he might suspect your identity. Feeling the breath and whispers near her ear, Duan Mushue's phoenix-like eyes whitened instantly. What had Xinyu said? She hadn't even heard clearly. Her mind was filled with thoughts of how close Xinyu was to her now, how her ears were itching, and how her face was burning. She wanted to get away. But her feet felt rooted to the ground, unable to move even an inch. To make matters worse, his body was shaking violently, and a tingling sensation on his back, caused by an itchy ear, sent a shiver down his spine. The two faced each other. Lu Bo narrowed his eyes, watching Ndu Shue's reaction, and smiled inwardly. He then looked at Xinyu and sighed. Seeing Xiao Qin's serious expression, he feared it would take him a moment to react. But if he can handle a woman like that, little Qin must be pretty capable. How about it? Is that acceptable? Xinyu finished speaking and casually asked Duan Muxue without realizing it. Dazed and confused, Duan Muxue nodded without a second thought, all right. Her face was still burning hot, and she hadn't snapped out of her daze from earlier. As for what Xinyu had said, she hadn't understood a word. Therefore, when Xinyu asked her a question, she could only instinctively agree. At this point, she would probably agree to anything Xinyu said. What's wrong? Xinyu saw that Duan Mushue's face was as red as a ripe shrimp and asked with concern, do you have a fever? What fever? Lu Bo couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted, then gave Xinyu a meaningful look. Seeing Lu Bo's facial muscles twitch from winking, Xinyu was speechless. It wasn't intentional on his part to make Lu Bo look bad. Lu Bo's expression really is a bit lewd. However, upon seeing the redness fade from Duan Mushue's face, he finally understood Lu Bo's meaning. Duan Muxue was just shy. But he couldn't quite figure out why she was shy. Clearing his throat, he decided to answer for Duan Muxue, 3 phones, 3 TVs, and 5 bundles of paper. That's all? Lu Boyang raised his eyebrows. After thinking for a moment, Xinyu stepped closer and whispered, make her an AK-47, and add a tank. No need for more, just one of each. I'll pay you extra. I'll come pick it up tomorrow night. You're just making things difficult for me. Lu Bo took a deep breath. With a faint smile, Xinyu casually said, didn't you say it yourself earlier? If you have money, why not make more? Upon hearing this, Lu Bo raised his eyebrows and smiled, you've even learned that from me? Let's round it up to 1,000. The TV is a bit big, so once the AK and tank are done, I'll have my son bring them over to you. You don't need to come pick them up. WeChat transfer. Xinyu smiled and took out his phone. Seeing this, Lu Bo shook his head, you young people these days, always using WeChat transfers. Can't you consider us old folks who don't use it? Xinyu scanned the QR code Lu Bo had shown him while saying, you could ask your son to teach you. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo fell silent immediately. He wasn't uneducated, but he just couldn't seem to grasp it no matter how hard he tried. Making him admit this in front of Xinyu is absolutely out of the question. If this kid mentions it when he burns paper offerings for his grandfather, he'll be laughed to death by old Qin when he goes down there. Chapter 86, Are you trying to be the mascot of my store? Mr. Lu, I'm leaving now. After packing several phones and a few bundles of paper, Xinyu waved goodbye to Lu Bo and left with Duan Muxue, who was still a bit dazed. Standing at the door watching the two of them, Lu Bo sighed, if my son were half as filial as you, my craft wouldn't be left without an heir. Old Qin is truly blessed. With a chuckle, Lu Bo waved his hand and turned to enter his small shop, which had been open for decades. Watching his back, Xinyu remained silent for a moment before shaking his head helplessly. Duan Muxue snapped back to reality, glanced back thoughtfully, then asked in confusion, why did he say Old Qin is so lucky? Old Qin. Old Qin refers to my grandfather. Xinyu hopped onto his electric scooter and explained, my grandfather's antique shop was supposed to close because he passed away, and no one in the family was willing to quit their jobs to take care of an unprofitable antique shop. A few relatives discussed selling the shop and disposing of the antiques inside. Seeing that Duan Muxue had settled in, Xinyu started the electric scooter and continued, later, everyone went to pack up the items and found the wool my grandfather left behind, stating that the store was left to me. I was raised by my grandfather from a young age and know how important that store was to him, so I've decided not to sell it. Later, some relatives said that if the store wasn't open, keeping it would be a waste, so we might as well sell it. I thought about it and decided that since it was my grandfather's life's work, I should help him keep it going. So after graduating from university, I took over the antique shop directly. Speaking of which, Shinya sighed helplessly. When I first mentioned wanting to help my grandfather run the shop, my mother also opposed it, thinking the work was unstable and that we'd be eating one meal a day. I know she was worried about my future, so even though we had a big argument over it back then, I never held it against her. You're selling antiques now, aren't you making money? Duanmu Shui was puzzled. Shinya smiled and said, yes, so I think she won't have to worry about work for me every day anymore. But to be honest, this is all thanks to you. Why? Duanmu Shui's eyes betrayed her confusion. Thinking of the system he had activated, Shinya made up an excuse, because you came, my shop started making money. Is that so? Duanmu Shui quietly watched his back and smiled slightly, as long as you haven't caused any trouble for me. She had been worried all along, feeling that she had been relying on Chinyu's care and hadn't been able to help him in any way. Upon hearing Chinyu's words, this worry suddenly eased considerably. After giving it some thought, she said earnestly, in the future, when you open your shop, I will sit there with you. In that case, you'll be able to make money all the time. Are you trying to make me the mascot of your store? Shinyu couldn't help but laugh. Blushing slightly, Duanmu Shui whispered, although I don't know what a mascot is, if you say so, then so be it. Upon hearing this, Shinyu was taken aback. Sometimes he felt that Duanmu Shui was truly naive and had not a single trace of imperial demeanor. But when she goes out to face others, she truly has the bearing of an emperor. Is this some kind of special treatment for her? As he pondered the sudden thought that popped into his mind, Shinyu was taken aback once more. The next moment, he burst into laughter. Just consider it your special treatment. Anyway, it doesn't feel bad, it's actually pretty good. Where is the place with so many people on the right? Just as Chinyu was lost in thought, Du Shui's curious voice suddenly came from behind him. Quickly turning his head to look, Chinyu shouted into the wind, the park, it's just like your backyard. I want to go to the park, Duanmu Shui muttered under her breath. Before Chinyu could respond, she hesitated and added, I'll be careful and won't cause you any trouble. Hearing her cautious words, Chinyu was taken aback. He smiled and nodded enthusiastically, alright, I'm free this afternoon. Let's go for a walk in the park. As he finished speaking, the electric scooter turned a corner under his control and crossed the street. Squeak! As the car came to a stop, Shinyu handed the sweet potato and the newly purchased phone to Duanmu Shui, saying, wait here for me. I'll find a place to lock the car. Alright. The obedient girl nodded, and Duanmu Shui carried 2 bags lightly, beginning to look around curiously. Compared to other places, the park had more greenery and the air was fresher. Taking a deep breath of the rare smoke-free air, Duanmu Shui's gaze softened. This place, she liked. Although there wasn't much to do, and most people were just taking a stroll, it gave her a sense of peace and tranquility. And this feeling was something she would never see in the Great Chu Kingdom. Although Chinyu said this place resembled her backyard garden, she felt it bore no resemblance at all. Because in the backyard, she always encountered the concubines of her father, the emperor, women she never wanted to see again in her entire life. Unfortunately, she couldn't drive those concubines away. Over time, she grew reluctant to visit the rear garden. Ensuring that Chinyu could still see her, Duanmu Shui shifted her feet slightly and walked toward the right. Several elderly people were gathered within her line of sight, 2 of them sitting face to face, and the other 2 standing nearby watching. Stepping closer, she noticed that the 2 seated individuals were playing chess. Seeing something that piqued her interest, her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but take a few more steps closer. As she drew closer, she realized that the elderly men were engaged in a heated debate. This won't work. It's hopeless. Shut up, I know what I'm doing. You've been staring at this chess game for almost 10 minutes. Hurry up and finish it. It's time for the next person. I haven't lost yet. Listening to the other 2 old men's chatter, the old man sitting on the right glared with his white eyebrows, his beard trembling with anger. Duanmu Shui noticed his reaction, her phoenix-like eyes curved slightly, then she turned her gaze back to the chessboard. Judging by this, he was indeed about to lose. But it's not entirely hopeless. As long as you're willing to give up that car, there's a chance. Old Quan, hurry up. Seeing that the old man was still dawdling, another old man beside him couldn't help but mutter. Feeling disheartened, the old man called Lao Quan couldn't hold back any longer and picked up his only horse with a conflicted expression. Seeing this, the old man sitting across from him raised the corners of his mouth. Duanmu Shui furrowed her brows and shook her head unconsciously, that's not right. The moment she spoke, the others immediately noticed her. The old man standing nearby glanced at the dragon robe she was wearing and chuckled, little girl, are you pretending to be the emperor? You know what, this dragon robe actually looks pretty convincing. I am the emperor. Duanmu Shui furrowed her brows. Upon hearing this, the elderly men all burst into laughter. It was clear that they thought Duanmu Shui was joking with them. Shaking his head, the old man standing on the other side chuckled, looking at you, you can play chess too? I know a little. Duanmu Shui nodded calmly. I used to play with my father. I know a little. Du Shui nodded calmly. I used to play with my father. Your father? The old man paused for a moment before bursting into laughter once more. Looking up, Lao Quan, who was about to dismount, cleared his throat and asked, "So, tell me, where did I go wrong?" Chapter 87, Little girl, do you have a boyfriend? Lao Quan, don't be a cheat. The old man across from him narrowed his eyes and snorted threateningly. Old Quan glared back at him and said indifferently, I just wanted to see where I went wrong. I've already lost this game, what are you afraid of? Exactly, let the young lady try. The old man standing nearby muttered. Upon hearing this, the old man sitting across from him raised his eyebrows, thought for a moment, glanced at Indu Shue, then shook his head. Indeed. Just a little girl. Even if she can play chess, how good could she be? Anyway, it's already a one game, so let's see what she's going to do. Alright then. The old man cleared his throat and nodded. Seeing that he agreed, Lao Quan looked at Duan Mushui again and chuckled, Young lady, why don't you tell me, what did I do wrong? Glancing at Lao Quan, Duan Mushui lowered her eyes and pointed at Lao Quan's only car, saying, 3 moves forward, 6 moves back. Ha! Seeing that Duan Mushui spoke so convincingly, the 4 elders simultaneously lowered their heads, mentally simulating the outcome of the 3 advances and 6 retreats strategy. With a startled expression, Lao Quan sighed helplessly, Young lady, if I follow your instructions, my chariot will be lost. Shaking her head, Duan Mushui remained calm, this car must be gone. Oh? The old man standing beside him chuckled and said to Lao Quan, try what she says. You've already lost anyway. Alright. With a frustrated mutter, Lao Quan moved the car forward out of concern. The old man across the street saw this, chuckled, and without hesitation picked up his cannon, fired a shot, and knocked old Quan's car out of the way. Hearing the sound, Lao Quan felt a chill run down his spine, and he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. He suddenly regretted listening to Duan Mushui. This way, even if he lost, he could at least delay things for a little longer, couldn't he? Seeing how miserable he looked, the old man sitting across from him smirked with schadenfreude and shook his head, saying, You're such a fool. You actually believed the advice of such a young girl. Shut up, you're about to win and you're still insulting me. Shut up, you're about to win and you're still insulting me. Rolling his eyes, Lao Quan immediately turned to Duan Mushui and asked, Little girl, what should I do next? What should I do next? It's all the same now. Let's try anything, even if it's a long shot. The 7th move was made. Duan Mushui continued to calmly give instructions. Lao Quan sighed and continued to play according to her instructions. The old man across from him was enjoying himself and smiled as he followed along. At first, everything seemed to be heading toward an inevitable defeat for Lao Quan. However, after 4 rounds of back and forth, the old man sitting across from him lost his composure. He sensed intuitively that he had fallen into a trap. Although both of their pieces were decreasing, he didn't seem to be gaining any advantage. After staring intently at the board for several minutes, he still couldn't tell if he had truly fallen into a trap. Seeing that he hadn't moved a piece for a while, Lao Quan urged him, Hurry up. Why aren't you moving? What's the rush? The old man snapped irritably, continuing to stare at the chessboard. End of the 1st chapter. Duan Mushui saw this and shook his head, saying, You've already lost. Nonsense. How could I possibly lose? After saying that, the old man carefully moved his own piece forward and placed it in front of the general. As he placed the piece, his eyes suddenly widened in alarm, thinking to himself, this is bad. At the same time, Duan Mushui's voice rang out, Cannon 5 forward, 5, take his minister. Lao Quan was delighted, picked up his cannon, and swiftly captured the opponent's minister. The old man looked at the chessboard and felt troubled. If he moved another piece now, his general would be captured by Lao Quan's horse. However, if he doesn't move, his advisor is in front of the general and will be captured by Lao Quan's cannon. No matter what move is made, it has already become a losing game. In the end, I was actually defeated by a young girl I once looked down upon? How embarrassing. This is truly embarrassing. You've already lost. Seeing that the old man remained silent for a long time, Duan Mushui calmly reminded him. An old man standing nearby looked at the chessboard in astonishment and turned to Duan Mushui in disbelief. You really won? You bet. I didn't even think of that move. The young lady has some skill. Another elderly man standing nearby praised her without hesitation. Lao Quan couldn't help but smile broadly, his lips curling upward, as if he wanted to shout out loud, that's so satisfying. After all, when he was being oppressed earlier, it was truly unbearable. Originally, he had only wanted to see how skilled Duan Mushui was at chess. But he never expected this. This little girl is really talented. Duan Mushui glanced at the chessboard again, preparing to tell the old man sitting across from her how he should have played earlier to avoid losing. But before she could say a word, the old man interrupted her. Flaring his nostrils and glaring angrily, he straightened his back and said angrily, You little girl, don't you know that one should not speak while watching a game of chess? Upon hearing this, Duan Mushui furrowed her brows slightly. She knew very well that one should not comment while watching a game of chess. But wasn't this advice something everyone agreed on just now? Why are you suddenly blaming yourself now? Lao Quan knew the old man felt embarrassed, so he cleared his throat and raised his eyebrows, saying, "Just now, weren't you looking down on that young girl? What's the matter? Now that you've lost, you're starting to blame others? Besides, when I asked you earlier, didn't you say it was okay? If you lose, you lose. You're old enough to be their father. Can't you show a little grace?" The old man's face flushed red, and he glared with a touch of embarrassment. "That's because you won. If I had asked her to teach me and you lost, wouldn't you be in the same position as me right now?" Upon hearing this, Lao Quan was taken aback in embarrassment. It seemed to make sense. But I definitely can't admit that it's not. He turned his head away, then looked back at Duan Mushui and changed the subject. "Little girl, what's your name? I've never seen you before." Duan Mushui was wearing the dragon robe, and anyone who had seen her before would certainly recognize her. Even if she weren't wearing the dragon robe, those who had seen her face would still have a clear image of her in their minds. Because someone as beautiful as her is a rare sight. Glancing down at Lao Quan, Duan Mushui said softly, "Duan Mushui. Ha! What a beautiful name." The old man beside him smiled and added, "Your name does have a touch of ancient charm. Ha, your name suits your appearance perfectly. Where are you from? Are you from Jincheng? How old are you this year? Judging by your age, you must not be very old. Judging by your age, you should be about the same age as my son. I guess he's only a few years younger than my son." The elderly people chatted animatedly, one after another, asking questions non-stop. Even the elderly man who had been annoyed by the chess game couldn't resist chiming in. Duan Mushui listened from the side, her eyebrows furrowed, instinctively feeling that she shouldn't answer these questions. However, she wanted to say that she should leave, but couldn't find an opportunity to interrupt. Meanwhile, Xinyu had already parked the car and was walking over this way. Seeing that Duan Mushui wasn't waiting where he had left her, he furrowed his brows, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Just as he was about to search more carefully, he suddenly spotted that all too familiar figure standing beside a few old men playing chess. Seeing this, Xinyu couldn't help but pause. Stepping forward, he heard one of the old men say, "Little girl, do you have a boyfriend? I think you'd make a good match for my son," which left him completely stunned. Wow! How did this woman do it? She was only gone for less than 10 minutes, right? She had already impressed a few old men to the point where they wanted to introduce their sons to her for marriage? Chapter 88, It's time to change the way we address each other. While feeling shocked inside, Xinyu also noticed the furrowed brows of Duan Mushui. With a knowing raise of his eyebrows, he quickly walked toward the direction where the others were. When he reached their side, the elderly men were still chatting and laughing. "Excuse me, please move aside." Coughing lightly, Xinyu quickly stepped forward and approached Duan Mushui without hesitation. Under the astonished gazes of the elders, he feigned seriousness and said, "Why didn't you wait for me at the previous location?" Understanding that Xinyu was trying to exonerate him, Duan Mushui bit her lip lightly and whispered, "I saw someone playing chess here, and since this spot was where I wanted to be, I thought you should be able to see me, so I came over to take a look. You're in a place you're not familiar with. Don't wander off like that next time." Xinyu shook his head, unable to suppress a smile. He had been thinking about it just now. When they went to the mall, Duan Mushui would always stand there and wait obediently for him, so why was she running around now? It's because she saw something she likes and couldn't resist. However, she still had some sense and knew to stay where she could be seen. Got it. Facing Qinyu's instructions, Duan Mushui lowered her brows and eyes, her gaze flickering with a hint of embarrassment. The elderly men standing nearby stared at her expression in astonishment, then exchanged meaningful glances with Qinyu. So the young lady has a boyfriend, does she? No wonder they were asking her questions earlier, and she didn't want to answer. Oh, we were too abrupt. Lao Quan smiled and looked at the other three beside him. The other three shook their heads awkwardly before turning their attention back to Qinyu and Duan Mushui. To be honest, the two of them looked quite well suited when standing together. They're both good looking, and their height and age seemed just right. Young lady, just pretend you didn't hear what we were talking about earlier. Lao Quan chuckled and added, when you have time, come find us for a game of chess. That's right, we're still curious to see how good you are at chess. Let's see who's better, your father or us. As they spoke, they began to boast about themselves. Seeing the words your father come out of the other's mouth, Qinyu looked at Duan Mushui with a helpless expression. Upon hearing the term father emperor come from the other person's mouth, Qinyu looked at Duan Mushui with a helpless expression. It must have been something she said. Can I come here often to play chess? Duan Mushui turned her head and looked at Qinyu expectantly. After a moment's thought, Qinyu agreed, sure, whenever I have time, I'll bring you here to take a look around. All right. Seeing that Qinyu had agreed, Duan Mushui's brows relaxed, and she smiled brightly. The genuine smile revealed a sense of satisfaction akin to that of a child receiving candy. Beside them, Lao Quan and the others raised their eyebrows in amusement. Judging by the looks of it, the young couple seems to have a pretty good relationship. Well, we'll be on our way then. Waving goodbye to the others, Qinyu hurriedly led Duan Mushui away. Once they had walked a considerable distance away, Qinyu noticed that no one was around and whispered, I think there's something you need to change. What? Duan Mushui asked in confusion. His expression grew serious, and Qin Yu said earnestly, "It's about your title." Looking at her quietly, Duan Mushui's eyebrows furrowed. "My title? What's wrong with it?" "See, there's the problem." Qin Yu pointed at her rosy lips and laughed. "You always like to say I'm the emperor and such. But in modern times, aside from actors in period dramas, no one would say that. Not even the leader of a country would speak that way." She bit her lip, and Duan Mushui fell into deep contemplation. She remained silent for a moment before continuing, "But I am the emperor. Isn't it appropriate for me to refer to myself as I?" Sighing, Qin Yu shook his head and said, "But you are no longer a true emperor." Seeing Duan Mushui's eyes widen in surprise, he said with a touch of pity, "Here, you're just an ordinary person who knows martial arts. In the modern world, there are no emperors, and no one would believe you are the true empress of the Great Chu dynasty. If someone actually believes you are the empress of the Great Chu dynasty, that would be a problem, because you would likely be taken away for research." Speaking of which, Qin Yu's expression grew solemn. At this point, Qin Yu's expression grew solemn. Previously, he had always thought that Duan Mushui had just arrived and was still adjusting to the place. When it came to addressing each other, there was no need to rush her into changing so quickly. However, as Duan Mushui came into contact with more and more people, he realized that this matter could no longer be postponed. The longer it was delayed, the more likely it was to cause trouble. So why not just bite the bullet and force her to change as soon as possible? Starting today, when you refer to yourself, you must say I, and when referring to others, you must not say you, but rather you. As for the emperor and empress, these terms should also be replaced with dad and mom. Or you could take a step back and say father and mother. There are some other words that I will correct you when I notice you using them incorrectly. You should remember them and correct them as soon as possible." Qin Yu finished speaking and quietly looked at Duan Mushui, waiting for her response. The emperor had barely uttered that single word when Duan Mushui immediately stopped and whispered, "If I want to truly integrate here, I must change, right?" "Yes, that's right." Qin Yu nodded without hesitation. "For your future life here." Duan Mushui clenched her fists lightly, then relaxed them, and said dejectedly, "I was wrong. I understand now. It's okay, no rush." With a smile, Qin Yu comforted her in a gentle voice, "As long as you want to change, you'll be able to do it soon." The emperor. As she opened her mouth, a look of regret flashed across Duan Mushui's face. "Pa!" She frowned angrily and clamped her mouth shut tightly. Seeing this, Qin Yu paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. Is it really all about looks? He's clearly a bit rude, but when it comes to Duan Mushui, why does he find her so adorable? Listening to Qin Yu's hearty laughter, Duan Mushui's face flushed red. She stopped awkwardly, clenching her small hands tightly and commanded, "You dare not mock me." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately lowered her head, wishing she could crouch down and bury her face. She had spoken too hastily just now, and hadn't gotten any of the terms like you or I right. Why am I so clumsy in this matter? Thinking this, a surge of annoyance welled up in Duan Mushui's heart. It wasn't directed at Qin Yu, but at herself. At the same time, a sense of loss emerged. In her view, even changing her name was such a hassle. If she wanted to fully integrate into modern life and live here, she didn't know how many years it would take to learn everything. She had been so confident before, thinking she would have no problem. But now, she dared not think so lightly anymore. Seeing Duan Mushui with her head bowed, exuding an emotion that made Qin Yu feel deeply saddened, he raised his eyebrows. Knowing that this little woman was starting to take things seriously, he smiled faintly, reached out his hand, and gently rubbed her head. Just as Duan Mushui was taken aback, Qin Yu's voice rang out. "All right, take your time. There's no need to rush. After all, this has been your lifestyle for 20 years. It's not something you can just change overnight. Just because you can't change it overnight doesn't mean you can't do it. Stop overthinking it." Shifting his gaze, Qin Yu noticed a few children in the distance and smiled. "Let me take you to play something fun. Want to come?" Chapter 89, not toys, but hidden weapons. Duan Mushui was still in a state of shock from being forced to kneel. When she heard Qin Yu mention something fun, she slowly raised her head, her face flushing slightly as she looked at Qin Yu with a complex expression. "How about it? Want to give it a try?" Qin Yu smiled and pointed to the two children not far away. Upon hearing this, Duan Mushui bit her lip and decided to put the matter of forcing him to marry her on hold for now. Clearing her throat, she followed the direction of Qin Yu's finger with her gaze. What were those two children playing with? "A bubble machine, a toy for fun," Qin Yu said, walking up to a stall and directly purchasing a bubble machine shaped like a camera. Staring at the bubble machine, Duan Mushui looked confused. This thing, no matter how she looked at it, was just an ordinary little box, wasn't it? Is this thing really fun? Du Shui hesitated. "Laugh it off," Qin Yu said as he led Duan Mushui to an open area. "I saw a lot of these when I was a child, so they're pretty ordinary to me. But you've never seen it before, so you might find it interesting? Try it. Since we're here, let's try all the interesting things we've never seen before." Before Duan Muxue could react, he quickly pressed the switch of the bubble machine and laughed, "Give it a try. Since you're here, you might as well try all the interesting things you've never seen before." Puff, 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 puff. A string of bubbles, large and small, flew toward Endo Mitsuki, swaying gently as they dispersed in midair. The moment she saw the bubbles, Duan Muxue's face tensed instinctively, her guard up. She took a step back and even adopted a defensive posture. Seeing this, Xinyu couldn't help but laugh. The hearty laughter left Duan Muxue feeling embarrassed. She quickly straightened her body, clearly embarrassed, but forced herself to act calm and said, "What's so funny? Is this bubble machine safe?" "Of course not." Xinyu casually popped a bubble and said, "It's just like a soap bubble. Don't believe me? Try popping one yourself." Shifting her gaze to the bubble, Duan Muxue hesitated for a moment before finally giving in to her curiosity and extending her finger. The tip of her finger gently touched one of the bubbles. Pop! As the bubble burst, the bubble liquid splashed directly onto Ndu Shue's face. Ugh! Instinctively squinting his eyes, Duan Muxue furrowed his brows and quickly wiped the bubble solution off his face with his hand. Seeing her clumsy expression, Xinyu's lips curled into a smile again. "How about it? No danger, right?" "It's okay," she replied softly, her gaze fixed on the bubble machine. "Can I try?" "It's okay," she replied softly, her gaze fixed on the bubble machine. "Can I try it?" "Sure." After handing the bubble machine to Duan Muxue, Xinyu pointed to the switch and said, "Press this button, and bubbles will come out." After glancing at the switch, Duan Muxue pressed it directly. The next second, a string of bubbles sprayed directly at her and Xinyu's faces. Puff, puff, puff. Plop. The bubble hit both of their faces and burst. Both of them closed their eyes tightly and took a step back at the same time. "You should press it toward an empty space." Xinyu helplessly wiped the soapy water off his face and sighed as he looked at Duan Muxue. But when he looked over, he couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Ndu Shue's situation was even worse than his. Due to his slow reaction, the bubble solution even splashed into his eyes. Since there was a lawn behind her, she lost her balance while backing up and fell directly onto the grass. Seeing Duan Muxue rubbing her eyes with a pained expression, Xinyu cleared his throat and hurried over to check on her. Seeing Duan Muxue rubbing her eyes with a pained expression, Xinyu cleared his throat and hurried over to check on her. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Duan Muxue's eyes were already red from rubbing them. Due to the irritation from the bubble solution, the tip of his nose was also red. Looking pitiful, it resembles a rabbit that has been roaned. Kneeling down in front of Duan Muxue, Xinyu pulled her hand away, checked it, and asked, "How is it? Does it hurt?" Enduring the discomfort, she blinked her phoenix-like eyes, forcing back the tears welling up uncontrollably. With a mix of grievance and resentment, she narrowed her eyes at Xinyu. "You're lying. This isn't a toy at all. It's clearly a weapon." Hearing her heartfelt complaint, Xinyu paused, unable to help but lower his head. The next moment, his back began to tremble slightly. "Is the bubble machine a hidden weapon? What a strange idea. Are you laughing at me?" Struggling to open her still reddened eyes, Duan Muxue asked angrily. Covering his face to suppress his laughter, Xinyu cleared his throat and then curved his lips into a smile. "No, I wasn't laughing at you. I just think you're a little cute, heh." By the end, Xinyu couldn't help but laugh again. Staring blankly at him, Duan Muxue's face flushed bright red. She leaned back slightly, her voice trembling with embarrassment as she shook her head and said, "You must be mad. How could I ever be associated with the word cute? Don't call me cute. I don't like it." Seeing how embarrassed Duan Muxue was, she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Xinyu nodded in agreement with her. "Alright, I won't say it anymore." He then reached out his hand toward Duan Muxue and asked with a smile, "Get up? I can do it myself." Turn away in shame, but Ndu Shuo quickly stood up. She handed the bubble machine to Xinyu with disdain and frowned, saying, "I don't like it. I don't want to play anymore. You haven't gotten the hang of it yet." Xinyu shook her head and explained patiently, "The part of the bubble machine that makes the bubbles needs to be aimed at an empty space." Saying this, he pressed the button and aimed it at the grassy area ahead. In the sunlight, bubbles with a rainbow sheen slowly dispersed in all directions, carried by the slightly warm breeze. Upon seeing this, Duan Mushue's gaze lingered, and the disdainful expression in her eyes softened slightly. "Don't press it against your face, because the bubble solution is just like soap, and it will make your eyes hurt." Defending the bubble machine once more, Xinyu handed it back to Duan Muxue. "Try again?" Looking at the device that had just caused her eyes to hurt, Duan Muxue took it while muttering, "I still think this thing is better suited as a weapon." Silent, and able to temporarily blind an enemy in a short amount of time. As she spoke, she aimed at the lawn ahead and pressed the button again with caution. This time, the bubble didn't splash onto her face like it had before. Watching the bubbles scatter in all directions, Duan Mushue's gaze softened, and the corners of her lips curved upward slightly. Seeing Duan Muxue standing quietly before the flowers and plants, surrounded by bubbles in a serene pose, Xinyu paused, then, as if compelled by some unseen force, took out his phone and opened the camera. Click. By the time he came to his senses, the scene had already been captured on camera. After staring at his phone for a few seconds, Shinyu silently opened the photo album and opened the photo. The photo captured the most beautiful moment of that moment. Perfect lighting, a delicate profile, and a slightly upturned corner of the mouth. Every detail comes together seamlessly, making Duan Muxue seem as though she has stepped out of a painting. What are you looking at? Just as Shinyu was engrossed in reading, Duan Muxue suddenly leaned in close. Quickly putting away his phone, Shinyu looked up with a faint smile. Nothing, are you done playing? No more bubbles. Duan Muxue said, pressing the switch on the bubble machine. Seeing that the machine really wasn't producing any bubbles, Shinyu was speechless. What a money-grabbing scam. You've only thrown up a few times and can't throw up anymore? I'll buy some bubble solution online. Shaking his head helplessly, Shinyu glanced at the time and smiled. It's about time. Let's go home first. I'm still waiting for you, the great Emperor of Chu, to roast some sweet potatoes for me. Chapter 90. For legs and two wheels, how can they be the same? When Shinyu mentioned this, Duan Muxue straightened her slender body with a touch of pride. Although I am not yet skilled at cooking, when it comes to roasting sweet potatoes, I am absolutely confident. Hearing you say that makes me even more excited. With a faint smile, Shinyu waved his hand and said, let's go. While Aunt Wang hasn't closed the shop yet, let's hurry back and ask her for some firewood. And it's me, not the Emperor. Upon hearing Shinyu's reminder, Duan Muxue's eyebrows furrowed, and she bit her lip. She silently repeated the words to herself, then spoke slowly and deliberately, when we go back, can I ride the electric scooter? No way. Shinyu replied without hesitation. Duan Muxue paused, unwilling to accept it. Why? I don't want to fall into a ditch. He casually replied to her and turned toward the parking lot. After standing there for a moment, Duan Muxue hurriedly followed him. How could I have fallen into the ditch? Have you ever done that? I can ride a horse. How many legs does a horse have? 4. How many wheels does that electric bike have? 2. That's right, for legs and two wheels, how can they be the same? The two of them continued discussing this issue as they walked back. When Duan Muxue finally convinced Shinyu to let her try the electric scooter too, she looked up and realized that the two of them had already reached the storefront. She silently stared at the sign for a moment, then silently slid off the electric scooter, her face tense, and followed Shinyu into the store. Sitting down on the chair with a pout, she hugged Chunjun and began to wipe him down, one stroke at a time. Shinyu glanced at her and shook his head with a smile. He figured it out himself. This Empress of the Great Chu Empire has a habit. Whenever she gets angry, she doesn't say a word. Instead of locking herself in her bedroom and going on a self-imposed quarantine, she polishes the pure June. Thankfully, Chunjun isn't a living creature like a cat. Otherwise, she would have probably petted it bald by now. He put the items down, leaned against the counter, and smiled. I'm just thinking about our safety, not really stopping you from riding. Ending his movements, Indushue took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, now that we're back at the store, even if you agree to let me ride the electric scooter, I can't ride it anymore. In summary, you deliberately agreed to me at this moment because we've already returned. You're pretty sharp, you figured it out. You're quite clever, you figured it out. Shinyu smiled inwardly and shook his head, saying, because you haven't properly studied it yet. Turning to look at him, Duan Muxue said seriously, but I already know how to ride. I just need to step on the electric scooter and turn the handle you mentioned. You've only learned with your eyes. Shaking his head, Shinyu continued, don't underestimate riding an electric scooter, there's a lot to learn. If you tried to ride one now, you'd probably crash into someone's wall. I wouldn't dare to say a word, but Indushue shook her head in protest. Seeing this, Shinyu smiled lightly. Judging by the situation, it seemed inevitable that she would have to face some setbacks. All right. Nodding, Shinyu continued, since you want to ride so badly, I'll teach you. After the Ghost Festival, we'll find an empty, open place, and I'll let you ride to your heart's content. Are you serious? Duan Muxue hesitated. With a chuckle, Shinyu assured her, of course. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. All right. A flash of light in her eyes, Duan Muxue smiled slightly. She stood up immediately, cleared her throat, and said shyly, it's about time. I should go roast some sweet potatoes. I'll go ask Aunt Wang for some firewood. You take the sweet potatoes upstairs to wash them. Shinyu said, waving his hand, and walked toward the storefront. Glancing at the bag of sweet potatoes, Duan Muxue acted swiftly, picking up the sweet potatoes and heading upstairs. When Shinyu arrived at Aunt Wang's house, Aunt Wang was eating. Upon learning the reason for borrowing firewood, she smiled and held up 2 fingers. I'll send 2 over to Aunt Wang later. No problem. With a decisive nod, Shinyu returned to the shop with the firewood. By the time he entered the door, Duan Muxue had already washed the sweet potatoes and was holding them in a basin, waiting for him. Having already changed out of his dragon robe, her long hair was also neatly tied up high behind her. Shinyu stared at her for a moment, feeling that she didn't look like an emperor at all, but more like a young female student. Setting aside her status, if one were to consider only her age. Du Shue's current age is indeed the age when one should be attending university. Let's go to the backyard. You have a yard here? Yes, but it's not very big. Xinyu said, opening the small door on the other side of the shop and stepping inside. Duanmu Xiafang's eyes widened slightly as she followed closely behind him, looking around in all directions. The backyard was indeed as Xinyu had described, not very large. When you add up all the space, it's roughly around 20 square meters. It's a long, narrow space filled with all sorts of things. In the corner, there was a bicycle parked alongside a newly purchased electric scooter. Duanmu Shui had been wondering where Xinyu had parked the electric scooter. She even thought Xinyu had used some modern magic to make the electric scooter disappear. It turned out he had just parked it here. There happened to be a canopy above, which could shelter us from the rain. Come on, put it here. He walked to a relatively empty corner and tapped the old table beside him. Duanmu Shui followed step by step, setting down the sweet potato she was holding. Seeing Xinyu bring out an object resembling a stove, she looked up awkwardly and asked, "Do you know how to drill wood to make fire?" Hearing this, Xinyu couldn't help but laugh. "I actually don't know how to make fire by rubbing wood together." Shaking her head in confusion, Duanmu Shui whispered softly, "I don't know how either." When she was in the palace before, she never had to light the fire herself, though she had learned how to make fire by rubbing wood together as a child for fun. However, after trying more than a dozen times, she failed every time. Thinking that neither of them knew how to start a fire by rubbing sticks together, Du Shui couldn't help but feel defeated, realizing that the roasted sweet potatoes were now inedible. Furrowing her brows, she bit her lip and resolved, "I'll get the fire." Since she had suggested roasting sweet potatoes, it was only natural that she should be the one to do it. With that in mind, Duanmu Shui picked out a thick and a thin piece of wood from the firewood, knelt down, and placed them on the ground. Encouraging herself with a few words, she covered the thinner one with both hands and began to rub it seriously. Xinyu saw this and was momentarily taken aback, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. How silly! He crouched down, snatched the thin wooden stick from Du Shui's hand, and gently tapped her on the head with it. "I said I can't make fire by rubbing wood together, so why don't you try it? We don't need to drill wood to make fire. In modern times we have lighters." Chapter 91, The Arrest Operation Fails. Chapter 91, The Arrest Operation Fails. Lighter? Duanmu Shui froze, her eyebrows furrowing. Xinyu casually pulled out a lighter from his pants pocket and flicked it open with a click. As she watched the tiny flame, Duanmu Shui froze in place. "Is this thing a lighter?" "Yes, it's a lighter." Xinyu smiled and handed the lighter to Duanmu Shui. "You try it." Thinking of something, he quickly added, "Don't hold it too close to your face when you press it, or you might burn your eyebrows." Back when he was young and didn't know any better, he used to spend all day playing with a lighter. In the end, he ended up burning half of his eyebrows and eyelashes off. Looking back on it now, he still feels embarrassed. It wasn't the fact that his eyebrows were burned by the lighter that was embarrassing. The main issue is that my eyebrow was missing half of it, and every time I look in the mirror, I look so silly. Duanmu Shui remembered Qinyu's instructions and quickly stretched her arms out as far as she could. Only when she was far enough away from the lighter did she carefully and cautiously press it down. Snap! As a flash of light flickered where the flames emerged, the flames burst out once more. Seeing that the flame was so small yet refused to die out, Duanmu Shui widened her eyes in wonder. How is this possible? She looked at Qinyu excitedly, then quickly turned the lighter in her hand and brought it to Qinyu's face. Seeing the flame about to burn his eyebrows again, Qinyu quickly stepped back, looking at Duanmu Shui in fear. "Let go first." Oh. Realizing she had made a mistake, Duanmu Shui felt embarrassed and hurriedly did as she was told. Only when the fire died down did Qinyu relax and take the lighter back, saying, "You know that if you strike two stones together with force, they can produce sparks, right?" "Yes, I know." Duanmu Shui nodded obediently. Xinyu picked up a few pieces of paper nearby, lit the lighter again, and said, "This lighter works the same way. When we press it, there's a collision inside, and sparks fly out. When the sparks come into contact with the liquid inside, it catches fire. When the liquid inside is completely burned up, the lighter will no longer produce a flame." After saying that, Xinyu aimed the lighter's flame at the paper, lit it, and then stuffed it into the stove. Once the fire was fully lit, he quickly added a few thin sticks. Seeing this, Xinyu couldn't help but marvel at his parents' parenting. When he was a child and there were few stoves at home, he would come back from school in the middle of winter and be so cold that he couldn't even write his homework. Later, his parents couldn't bear to watch him suffer anymore, so they taught him how to start a fire. After a few tries, Xinyu remembered how to do it. With a loud clatter. As the wood burned, the stove began to make noises. The temperature of the stove also began to rise. Duanmu Shui saw that the wood was really burning and looked even more curiously at the lighter in Qinyu's hand. "This little gadget is made very ingeniously. If my subjects could have such lighters, starting a fire would be much more convenient." As she spoke, she seemed to think of something and suddenly asked excitedly, "Can I give some lighters to Xianhua and the others?" "What?" Xinyu heard this and his eyes widened instantly. "Light a lighter? Wow. That'll blow up the whole place." No way. He refused without hesitation, pointing to the liquid in the lighter and saying with a tense expression, the liquid in here is flammable. If you burn a lot at once, it will cause an explosion. At that point, neither of us will survive. Seeing how serious Jinyu was, Duan Muxue furrowed her brows. She didn't press further about why it had exploded, but simply nodded seriously. Anyway, she knew that Jinyu wouldn't lie to her. Alright, let's roast some sweet potatoes, Jinyu said, placing an iron rack on the stove. The fire crackled and popped inside the stove. Duan Muxue saw this and picked up a few sweet potatoes from the basin, placing them flat on top. After finishing all this, her expression froze instantly. What's wrong? Jinyu shoved a few more pieces of wood inside and looked at her in confusion. Shaking her head silently, Duan Muxue said with a look of conflict, I just suddenly realized that roasting sweet potatoes isn't as complicated as I thought. Upon hearing this, Jinyu wanted to reply, it wasn't complicated to begin with. However, upon seeing Duan Muxue's expression, he held back and didn't say anything. Sighing softly, Duan Muxue shook his head and said, earlier, when the palace maids were helping me roast sweet potatoes, they made it seem like it was really difficult. So I've always felt that learning how to roast sweet potatoes was quite an achievement. But now that I think about it. Speaking of which, she looked helplessly at the sweet potatoes, bit her lip, and hesitated. I only placed a few sweet potatoes on top. There's nothing special about it. What's truly rare is starting the fire, and that was something you did. After saying that, Duan Muxue felt a bit dejected and gently bit her lip. Jinyu saw that she was still upset and smiled, raising his eyebrows. Didn't you also wash the sweet potatoes? For someone like you who's an emperor, that's already a rare thing to do. Jinyu wondered if the emperors from history, such as Liu Bang or Wu Zetian, would be willing to wash sweet potatoes themselves if they were to come to this world. No way. So in this matter, Duan Muxue has done quite well. However, Duan Muxue herself doesn't seem very satisfied. She shook her head silently, then said seriously, when we turn the sweet potatoes later, I'll do it. You don't need to help. All right. Jinyu nodded readily. Upon hearing this, Duan Muxue's lips curled into a smile, then I'll stay here and keep an eye on things. If you have anything to do, go ahead. Once it's done, I'll bring it to you. Narrowing his eyes at Duan Muxue, Jinyu said with some concern, are you sure you can handle it? Of course. Duan Muxue raised her head proudly, such a small matter, I can handle it. All right then. With a light chuckle, Jinyu shook his head and brushed the dust off his pants before standing up. It was still early, so he might as well go to the shop and keep an eye on things. Maybe he could sell a few items. Don't forget to add more firewood. There are chopsticks nearby. If the sweet potatoes feel almost done, give them a poke to check. Yes, I know. Go quickly. I'll just stay here in the shop. He reminded Duan Muxue once more, then headed toward the store. After quickly tidying up the table behind the counter, he sat down on a stool, took out the blue and white porcelain bowl that Jia had given him earlier, and pondered whether he should take it to the police station. Because this item might also be connected to the illegal trade of cultural relics. Although it's not that valuable, it still counts as physical evidence. Just as Jinyu was pondering this matter, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing that the caller was an unfamiliar number, but it was from Jiling City, he decided to answer the call. Hello? Who is this? Mr. Qin, this is Lu Jingfeng. Lu team? Upon hearing this, Jinyu couldn't help but laugh. Just as I was about to call the police, Lu Jingfeng called me. What a coincidence. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jinyu said, Lu team leader, I have a blue and white porcelain bowl here that Jia sent earlier. When should I send it over to you, or should you come and pick it up? I'll send someone to pick it up. Lu team leader replied quickly, then sighed and said in a heavy tone, Mr. Qin, actually, I called to tell you about this matter. The arrest operation failed. We only managed to capture one of their subordinates. Chapter 92, do you want to learn martial arts from me? Failed? Listening to Lu Jingfeng's ashamed voice on the phone, Jinyu couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. But upon reflection, it made sense. If they didn't have real skills, those two foreigners wouldn't have been trafficking in cultural relics for so long and wouldn't dare to walk around freely on the streets. Seeing that Jinyu remained silent, Lu Jingfeng continued, when we launched the arrest operation, only the woman you mentioned, Arya, and her subordinate were present. As for the man named Jiz, he was not there. Arya was very cautious. She didn't show up directly but sent her subordinate to retrieve the items. We had originally sent people to follow the two of them, but they were discovered by Arya. I'm calling you on my phone to let you know that they've probably already figured out this is connected to you. Indeed. Jinyu sighed helplessly. Being caught means the theft failed, and the thief revealed the location. Those foreigners could easily guess that this incident was related to them. They didn't get what they wanted, and they exposed themselves. Those two foreigners are probably already plotting how to steal the pure June again and take revenge on themselves in the process. Lu Jingfeng sighed and continued, Mr. Qin, they're armed. Keep an eye on them during this period. If you spot them, contact me immediately. This is my personal phone number. I will also arrange for someone to provide you with 24-hour protection. Any matter involving guns is no simple matter. Upon learning that the other party had a gun, Shin Yu tacitly accepted Lu Jingfeng's protection. Alright, Lu team leader, you've worked hard. No trouble at all. With a helpless smile, Lu Jingfeng said, this matter was also handled poorly by us, otherwise, it wouldn't have escalated to this point. In any case, during this period, you and your girlfriend must be careful and stay safe. Alright, no problem. Shin Yu agreed readily. Given Duanmu Shue's level of vigilance, she would definitely notice if the other side sent someone over. Apart from the fact that the other side has a gun, neither she nor Duanmu Shue are particularly unsafe. As for firearms, the other party shouldn't use them lightly. If they come looking for us, we might not necessarily be at a disadvantage if we don't have guns. Mr. Qin, I'll have to go now. I have another matter to investigate. Lu Jingfeng on the other end of the phone seemed a bit anxious. After hurriedly finishing his sentence, he quickly hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Shin Yu shook his head helplessly. What's wrong? Duanmu Shue happened to be walking over with some freshly baked sweet potatoes. Seeing Shin Yu with a furrowed brow, she asked with concern. Smelling the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes, Shin Yu picked one up and began peeling it while explaining, the police just called and said that the two bad guys who wanted to buy the pure bronze earlier haven't been caught yet. They told us to be careful. Do you mean they'll come back to seek revenge? Duanmu Shue narrowed her eyes, revealing a murderous intent. Blowing 2 puffs of air on the steaming sweet potato, Shin Yu shook his head and said, it's hard to say. Even if they don't come after us, there's a high chance they'll come to steal the Chenjun. Ending with a cold snort, Duanmu Shue dismissed the idea with disdain. If they dare to come, I will ensure they never return alive. Hearing this, Shin Yu looked at her with a mix of laughter and tears, reminding her, they have guns. Even if you encounter them, you must be careful. However, the police said they have already sent people to protect us in the vicinity. If they show up, the police should notice them right away, right? After saying that, Shin Yu took another bite of the roasted sweet potato and gave it a thumbs up, perfectly roasted. He preferred his roasted sweet potatoes with the skin slightly crispy, as it gave off a stronger roasted aroma. The ones in Du Shui baked were just like that. Listening to his praise, Duanmu Shue's lips curled into a smile. That's good. Picking up a baked sweet potato and holding it out to her, Shin Yu raised an eyebrow and asked, aren't you going to eat it? Yes. Nodding, Duanmu Shue reached out to take it. His gaze fell on her hand, and Shin Yu's brows furrowed immediately. How did your hand get so burned? On the tips of Duanmu Shue's fingers, which were tinged with red, there were 2 or 3 blisters. Even just looking at them, Shin Yu could feel the pain. However, Duanmu Shue didn't seem to mind. Because for her, this pain was nothing compared to the pain she had endured during her martial arts training. No problem. Shaking her head, Duanmu Shue calmly peeled the sweet potato. Shin Yu sighed, then walked past her and went straight upstairs. Seeing this, Duanmu Shue was puzzled. Where are you going? Turning to look at her, Shin Yu shouted back, to get the burn ointment. Staring at his back, Duanmu Shue froze for a moment. She lowered her head again to look at her fingertips, her gaze softening. Though, in her eyes, the burn wasn't anything to worry about. However, upon hearing Shin Yu's words, she felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. After applying burn ointment to the burned areas on Duanmu Shue, Shin Yu immediately brought Wang Yi a few baked sweet potatoes. When he returned, Duanmu Shue had already eaten most of the roasted sweet potatoes but had left enough for him. While Shin Yu was eating, she kept watching him. After eating until she was half full, Shin Yu couldn't take it anymore. She glanced at her and asked helplessly, why have you been staring at me the whole time? Feng Mao blinked her eyes and replied calmly, I have a question for you. It's me, not the emperor. If you have any questions, just ask. You're staring at me so intently that I can't even eat. All right. Muttering under her breath, Duanmu Shue spoke again, I have a question I'd like to ask you. What? Shin Yu finished speaking and continued peeling another sweet potato. Feng Mao blinked again, and Duanmu Shue leaned forward, her eyes fixed on him as she asked, do you want to learn martial arts from me? Cough. As soon as Duanmu Shue spoke, Shin Yu nearly choked. Looking at Duanmu Shue's face, which was too close to his own, he remained silent for a moment before asking in confusion, why did you suddenly think that? Because you can't fight, she replied coldly. Because you don't know martial arts, it's too dangerous. Duanmu Shue gently propped her chin with her small hands, furrowed her brows, and continued, I know martial arts. If those people come to seek revenge, I have the ability to protect myself. If there are not many of them, I can naturally protect you. But if there are too many, I won't be able to handle them all, and then you will be in danger. Therefore, I think you should learn some martial arts from me. After listening to Duanmu Shue's analysis, Shin Yu fell into deep thought. Thinking about it that way, it made sense. And learning some martial arts wouldn't hurt me either. However, there is a problem. Shin Yu looked at Duanmu Shue seriously and said slowly, do you know any martial arts that can be learned quickly yet are also powerful? Chapter 93, take you to see every corner of the world. After hearing Shin Yu's request, Duanmu Shue's eyebrows furrowed immediately. She shook her head without hesitation and said, "The martial arts you're talking about don't exist. Learning martial arts is something that requires patience and gradual mastery. How could it be learned in just a few days?" Xinyu couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Duan Mushui in silence. Earlier, he had clung to a sliver of hope, thinking that the martial arts he had seen in those wuxia novels and TV dramas might actually exist. But now it was clear that, whether in his previous life or this one, these martial arts were all made up. I'm not saying all of them are made up, but most of them definitely aren't as powerful as what's written in the books or portrayed in TV dramas. Can you teach me internal martial arts? Xinyu thought for a moment and added another question. Ending his gaze on him as if he were a strange creature, Duan Mushui shook her head without hesitation. No. All right. Sighing again, Xinyu felt a bit bored and continued to ask, "If I want to learn martial arts from you, where should I start?" "Of course, you should start with the basics," Duan Mushui said, her gaze lingering on Xinyu for a moment before continuing thoughtfully. "Actually, given your age, you're already too old to start martial arts training. But if you only learn a little, you can still manage it. 3 or 4 points. Can't even get a 5 or 6? Hearing this, Xinyu's enthusiasm for martial arts waned once again. He cleared his throat hesitantly and asked, "If I were to master the art to the level of 3 or 4 out of 10, could I use my lightness technique to leap directly from one tree to another, then jump back to the ground and immediately leap onto a tree 2 or 3 meters high?" After thinking it over carefully, Duan Mushui shook his head. "The first scenario is still possible, but the second one is impossible. But with strength like yours, could you do it? This involves internal strength, so it depends on your natural talent." A spark of determination ignited within him, and Xinyu immediately asked, "If I have good natural talent, how long will it take me to master this?" Furrowing his brows in thought, Duan Mushui replied thoughtfully, "It would probably take about 5 or 6 years." Upon hearing this, Xinyu fell silent instantly. The tiny flame of hope that had just begun to burn in his heart was instantly extinguished. 5 or 6 years? With that much time, I might as well figure out how to complete more system achievements. Who knows, maybe the system will let me learn some martial arts techniques directly. Sure enough. Completing system achievements is the way to go. Then I won't bother learning it. Shaking his head, Xinyu continued eating his sweet potato with no interest. Duan Mushui paused, her brows furrowing. "If you refuse to learn, what will you do when danger comes?" The skidding motion paused, and Xinyu sighed, saying, "Then let me ask you this. If I were to learn from you, how long would it take to master the basics?" "About a year or 2, maybe. About a year and a half, I suppose." "That's it." Shaking his head, Xinyu said unconvinced, "It takes me a year or 2 just to learn the basics." "But if you only know the basics, you can't even protect yourself, can you? What if I haven't even finished learning the basics yet, and the opponent comes looking for me? What good would learning then be?" Shrugging his shoulders, he continued to chuckle lightly. "If that's the case, I might as well buy a knife and keep it under my pillow." After hearing Xinyu's explanation, Duan Mushui fell silent. After a moment's thought, she nodded slightly in agreement. "You are correct. I did not consider it thoroughly earlier." "Alright, I know you're worried." Looking at Duan Mushui with a smile, Xinyu slightly curved the corners of his mouth and said, "Don't forget, we still have the police protecting us. The police will definitely be armed, so don't get too nervous with them around." "All right." Lumei furrowed her brows, and Duan Mushui took a deep breath before continuing, "No matter what happens, I will protect you." "Why?" Xinyu raised an eyebrow in confusion. "If protecting me means you get hurt? So what?" Ending the conversation with a dismissive shake of his head, Duan Mushui lowered his eyelids slightly and said, "When I was sent by my father to lead troops into battle, I wasn't unscathed either." Xinyu's gaze froze, and he looked at Duan Mushui's petite frame in disbelief. "Led troops into battle? When I was learning history in high school, I never learned about any of this. According to the textbook, it was her younger brother who led the troops into battle." "The one leading the troops into battle isn't your brother?" Xinyu asked cautiously. With a faintly mocking smile, Duan Muxiafeng's eyes flickered slightly as she replied, "Of course not. This record is merely my father's scheme. Originally, my father intended to pass the throne to Xianhua, so he planned for Xianhua to lead the troops into battle and secure a victory, making it easier to establish a prince as heir. However, Xianhua was not up to the task, so my father ordered me to disguise myself as Xianhua and go to the battlefield." Pointing to his own face, Duan Mushui continued, "I am Xianhua's twin brother. We look almost identical." "I see." Looking at Duan Mushui thoughtfully, Xinyu's gaze sharpened, and he whispered, "You've worked hard." Sure enough. The imperial families of the past were always the most chaotic. At the same time, Duan Mushui felt a sudden pang in her heart. Hard work? In all these years, no one has ever said those 2 words to me. Not even Xianhua had. Furrowing her brows, Duan Mushui suddenly felt a stinging sensation in her eyes. She blinked gently, feeling the droplets of water on her eyelashes, and quickly turned away, facing away from Xinyu, so he wouldn't notice anything was wrong. As she secretly wiped away her tears, she blushed with embarrassment. Since becoming emperor, she had not shed a single tear. This time, it was truly embarrassing. After biting her lip and thinking for a moment, Duan Muxue whispered softly, I don't feel tired. All right. Smiling at Duan Muxue's reaction, Qingyu stretched lazily, swayed over to the storefront, and closed the door. As he locked the door, he added quickly, no matter what kind of life you lived before, now that you're here, you absolutely don't need to live like that anymore. This time, we'll handle whatever comes our way. As for everyday life, we just need to live peacefully and steadily. Once your status is resolved in the future, I will take you to see every corner of this world. For now, let's go back and rest. After saying that, Qingyu picked up the remaining few roasted sweet potatoes. After staring at him for a few seconds, Duan Muxue curved the corners of her lips and smiled with her phoenix-like eyes. All right. Chapter 94, helping you pick out some new outfits. After returning home that evening, Duan Muxue watched a few episodes of Conan, took a shower, and then went back to her room. Taking advantage of the fact that she had gone to her room first, Qingyu listened to the sound of the TV while calling out to the system. During the day, he had completed a total of 4 achievements. Gun Explanation Achievement, Bubble Machine Usage Achievement, Lighter Usage Achievement, and Model Guide Explanation Achievement. 4 achievements, totaling 12 achievement points. Combined with the previous 9 points, a total of 21 points can be used to enter the lottery twice. However, Qingyu couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Why was the Model Guide Explanation also considered an achievement? Even with these 3 achievement points, he was still quite pleased. However, from this achievement, he couldn't help but feel that the system had a twisted sense of humor. As for the upcoming lottery, he was even more baffled. The first round of the raffle was pretty good. He won a bronze candlestick, which was a pretty valuable item. In the second round of the lottery, he actually won a copy of 300 Tang poems as a prize. As he received the prize, every single poem from 300 Tang poems was etched into his memory. To be precise, it was 306 poems. What about leaving the frontier, seeking the hermit in vain, and the 8 arrays? Now, whenever he thinks about it, the content of these ancient poems immediately comes to mind. System! Qingyu shouted at the virtual robot in front of him and said seriously, you're giving me this reward because you want me to be a modern poet? In my previous life, there were the 300 Tang poems. In this life, there isn't even a Tang dynasty, let alone the 300 Tang poems. Moreover, in this world, ancient literature is not particularly developed. For example, there are very few ancient poems or ancient novels. Therefore, students in this world are fortunate. When they study language arts, they don't need to memorize so many ancient poems and classical texts. Back when he was in school, Qingyu had often praised this approach. Now look at him. I've had to start my life over again, and these things have followed me here. The only advantage is that these ancient poems are now directly imprinted in my mind, so I don't have to memorize them myself. Rewards are randomly selected, and this system has no authority to interfere. As Qingyu pondered, the system provided an answer. Upon hearing this, Qingyu shook his head in silence and dismissed it. Tang poetry is Tang poetry. If need be, I'll use these Tang poems to make a name for myself and cause a stir among the world's children. Just kidding, he chuckled. Qingyu stretched his tired body and, seeing that it was getting late, returned to his room. Perhaps it was because his mind had been filled with too many ancient poems, leaving him feeling exhausted. He slept straight through until past 10 o'clock the next day. When he woke up, Duan Muxue had already cooked porridge and was sitting in the living room watching TV. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Qingyu yawned and sat down next to her. Seeing her so engrossed, he couldn't help but remind her, don't watch for too long. You'll end up with nearsightedness, and then you'll have to wear glasses, which will be so uncomfortable. Glasses? Duan Muxue furrowed her brows, like the ones Aunt Wan wears on her face? How do you know? Qingyu was surprised. Pointing at the TV, Duan Muxue calmly explained, I saw it in the advertisement you mentioned. Glancing at the TV, Qingyu was speechless. Advertisements are truly everywhere. Most importantly, it managed to make Duan Muxue, who came from ancient times, remember what glasses are. That's pretty impressive. What else did you learn from the advertisement? Qingyu asked, glancing at the porridge on the table. It was more like rice water than porridge. The translucent broth contains only a few grains of rice. If it weren't for the steamed buns sitting nearby, Qingyu would have suspected that Duan Muxue was trying to starve herself to death. I also found out about KFC. Duan Muxue said excitedly, I saw a lot of fried chicken at KFC. Qingyu swallowed the rice porridge that had just entered his mouth with a gulp and shook his head in admiration. Sure enough. What attracted her most was still the food. With a smile, Qingyu quickly asked, do you want to eat KFC? Seeing that her thoughts had been read, Duan Muxue blushed slightly and nodded. After thinking for a moment, Qingyu nodded and said, no problem. I'll take you there in a couple of days when I have time. But once we get there, you need to be careful and try not to say much. Okay. With a smile, she agreed, picked up the rice porridge, and began to drink it while watching TV. Noticing her toes gently tapping the ground with each step, Qingyu couldn't help but smile. He felt that Du Shui was in such a state that she was just about to hum a tune. In a moment. Bell. Just as Qin Yu was about to give Duan Mushui a few words of advice, the phone rang. Picking it up, Qin Yu discovered that the call was from Chen Yushan. "Hello, what's up? Come down and open the door. I'm at the door of your shop. Wait a moment." Taking a bite of the steamed bun, Qin Yu hurried downstairs. Duan Mushui saw how anxious he was and followed him downstairs. When he opened the store door, Qin Yu saw Chen Yushan holding a bag of fruits, wearing a police uniform, standing at the entrance of his own store under the shocked gaze of Aunt Wang. Qin Yu smiled at Aunt Wang and hurriedly pulled her into the house. "What's going on?" After giving Chen Yushan's police uniform a quick once-over, Qin Yu sighed helplessly. "Why did you come like this?" "I'm here on official business. What else should I do?" Chen Yushan said, handing the fruit to Duan Mushui. "Xiao Shui, these are peaches from my grandfather's garden. Try one." Ending her sentence with a thank you. Her gaze shifted to Duan Mushui's clothes, and Chen Yushan narrowed her eyes and said, "Qin Yu, this outfit isn't yours, is it?" "Yes, it is," he replied casually, then quickly closed the shop door. Sighing in frustration, Chen Yushan said with a headache, "How could you let Xiao Shui wear your clothes? A woman wearing men's clothes all day long, what's that all about?" Qin Yu hadn't really thought much of it at first. Upon hearing Chen Yushan say this, he glanced at Duan Mushui again and suddenly felt something was off. On the other hand, Duan Mushui herself looked down at her clothes again, then shook her head and said, "I think it's fine." "That won't do." Shaking her head, Chen Yushan stepped forward and said solemnly, "You're a woman after all. Wearing men's clothes all the time isn't appropriate. That won't do." Shaking her head, Chen Yushan stepped forward and said solemnly, "You are, after all, a woman. It's inappropriate for you to always wear men's clothes. Besides, didn't Qin Yu say so?" Glancing at Qin Yu, Chen Yushan raised her eyebrows and said, "You two aren't in a romantic relationship, so you definitely shouldn't be wearing his clothes all the time." "What should I do then?" Duan Mushui frowned in distress. With a smile, Chen Yushan said enthusiastically, "Coincidentally, I have the day off the day after tomorrow. How about this? Let's go to the mall together then, and I'll help you pick out a few new outfits." With a meaningful wink, she added, "In my opinion, Xiao Shui probably doesn't have any other clothes besides yours, does she?" Chapter 95, Want to take a photo together? Qin Yu exchanged a glance with Chen Yushan but did not respond. With a smile, Chen Yushan leaned close to his ear and whispered, "I thought about it again last night. The friend you mentioned must be Xiao Shui, right? Today, I saw her wearing your clothes, so I'm pretty sure it's her." Glancing at Chen Yushan, Qin Yu remained silent. She curved her lips slightly and nudged him with her elbow. "I'm a police officer, after all. I should at least have some basic intuition." "All right." Shaking his head helplessly, Qin Yu cleared his throat and said, "Don't mention this to anyone." "Don't worry, I'm not the type to blab." Boasting a bit, Chen Yushan continued, "I came here today mainly for work-related matters. Didn't you say yesterday that there was a blue and white porcelain bowl? Officer Liu asked me to come and take it back. Here it is." Qin Yu said, taking the blue and white porcelain bowl out of the cabinet. "Here it is." Qin Yu said, taking the blue and white porcelain bowl out of the cabinet. As he handed it to Chen Yushan, he explained, "I didn't know those two were antique dealers. I repaired part of this blue and white porcelain bowl." "Repaired?" Holding the blue and white porcelain bowl and examining it closely, Chen Yushan asked in confusion, "What did you repair?" She could only see a chip on the bowl. The chip was obvious, so it was definitely not repaired here. "Here." Pointing to the location of another crack on the blue and white porcelain bowl, Qin Yu said thoughtfully, without using a magnifying glass to examine it closely, "It should be hard to notice." "Impressive, Qin Yu." Without hesitation, Chen Yushan gave him a thumbs up, her eyes wide with admiration. "I didn't expect your repair skills to be so impressive." She stared at the spot Qin Yu was pointing at for a while, but couldn't spot a single flaw. The repaired area blended seamlessly with the surrounding area, forming a perfect whole. It might be just as Qin Yu said, without a magnifying glass, you wouldn't even notice anything amiss. Qin Yu calmly accepted Chen Yushan's praise. With his expertise in antique restoration, repairing such a small crack was child's play for him. Moreover, under the principles of antique restoration, the restoration is perfect, and achieving such a level of repair is entirely normal. Seeing Chen Yushan being careless, Qin Yu couldn't help but remind her, "Be careful with that, don't drop it on the ground. This thing may not be that valuable, but after being repaired to this extent, it could still fetch $2,000 or $3,000. Chen Yushan glanced silently at the blue and white porcelain bowl in her hands, and her expression immediately turned serious. The hand holding the box tightened unconsciously. "There's nothing else, so I'll head back first." She waved goodbye to Qin Yu and Duan Mushui, then carefully carried the box away. As she reached the door, she turned back and smiled, "Don't forget to go shopping for clothes the day after tomorrow." After saying that, she turned around and disappeared at the door. Seeing her rush off in such a hurry, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile helplessly. Duan Mushui stared at him for a moment before suddenly asking, "Do you like her?" "Who?" "Chen Yushan." "How could you think that?" Qin Yu turned his head and looked at Duan Mushui with a mix of laughter and tears. Furrowing her brows, Duanmu Shui said solemnly, I just feel that you two are very close. Upon hearing this, Xinyu smiled and shook his head, we're just friends. We're familiar with each other and have a good relationship. I don't have any feelings for her, and she doesn't have any feelings for me either. Is that so? Muttering thoughtfully, Duanmu Shui picked up the peach in her hand and immediately said, do you want to eat it? I'll wash it. Let's eat first. We can have the peach later. Xinyu said, locking the shop door. The two of them went back upstairs together, finished breakfast, and then returned to the store. There was no need to continue repairing the blue and white porcelain bowl, so Xinyu suddenly found himself with nothing to do. Duanmu Shui sat beside him, wiping the pure June, while he sat quietly, watching her intently. After watching for a while, he found the scene beautiful and immediately pulled out his phone to snap a photo. Click. Hearing the camera sound, Duanmu Shui quickly turned around and stared at Xinyu in confusion. What are you doing? Nothing. Smiling, Xinyu waved his hand and showed her a photo on his phone, saying, take a few photos as a keepsake. Is that me? With eyes wide with astonishment, Feng Mao stared intently at the phone. Du Shui couldn't help but extend her finger and gently touch the screen. The temperature from her fingertips felt cold and icy. But the self on the phone is very much alive. This is called a photo, which can preserve a particular moment in its entirety. Xinyu said, flipping forward and pointing to the photo he had taken earlier in the park, look, this is the photo of you playing with the bubble machine earlier. Staring at the photo of herself with a smile on her lips, Duanmu Shui's eyes grew misty. A faint smile once again appeared on her face as she murmured, the photo was really nice. I'll buy you a phone in a couple of days, and then you can take photos of whatever you want. Xinyu chuckled. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Shui looked up, her expression pensive as she gazed at Xinyu. After staring at Xinyu for a moment, a faint blush suddenly appeared on her cheeks. Du Shui's expression change left Xinyu a bit dazed. Just as he was about to ask a question, Duanmu Shui cleared her throat and whispered, now that I have a phone, can I take photos with you? Ha! Raising his eyebrows, Xinyu laughed, you mean the two of us taking a photo together? Yeah, that's right. Duanmu Shui nodded in confusion. She didn't know what a group photo was. But what she meant was that two people should take a photo together. Noticing the smile on Xinyu's face, she felt a blush rise to her cheeks and hurriedly explained, I merely feel that our meeting is a kind of fate. Therefore, I wanted to take a photo together as a keepsake. No problem. Xinyu nodded readily and said, you can take as many as you like when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Shui's eyes flickered. She raised the corners of her lips, her smile as radiant as a flower, and nodded, all right. A warm breeze blew, causing the strands of hair hanging by her cheeks to flutter in the wind. Seeing this, Xinyu quickly grabbed his phone, aimed it at the scene, and snapped a photo without hesitation. In the photo, Duanmu Shui's satisfied smile was tinged with a touch of purity. The gentle breeze caresses her hair, framing her delicate features and adding a touch of tenderness to her appearance. Xinyu glanced at the photo, smiled faintly, then picked up a peach and placed it in Du Shui's hand. Eat it. Ha! Confused by Xinyu's strange behavior, Duanmu Shui tilted her head slightly but obediently took a bite. Catching the perfect angle, Xinyu picked up his phone again, pressed the shutter button several times in quick succession, and finally saved the best photo. He couldn't tell if it was because Duanmu Shui was naturally photogenic or if his photography skills were just that good. In every photo, Duanmu Shui looks flawless, as if meticulously retouched, yet somehow more natural than even the most polished images. As he watched the number of photos of Duanmu Shui on his phone grow, Xinyu suddenly felt a bit awkward. Cough. This feeling. What's wrong with me? I feel like I'm up to something. Chapter 96, Is this the power of air conditioning? After glancing at his phone a few more times, Xinyu quickly put it away and picked up a peach. He took a bite and found it quite sweet. No wonder Duanmu Shui was eating so intently. After staring at Duanmu Shui for a moment, he suddenly became curious about what she would look like in modern women's clothing. Just then, a van pulled up in front of the store. Two men in work uniforms got out and immediately carried a box inside. Is this Mr. Xinyu's store? One of them took off his hat, his gaze fixed on Xinyu. Seeing this, Xinyu hurried forward. This is my store. Are you here to install air conditioning? That's right. With a chuckle, the two patted the boxes behind them and asked, where would you like us to place them? After thinking for a moment, Xinyu pointed to the wall on the right and said, that spot will do. It's a blocked-off alley outside, so no one walks by, and there's also an outlet nearby. He had originally planned to install the air conditioner upstairs. However, after thinking it over, he realized that he spends most of his time in the store. By the time I got home in the evening, it wasn't as hot anymore. Plus, during the winter, the air conditioning in the store is usable. There is underfloor heating at home, so there is no need to use the air conditioner. Got it. After responding, the two staff members opened the cardboard box and began to work. Ending his conversation, he walked over to the two staff members and watched them work. Duanmu Shui had no interest in polishing her sword anymore, so she walked over to the two of them and watched closely. Throughout the entire process, she furrowed her brows at times and widened her eyes at others, her expression constantly shifting. It wasn't until the two staff members finished their work that she finally relaxed, then fixed her gaze on the newly installed air conditioner. Beep. To check if the air conditioner was working properly, Shin-yu immediately pressed the switch. The next second, the air conditioner's vents slowly opened. After a dozen seconds, a cool breeze emerged from inside, blowing directly toward Indu Shui. Duan Mushui, who had been intently staring at the air conditioner, shivered involuntarily at the sudden chill. She was clearly startled. After a brief pause, she quickly turned around and hurried to stand behind Shin-yu. Her phoenix-like eyes fixed on the air conditioner still blowing, she took a deep breath and asked, "Is that also a hairdryer?" "A hairdryer?" The two staff members standing nearby repeated the question, looking at Duan Mushui in astonishment. Moments later, the two burst into laughter. In this day and age, when even children as young as a few years old know what an air conditioner is, it's quite amusing that someone could mistake it for a hairdryer. The two laughed, but Indu Shui wasn't amused. Realizing she had been mocked, she bit her lip lightly and scolded angrily, her face flushing with shame and anger. "How dare you mock me? You dare to be so bold." If this were in the Great Chu Kingdom, anyone who dared to mock her would have been beheaded long ago. But this is the modern world. Shin-yu said, "You can't kill people here." Therefore, even though Duan Mushui was furious inside, she only shouted angrily and did not make any unnecessary movements. It was precisely because she was seething inside that she didn't realize the problem with her words. The two staff members, however, heard her clearly. Staring at Duan Mushui, they were even more stunned for a moment. "Me? You? Dare? What's going on with this girl?" Noticing the staff's reaction, Shin-yu sighed, turned around, and gently tapped Indu Shui on the head. Covering the spot where she was tapped, Duan Mushui stared in disbelief. "Why did you hit me? What do you think?" Raising his eyebrows, Shin-yu shook his head and said, "First, it's not me, it's me. Second, it's not you, it's you. Finally, it's not you all, it's you all." Listening silently to Shin-yu's lecture, Duan Mushui's face grew redder and redder. By the time Shin-yu had finished speaking, her earlobes were already tinged with a faint reddish hue. "I understand," she muttered in embarrassment and quickly turned away. Before long, Shin-yu heard the voice behind him repeating, "It's not me, it's me." This was truly. Shaking his head with a smile, Shin-yu then turned to look at the two staff members. Seeing that the two were still smiling, his smile vanished instantly, and his gaze turned cold. "Is that funny? Ha? Do you find this amusing?" Taking a step forward, Shin-yu glared at the two with displeasure and said, "I paid you money, is that so you can laugh at me? Mocking customers at will, is this the level of service you provide?" This. The two staff members looked at each other, seemingly not expecting Shin-yu to get angry. Most importantly, there was not a single word of what Shin-yu said that was wrong. If this matter were to be reported. At the thought of this, the two staff members' faces immediately tensed up. The older staff member reacted more quickly. Coming to his senses, he hurriedly pulled another staff member nearby and bowed his head in apology. "Mr. Chin, we apologize. This was our mistake." Looking at Duan Mushui, he immediately added, "Miss, I'm sorry, it was our mistake." Turning to Duan Mushui, he quickly added, "Miss, I apologize. It was our mistake." Turning back, Duan Mushui stared at him silently for a moment, then furrowed her delicate brows. After thinking it over, she nodded and forgave the two of them. Seeing this, Shin-yu finally withdrew his gaze and waved his hand, saying, "The air conditioner is fine. You can go now." "All right." With a sudden change in attitude, he nodded, and the two staff members hurriedly left. Seeing this, Duan Mushui looked back at the air conditioner and said, "This thing is similar to a hairdryer, it can also blow air." Seeing this, Duan Mushui turned her attention back to the air conditioner and said, "This thing looks a lot like a hairdryer, it can blow air too." "It does look quite similar." Shin-yu smiled, threw the box into the backyard, and said, "But it's still quite different from a hairdryer. You'll see in a moment." As he said this, Shin-yu quickly added, "Don't stand in front of the air conditioner's airflow. You'll catch a cold." "All right, I'll remember that." Nodding, Duan Mushui took a chair and sat down, then stared quietly at the air conditioner. After a few minutes, she couldn't help but shiver and hesitantly looked at Shin-yu. "Is it just my imagination? I feel a bit cold." Cough. He cleared his throat to hide his smile, picked up the jacket beside him, and tossed it to her before quickly turning up the air conditioner. "It's not your imagination, it is a bit chilly. Is this the power of air conditioning?" Indu Shui said as she put on her jacket. The coat that fit Shin-yu perfectly looked unusually baggy on her. Even a slight adjustment covered most of her shorts, and the sleeves completely covered her two small hands. A single jacket managed to create the effect of a casual dress. Noticing Duan Mushui's outfit, Shin-yu was slightly taken aback. "Don't mention it. This jacket set is unexpectedly tempting." However, Duan Mushui herself was completely unaware of it. Her attention was still completely focused on the air conditioner. In her opinion, the air conditioner was simply too powerful. What takes a lot of ice cubes to achieve, the air conditioner does in no time. She never even dared to imagine such a thing before. Air conditioning is a wonderful invention. A moment later, Duanmu Shui gave a serious evaluation. Seeing her speak so earnestly, Xinyu couldn't help but laugh again. This felt like having a mentor. Chapter 97, That Idea is Dangerous. In the evening, when Duanmu Shui returned home to cook dinner, Lu Bo's son, Lu Chu, delivered several items that Xinyu had purchased. Lu Chu had inherited his mother's build. He is 1.75 meters tall, weighs around 156 pounds, and is well built. Unfortunately, he takes after his father in appearance and looks a bit intimidating. When he stands on the street, children run away as soon as they see him. However, Xinyu knew that he was just a bit fierce on the outside. In terms of personality, he wasn't fierce at all, he was actually quite timid. In the past, Xinyu had also asked him why he was unwilling to take over the paper cutting shop. Lu Chu's exact words were that he feared getting involved with those unclean things, like his mother, who had passed away so young. Xinyu accused him of being overly suspicious, but he responded with a serious rebuttal. He said that one night he got up to use the restroom and saw the paper doll his father had made staring at him and smiling. Xinyu just treated it as a ghost story. If you say he believes it, he doesn't entirely believe it either. If you say he doesn't believe, he does believe some things. In short, it's better to believe it exists than to dismiss it outright. After all, I've been reborn, and the fact that Duanmu Shui has traveled through time has already happened. What else could possibly happen? However, even if he believed it, Xinyu didn't go as far as Lu Chu, to the point of being paranoid and scaring himself. Life is still worth living. As long as you haven't done anything wrong, why should you be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door? The van was parked, and Lu Chu helped Xinyu carry the items into the house. After putting everything down, he shook his head and laughed. Xinyu, what were you thinking? Why would you want to burn AKs and tanks for your grandfather? Are you making weapons for your grandfather? Are you worried that your grandmother will discover the magazines and you'll have to use them to protect your grandfather? No, it's not that, Xinyu said, shaking his head. It's just that I was thinking about my grandfather's birthday. I wanted to make him something special. After checking the items, Xinyu shook his head and said, don't worry about it. This has nothing to do with my grandfather. Just be careful. Lu Chu shook his head and muttered, these things are really weird. Don't mess with them. What could I possibly mess with? Rolling his eyes in silence, Xinyu dismissed him, saying, you better go. Lu Bo will be calling you soon. He was urging Lu Chu to leave because Xinyu didn't want him to see Duanmu Shui. This guy can't take his eyes off a beautiful woman. The thought of those eyes staring at Duanmu Shui made Xinyu feel uncomfortable. I'm not leaving, why are you rushing me? Muttering under his breath, Lu Chu slowly made his way toward the door. As he got into the car and drove off, Duanmu Shui came downstairs carrying the prepared meal. Upon seeing the items on the ground, she paused, quickly put down what she was holding, and hurried forward. Mr. Lu's craftsmanship was indeed excellent. The TV he made is so lifelike that from a distance, it really looks like a real TV. Duanmu Shui was originally staring at the TV. Upon noticing the AK-47 and tank placed nearby, her phoenix-like eyes widened in disbelief. Is that an AK-47 and a tank? Looking at Xinyu in astonishment, Duanmu Shui hesitated and said, didn't Lu Bo say we couldn't finish it? After putting the items away, Xinyu smiled faintly and said, I gave Lu Bo some extra money. It's too much for him to finish, but he can still manage one or two pieces. As for the AK and the tank, you can burn them for your younger brother Xianhua. As for your soldiers, Xinyu thought for a moment and continued, let them endure some hardship for now. After all, their duty is to protect the nation. Once they're in the afterlife, they won't need to protect the nation anymore, so it won't matter. Thank you. Unable to hide her excitement, she picked up the AK and looked at it. Duanmu Shui imitated what she had seen on TV, moving her fingers along the trigger. Seeing her posture was quite standard, Xinyu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He finally understood where Duanmu Shui was most talented, it was in the use of weapons. He hadn't shown her many videos explaining how to handle firearms, yet she had already learned how to hold and use a gun so quickly. With a little training, she'd pick it up in no time. I just wonder how accurate the shooting is. That's not right. Thinking of this, Xinyu paused and slapped his forehead. What was he thinking? Duanmu Shui couldn't possibly get her hands on a real gun, so why should she worry about aiming? As he stood there speechless, Duanmu Shui shook her head regretfully and murmured, if only I had a real AK-47. Upon hearing this, Xinyu shuddered involuntarily. He looked at Duanmu Shui with a tingling sensation on his scalp and said sternly, forget about it. In Manhwa, possessing firearms without authorization is illegal and punishable by imprisonment. Duanmu Shui might have been scared by Xinyu's stern tone. She turned around in shock and murmured, I was just thinking. You're not even allowed to think about it. You're not even allowed to think about it. Cutting off Enwood Snow's last remaining thoughts, Xinyu frowned and said, that idea is very dangerous. All right. With a thoughtful nod, Duanmu Shui carefully set down the AK-47. Glancing at the tank beside her, she hesitated and asked, this tank is so small. Can Xianhua fit inside? It gets bigger once you get inside, Xinyu explained, then picked up the items and placed them in the corner. If any customers entering the store saw this, they'd be so scared they'd run out immediately. Alright, let's eat. He helped Duan Mushui to her feet and then walked over to the wooden table. Glancing at the food on the table, he sighed helplessly and sat down. At least it wasn't rice porridge with steamed buns tonight. However, this tomato and egg soup looks a bit bland. But fortunately, this time, Duan Mushui didn't mistake sugar for salt. How does it taste? Seeing Xinyu take a sip, Duan Mushui asked nervously. Nodding, Xinyu praised, not bad. You've improved since last time. That's good. Satisfied, Duan Mushui let out a sigh of relief and sat down next to him. The two of them sat around a table, eating their meal under the light, feeling as though they were truly a family. It was just that Duan Mushui was wearing that oversized coat, which was a bit inconvenient. Xinyu saw her eating with her sleeves rolled up and looked pensive. It seemed that Chen Yushan was right after all. Duan Mushui can't keep living in her own clothes. After dinner, the two sat in the shop for a while longer, sold 2 small items, and earned a few $1,000s before finally heading home. They slept soundly until dawn. The next morning, Duan Mushui woke up early, thinking about the Zhongyuan festival. Seeing that Xinyu was still asleep, she couldn't help but walk to the master bedroom and knock on the door forcefully. It's time to get up. She shouted toward the master bedroom and continued waiting. Seeing no movement in the master bedroom, she imitated what she had seen in a TV drama and shouted again, "The sun is beating down on my butt." On the bed, Xinyu heard this and suddenly opened his eyes. He rubbed his face hard and sighed regretfully. For a moment, he couldn't decide whether letting Duan Mushui watch TV to learn about modern things was right or wrong. After a few days, he began to feel that Duan Mushui seemed to be learning the wrong things. Chapter 98, maybe she's been possessed by the ox-headed and horse-faced demons. Walking slowly out of the bedroom, Xinyu glanced at Duan Mushui and sighed, "Where did you learn to talk like that?" "From cartoons," Duan Mushui replied calmly. "I found those cartoons quite interesting." "You've just been watching Conan, haven't you?" Xinyu said with a wry smile. Shaking her head, Duan Mushui listed them one by one. "I've watched many, but I feel that Conan is still the best." "Why?" "Because wherever he goes, people die." Lume furrowed her brows and Ndu Shui shook her head, saying, "I really think Conan might be possessed by the ox-headed and horse-faced demons." Listening to Duan Mushui's assessment, Xinyu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Should he say that Conan is really impressive? Even Duan Mushui, a person from ancient times, could see how talented he is. "You're not wrong to say that." Xinyu shook his head, glanced at the time, and saw that it was only 7 o'clock. He then quickly added, "But then again, we don't burn those things during the day." "Why did you wake me up so early?" "Because there are other things to do." Duan Mushui finished speaking, quickly walked to the sofa, picked up a few branches and a stack of white paper. Seeing this, Xinyu couldn't help but wonder, "What are you doing?" "River lanterns." As she spoke, Duan Mushui carefully gathered the branches and white paper. Xinyu saw that she still treasured these items and laughed, "Are you planning to make river lanterns yourself?" "Yes." With a faint smile, Duan Mushui whispered, "I've always wanted to try making these river lanterns myself, but I've never had the chance. So this time, I want to make them myself." "But you can't use such crude materials," Xinyu said, picking up the few branches. The branches were almost the same thickness, but they were still branches, and each one was a bit crooked. As for the few sheets of white paper, they were just plain A4 sheets I had stored in the storage room. "But I can only find these." Duan Mushui furrowed his brows slightly. Since she couldn't go out and had no money on her, she simply couldn't buy anything else. Seeing her worried expression, Xinyu smiled and said, "After we finish eating, let's go to Uncle Lu's place again. I'll help you when we get back." Upon hearing this, the look of distress on Duan Mushui's face vanished instantly. "I've already prepared breakfast. I'll go get it right away." After saying that, her steps seemed to grow lighter, and she walked slowly into the kitchen. Xinyu looked at her back, then glanced at the branch in his hand, and smiled as he shook his head. He actually thought of using a tree branch to make a river lantern? That's really unique. After dinner, the two went straight to Mr. Lu's paper cutting shop. After purchasing the materials for making river lanterns, they also bought some vegetables and then returned to the shop. Unlocking the door, Xinyu took charge of the shop, while Duan Mushui sat nearby, fiddling with how to make the river lanterns. However, she was clearly trying it for the first time as well. After failing to light 2 river lanterns in a row, her expression turned gloomy. Unable to bear it any longer, Xinyu pulled out his phone, found a video of making river lanterns, and placed the phone in front of Duan Mushui. Watching the woman's every move on the video, Duan Mushui barely blinked. It wasn't until the video had finished playing that she finally began to move again. Although her movements were still a bit clumsy, at least she wasn't messing up every time like before. Seeing that Duan Mushui was still making mistakes, Xinyu pointed out, "Here, cut it even, or else it won't wrap neatly." "I don't know how to use scissors." Muttering under her breath, Duan Mushui felt a bit embarrassed and gave another snip with the scissors. Seeing that the paper in her hands was crooked again, she lowered her head in frustration. She thought about how she could dance with a sword and wield a knife with ease. But now, she can't even handle a pair of scissors. It's truly frustrating. Let me take care of this. Xinyu smiled and took the scissors from her small hands. Duan Mushui stopped abruptly, blinking as she watched his movements intently. Click. Click. For a moment, the only sounds in the shop were the snips of scissors cutting fabric and the hum of the air conditioner. It wasn't until a customer walked in that Xinyu put down what he was doing. Try again. After giving Duan Mushui a quick reminder, he walked over to the guest. Seeing this, Duan Mushui picked up the scissors and gestured again. She felt that she should be able to cut it well this time. Because when she watched Xinyu cut earlier, she felt that the scissors weren't as complicated as she had imagined. But when she actually started cutting, snip! Looking at the curved line, Duan Mushui paused for a moment. The next moment, she put down the scissors in frustration and anger. These scissors must be incompatible with her. In the end, it was Xinyu who helped Du Shui cut the paper for the lanterns. The two of them made a total of 2 river lanterns. As Duan Mushui put it, on the Mid-Autumn Festival, it was essential to release river lanterns. Therefore, one of the river lanterns belongs to Xinyu. However, Xinyu soon realized another problem. That was that Jincheng County did not have a large river suitable for floating lanterns. There were only small rivers that only swell during rainy seasons. And when it doesn't rain, such rivers are nothing more than small streams. Coincidentally, it hasn't rained in the past few days. After listening to Xinyu, Duan Mushui remained silent for a moment before saying, "Then let's go to the small stream you mentioned to release the river lanterns." "I don't mind," Xinyu said, glancing at the 2 river lanterns on the table, and added, "These 2 lanterns will probably have a hard time floating with the current because there are too many stones." Upon hearing this, Duan Mushui fell silent for a moment before picking up the river lantern with a serious expression. "I believe in the river lanterns I made." Seeing this, Xinyu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This feeling was just like hoping for one's son to become a dragon. Unfortunately, these 2 river lanterns can't speak. Otherwise, they might start cursing. Then we'll burn the things at night and go release the river lanterns. Why burn them at night? Duan Mushui shook her head in confusion. Shouldn't we burn them during the day? In modern times, it's done at night. Xinyu was also a bit taken aback. Except for the day of the funeral, few people would burn these things during the day, right? In the Chu Kingdom, it was done during the day. Duan Mushui shook his head and explained, sacrifices are performed during the day, and these items are also burned at the same time. Seeing Duan Mushui's serious expression, Xinyu hesitated and asked, "You don't mean you want to burn them during the day, do you?" "Yes," Duan Mushui nodded. "I want to follow the customs of the Great Chu Kingdom." This. Xinyu looked helplessly at Duan Mushui, then glanced at the street, feeling that this matter was not going to work out. Even if it had to be burned, it couldn't be burned right in front of his own shop. Otherwise, after it's burned, who would dare come to this antique shop in the future? Looking at Duan Mushui, he sighed helplessly and said, "Why not reconsider?" For modern people, they tend to avoid such things. Burning these during the day might scare people. Burning paper and watching TV is one thing, but AKs and tanks? Passers-by who saw it probably had no idea what to think. Chapter 99, Hello, Grandpa. My name is Duan Mushui. Duan Mushui originally thought nothing of it. However, after hearing Qinyu's explanation, she hesitated. After a moment of silence, she said thoughtfully, "How about we push the deadline back a little? Let's make it this afternoon." Xinyu took the opportunity to set the time and said, "Let's burn the things first in the afternoon, and after dinner, we'll go release the river lanterns." "All right." Duan Mushui agreed readily. Clearing his throat, Xinyu continued, "Speaking of which, do you still want to help your brother burn the magazines?" Ha? Duan Mushui nodded, then asked curiously, "But aren't you supposed to burn it for your grandfather?" "Yes." Xinyu smiled and said, "Wait for me." He quickly went upstairs and brought down a magazine that wasn't specially made, just something he had bought online. Handing the magazine to Duan Mushui, he smiled faintly. "This magazine isn't as classic as the 2 that Lubo made for my grandfather, but it's still good for your brother to read. If you're willing, you can burn it for him this afternoon." Glancing at the woman on the cover, Duan Mushui silently opened it and flipped through 2 pages. She then looked up at Xinyu with a complicated expression and said, "So you also like looking at these modeling portfolios?" One sentence left Xinyu speechless. With a helpless sigh, he shook his head and said, "This is something I bought on Taobao, it's not something I've been keeping." Feng Mao blinked her eyes and nodded thoughtfully, "So you have other rare books you keep?" Upon hearing this, Xinyu was speechless. "Well, there's no point in explaining. My image as an upright gentleman is ruined." However, just as he was sighing repeatedly, Duan Mushui suddenly whispered, "I don't think there's anything wrong with you looking at these, so you don't need to worry about it. This is human nature, I understand. Are you trying to comfort me?" Xinyu sighed. Duan Muxiefeng blinked her eyes and nodded gently. With a helpless shake of his head, Xinyu muttered to himself, "You might as well not comfort me at all. Now that you mention it, I feel even more guilty." "Why?" Duanmu Shui was puzzled. Raising his eyebrows, Xinyu shook his head and said, "This is a matter concerning men you don't understand." Upon hearing this, Duanmu Shui furrowed her delicate brows. She glanced at the magazine in her hand again and shook her head, saying, "You men are so hard to understand." "Men are hard to understand?" Xinyu paused, then smiled. They say a woman's heart is as unpredictable as the sea, but this was the first time he had ever heard someone say that men were hard to understand. "Nevertheless, I must still thank you." "Put the magazine away," Duanmu Shui said thoughtfully. "If Xianhua could get this magazine, he would be very happy." Seeing her serious expression, Xinyu suddenly felt a pang of sadness for Xianhua. The image of his younger brother seemed to have been tarnished by Duanmu Shui. After all, based on his understanding of history, the historical figure of Xianhua was not the kind of person who would enjoy reading magazines. Of course. Ancient people, as recorded in books, only documented major events, so they certainly couldn't record the details of their daily lives. We can't expect every detail of an emperor's daily life, like which concubine he slept with on a particular day or how many women he took in, to be passed down through the ages. "Alright, let's get to work first and deal with it later tonight," Xinyu said, handing a cloth to Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui didn't resist. She took the cloth and began to wipe the cabinets carefully. This was her own request. She felt that just wiping down the chariot every day was utterly boring. There was no TV to watch in the store, so she might as well find something to do. A moment later, faint humming sounds came from the direction where Duanmu Shui was sitting. A light, melodious voice continued to hum, though the words were indistinguishable, but the tune was pleasant to the ear. After listening for a while, Xinyu even found himself becoming engrossed in the music. After finishing wiping the cabinets, Duanmu Shui asked Xinyu for permission and began sword dancing again. During this time, two guests, a man and a woman, entered the room. Seeing the dazzling swordplay of Duanmu Shui, they couldn't help but jump in surprise. However, after watching for a while, I became completely captivated. Xinyu called out to them 2 or 3 times before they snapped out of it and went to buy something. Before leaving, the woman told Duanmu Shui that if she became an actress, she would definitely become famous. After watching the two leave, Duanmu Shui asked Xinyu what an actor was. After thinking for a moment, Xinyu explained, "The people you see in TV dramas are actors. Their job is to completely transform themselves into the characters in the TV show and then work together to bring the show to life." "Can I be an actor?" Du Shui asked curiously. Looking at her innocent expression, Xinyu shook his head without hesitation. "You're not suited to be an actor. Perhaps Duanmu Shui would be perfect for the role of an emperor. However, if she were to become an actress, she would probably be fired from the production team within a couple of days. Plus, the entertainment industry is too cutthroat. In any case, this matter is absolutely impossible from every angle." "Alright." Ending the conversation, Duanmu Shui didn't dwell on it too much. She had only asked out of curiosity and didn't think much of it. Because she thought about it more carefully. If she had to act like the people in TV dramas, standing together and putting on a show, she really couldn't do it. Especially that show The Temptation of Going Home. After finishing the topic, Duanmu Shui went back to cook. After finishing their dinner, the two began their plan. There were quite a few things to burn, and they were large in size. Xinyu made 5 trips back and forth before finally getting everything out. The burning site was the alleyway between his family's shop and Aunt Wang's shop. The other end of the alley leads directly to a major road. Seeing that there was no one around, Xinyu followed the method his grandfather had taught him before, placing all the items on the ground and then lighting the most flammable banknotes. He instructed Duanmu Shui not to look back, then picked up 2 magazines and tossed them into the fire. "Grandpa, I brought back the magazines you asked for. They cost quite a bit." Thinking of the few $100s he had spent, Xinyu sighed and said, "If you like it, I'll ask Mr. Lu to make a few more copies for you." Lubo said he'd take on as many jobs like this as he could. "But be careful when you're watching over there, don't let my grandmother find out." "Ha!" As soon as Xinyu finished speaking, a sudden gust of wind blew past, stirring up a few sparks. Seeing this, Xinyu quickly stopped talking and changed the subject. "Grandfather, the girl squatting beside me is called Duanmu Shui, the female emperor from the Great Chu Kingdom. You didn't expect that, did you? Your grandson has actually encountered time travel. But it's not me who time traveled, it's someone from ancient times who came here from the past." Clearing his throat, Xinyu looked at Duanmu Shui and whispered, "Do you want to say hello to my grandfather?" Glancing at Xinyu, Duanmu Shui shifted her gaze and silently stared at the fire. Just as Xinyu was about to tell her not to force herself, she clenched her 2 small hands lightly and whispered, "Grandfather, I am Duanmu Shui." Chapter 100, Living Long Enough, One Truly Sees Everything. Xinyu was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to act this way. After all, she was an empress, yet she had addressed him directly as grandfather. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Why are you looking at me like that?" Duan Shui looked at Qin Yu's dazed expression and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Qin Yu shook his head and said, "Nothing. Hurry up and burn the paper offerings. Aren't you supposed to burn something for your brother?" "Oh, right." Duan Shui nodded. "Right, I still need to burn a tank for Xianhua." The paper money and magazines were almost all burned, so Qin Yu and Duan Shui began burning the AK-47s and tanks. These were specially burned by Duan Shui for her younger brother Xianhua. However, this tank is a large object. Duan Shui picked up the AK-47 and then used the still burning flames to ignite it. Then he stood up and placed it directly on the tank that had been secured. The flames quickly ignited the paper-made tank, and the light illuminated the entire alleyway. Duan Shui watched the flames rise and spoke slowly, "I hope Xianhua receives this. Use this AK and tank to protect the Great Chu Kingdom." Qin Yu looked at her serious expression and couldn't help but silently sigh in admiration. Whether her brother could receive it or not was another matter, but without ammunition, these two items were of little use. But maybe I shouldn't tell her about this after all. Let her keep this hope in her heart. Due to the tank's massive size, once it caught fire, the flames erupted violently, and the light could be seen from a great distance. "Hey, what's happening up ahead? It looks like there's a fire." Several middle-aged women who had just returned from the vegetable market looked at the light in the distance and said, "It must be someone burning paper offerings. Isn't today the ghost festival? Burning paper? But burning paper couldn't possibly cause such a big fire, could it?" "That's true. A fire this big must be a real fire, right? Oh, Aunt Wang, is that your shop's location?" An older woman carrying a bag of vegetables turned to Aunt Wang and said. Aunt Wang took one look and realized it was indeed the location of her own shop. Oh no, such a big fire, could it really be on fire? So, Aunt Wang hurriedly grabbed the things she had bought and ran forward quickly. Her family store was her lifeline. If it were to burn down, she wouldn't know how to go on. "Fire! Quick, put it out!" Aunt Wang rushed over in a hurry, only to find that it wasn't her shop that was on fire. It was just someone burning paper in the alley between her house and Qin Yu's shop. However, the items being burned were oddly shaped and didn't resemble the usual paper figures or horses. They looked more like tanks? That's right. It's the kind of tank that often appears in military programs. Qin Yu heard footsteps and immediately turned his head. "Aunt Wang? Xiao Qin, what are you doing?" Aunt Wang looked at Qin Yu in confusion. What was Qin Yu doing burning this stuff here? "Oh, isn't today the ghost festival? I'm burning some paper for my grandfather." Qin Yu looked at Aunt Wang and said with a slight tug at the corner of his mouth, "You're really afraid of what you're doing. You're burning these things because you're afraid they'll scare others, so you chose to do it at night. You're afraid of what you're doing, aren't you? It really is what you fear most." He had been worried that burning these things would scare others, so he had deliberately chosen to do it at night. But unexpectedly, someone still saw it. "Burn it for your grandfather? Burn it? Burn a tank?" Aunt Wang asked in disbelief. "Did we offend someone down there that we have to burn a tank?" "Oh, no, this tank is mine. I burned it for my younger brother." Duan Shui spoke directly. "Shui, is this what you burned for your brother?" "Yes." Duan Shui nodded, her expression serious. It seemed he wasn't joking. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang's face immediately betrayed a look of heartache. Xiao Shui said it was for her brother, so he must have already. Xiao Shui doesn't look very old, so her younger brother must be even younger. Oh, such a young child already. "Xiao Shui, don't be too upset. Accept it and move on," Aunt Wang said to Duan Shui with a look of concern. "Grieve less and accept the changes?" Duan Shui furrowed her brows, looking at Aunt Wang in confusion. Qin Yu saw this and quickly spoke up. Aunt Wang, you were going to buy groceries, right? You should hurry home and cook. We'll finish burning the paper offerings and head back." He knew from Aunt Wang's expression that there must have been a misunderstanding. It's best to change the subject quickly. "Oh, right, I haven't cooked yet. I'd better get going." Aunt Wang suddenly remembered that she had been delayed for quite some time today buying specials at the supermarket and hadn't cooked dinner yet. "Alright, Aunt Wang, take your time." Qin Yu smiled and said. Aunt Wang glanced at the two of them and turned directly toward her own home. She didn't dwell on the tank incident, assuming it was just kids being kids and liking tanks or something. So, as the older sister, Xiao Shui decided to make one for her younger brother. At that moment, a crowd had gathered at the entrance of the alley, all drawn by the sight of the flames. Everyone saw the burning tank and couldn't help but be greatly surprised. They had lived for so many years and had seen houses and cars being burned, but this was the first time they had ever seen a tank being burned. It's true that living a long life means you see everything. Qin Yu looked at the few people at the alley entrance and couldn't help but scratch his head. What's with these people? It's the Zhongyuan festival, why aren't they staying home? What are they doing out here? You guys keep burning, keep burning. The others also heard what Qin Yu, Duan Shui, and Aunt Wang said, and they all expressed their understanding. Giving a child a larger tank toy is understandable. Then he left with the groceries he had bought. Xinyu, why did they all look so strange just now? Duan Mushui asked in confusion. Xinyu looked at her, cleared his throat, and said, it's nothing. She was probably just scared by the tank. Come on, the tank is almost burned out. Is there anything else you want to say to your brother? Duan Mushui looked at the burning fire, her expression growing somber, then spoke slowly. Xianhua, although my imperial sister does not know why she has come to this strange and mysterious place, fortunately, everything is well. You need not worry. Just be a good emperor and protect the lands of our great Chu kingdom. Duan Mushui finished speaking, turned her head to glance at Xinyu, then silently repeated in her mind, my elder sister has encountered a man named Xinyu here. He is a good person. Recalling the time she had spent with Xinyu in recent days, a surge of indescribable emotion welled up in Duan Mushui's heart. Chapter 101, How did you become emperor? After burning all the tanks and such, Xinyu took Duan Mushui to a nearby stream to release river lanterns. Xinyu thought for a moment and decided it would be better to give Duan Mushui a heads up beforehand. I'll let you know in advance that there are a lot of stones in this stream, and the water flow isn't very strong. If the river lantern doesn't float far. Don't talk nonsense, your majesty. Duan Mushui was about to object when he noticed Xinyu slightly furrow his brows, then slowly spoke. You? You. Duan Mushui suddenly remembered that she had promised Xinyu earlier that she would change the way she addressed him. She quickly corrected herself and said, don't talk nonsense. I believe my river lantern will definitely float far away. Duan Mushui deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the words you and I. Xinyu finally nodded in satisfaction and smiled, saying, let's hope so. Then, the two of them took the river lanterns and walked toward a nearby stream. Upon seeing the stream that Xinyu had mentioned, Duan Mushui couldn't help but stare in disbelief. She finally understood what Xinyu had meant by small stream. It really was tiny. This stream is way too small, isn't it? Duan Mushui furrowed her brows and spoke slowly. Xinyu glanced at her and said with a light smile, didn't I tell you before? In Jincheng County, there are only rivers that appear when it rains. It hasn't rained recently, so this is all we have, just this little stream. Duan Mushui remained silent for a moment, then sighed softly. Never mind, let it be a small stream. I believe the river lanterns I made will definitely float far away. Xinyu saw her like this and said, then let's release the river lanterns. Duan Mushui nodded and then squatted down by the riverbank, turning to look at Xinyu and said, can I borrow your lighter? Then, Xinyu directly took out the lighter from his own pocket and handed it to Duan Mushui. Duan Mushui took the lighter, followed the method Xinyu had taught her earlier, and pressed down gently with some force. With a click, the lighter immediately produced a flame. Then, Duan Mushui used the lighter to ignite the candle on the river lantern. Watching the two lit river lanterns, Duan Mushui couldn't help but smile and nod, saying, this lighter is indeed very useful, it's much better than our fire starters. Xinyu chuckled, of course it's good. Otherwise, what would have been the point of human civilization developing for over 1,000 years? Alright, let's release the river lanterns. Xinyu said, looking at the two river lanterns. Otherwise, the candles on top will burn out soon. Alright. Duan Mushui nodded, then gently picked up two river lanterns and placed them in the stream. Watching the two river lanterns drifting on the surface of the stream, Duan Mushui silently said to herself, I hope these two river lanterns will carry my thoughts with them, following the stream to drift far away, to the side of my father the emperor and my mother the empress. Then. Oh no, her thoughts no, wait, why aren't the river lanterns moving anymore? Duan Mushui hurried over and looked at the two river lanterns that were still floating motionless in the water. Her delicate brows furrowed. What's going on? Why aren't the river lanterns moving? Xinyu followed her over, gave an awkward laugh, and then explained, didn't I tell you earlier? This stream not only has a small flow, but there are also many stones in it. So these river lanterns really have a hard time floating far. What should we do? Duan Mushui's face drooped, and she said with a worried expression. Xinyu thought for a moment, the river lantern must have been blocked by a stone in the stream. Why don't we just pick it up and throw it over the stone? No, that won't work. Duan Mushui immediately objected, we have rules in the Great Chu Kingdom. Once the river lanterns are released, they must not be touched again. But you're in the modern world now. There aren't so many rules in the modern world. But this is what I presented to the Emperor and Empress. It must be done according to the customs of the Great Chu dynasty. Duan Mushui spoke firmly. She could burn the paper according to what Xinyu had said, following their modern customs, but these two river lanterns must be handled according to the customs of the Great Chu Kingdom. Alright, then let's follow the customs of the Chu Kingdom. Xinyu shrugged and relented. However, the two river lanterns were blocked by stones, and he couldn't touch them with his hands. Besides, he had no other options. End of chapter 1. Duan Mushui furrowed his brows in thought, then suddenly had an idea, and his eyes lit up. I've got an idea. After saying that, Duan Mushui immediately gathered the hem of her skirt, knelt down by the riverbank, leaned forward, puffed out her cheeks, and blew hard into the two river lanterns. Whoosh, whoosh. Duan Mushue's cheeks puffed out like a little pufferfish as she blew air into the two river lanterns with all her might. Xinyu watched her and couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. Duan Mushue looked so adorable right now that it was hard to associate her with the title of Empress. This expression was simply too cute. Are you sure you can blow the river lanterns like that? Xinyu couldn't help but ask. Don't blow yourself out of breath and end up passing out instead of moving the lanterns. Duan Mushue paused for a moment, then turned to look at him and said, but there's no other way, is there? After speaking, Duan Mushue turned her head again and blew hard on the two river lanterns. Whoosh, whoosh. Duan Mushue hammered for a while, looking at the river lanterns on the stream that didn't move at all, and couldn't help but feel discouraged. Why isn't it moving at all? Thinking this, Duan Mushue immediately blew even harder. However, as she blew, she began to feel a bit dizzy. Duan Mushue felt her head spinning, and suddenly everything went black before her eyes. Xinyu, who was standing nearby, saw Duan Mushue's body sway slightly and immediately rushed forward to support her. Are you okay? I'm fine. Duan Mushue paused for a moment before waving her hand. What's wrong with me? How could I suddenly feel dizzy? This shouldn't be happening. Her body has always been healthy. How could this happen all of a sudden? Xinyu sighed softly and then explained helplessly, you're just... Oxygen deprivation? What is oxygen deprivation? Duan Mushue looked up at him, her face filled with confusion. Oxygen deprivation? It's because you've been blowing air all this time. Stop blowing now. Xinyu said to her. What about these two river lanterns? Duan Mushue said dejectedly. She had released them for her father and mother, so she couldn't just let them be blocked here. Xinyu sighed helplessly and then spoke slowly. I really don't know how you became emperor. Chapter 102, come here, let me help you blow dry your hair. Xinyu smiled and shook his head. He usually seemed pretty smart, but why was he acting so foolish at a time like this? I, of course, will inherit my father's position and become emperor. Duan Mushue blinked her eyes innocently and said. Xinyu pinched the bridge of his nose. That wasn't what he meant. Never mind, never mind. He'd help her first and let the river lanterns float away. Otherwise, she'd end up blowing them out and passing out from lack of oxygen. Then, Xinyu stepped forward, bent down, and reached out to pick up the stone that was blocking the river lantern. There you go, isn't that better? Xinyu raised his eyebrows smugly and smiled at Duan Mushue. Right, that should work. Right, why didn't I think of that? Duan Mushue's eyes lit up, and she said with a delighted expression. Why didn't I think of this method earlier? Oh my! The river lantern, now unobstructed, drifted slowly downstream toward the distance. Duan Mushue watched the river lanterns gradually drift away, feeling a pang of sadness in her heart. She wondered if the lanterns would truly follow the legend and drift all the way to her father and mother's side. Xinyu saw her looking so solemn and instinctively reached out to touch her head, comforting her, don't think about those things. The departed have gone. We who are still alive should live our lives well and be happy. That way, they can rest in peace. You're right. Duan Mushue nodded. Since she had already come to this world, she should live her life well. That way, her father and mother would rest in peace in the afterlife. The river lanterns are set. Let us go back. Duan Mushue glanced at the river lanterns drifting away into the distance, almost out of sight, and said, let's go. Xinyu nodded, and the two of them started walking back. After returning home, Duan Mushue went to take a shower, and Xinyu sat on the sofa and started watching videos. Every night after returning home, taking a shower, collapsing on the sofa, playing with my phone for a while, and scrolling through videos was the most relaxing thing I could do. Wait a minute? That video just now looked a bit familiar. Xinyu was scrolling through videos when he instinctively swiped one, but suddenly felt it looked familiar, so he immediately swiped back. Wait a minute, isn't this the video of me burning paper at the alley entrance today? Upon clearly seeing the content of the video, Xinyu immediately lost his composure. What was going on? How had someone managed to film this? Moreover, the number of likes and comments was quite high, already in the tens of thousands. Xinyu hurriedly clicked on the comments, wondering what the netizens would think upon seeing someone burning a tank. If this caught the netizens' attention, that would be trouble. Wow, I've never seen anything like this before. Someone actually burned a tank. Did you receive some news that a battle is about to begin down there? They're burning tanks in support. I've seen cars and houses being burned before, but burning tanks is a first for me. That's impressive. Who are they burning this for? Why not just burn a plane instead? Burn planes? Are you stupid? Planes have to be able to fly, even if they're on the ground. You're right, but why is the girl in the video still wearing traditional clothing? She looks pretty good. Xinyu glanced at the comments under the video and sighed in relief. Fortunately, most of the netizens were just joking around, treating it as an oddity to watch. If anyone found it strange and wanted to dig deeper, things could get complicated. After all, today's netizens are incredibly resourceful, there's nothing they can't uncover. Sometimes, when Xinyu spends hours online, he can uncover all the personal information of an ordinary person within a few hours, and he can't help but marvel, these netizens should really work for an intelligence agency, it's a real shame they're not. Sometimes, when Xinyu watches netizens online, they can uncover all the information about an ordinary person within a few hours, and he can't help but marvel, these netizens should really work for an intelligence agency, it's such a waste. But who uploaded this video to the internet? Xinyu thought back to the moment and realized that only the few elderly women who had gone grocery shopping with Aunt Wan were present at the time. Could they have been the ones who filmed it? Then, Xinyu took another look at the user who posted the video, whose username was Good Fortune and Happiness. Xinyu looked at the name, tugged at the corner of his mouth, and thought, well, judging by the name, it's probably one of those old ladies who filmed it. However, fortunately, the netizens just found it novel and didn't think it was strange. In a few days, no one will probably remember this video. It's just that. Looking at a comment in the comment section, Xinyu thought to himself, I really should buy Ndu Shui a few modern outfits. I can't have her walking around in her dragon robe all the time. After taking a shower, Duanmu Shui walked out of the bathroom wearing Qinyu's tracksuit. Her long black hair fell to her waist, still slightly damp, and Duanmu Shui gently wiped it with a towel. Why not use a hairdryer to dry your hair? Xinyu looked at her damp hair and asked curiously. Duanmu Shui paused while wiping her hair, then pursed her lips and said, I'm still not used to using a hairdryer. Holding it up for so long makes my arms ache. Xinyu shook his head with a helpless smile. Look at you, getting so lazy. Then he got up from the sofa and walked toward the bathroom. A few seconds later, Xinyu came out of the bathroom holding a hairdryer, walked over to the sofa, and plugged the hairdryer into the outlet. Sit here, I'll dry your hair for you. Xinyu stood beside the sofa and said to Duanmu Shui. Oh. Duanmu Shui obediently responded, then walked over to Qinyu's side and sat down on the sofa next to him. Then, Xinyu turned on the hairdryer and gently began to blow-dry her hair. If you don't dry your hair quickly after washing it, you're likely to get a headache, Xinyu said as he helped her blow-dry her hair. Thanks to my mom, who always shares health tips online. Sometimes I am forced to read them, but I have memorized a few things. Duanmu Shui sat on the sofa, feeling his fingers run through her hair. The sound of the hairdryer hummed in her ears, and the warm breeze gently moved her jet-black, silky hair. Xinyu held the hairdryer in one hand and occasionally helped her tuck her hair behind her ear with the other, his fingertips accidentally brushing against her ear. Duanmu Shui suddenly felt her cheeks grow warm, momentarily unsure whether it was from the hairdryer or because. After a while, Xinyu saw that Duanmu Shui's hair was almost dry, so he turned off the hairdryer. Alright, remember to dry your hair properly after washing it, especially at night, or else you'll get a headache. Xinyu put down the hairdryer and whispered the reminder. Alright, I understand. Duanmu Shui nodded and replied softly, feeling a bittersweet emotion welling up inside her. Xinyu walked over to the other side of the sofa and sat down, glancing at her with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Why are you so flushed? Chapter 103, Let's go shopping for clothes. What? Really? Duanmu Shui hurriedly raised her hand to touch her cheek. It was indeed quite warm. It must be pretty red. It's all because of the hairdryer earlier. It was too hot. Duanmu Shui explained with a red face, blaming the hairdryer for the situation. Oh. Xinyu nodded, not doubting her words. By the way, I'll take you shopping tomorrow to buy a few new outfits. Xinyu felt that she couldn't keep wearing his clothes anymore, and going out in that dragon robe all the time was a bit too strange. But I think these clothes are just fine for me, and I have my own clothes to wear too. Duanmu Shui looked at the clothes she was wearing. Yesterday, Shen Yushan, Xinyu's childhood friend, had said the same thing, but she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Well, but you always wear my clothes either way. After all, they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, so always letting her wear his clothes was indeed a bit inappropriate. But, seeing that she didn't seem very willing, Xinyu spoke directly, after we finish shopping tomorrow, how about I take you to KFC? KFC? As soon as Duanmu Shui heard the words KFC, his eyes lit up. KFC, that's the place with all the fried chicken. That day while watching TV, Duanmu Shui saw a KFC advertisement. Looking at the pile of golden brown fried chicken, she felt a pang of desire. This is what you said, no backing out now. Duanmu Shui looked at Xinyu with a clear gaze and said, if you dare to back out, I'll never forgive you. Xinyu couldn't help but smile and shake his head. This Duanmu Shui was truly a hidden little foodie. Thus, the plan for the two of them to go shopping together tomorrow was finalized. Oh, right, there's also Chen Yushan. She mentioned yesterday that she wanted to accompany them as well. The next morning, Duanmu Shui woke up early, thinking about going to KFC. She happily prepared breakfast for Xinyu, then sat at the dining table, waiting with a hint of excitement for him to wake up. However, Xinyu had the habit of sleeping in. Ending up waiting for a long time, she couldn't help but walk over to Xinyu's bedroom door and knock. Xinyu, wake up. After Ndu Shui called out, she stood quietly outside the door, pressing her ear against the door panel. When she heard no movement inside after a while, she bit her lip and sighed softly. Then, mimicking what she had seen on TV, she placed her hands on her hips and called out again, "Shinyu, get up. The sun is shining on your butt." Inside the house, Shinyu heard Duanmu Shue's words and suddenly opened his eyes. He rubbed his temples with his hand and sighed helplessly. He should have known better than to let her watch those cartoons. The style was getting more and more off track. Could it be that from now on, she'll be waking him up like this every morning? No, I have to talk to her about this. Shinyu pulled back the covers and slowly walked out of the bedroom. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Duanmu Shue standing outside with an expectant look on her face, a smile still lingering on her lips. "Shinyu, you're awake?" Duanmu Shue looked at Shinyu with sparkling eyes. "Great, Shinyu is awake. Then they can go out soon, and she'll be able to eat KFC." Just thinking about KFC made Duanmu Shue feel a little excited inside. What else could it be? Am I sleepwalking? Shinyu rubbed his eyes and said helplessly. "Sleepwalking? Do you still sleepwalk?" Duanmu Shue looked at Shinyu and asked curiously. Shinyu stroked his forehead, shook his head, and said, "Never mind, let's not talk about this. In any case, just don't learn those things from TV dramas in the future." Duanmu Shue furrowed her brows and asked in confusion, "Why? I think the things in TV dramas are all very interesting." "Interesting? Like what? For example, KFC." Duanmu Shue immediately spoke up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. At that moment, she didn't resemble an empress who ruled the world at all. She was more like an ordinary girl of her own age. Shinyu looked at her like this and couldn't help but turn his head away, chuckling to himself. When it comes to food, she gets so excited. She really is a foodie. After washing up, the two of them had breakfast together. Although it was still plain kanji, Ndu Shue's kanji making skills had improved just a tiny bit. After breakfast, Shinyu was about to call Chen Yushan to ask her when she planned to go shopping today. However, Chen Yushan's call came in just then. "Hello, Shinyu, I'm sorry, but I have an urgent task today and can't accompany you and Shue to go shopping." As soon as the call connected, Chen Yushan hurriedly spoke up. "It's okay, I'll take her there myself." Shinyu also understood. After all, as police officers, they often had urgent tasks to attend to. Besides, it was just shopping for clothes and Ndu Shue would be fine on her own. "Alright, we'll talk about it later. I need to get back to work," Chen Yushan said hurriedly, then hung up the phone. "What's wrong?" Duanmu Shue looked at Shinyu curiously and asked. After a few days of learning, she also knew that someone must have been calling Shinyu just now. Shinyu put down his phone and said indifferently, "It's nothing. It's just Chen Yushan. She suddenly had a task today and can't accompany us shopping." Duanmu Shue nodded. She didn't mind either, but if she didn't come, would you still take me to KFC? Duanmu Shue looked at Shinyu with longing eyes. That was the only thing on her mind right now. Shinyu couldn't help but find her adorable and reached out to ruffle her hair, saying, "Of course I will. If she doesn't want to go, then she doesn't have to." "Alright." Duanmu Shue's lips curled upward instantly, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Realizing that her expression seemed a bit too obvious, Duanmu Shue quickly cleared her throat to hide her emotions. "Let's go. Change your clothes, and we'll head out," Shinyu said, and then the two of them went to their respective rooms to change clothes and get ready to go out. The two rode the small electric scooters they had just bought 2 days earlier to a large shopping mall nearby. "Let's go. The second floor should be where they sell women's clothing. Let's go take a look." After parking the electric scooter, Shinyu directly took Duanmu Shue to the second floor of the mall. Sure enough, as soon as they entered, they saw that the entire floor was mostly women's clothing stores. Chapter 104, Go try on this dress and see how it looks. Let's go check out that store first. Then Shinyu pulled Duanmu Shue and walked straight into the nearest women's clothing store near the elevator entrance. "Welcome." As soon as the two entered the store, the staff greeted them warmly. Upon seeing the dragon robe Ndu Shue was wearing, the shop assistant froze for a moment before quickly regaining his composure and putting on a professional, polite smile. "Hello, may I assist you with selecting some clothing? This girl must be a fan of Hanfu. These days, many girls like to wear traditional costumes when they go out, but this is the first time I've seen someone wearing a dragon robe. Moreover, the girl in front of her has an otherworldly aura and a bold, confident demeanor, truly embodying the essence of an ancient empress." Shinyu glanced around the store, then spoke directly, "Pick out 2 suitable outfits for her." The shop assistant smiled and nodded, then asked, "What kind of style is the lady looking for? Type?" Duanmu Shue looked at the various clothes in the store, her eyes filled with confusion. Back in the Great Chu Kingdom, her clothes were all custom made by palace maids and then sent directly to the Imperial Clothing Bureau for production. She had never picked out her own clothes before. Shinyu looked at Duanmu Shue's confused expression and knew it was pointless to ask her. After all, she had never bought modern clothes before, and in her eyes, ancient attire likely better suited her sense of aesthetics. So Shinyu directly addressed the store clerk, "No specific requirements, just pick out a few comfortable outfits." "Alright." The sales clerk nodded. She had been working there for so long, but this was the first time she had seen a guy accompany a girl to buy clothes, with the girl having no say at all and letting the guy make all the decisions. However, she only paused briefly in her thoughts. After all, the customer is always right, and their job was simply to do their part. How about this one, beautiful? It's the latest arrival at our store yesterday. Duan Mushui looked at the white dress the salesperson was holding and couldn't help but frown. This dress was quite strange. She had seen something similar on TV before, but this seemed to be called a dress. However, the fabric used for this one was far too thin, wasn't it? How on earth is she supposed to wear this out in public? Duan Mushui frowned and said, "This dress is so revealing. How can I possibly wear it out?" Shop assistant, what? Exposed? This is just a simple sleeveless dress. What's exposed about it? Xinyu chuckled awkwardly beside her and waved his hand, saying, maybe you should change into something else. After all, Duan Mushui had traveled here from ancient times. Although she was currently learning and adapting to modern life step by step, it was still difficult for her to accept it all at once. This dress is indeed a bit revealing for her. Okay. The staff member maintained a polite smile and nodded, saying, "The customer is always right. If they think it's not good, then it's not good." Then, the salesperson brought out a sky blue long-sleeved shirt dress and said, "What about this one? This one isn't revealing, is it?" Duan Mushui looked at the dress and nodded slightly. "This one isn't as revealing as the others." Xinyu also thought this one was pretty good, so he directly said to Duan Mushui, "Why don't you go try it on in the fitting room?" Duan Mushui looked at Xinyu, hesitated for a moment, then slowly nodded and said, "All right. This way, please. The fitting room is over there." The sales clerk pointed to the fitting room nearby. Duan Mushui turned her head and glanced at Xinyu. "Go ahead, try it and see how it looks." Xinyu looked at her and said softly. Duan Mushui nodded after hearing this, then moved her feet and walked into the nearby fitting room. Xinyu looked around the store. To be honest, he really wasn't good at picking out women's clothes. So, Xinyu decided to simply ask the salesperson to recommend a few comfortable yet modest outfits, which he would later have Duan Mushui try on. The sales clerk felt utterly helpless. Revealing? Aren't the clothes in their store pretty normal? Where's the revealing part? Though she felt a bit speechless inside, the sales clerk still picked out a few pieces of clothing according to Qinyu's request. After all, the customer's request is the top priority. After selecting the clothes, Xinyu sat down on the sofa inside the store, feeling bored, and took out his phone to scroll through videos, waiting for Duan Mushui to come out. After a while, the door to the fitting room slowly opened a crack from the inside. "Xinyu, I'm ready." Upon hearing Duan Mushui's voice, Xinyu slowly raised his head. Seeing that the fitting room door was only open a crack of about 10 centimeters, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Are you done changing? Just come out." "But what's wrong? Can't you wear it?" Xinyu thought to himself, she probably can't, right? After all these days of learning, Indushua shouldn't be unable to wear this dress. No, that's not it. Duan Mushui was in the fitting room, glancing down at the clothes she was wearing and feeling a bit shy. After hesitating for a long time, Duan Mushui took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the fitting room door, stepping out cautiously. Xinyu looked at her. At that moment, Duan Mushui had already changed into the light blue dress, but the fit of the top was somewhat unexpected. Duan Mushui already had a great figure, and the dress only accentuated her curves, making her look even more graceful and alluring. However, for Duan Mushui, dressing like this was simply too embarrassing. Xinyu finally understood why she had been so reluctant to come out earlier. This dress feels so strange. Duan Mushui's face turned slightly red, and she awkwardly covered her chest with one hand, unable to meet Qinyu's gaze. Xinyu placed his fist by his lips and cleared his throat. The dress she was wearing did indeed accentuate her figure a bit too much. Not to mention her, who had come from ancient times, even he felt a bit embarrassed looking at it. Xinyu stood up, turned his face away, and shifted his gaze to the side. After all, he was a proper gentleman, and staring at someone like this for too long just didn't feel right. What's so strange about this outfit? The shop assistant nearby heard what Duan Mushui said and walked over, looking puzzled. Duan Mushui furrowed her delicate brows and looked at the shop assistant, saying, "This dress is too indecent. How can I possibly wear it out like this?" The shop assistant was completely baffled. Indecent? What's indecent about it? This is a proper clothing store, you know. Chapter 105, Why Call It French Fries? The shop assistant's smile froze on her face, and she asked in confusion, "Miss, how is this dress indecent? We only sell proper clothes in this store." Duan Mushui looked at the fabric tightly clinging to her body and said with a displeased expression, "Clothes are meant to cover the body. How can they be so tight and cling to the body like this?" Duan Mushui was too embarrassed to speak so bluntly in public. As a person from ancient times, she found it rather shameful, so she could only speak vaguely. "So that's why." The shop assistant smiled awkwardly and quickly said, "This dress is mainly because you have such a great figure. This dress has been tried on by others before, but they all looked pretty normal. Seeing it worn like this, with such curves, is the first time I've ever seen it. Duan Mu Xiefeng's eyes narrowed sharply as she said, "What do you mean her figure is too good? Don't talk nonsense. How could such words be spoken so openly in public?" Well, although there weren't many people around, just the three of them, it still felt a bit embarrassing for her. This salesperson was a bit helpless. How could she praise her figure and she still wasn't happy? Customers these days are so hard to please. Xinyu scratched his nose. This really wasn't the clothes' fault. Seeing in Du Shui's expression, Xinyu could only speak up. "Why don't you try something else? Here, this one should work. Go inside and change into it." Xinyu took a garment that the salesperson had just recommended and handed it to Duan Mu Shui. "This shirt looks pretty loose, so it shouldn't cause the same issue as before." Duan Mu Shui took the garment from his hands, nodded, and then turned and walked into the fitting room. Watching Duan Mu Shui enter the fitting room, Xinyu sat on the sofa and couldn't help but sigh softly. It seemed that shopping for clothes wasn't such an easy task after all. A few minutes later, Duan Mu Shui emerged from the fitting room, having changed into her new outfit. This time, the outfit finally didn't have the same issue as before. The style was more relaxed and simple yet elegant. "How about it? Is this outfit comfortable to wear?" Xinyu asked Duan Mu Shui. "Clothes, after all, are about comfort first and style second." Duan Mu Shui nodded and said, "It's not bad. At least it's much better than the one I was wearing earlier." Thinking back to how the dress looked on her earlier, Duan Mu Shui couldn't help but feel a bit shy. Modern clothing, after all, couldn't compare to her dragon robe. Xinyu smiled and nodded. "Then let's take this one. Try on these few as well. If they fit, we'll buy them all." Duan Mu Shui hesitated for a moment, shook her head, and said, "No need. This one is enough." "One isn't enough. You should buy a few more to alternate wearing." Xinyu disagreed. He couldn't let her keep wearing his clothes, it would be a bit inappropriate. Duan Mu Shui hesitated for a moment, then said somewhat embarrassed, "But you can't let me buy so many things for you. I don't have a way to earn money right now, and I don't know when I'll be able to pay you back." Duan Mu Shui had been thinking about it carefully over the past 2 days. Everything she was eating, using, living in, and wearing was all provided by Xinyu. She felt deeply indebted to him for all the expenses he had incurred on her behalf. Xinyu hadn't expected that what she was worried about was this. "Don't worry so much. It's just a few pieces of clothing. Besides, we can save up and pay it back slowly." Xinyu smiled at her and said, "To be honest, the reason I was able to make money is all thanks to Duan Mu Shui. Without her, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the skills from the system, and naturally, I wouldn't have been able to earn money by restoring antiques for others. Therefore, she deserved a share of the money he had earned, and buying her a few clothes was no big deal. But I still don't know when I'll be able to go out and work." Duan Mu Shui couldn't help but feel discouraged. She still had so many modern things to learn, and she didn't know when she would be able to start working. She couldn't keep relying on Xinyu to support her forever. "Just take your time. Are you going to renege on your promise?" Xinyu looked at her. Though he didn't intend to make her repay him, he said this to help her feel at ease. Xinyu looked at her. Though he didn't really expect her to pay it back, he said it anyway to make her feel more at ease. "Of course not, I wouldn't dare." Duan Mu Shui said, glancing at the side, then cleared her throat and whispered, "I'm the Empress of the Great Chu dynasty. How could I possibly go back on my word?" "Alright, then. Go ahead and try it. Once you're done, I'll take you to KFC." Duan Mu Shui was still a bit hesitant, but when she heard Xinyu mention KFC, she thought about it and finally took the clothes into the changing room. Xinyu watched her walk into the changing room and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. It seemed that food was more effective for her after all. A while later, Duan Mu Shui tried on the clothes, and Xinyu bought all the ones she thought looked good. After settling the bill, Xinyu took Duan Mu Shui downstairs to eat at KFC. Xinyu brought Duan Mu Shui to the KFC counter, turned to her, and asked, "What would you like to eat?" Duan Mu Shui looked up at the pictures in front of her and said, "I want that fried chicken and those strips." Xinyu furrowed his brows slightly. "The ones that are one by one?" Then he followed in Du Shui's gaze and immediately understood. "You mean French fries, right? French fries?" Duan Mu Shui looked at him and nodded. "French fries? That's an interesting name." "Yeah, it's just potatoes cut into strips and then fried," Xinyu explained roughly. "Made from potatoes? Then why are they called fries?" Duan Mu Shui asked in confusion. She knew what potatoes were. Just a few days ago, Xinyu had ordered a dish of cold potato strips, which tasted quite good. However, since it was made from potatoes, why not call it potato strips or bean strips instead of fries? Duan Mu Shui expressed her complete confusion. Xinyu was almost laughing out loud at her way of thinking, but then again, it made sense. After all, potatoes didn't exist in her dynasty, so it was normal for her not to know about them. Potatoes also have another name, sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes were introduced to our dragon kingdom from the west, and these fries are also a western dish, so they're called fries. After hearing Xinyu's explanation, Duan Mu Shui finally nodded in understanding. "Oh, I see. Chapter 106, this one is especially suitable for your girlfriend. Can we get some fries?" Duan Muxue looked at Qinyu with eager eyes. The potato strips they had eaten that day were quite tasty. She wondered how the fries would taste. Qinyu looked at her eager expression and smiled, nodding in response. Sure. Duan Muxue saw that Qinyu agreed, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. What else do you want? Just take a look and see. Qinyu said generously. After all, this was Duan Mushue's first time eating at KFC, so he wanted her to enjoy it properly. Upon hearing Qinyu's words, Duan Mushue's eyes lit up and she pointed to the family bucket on the menu and said, I want that one, the fried chicken. Last time, she had seen a KFC fried chicken advertisement on TV, which is why she remembered it. She wondered if KFC's fried chicken was as delicious as the one Qinyu had ordered last time. Qinyu smiled and nodded, then ordered 2 more hamburger meals. After all, with Duan Mushue's appetite, 1 family bucket and fries wouldn't be enough for her. The KFC staff placed the orders on a tray and handed them to Qinyu. Duan Muxue looked at the tray in Qinyu's hands and couldn't help but furrow her brows in confusion. Why did he hand the food directly to you instead of bringing it to our table? Though she rarely left the palace, she knew that in their Great Chu kingdom, when dining at an inn, one would order the dishes first and then the waitstaff would bring them to the table. Why, then, did the waiter here simply hand the food directly to Qinyu? Qinyu held the tray and saw her puzzled expression. He smiled and explained, that's how fast food restaurants work. Fast food restaurant? Duan Muxue looked at him in confusion. What is a fast food restaurant? A fast food restaurant is a place where you order your food and it's served quickly after you place your order. This way, it saves time for customers who are in a hurry. A fast food restaurant is a place where food is prepared and served quickly after ordering, allowing customers in a hurry to save time. Qinyu carried his tray and found an empty seat, walking over while explaining to Duan Muxue. Duan Muxue nodded in understanding, and after hearing Qinyu's explanation, she thought the fast food restaurant sounded quite good. If only our Great Chu kingdom could have such a restaurant, it would save a lot of time for those in a hurry to go on duty. How wonderful that would be. Alright, hurry up and eat. You've been wanting to eat KFC for the past 2 days, haven't you? After finding an empty seat, Qinyu opened the takeout box and pushed it toward Duan Muxue. Du Shue smelled the aroma of fried chicken and couldn't help but feel excited. Ever since she had tasted the fried chicken Qinyu had ordered that day, she had been unable to stop thinking about that flavor. Well, I'll just eat it then. Duan Muxue smiled and said, then picked up a piece of fried chicken from the family bucket and took a small bite. The crispy fried chicken skin, with its fragrant and crispy crust, gave way to tender and juicy chicken meat inside, leaving a lingering flavor in the mouth. Although it doesn't have the same layer of sauce on the outside like the fried chicken I had last time, this KFC fried chicken has its own unique flavor. Duan Muxue took a bite, swallowed it, and couldn't help but nod in approval. This KFC fried chicken is delicious. I like it. If you like it, eat more. Qinyu looked at her and smiled. It seems like you really love fried chicken. Duan Muxue nodded, then continued eating the fried chicken while mumbling to Qinyu, you should eat quickly too. The fried chicken here is really delicious. Qinyu smiled and nodded, and the two began eating together. Half an hour later, Qinyu had finished a hamburger and a few pieces of fried chicken, while the rest had all gone into Duan Mushue's stomach. Duan Muxue rubbed her slightly rounded belly and couldn't help but think, this KFC food is truly delicious. I wonder when I'll get to eat it again next time. Qinyu watched her eat with the satisfied expression of a kitten, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If her former ministers had seen this, they would be stunned to see their empress being conquered by a few pieces of fried chicken. Qinyu, when should we come back to eat KFC next time? Duan Muxue stared at Qinyu, her eyes fixed on him as she asked. You've just finished eating, and you're already thinking about the next time? Well, it depends on how you behave. Qinyu said ambiguously. The fried chicken is delicious, but eating junk food all the time isn't good for you. Depends on how I behave? Duan Muxue furrowed her brows, thought for a moment, then said earnestly, don't worry, I'll definitely do my best. Alright, that's your word, you can't go back on it. Alright, you said it. No backing out now. Qinyu said half-jokingly. From what he had observed of Duan Muxue over the past few days, she was a woman of her word and highly trustworthy. Duan Muxue glanced at him and then spoke seriously, of course. A gentleman's word is his bond. Alright, a gentleman's word is his bond. Let's go. Qinyu picked up the bag containing the clothes he had bought for Duan Muxue and said, where are we going? Duan Muxue looked at him, asking in confusion. To the mobile phone store. I'm going to buy you a phone. Qinyu thought to himself, Du Shue had been here for some time now, and it was about time to buy her a phone so they could stay in touch more easily. Moreover, with a phone, she would be able to learn modern things more quickly. Then, Qinyu took Duan Muxue to a nearby mobile phone store to pick out a phone for her. Hello, may I ask what model of phone you're looking for? As soon as the two entered the mobile phone store, the salesperson in uniform immediately greeted them with a smile. Qinyu looked at the row of phones in the display case and felt a bit overwhelmed. He wasn't sure which model was better. His phone was purchased last year, and at the time he didn't have much money, so he just bought one randomly. The model wasn't important, what mattered was that it was cheap. However, he now has enough money to buy a decent phone for Duan Muxue. So, Xinyu directly said to the salesperson, "Help me recommend one that girls would like." The salesperson glanced at Du Shui, who was dressed in ancient attire beside Xinyu, smiled, and nodded. "Oh, you're buying a phone for your girlfriend, aren't you?" As soon as they walked in, she had noticed Duan Muxue. After all, with her striking appearance, it would be hard not to notice her, especially since she had such an outstanding presence that she always drew attention wherever she went. The salesperson took out a white phone from the display case and said to Xinyu, "Sir, take a look at this model. This is O brand's latest release for this year. Not only is the design exceptionally stylish, but the back features a starry sky pattern that changes color, and the camera takes exceptionally clear photos. I see your girlfriend is wearing traditional Chinese attire. She must be a fan of Hanfu and probably loves taking photos. This one is really perfect for her." Chapter 107, What should I name my WeChat account? The shop assistant looked at Duan Muxue dressed in traditional attire and assumed she must be a fan of Hanfu. These days, many young girls enjoy wearing Hanfu and taking photos to post on social media, so he recommended this phone to Xinyu and Duan Muxue. After hearing the salesperson's words, Xinyu furrowed his brows. Girlfriend? Was she talking about Duan Muxue? Du Shui, who was standing nearby, also looked over and asked Xinyu curiously, "Take photos? Like you did before for me?" She remembered that Xinyu had taken photos of her before. If she had a phone, could she take photos too? Xinyu nodded and then asked her, "Do you like this?" After saying that, Xinyu felt like he might have forgotten something, but he couldn't think of what it was at the moment. Duan Muxue had only heard about taking photos, which is why she was curious, but she really knew nothing about smartphones. When Xinyu asked her this, Duan Muxue shook her head and said, "I don't understand this, so I can't say whether I like it or not. You decide." Xinyu thought about it and agreed. After all, Duan Muxue didn't understand this either. To her, a phone was just a modern device shrouded in mystery. The salesperson nearby noticed the two of them hesitating and quickly continued, "Sir, this is this year's latest model. Many girls love it, and your girlfriend will definitely like it too." Right, upon hearing the sales clerk's words, Xinyu suddenly remembered what he had forgotten earlier. Earlier, the store clerk had mistakenly thought that Duan Muxue was his girlfriend, and he had tried to explain, but was interrupted by Duan Muxue again. "You misunderstood, we're not boyfriend and girlfriend." Xinyu hurriedly explained to the store clerk, "Why do people keep misunderstanding that I'm in a romantic relationship with Duan Muxue?" He didn't mind himself, but he was worried that Duan Muxue might get upset. However, fortunately, after hearing the shop assistant's words, Duan Muxue didn't react too strongly. "I guess she's probably completely focused on her phone right now." I'm sorry." The shop assistant hurriedly apologized. How could these two not be a couple? They look so well matched. But since they said they're not, then they're not, I guess. "No problem," Xinyu said indifferently, then looked at Duan Muxue beside him and said, "Then let's take this one." Duan Muxue nodded, having no objections. "Let's go with this one." Xinyu spoke directly to the shop assistant. "Alright, that's 3,499 yuan in total. Would you like to pay by mobile or card?" The clerk immediately replied with a smile. "Mobile payment," Xinyu said, then scanned the QR code to pay. He wasn't short on money at the moment, so he didn't feel the least bit reluctant to pay. After purchasing the phone, the two rode their electric scooters straight home. Upon arriving home, Xinyu took out the new phone he had bought for Duan Muxue. After purchasing the phone at the store, he had also arranged for a phone plan for Duan Muxue right there at the store. Since Duan Muxue didn't have an ID card, Xinyu used his own ID card to get it for her. After inserting the SIM card into the phone, Xinyu turned it on directly. Looking at the lit-up phone screen, Duan Muxue couldn't help but feel curious. Is it usable now? Xinyu turned on the device, nodded, and said, "Yes, I'll download a few commonly used apps for you first. You'll be able to use it shortly." As he spoke, Xinyu went to the App Store and downloaded WeChat, Douyin, Taobao, and a few small games for Duan Muxue. "Here you go." After downloading it, Xinyu handed the phone directly to Duan Muxue. Duan Muxue took the phone Xinyu handed her, feeling a faint excitement in her heart. So, she now had her own phone, didn't she? She still remembered her first day here, when she saw Xinyu holding his phone and had mistaken it for some kind of weapon. Little did she know that now she had her own phone too. Duan Muxue held the phone in her hand and examined it carefully. To be honest, it was quite nice. The back changed colors as she flipped it, making it much more attractive than Xinyu's plain black phone. "What do you think? Do you like it?" Xinyu looked at her, who was acting like a child who had just received a new toy, and couldn't help but ask with a smile. Duan Muxue nodded, her eyes sparkling with joy. "I really like it. Come on, let me help you register a WeChat account first." Xinyu thought that even though the two of them were almost always together every day, there was always a chance they might have to part ways occasionally. Having WeChat would make it easier for them to stay in touch. This way, they wouldn't end up in the same situation as last time when Duan Muxue suddenly went to the police station to look for him. Then, Xinyu used his newly registered phone number to help Duanmu Shui set up a WeChat account. He then provided Duanmu Shui with a detailed explanation of how to use WeChat. So you mean that if you go out, I can use WeChat to find you? Duanmu Shui summarized after listening to Qinyu's explanation. Xinyu nodded and said, that's right. You can type and send me a message, or you can send me a voice message. After saying that, Xinyu was about to demonstrate it for her right away. He then took out his phone, opened WeChat, scanned the QR code, and added her as a friend. Just as Xinyu was using his WeChat to click Agree to Add, he suddenly noticed a problem. Oh, right, you should give yourself a WeChat name first. Xinyu said to Duanmu Shui. WeChat name? What is a WeChat name? Duanmu Shui asked in confusion. A WeChat name is just a name you give yourself on WeChat. You can choose any name you like. Xinyu thought for a moment before explaining to her. Duanmu Shui furrowed her brows in confusion and asked, but I already have a name. Why do I need to choose another one? Duanmu Shui didn't quite understand. Xinyu paused, unsure of how to explain to Duanmu Shui. In short, it's just a nickname. People thought it sounded nice or fun, so they used it. It's just something used on social media. After hearing Qinyu's explanation, Duanmu Shui nodded, seeming to understand but not quite. Well, you have to admit, modern people's ideas are really strange, they even have multiple names. So what kind of WeChat name do you want to give yourself? Xinyu asked Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui raised her hand, touched her chin, and began to think seriously. Naming someone? This was a bit challenging for her. After all, she had never named anyone before, let alone herself, and she had never had the opportunity to do so. But now that the opportunity has come, she is feeling overwhelmed again. What should she name it? Got it. I've got it. Duanmu Shui's eyes lit up instantly. She had figured it out. Chapter 108. What? Can't I look? Have you thought of a name yet? Xinyu looked at her, unable to help but ask curiously, wondering what kind of name Duanmu Shui would come up with. Xinyu, do you know what my posthumous title was after I died in history? Duanmu Shui asked Xinyu curiously. Xinyu, you wouldn't be using your posthumous title as your WeChat name, would you? It's not impossible. Duanmu Shui said with a serious expression. To be honest, she didn't even know what posthumous title the ministers had given her after her death. Come to think of it, she might just be the first emperor in all of history to know her own posthumous title. Don't even think about it. Xinyu immediately rejected her idea. Using his own posthumous title as his WeChat name? What kind of ridiculous idea is that? Doesn't he fear it might bring bad luck? Are people in ancient times really this bold? I'm just asking. Duanmu Shui rolled her eyes and retorted. You can't even ask. I'm helping you think of a WeChat name right now. Why are you asking about this out of the blue? Xinyu looked at her with utter helplessness. Even if she had just the slightest hint of it, he had to crush it immediately. Alright, then I won't ask anymore. Is that okay? Duanmu Shui said in a compromising tone. She had just suddenly thought of that point, and she didn't really want to use her posthumous title as her WeChat name. After all, what Xinyu said made sense. That way, it wouldn't be too unlucky. After all, Xinyu had a point that would indeed be unlucky. What would be a good WeChat name? Duanmu Shui rested her chin on her hand, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. She really couldn't think of a good name. Oh, right, Xinyu, what's your WeChat name? Duanmu Shui asked curiously, thinking she could use Qinyu's name as a reference. Xinyu glanced at his WeChat name, scratched his nose, and felt a bit embarrassed. He couldn't remember how many years ago he had come up with this WeChat name, and he had no idea why he had chosen such a cheesy name back then. It was truly embarrassing to even mention it. What's wrong? Can't you say it? Duanmu Shui, seeing that Xinyu hadn't responded, couldn't help but ask curiously. Xinyu glanced at her, sighed softly, and said, There's nothing I can't tell you. Just take a look yourself. Then, he directly handed his phone to her and pointed to his WeChat name, gesturing for her to look. Duanmu Shui looked at Qinyu's WeChat name, and her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. Although she had been learning modern Chinese characters in recent days, she had only learned a little, and there were still some characters she didn't recognize. The handsomest guy in Jincheng County? Duanmu Shui stumbled over the words as he recited them. After finishing, he suddenly looked up at Xinyu and asked, Are you the hottest guy in Jincheng County? Xinyu couldn't help but roll his eyes, placing his hand on his forehead. Did I go through a phase where I thought I was cool? How could I have come up with such a ridiculous name? Now he was embarrassed enough to be ashamed in front of people from 1,000 years ago. Cough, this was just something I wrote off the top of my head. It was a joke, don't take it seriously. Xinyu pretended to cough lightly and hurriedly explained. Why not take it seriously? Duanmu Shui looked at him, her eyes filled with confusion. Well, that name was just something I made up on the spot. It was just for fun. Xinyu explained awkwardly, it's just that at the time, all the guys around me were naming their WeChat accounts things like Jin Cheng Peng Yuyan or Long Xiao Li Zi. He just thought it was fun, so he followed the trend and came up with a name that now sounds incredibly cheesy. How can you say it was randomly chosen? I think you're just stating the facts. Duanmu Shui looked at Qin Yu and said seriously. Qin Yu. The truth? Yes. Duanmu Shui nodded and said, although I haven't traveled all over Jincheng County yet, since I arrived here, among all the men I've met, you are the most handsome. Duanmu Shui was speaking the truth. During her time here, she had accompanied Qin Yu on outings and had seen quite a few people, but she had indeed never encountered a man more handsome than Qin Yu. Therefore, she believed that the title of the most handsome man in Jincheng County was well deserved and not just a joke. Qin Yu heard Duanmu Shui's sudden compliment and felt a bit embarrassed for a moment. This was the first time a girl had ever complimented him like that, and she was even an empress. What's wrong? Do you think there's something wrong with what I said? Duanmu Shui looked at Qin Yu's reaction and thought he didn't agree with her. No, if you say so, then it must be true. Qin Yu smiled and said. Since Duanmu Shui had already said that, there was no need for him to say anything else. Duanmu Shui heard Qin Yu speak in this manner and realized that he agreed with his thoughts, so he nodded in satisfaction. The most handsome guy in Jincheng County, who would have thought that such a WeChat name could be so cleverly chosen? I know what my WeChat name should be. Duanmu Shui had an idea and smiled as she spoke. What should it be? Qin Yu looked at her curiously and asked, hoping she wouldn't come up with another strange name. How about the first Empress of Jincheng County? Duanmu Shui asked with a smug expression, thinking that the name she had come up with was perfectly suited to her. Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. The first Empress of Jincheng County? What, do you think my name doesn't fit the facts? Duanmu Shui heard Qin Yu's whisper, looked at him with slightly furrowed brows, and asked with a hint of displeasure. No, it's pretty accurate. Qin Yu hurriedly waved her hands and said, throughout the history of this world, there has only ever been one female emperor like her. Not only is she the first female emperor of Jincheng County, but even if she were called the first female emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, that would still be entirely accurate. Alright, then I'll use that as my WeChat name. Duanmu Shui made the decision on the spot, and with Qin Yu's help, she successfully said her WeChat name. Then, Qin Yu explained in detail how to send WeChat messages. Since she didn't know how to type in Pinyin, Qin Yu taught her how to send voice messages and then introduced her to several commonly used functions on the phone. Duanmu Shui listened attentively, her eyes sparkling with a unique glow, as if she had just discovered a whole new world. Of course, for her, it truly was opening the door to a new world. How about it? Did you remember everything? After giving her a brief explanation, Qin Yu looked at her and asked. Chapter 109, Our First Photo Together. Duanmu Shui nodded. She had always had a good memory. Although there were a few things Qin Yu mentioned that she didn't quite understand, she managed to jot down the general process. Alright, then you can play with it yourself. Saying that, Qin Yu handed the phone to Duanmu Shui, letting her figure it out on her own. Ending the conversation, Qin Yu handed the phone to Duanmu Shui and told her to figure it out on her own. Duanmu Shui took the phone and looked at the rows of apps on the screen. Following Qin Yu's earlier instructions, she opened WeChat. Then, mimicking Qin Yu's earlier actions, she opened the chat interface between the two of them. Qin Yu, it's Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui pressed the voice button and then whispered into the phone. After finishing, she mimicked Qin Yu's earlier action, releasing her fingers, and the voice message was immediately sent to Qin Yu. Ding! Then, the next second, Qin Yu's phone rang with a WeChat notification sound. Qin Yu opened his phone and immediately tapped on the voice message sent by Duanmu Shui. Qin Yu, it's Duanmu Shui. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Yu and Duanmu Shui exchanged glances and burst into laughter simultaneously. How amazing! I never thought it could be like this. Duanmu Shui heard the voice message she had just sent to Qin Yu from his phone and couldn't help but marvel at how amazing modern technology was. It could actually send sounds. Moreover, it was transmitted almost instantaneously, with a speed that was truly astonishing. It was truly magical. Duanmu Shui looked at Qin Yu with a smile, her eyes sparkling like they were filled with stars. Qin Yu looked at her, who resembled a child, and couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. An indescribable sensation gradually spread throughout his being. Cough, what's so magical about that? There are plenty of magical things in the modern world. You'll come to understand them as you grow older. Qin Yu cleared his throat, suppressing the emotions in his heart, and said to Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui nodded, fiddling with her phone, then paused for a moment before slowly opening her lips and saying, Well, Qin Yu, can we take a photo together? She had had this idea the first time Qin Yu had taken a photo of her. Now that she had her own phone, she wanted to take a photo of herself and Qin Yu together. After all, Qin Yu was the first person she had met since arriving in this era, and she wanted to take a photo of the two of them together to cherish this moment forever. Is that okay? Duanmu Shui looked at Qin Yu with eager anticipation and asked. Qin Yu looked at the anticipation in her eyes and smiled, nodding, Sure. It's just a photo. What's the big deal? Duanmu Shui saw that Qin Yu agreed, then opened the camera exactly as Qin Yu had demonstrated to her earlier. Is that all? But how do we take a photo of the two of us? After opening the camera, Duanmu Shui realized that she could only take pictures of what she could see, and couldn't take a picture of herself. What should she do? Just use the selfie mode. Qinyu spoke directly. Selfie? Duanmu Shui looked at Qinyu in confusion. What is a selfie? Qinyu looked at her confused expression, smiled, then took her phone and said to her, watch closely, I'll teach you. Then Qinyu tapped the camera switch on the phone's interface. Instantly, the image on the phone flipped upside down. See? Now you can take a selfie. Duanmu Shui looked at herself and Qinyu on the phone screen and was so surprised that she widened her eyes in astonishment. She couldn't believe it was possible to look like that. Qinyu had just tapped the small icon on the phone screen and the entire screen flipped over, now resembling a mirror image. Got it? The camera is flipped to face yourself, that's what we call a selfie. Qinyu said to Duanmu Shui, looking at the two people on the phone screen, and told Duanmu Shui, move a little closer to me. Why? Duanmu Shui hesitated for a moment after hearing this, puzzled. Why would he want to get closer to him? What did Qinyu mean by that? Could it be that Qinyu? You're too far away from me. The camera can't capture both of us properly. Plus, when two people take a photo together, being so far apart looks odd. Qinyu explained directly. Who takes a photo of two people with such a big empty space between them? It looks so awkward. Oh, I see. Duanmu Shui didn't know why, but after hearing Qinyu's explanation, she felt a hint of disappointment. She had thought. Oh, what was she thinking? Alright, move over here a bit. Qinyu held his phone up, pointing it directly at the two of them. Duanmu Shui listened and moved closer to Qinyu as instructed. Qinyu looked at the two people on his phone screen, adjusted the camera angle, and then said to Duanmu Shui, after I count to 3, 1, 2, 1, smile at the camera. Smile at the camera? Why? Duanmu Shui said somewhat reluctantly, smiling at the camera? It feels so silly. This looks good on camera. Qinyu explained. Duanmu Shui nodded, seeming to understand yet not fully grasping the concept. Since that was the case, she agreed. After all, this was her first photo with Qinyu, and she wanted it to look good as well. Seeing Duanmu Shui nod, Qinyu adjusted the angle and looked into the camera, saying 3, 2, 1. Duanmu Shui heard this, gently curved the corners of her mouth, and revealed a faint smile. Click. Qinyu pressed the shutter button directly, capturing this moment perfectly. Is that all there is to it? Duanmu Shui saw Qinyu put down his phone and asked. Here you go. You can now view them directly in the photo album. Qinyu finished speaking and handed the phone directly to Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui took the phone, followed the instructions Qinyu had just given her, found the photo album, and opened it. Immediately, she saw the photo the two of them had just taken together. Is this our photo together? Duanmu Shui looked at the photo on her phone and murmured softly. In the photo, two people were sitting together, both wearing faint smiles on their faces. Duanmu Shui looked at the two people sitting close together in the picture. For some reason, a sudden wave of joy welled up in her heart. This was the first photo she had taken with Qinyu, and she would definitely keep it safe. Qinyu noticed her staring at the photo on her phone and, thinking she was simply curious about it, spoke directly to her. Now that you have a phone, you can take photos of anything you find beautiful or interesting in the future. Duanmu Shui nodded. This phone was indeed a great thing. Now she could take lots of photos, and most importantly, she could capture Qinyu's appearance. Chapter 110, how about it? Is it tasty? Alright, take it and play with it yourself. If you have any questions, come ask me later. Qinyu said to Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui nodded in response, then began to try out the other functions of the phone. Qinyu watched her fiddle with it earnestly and couldn't help but smile. Duanmu Shui now looked exactly like a child who had just received a new toy, her face brimming with wonder. However, it was understandable. After all, the allure of a smartphone was something few could resist, which was why there were so many people constantly staring at their phones. Watching Duanmu Shui fiddle with her phone, Qinyu stood up from the sofa and went downstairs alone. Qinyu sat on a wicker chair, looking at the antiques in the store, and thought to himself, there aren't that many antiques in this store. I guess I'll have to go to the antique street in a couple of days and pick up a couple of treasures. He still remembered what Duanmu Shui had mentioned last time she had seen a wind listening vase and many ancient copper coins on that antique street. Unfortunately, he had been in a hurry last time and hadn't noticed them at all. Now that he thinks about it, he really does regret it. Qinyu leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. Suddenly, he realized he hadn't entered the lottery in the past 2 days. He had saved up for 2 days, so he should have enough to enter once or twice now. So, Qinyu directly summoned the system. The next second, the familiar spinning wheel appeared before his eyes. After 2 days of accumulation, especially today, when he took Duanmu Shui shopping, he had accumulated quite a few achievement points, allowing him to make 2 draws in total. 2 chances? That's not bad. Qinyu nodded. Not bad. Since that's the case, let's just draw them all. System, draw the prizes. Qinyu gave the order, and the wheel spun rapidly. The pointer gradually came to a stop, finally landing on the jade appraisal skill. At the same time, a flash of white light appeared, and before Chinyu's eyes, Upon recognizing it, Chinyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy cow! The 7-colored jade bottle." Chinyu looked at the object floating before his eyes and felt a surge of joy. This was an ancient 7-colored glass bottle. Judging by its appearance, it must be at least 800 years old. Moreover, it was inlaid with white tortoiseshell, and the patterns gilded on the neck and edges were extremely rare. This was truly a treasure. Chinyu, using his expertise in antique appraisal, roughly estimated that this glass bottle was worth at least 7 figures. It must be said that this system is truly impressive. Chinyu directly took out the multicolored glass bottle. Holding it in his hands, he examined it carefully. The quality and craftsmanship were so exquisite that even in ancient times, it would have been considered a precious treasure. And after centuries of historical refinement, it has become even more valuable. Chinyu found an empty shelf and placed the multicolored glass bottle on it. Now, his shop had another treasure. Oh, right, he had just obtained a new skill as well. Chinyu remembered that he had just obtained a jade appraisal skill. But what exactly was this jade appraisal skill? Was it for appraising jade or something like that? Once again, Chinyu summoned his personal information panel and carefully read the description of this skill. Jade appraisal skill can identify the material and value of all jade, and also see the jade within the raw stone. Upon reading the detailed description of this skill, Chinyu nodded satisfactorily. This skill seemed quite promising. With it, he might even be able to use it to buy a few stones in the future, and if he managed to cut out some jade or jadeite, he could strike it rich. Thinking about it further, Chinyu grew even more convinced that this skill was truly exceptional. By evening, Chinyu was sitting downstairs when he suddenly caught a whiff of a pleasant aroma. It smells so good. Whose house is cooking something so delicious? Chinyu muttered to himself, but as he kept sniffing, he realized that the scent seemed to be coming from his own home. Chinyu was puzzled. How could such a fragrant scent be coming from his own home? So, Chinyu closed the door of the antique shop and turned to go upstairs. "You're back?" Duanmu Shui saw Chinyu return and immediately lit up with a smile. Chinyu nodded and looked at her, asking, "What have you been doing at home?" "I could smell the fragrance from downstairs." At first, Chinyu was a bit unsure. After all, Duanmu Shui had only just started learning to cook, and her culinary skills weren't particularly impressive. What she made was barely edible. However, as soon as he stepped through the door, Chinyu immediately knew that the aroma was indeed coming from his own home. Du Shui heard Lin Chen's words and said to him, "Wait a moment." Then she turned around and walked straight into the kitchen. A few seconds later, she came out holding a plate. "Here, I was just making this. Here you go." Chinyu looked at the plate in Duanmu Shui's hands, which was filled with golden brown fried potato slices. Though they were of varying thicknesses, many of the edges were slightly burnt. However, he had to admit that it smelled quite fragrant, though he wondered how it tasted. "How did you learn to make this dish?" Chinyu couldn't help but ask curiously. Duanmu Shui placed the plate on the table and said, "I learned it on my phone. It's that video you always like to watch. I just opened it and started watching, and then I came across a video that said it would teach everyone how to make potato chips with zero failure, so I followed the instructions and gave it a try." Duanmu Shui heard the words foolproof and was instantly intrigued. She thought she had some potatoes at home, so she decided to give it a try. Chinyu nodded in understanding after hearing this. So she had learned it from Douyin. No wonder it's called the national app, it really does have everything. Now he could even teach someone how to cook. "Chinyu, try it and see if it's good." Duanmu Shui looked at Chinyu with anticipation. The video said it was easy to learn and guaranteed no failures, and it was definitely delicious. "I wonder if it's true or not." Chinyu picked up his chopsticks, took a slice of potato, and put it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, he couldn't help but nod in approval. "How is it? Is it tasty?" Duanmu Shui looked at Chinyu, asking eagerly. If that video dared to deceive her, she would unfollow her. Yes, unfollow. Chinyu looked at her expectant expression, smiled, and nodded, saying, "It tastes good, pretty tasty." "Really?" "Yes." Chinyu nodded. Although the potato slices were unevenly sliced, they still tasted pretty good. Duanmu Shui heard Chinyu say it tasted good and felt a surge of joy in her heart. She then said, "I'll go give her a thumbs up." Chinyu. Chapter 111, What are you talking about? Chinyu couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Like? This behavior is so childish. Duanmu Shui opened her phone, found the video she had just watched, and gave it a thumbs up with great seriousness. After putting down her phone, Duanmu Shui turned to see the smile on Chinyu's face and asked in confusion, "Chinyu, why are you laughing?" Out of the blue, why is Chinyu laughing? Duanmu Shui was completely baffled. "Nothing," Chinyu replied, his expression unchanged. "Nothing." Chinyu shook his head, feeling that the more time he spent with Duanmu Shui, the more adorable qualities he discovered in her. For instance, right now, he thought that the way Duanmu Shui was holding her phone to give a thumbs up looked just like a little elementary school student. Why are you suddenly laughing? Duanmu Shui looked at the smile on his lips and asked in disbelief. Xinyu put down his chopsticks and looked at her, saying, "Nothing, I just think it's cute that you went out of your way to give him a thumbs up." "What are you talking about?" Duanmu Shui's face flushed red. Cute? How could Xinyu use such a girly word to describe her? No one had ever described her that way before, not once in her entire life. "I just gave him a thumbs up. His method is feasible, and he didn't deceive me, so of course I praised him. When I was reviewing the memorials earlier, if I saw any points worth noting in the minister's submissions, I would also annotate them with praise." Duanmu Shui defended himself. Xinyu listened to her explanation, and suddenly a scene flashed through his mind, a circle of ministers with white beards, each writing memorials with serious expressions, then handing them to Duanmu Shui. Then, one by one, they waited like elementary school students for Duanmu Shui to grade their homework. Xinyu couldn't help but find the scene hilarious and almost burst out laughing again. However, seeing Ndu Shui's disapproving expression, Xinyu cleared his throat and changed the subject. "Alright, whatever you say. Let's eat quickly, I'm starting to feel hungry." "Alright, I'll go serve the rice right away." As soon as Duanmu Shui heard Xinyu say he was hungry, she immediately forgot about the previous topic and turned around to go back to the kitchen to serve rice for the two of them. After finishing their meal, the two sat on the sofa scrolling through Douyin. Watching Duanmu Shui intently focused on her phone, Xinyu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It seemed the allure of Douyin was truly extraordinary. Even Duanmu Shui, the Empress herself, had been captivated by it. After scrolling through Douyin for a while, the two parted ways to freshen up, then returned to their respective rooms to rest. The next morning, to be more precise, it was already morning. Xinyu slept until he woke up naturally. The sunlight filtered through the curtains and fell onto his body, warm and comfortable. Xinyu stretched lazily, then slowly sat up on the bed. Looking at the bright sky, he rubbed his eyes and checked his phone. It was already past 9 o'clock. So, Xinyu simply tossed aside the blankets, got out of bed, and walked out of the bedroom. "You're up already?" Duanmu Shui sat on the sofa, watching Xinyu emerge from the bedroom looking as though he had just woken up. At first, she was quite annoyed by Xinyu's habit of sleeping in, but over time, she had grown accustomed to his schedule and no longer found it unusual for him to get out of bed so late in the morning. "I've prepared breakfast. It's keeping warm on the stove. Please come and eat." Duanmu Shui got up early in the morning and prepared breakfast. After finishing her own meal, she was worried that Xinyu's portion might get cold, so she placed it in the pot to keep it warm. Xinyu nodded, went to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth, and then entered the kitchen to take the breakfast Duanmu Shui had prepared for him. Looking at the egg pancakes in the pan, Xinyu couldn't help but brighten up. He had originally thought that today's breakfast would be another bowl of rice porridge with barely any grains, but to his surprise, it was an egg pancake. Xinyu placed it on the table outside, sat down, and took a bite of the egg pancake. To be honest, it tasted pretty good. Looking at Duanmu Shui sitting on the sofa, Xinyu asked while eating the egg pancake, "How did you learn to make egg pancakes?" Duanmu Shui looked down at her phone and replied without looking up, "I learned from watching videos." "Great, another one who learned it from Douyin." Xinyu couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This Douyin is really great. I can't cook either, so if Ndu Shui follows Douyin's videos to learn how to cook, I'll have something delicious to eat in the future." Yesterday's crispy potato slices and today's egg pancakes tasted much better than the dishes she had made before. After finishing the egg pancakes, Xinyu said to Duanmu Shui, "I'm going to the antique street later." "The antique street? Can I come too?" Ndu Shui was overjoyed at the idea of going out and hurriedly asked, "You're going too? You're going too?" Xinyu hadn't originally planned to bring Duanmu Shui along, but upon further consideration, he decided it would be convenient for Duanmu Shui to take him to the place where she had seen the listening wind bottle last time, thus avoiding any unnecessary hassle. He nodded and said, "Alright, let's go together then. However, don't wear your dragon robe today. Wear the clothes we bought yesterday instead." Xinyu thought for a moment before speaking. After all, Duanmu Shui had already arrived in the modern world, so it was time for her to get used to wearing modern clothes when going out. After all, always wearing a dragon robe was a bit too attention-grabbing. Moreover, wearing ancient attire made it somewhat inconvenient to move around. Yesterday, when he was riding his electric scooter with her, the hem of her skirt occasionally dragged on the ground. If this keeps up, this expensive dragon robe will be worn out. After hearing Xinyu's words, Duanmu Shui shook her head and said, "But I feel like I'm wearing my dragon robe this modern clothing." "But you're already in the modern world now. You can't keep wearing your dragon robe out in public. You only have that one set of clothes. If it gets torn, I won't have anywhere to buy you a new one." Xinyu looked at her and spoke honestly. Ndu Shui's dragon robe was worth a fortune in the modern world, and even if one could afford it, the embroidery and craftsmanship were so exquisite that only a few master artisans in the modern world could replicate it. Duanmu Shui hesitated for a moment. Xinyu had a point. He really only had this one dragon robe. If it were to tear, there would be no place to buy another one. "Well, if I wear the clothes I bought yesterday, can you take me to eat chocolate-flavored ice cream?" Duan Muxue looked at Qin Yu and said in a bargaining tone. Chapter 112, you wouldn't be thinking of backing out, would you? Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh helplessly. This little girl actually dared to haggle with him? Chocolate-flavored ice cream, right? Alright, that's fine. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. She was indeed a true foodie. As long as there was something to eat, she was willing to compromise. Alright, deal. Duan Muxue looked at Qin Yu and said firmly. Alright, go change your clothes quickly. We'll leave shortly. Qin Yu said to Duan Muxue. Then the two of them went back to their respective rooms to change clothes. A few minutes later, Duan Muxue changed into the black three-quarter sleeve dress that Qin Yu had bought for her yesterday and slowly walked out of the room. To be honest, she still felt a bit uncomfortable wearing modern clothing, especially when she had to go out in it. When she was at home, she only had to face Qin Yu, so she didn't feel uncomfortable. However, the thought of dressing like this and going out to face so many people made Duan Muxue feel a bit uneasy. After all, Qin Yu was different to her. At that moment, Qin Yu had already changed into his clothes and was sitting on the sofa waiting for her. Seeing her come out slowly, he couldn't help but ask with a smile, "What's wrong? You've already changed, so come out quickly. We need to leave." Qin Yu watched her move slowly, seeming reluctant to come out, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Duan Muxue slowly stepped out and looked at Qin Yu, feeling a bit uneasy. Do I really have to wear this outfit? She still felt that her dragon robe was better. What's this? Are you trying to back out now? Qin Yu stood up and walked over to Duan Muxue, asking teasingly. No, I didn't say I was backing out. Duan Muxue hurriedly began to explain, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by Qin Yu. Oh my, I never expected that a once great empress would break her word. How disappointing. Qin Yu shook his head and sighed dramatically. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Duan Muxue's expression suddenly grew serious. She frowned and said, when have I ever broken my word? We'll leave immediately. I'll go out wearing this very outfit. Alright, you said it yourself. Qin Yu looked at her defiant expression and smiled. Hurry up and go. Don't forget the chocolate-flavored ice cream you promised me. Duan Muxue glanced at Qin Yu and said, still thinking about her chocolate-flavored ice cream. Alright, let's go. Qin Yu smiled and said, then the two of them walked out the door together. After leaving the house, Qin Yu rode his electric scooter, preparing to take Duan Muxue to the antique street. Duan Muxue hesitated, as wearing a skirt made it inconvenient, so she sat sideways on the back of the electric scooter and, as before, reached out her arms to wrap them around Qin Yu's waist. However, since Duan Muxue had changed into modern attire today, unlike the layered dragon robe she had worn before, the two of them were now separated by only two thin layers of clothing. Qin Yu suddenly felt a different temperature on his back, causing a unique sensation to arise in his heart. Qin Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, then said to Duan Muxue, let's get going. Yeah. Duan Muxue nodded from the back seat, and Qin Yu immediately twisted the handlebar, causing the small electric scooter to accelerate and head forward. The gentle summer breeze caressed their bodies. The weather today wasn't overly hot, and riding the electric scooter on the road with the breeze blowing against their faces felt incredibly comfortable. The two rode the electric scooter and arrived at the antique street they had visited last time in no time. Qin Yu parked the electric scooters in a small parking lot near the antique street and then walked into the street with Duan Muxue. The antique street was as usual, with 2 rows of old-fashioned shops, not very bustling, with only a few customers occasionally entering to take a look. The stalls were filled with old, rustic items, and the vendors sat on small stools, selling their wares day in and day out for decades. As people approached, a few vendors began to shout out their wares enthusiastically. Hey, handsome guys and beautiful ladies, come take a look at my wares. High-quality antiques, you won't be disappointed. Gentlemen and ladies, everything on my stall is genuine antique. Come take a look. Qin Yu heard their shouts and glanced at the 2 stalls. Not a single genuine item, all fakes. These days, vendors are getting bolder and bolder, not afraid to talk big. Qin Yu couldn't help but snort derisively, ignoring the loud hawking sounds around him. He turned his head and asked Duan Muxue, do you remember which shops we saw the wind listening bottle and the copper coins at last time? Duan Muxue nodded and said, I remember. It was at the stall about 50 steps ahead. Her memory had always been excellent, so she naturally remembered such details. Alright, let's go then. Qin Yu said, then walked straight ahead with Duan Muxue, arriving at the stall Duan Muxue had mentioned. That's the one. Duan Muxue pointed to a greenish-blue porcelain vessel with a uniform thickness from top to bottom, placed in the corner of the stall, and said. Qin Yu followed her gaze and, upon seeing the listening to the wind vase, couldn't help but let a look of admiration flicker across his eyes. Wow, it's indeed a listening to the wind vase, just as Duan Muxue said earlier. Although the quality isn't the finest, its appearance suggests it's an antique from the early days of the Chu dynasty. Wow, it really was a wind-listening bottle, just as Duan Muxue had said earlier. Although the quality wasn't the best, judging by its appearance, it should be an antique from the early days of the Great Chu Kingdom. It must be over 1,000 years old by now. If you were to sell it, it would easily fetch a 7-figure sum. Sir, do you have any favorites? Everything here is authentic antique, every single piece is genuine. The vendor noticed Qin Yu and Duanmu Shui approaching his stall and immediately smiled and addressed the two of them. Qin Yu glanced at him, gave a faint smile, and thought to himself, they're all genuine items. I bet there's only one genuine one here. Earlier, he had taken a quick look around. Among all the items on this stall, only this listening to the wind bottle was genuine. The rest were all counterfeit, one more fake than the next. There were 2 rings that were especially fake. If you gave him $10, he could buy a bunch of them from the wholesale market. However, there weren't many genuine items at the antique stalls on the street, so Qin Yu wasn't surprised. Sir, that bottle looks pretty nice. How much is it? Qin Yu pointed to the listening bottle in the corner and said, as that was what he had come for. The shop owner followed Qin Yu's gaze and looked in the direction he was pointing. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. He had placed the bottle in the farthest corner because he believed it was the least authentic item on his stall. But who would have thought that this young man would take a liking to it today? It's quite unbelievable. Chapter 113, Not a single penny more. Young man, you'd better think this through. This bottle doesn't look like the real thing. A middle-aged man, who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, said to Qin Yu. Although he wasn't an expert in this field, he often hung around this street in his spare time and had picked up a thing or two through osmosis. Hey, I said, sir, how can you talk like that? Everything on my stall is genuine. The stall owner immediately retorted, knowing deep down that his goods were genuine, but he couldn't very well admit in front of so many people that they were counterfeit. Besides, there was someone who didn't know any better and wanted to buy his stuff. He had to seize this opportunity. Qin Yu smiled and then said to the stall owner, who was looking at him with a righteous expression, Stall owner, how much is this bottle? Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the vendor's eyes lit up. Great, he really intends to buy it. This bottle is an antique from hundreds of years ago. It's worth at least this much. This bottle is an antique from hundreds of years ago. It's worth at least that much. As he spoke, the shopkeeper made a 5-finger gesture toward Qin Yu. 50? Qin Yu looked at the boss's gesture and spoke directly. What 50? 5,000. The boss looked at Qin Yu and said exaggeratedly. Are you kidding? I haven't made a single sale in months. Finally, I've caught a fat sheep, I've got to milk him for all he's worth. 5,000? You're asking for the moon. Before Qin Yu could even speak, the middle-aged man beside him spoke up first, staring at the vendor in disbelief. Then he immediately turned to Qin Yu and said, Young man, don't let him trick you. What scam? This is all the real deal. This is a genuine wind listening bottle from hundreds of years ago, the real thing. The boss immediately retorted. A wind listening bottle? Who are you trying to fool? You call that a wind listening bottle? The old man looked at the vendor in disbelief, then turned to Qin Yu and said, Young man, you're young, so you might not know, but this wind chime has smooth lines, a warm feel, and it spins when the wind blows, continuing for a long time. Look at the bottle, its appearance isn't top-notch, and besides, the wind is pretty strong today. Did you see it spin? The old man looked at the motionless bottle and said disdainfully. Qin Yu heard this and smiled softly to himself. This old man must read too many novels, but he does have a good heart. Uncle, I think this bottle looks pretty nice. I was thinking of buying it to keep as a collectible. Qin Yu said indifferently. Alright, if you want to buy it, then go ahead and buy it. The old man waved his hand and said, since this young man is willing to be deceived, there's nothing I can do about it. The vendor overheard Qin Yu's words and couldn't help but smile broadly. This is great. I'll finally be able to open shop today. Young man, you have good taste. Qin Yu smiled and then looked at the vendor and said, this bottle is indeed nice, but the price is a bit high. Young man, I'm telling you, this is the lowest price I can offer you. If you don't believe me, go ask around on this street. This bottle is definitely worth more than this price. The shopkeeper looked at Qin Yu with a pained expression, as if he were reluctantly parting with something dear. Alright, I'll go and find out. As he spoke, Qin Yu reached out to take Duanmu Shui's hand and turned to walk away. Hey, young man, don't go. The price is negotiable. The shopkeeper saw the two about to leave and hurriedly called out, if that young man really goes to ask around, I won't be able to sell this bottle. In that case, make me an offer, and I'll see if it's acceptable. The vendor relented. Qin Yu stopped in his tracks, turned around, and made a 2-finger gesture toward the vendor. The vendor looked at Qin Yu's gesture, hesitated for a moment, and said, 2,000? That's 3,000 yuan off the bat. This young man is really ruthless. Still, 2,000 yuan doesn't seem like a bad deal for me. But unexpectedly, Qin Yu shook his head. Not 2,000? The vendor frowned immediately. Not 2,000? That's 200? The vendor looked at Qin Yu and asked tentatively, 200 yuan? That's way too little for me to earn. However, as soon as he finished saying 200, he saw that Qin Yu had actually shaken his head again. Not 200? How many then? The vendor asked in confusion. 20. Qin Yu looked at him and said decisively. What? 20? Are you kidding me? The vendor said in disbelief. $20? Goodness gracious, I was asking for $5,000 in total, and this young man just walked in and knocked off $4,980 off the price. 20 yuan for this bottle? I might as well just give it to him for free. Duan Mushui listened as Qin Yu blurted out 20, and she too found it hard to believe. She had never bought anything before, let alone antiques, and had never even heard of haggling. Today, upon hearing Qin Yu cut the price so drastically, Duan Mushui couldn't help but whisper to Qin Yu, did you haggle too much? That's the point of haggling, you have to cut the price a lot. Qin Yu looked at her and said with a slight smile. But what if the boss thinks your offer is too low and refuses to sell to you? But what if the boss thinks your offer is too low and refuses to sell it to you? Qin Yu shrugged indifferently. If he doesn't want to sell it to me, then he doesn't have to. What's the big deal? Duan Mushui. Duan Mushui looked at Qin Yu with a puzzled expression. He had come today specifically to buy this wind listening bottle, so why was he saying this now? Qin Yu looked at her confused expression, smiled without comment, then whispered to her, just stay here and watch. You'll understand soon enough. Then, Qin Yu turned to the vendor and said, in any case, the price is $20. If you don't want to sell it, then forget it. No, young man, 20 yuan is way too little. Could you at least add a little more? The vendor said with a troubled look on his face. From 5,000 to 20? This guy sure knows how to haggle. Qin Yu looked at him indifferently and said, $20, not a single penny more. If you don't want to sell it, we'll go somewhere else. Qin Yu looked at him calmly and said, $20, not a penny more. If you don't want to sell it, we'll just go somewhere else. Saying this, Qin Yu turned around, took a step forward, and began to walk away with Duan Mushui. Hey, young man, wait a moment, don't go. Here's $20, just $20. Chapter 114, sure enough, TV dramas are all lies. The vendor saw Qin Yu about to leave and hurriedly called out, alright. $20 is $20. This bottle has been in my hands for quite some time now. Selling it at a low price is better than just letting it sit here. $20 is a bit on the low side, but even a little is better than nothing, and I can still buy a fancy version of a pancake roll with it. Thinking about it this way, the vendor felt much better. Qin Yu heard the stall owner's voice and stopped in his tracks. He turned around and said to him, Sir, are you sure? $20. Once it's sold, there's no taking it back. The vendor sighed lightly, then nodded as if he had made up his mind and said, alright, $20. No regrets. Qin Yu looked at Duan Mushui and gave her a meaningful glance, as if to say, see? I told you it would be fine. Duan Mushui looked at the vendor, who had actually agreed, and couldn't believe it. From 5,000 yuan to 20 yuan, the difference was enormous. Moreover, she recalled hearing Qin Yu mention earlier that this wind listening bottle was extremely valuable in modern times, enough to allow her to eat fried chicken every day for the rest of her life. Yet the owner agreed to sell it to Qin Yu. She didn't know much else, but she knew that $20 could buy a small portion of fried chicken. This boss must be a bit silly, right? Qin Yu directly pulled out $20 from his pocket. He happened to have exactly $20 in cash, so he didn't even need to use mobile payment. The boss took the money from Qin Yu and handed him the bottle that had been sitting in the corner. Qin Yu took the bottle, glanced at the patterns on it, and nodded with a smile. The middle-aged man who had been urging Qin Yu not to buy it watched the scene unfold, couldn't help but sigh softly, and shook his head. This kid, he's even losing 20 yuan on this. However, since the other party was willing to buy it, he didn't say much more. Let's go. Qin Yu held the bottle and said to Duan Mushui, then Duan Mushui followed Qin Yu forward. Qin Yu, why is that? You said this listening wind bottle was very valuable. Why did the shopkeeper agree to sell it to you for such a low price? Duan Mushui asked in confusion. In her opinion, the shop owner had clearly made a losing deal, and with Qin Yu haggling so fiercely, the shop owner really seemed pitiful. Qin Yu looked at her confused expression, weighed the listening wind bottle in his hand, and explained to Duan Mushui, the listening wind bottle is very valuable, but this boss doesn't know what it is. What? Duan Mushui's eyes widened in surprise. Was it a wind listening bottle? But didn't he just tell you it was a wind listening bottle? Duan Mushui felt a bit confused. She clearly remembered the vendor saying it was a wind listening bottle, and that it had at least a few hundred years of history. Why did Qin Yu say the vendor didn't know it was a wind listening bottle? Qin Yu looked at her confused expression and couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. He then whispered an explanation to her. He thought it was a fake, but to sell it, he claimed it was genuine. In other words, he had claimed the fake item was genuine in order to sell it, but he hadn't expected it to actually be genuine. After listening to Qin Yu's explanation, Duan Mushui nodded and summarized. What's real is real, and what's fake is fake. How can you make it sound like a tongue twister like that? Qin Yu listened to Duan Mushui's words and teased her playfully. However, you're right. Duan Mushui snorted coldly upon hearing this, so this vendor is just scamming people. I actually felt sorry for him just now, but now it's clear he deserves it. She had just thought that Chinyu had driven the price down so low, thinking the vendor was really struggling, but it turns out he was just scamming people. Humph. Now it's clear he really deserves it. Alright, let's go. Didn't you say last time that you saw some ancient copper coins? Let's go take a look. Chinyu looked at Duan Mushue's angry expression and smiled as he spoke to her. Ending with a smile, he walked toward the ancient city gate. As soon as Duan Mushue heard Chinyu mention copper coins, her attention was immediately diverted. She pointed to a shop ahead and said to Chinyu, "It's in that shop up ahead. I saw several copper coins like the ones you want there earlier. Let's go check it out." Chinyu took a step forward toward the shop ahead, wondering if those few copper coins were still there. The two entered the shop. Chinyu glanced around the shop. The last time he had been here, his mind had been elsewhere, and he hadn't looked around carefully, which was why he had missed the wind listening bottle and the copper coins that Duan Mushue had mentioned. This time, he would take a good look. "Chinyu, it's right there." Duan Mushue pointed to the glass cabinet in front of them and whispered to Chinyu. Chinyu followed the direction in Du Shui was pointing and looked carefully at the few copper coins displayed in the glass cabinet. They were indeed genuine, and they were coins from the Chu dynasty. Chinyu gave Duan Mushue an approving glance. She was indeed the Empress of the Great Chu dynasty. She recognized the currency from her own era. However, he still had one more question. "But how did you figure that out? Aren't you supposed to have been staying in the palace all this time? And didn't ancient emperors never carry money when they went out?" Chinyu looked at Duan Mushue and asked, "Isn't that how it's always portrayed in TV dramas? The classic plot where the emperor forgets to bring money when he goes out." Duan Mushue looked at Chinyu and said defiantly, "Who told you that? How could I go out without money? Do you think I just eat and drink for free when I go out?" Chinyu sighed lightly. "Alright, it seems like TV dramas really are all lies." Chinyu rubbed his nose, then walked up to the copper coins and tapped the glass display case. "Hello, sir, may I help you with something?" The shop owner heard the sound and walked over to Chinyu. Chinyu pointed to the few copper coins in the glass display case and said, "I'll take these copper coins." The shopkeeper glanced at Chinyu and asked, "You want all of these copper coins?" "Yes, that's right." Upon hearing this, the boss immediately laughed and said, "I won't charge you extra. $100 each, for in total, how about $400? Chinyu smiled and said, "I'll take all four, but that's $400. This guy is an old Zhang, so there's no need to be so polite with him." "What? $400? This? A fixed price. If you don't want to sell, forget it," Chinyu said lightly. The boss, upon hearing him say it was fine, immediately changed his tone and said, "Oh, come on, okay, $100 is $100. It's whatever we can make, isn't it?" Chinyu was just about to pay when a voice suddenly came from beside him. "Sir, I'll take this." Chapter 115, Give me your bank card number. Chinyu and the shop owner heard the sound and turned their heads simultaneously, looking in the direction the sound came from. They saw a man wearing a black short-sleeved shirt slowly walking toward them. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with gray hair at his temples. Upon hearing his words, the shop owner's eyes lit up. What was going on today? Those few copper coins had been lying there for nearly 2 years, and no one had ever bothered to ask about them. He never expected someone would come to buy them today, and not just one but two. This made things much easier. Since two people were interested, he could raise the price and let them compete, and in the end, he could make a nice profit. So the shopkeeper immediately smiled at the customers and asked, "Sir, you also want our copper coins?" "No problem, but this is the price." Before the shop owner could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Ndu Shui. Before the boss could finish speaking, he was abruptly interrupted by Duan Mushue. "What's wrong with you? You already agreed to sell it to us. How can you go back on your word?" Duan Mushue heard that the shop owner actually wanted to sell it to someone else, and she felt a surge of anger. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed, and she glared at him with a hint of anger. The shop owner gave a nervous laugh and said hesitantly, "In our line of work, we operate on a cash-on-delivery basis. Once the money is paid, the goods are yours. But now, we haven't received any payment, and we haven't delivered the goods either." The implication was clear: since they hadn't paid yet, he was free to sell it to someone else. "You!" Duan Mushue suddenly felt furious and was about to confront the shop owner when she heard the man in the black short-sleeved shirt speak again. "When did I say I wanted to buy these few copper coins from you?" "Shopkeeper. No, you're not buying these few copper coins? Then what are you buying?" The shopkeeper looked at the man in confusion. The man pointed at the bottle in Chinyu's hand and said, "I want to buy the bottle he's holding." The shop owner heard his words and instinctively turned his head to look at Chinyu's hand, his expression immediately falling. He had just thought that he was going to buy these few copper coins, so he had planned to take advantage of the situation to make a little extra money, which is why he had changed his mind and didn't want to sell them to the young man. So, does that mean his earlier words ruined his business? Oh no, what should he do now? Chinyu heard the man's words and immediately raised his eyebrows. He wanted to buy the wind-listening bottle from him? Could it be that this person was a connoisseur who recognized its value? Are you interested in buying the bottle I'm holding? Shinyu looked at the person in front of him and asked in a casual tone. The man nodded and said, "May I take a look at the bottle in your hand?" Shinyu looked at him, thought for a moment, then nodded and handed him the bottle he was holding. The man took the bottle from Shinyu's hand, examined it carefully, then reached out to touch the bottom of the bottle, and couldn't help but smile and nod. "Not bad, I like this bottle. How much do you want for it?" The man smiled and handed the bottle back to Shinyu, saying to him, "Wait, sir, this bottle isn't an antique. It's not worth much. Why don't you take a look at the other items in my shop?" The shop owner chimed in from the side, "That bottle in his hand isn't worth much at all. The items in my shop are worth more than that." The man smiled and shook his head, saying, "I just want the bottle in his hand." The man didn't even acknowledge the shopkeeper's words, seeming to have set his sights on the bottle in Shinyu's hand. "Alright, young man, I'll give you 2 million for that bottle in your hand. What do you say?" The man looked at Shinyu and spoke directly. 2 million? Upon hearing the man's words, the shop owner couldn't help but gasp in shock. I never expected this person to be even more naive than the young man next to him, blurting out 2 million right off the bat. This broken bottle isn't worth 200,000, let alone 200,000. Some customers who were browsing around the store overheard the conversation. After hearing that someone was offering 2 million to buy the bottle in Shinyu's hands, they all turned to look. Shinyu heard the man offer 2 million for the listening to the wind bottle in his hands, and his heart stirred slightly, but on the surface, he remained calm and composed, showing no sign of emotion. He had always known that the wind listening bottle in his possession was worth that price, but he hadn't expected someone to come looking for it so soon. "Are you sure?" Shinyu asked, looking at him. "That's right." The man nodded, his expression unwavering. Those nearby heard this and began to whisper among themselves. "No way, 2 million? Are you kidding me? Yeah, what kind of bottle is that guy holding? How can it be worth so much money? Come on, it's just a bottle. You can buy it on Taobao for 20 yuan. Exactly, the bottle doesn't look that great either. It's probably not even the real thing, yet someone is willing to pay 2 million for it." More and more people gathered around, and even those passing by the entrance couldn't resist coming in to see what the commotion was about. Old Wu, the vendor who had sold the bottle to Shinyu earlier, had just used Shinyu's 20 yuan to buy a deluxe version of the pancake with 2 eggs and 2 sausages at the street corner. When he arrived here and saw the crowd gathered around, he also curiously pushed his way through to join the crowd and watch the commotion. "Hey, isn't that the bottle I just sold? Someone is actually willing to pay 2 million for it? What a little cutie. Give it to the little cutie. Open the door, you fool." Old Wu, the stall owner, couldn't help but sigh to himself. Shinyu looked at the man in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. This man had asked for 2 million yuan for his bottle right off the bat. Was he trying to trick him? The man noticed Shinyu's doubts and spoke directly. "If you don't believe me, you can give me your card number and I'll transfer the money to you right now." Shinyu hesitated for a moment, but since the man had spoken so decisively, he decided to give him his card number. Shinyu thought about it. Since the man had said that, he probably wasn't trying to deceive him, and 2 million wasn't a bad deal either. This wind listening vase was indeed authentic and had been around for quite some time, but the craftsmanship wasn't top-notch. Selling it for 2 million was already a good price any higher, and it wouldn't fetch more. Therefore, Shinyu nodded and directly provided his bank account number to the buyer. The man immediately took out his phone and began operating it. Ding! Ding dong! A moment later, Shinyu's phone buzzed with a text message notification. Chapter 116, Can you provide evidence to prove it? Shinyu took out his phone and saw a notification that money had been deposited into his bank account. Looking at the balance on the card, Shinyu was also slightly taken aback. He never expected to have earned 2 million yuan in one go. This was truly an unexpected turn of events. Who would have thought that this trip would turn him into a wealthy man overnight? Shinyu couldn't help but feel a bit emotional, then directly handed the listening flask in his hand to the person in front of him. "Here you go, cash on delivery." The man took the listening wind bottle from Shinyu's hand, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Those standing nearby watched as the man took the seemingly ordinary bottle with a smile on his face, and couldn't help but shake their heads. Sigh, he doesn't look that young anymore. Could he be senile? This bottle? It's not worth 2 million. That's exactly what they mean when they say rich but stupid. Exactly, that bottle is obviously fake. They spent 2 million on a fake item and are still thrilled about it. You know, that guy is also pretty bad. He knew it was fake and still charged someone 2 million to sell it to them. That's really taking advantage of people. Oh well, that's just how it goes in the antique business. One person is willing to give, and the other is willing to take. There's not much else to say about it. The onlookers couldn't help but whisper among themselves, most of them thinking that the man had spent 2 million on a fake vase and had really gotten ripped off. However, just at that moment, several people suddenly entered from outside. "Teacher, how did you get here so quickly?" A boy wearing a white t-shirt spoke first, then quickly walked up to the person who had bought the bottle of Shinyu. I was just browsing around and bought a bottle. The man smiled when he saw the newcomers and said, "Bought a bottle?" asked the boy in the white t-shirt, then looked closely at the bottle in his hand. "Teacher," the boy in the white t-shirt paused, hesitating to speak as he looked at the person in front of him. The man looked at him hesitatingly, smiled, and then slowly began to speak. "What's wrong with this bottle? Tell me about it." The young man hesitated for a moment before speaking. "This bottle doesn't have a lustrous color, and from its appearance, it seems to be a replica of a listening to the wind bottle from the Great Chu dynasty. Unfortunately, it only replicates the basic design and fails to capture the essence of the original. As the name suggests, the wind listening base is designed to sway gently with the wind when it blows. However, now." The man had placed the bottle on a nearby cabinet, yet the bottle showed no signs of movement. It was clear that it was not an authentic piece. "Are you saying that I just spent 2 million on a fake wind listening bottle?" The man smiled faintly, his expression calm. 2 million? Are you joking, sir?" The young man looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. His teacher had actually spent 2 million on a fake bottle? At that moment, the shop owner, who had been standing by the side the whole time, also spoke up. "That's right, young man. Your teacher just spent 2 million to buy this fake bottle from this young man." Xinyu, who was standing nearby, glanced at the shopkeeper and scoffed. "Fake bottle? Ha ha." However, before he could say anything, Duan Mushui, who was standing beside him, spoke up. "How dare you speak to us like that? How can you say this bottle is fake? This is the genuine article, the genuine wind listening bottle," Duan Mushui said angrily. The shopkeeper had just gone back on his word, and now he was making up nonsense, claiming their wind listening bottle was fake. It was truly despicable. "Hey, young lady, I've been running this antique shop on this street for over a decade. Do you think I can't tell the difference between genuine and fake? If you claim this bottle is a genuine listening wind bottle, what proof can you provide?" The shopkeeper looked at Du Shui and said, "You're a pretty young thing, but you're so young and inexperienced. How could this old bottle be real?" Duan Mushui was momentarily speechless. This bottle was from her Chu dynasty days. How could she not recognize it? But she couldn't just say that outright. Xinyu had warned her earlier that if anyone found out she was from the Great Chu kingdom, she would be taken away by the local authorities, and that would cause a lot of trouble. Then how can you prove that this bottle isn't real? Duan Mushui's eyes narrowed sharply, emanating an intimidating aura that sent a chill down one's spine. The shopkeeper had intended to say something else, but a single glare from Duan Mushui was enough to send a chill down his spine. The words that had been on the tip of his tongue stumbled and stuttered, and he couldn't utter a single syllable. "This." The shopkeeper's lips twitched, but he couldn't utter a single word. At that moment, the young man in the white t-shirt beside him looked at Xinyu and spoke up. "Since you sold this bottle to my teacher, why don't you explain why it's genuine? This young man doesn't seem very old. How could someone so young be involved in such a deceitful scheme?" The teacher, too, he is an expert in this field. He has been doing this for decades and has never missed a thing. How could he possibly be fooled by a young man and a young woman today? Could it really be that he is getting too old? Xinyu chuckled softly, then pointed to the bottle on the cabinet and said, "You say this isn't a real wind listening bottle. Have you ever seen a real one?" "This." The young man hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, "This wind listening bottle is a rare treasure. There are only a few pieces that have been passed down, and I have never seen one before." Xinyu smiled and said, "Legend has it that this wind listening bottle spins when it catches the wind and never stops. However, that is not the case. It is merely a myth that later generations added to give the wind listening bottle an air of mystery. The true wind listening bottle has a consistent thickness throughout its body. When the wind blows, it does indeed emit a crisp sound, but this occurs under specific conditions. Though there is wind today, it is insufficient to cause the wind listening bottle to sway. It is only in winter, when the weather is cold and the wind is biting, that the porcelain, due to the cold temperature, becomes even colder. At that time, it will produce subtle sounds and movements as the wind blows." After hearing Qinyu's words, the young man in the white t-shirt looked skeptical and didn't quite believe what Qinyu had said. However, the elderly man standing nearby smiled and nodded, his gaze toward Qinyu unconsciously revealing a hint of approval. "I didn't expect this young man, though still so young, to know so much. Moreover, this wind listening bottle has another unique feature." Qinyu paused for a moment before continuing. "What feature?" the young man asked immediately. Chapter 117, is this it? Have we encountered an expert? The young man looked at Qinyu with curiosity, wondering what else he could possibly say next. "This wind listening bottle has another unique feature. Its base is shaped like a hexagon. The designer intentionally designed it this way to prevent it from falling over when moved by the wind. However, you can't feel it unless you touch it carefully." Qinyu looked at him and spoke slowly. After hearing Qinyu's words, the man approached the bottle with a mix of belief and doubt. He picked up the bottle, reached out, and touched the bottom of it. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was indeed as Qinyu had described. The bottom of the bottle was hexagonal, though the markings were extremely faint and barely discernible without careful examination. The man was startled, his eyes widening in astonishment as he glanced at Chinyu, then turned to look at his teacher. Master, is what he said true? The man whispered to the person he called master, who was the one who had bought Chinyu's bottle. The man in the black short-sleeved jacket nodded and looked at him, saying, what the young man just said is correct. This wind listening bottle isn't as mysterious as the legends claim. It's simply that under specific conditions, it can indeed be moved by the wind and produce a faint sound. The most valuable aspect of this wind listening bottle lies in its craftsmanship. The best ones are made in celadon green. Though this particular bottle isn't considered top tier, its age, craftsmanship, and the lines of the bottle itself are all quite excellent, making it highly collectible. So, I didn't spend those $2 million in vain. After hearing his words, the young man in the white t-shirt finally nodded in realization. So that's how it is. I knew it. How could the teacher have made such a mistake? Although he believed it, the shop owner and the crowd of onlookers didn't think so. They wondered if the old man was just making things up, talking about how old it was, the craftsmanship, and the color. I said to the old man, you wouldn't be afraid of being scammed and feeling embarrassed, so you're just going along with what the young man is saying, would you? The shopkeeper looked at him and sneered. He's been in this business for so many years, and he's never heard of such a thing. How dare you speak to me like that? Our teacher is an expert in this field. How could he possibly be making things up? The boy in the white t-shirt spoke up directly. Expert? What kind of expert? These days, you can call yourself an expert just by pulling someone off the street. The shopkeeper chuckled, looking unconvinced. Our teacher is Chi Yunyan. He's a professor in the history department at Imperial Capital University and an expert in antique appraisal. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, the young man immediately retorted in a defiant tone. What? Imperial Capital University? Professor? Although the shopkeeper had never heard of Chi Yunyan, the words Imperial Capital University professor left him momentarily speechless. As everyone knows, Imperial Capital University is one of the top universities in the country, and anyone who teaches there must be no ordinary person. However, you say he's a professor at Imperial Capital University, so he must be. How do we know if it's true or not? Maybe you're just bragging. The shopkeeper glanced at them and said with a skeptical expression. The boy in the white t-shirt, who was clinging to the shopkeeper, suddenly became furious. How dare this blind man doubt his teacher's identity? However, in his haste, he couldn't think of a quick way to prove his teacher's identity, leaving him speechless and unsure of how to respond. You're right, he really did. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from nearby. The boy and the shopkeeper both turned their heads to look, and it was none other than Chinyu who had spoken. How did you know it was him? The shopkeeper looked at Chinyu and asked curiously. Chinyu directly handed his phone to him and slowly said, just search it on Baidu. After hearing the young man's words, Chinyu also had a hint of doubt. However, he quickly dismissed it, reasoning that someone who could produce 2 million yuan on the spot was certainly no ordinary person. Moreover, they had no reason to deceive them, as they were the ones who stood to gain. So Chinyu simply took out his phone, opened Baidu, and searched for the name Chi Yunyan. Since he was a professor at the Imperial Capital University and claimed to be an expert in antique appraisal, he should have some fame, and Baidu should be able to find him. Sure enough, Chinyu searched and actually found it. Professor of History at Imperial Capital University, a seasoned expert in antique appraisal, and previously invited by the National Historical Relics Appraisal Institution to serve as an appraiser. The shop owner read aloud the description on Chinyu's phone screen, word for word. After finishing, the shop owner couldn't believe his eyes. After all that, this guy was actually a genuine antique appraiser. Goodness gracious, is this for real? This person is actually an authenticator. Really? Here's the photo. It's him. Wow, a professor from the history department of Imperial Capital University? So that means this bottle is real? Of course it's real. A seasoned antique appraiser wouldn't make a mistake like that. So, what that young man just said is all true. Wow, this is the first time in my life I've seen a real antique up close. The crowd gathered around quickly pulled out their phones to search online, and discovered that the person who had spent 2 million on listening to the wind base was indeed a genuine antique appraiser. This indirectly proved that the bottle was indeed the genuine listening to the wind bottle, and the young man hadn't been deceiving anyone. Old Wu, the vendor selling pancakes in the crowd, was completely speechless. What was going on? The bottle he had just sold for 20 yuan was actually a genuine wind-hearing bottle. In less than a moment, this young man has already sold it for 2 million? Suddenly, the pancake in my hand doesn't taste as good anymore. The vendor, Old Wu, was so upset he could have cried. He couldn't even bring himself to eat the pancake in his hands anymore, wishing he could just slap himself. He was such an idiot for trading a $2 million wind-listening bottle for a pancake. I regret it so much I could die. The shopkeeper standing nearby was also completely dumbfounded. He had just been insisting that the bottle was definitely fake, but it turned out that after all the commotion, the fool was himself. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd around him, Chi Yunyan smiled indifferently and turned his head to look at Chinyu beside him. Young man, what's your name? Chapter 118. In any case, this is the price. Take it or leave it. Shinyu heard Chi Yunyan ask him, glanced at him, and replied, Shinyu. Shinyu. Chi Yunyan repeated softly, then looked at him and nodded in praise. You're young, but you have good eyesight. Shinyu curved his lips into a smile and said casually, nothing much, just a coincidence. Chi Yunyan listened to Shinyu's words and smiled without comment. This young man had spoken so convincingly about the listening wind bottle earlier that even his own students, whom he had taught for years, didn't understand it as thoroughly as he did. He didn't believe it was a coincidence. He suspected the other was just being modest. Shinyu, do you also study antiques? Chi Yunyan looked at Shinyu and asked curiously. After all, someone who knew so much couldn't be an outsider. Shinyu smiled and replied, sort of. I know a little here and there. You didn't look like you knew just a little bit earlier. Chi Yunyan said with a smile, looking at Shinyu. Shinyu just smiled without saying a word, then heard Chi Yunyan's student speak up. Teacher, Professor Wang and the others are still waiting for us. Chi Yunyan nodded and said to Shinyu, young man, I have some business to attend to. I'll take my leave now. We'll meet again someday. Shinyu gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, and Chi Yunyan turned and walked away. The young man in the white t-shirt picked up the wind-catching bottle from the cabinet, nodded briefly at Shinyu, and followed Chi Yunyan out the door. Watching their departing figures, Shinyu said to Duanmu Shui, let's go too. Although Duanmu Shui didn't know what a history professor from the Imperial Capital University was, she could tell from everyone's behavior that they must believe the wind listening bottle was real. She nodded and prepared to follow Shinyu out. Hey, young man, wait a moment. The shop owner saw that Shinyu and the others were about to leave and hurriedly called out. What's going on? Is there something else? Shinyu stopped in his tracks, turned around, and asked indifferently. The shopkeeper gave a fawning smile and then looked at Shinyu and said, weren't you just asking for these few copper coins from my shop? Look at you now. That young man just now could actually tell the difference between the genuine listening wind bottle and the fake one? That must mean he has exceptional discernment. He took a good look at my copper coins just now, so does that mean my copper coins are genuine after all? Does that mean I can make a profit too? The shopkeeper's heart leaped with joy, and he looked at Shinyu with a fawning smile. Shinyu looked at the shopkeeper's fawning smile, which was completely different from his earlier expression, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Then, glancing at the 4 copper coins in the cabinet, he spoke slowly. You're talking about those 4 copper coins, aren't you? I just thought the craftsmanship was pretty decent, so I wanted to buy them to use as ornaments. Shopkeeper. Hey, buddy, you're not joking with me, are you? As ornaments? You mean you're saying these copper coins aren't real? The shopkeeper said in disbelief. He had just thought the young man had good eyesight, and since he wanted to buy them, they must be genuine ancient copper coins. But now he was saying he just wanted to buy it as a decorative item? Does that mean these copper coins aren't real? Shinyu smiled without confirming or denying it, then pointed to Duanmu Shui beside him and said, these copper coins were probably made before this little girl was even born. The shopkeeper followed his gaze and looked at Indu Shui. Though the young girl had just exuded an intimidating aura, she didn't appear to be more than 20 years old. So, these copper coins must be counterfeit replicas. After all, 20 years ago, who would still be making copper coins? Young man, I'm not well educated, don't try to deceive me. The shopkeeper said to Shinyu with a bitter expression, thinking he had finally gotten a chance to make some money, only to be told that his items were fake. The psychological blow was enormous. Shinyu looked at his dejected expression and smiled to himself. He hadn't deceived him. The copper coins did indeed appear to be from the Great Chu era, and although Duanmu Shui was only 20 years old, she was indeed born during that time. These few copper coins were indeed as he had said, likely dating back to a time before Duanmu Shui was even born. Seeing the shopkeeper's hesitant expression, Shinyu shrugged indifferently and said, believe it or not, it's up to you. If you don't want to sell them, then I'll just leave. With that, Shinyu turned to leave. Hey, don't go, young man, sell it, I'll buy it. The shopkeeper hurriedly called out to Shinyu. Since these copper coins weren't real, and so many people had heard about it, no one would probably come to buy them in the future. It would be better to sell them to this young man. $100 is still money, after all. It's better than just keeping them in your pocket. Shinyu listened to the shopkeeper and said directly, alright, for copper coins, $20. What? $20? Didn't you just say 100? The shopkeeper stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he heard. That was earlier, this is now. Anyway, it's only $20. If you don't want to sell it, forget it. Qin Yuyan said lightly, looking unconcerned. After all, hadn't Qi Yunian just agreed to sell it to him? But later, when he mistakenly thought Qi Yunian was going to buy it, didn't he also back out? Qin Yu said casually, looking unconcerned. Hadn't he just agreed to sell it to him? But when he mistakenly thought Qi Yunian was going to buy it, didn't he back out too? Therefore, the price he mentioned earlier naturally couldn't be considered valid anymore. The shop owner listened to Qin Yu's words and looked at the two of them with a troubled expression. Selling it for 400 yuan had already been reduced to 100 yuan, and now it was down to 20 yuan. The difference was simply too great. But if he didn't sell it, he probably wouldn't be able to sell it later either. Never mind, never mind. Let's just make a little money while we can. Alright, 20 it is. The shopkeeper said, gritting his teeth. Shinyu curved his lips slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, then he scanned the QR code with his phone and transferred 20 yuan to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper took 4 copper coins from the glass case and handed them to Shinyu. Alright, the money has been transferred. Cash on delivery, no returns or exchanges. The shopkeeper sighed helplessly. Well, at least I made $20. It's better than keeping it here and not making a single penny. After saying that, Shinyu turned to Duanmu Shui and said, let's go. I'll take you to buy some chocolate-flavored ice cream. As soon as Duanmu Shui heard the word food, her eyes lit up, and she smiled and nodded at Shinyu. Okay. It's so hot today, she's been wanting to eat it for a while. Then, the two of them turned around and walked straight out. Chapter 119, It's okay, I believe you. After leaving the antique street, Shinyu took Duanmu Shui to a nearby dessert shop. Here, take a look and see what you'd like to eat. Shinyu directly placed the visually appealing menu in front of Duanmu Shui. Today, he had made quite a bit of money and wanted to treat Duanmu Shui to a nice meal. Can I order anything I want from this menu? Duanmu Shui looked at the pictures on the menu with sparkling eyes and asked, all the pictures look so good. There are so many things I've never seen before. Shinyu looked at her and smiled, nodding. Order whatever you want. Then I'll just order something random. Is everything here iced? Duanmu Shui looked at the pictures on the menu and asked curiously. These pictures look different from the ice cream Shinyu bought for her before, but they all look so pretty and seem delicious. Shinyu looked at the menu and said, some are ice cream, some are desserts. It's okay, if you want to eat them, just order a few more portions. But don't order too much ice cream, eating too much might give you a stomachache. Shinyu reminded him, after all, ice cream is something that can cause diarrhea if you eat too much of it. Duanmu Shui didn't know if she had heard him, but she stared intently at the menu, smiled, and nodded, then pointed to the picture and said, Shinyu, I'll have that one. Shinyu looked at the picture she was pointing at and said, strawberry smoothie, sure. I'll have this one too. Shinyu looked at it and nodded, saying, vanilla ice cream, sure. I want this one too. Duanmu Shui pointed to another picture on the menu and said, white chocolate waterfall, that's fine too. Shinyu smiled and nodded in agreement. I want one of these too. Shinyu turned his head to take a look, matcha ice cream, sure. I want some more. This time, before Duanmu Shui could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Shinyu. Alright, you've already ordered several ice creams. Be careful not to eat too much or you'll get a stomachache. Shinyu directly took the menu from her hands. Duanmu Shui had already ordered 3 ice creams, and if she ordered any more, she'd probably end up with gastroenteritis. Duanmu Shui watched as Shinyu took the menu from her hands, her face immediately drooping. She looked at Shinyu and said stubbornly, but I still want to eat more. I saw there are lots of other ice creams that look really good on the menu. Shinyu immediately refused, no way. You've already ordered several ice creams. If you have any more, you'll end up with a stomachache. Then you won't be able to eat ice cream for the next few months. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Shinyu had no choice but to pull out his trump card. Upon hearing that she wouldn't be able to eat ice cream for several months, Duanmu Shui's spirits immediately sank. Well, compared to not being able to eat ice cream for several months, she'd just eat a little less today. Shinyu looked at her pitiful little expression, shook his head helplessly, and smiled softly. Alright, I'll add a tiramisu cake for you. What's tiramisu? What is that? Duanmu Shui furrowed her brows, looking at Shinyu with a blank expression. Shinyu thought for a moment and explained, it's a delicious dessert. Okay. Although she didn't know what tiramisu was, as soon as Shinyu said it was delicious, Duanmu Shui nodded eagerly in agreement. Shinyu smiled and then called the waiter over to place the order. After placing their order, the two sat down at their table and waited for the ice cream to arrive. After a short while, the waiter brought over the ice cream and desserts they had ordered. Here's your dessert. Enjoy your meal. The waiter placed their order on the table and turned to leave. Duanmu Shui looked at the dessert in front of her, her eyes lighting up. The desserts here all looked so beautiful and... Shinyu looked at her childlike expression, smiled, and handed her the spoon, saying, Alright, stop looking. Eat up. Duanmu Shui took the spoon, smiled, and nodded before scooping a spoonful of strawberry ice cream into her mouth. This ice cream. Duanmu Shui was about to say how delicious this ice cream was, but upon seeing the smile on Shinyu's lips, she forced herself to swallow the rest of her words, her face turning slightly red. No, I should behave a little more reserved. Otherwise, Shinyu will make fun of me. This ice cream tastes pretty good. That's good, go ahead and eat. Shinyu looked at the expression on her face and couldn't help but find it amusing, but he managed to suppress the smile on his lips. If he laughed out loud, Duanmu Shui would definitely think he was mocking her, and then she'd probably throw a tantrum at him. Duan Shui responded softly, then began to eat heartily. While eating the ice cream, Duan Shui couldn't help but marvel to herself. Modern food was so delicious, and there were so many varieties. The various flavors of the ice cream alone were enough to leave her spellbound. Xinyu sat across from her, watching Duan Shui eat with such satisfaction, and couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. He noticed that whenever there was food around, Duan Shui acted like a child, completely losing the arrogant demeanor of an empress she had displayed upon first arriving. Moreover, after spending these days together, he gradually sensed that as Duan Shui grew more familiar with him, she became less reserved and no longer carried the same domineering and aloof demeanor she had when she first arrived. After all, girls should be a little more adorable. What's wrong, Xinyu? Why aren't you eating? Duan Shui looked up and saw Xinyu staring at her with a smile, but the spoon in front of him hadn't moved at all. Xinyu looked at her, noticing a small piece of strawberry jam on her lips, and smiled as he reached out to wipe it away. Xinyu noticed a small spot of strawberry jam on her lips and smiled as he reached out to wipe it away naturally. You should be more careful when eating. You even got it on your lips. You look like a little kitten. Duan Shui blushed instantly upon hearing Xinyu's words. The corners of her lips still seemed to retain the warmth of his fingers. What a little kitten. When had she ever been described like that before? I didn't. Stop slandering me here. Duan Shui lowered her head, unable to meet Xinyu's gaze, and whispered in defense. Xinyu nodded in agreement, pointing at the avocado, and smiled. Alright, I was just joking. Go ahead and eat. That's more like it. Alright, hurry up and eat. Duan Shui pursed her lips and said to Xinyu. Xinyu shook his head and said, I don't like sweet things. You eat it. You don't like these? I should have known. I shouldn't have ordered so much. Duan Shui initially thought that Xinyu would also eat them, so when she ordered earlier, she ordered enough for 2 people. Xinyu leaned back in his chair and said to her, It's okay, I trust you. Duan Shui? Chapter 120, you said it yourself, no backing out now. Duan Shui looked at Xinyu with a puzzled expression. What was he thinking? What do you believe in me? Duan Shui looked at Xinyu and asked, a bit confused. I believe in your appetite. You can definitely finish it all by yourself. Xinyu said with a slight smile. Duan Shui was suddenly speechless, her face flushing. Was Xinyu implying that she had eaten a lot? However, her appetite was indeed quite large, and besides, this ice cream was so delicious. Alright, just kidding. You just keep eating. Xinyu noticed her embarrassment and smiled as he spoke. Duan Shui listened, pursed her lips, then lowered her head and continued eating. After finishing the ice cream, Duan Shui rubbed her slightly bulging stomach and said, Xinyu, I'm done. Let's go. Then, Xinyu rode his electric scooter, carrying Duan Shui back to their antique shop. He placed the copper coins he had purchased in the display case and then sat back comfortably in his chair. Today, I went out and came back with 2 million, and it still feels a bit unreal. Xinyu, what are you thinking about? Duan Shui looked at Xinyu sitting in the chair, staring ahead, and asked, unsure of what he was thinking. Xinyu turned his head to glance at her and spoke slowly, nothing much. I'm just thinking about how to spend the 2 million. How to spend money? Do you really need to think about that? Duan Shui's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she asked in confusion. This was the first time she had ever heard someone ponder how to spend money. Xinyu looked at her, his lips curving slightly, and sighed softly. You'll never understand the sorrow of the wealthy. Duan Shui retorted angrily, as if I don't have any money. Do you have any? Xinyu retorted immediately. I used to be very rich. Duan Shui pouted, speaking with a lack of confidence, as the entire national treasury had once been hers. You said it yourself, it was once. Xinyu said with a smile in his eyes. Duan Shui couldn't refute that, took a deep breath, turned her face away, and started randomly wiping the cabinet with a cloth, no longer looking at Xinyu. Back then, she had been a spendthrift, sitting on a mountain of wealth. Now, she had ended up here, reduced to a penniless beggar, with nothing to her name and still eating more than she should. If it weren't for Xinyu, I don't know if I would have starved to death. If that happened, I might have become the first emperor in history to die of starvation. How humiliating. Thinking about it, Duan Shui instinctively turned her head to glance at Xinyu, only to find him smiling at her. Duan Shui immediately felt awkward and turned her head back. Then, after hesitating for a moment, she turned her head again to look at Xinyu. Xinyu, will you ever get tired of me eating so much and not let me stay here anymore? Duan Shui hesitated before asking. After all, she was here with Xinyu, and besides helping him cook, she didn't seem to be able to do much else for him. Moreover, her cooking skills weren't particularly impressive. Xinyu looked at her hesitant expression and the faint trace of tension in her eyes, smiled, and reassured her. How could that be? Am I the kind of person who would kick you out? Duan Shui was someone who had traveled from ancient times to the modern era. Fortunately, the first person she encountered after arriving was him. If she had met someone else, who knows what her situation would be like now? If I don't take care of her, what will she do on her own? Besides, don't forget that we made quite a bit of money today. We're at least somewhat well off now. Even if you eat a lot, I can still afford to take care of you. Shinyu saw that she still had a hint of uncertainty, so he continued speaking. That's what you said. Duanmu smiled slightly after hearing this, looking at Shinyu with clear eyes and said. Yeah, I did. Shinyu nodded helplessly. Did his own words hold no credibility? After receiving Chinyu's assurance, Duanmu mood brightened instantly, and even her movements as she wiped the table became lighter and more cheerful. Shinyu watched the joy on her face and couldn't help but shake his head, a faint smile curving his lips. As evening approached, Duanmu returned upstairs to prepare dinner, while Shinyu remained in the store. Shinyu sat idly on the wicker chair, watching the occasional passers-by outside, his eyelids growing heavy with sleep. It wasn't that he was really tired, it was just that the atmosphere was perfect for a short nap. After dozing off for a while, Shinyu realized that over half an hour had passed. By now, Duanmu must have finished cooking, right? So Shinyu stood up from the chair, stretched, and then closed the shop door before heading upstairs. What's for dinner tonight? Shinyu opened the door and asked directly, but what puzzled him was that he didn't smell any food as soon as he entered the house, and Du Shui hadn't responded to him yet. Shinyu felt a sudden sense of confusion. After changing into his slippers, he walked straight toward the kitchen. However, as soon as he stepped out of the entrance, he saw Du Shui lying face down on the dining table. What's wrong with you? Shinyu hurried over and asked with concern. Duanmu finally heard his voice and slowly raised her head. You're back. Shinyu finally noticed her pale complexion. Her once rosy cheeks were now completely devoid of color, making her look extremely weak, and her voice was barely audible. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so terrible? Shinyu stood beside her, leaned down to look at her, and asked anxiously. Then he noticed that she was holding her stomach with one hand. Could it be that she ate too much ice cream today and her stomach hurts? Shinyu couldn't help but speculate. Are you feeling stomachache? Shinyu asked, looking at Duanmu. Yes. Duanmu nodded slightly and murmured weakly. Shinyu was now even more certain it must have been from eating too much ice cream at noon. He shouldn't have let her eat so much. Come on, I'll take you to the hospital. After saying that, Shinyu reached out and grabbed Duanmu arm, intending to take her to the hospital. No, I won't go to the hospital. Duanmu hurriedly spoke up. You're in so much pain, how can you not go to the hospital? Don't worry, the hospital is just like the old-fashioned clinics from your time. They'll give you N4, and you'll feel better soon. Shinyu thought she was afraid of going to the hospital, so he hurriedly tried to coax her. I really don't need to go to the hospital. I'm not the one with the stomachache. Duanmu explained awkwardly. Chapter 121, Is this how you act as a boyfriend? Isn't that the stomachache? Which stomachache is that? Are there different types of stomachaches? Shinyu couldn't help but ask. Duanmu bit her pale lips, unable to meet Shinyu's gaze, and looked away. What do you mean it's not your stomach? Shinyu was momentarily confused. Could it be appendicitis? That would be troublesome. If that's the case, then we'll have to go to the hospital. Seeing Shinyu's anxious expression, Duanmu felt a bit embarrassed and lowered her head, then spoke softly. Yes, it's my menstruation. What? Menstruation? Shinyu was instantly confused. What is menstrual blood? After a moment of realization, Shinyu looked at the pale face of Duanmu, which was flushed with a hint of red, and suddenly understood. It was her time of the month. No wonder Duanmu was so embarrassed. Did you put something down? Now Shinyu also felt a little embarrassed. He had never discussed such topics with girls before, let alone a girl from ancient times. After all, such topics were much more open in modern times, and even modern girls found them embarrassing to discuss. How much more so for someone like Duanmu, who had traveled back in time from 1,000 years ago? Ending with a blush, she turned her face away. After hearing Shinyu's words, Duanmu face turned even redder. Her originally pale complexion, now flushed with a hint of red, looked even more ghostly. No, in the palace, the maids would always prepare everything for me, including the menstrual pads. But here, Duanmu said in great embarrassment. There seemed to be no menstrual pads here, and she didn't know how to sew. What was she supposed to do for the next few days? Moreover, discussing such matters with Shinyu, a grown man, was simply too embarrassing. Duanmu felt like she had never been so embarrassed in her entire life. At that moment, she truly wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Shinyu watched her as she tried to crawl under the table, noticing her flushed ears. He raised his hand to touch his nose, then spoke with a touch of embarrassment. There are some sanitary pads I bought for you in the bathroom cabinet. When Duanmu first arrived here, he had gone to the supermarket to buy her some daily necessities and had picked up a few packs for her as well. Little did he know that they would come in handy today. Sanitary pads? Duanmu looked up at him with a blank expression. What were sanitary pads? Shinyu cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment and tried to sound as casual as possible. It's a modern menstrual pad. You should go change into it first. All right. Duanmu nodded, responding with a very soft voice, then covered her stomach and got up to head toward the restroom. Xinyu watched her slow, deliberate movements and couldn't help but wonder, does Duanmu Shui use modern sanitary pads? About a minute later, Indu Shui emerged from the bathroom with an embarrassed voice, confirming Xinyu's suspicion. Xinyu, I don't know how to use this. Duanmu Shui looked at the items in the bathroom cabinet, her face flushing with embarrassment. This was so different from the menstrual pads they used back home. How was she supposed to use this? Xinyu rubbed his temples with his hand. Oh no, the thing I was worried about has happened. But the problem is, I don't know how to use it either. As a grown man, how could he possibly know how to use such a thing? What should we do now? Xinyu's mind raced. What should he do? Wait, he knew the answer. He could just search for it online. After all, there was information about everything online. How to use sanitary pads should be there too, right? So, Xinyu quickly opened his phone and started searching on Baidu. After finishing his search, Xinyu looked at the interface that popped up and sighed in relief. Great, there really was one. He immediately walked to the bathroom door and said to Duanmu Shui, could you open the door for me? I'll pass you my phone, and you can follow the instructions on the screen. Upon hearing Xinyu's voice, Duanmu Shui slowly opened the bathroom door. Xinyu then turned his back and reached out to hand his phone inside. Without turning around, he said to Duanmu Shui, there are usage instructions on it. Just follow the steps as indicated. Duanmu Shui blushed as she took Xinyu's phone, then replied in a barely audible voice before quickly closing the bathroom door. Upon hearing the door close, Xinyu also sighed in relief. As a grown man, teaching a young girl how to use such a thing was simply too embarrassing. Xinyu sighed softly, shook his head, then walked over to the sofa and collapsed onto it, feeling as though a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Thankfully, Duanmu Shui had learned her lesson this time, so he wouldn't have to endure such an awkward situation again in the future. However, if I had known she was going to get her period today, I shouldn't have taken her out for ice cream at lunchtime. Just now, she was in so much pain that her lips turned pale. Xinyu thought about this and immediately felt a pang of regret. Besides, isn't it said that girls shouldn't eat cold things during their menstrual period? Indu Shui was in so much pain just now, I hope she is okay. After thinking it over, Xinyu got up immediately. Since his phone was with Duanmu Shui, he went into the bedroom, took out his wallet, and then headed straight out the door toward the nearby pharmacy. Hello, sir. What can I help you with today? As Xinyu walked into the pharmacy, the staff immediately asked him. Excuse me, what medicine should a girl take for menstrual cramps? Xinyu rubbed his nose and asked in an awkward tone. This was the first time in his life he had ever bought this kind of medicine at a pharmacy, and he felt incredibly embarrassed. Menstrual cramps? The female clerk repeated the question. She ate a lot of ice cream today, and now her stomach hurts really badly. Xinyu nodded and said. You ate ice cream during your period? The female shop assistant asked in disbelief. What kind of boyfriend is that? He actually let his girlfriend eat ice cream during her period. Xinyu looked at the store clerk's disapproving gaze and was at a loss for words. He had no idea that Duanmu Shui would be on her period today. Otherwise, he would never have let her eat ice cream. However, Xinyu couldn't explain himself and awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth. The female shop assistant sighed, walked over to a nearby shelf, took a painkiller for Xinyu, and said that if the pain was really severe, he could take one, but no more than 2 in a day. All right. Xinyu nodded and silently made a mental note of it. Then the female shop assistant took a packet of brown sugar from another shelf. This is ginger brown sugar. When you get home, mix it with hot water and give it to your girlfriend to drink. Chapter 122, this is very important for girls. All right. After hearing the shop assistant's words, Xinyu nodded in response. He didn't feel like explaining further at the moment Indu Shui was still at home, and he had no idea how she was doing. After paying, Xinyu hurried back home. When Xinyu returned home, Duanmu Shui had already come out of the bathroom and was currently chopping vegetables in the kitchen. What are you doing here? Xinyu hurried over and asked. You're in so much pain, why didn't you go back to your room to rest? What are you doing in the kitchen? What are you doing here? Xinyu hurried over and asked. You're in so much pain, why not go back to your room to rest? Why come to the kitchen? Indu Shui heard Xinyu's voice, turned around, and looked at him, saying, I was just thinking about making dinner for you. At first, she had been watching a cooking video and wanted to make a few new dishes for Xinyu, but unexpectedly, her menstruation had started, and she hadn't had time to cook for him. Xinyu put the items he was holding on the table, then hurried into the kitchen and took the knife from her hands. If your stomach hurts, go back to your room and rest. Don't bother making dinner. Xinyu said with a hint of annoyance in her voice. Doesn't she know what's more important? Her body is in such pain, and she's still making dinner. However, Duanmu Shui looked at Xinyu, her face still pale, and just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Xinyu. No buts. Go back to your room and rest immediately. Xinyu said decisively, his tone leaving no room for argument. What? Duanmu Shui looked at Xinyu's unusually serious expression, bit her lip, and whispered, Are you angry? I was just worried you'd be hungry. Duanmu Shui knew that Qin Yu was only looking out for her, but she had already promised to cook for him. She couldn't go back on her word. Qin Yu looked at Duanmu Shui's pale face, and a look of regret flashed across his expression. For some reason, he felt a pang of guilt in his heart. He softened his tone and hurriedly said, I can just order takeout. Besides, it's just dinner. It's no big deal if we don't eat. You're not feeling well. You should go back and rest right away, okay? Duanmu Shui nodded in response, then followed Qin Yu's instructions and turned to walk toward her own room. However, as soon as she took a step outside, a sharp pain suddenly gripped her lower abdomen. Duanmu Shui clenched her lips tightly, clutched her stomach, and bent over in pain. What's wrong? Is it very painful? Qin Yu heard Duanmu Shui's muffled groan and hurriedly asked. Duanmu Shui bit her pale lips and nodded. Qin Yu saw her like this and didn't say a word. He simply picked her up and carried her horizontally. Ah! Duanmu Shui was suddenly picked up by Qin Yu and instinctively let out a startled cry. Then, Qin Yu simply carried her and walked straight toward her bedroom. Duanmu Shui was held in Qin Yu's arms, feeling his warmth, and a wave of warmth flooded her heart. At that moment, the two were so close that her ear was pressed against his chest, and Duanmu Shui felt as though she could hear Qin Yu's heartbeat. From as far back as she could remember, no one had ever held her like this, not even her own father, the emperor. At that moment, being held by Qin Yu, Duanmu Shui felt an overwhelming sense of security, as if she were being protected by someone. Qin Yu held Duanmu Shui tightly, sensing a faint fragrance wafting into his nostrils. However, he didn't have the heart to dwell on it. He quickly carried her into her bedroom and gently placed her on the bed. Just lie down and rest. Don't get up without my permission. Do you understand? Qin Yu looked at Duanmu Shui and said sternly. Duanmu Shui looked at Qin Yu and nodded obediently. Qin Yu saw her obedient expression and finally felt satisfied. He sighed softly and said, You rest first. I'll go make you some red sugar water. Then Qin Yu turned and left in Du Shui's bedroom. Duanmu Shui watched Qin Yu's departing back and couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile. Although Qin Yu had looked a bit fierce just now, she could sense that he was concerned about her. The feeling of being cared for like this was something she hadn't experienced in a long time. Qin Yu took out the ginger and brown sugar he had just bought from the pharmacy, then walked into the kitchen to start boiling water. While waiting for the water to boil, Qin Yu couldn't help but reflect on whether he had been a bit harsh with Duanmu Shui just now. But then, seeing how pale and weak she looked, yet still thinking about making dinner for him in the kitchen, he felt a surge of anger, angry that she didn't know how to take care of herself. Now that he had calmed down, he felt that he had perhaps been a bit too hasty earlier. Gulping. Qin Yu didn't have time to think about it before he heard the sound of water boiling. He shook his head, didn't think about it anymore, and quickly started boiling some brown sugar water for Du Shui. Here, drink the brown sugar water first. Qin Yu carried the freshly brewed red sugar water to Du Shui's bedside and whispered to her. Duanmu Shui saw Qin Yu Dan enter, slowly sat up, leaned against the headboard, and took the ginger tea from Qin Yu Dan. Be careful, it's hot, Qin Yu said with concern. Be careful, it's hot. Qin Yu said with concern. Duanmu Shui nodded and replied softly, then took the cup and sipped the brown sugar water in small sips. Qin Yu looked at her pale face, now so obediently holding a cup of red sugar water and sipping it slowly, and couldn't help but feel deeply sorry for her, as if she were a kitten that had been wronged. You're almost at that time of the month and you still dare to eat so much ice cream? You mustn't eat ice cream when you're about to start your period, do you understand? Qin Yu said to her. Duanmu Shui raised her eyes to look at him and said innocently, I forgot. She had personal maids who would help her remember such things, so she didn't need to remember them herself. Besides, she was busy with her daily affairs and didn't have time to remember such trivial matters. Qin Yu listened to her words and couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. Then, as if scolding a child, he said, What do you mean such a small matter? This is very important for a girl. Never mind, just remember it from now on, understand? Duanmu Shui looked at Qin Yu's serious expression and nodded instinctively. Qin Yu saw her acting like a child who had done something wrong, and his tone softened immediately. Alright, what would you like to eat tonight? I'll order takeout. Duanmu Shui's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she slowly opened her mouth, asking tentatively, I want fried chicken. Is that okay? No way. Qin Yu rejected outright. Why? Duanmu Shui's excited face immediately fell. Qin Yu looked at her dejected expression and said directly, You're not feeling well right now. It's best not to eat fried chicken. I'll order you some chicken soup instead. Then why did you ask me earlier? Du Shui pouted. Chapter 123, Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Qin Yu looked at her flustered expression and couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile before speaking slowly, I was just asking. You. Duanmu Shui suddenly felt a surge of frustration. She had just thought there would be more fried chicken to eat, but it turned out to be all for nothing. Qin Yu looked at her pouting face, as if she had been wronged, and impulsively reached out to touch her forehead, saying, Alright, once you're feeling better in a couple of days, I'll get you some fried chicken. After saying that, Shinyu realized his action had been a bit inappropriate, so he paused for a moment and awkwardly withdrew his hand. Duan Muxue instinctively raised her hand to touch her forehead, which had been touched by Shinyu, and a faint, indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. Cough, you rest first. If it still hurts a lot, let me know, and I'll get you some painkillers. Shinyu cleared his throat lightly to hide his embarrassment. However, he advised her to take the painkillers sparingly. If the pain wasn't too severe, it would be better not to take them at all. He had heard that painkillers could be addictive, and taking too many could actually be harmful. All right. Duan Muxue handed the cup in her hand to Shinyu, then lay back down to rest. Shinyu glanced at her, then took the cup and walked out of Duan Muxue's room, closing the door behind him. Shinyu returned to the living room alone, took out his phone, opened the food delivery app, ordered some chicken soup for Duan Muxue, and then added a few stir-fried dishes and rice. After that, Shinyu glanced at today's calendar, the 27th. Shinyu silently noted the date in his mind, thinking to himself, next time, I must remind Duan Muxue in advance. I can't let her eat so much ice cream again. A short while later, the takeout arrived, and Shinyu immediately took it to Duan Muxue's room. Are you feeling a little better? Dinner is here. Get up and eat. Shinyu placed the takeout on the bedside table and said to Duan Muxue. Seeing Shinyu enter, Duan Muxue slowly sat up from the bed. Her complexion was no longer as pale as before. I feel much better now the pain has subsided. Duan Muxue spoke honestly, unsure whether it was because Shinyu had just made her some ginger tea or because she felt warmed inside, but Duan Muxue felt that her stomach didn't hurt as much as it had earlier. Alright, that's better. Here, I specially ordered this chicken soup for you. Drink more of it. Shinyu moved the computer desk by the bed onto the bed, then placed the chicken soup he had specially ordered for Duan Muxue on the computer desk. Upon smelling the aroma of the chicken soup, Duan Muxue suddenly felt hungry. Earlier, due to the intense stomach pain, she had been too preoccupied to notice anything else. But isn't eating in bed a bit inappropriate? Duan Muxue said to Shinyu. Back when she was in the Great Shu Kingdom, her father and mother had never allowed her to eat in bed, saying it was improper. What's wrong with that? We don't have so many rules here. You're not feeling well now, why are you making things difficult for yourself? Why not? You're not sick? You should rest and take care of yourself. Shinyu looked at her and said disapprovingly, of course you should prioritize your own comfort. It's not a big deal, why all the rules? Alright, let's eat quickly. Otherwise, the chicken soup will get cold. Duan Muxue nodded, unable to suppress a faint smile at the corners of her lips. For some reason, she felt that the chicken soup Shinyu had ordered for her tasted better than anything the imperial chefs in the palace had ever made. After finishing their meal, Shinyu gave Duan Muxue a few more instructions before returning to his own room. Upon returning to his room, Shinyu played a couple of games on his phone before heading to the bathroom for a shower. After returning, he lay on the bed but couldn't fall asleep right away, so he summoned the system. System. I wonder how many achievement points I've accumulated over the past 2 days. Will I be able to enter the lottery once? Just as Shinyu was thinking this, the system's spinning wheel appeared before his eyes. At that moment, he was only 1 achievement point away from qualifying for the second draw, so Shinyu decided to go ahead and try his luck once more. System, draw. As Shinyu gave the order, the system's spinning wheel began to spin rapidly, eventually coming to a slow stop on the option labeled Physical Enhancement. Physical Enhancement? Shinyu murmured to himself, and in the next instant, he felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, followed by a faint pain that quickly spread throughout his limbs and bones. Sigh. Sigh. As the pain grew more intense, Shinyu couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Fortunately, after a short while, the pain gradually subsided. After the pain subsided, Shinyu moved his arms and hands, feeling his body much lighter and more comfortable. Could this be the effect of physical enhancement? Shinyu walked over to the window, stretched his limbs, and indeed felt that something seemed different about his body. It seems that the rewards from this system are sometimes pretty reliable after all. At least this time it's way more useful than that 300 tang poems thing. After the reward draw, Shinyu turned off the lights and went to sleep. Perhaps due to his enhanced physical condition, Shinyu felt as though he had undergone a cleansing ritual. In any case, his limbs felt much lighter. As a result, he slept exceptionally well that night. The next morning, Shinyu woke up naturally before 8 o'clock for the first time in his life. For someone who was so used to staying up late and sleeping in, this was truly rare. Shinyu stretched lazily, just sitting up from the bed, when he heard a series of clattering sounds coming from outside. The sounds weren't very loud, and they seemed to be coming from the kitchen. Shinyu quickly pulled back the blankets and stepped out of the bedroom. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he saw Duan Muxue standing with her back to him, busy with something in the kitchen. What are you doing? Shinyu furrowed his brows and asked. Duan Muxue had been concentrating on the task at hand when Shinyu's voice suddenly rang out from behind her, startling her. When did you get here? How did you come in without making a sound? Duan Muxue patted her chest, turned around, and looked at him with a slightly displeased tone. Xinyu stepped into the kitchen and looked at her, speaking in a calm tone. That's something I should be asking you. Why aren't you resting in your room? Why are you in the kitchen so early in the morning? Isn't she the one who just came? Why did she come to the kitchen again? Chapter 124, Doing That For You. After hearing Qinyu's words, Duan Muxue pursed her lips and spoke slowly. I feel much better now, so I thought I'd get up and make breakfast. I've told you before, just rest properly these days and don't bother cooking. I told you, you should just rest these days and not cook. Xinyu said to her, when you're cooking, you have to touch cold water. Didn't you say that girls get stomachaches if they touch cold water during that time of the month? Xinyu looked at her and said, you have to touch cold water while cooking. Didn't you say that girls get stomachaches if they touch cold water during their period? Duan Muxue touched her stomach and said, but I'm hungry, and I don't know how to order takeout. She had drunk a lot of chicken soup the previous evening, so she hadn't eaten much of the rest of her meal and felt full. As a result, when she woke up this morning, she felt extremely hungry. However, she didn't know how to order takeout, and usually at this time, Xinyu wouldn't be up for a while yet. She really didn't want to disturb him, so she decided to make breakfast herself. Xinyu. Alright, he was a bit thoughtless. It seems I need to teach Duan Muxue how to order takeout properly. Alright, stop messing around. Let's just order takeout. Alright, stop messing around. Let's just order takeout. Xinyu said to Duan Muxue, then walked straight up and took the ingredients out of her hands. Did I wake you up? Duan Muxue noticed that it was not even 8 o'clock yet. Normally, Xinyu would never get up at this hour. Could it be that the noise from her cooking had woken him up? Thinking about it, Duan Muxue felt a bit embarrassed. No, I just slept well last night, so I woke up early today. Xinyu explained casually. So that's how it is. Duan Muxue nodded, feeling much more relaxed. So it wasn't her who woke him up after all. That's a relief. Alright, come here. I'll show you how to order takeout. Xinyu walked over to the sofa and sat down, then motioned for Duan Muxue to come over. Duan Muxue followed his instructions and sat down beside him. Xinyu then began teaching her how to operate it. Open this external app, and I've already set the location for you. Below are various merchants, just select what you want to eat from here. Duan Muxue looked at the screen filled with a list of merchants and food options, her eyes sparkling with surprise. She had only known that ordering takeout meant having someone deliver food to her home. However, she never imagined that ordering takeout would be like this, choosing from a long list of restaurants and dishes. It was so convenient, even more so than when she used to order meals from the imperial kitchen in the palace. Duan Muxue couldn't help but marvel once again at the wonders of modern technology. Just look at what you want to eat, then click to select it. Xinyu turned his head to look at her and said. Duan Muxue looked at the screen filled with a variety of dishes, pointed to one of the images, and said, I want to eat this. What is it? Duan Muxue looked at the image of something that resembled a small steamed bun, but it seemed to have a crispy, golden brown layer on top, making it look incredibly delicious. Xinyu glanced at it and said directly, this is pan-fried dumplings. Don't you have them where you're from? No. Duan Muxue shook her head. She had never seen such food in the Great Chu Kingdom. No. Duan Muxue shook her head and said, I've never seen such food in the Great Chu Kingdom. Xinyu thought carefully. These pan-fried buns had only been around for about 100 years, so it made sense that Duan Muxue hadn't encountered them in her time. Want to try some? If you do, let's have them for breakfast today. Seeing how eager she looked, Xinyu spoke directly. Okay. Duan Muxue nodded immediately. Xinyu looked at her happy expression and couldn't help but curve the corners of his lips. He then directly chose this pan-fried dumpling shop. A serving of pan-fried dumplings comes with 6 pieces. How many servings would you like? Xinyu asked Duan Muxue. He usually didn't eat much for breakfast, so 1 serving of pan-fried dumplings plus a bowl of congee would be enough for him. He just didn't know how much Duan Muxue, the little foodie, would want to eat. Duan Muxue thought for a moment, then looked at Xinyu and slowly held up 3 fingers. 3 portions, is that okay? Xinyu couldn't help but chuckle helplessly and shook his head. Is it not possible? Duan Muxue saw him shake his head and thought he was refusing, so she hurriedly asked. Xinyu smiled and said, sure, 3 portions, right? After spending some time together, Xinyu had a pretty good idea of Duan Muxue's appetite. 3 steamed buns were perfectly normal for her. Duan Muxue saw Xinyu nod in agreement and couldn't help but smile. After placing the takeout order, Xinyu taught Duan Muxue the process of ordering takeout again. Although Duan Muxue didn't understand the underlying principles or why these restaurants appeared on the app, she memorized every step Xinyu had taught her and followed them exactly. From now on, ordering takeout on her own shouldn't be a problem. After placing the order, Xinyu went to the bathroom to freshen up and then changed into a different outfit. Xinyu, when will the takeout arrive? I'm hungry. Duan Muxue sat on the sofa hugging a pillow and asked Xinyu. Xinyu opened the food delivery app and took a look. It's still 28 kilometers away, and it should arrive in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes? That's so long. Duanmu Shui said with a weary expression. Xin Yu looked at her. Last night, she hadn't eaten much due to stomach pain, so she had finished the chicken soup. Given her appetite, it should have been digested by now. Here, drink some brown sugar water first to replenish your sugar levels. It's good for your body too. Xin Yu went to the kitchen, made her a cup of red sugar water with hot water, and placed it on the coffee table in front of her. Duanmu Shui picked up the ginger tea from the table, blew on it gently, and then began to drink it in small sips. Xin Yu, do all the men here do this for women? Duanmu Shui asked Xin Yu while sipping the red sugar water. What kind of things? Xin Yu asked in confusion. What kind of things? Xin Yu asked in confusion. It's about making red sugar water, buying medicine, and teaching women how to use that thing. After finishing, Duanmu Shui blushed and lowered her head. Yesterday, she had really embarrassed herself. She had actually asked Xin Yu, such a grown man, to teach her how to use that thing. Thinking about it now, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Well, I'm not an expert, but I can do most things like boiling red sugar water and buying medicine. Xin Yu heard what Duanmu Shui said and cleared his throat awkwardly before explaining slowly. What's the matter? Don't men in ancient times know how to do this? Xin Yu asked again. Could it be that men in ancient times were really like the ones portrayed in TV dramas, where they had everything done for them, food served to them on a platter, clothes handed to them, and never lifting a finger to help a woman with anything? Chapter 125, Stop being so modest. Well, I don't know about other men, but my father has never done such a thing for my mother. At most, he would ask the imperial kitchen to prepare some nourishing soups. Duanmu Shui carefully recalled her memories and realized that she had never seen or heard of any man in their family doing such a thing for a woman. It seemed that Xin Yu was indeed much more considerate than the men of their Chu kingdom. Xin Yu sighed softly after hearing this, feeling that today's young men really had to endure so much. A few moments later, the takeout they had ordered finally arrived. Xin Yu took the takeout and placed it on the dining table. By this time, Duanmu Shui was already starving. Xin Yu opened the bag and placed it directly in front of Duanmu Shui. Eat quickly. Try it and see if you like it. I won't be polite then. Duanmu Shui opened the packaging box, inhaling the aroma of the pan-fried buns, and couldn't resist the temptation. Then she picked up a steamed bun, blew on it, and put it into her mouth. Be careful, there's soup inside, don't. Xin Yu was just about to remind her that the pan-fried buns had soup inside and to be careful not to spill it, but before he could finish speaking, he heard Du Shui let out a startled cry. Duanmu Shui didn't expect that when she took a bite, a burst of soup suddenly spurted out, causing her to gasp softly. Are you okay? Xin Yu quickly grabbed 2 tissues and helped Duanmu Shui wipe the soup that had accidentally splashed onto her face. Duanmu Shui shook her head. It's okay, I just didn't know there would be so much soup in the pan-fried dumplings. She had thought that these pan-fried dumplings were just like ordinary buns, but she never expected that taking a bite would result in this. How embarrassing. Xin Yu looked at her angry expression and couldn't help but smile. He said, with these pan-fried dumplings, you have to first bite through a small part of the dough, then drink the broth inside before eating the rest. That way, you won't get it all over yourself. Xin Yu explained to Duanmu Shui, then reached out to wipe away the soup that had accidentally splashed onto her cheek. Duanmu Shui felt the soft tissue paper gently wipe her cheek, and an unusual sensation arose in her heart. She reached up to touch her own cheek. Xin Yu wasn't the first person to wipe her face for her, but at first, she had been simply surprised. Now, however, Duanmu Shui didn't know what was going on, but she just felt that something seemed different. What are you thinking about? Aren't you hungry? Hurry up and eat. Xin Yu looked at Duanmu Shui's stunned expression and couldn't help but ask. All right. After hearing Xin Yu's words, Duanmu Shui immediately realized what was going on and quickly picked up her chopsticks to continue eating. This time, she followed Xin Yu's instructions, gently bit through a small piece of the dough, and first drank the broth inside before continuing to eat the pan-fried dumpling. These pan-fried dumplings are indeed delicious. After eating one, Duanmu Shui couldn't help but praise it. The modern food here is even more delicious than what they have in the Great Chu Kingdom, and it's also very novel. I've never tasted anything so uniquely prepared before. Xin Yu watched as Duanmu Shui ate with a satisfied expression, then opened his own portion and began to eat as well. After finishing breakfast, Xin Yu told Duanmu Shui to stay upstairs and rest while he went downstairs to open the shop. Xin Yu opened the door to the antique shop and then leisurely wiped down the shelves and items on display inside the store. Unlike other shops, the antique shop was quiet, with only a few customers visiting every few days. Even when someone did come in, they rarely made a purchase. As a result, the antique shop's business was always laid back. Moreover, Xin Yu no longer needed to worry about money, so sitting in the shop was a leisurely and pleasant experience. Xin Yu casually flipped open a book that had been left in the shop and began reading it idly. Just as Xin Yu was engrossed in the book, 2 customers suddenly walked into the store. Hello, what would you like to see? Xin Yu heard someone enter and put down the book he was holding, asking in a calm tone. Oh, young man, it's you. The person who came over said excitedly. Xin Yu looked up and recognized the man as the professor from Imperial Capital University and his student whom he had encountered on the antique street the previous day. Young man, what are you doing here? Are you the owner of this shop? Shi Yunyan looked at Xin Yu with great excitement. Yesterday, he had already noticed that despite his young age, the young man had exceptional discernment, and he had been very impressed by him. He never expected to see him again so soon. Xin Yu looked at them and said, "This shop belongs to my grandfather. After he passed away, I took over the business." Shi Yunyan nodded after hearing this and exclaimed with admiration, "No wonder you could tell yesterday that the listening to the wind bottle was genuine. So you're an expert too." Xin Yu chuckled lightly and said, "I only know a little bit about it. I'm no expert." "Just kidding. I can't just tell people I'm an expert, can I? That would be a bit too pretentious. Hey, you're being too modest. I'm just a student who studied history at the Imperial Capital University for 4 years, and then followed me for 2 more years as a graduate student, yet I couldn't tell that the listening to the wind bottle was genuine. Hey, you're being too modest. I studied history at Imperial Capital University for 4 years, then did 2 more years of graduate studies under my mentor, and yet none of us could tell that the wind listening bottle was real." Shi Yunyan pointed to the young man beside him and said, "That young man is Wang Qinyu, my student. He's been studying this field for 6 years, yet his discernment doesn't match that of this young man named Qinyu." Wang Qinyu, hearing his teacher's words, scratched his head in embarrassment. He had truly misjudged the situation yesterday. He had actually been corrected by a young man who looked younger than him. All those years of studying under his teacher had been in vain. Qinyu smiled without saying a word. Then Shi Yunyan smiled and glanced at the items in the store, saying, "I came here on a trip and thought I'd check out some antique shops. I didn't expect this store to be yours. Feel free to look around. There's nothing special in my shop," Xin Yu said to Shi Yunyan. "Oh, come on, don't be so modest." Shi Yunyan smiled and said. He felt that Xin Yu had been able to tell that the listening to the wind bottle was genuine yesterday, so he must be an expert with keen eyes and discerning taste. How could his shop not have anything worth seeing? "Oh, don't be so modest," Shi Yunyan said with a smile. He thought that since Xin Yu had been able to tell that the listening to the wind bottle was genuine yesterday, he must be a connoisseur with keen eyes and discerning taste. How could his shop possibly have nothing worth seeing? Shi Yunyan thought that Xin Yu was just being modest. Xin Yu curved his lips into a faint smile. He was speaking the truth. There really wasn't much of value in his shop, except for this. What is this? Shi Yunyan pointed at the item on the shelf in front of him, his face filled with shock as he spoke. Chapter 126, that name sounds too embarrassing. Xin Yu followed the direction he was pointing and looked over, then spoke slowly, "It's just an ancient sword. Can I go over and touch it?" Shi Yunyan asked, his voice trembling slightly. He felt a surge of excitement in his heart. If he hadn't mistaken, this sword wasn't an ordinary ancient sword, but... Yes, you can. Xin Yu nodded in agreement. After all, Shi Yunyan wasn't one of those foreigners, and he was an expert in cultural relics research. There was no harm in letting him take a look. After obtaining Xin Yu's permission, Shi Yunyan slowly walked forward. As he approached and examined the patterns and structure of the sword, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. This sword is pure June? Shi Yunyan's trembling hands gently touched the sword's blade before turning back to ask Xin Yu. Xin Yu nodded and replied, "That's correct." Upon receiving Xin Yu's affirmative response, Shi Yunyan was instantly overcome with excitement. Could this really be the pure June? One of the legendary 10 great swords that had been lost for centuries? How could this sword be here? Shi Yunyan stared intently at the Chunyun sword, his face filled with shock as he asked. The Chunyun sword was the 9th-ranked sword among the 10 famous swords of the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, renowned as the supreme sword of nobility. It had been lost for over 1,000 years, and yet here it was before his eyes. Xin Yu replied calmly, "This was left to me by my grandfather. I have no idea how he obtained it. In any case, it has been here ever since I took over the shop." Xin Yu had already thought this through. If someone were to ask about the whereabouts of the pure June sword, he couldn't very well say it was from a system lottery, so he decided to shift the blame onto his grandfather instead. Ah, I see. When Shi Yunyan heard Xin Yu say it was left by his grandfather, he had originally wanted to ask if he knew how his grandfather had obtained it. However, Xin Yu said he didn't know either, and old Master Qin had already. He couldn't very well dig him up and ask him, could he? But then I thought, this sword is now intact and has appeared here, and I have been able to see the true form of this pure June sword in my lifetime. That means I have fulfilled one of my lifelong regrets, and the rest doesn't matter anymore. Teacher, is this the legendary pure June sword? Wang Qinyu asked in shock after hearing his teacher and Xin Yu's conversation. That's right, it's this sword. Shi Yunyan reached out to touch the sword scabbard, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Wang Qinyu was also stunned. He had only seen it mentioned in ancient texts before and had always thought it was just a legend. He never imagined he would actually see the real thing today. Moreover, although the pure June sword had a simple and ancient design, it couldn't hide the sharpness it contained. It truly lived up to its reputation as one of the 10 famous swords. "Young man, are you selling this pure June sword?" Wang Chenyu blurted out the question instinctively. Such an ancient treasure as the pure June sword is something that many historians and collectors of historical artifacts have longed to possess. As far as he knew, his teacher had been searching for this pure June sword for years, and now that he had finally found it, he naturally intended to keep it for his collection. Not for sale. Xin Yu didn't even hesitate before refusing outright. This pure June sword was the treasure he had left in the shop as its prized possession. How could he possibly sell it so easily? "Well, young man, we can negotiate the price, can't we?" Wang Chenyu hurriedly said to Qin Yu. Qi Yinyan, standing nearby, was also deeply tempted. The pure June sword was a rare treasure in this world, and he naturally wanted to buy it for his collection. However, if Qin Yu truly didn't want to sell it, he couldn't force him, could he? Qin Yu glanced at the two of them and then spoke slowly. "This pure June sword holds immense significance to me. I would never part with it lightly." However, Wang Chenyu was about to say something else, but was immediately interrupted by Qi Yunyan standing beside him. "Well, since Qin Yu said he doesn't want to sell, we can't force him." Qi Yunyan himself is a collector of antiques and understands the mindset of those who collect such items. If he were in Qin Yu's position, he probably wouldn't want to part with the June sword so easily either. "Here's what we'll do, Mr. Qin. This is my business card. If you ever change your mind, feel free to give me a call." Qi Yunyan thought for a moment, then took out his business card from his pocket and handed it to Qin Yu. Qin Yu took the business card, glanced at it, then nodded and said, "All right, if I ever do change my mind. Actually, this pure June sword isn't something I absolutely have to keep. It's just that if I were to sell it, now isn't the right time. When the time is right in the future and the price is something that truly tempts me, then I wouldn't rule out selling it. In that case, we'll take our leave now." Qi Yunyan said to Qin Yu, then turned back and looked at the Chun Yun sword with lingering regret before reluctantly leaving Qin Yu's shop. Qin Yu watched Qi Yunyan's final lingering gaze and couldn't help but smile. This old gentleman's gaze toward the Chun Yun sword was truly something else. Those who knew understood that he was looking at the sword, but those who didn't might have thought he was gazing at an old flame. It was a scene of such deep affection and reluctance to part. After stepping out of the shop, Qi Yunyan couldn't stop thinking about the Chun Yun sword. To have seen such a treasure here today was truly a journey well worth the trip. After Qi Yunyan and Wang Chenyu left, Qin Yu picked up the book he had been reading earlier and began to read it again. As noon approached, he had originally planned to go back upstairs, but suddenly, his phone rang. "The first Empress of Jincheng County is calling you via voice call." Qin Yu picked up her phone and couldn't help but laugh. She had forgotten to change the contact name for Duan Mu Shui. But why was she calling her via voice call? "Hello, what's up?" Qin Yu answered the call and spoke into the phone. Duan Mu Shui heard Qin Yu answer and cleared her throat, speaking in a tone laced with a hint of hesitation. "Hello, is this the first-rate heartthrob of Jincheng County?" Qin Yu heard the title and paused for a moment before realizing it was his WeChat username. Qin Yu pressed his temples and sighed helplessly. Well, he did change his WeChat name later. It really was too embarrassing. "Cough, it's me. What's wrong? Did you call me for something?" Qin Yu replied reluctantly, then turned to ask Duan Mu Shui. Chapter 127, So, it's not a person? Duan Mu Shui said cheerfully on the other end of the phone, "Nothing, I just wanted to ask you what you want to eat for lunch. You just had 3 steamed buns this morning, and you're already hungry?" Qin Yu asked in disbelief. "It's not even 10 o'clock yet. It's been less than 3 hours since they finished breakfast. Could Duan Mu Shui already be hungry? It wasn't even 11 o'clock yet, and it had only been less than 3 hours since they finished breakfast. Could Duan Mu Shui already be hungry? No, I was just worried you might be hungry, so I wanted to ask you. That way, I can order takeout for you." Duan Mu Shui hurriedly explained that she really wasn't hungry at all. She just wanted to try ordering takeout herself. However, she felt that her behavior was a bit too childish, so she was a bit embarrassed to explain it to Qin Yu. Qin Yu listened to her words and pondered them carefully. From the way she spoke, it didn't seem like she was hungry, rather, she seemed quite excited. Qin Yu listened to her words, pondered them carefully, and from the way she spoke, it didn't seem like she was hungry, rather, she sounded quite excited. But why was Duan Mu Shui so excited for no reason? Could it be that? Qin Yu thought for a moment, then spoke to her. "If you want to order something from outside, just go ahead. I can eat anything." "What? Who wants to order takeout?" Duan Mu Shui retorted timidly, refusing to admit that she just wanted to try ordering takeout herself. "Alright, if that's how you feel, and neither of us is really hungry anyway, then let's not order takeout today. We can just snack on something instead." Qin Yu teased her deliberately. No, you need to eat lunch. You. Du Shui heard Qin Yu say he wasn't going to eat lunch, and she immediately grew anxious. How could he not eat lunch? Then she wouldn't be able to order takeout. You're still growing, how can you skip lunch? Duan Mushui couldn't think of a reason, so she just made one up. Growing taller? I'm already in my 20s, what body am I supposed to be growing? Xinyu said with a hint of amusement. At least come up with a more plausible excuse. Well, anyway, you have to eat, right? Du Shui said, sounding a bit unsure. Xinyu smiled and shook his head after hearing this, no longer teasing her. He then spoke slowly, alright, order whatever you want, but don't order too much. I'm not very hungry right now. Alright, I'll be careful. Don't worry. Du Shui immediately said happily upon hearing Xinyu's agreement. By the way, don't call me by my WeChat name anymore, it's so embarrassing. Xinyu said helplessly. He had never regretted choosing such a WeChat name more than he did now. After all, no one had ever called him that directly before. Xinyu said helplessly. He had never regretted choosing such a WeChat name more than he did at that moment, as no one had ever called him that directly before. This feeling was simply too strange. Who is Air? Is he your friend? I'm sorry, I don't know. Please take care of yourself. Duan Mushui said in a very low tone. This middle schooler must be Xinyu's friend. Otherwise, why would he not allow me to call him the most handsome guy in Jincheng County after I just joked with Xinyu? It must be because his friend passed away, so he's in a bad mood and can't take jokes. Duan Mushui immediately felt deeply apologetic. She shouldn't have joked with Xinyu at such a time. On the other end of the phone, Xinyu was completely baffled. Friend? Passed away? Duan Mushui's imagination was truly wild. You misunderstood. The one with the teenage fantasy isn't my friend. Xinyu rubbed his temples, unable to suppress a smile as he explained to Duan Mushui. What? He's not your friend? Then who is he to you? You sound really upset. Duan Mushui asked in astonishment. Xinyu wouldn't even let her joke around. If he was this upset, who else could he be but a close friend? Could it be that they're related to him? Xinyu? When did he get upset? He didn't, did he? No, when was I ever unhappy? Besides, midlife crisis is just a word, it's not a person. Xinyu realized that Duan Mushui must have misunderstood, so he hurriedly explained. Middle school isn't a person? Then what is it? And why did it die? Duan Mushui asked in confusion. Xinyu thought for a moment, then explained to Duan Mushui, middle school syndrome is just an adjective. It describes things that are immature and hard to understand. So what you're saying is that middle school syndrome is just an adjective, not a person. Duan Mushui listened for a while and finally understood what Xinyu meant. That's exactly what I meant. Xinyu sighed in relief, finally having explained himself clearly. So, in other words, no one died at all. That's right. Xinyu sighed softly and spoke slowly. Duan Mushui touched her ear. After all that fuss, it turned out she had misunderstood. She had thought teenage angst was a person. Alright, go order takeout. If you have any questions, give me a call. Xinyu changed the subject, afraid that continuing the conversation would make Duan Mushui feel awkward. Alright, got it. Duan Mushui nodded and said, but she was confident that she wouldn't have any problems. After hanging up the phone, the first thing Xinyu did was quickly change his WeChat nickname. He couldn't believe he had been so foolish back then to give himself such a childish name. When he heard Duan Mushui say it out loud just now, he was so embarrassed he could have died. After randomly changing his WeChat name, Xinyu temporarily closed the store and turned around to go back upstairs. He wondered if Duan Mushui could manage to order takeout on her own, so he decided to go up and check. As soon as Xinyu opened the door, he saw Duan Mushui sitting on the sofa. Xinyu, how did you get back so quickly? Duan Mushui asked in surprise when she saw him enter. Xinyu changed into his slippers and walked over to her, saying, I just came back to see if you've ordered takeout yet. Anyway, it was almost noon, so he might as well come back to check on her and have lunch at the same time. Of course, I've already ordered. Duan Mushui held her phone up in front of him with an excited expression, her tone tinged with a hint of pride. Xinyu took her phone and glanced at it. The payment was successful. How about that? I paid using the WeChat red envelope you sent me. Duan Mushui smiled at Xinyu. Earlier, Xinyu had mentioned that she didn't have an ID card and couldn't open a bank account, so he had sent her several WeChat red packets, telling her to use WeChat Pay directly when ordering takeout or going out to buy things. She just tried it, and it was indeed very convenient. That's impressive. Xinyu watched her act like a child seeking praise and smiled as he complimented her. It must be said that Duan Mushui was indeed intelligent. Most things only needed to be taught to her once, and she could master them. Xinyu was just about to return the phone to Duan Mushui when he suddenly noticed what she had ordered on her phone. Chapter 128, Are you surnamed Duan and named Mushui? What did you order? Xinyu looked at the order on Duan Mushui's phone screen and couldn't help but frown. Fried chicken? What's wrong? Duan Mushui looked at him, completely confused. Didn't he say he could order anything he wanted? Didn't you say you could order anything you wanted? Didn't I tell you? You're not feeling well right now, so you should avoid eating fried chicken, which has no nutritional value. Xinyu said helplessly. This Hindu Shui must have been conquered by fried chicken, right? Why is she thinking about eating fried chicken every day? What's wrong with fried chicken? Besides, I just want to eat it right now. After I eat it, I'll feel better and my body will naturally feel more comfortable. Duanmu Shui started spouting nonsense with a straight face. You. Xinyu listened to her nonsense and was so annoyed he almost laughed. The worst part was that her logic was completely irrefutable. Xinyu, are you angry? Duanmu Shui looked at Xinyu and asked softly. She remembered that Xinyu had told her yesterday not to eat fried chicken, but she really wanted to eat it. Besides, her stomach didn't hurt anymore, so she should be able to eat it now, right? Xinyu sighed softly, then looked at her and said, I'm not that easily angered. It's just that fried chicken isn't very nutritious, so I asked you not to eat it for a few days. Xinyu sighed softly, then looked at her and said, I'm not that easily angered. It's just that fried chicken isn't very nutritious, so I asked you not to eat it for a few days. Duanmu Shui looked at Xinyu in confusion, then asked blankly, fried chicken isn't nutritious? Why? Didn't you specially order chicken soup for me yesterday? That's different. It's different. What's the difference? They're both chickens. Stewing them into soup makes them nutritious, but frying them into fried chicken makes them nutritionally deficient? Duanmu Shui looked at Xinyu in confusion and asked, they're both chickens. Does changing the cooking method alter their essence? Xinyu. Xinyu. He really couldn't answer this question. What Duanmu Shui said seemed very reasonable, and he was at a loss for words. Never mind, just eat if you want to. After all, our family is well off now. Even if you eat fried chicken every day, there's enough for you. Xinyu said in a compromising tone. Xinyu relented. Really? Upon hearing Xinyu's words, Duanmu Shui's eyes lit up. Fried chicken every day? Such a good thing. Come on, it's just fried chicken. Is it really worth getting so excited about? Wait until later, and I'll take you to try other delicious modern foods. I guarantee you'll find them even better than fried chicken. Xinyu looked at Duanmu Shui and smiled. Xinyu looked at Duanmu Shui and said with a smile, there are so many delicious things in the modern world. What's fried chicken? Really? Is there something in this world that tastes better than fried chicken? Duanmu Shui asked in disbelief. Really? Is there something even better than fried chicken in this world? Duanmu Shui asked in disbelief. There are indeed many things that are better than fried chicken. Xinyu smiled and said, in modern times, there are many foods that she, as an ancient person, cannot imagine, but there are no limits to what modern people can create. Of course, there are plenty of things that taste better than fried chicken. Xinyu smiled and said, in modern times, there's nothing that an ancient person like her can't think of that modern people can't make. After hearing Xinyu's words, Duanmu Shui's face immediately lit up with a look of longing. Will you really take me to eat all those delicious foods in the future? Duanmu Shui stared at Xinyu, asking uncertainly. Are you just lying to me? Xinyu looked at her and said with a hint of amusement, do I look like the kind of person who would deceive others? Alright, let's agree on that then. If you dare to go back on your word, then you're... What? Xinyu asked curiously. It's the crime of deceiving the emperor. Duanmu Shui glared at him and said in a deliberately fierce tone. Xinyu couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Looking at her expression, he curved his lips into a smile and nodded in agreement. Alright, Empress, I promise I won't go back on my word. Is that good enough? Then he reached out and handed Hindu Shui's phone back to her. Duanmu Shui took the phone, unable to suppress the smile on her lips, feeling an indescribable joy in her heart. A few moments later, the takeout she had ordered arrived. Upon hearing the knock, Duanmu Shui immediately walked to the door and opened it. Hello, your takeout is here. The delivery rider wearing a yellow uniform stood outside the door, holding the takeout, and asked Duanmu Shui, hello, is this Ms. Duan? Ms. Duan? Duanmu Shui furrowed her brows. This delivery person must not have had much education. She clearly surnamed Duanmu, so why was she being called Ms. Duan? Ha? Aren't you Ms. Duan? The delivery rider looked at Duanmu Shui's puzzled expression and thought he might have delivered to the wrong place. That's Duan, not Duan. Duanmu Shui couldn't help but explain. He wouldn't think her last name was Duan and her first name was Mu Shui, would he? Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Duanmu, right? Here's your meal. The delivery rider said sheepishly. It's all the platform's fault. The delivery orders only show the first character of the surname, and I never expected to encounter someone with a compound surname today. This is really awkward. Duanmu Shui took the delivery and, thinking about the fried chicken she had been craving, decided not to dwell on the fact that he had mispronounced her surname. Oh, it's okay. Thanks a lot. Duanmu Shui remembered that Xinyu had told her earlier that the person delivering the meal wasn't his servant, but someone specifically assigned in this world to deliver food for those who ordered takeout. Therefore, when they delivered the meal, it was best to say thank you. No need to thank me. Enjoy your meal. The delivery rider smiled and then turned and left. Duanmu Shui held her fried chicken, closed the door, and walked toward the restaurant. Xinyu had just come back from the restroom and happened to come out at that moment, only to see Duan Shui walking in with her takeout. Did you just go out to get this takeout? Xinyu looked at the takeout in her hands and asked in surprise. Yes. What else? Duan Shui placed the takeout on the dining table and said indifferently. Xinyu couldn't help but feel a bit worried when he thought back to the strange things Duan Shui had said to the delivery rider the last time they ordered fried chicken. Did you say anything strange to them? Xinyu thought to himself, if Duan Shui said something strange again this time, he would have to call her to explain. No, you taught me before, right? They're the people in your world who are specifically responsible for delivering meals. It's a new profession. I even thanked him just like you told me to. Duan Shui opened the takeout bag, and the aroma of fried chicken immediately filled the air, making Duan Shui's mouth water. That's great. Xinyu heard Duan Shui say this and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, that delivery rider just now seemed a bit dim-witted, didn't he? Duan Shui said as she opened the box of fried chicken. Not very smart? What do you mean? Xinyu walked over and asked in confusion. Chapter 129, I'll take you out tonight. He actually called me Ms. Duan. Duan Shui said with a blank expression. Could it be because her surname was too rare, so the delivery guy didn't recognize her? Xinyu was just taking the fried chicken out of the delivery bag when he happened to glance at the note on the delivery slip. Ms. Duan. No wonder. Xinyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. What's wrong? Do you find this amusing? Duan Shui blinked her eyes, asking in confusion. Xinyu took the takeout order and handed it to her, saying, this really isn't the delivery guy's fault. Duan Shui looked at the order in Xinyu's hand, furrowed her brows, and slowly read aloud, Duan, flower, lady? Who is this Duan Hua? Duan Shui asked with a puzzled expression. Duan Hua? Could it be that the delivery guy earlier didn't get the name right and this was actually meant for a lady surnamed Duan? Did they deliver it to the wrong place? Put. Xinyu heard her ask seriously who Miss Duan Hua was and couldn't help but laugh. Duan Hua? How could she come up with that? What's so funny? Indu Shui looked at Xinyu's smiling face and asked in confusion, is it funny that the delivery guy brought the wrong order? Xinyu smiled and shook his head, then stopped laughing and slowly explained to her, this Duan refers to you, Miss Hua. What? And Hua is me? How is that possible? Duan Shui said in disbelief. She had clearly written Duan Shui, so how could it have turned into Duan Hua? That name is way too ugly. Xinyu looked at her angry expression and hurriedly explained, this is the platform's policy to protect guest privacy, so only the first character of the name is displayed, and the rest are replaced with symbols. Why use these symbols? It sounds so tacky. Duan Shui complained with a look of disgust. She had just noticed the two small flowers at the end and had unconsciously read them as flowers. That's not a flower. Well, it does look like a flower, but nowadays, we usually read it as something else. Xinyu patiently explained to Duan Shui. Duan Shui nodded, seeming to understand but not quite. Oh, I see. Modern people's things are so complicated. This form doesn't even show the full name, it uses symbols instead. It's really confusing. Xinyu looked at her puzzled expression and realized that explaining everything to her at once would indeed be difficult. He decided to change the subject instead. Alright, don't worry about that for now. Let's eat first, otherwise, your fried chicken will get cold. Oh, right, my fried chicken. As soon as Duan Shui heard the words fried chicken, she immediately forgot everything that had just happened. He quickly took all the fried chicken out of the takeout bag and started eating it happily with Xinyu. After finishing lunch, Xinyu got ready to go downstairs to continue watching the store. Xinyu, what would you like to eat for dinner tonight? Xinyu had just reached the entrance and was about to go out when he heard Duan Shui ask him from behind, her voice tinged with a hint of excitement. Upon hearing her words, Xinyu immediately turned around to look at her and asked, you wouldn't be thinking about what to eat for dinner again, would you? No, I was just asking what you wanted to eat so I could order takeout later. She's really into ordering takeout now, and if Xinyu doesn't have anything specific in mind, then I can order fried chicken again. Just thinking about it, Duan Shui couldn't help but start to feel excited. Xinyu looked at the gleam of excitement in her eyes and immediately guessed what she was thinking. He then said directly, I'll tell you tonight, but no more fried chicken. What? Why not? Duan Shui's little face immediately drooped, her expression clearly showing her unhappiness. Xinyu watched her deflate instantly and couldn't help but smile slightly. Is fried chicken really that delicious? Can you eat it all the time without getting tired of it? Xinyu asked curiously. Although he also thought fried chicken was pretty tasty, eating it for 2 meals in a row would make him feel sick of it. Of course there was. Duan Shui said without hesitation. Xinyu shook his head helplessly, then smiled and said to her, I'll take you out to eat tonight. What are we eating? Is it better than fried chicken? Duan Shui looked at Xinyu with curiosity. It's way better than fried chicken. Xinyu said while changing his shoes. Really? Indu Shui heard it was even better than fried chicken and her eyes lit up instantly. So you don't have to worry about ordering takeout anymore. Just rest at home, and I'll take you out for a nice meal tonight. Xinyu turned around and said to him. Okay. Duanmu Shui immediately nodded in agreement. Then Xinyu went straight downstairs. Xinyu sat in the store, picked up the book he had been reading that morning, and began to read again, his mind unconsciously starting to calculate. He wondered if the foreign antique dealers would show up again. However, since they were so eager to obtain his pure June sword, they would certainly make another attempt. The only question is, what underhanded tricks will they come up with next? But it doesn't matter. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. With Lu's team helping out, and Indu Shui by our side, not to mention that I'm now much stronger thanks to the system's physical enhancement, there's no need to fear them at all. What needs to be considered now is that I'm technically well off, so should I start thinking about buying a car or a house? However, although Jincheng County isn't exactly a big city, housing prices have been skyrocketing in recent years. With only 2 million yuan, I couldn't afford a very large place. Maybe I should save up a bit more and buy a bigger one instead. For now, I could start by buying a car. Although riding an electric scooter is convenient now, it's summer, and once the weather gets colder, riding an electric scooter will be uncomfortable. After making up his mind, Xinyu started browsing cars on his phone, contemplating what kind of car would be best to buy. The store was quiet that afternoon with no customers, so Xinyu was happy to have some downtime. As the sun set in the west, the golden afterglow filtered through the windows, casting a serene and peaceful glow inside the shop. Xinyu was just about to stand up to close the shop door when he heard a loud thud coming from upstairs. Xinyu couldn't help but feel puzzled. What was going on? Could something have happened to Duanmu Shui? Chapter 130, You're not trying to fool me, are you? Xinyu closed the shop door and headed straight upstairs. However, before he could reach the upstairs, he saw Duanmu Shui running down to find him. Xinyu, why did you come up here? Duanmu Shui asked excitedly upon seeing Xinyu. I was just about to ask you the same thing. What were you doing upstairs? All that noise. Xinyu stood on the stairs and asked Duanmu Shui as she walked down. I was just looking at the sky and thought it was getting late, so I came down to find you. Duanmu Shui looked at Xinyu and smiled. Ever since Xinyu had come downstairs at noon and told her he'd take her out for something even better than fried chicken that night, she'd been waiting all afternoon for evening to arrive. As evening approached and she saw that Xinyu hadn't returned yet, she decided to go downstairs to find him and remind him about their plans to go out for dinner together that night. To her surprise, she encountered him in the hallway. I thought you were doing something upstairs. Alright, since you're down, let's just go out. Xinyu said to her, thinking that this way he wouldn't have to go upstairs himself. Okay. Duanmu Shui nodded, a charming smile curving her lips. Xinyu looked at her wearing the pencil skirt she had bought during their last shopping trip, along with a t-shirt, and couldn't help but nod. Not bad, he had thought she might show up in traditional attire without his reminder. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Duanmu Shui looked at Xinyu's gaze and asked in confusion. Nothing. I just thought that if I hadn't reminded you, you would have come out wearing your dragon robe. Xinyu replied honestly. Duanmu Shui touched her ear. To be honest, she had actually thought about it earlier, but then she reconsidered. After all, Xinyu had always disliked her wearing traditional attire in public, saying it was too attention-grabbing. If he saw her wearing the dragon robe again today, what if he got upset and didn't take her out to eat? Sigh, it's true one should never give others something to hold over you. So, Duanmu Shui had no choice but to change into the modern outfit she had bought a few days earlier. How could I forget? I remember everything you told me. From now on, I'll try my best to wear modern clothes whenever we go out. Duanmu Shui assured him, everything is fine for dinner. Alright, let's go. Xinyu smiled and nodded, then immediately led Duanmu Shui out. Xinyu walked over to his electric scooter, inserted the key, then turned to Duanmu Shui and said, get on. Duanmu Shui hopped on effortlessly and wrapped her arms around Xinyu's waist. Xinyu felt her slender arms wrap around his waist, and an indescribable sensation swept over him, making him feel a bit uneasy. Oh, right, Xinyu, I suddenly remembered something. Indu Shui's voice suddenly rang out behind him. What is it? Xinyu cleared his throat, suppressing the strange feeling in his heart, and asked Duanmu Shui. You said you'd teach me how to ride an electric bike, right? When are you going to teach me? Ending the conversation, Xinyu turned his attention to the electric scooter in front of him. He looked at the control panel and saw that the battery was almost empty. He sighed and said, let's go for a ride. Duanmu Shui sighed. She remembered that when she first bought the electric scooter, she had wanted to learn how to ride it, but Xinyu had said he would teach her later. But when exactly was that later? She truly loved the feeling of riding an electric scooter. It was so freeing and exhilarating. If she could learn to ride it, she could go out whenever she wanted. Let's do it in a couple of days. Xinyu hesitated for a moment before saying, after all, Duanmu Shui didn't know the traffic rules, and she hadn't learned them before either. After all, an electric scooter isn't just any ordinary vehicle. If she were to suddenly twist the throttle and go out, and something were to happen, that would be disastrous. In 2 days? Why 2 days again? I thought you said the same thing last time. Duan Muxue sat in the back seat, clearly dissatisfied. She remembered that the last time she asked Xinyu to teach her how to ride an electric scooter, he had also said something about in a couple of days. So, was he just stringing her along? Really? What I mean is, when the store isn't so busy in a few days, I'll find a day to teach you how to ride an electric bike. Xinyu paused for a moment, then said with a lack of confidence. This was a life-threatening task, he had to think it through carefully. But your shop doesn't seem busy at all. Duan Muxue thought for a moment and said seriously. In Xinyu's antique shop, it was already considered good if a customer came by every 2 or 3 days, so there were never any busy times. Xinyu. That makes so much sense, I'm speechless. Well, that's how it is with antique shops. If we get one customer in a few days, that's already considered good business. Xinyu defended himself. Then you say the shop is busy. Duan Muxue rolled her eyes and asked in disbelief. Xinyu sighed helplessly, paused for a moment, then relented and said, how about the day after tomorrow? I have something to do tomorrow. I'll teach you how to ride an electric bike the day after tomorrow, okay? Alright, deal. Duan Muxue agreed immediately. Alright, let's go eat. After saying that, Xinyu hopped onto his electric scooter and sped off, heading toward the front. Xinyu, what are we having for dinner tonight? Duan Muxue sat on the back seat, unable to resist asking out of curiosity. You'll find out when we get there. Shortly after Xinyu finished speaking, the two arrived at their destination. What kind of shop is this? Duan Muxue looked at the shop, which was decorated in a very simple and ancient style, and felt that it resembled the taverns from their ancient times. It's a hot pot restaurant. Xinyu parked his electric scooter and walked over to her, saying, a hot pot restaurant? What is hot pot? Duan Muxue turned to look at Xinyu, her face filled with confusion. She had never heard of hot pot before and had no idea what this new and strange thing could be. Xinyu smiled at her and said, you'll see once we go inside. Let's go. Saying this, Xinyu led Duan Muxue into the hot pot restaurant. Can you handle spicy food? After being led by the waiter and seated with the child, Xinyu asked Duan Muxue. Duan Muxue nodded and said, it's okay. Xinyu thought for a moment, then ordered a Mandarin duck hot pot. Just look at the menu and order whatever you want. Xinyu said, handing the menu to Duan Muxue. Duan Muxue took the menu in a daze, then looked at the dishes on it and couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all these days of study, she could basically read the characters, but this was just the beginning. What was going on? Why were there only names of vegetables and meats? Shouldn't there be dishes already prepared? Chapter 131, How do you plan to atone for your sins? What's wrong? Ordering food? Xinyu looked at Duan Muxue, who was taking her time ordering, and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Isn't she usually the most enthusiastic about food? Could it be that she can't read the menu? Xinyu, the dishes here are so strange. They're just plain vegetables and meat, like raw food, not cooked. Duan Muxue looked at the menu with a frown. She saw that it listed things like winter melon, yam, and tofu. A normal menu should have dishes like stir-fried yam or braised tofu, shouldn't it? This menu was indeed a bit strange. Xinyu chuckled softly after hearing this, then looked at Indu Shui and said, yeah, it's raw. How do you eat it raw? Duan Muxue's eyes widened in disbelief. That's how you eat hot pot. Xinyu looked at her shocked expression and couldn't resist teasing her. This is how we eat hot pot here. You order the dishes, then place them in this circular in front of us, and eat directly from it. Xinyu struggled to suppress his laughter, looking at Duan Muxue, and began to speak nonsense with a straight face. Duan Muxue was taken aback upon hearing this, then asked in disbelief, what about the meat? Are we supposed to eat that too? She glanced at the menu, which listed items like hand-sliced beef and marbled beef, and wondered if those were also meant to be eaten raw. Yeah, just eat it. That's a specialty of hot pot, and eating raw beef has its own unique flavor. Xinyu said with a straight face. Duan Muxue swallowed hard. Eating raw beef, what's the difference between that and the barbarian tribes that supposedly ate raw meat and drank blood? Ending the conversation, he turned to look at the table. He noticed that the table was already covered with various dishes. He looked at the dishes and felt a bit overwhelmed. Duan Muxue couldn't help but shiver. Eating raw meat, the taste was something she dared not even imagine. Xinyu looked at her, who seemed to have been tricked, and couldn't help but feel like laughing. He clenched his right fist and placed it by his lips, coughing lightly to hide his smile. Then he looked at her and said, how about it? Have you made your choice yet? Aren't you hungry? Duan Muxue tugged at the corner of her mouth. Was this the thing Xinyu had said was even better than fried chicken? This was clearly just a way to trick her. I'll just order a few dishes. Duan Muxue said weakly, then casually pointed to a few dishes that could be eaten raw, and pushed the menu toward Xinyu. Why did you only order a few vegetable dishes? Aren't you the one who loves meat the most? Xinyu looked at the dishes she had ordered and asked her deliberately. Duan Muxue picked up her cup, took a sip of lemon water, and said with a slight smile, no, thank you. I think it's better to have a lighter dinner. Although she enjoyed meat, she simply couldn't bring herself to eat raw meat. It was too much for her to handle. Oh, I see. Shinyu nodded solemnly, then looked at the menu, waved his hand, and marked a check next to everything he wanted to eat. He then ordered several more portions of meat, afraid that Duanmu Shui wouldn't have enough to eat later. Alright, that's all I'll order. Shinyu handed the menu to the waiter, then said to Duanmu Shui, I ordered several meat dishes. If you want some later, don't be shy, just help yourself. Duanmu Shui hurriedly waved her hands and said, No, I'm not really in the mood for meat today. Alright. Shinyu gave her a half smile, then picked up the lemonade in front of him and took a sip. I wonder what Duanmu Shui will do when she finds out the truth later. Hello, your pot base is ready. A moment later, the waiter brought the yin-yang hot pot base that Shinyu had ordered to the table. Pot base? What's this for? Duanmu Shui looked at the red and white pot divided into two sections on the table and asked curiously. It's for disinfection, Shinyu replied solemnly, making up a story on the spot. Duanmu Shui's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she asked in confusion, disinfection? We're not going to eat it directly, so we need to disinfect it first. That way, we won't get stomachaches. Shinyu said, suppressing a smile. Duanmu Shui looked at him suspiciously, nodding half-heartedly. She felt that what Shinyu said was a bit odd, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. After a while, the waiter brought over all the dishes and meat they had ordered. Alright, let's start eating. As he spoke, Shinyu picked up a slice of beef with his chopsticks. Duanmu Shui stared intently at the piece of beef on Shinyu's chopsticks, curious to see how he would manage to eat the raw beef. Shinyu noticed her gaze and couldn't help but curve his lips into a faint smile. He then waved the piece of beef in front of Duanmu Shui and said, I'm going to eat it. Duanmu Shui nodded, curious to see how Shinyu would manage to eat the raw beef. Shinyu smiled, then the next second, he directly placed the beef into the already boiling pot. Duanmu Shui? How did you put the beef in here? Duanmu Shui asked in confusion. Didn't you say we were supposed to eat it directly? Oh, no, maybe it's like Shinyu said earlier, we need to disinfect it first? Are you disinfecting it? Duanmu Shui looked at Shinyu and asked cautiously. Shinyu looked at Duanmu Shui's surprised expression and couldn't help but burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Duanmu Shui asked with a frown. Shinyu cleared his throat, finally suppressing his laughter, then spoke slowly, I'm just kidding. This hot pot is supposed to have all the meat and vegetables cooked in the pot before eating. Duanmu Shui. So, what Shinyu just said about eating raw is all fake. So, were you just trying to fool me? Duanmu Shui glared angrily at Shinyu. Was he just teasing her all along? Shinyu hurriedly spoke up, Hey, don't get angry. I was just joking with you. I didn't expect you to actually believe me. You. Duanmu Shui was so angry that she couldn't speak. Was it because she was too gullible after all? Alright, I was wrong. Let's eat the meat quickly. I promise you, this hot pot is really delicious. Shinyu hurriedly looked at her and said. As soon as Duanmu Shui heard the word meat, she immediately recalled his earlier words about eating raw meat directly, which had made her too scared to order any meat earlier. Shinyu, you dare to deceive me? Do you know that this is a crime of deceiving the emperor? Duanmu Shui crossed her arms across her chest and glared angrily at Shinyu. Shinyu, how dare you deceive me? Do you know that this is a crime of deceiving the emperor? Duanmu Shui crossed her arms across her chest and glared angrily at Shinyu. Then I will atone for my sins with my achievements? Shinyu raised an eyebrow slightly and smiled at her. Duanmu Shui rolled her eyes and slowly spoke, Then how do you plan to make amends? Chapter 132, Actually, it's not impossible. Shinyu looked at her proud little expression and couldn't help but smile. He then placed the piece of beef he had just sliced into Wendu Shui's bowl. Try some, it's freshly cooked beef. A single slice of beef? Is that supposed to make up for everything? Duanmu Shui poked at the beef in her bowl with her chopsticks, speaking discontentedly. Shinyu looked at her and smiled, saying, Try it first, then say something. Here, dip it in this sauce. As he spoke, Shinyu pushed the prepared sauce toward Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui glanced at him, then cautiously picked up a piece of beef from the bowl, dipped it into the sauce, and slowly placed it into her mouth. How is it? Is it tasty? Shinyu looked at her, asking eagerly with a hopeful expression. Duanmu Shui put it in her mouth and chewed. The spicy flavor immediately hit her taste buds, and Duanmu Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. This is so delicious. Duanmu Shui looked up at Shinyu with an expression of disbelief and said, How can this beef be so delicious? Shinyu smiled at her reaction and said, How about it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Isn't it even better than fried chicken? Is this hot pot? It's really more delicious than fried chicken. Duanmu Shui nodded repeatedly and said, This beef is truly delicious. It's even better than what the head chef in the imperial kitchen made for me back in the palace. Shinyu smiled and then added a plate of beef and some vegetables into the pot. He let them simmer for a while before explaining to Duanmu Shui that it would be ready to eat shortly. Duanmu Shui stared intently at the vegetables just placed in the pot and asked Shinyu, This pot is truly remarkable. Why does the beef taste so delicious after just a simple boil? Shinyu looked at her curious expression and explained, the pot at the bottom of this red broth is a spicy pot filled with various spices. That's why everything cooked in it turns out so delicious. Oh, I see. Duan Mushui nodded in understanding, then pointed to the white pot on the other side and asked, what about this white soup? The white broth is just plain broth. Since the red broth is usually quite spicy, those who can't handle the heat can eat the ingredients cooked in the white broth instead. Shinyu explained to Duan Mushui. Duan Mushui couldn't help but marvel at how ingenious modern people were, coming up with such a clever solution. After a while, the soup began to bubble and boil. Shinyu glanced at it and said to Duan Mushui, it should be ready. Let's eat. Upon hearing that it was ready, Duan Mushui's face immediately lit up with a smile. She picked up a piece of beef with her chopsticks, placed it in her bowl, dipped it into the sauce as Shinyu had instructed, and then eagerly put it into her mouth. Hot. So hot. Duan Mushui hurriedly reached out her hand and kept fanning her mouth with it. Eat slowly, you won't burn yourself. Shinyu sighed helplessly, then hurriedly poured her a cup of water and handed it to her. Duan Mushui took the cup, took a sip, and finally calmed down. I didn't expect it to be so hot either. Duan Mushui said innocently. She had been so focused on eating that she completely overlooked this detail. How could the meat just out of the pot not be hot? You should eat slower, no one's rushing you. Shinyu looked at her with a gentle smile, then used the spoon beside him to scoop several pieces of meat and vegetables into Ndu Shue's bowl, his expression betraying a hint of indulgence and pampering that even he hadn't noticed. I understand. Duan Mushui picked up the dish Shinyu had served her, blew on it, and then slowly began to eat. Shinyu saw how much she was enjoying it and couldn't help but be infected by her enthusiasm, so he also began to eat. Just as the two of them were about to finish the dishes they had ordered, Shinyu noticed that Duan Mushui still seemed hungry, so he ordered 2 more plates of meat, some vegetables, and some tofu dishes. How about that? Is this enough to make up for my mistake? Shinyu said to Duan Mushui while adding more meat to the pot. Ending the conversation abruptly, she turned her attention back to her meal. Duan Mushui ate the dish, nodded in satisfaction, then mumbled, it's okay, but if you ever dare to pull a stunt like this again, it won't be settled with just a hot pot. Shinyu chuckled softly and asked, if a hot pot can't solve it, then what should we do? At least 2 meals, right? At least 2 meals, right? Duan Mushui stuffed her mouth full and looked at Shinyu, speaking with a serious expression. Hot pot is so delicious. If Shinyu teases me once in exchange for 2 meals of hot pot, then being teased a few times seems acceptable. Duan Mushui thought to herself silently, for hot pot, I'll endure a little humiliation. I'll endure a little humiliation. Shinyu. Alright, he underestimated the allure of hot pot for a foodie. He thought Ndu Shui was going to demand something extraordinary, but this is it? After they had eaten their fill, Shinyu paid the bill and left the hot pot restaurant. I'm so full. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Duan Mushui rubbed her slightly bulging stomach and said. Shinyu glanced at her, also feeling puzzled. Ndu Shui ate like this every day, able to eat enough for 2 people, yet she didn't seem to gain any weight at all. What a metabolism, truly enviable. Let's go, get in the car, and head back. Shinyu walked over to his electric scooter, unlocked it, and pushed it out while speaking. Then, Duan Mushui hopped on with ease. Oh, right, Shinyu, you promised to teach me how to ride an electric bike the day after tomorrow. Don't go back on your word. As soon as Duan Mushui got on the electric scooter, she remembered what they had agreed on the way there, so she immediately reminded Shinyu with concern. Shinyu sighed and pressed his temples, just trust me. If I forget, I'll treat you to 3 hot pot meals, okay? Now you should believe me, right? Little did he know that after hearing his words, Duan Mushui pondered for a moment before speaking in a serious tone, if it's 3 hot pot meals, then breaking your promise to me isn't out of the question. Shinyu. Well, it seems that in this little foodie's heart, hot pot isn't just better than fried chicken, it's even better than electric scooters. Alright, don't worry. I'll definitely keep my word for these 3 hot pot meals. Shinyu said deliberately. Duan Mushui. That sounds weird. It feels like I'm getting the short end of the stick. By the way, Shinyu, you mentioned earlier that you have something to do tomorrow. What is it? Shinyu was riding his electric scooter with Duan Mushui on the way back when Duan Mushui suddenly asked. Chapter 133, if it hurts, just say so. On the way to the hot pot restaurant, Shinyu told Duan Mushui that he had something to do tomorrow and couldn't teach her how to ride an electric scooter. Duan Mushui hadn't paid attention at the time, but now she recalled it and asked curiously. Shinyu rode the electric scooter slowly and said, it's not a big deal. I just need to buy a car. Buy a car? But we already have a car, don't we? Duan Mushui glanced at the small electric scooter they were sitting on and asked in confusion. Not this one. I mean a 4-wheeled car. Duan Mushui replied indifferently, oh, you mean the kind with all 4 wheels covered up that you mentioned last time? Yeah, that's the one. Shinyu nodded in agreement. Seeming to detect a lack of interest in her tone, Shinyu asked again, don't you like that kind of car? Duan Muxue shook her head, then thought about how Qinyu was sitting in front of her and couldn't see her, so she spoke again. I don't really like it. It just feels stuffy inside. A small electric scooter is much more comfortable, and you can even go for a ride. Enjoy the breeze? You even know that word? Qinyu asked with a smile, surprised that Duan Muxue picked things up so quickly. Of course. Duan Muxue heard the disbelief in Qinyu's words and replied with a proud expression, her expression tinged with a hint of satisfaction. Actually, those four-wheeled vehicles can also be used for cruising. Qinyu explained with a smile. Duan Muxue glanced at the four-wheeled vehicles on the road and couldn't help but turn up her lips. Those covered-up vehicles, how could they be fun to drive? Her little electric scooter was much better. After riding their electric scooters back home, they played with their phones for a while to kill time, then each went to wash up and go to bed. The next morning, after waking up, Qinyu freshened up and then got ready to head out to the 4S store to look at cars. However, as soon as he stepped out of the room, he saw Duan Muxue had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for him. Qinyu, you're up? Breakfast is on the table. Hurry up and eat. Duan Muxue was originally sitting on the sofa playing with her phone. Upon hearing the sound, she lifted her head and glanced at Qinyu. Why did you get up so early? You even made breakfast. I told you to rest properly. Qinyu looked at her and said helplessly. Duan Muxue put down her phone and said indifferently, I'm not as delicate as you think. That day, I ate too much ice, so I couldn't stand the stomach pain. When I was on the battlefield fighting, I didn't have time to worry about such things. Duan Muxue recalled the time she had replaced Manhwa on the battlefield. Even when faced with something like her menstrual period, she had never hesitated to charge into battle. Moreover, since she had gone in place of her younger brother, she had to keep her identity a secret, telling no one and revealing nothing. She dared not even drink red sugar water, and besides, such things were not available in the military camp. But I managed to get through it back then, so what's the big deal about cooking a meal now? It's really nothing to worry about. Qinyu looked at Du Shui's expression, which was as calm as a cloud, and for some reason, he felt a pang of unexplainable pain in his heart. After all, she was still a girl. Going into battle was already a grueling task that few could endure, let alone taking the place of her own younger brother. Although she won the battle, all the glory and achievements went to her brother. Even the history books make no mention of this female emperor's military exploits. Qinyu looked at the unconcerned smile on her face and couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair and spoke slowly, don't hold back your pain. Here, you don't have to be so strong. Duan Muxue listened to his words, feeling the warmth of his palm glide through her hair, and a wave of sadness welled up in her heart. Her eyes began to tear up. Duan Muxue quickly turned away, reaching up to touch the corner of her eye, afraid that Qinyu would see the tears welling up in her eyes. In her memory, not even her own father and mother had ever spoken to her in such a way. They had always told her that as the princess of the Great Chu Kingdom, she must shoulder the responsibilities of her family and country, and never show weakness under any circumstances. But today, Qinyu had actually told her that she didn't have to be so strong. What's wrong? Qinyu looked at her as she suddenly turned away, asking in confusion. Duan Muxue shook her head and tried to keep her voice calm. Nothing. Hurry up and eat. Didn't you say we were going out later? Qinyu heard her abruptly change the subject and didn't press further. He picked up his chopsticks and began eating his breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Qinyu got ready to leave. Duan Muxue saw him about to leave and followed him like a little tail. Qinyu, when are you coming back? Qinyu thought for a moment and said, I don't know. It shouldn't take too long. Qinyu thought for a moment. If he saw a car he liked and the price was right, it should only take a few minutes. But if he couldn't find one he liked, he'd have to go to another dealership, and that would take much longer. Will you be back for lunch? Duan Muxue followed Qinyu to the entrance and asked. Qinyu replied while changing his shoes, it depends. I'll call you later. Oh, Duan Muxue said, her tone sounding a bit disappointed. As he was about to leave, Qinyu glanced at Duan Muxue, noticing her listless expression. After a moment's thought, he asked, do you want to come with me? Duan Muxue had been worrying about how she would spend the morning alone at home, but upon hearing Qinyu's words, her eyes lit up. Can I? Qinyu watched her cheer up instantly and smiled, nodding his head and saying, sure. Then wait here for me. I'll go change clothes. I'll be quick. After saying that, Duan Muxue ran back to her room excitedly to change clothes. Great. She had been worried about being alone at home and feeling bored, but now she could go out with Qinyu. It couldn't have been better. Qinyu watched Duan Muxue's cheerful figure and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. How childish such a small thing could make her so happy. A few minutes later, Duan Muxue had changed into her clothes and walked out of the room. Qinyu, I'm ready. Let's go. Duan Muxue changed into modern clothes and smiled at Qinyu. Let's go. Then, the two of them walked out the door together. As they reached the ground floor, Qinyu suddenly remembered something. Qinyu, why did you stop? Duan Muxue looked at Qinyu, who had suddenly stopped in his tracks, and asked in confusion. Chapter 134. I didn't mean to take advantage of you. I suddenly thought of an important question. Xinyu looked at her and spoke slowly. What important question? Duanmu Shui asked curiously. Xinyu frowned and said, I'm thinking about how we're going to get to the place where we can buy a car. Duanmu Shui pointed to the small electric scooter parked downstairs and said with a puzzled look, why don't we just ride the electric scooter? What's there to think about? Just ride the electric scooter, right? Xinyu sighed lightly and said, we could ride there, but once we buy a car later, we won't be able to ride back. Electric scooters are compact, but they won't fit into a regular 5-seater car. Once they buy the car, there'll be no way to bring the electric scooter back. What should we do? After hearing Xinyu's explanation, Duanmu Shui asked with a frown. Xinyu thought for a moment and then said, why don't we take a taxi? Duanmu Shui wasn't particularly keen on riding in those four-wheeled vehicles that looked so oppressive, but as Xinyu had said, if they rode electric bikes there, they wouldn't be able to ride back. So, Duanmu Shui nodded reluctantly, alright, I'll listen to you. Then, Xinyu took Duanmu Shui with him, and the two of them walked to the roadside to hail a taxi. However, after waiting for a long time by the roadside, they still didn't see any taxis. Xinyu took out his phone, opened the ride-hailing app, and was about to book a ride when he noticed a bus slowly approaching them. Xinyu glanced at the bus. Route 57? If he remembered correctly, this bus should go directly to the forest store they were heading to. Why don't we take the bus? Xinyu blurted out without thinking. Duanmu Shui heard his words, glanced at the bus approaching them, pointed at it, and asked, is that the one? Xinyu nodded and said, yes, that's the one. Sure. Duanmu Shui didn't have any objections. After all, to her, these cars were all the same except for their size. Alright, let's take the bus then. Xinyu said, then opened the ride code, and the two of them got on the number 57 bus. After getting on the bus, Xinyu glanced around. Although there weren't many people on the bus, it wasn't exactly empty either. At the very least, there wasn't a single empty seat left. Hold on to this, be careful not to fall. Xinyu pointed to the hanging handrail on the crossbar of the car and said to Duanmu Shui. Okay. Duanmu Shui nodded in agreement and reached out to grab the handle. So this is a bus. Duanmu Shui curiously examined every corner of the bus. There were so many windows. The morning sunlight streamed through the spacious windows, making the interior bright and comfortable. It seemed that this four-wheeled vehicle wasn't as oppressive as she had imagined. Xinyu, so this is what a bus looks like. Duanmu Shui turned to look at Xinyu and said cheerfully. Xinyu looked at her with the same curious expression as a child and smiled, nodding his head. Yeah, how about it? Isn't it less oppressive than you imagined? Xinyu looked down at her and asked. Duanmu Shui looked out the window at the scenery rushing by and nodded slightly, her lips pressed together. Indeed, the feeling of being on the bus wasn't as bad as she had imagined. Maybe next time she went out, she'd try taking the bus for a while. It wasn't so bad after all. Just as Duanmu Shui was quietly pondering this idea, the bus suddenly slammed on the brakes, and everyone inside, due to inertia, lunged forward. Xinyu quickly grabbed the handrail with all his strength, but Duanmu Shui, who had never ridden a bus before, was caught off guard by the sudden stop. Facing backward, her body lost control and began to fall backward. Be careful! Xinyu saw Duanmu Shui suddenly fall backward and quickly reached out to catch her waist. Then Duanmu Shui fell directly into his arms. The moment Duanmu Shui threw herself into his arms, Xinyu's chest was suddenly squeezed, and he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Cough, are you okay? Xinyu quickly cleared his throat to hide his unease and asked Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui was currently being held in Xinyu's arms. When Xinyu spoke to her, his warm breath brushed against her ear, causing her heart to race and her ears to grow hot. No, I'm fine. Duanmu Shui stammered as she spoke, but for some reason, she didn't try to break free from Xinyu's arms. Alright, as long as you're okay. If the car makes an emergency stop, the people inside will instinctively lean forward due to inertia. Since we don't have seats, you must hold onto the handrail tightly. Otherwise, if you fall and get hurt, that would be terrible. Xinyu whispered to Duanmu Shui, as this was her first time riding a bus, so it was understandable that she didn't know these things. Duanmu Shui felt Xinyu's arm wrapped around her waist. The warmth from his arm seeped through the thin fabric of her clothes, causing an unusual sensation to arise in her heart. However, for some reason, she didn't seem to dislike this feeling. I see. Duanmu Shui nodded slightly and said to Xinyu. Xinyu looked down at her flushed ears and suddenly realized that Duanmu Shui was still in his arms. He quickly let go of the arm he had been holding around her and then awkwardly scratched his nose. I was just worried you might fall. I didn't mean anything by it. Xinyu hurriedly explained that he wasn't the kind of person who would intentionally take advantage of girls. In Du Shui, please don't misunderstand. Ending the conversation, Xinyu turned and walked away. Duanmu Shui looked up at Xinyu, then lowered her head in embarrassment before speaking slowly. I know. Thanks to you just now, otherwise I might have really broken my face. It's nothing, no need to thank me. Xinyu smiled and said, it's okay, as long as there's no misunderstanding. 15 minutes later, the bus arrived at the stop for the 4S store they were heading to. Xinyu got off the bus with Duanmu Shui and walked toward the 4S store they were looking for. The 4S store was directly across from the bus stop. After getting off the bus, the two of them walked straight toward the 4S store. Is this where modern people buy cars? It feels very different from the electric vehicle store we visited last time. Duanmu Shui walked into the 4S store, took a quick look around, and said to Xinyu. Xinyu smiled and said, a car dealership is naturally different from an electric vehicle store. After all, the vehicles they sell are different. Duanmu Shui nodded in agreement. That's true. You're right. Chapter 135, It's Not Your Fault. After the two entered the 4S store, the staff member closest to them didn't even bother to approach them. Normally, shouldn't employees at a 4S store approach customers when they see them enter? Xinyu frowned slightly in annoyance and asked directly, do you have any recommended models in your store? After hearing Xinyu's words, the female salesperson slowly walked over, her expression still showing a hint of impatience. The cars are all up ahead, why not just go and see for yourself? The female clerk said impatiently, her tone full of contempt. She had seen them clearly. The two had gotten off the bus and couldn't even afford a taxi. They probably didn't have much money to buy a car and were likely just there to look around. And even if they did want to buy something, they'd probably just go for the cheapest option in their store. I'm not going to waste my time on them. After hearing the female store clerk's words, Duanmu Shui's delicate eyebrows furrowed in displeasure. What is the meaning of your tone? We are customers here to buy a car. Why are you speaking to us in such a rude and arrogant manner? Didn't Xinyu tell you earlier that the staff in this store adhere to the principle that the customer is always right and treat all customers with courtesy and enthusiasm? Why was this female shop assistant speaking so rudely, and her gaze toward the two of them was filled with such disdain? Arrogant and rude? Ha, if you want me to be nice, you can have that, but first, you better be able to afford it. The female salesperson rolled her eyes and said, we get commissions for every car we sell. The more expensive the car, the higher the commission. The two people in front of her weren't wearing any designer brands, and they had even taken the bus here. They probably couldn't afford to buy a car, so why should she waste her time and effort on them? You! Duanmu Shui clenched her fists in anger. This woman was truly ungrateful, daring to speak to her in such a manner. Xinyu listened and was speechless. Such a snobbish store clerk was indeed everywhere, but he never expected to encounter one today. Just as Xinyu was about to speak up to argue with her, a round-faced female store clerk walked over and hurriedly said to the two of them, I'm sorry, please don't be upset. May I ask what kind of car you're looking to purchase? Did you have any specific models in mind earlier? Seeing this person approach, the previous sales clerk immediately turned and walked away. Perfect, someone else was willing to attend to these two who clearly couldn't afford a car. She might as well go check on other customers instead. How can your store have such arrogant and rude staff? Doesn't the manager ever discipline them? Duanmu Shui watched the female employee leave, speaking in a cold tone, her eyes emanating a chill that sent shivers down one's spine. I'm sorry. She's been working here for a long time. Maybe she's just having a bad day today. It's our fault for making you two unhappy. I apologize to both of you. The round-faced girl in front of them seemed to be intimidated by Ndu Yukari's imposing presence and stammered out an explanation. Ending with a smile, she turned to look at the two of them. Duanmu Shui glanced at her, her expression softening slightly. It's not your fault. Why are you apologizing? Ha? What? Alright, let's go see the car first. We can talk about the rest later. Xinyu looked at the female store clerk, who was so scared by Duanmu Shui that she couldn't speak, and could only speak up. After all, Duanmu Shui's aura was not something an ordinary person could handle. Duanmu Shui glanced at Xinyu before nodding and saying, alright. Xinyu gently patted her head, then had the female store clerk who was standing nearby take them to look at the cars. Alright, please follow me. The most popular models in our store are all up ahead. You two can go take a look. The female salesperson with the round face smiled at the two of them and then slowly exhaled. She was so beautiful, but when she frowned, she looked truly terrifying. These are our most popular models recently. Which one do you prefer? The round-faced saleswoman smiled at the two of them. Xinyu looked at the models in the showroom: 2-seaters, 5-seaters, 7-seaters, sports cars, and SUVs. They had them all. I don't have any particular preferences regarding style or color. I mainly want to choose one with good performance and features. Xinyu replied. If you're looking for good performance, you might want to check out this model. The round-faced team member pointed to a black car in the distance and said, this is our latest model, just launched this year. It offers excellent performance and comfort, and sales have been very strong since its launch. Xinyu glanced at the car she was talking about and nodded in agreement. It did look quite nice, and it even had a convertible design. Ndu Shui had always found cars too oppressive, so a convertible might make her feel more comfortable. This car looks pretty good. What do you think? Xinyu asked Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui looked at the car in front of her, tugged at the corner of her mouth, and smiled lightly. I think they're all pretty much the same. Xinyu looked at her forced expression and couldn't help but chuckle. How could he have forgotten that she had no concept of these cars? Even $1 million sports car was probably just a differently colored metal box in her eyes. Xinyu turned his head and addressed the salesperson directly. How much is this car? The round-faced salesperson hesitated for a moment after hearing Xinyu's question, then slowly replied, the price for this car is a bit higher. The base price, insurance, purchase fees, and other related expenses will come to approximately 1 million yuan. Xinyu nodded in agreement. The price was within his budget. Just as Xinyu was about to speak, the female shop assistant who had spoken to them in a sarcastic tone earlier walked over with a customer. Hey, move aside. My customer wants to take a look at this car. The female clerk said bluntly. But we're looking at this car too. The round-faced saleswoman said, sounding a bit put out. The female shop assistant glanced at Xinyu and his group, then said disdainfully, anyway, you can't afford it. What's the point of looking at it? You're just wasting my time and keeping my customers from looking at the car. You! How dare you speak to me like that? The round-faced saleswoman said angrily. I'm just stating the facts. Get out of the way. The female shop assistant said arrogantly. Duan Muxue looked at the female clerk's expression and clenched her fists, about to confront her, but was pulled back by Xinyu. Chapter 136, I must teach her a lesson. Xinyu, what are you doing? Duan Muxue looked at Xinyu in confusion. That woman was so rude she had to teach her a lesson. Why was Xinyu stopping her? Xinyu looked at her and said, don't worry, leave it to me. Then, Xinyu directly addressed the female store clerk with a disdainful expression, is this the level of service your store provides? The female store clerk rolled her eyes and said, if you were buying something, you'd be our customer, and I'd naturally provide good service. But if you're not buying, I don't see why I should bother, do you? The female shop assistant looked at him as if to say, see, I told you so, and Xinyu was almost driven to laughter by her attitude. How do you know we won't buy it? Du Shui, who was standing nearby, couldn't stand the saleswoman's attitude anymore and spoke up directly. The female shop assistant glanced at her and Xinyu. Though their clothes weren't cheap, neither of them wore any designer labels, and they had just gotten off the bus. They didn't look like they could afford a car. If you want to buy one, go over there and take a look at that car. 10,000 should be enough to get it. The female sales clerk said disdainfully. That model was the cheapest one in their store, specifically designed for people who couldn't afford anything better. Xinyu knew immediately that the car couldn't be any good. For 10,000 yuan, he didn't even bother to look at it. Moreover, wasn't this female sales clerk taking herself too seriously? Did she really expect her to go just because she told her to? She sure had some nerve. What are you guys doing? Xinyu heard the sound and looked over. He saw a middle-aged man in a suit walking over from a distance. He looked like he might be the manager of the store. Manager Yang. The round-faced store clerk and the disdainful-looking female clerk spoke at the same time. This was their superior, so they had to be on their best behavior. Xinyu heard this and his lips curled slightly. His judgment of people was pretty accurate. After all, she was actually a manager. What was going on? Were all of them here to look at cars? Mr. Yang, the manager, saw several people gathered together and thought they were customers arguing, so he hurried over to ask what was going on. Manager, it's like this. These are my guests. The disdainful female clerk was about to speak when she was abruptly interrupted by Xinyu. Are you the manager of this store? Here's the thing, we want to buy this car, but your employee is refusing to let us. Xinyu looked at the manager in front of him and said seriously. What? Manager Yang was utterly astonished. His store's employees were actually refusing to let customers who came to the store buy a car. Are they out of their minds? Xiao Chen, what's going on? How could you stop a customer from buying a car? Manager Yang looked at the female salesperson, who had just been looking down on the customer, and asked in astonishment. You're turning away a customer who's practically begging to buy a car. This Xiao Chen must be out of his mind. No, Mr. Yang, please let me explain. The female clerk panicked immediately and hurriedly tried to explain to Mr. Yang. No, are you even selling the cars in this store? If not, I'll just go look elsewhere. Before the sales clerk surnamed Chen could explain, Xinyu frowned and said impatiently. Upon hearing Xinyu say he was going to another store, Manager Yang hurriedly interjected, please don't leave. We're selling them. Of course we're selling the cars in our store. We keep the doors open for business, don't we? Manager, don't listen to him bragging. How could they possibly afford this car? The salesman surnamed Chen said angrily. Shut up. Manager Yang immediately pointed at her and warned, whether they can afford it or not, as salespeople, we must treat every customer who comes in with courtesy and enthusiasm. Shut up. Yang manager immediately pointed at her nose and warned her, whether they can afford it or not, as salespeople, we must treat every customer who comes in with courtesy and enthusiasm. What if they're just being modest and keeping a low profile? What if they suddenly decide to buy something? This little Chen is really something. He's good at messing things up. He's always judging people based on their status. He warned her before, but she still didn't learn her lesson. After warning the female clerk, Manager Yang immediately turned to Chinyu and the others with a smile and said, "Sir, we're happy to sell you the car. If you're interested, you can take a seat in the lounge while I go over the details with you. If everything looks good, we can sign the contract right away." As he spoke, Mr. Yang was about to lead Chinyu and the others toward the lounge, but Chinyu waved his hand and pointed to the round-faced young sales clerk who had been guiding them and providing information the entire time. "No need. Let her introduce us. By the way, bring the contract over. I think this car is pretty good. If there are no issues, we can just sign the contract." "Manager Yang, you're signing the contract so quickly? That's great. Alright, Xiao Zhou, hurry up. Take the two of them to the restroom. I'll go get the contract and bring it over later." Yang manager hurriedly patted the round-faced clerk on the shoulder and said, "Oh, okay, please this way." The round-faced shop assistant was also completely taken aback, never expecting such a big opportunity to fall into his lap. It wasn't until young manager reminded him that he finally snapped out of it and led the two of them to the break room. Meanwhile, the clerk surnamed Chen stood frozen in place, unable to believe what he had just heard. Manager Yang was about to go get the contract when he turned around and saw her frozen expression. He snorted disdainfully and whispered to her, "Come to my office later. Forget about this month's bonus." "Wait, manager, Alright, no need to explain. I need to go get the contract." Manager Yang didn't have the time to listen to her explanation, waved his hand, and walked away quickly. The two customers who had originally been attended to by the female employee surnamed Chen, after watching this entire scene, also turned around and left. What kind of customer service is this? They'd better go find someone else. Oh, that female employee surnamed Chen is standing there looking utterly miserable, probably regretting her actions deeply. After all that hard work, it was all for nothing, and she even had to cover this month's bonus out of her own pocket. What a huge loss. "Chinyu, you tell me we're both store clerks at the same place, why is there such a huge difference in customer service?" Duan Muxue sat in the break room, looking puzzled as she asked Chinyu. Chinyu smiled and said, "Probably for his own performance." Duan Muxue, performance? What is performance? Chapter 137, What are you here for? Duan Muxue listened with great curiosity. The term performance sounded novel to her, she had never heard it before. Performance refers to the amount of money earned from the cars they sell. When it comes time to settle wages, they will be given a commission based on their performance according to a certain percentage. Xinyu explained to Duan Muxue. Duan Muxue thought about it and said, "So that means the higher the performance of Tang and the others, the higher the commission they'll get, right?" "Yes, that's exactly right." Xinyu nodded in admiration, saying, "No wonder you were once an empress, you catch on so quickly. Then why was she so cold toward us at first? We came to buy a car. If she had greeted us, wouldn't that have boosted her sales?" Duan Muxue asked impatiently. "Wasn't that female salesperson just a bit slow? If she had been nicer to me and Xinyu earlier, wouldn't she have gotten a commission if we had bought the car?" Xinyu chuckled softly and then spoke slowly. "Maybe she thinks we can't afford it." "Why would they think we can't afford it? If we can't afford it, why would we come here?" Duan Muxue looked puzzled. If they can't afford it, why would they come here in the first place? Xinyu smiled, thinking that Duan Muxue had a point, but not everyone would think so simply. "Alright, let's not dwell on this anymore. People like that aren't worth our time," Xinyu said to Duan Muxue. Duan Muxue nodded in agreement. Xinyu was right, such irrelevant people weren't worth her time. After a while, the round-faced shop assistant and manager Yang gave the two a detailed introduction to the car's performance and various specifications. Xinyu listened and found that everything seemed satisfactory, and he also liked the car's exterior design. With the two of them accompanying him, he took it for a test drive. Xinyu felt quite satisfied, so he didn't hesitate any further and made the decision on the spot. "This is the one. Let's go pick it up." Xinyu got out of the car, leaned against the window with one hand, and said in a calm tone, "Just take the car, no problem." "Sir, are you paying in full or?" Yang manager looked at Xinyu and paused before asking. "Full payment, just swipe the card," Xinyu said directly. Upon hearing the words full payment, Yang manager's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly smiled and said, "Alright, please proceed." Then, manager Yang and the round-faced shop assistant led Xinyu and Duan Muxue to make the payment and handle the necessary procedures. After a busy half-day, they finally completed all the procedures and only needed to register the vehicle. "This is a temporary license plate. You can go to the relevant department to apply for a permanent license plate in the next few days." Mr. Yang smiled and handed the temporary license plate, valid for 7 days, to Xinyu. This young man is truly remarkable. He doesn't look like someone with much money, yet he didn't even blink an eye at the price of $1 million car, saying he'd buy it on the spot. When he swiped his card, it was such a satisfying feeling. Yang manager couldn't help but wonder in his heart, are all rich people so low-key these days? Xinyu took the temporary license plate young manager handed him and said directly, "Since all the paperwork is done, let's go." If there are any issues in the future, just contact me or Xiao Zhou. The round-faced young store clerk named Xiao Zhou also hurriedly nodded with a smile. She still couldn't quite believe that she had actually sold a car worth $1 million. This is the most expensive car she has sold since she started working here 2 months ago. Xinyu smiled and nodded, then walked out with Duanmu Shui, ready to drive the car they had just picked up home. Considering that Duanmu Shui was riding in a car for the first time, Xinyu walked over to the passenger side and opened the door for her. Get in. Duanmu Shui looked at Xinyu opening the car door and asked hesitantly, are we just going to walk right up like this? Xinyu looked at Duanmu Shui's confused expression and nodded, saying, yes, just go up and sit in this chair. Xinyu said, pointing to the passenger seat. Duanmu Shui glanced at Xinyu before slowly stepping forward and getting into the car, sitting down in the passenger seat. Xinyu closed the door for her, then walked around the front of the car and sat down in the driver's seat. After sitting in the driver's seat, Xinyu fastened his seatbelt. Just as he was about to start the car, he suddenly remembered that Duanmu Shui hadn't fastened her seatbelt yet. So, I unbuckled my own seatbelt and leaned directly toward Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui had been curiously examining everything inside the car, but when Xinyu suddenly leaned toward her, she instinctively stepped back and leaned against the seat back. What are you doing? Duanmu Shui stared at Xinyu's face, which was just inches away, and her eyes widened in panic. Xinyu he suddenly came so close to her. What was he doing? Could he possibly be? Xinyu looked at her terrified expression, reached out to pull the seatbelt over, and fastened it for her. Let me fasten your seatbelt for you. After Xinyu finished speaking, he immediately returned to the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt. Duanmu Shui watched Xinyu step back and looked at the strap secured in front of her, blinking in confusion. A seatbelt? What on earth is that? Duanmu Shui reached out and tugged at the seatbelt in front of her, asking in confusion. Xinyu thought for a moment before explaining, as the name suggests, it's a belt designed to keep you safe. Cars travel at high speeds, and sometimes they may have to brake suddenly in an emergency or be hit by other vehicles. In such situations, seatbelts protect you by preventing your body from being thrown forward due to inertia, thereby reducing the likelihood of injury. Duanmu Shui listened and touched her ears, still feeling a bit confused. Xinyu saw that she still didn't seem to understand, so he thought for a moment and spoke again. Just like this morning, when the bus suddenly braked, you almost fell over, didn't you? But if you had been wearing a seatbelt, you wouldn't have been thrown out. After Xinyu explained it all, Duanmu Shui immediately nodded in understanding. I see. So the seatbelt is the thing that protects you from falling and getting hurt when you're in the car. Chapter 138, she's definitely a road warrior. That's right, you can understand it that way. Xinyu nodded and said. Duanmu Shui couldn't help but nod in admiration. Modern people really think things through thoroughly. Back in their day, no one even thought to install seatbelts on carriages. How truly wise. Xinyu saw Duanmu Shui's admiring expression, smiled, then started the car and drove forward. How about it? Isn't it better than you imagined? Xinyu drove the car, glancing out of the corner of his eye at Duanmu Shui, who was curiously examining the interior of the car. He smiled and asked. Duanmu Shui turned her head to look at him and said, it's okay. It feels a bit like the horse-drawn carriages we have back home, but the seats in this car are much more comfortable than those in a carriage. Plus, there are windows, so it's not as dark and stuffy as inside a carriage. Duanmu Shui spoke honestly. She had never liked riding in carriages during her time in the Great Shu Kingdom, finding them oppressive and suffocating. That's understandable after all, this is a product of human civilization and technological progress, so it's naturally much better than a horse-drawn carriage. Xinyu gripped the steering wheel and said with a light smile. If this four-wheeled car can't even keep up with the old horse-drawn carriages, then hasn't human civilization made no progress in over 1,000 years? However, I still think electric scooters are better. You can go for a ride and feel unrestricted. Duanmu Shui added softly. Xinyu heard this and couldn't help but laugh helplessly. How much did Duanmu Shui really love electric bikes? He had just spent $1 million on a Mercedes-Benz, and now it had been outclassed by a little electric scooter. If he told anyone, no one would believe him. You like driving around, don't you? Xinyu turned his head to look at her and asked with a slight smile on his lips. Duanmu Shui nodded after hearing Xinyu's words. What she loved most was riding her little electric scooter around, feeling incredibly comfortable. Xinyu watched her light up at the mention of wind, and couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. Then he reached out and pressed a button, opening the convertible top. What's going on here? Duanmu Shui looked up at the suddenly opening roof and was so surprised that her eyes widened. What's going on? How did the roof suddenly open? Xinyu, what's going on with the car roof? Is it broken? Duanmu Shui was about to ask Xinyu if the car roof was broken when she saw Xinyu turn her head and give her a smile. Duanmu Shui immediately stopped herself from speaking, thinking that given Xinyu's expression, it probably wasn't the car that was broken, but rather something he had done. What's wrong? Didn't you want to go for a drive? Xinyu looked at her stunned expression and spoke slowly. Duanmu Shui had been too surprised to notice, but after Qin Yu pointed it out, she finally realized that the entire roof of the car had disappeared. The oppressive feeling that had been weighing on her vanished instantly. The car sped down the road, and the late summer breeze blew against her face, making Duanmu Shui feel incredibly comfortable. This was almost like riding a small electric scooter. No, actually, it was much more comfortable than riding a small electric scooter. Qin Yu, are you a magician? Duanmu Shui couldn't help but look at Qin Yu and asked excitedly. Perform magic tricks? Qin Yu couldn't help but smile at her. I don't know how to perform magic tricks. Then how did you do that? Duanmu Shui looked at him curiously and asked. Qin Yu spoke slowly and explained to her, this is a built-in feature of the car. Just press this button. Duanmu Shui listened to Qin Yu's explanation and nodded, seeming to understand but not quite. Then she asked again, does that mean all four-wheeled vehicles are allowed? Not all of them. Some can, some can't, but our vehicle happens to have that feature. Qin Yu looked straight ahead and explained to Duanmu Shui. To be honest, one of the reasons I chose this car was because it can be converted into a convertible. Duanmu Shui loves driving with the top down, so this is the perfect solution, isn't it? However, he didn't even realize that when he bought the car, he had already taken Duanmu Shui's preferences into consideration. Duanmu Shui looked at the open roof and smiled slightly. A car that could be driven with the top down, it seemed she hadn't fully understood the concept of four-wheeled vehicles before. Compared to an electric car that can go for a spin, this is definitely no worse. Qin Yu, can I learn how to drive this four-wheeled car? Duanmu Shui thought to herself that if she learned how to drive, she could also drive herself out for a spin. That would be really nice. Upon hearing Ndu Shui's words, Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. Duanmu Shui wants to learn how to drive? No way. Not only does she know nothing about traffic rules, but even if she did, Qin Yu thinks that with Duanmu Shui's temperament, she'd probably become a reckless driver once she learned how to drive. Moreover, she doesn't even have an ID card, so she can't even sign up for driving lessons. So, let us just forget about it. Well, learning to drive is pretty complicated, so let's just talk about it later. Qin Yu stared straight ahead, speaking half-heartedly. Complicated? How complicated could it be? Don't worry, I learn things quickly. Duanmu Shui looked at Qin Yu and said confidently. Qin Yu tugged at the corner of his mouth and hesitated before saying, well, how about this? Why don't you learn how to ride an electric scooter first? Once you've mastered that, I'll teach you how to drive a car. Qin Yu tugged at the corner of his mouth and hesitated before saying, well, why don't you learn to ride an electric bike first? Once you've mastered that, I'll teach you how to drive a car. Duanmu Shui thought Qin Yu's suggestion was reasonable. After all, people shouldn't be too greedy, they should learn slowly. Alright, let's do it your way. But don't forget to teach me how to ride an electric scooter tomorrow. Duanmu Shui said to Qin Yu. Don't worry, I won't forget. Qin Yu assured him, silently sighing in relief. Alright, an electric bike it is. At least it's less dangerous than a car. Upon receiving Qin Yu's assurance, Duanmu Shui immediately brightened up. Just thinking about learning to ride an electric scooter tomorrow made even the ordinary-looking plane trees outside the car seem particularly pleasing to the eye. Upon arriving home, Qin Yu parked the car in a temporary parking spot near their building. The parking spots here were quite mixed, with some private and others temporary. After parking his car, Qin Yu considered whether he should contact the property management to purchase a parking space. Otherwise, if there were no temporary parking spots available in the future, he would be in a real bind. Qin Yu was just thinking about parking spaces when suddenly, the phone rang out coldly. Qin Yu heard his phone ringing, took it out, and saw that it was an unknown number calling. Chapter 139, Antique Auction. What's wrong, Qin Yu? Why aren't you answering your phone? Duanmu Shui saw that Qin Yu hadn't picked up the phone for a long time and couldn't help but ask. Qin Yu furrowed his brows and said, nothing, just an unknown number. Qin Yu thought to himself, could it be a scam call? Not enough, he thought, but decided to answer it anyway. What if it wasn't? Hello, is this Qin Yu? As soon as Qin Yu picked up the phone, a deep male voice on the other end asked directly. That voice, it sounded so familiar. Qin Yu couldn't help but think to himself, then spoke up, it's me. What's the matter? The person on the other end of the phone smiled upon hearing Qin Yu's words and said, Qin Yu, hello, I'm Qi Yunyan. Do you remember me? Qi Yunyan? The old professor from Imperial Capital University? Remember, what did you need me for? Qin Yu asked directly. After all, he had spent 2 million on a listening bottle for himself. How could he possibly forget? Qi Yunyan spoke directly on the phone. It's like this, I received an invitation to an antique auction in Rongzhou City. I happen to have some extra invitation letters. If you have time, you can come take a look. Qi Yunyan is currently still in Jincheng County. Recently, Rongzhou City nearby is hosting an antique auction, and upon hearing that he was in Jincheng County, they specially sent him an invitation. Rongzhou City is a neighboring city of Jincheng County, and it only takes about an hour by car from Jincheng County, so he accepted the invitation. Later, he thought about inviting Qin Yu to come along and take a look. He felt that although Qin was young, his expertise in antique appraisal was quite remarkable. So, he called Qin and asked him if he wanted to go together. When Qin heard Qi Yunyan mention an antique auction, a spark of interest ignited within him. However, it would take over an hour to get to Rongzhou City from here, and then he would have to attend the auction that would take the entire day. Leaving Duan Mushui alone at home all day, to be honest, he really couldn't help but feel uneasy. This is something I need to think about. Qin thought for a moment before speaking to Qi Yunyan. Qi Yunyan seemed eager for him to come. Upon hearing Qin say he needed to consider it further, he immediately spoke again. If you think it's boring to go alone, you can bring a friend along. I still have several invitations left. Qin heard Qi Yunyan say this and couldn't help but feel a moment of doubt. Indeed, if he brought Duan Mushui along, he would feel much more at ease. Indeed, if he had Duan Mushui by his side, he would feel much more at ease. Alright, I'll go then. Qin no longer hesitated and agreed immediately. Upon hearing Qin agreement, Qi Yunyan immediately smiled and said, alright, it's settled then. I'll send you the time and location later. Alright, no problem. Qin said, then hung up the phone. Qin, what are we having for lunch? I'm hungry. Duan Mushui saw that Qin had finally hung up the phone and immediately spoke up. I wonder who called Qin for so long. I'm starving. Don't you even ask who called me? All you can think about is eating? Qin asked with a hint of amusement. In such a situation, wouldn't one typically ask who called first? Duan Mushui glanced at him and asked in confusion, why would I ask that? Qin. Forget it, we can't use the standards of this world to judge Du Shui's taste in women. Then, Qin glanced at the time. It was already past 12 o'clock, and it was indeed time for lunch. So, Qin simply took Duan Mushui to a nearby restaurant for lunch. After finishing their meal, Qin took the car and took Duan Mushui to the vehicle management department in their hometown of Jincheng County to complete the registration process for the license plates. After getting the license plates, Qin couldn't help but sigh deeply. Finally, everything was in order. This car was his first car in his life, and from now on, he was officially a car owner. After getting the license plates, the two returned home. Duan Mushui immediately hugged a pillow and sprawled out on the sofa. Phew! Buying a car in modern times is so complicated. Duan Mushui sighed softly and remarked with a touch of resignation. In their Great Chu Kingdom, buying a carriage didn't require so many procedures. And they even have to get a license plate? What's the point of a license plate? Qin smiled at her and said, the procedures are quite troublesome, but it's for your own convenience in the future. Convenience in the future? What kind of convenience? Duan Mushui frowned and asked. What convenience in the future? What convenience could there possibly be in handling these matters? Qin looked at her and raised his eyebrows, saying, you don't know that, do you? Each license plate is unique, so if anything happens, the owner can be traced through the license plate. Find the owner through the license plate? Duan Mushui asked curiously. That's right, not only that, but we can also use license plates for parking fees, toll roads, and many other things. Moreover, many vehicles have identical exteriors, so isn't it necessary to use license plates to distinguish them? Qin patiently explained to Duan Mushui. Oh, I see. Duan Mushui finally understood and nodded in realization. Who would have thought that such a small license plate could have so many uses? Qin looked at her and understood, then proceeded to explain a few more functions of the license plate to her. How about it, do you understand now? Qin poured himself a glass of water and asked Duan Mushui. Duan Mushui nodded in understanding. I've realized that you modern people are truly very wise. You can come up with so many ingenious ideas. In our Great Chu Kingdom, no one could ever think of such things. Qin smiled. This isn't something modern people came up with overnight. It's the result of generations of people constantly exploring and discovering. To be honest, you all played a part in this as well. You're absolutely right. After hearing Qin words, Duan Mushui couldn't help but flash a smug smile. Qin was right. In fact, people from their era were also quite intelligent. By the way, who was the person who called you this afternoon? Duan Mushui suddenly remembered the question and turned to ask Qin. Qin was drinking water at the time and nearly choked on it when he heard Duan Mushui's question. Are you thinking so out of the box? 1 second you're discussing the development of human civilization, and the next you're asking him about making a phone call. That's a pretty big leap in thinking. Chapter 140, What should I do if I've been scammed? Thinking? What on earth is that? Duan Mushui asked in confusion after hearing Qin words. Qin paused for a moment, then slowly began to explain, it means ideas, thoughts. Oh, I see. Duan Mushui nodded slowly after hearing this, then immediately asked, but you still haven't told me who called you. Qin sighed helplessly. Here we go again. It's the person we met at the antique street who bought our listening to the wind vase. It was the person who bought our listening to the wind vase from us on the antique street that day. Qin looked at her and replied. The old man with the surname Qi? Duan Mushui thought for a moment before asking. Yes, it's him. What does he want with you? Du Shui asked curiously. Why is that person looking for Qinyu again? Qinyu walked over to the sofa and sat down, then said slowly, he said there's an antique auction in Rongzhou City and wants me to go check it out. An antique auction? Duanmu Shui murmured the words again. Right, how come you didn't participate before? Qinyu asked her. No, I've never heard of an auction before. Duanmu Shui shook her head, looking completely bewildered. Qinyu thought back, auction houses have been around for a long time, haven't they? No, wait, that was probably in foreign countries a long time ago. As for their country, auctions should have only emerged in modern times. As the Empress of the Great Chu dynasty, Duanmu Shui had never heard of an auction, which was quite understandable. What exactly is this auction? Duanmu Shui looked at Qinyu and asked curiously. She had never heard of an auction before and assumed it was another modern novelty. Qinyu thought for a moment, then began to explain it to her. An auction is a method of buying and selling specific items or property rights by transferring them to the highest bidder. It involves an item with a set starting price. Those who wish to acquire the item bid by incrementally increasing the price until no further bids are made. Duanmu Shui summarized, it's just the highest bidder wins, isn't it? Exactly, that's right. Qinyu nodded in agreement and praised. So this is an auction. It sounds like it might be interesting. Duanmu Shui said with a look of longing on her face. It should be okay, right? Qinyu said, after all, he had never participated in an auction before and had only seen it on TV and in novels. Did that person invite only you? Duanmu Shui bit her lip slightly and asked hesitantly. Qinyu heard her words and immediately guessed what she was up to. So, Qinyu nodded and said indifferently, right, what else could it be? Duanmu Shui felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this, but she couldn't help but ask again, what if there's one more person? That's not possible. Everyone needs an invitation to enter the auction, and each person gets one. There aren't any extra invitations for an extra person. Qinyu deliberately teased her. Qinyu deliberately tried to deceive her. Ah, is that so? After hearing this, Duanmu Shui's little face immediately drooped in disappointment. She had thought that as long as someone was with her, she could just go in directly. She had just heard Qinyu mention the auction and found it very interesting. She wanted to go and take a look herself. What, you want to go? Qinyu looked at her unhappy expression and asked deliberately. Is that okay? Duanmu Shui heard Qinyu ask her and thought he might have a way to take her with him, so she immediately perked up and asked excitedly. No, you can't. Qinyu refused emotionlessly. Ah. Humph. As soon as Duanmu Shui heard Qinyu say no, she immediately turned her face away, looking very unhappy. Qinyu looked at her expression, pressed his lips together, and smiled silently. Alright, that's enough teasing. If I keep going, she might just lose her temper. So Qinyu quickly decided to call it a day, cleared his throat, and said, well, if you really want to go, it's not impossible. I'll ask Qi Yunyan if he can get another invitation. Really? Upon hearing Qinyu's words, Duanmu Shui immediately turned around and looked at him with sparkling eyes, asking. It should be possible, but I'm not very familiar with him, and it feels a bit awkward to ask for an extra invitation out of the blue. Qinyu sighed lightly, looking utterly helpless as he spoke. Well, then, just be a little thick-skinned this time. I. Duanmu Shui looked at Qinyu, biting her lip, and said shyly. Should I just be thick-skinned? What's in it for me? Qinyu looked at her and said with a light smile. Duanmu Shui thought for a moment, then smiled and said, how about this? I'll agree to help you with one thing. Just ask, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Really? Qinyu raised an eyebrow, asking uncertainly. Really? Duanmu Shui nodded vigorously and assured him. Qinyu seemed to consider for a moment, then nodded and said, alright, I'll go ask him. Okay, go ahead and ask quickly. Duanmu Shui looked at Qinyu with sparkling eyes and urged him softly. Alright. Then Qinyu took out his phone and fiddled with it for a while. How about it? Did he agree? Duanmu Shui watched as Qinyu put down his phone and hurriedly asked. Qinyu looked at her expectant expression and smiled, saying, he said yes. Great. As soon as Duanmu Shui heard that she could also go to the auction, she was overjoyed. However, she then felt that her reaction might have been a bit too enthusiastic, so she quickly composed herself, sat up straight on the sofa, and smiled as she gently tucked her hair behind her ear. Well, it's getting late. I should go make dinner. I saw a really easy recipe on Douyin earlier, and today would be a good time to try it. Duanmu Shui cleared her throat and said with a slight smile. Okay. Qinyu nodded in agreement. Then Duanmu Shui stood up and went straight to the kitchen. As she turned around, Qinyu noticed with sharp eyes that the curve of her lips had risen slightly. Qinyu watched her, unable to contain his excitement even as she walked away, and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. How on earth did such a little troublemaker become the Empress? He had deceived her so easily. He would have to keep a closer eye on her in the future, otherwise, what would he do if someone else deceived her? Duan Muxue fiddled around in the kitchen for a while and finally came up with 2 dishes, one meat and one vegetarian, both of which tasted pretty good. After finishing dinner, the two went for a stroll, then each went to wash up and returned to their rooms to rest. Chapter 141, Why are you watching me change clothes? The next morning, Xinyu woke up and stepped out of his room to find Duan Muxue already sitting on the living room sofa, looking excitedly at him. Why do you get up so early every day? Xinyu yawned and said to her. Duan Muxue looked at him and said, It's not that I got up too early, it's that you got up too late, okay? Here, I've made breakfast for you. Eat quickly. Saying this, Duan Muxue tilted her chin and gestured toward the dining table. Okay. Xinyu responded with a nod, then went to the bathroom to freshen up. After returning, he walked over to the dining table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. What's this? A sandwich? Xinyu asked, looking at the breakfast on the table. I just learned how to make it. It tasted pretty good when I tried it. You should give it a try. Duan Muxue walked over, pulled out the chair opposite Xinyu, sat down, and smiled as she spoke. Xinyu picked up the sandwich on the plate and took a bite. How does it taste? Is it good? Duan Muxue looked at Xinyu with an expectant expression, her manner resembling that of a child eagerly awaiting praise from a parent. Xinyu looked at her eager expression and smiled, saying, not bad. I knew it. I thought it was pretty good when I tried it earlier too. Duan Muxue said with a proud expression. Xinyu looked at her unabashedly arrogant demeanor and couldn't help but smile. This person must not even know how to write the word modesty. After speaking, Duan Muxue stood up and went to the kitchen to fetch a cup of milk, placing it in front of Xinyu. Here you go, hot milk. She had been keeping it warm for him, afraid it would be cold when he got up. Why are you being so attentive today? Xinyu picked up the milk, took a sip, and asked teasingly. Attentive? Really? Du Shui looked innocent as she replied. Xinyu nodded, his expression serious as he said, yes. Duan Muxue. Is it really that obvious? No way. You're just overthinking it. Why would I go out of my way for you? Duan Muxue touched her ear, glanced away, and said calmly. She would never admit that she was deliberately trying to be charming. Is that so? Xinyu nodded half-heartedly, then continued eating without dwelling on the matter. Of course not. I have nothing better to do, so why would I go out of my way to please you? I don't have anything to ask of you. Duan Muxue, fearing that Xinyu didn't believe her, continued to speak incessantly. However, she seemed to have forgotten that there was a saying, the more you try to hide something, the more obvious it becomes. Xinyu ate his sandwich while listening to her hesitant words, and couldn't help but feel that Duan Muxue had many adorable qualities he hadn't noticed before. When he finished the last bite of his sandwich, Xinyu looked up at her and said slowly, Oh, right, I need to go out for a bit. Stay home and take care of yourself. Duan Muxue. Go out? Where are you going? You forgot, you have something to do today. Duan Muxue heard Xinyu was going out and leaving her alone at home. She immediately panicked. He couldn't have forgotten that he promised to teach her how to ride an electric scooter today, could he? She got up early this morning to make him a sandwich, heated up his milk, and even came over specially to eat with him and keep him company. Wasn't all that effort for nothing? What did I forget? Xinyu took a tissue, wiped his mouth, and looked at Duan Muxue, feigning ignorance as he asked. Didn't you promise to teach me how to ride an electric bike today? Duan Muxue furrowed her brows and stared at Xinyu, speaking with a look of great grievance. Oh. Xinyu responded indifferently, showing no further reaction. Oh? Is that all you've got? Duan Muxue looked at Xinyu, blinked her eyes, and asked in disbelief. Xinyu nodded, what else could it be? You. Duan Muxue was so enraged by Xinyu that she couldn't utter a word. She crossed her hands in front of her and leaned back in her chair. Was Xinyu openly acting like a bully? She had lived all these years and had never seen anyone who could renege on a debt with such brazen confidence. Could this be a new cultural phenomenon invented by modern people? Xinyu looked at her speechless expression, smiled, and said to her, All right, don't be upset. I haven't forgotten. I'll go out for a bit and be back soon. When I return, I'll teach you how to ride an electric scooter. Really? Duan Muxue looked at him suspiciously and asked doubtfully. Really, I'm not lying. Xinyu said, as if trying to reassure a child. Then why are you going out? Do you want me to come with you? As soon as Duan Muxue heard Xinyu say he wasn't lying, she immediately stopped being angry, sat up straight, looked at him, and said with sparkling eyes. Xinyu smiled. This Duan Muxue was just like a child, a little comforting, and her temper was already back to normal. I'll go buy something that can help you learn how to ride an electric bike quickly. Xinyu stood up, picked up the plate, and turned to head toward the kitchen. Hey, let me do it. I'll wash it. Duan Muxue hurriedly stood up and walked over to Xinyu's side, taking the plate from his hands with a smile on her face. All right. Xinyu didn't bother with formalities and handed the plate in his hand to her. Then he heard Duan Muxue ask, Xinyu, what is that thing you're going to buy? Xinyu smiled and said mysteriously, I won't tell you. You'll find out later. Why? Can't you tell me now? Duan Muxue placed the plate in the sink and asked Xin Yu curiously. No, you can't. Xin Yu said, then headed toward his bedroom. Just let me know in advance, I want to know. Duan Muxue was intrigued by Qin Yu's words and was now very curious to know what exactly Qin Yu was referring to that could help her learn to ride an electric bike quickly. Qin Yu walked to the bedroom door, turned around, and said to Duan Muxue, who was following behind him, I won't tell you even if you want to know. Go wash your dishes. What can you do about it if I tell you? Duan Muxue pursed her lips in annoyance and said, then took a step forward, intending to follow Qin Yu into the room. Hey, what are you doing? Qin Yu hurriedly reached out to stop her from walking inside. What are you doing? Duan Muxue looked at him in confusion. She had just wanted to ask him what he was. Qin Yu raised an arm to brace himself against the doorframe, gazing at Duan Muxue with a half smile and said, Why did you come into my room? To watch me change clothes? Chapter 142, since you brought it up, fine. What are you talking about? Who wants to see you change clothes? Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Duan Muxue's fair complexion flushed with a hint of red, and her speech became stammering. Why was she looking at him change clothes? She wasn't that kind of person, even though Qin Yu was indeed quite handsome. But what am I thinking? He is handsome, but what does that have to do with me? What, you really want to see? Qin Yu looked at her flushed cheeks and teased her. Who wants to see it? Don't talk nonsense. Duan Muxue shifted her gaze elsewhere, unable to meet his eyes directly. Qin Yu leaned against the doorframe and spoke slowly. Why did you follow me into the room? I need to change clothes. Qin Yu leaned against the doorframe and spoke slowly. Then why did you follow me into the room? I still need to change clothes. Me. Duan Muxue turned her head to look at him, then glanced at where she was standing, quickly took a step back, and defended herself. I didn't want to look. After saying that, Duan Muxue turned around and walked straight into the kitchen, angrily washing the dishes. Qin Yu watched Duan Muxue's back, then turned and walked into the room, closing the door behind him. A short while later, Qin Yu had changed into his clothes and was getting ready to leave. I'll be back soon. Stay home and take care of yourself. Qin Yu walked to the door and gave her a final reminder before leaving. Humph. Duan Muxue was still angry about what had just happened. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, she snorted and ignored him. Still angry? Why don't I bring you a fruit cake when I come back later? Qin Yu looked at her sulking and said with a smile. No way. Duan Muxue refused outright. Are you sure you don't want it? The fruit cake is really delicious. Qin Yu looked at her and continued speaking. Delicious? What about fruit cake? Is that good? As soon as Duan Muxue heard the word delicious, her attitude softened considerably. She pursed her lips and asked tentatively. Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. He had wondered how Duan Muxue, such a little foodie, could have refused fruitcake so decisively earlier. It turned out she didn't even know fruitcake was edible. Of course, otherwise how could a little foodie resist the temptation of food? Sweet and creamy, especially delicious. Qin Yu said with a hint of temptation in his voice. Well, since you've mentioned it, why don't you bring some back for me to try? Duan Muxue touched her ear and finally succumbed to the temptation of the food. Alright, I'll bring you a piece when I come back later. Qin Yu said as he pushed open the door and walked out. Then go early and come back early. Duan Muxue looked at him, her lips curling into an almost imperceptible smile, and even her tone toward him grew softer. Good. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Go early and come back soon? She must want her fruit cake back sooner, right? Then Qin Yu simply walked out the door. Duan Muxue looked at the door that Qin Yu had closed, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upward. Humph. For the sake of the fruitcake, I'll let it slide this time. Just as Qin Yu had said, he returned shortly afterward, and this time he brought a 7-inch fruitcake for Duan Muxue. Wow, is this the fruitcake you were talking about? Duan Muxue took the fruitcake from Qin Yu's hands, placed it on the dining table, and couldn't wait to open it. However, since she had never opened a cake box before, she was momentarily unsure of how to proceed. This is how you open the box. Qin Yu saw Duan Muxue looking flustered, so he reached out and opened the cake box. In the process, he accidentally brushed against Duan Muxue's hand, but Qin Yu didn't notice and continued opening the box naturally. The moment Duan Muxue was touched, she quickly withdrew her hand, feeling that the back of her hand, which had been touched, seemed to have warmed up slightly. Duan Muxue touched the spot where he had been touched with her other hand, feeling an uneasy sensation welling up inside her. Alright, it's open. Eat quickly. Qin Yu took out the fruit cake and placed it in front of Duan Muxue, saying, What are you doing? Qin Yu saw Duan Muxue with her head down, seemingly deep in thought, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Ha? Nothing. Duan Muxue touched her ear and tugged at the corner of her mouth as she spoke. Eat quickly and see if you like it. Qin Yu opened another disposable fork and handed it to her. Duan Muxue took the fork, nodded, and then used it to cut a piece of cake and put it into her mouth. It's not very tasty. The sweet cream melted in her mouth, and Duan Muxue's eyes lit up instantly, unable to resist praising it. It's delicious, isn't it? Xinyu looked at her sparkling eyes, and the corners of his mouth immediately turned up. He knew that his family would definitely love this snack. Delicious. Xinyu, you should try some too. Duan Mushui nodded vigorously and said, then gestured for Xinyu to join her in eating. She did indeed enjoy eating, but she wasn't the type to eat alone. After all, eating was more enjoyable when shared with someone else. Xinyu watched her eat with a happy expression and smiled, saying, you eat. I'm not really into sweets. Alright then, I'll eat by myself. Duan Mushui pursed her lips and looked up at Xinyu. Eat quickly. Xinyu looked at her and said, his eyes filled with a hint of affection he didn't even notice himself. At that moment, when he had walked into the cake shop, he had hesitated for just a moment. The cake shop's display case had slices of cake and whole cakes. At the time, he was wondering whether to buy a slice or the whole cake, but then he thought about how much his little foodie at home could eat, so he decided to buy the whole one. Looking back now, he definitely made the right choice. In just a moment, Endo Shui had devoured half of the fruitcake in front of her. If she had bought a smaller one, it wouldn't have been enough for her. Alright, I'm done. After finishing the cake, Duan Mushui put down her fork and said with a satisfied expression. Alright, we're done eating. Let's go outside. I'll teach you how to ride an electric scooter. Xinyu said to her. Okay. As soon as Duan Mushui heard that Xinyu was going to teach her how to ride an electric scooter, she immediately nodded in agreement. Great. Finally, I can learn how to ride an electric scooter. After packing up the cake box, the two of them went downstairs together. By the way, Xinyu, what exactly is that thing you mentioned that can help me learn to ride an electric scooter quickly? After walking downstairs, Duan Mushui looked at Xinyu and asked curiously. There, that's it. Xinyu pointed ahead and said. Chapter 143, Where are your hands? Duan Mushui followed Xinyu's finger and looked in the direction he was pointing. She noticed an object that resembled an electric scooter. While it was said to resemble an electric scooter, it wasn't exactly the same. However, like an electric scooter, it had two wheels, and the handlebars at the front were also quite similar. What is that? It looks like an electric scooter. Duan Mushui turned to look at Xinyu and asked. Xinyu smiled and said slowly, that's the electric bike's younger brother. Oh, no, it should be the older brother, the bicycle. The bicycle was invented before the electric bike, so it should indeed be the older brother. The older brother of the electric bike? The bicycle? Duan Mushui asked in astonishment, does this electric bike have siblings? Yes, that's right. Xinyu nodded solemnly in response. Duan Mushui's wide eyes were filled with question marks. She felt that modern things were constantly challenging her understanding of the world. The fact that this car had siblings was truly. Let's go. I'll take you to see the electric car's older brother. Then, Xinyu took Duan Mushui and walked over. Is this bicycle the thing that will help me learn to ride an electric bike quickly? Duan Mushui examined the bicycle in front of her and asked curiously. That's right. Do you know what the most important thing is when riding an electric bike? Xinyu crossed his arms across his chest and spoke in a mysterious tone. What is that? It's just learning how to keep your balance. Xinyu looked at her and said seriously. Whether riding an electric bike or a regular bike, the most important thing is to maintain balance. Everything else is secondary. Maintain balance? How can I learn to maintain balance? Duan Mushui asked hurriedly. Xinyu patted the seat of the bicycle in front of them and said, if you learn to ride a bicycle, you'll learn to keep your balance. Learn that first? Duan Mushui pointed at the bicycle in front of her and said, looking a bit confused. Xinyu nodded. He had thought it over these past few days. If he asked Duan Mushui, someone so bold and fearless, to learn how to ride an electric bike, she would probably twist the throttle and zoom off in an instant. By then, whether she could maintain her balance or not was another matter, and he wouldn't even be able to hold her back if he tried. In that case, the danger would be far too great. Therefore, Xinyu thought it would be better to teach Duan Mushui how to ride a bicycle first. This way, she could learn how to maintain her balance, and the risk would be much lower. That way, if she did happen to fall, he could help her up, which would be much safer than letting her start with an electric scooter right away. Then, this morning, Xinyu went straight to the bicycle shop at the corner of the street and bought a bicycle. Then, Xinyu found an open area and began teaching Duan Mushui how to ride the bicycle. Hold the handlebars and relax your body. That's right, look straight ahead and don't turn your arms to the side. It's okay, push down with your feet and step forward. Hold the handlebars with both hands and don't let it turn to the side. Duan Mushui followed Xinyu's instructions, gripping the handlebars of the bicycle tightly with both hands. However, for some reason, every time she tried to ride forward, the handlebars would spin out of control to the side. Several times, if it weren't for Xinyu holding onto her, she would have fallen into the ditch. Xinyu, is this method reliable? This bike is way too hard to learn. Duan Mushui looked at Xinyu with a hint of disappointment. When she had learned to ride a horse earlier, she had picked it up in no time, but here she was, after half a day, still unable to master this old bicycle. This is so embarrassing. Xinyu looked at her and said comfortingly, don't get discouraged. You just haven't found the right method yet. Once you learn how to control your balance, you'll pick it up quickly. Really? But I've been practicing for almost half a day, and I still haven't made any progress. Duanmushue's slender, straight legs were planted on the ground, her hands folded on the handlebars of the bicycle, her chin resting on her hands, speaking in a very low tone. She was beginning to doubt herself. You said it yourself, it's only been half a day. Many people need 2 or 3 days, or even 3 or 4 days to learn it. Qin Yuanguan said reassuringly. Really? Duanmushue raised her eyes to look at him, asking with a hint of disbelief. Really? Duanmushue looked up at him, asking with a hint of disbelief. Yes, and there are some who learn even slower, taking over a week to master it. Qinyu looked at her and said with a smile. Duanmushue had been quite shaken up inside, but after hearing Qinyu's words, she felt much more at ease. Over a week had passed, so it seemed that her current state was normal after all. I've only been practicing for half a day, so compared to them, I still have a long way to go. Besides, she wasn't the type to give up easily. She refused to believe that if she could govern an entire country well, she couldn't handle a mere bicycle. Qinyu, I've rested enough. Let us get back to being top students. Duanmushue straightened up, looked at Qinyu, and said firmly. Qinyu looked at her, who suddenly seemed as energetic as if she had been injected with adrenaline, smiled, and nodded. Alright, I'll hold you from behind. Just ride forward confidently. Alright. Duanmushue nodded, gripped the handlebars tightly, and pedaled forward with all her strength. The bike moved forward slowly. Duanmushue's face was tense as she struggled to control the handlebars, keeping it from swaying from side to side. It's okay, take your time. Qinyu held onto the back seat and spoke reassuringly. Duanmushue rode forward slowly with a focused expression, her hands tightly gripping the handlebars. However, after taking just a few steps, the bike veered out of control to the side. Qinyu, it. Duanmushue struggled to maintain her balance, but the car continued to veer out of control. Instinctively, she shouted out Qinyu's name. Qinyu saw the car about to tip over and didn't even bother to hold onto the back seat. He stepped forward, reached out, and grabbed Indushue's body, which was about to fall, then wrapped his arms around her tightly, holding her close. Are you okay? Qinyu hugged Duanmushue and asked with a concerned voice. It's okay. Duanmushue shook her head and said, Thank goodness Qinyu caught me. Otherwise, I might have really fallen to the ground. Duanmushue couldn't help but let out a long breath of relief. However, just as she relaxed, she suddenly noticed something that made her feel extremely embarrassed. That was, Qinyu's arm was not wrapped around her waist, but around. What's wrong? Why are your ears red? Qinyu looked at her suddenly flushed earlobes and asked in confusion. Then, his gaze drifted forward unconsciously, and he finally noticed that the position of his arm around her waist seemed a bit off. Chapter 144, Why are you blushing again? Qinyu froze for a moment, then quickly let go of the hands he had been holding around Duanmushue. He had been thinking that Duanmushue's waist couldn't possibly be that soft, and now this was truly embarrassing. Why don't you rest for a while? It's pretty hot today. Qinyu cleared his throat, touched his nose, and said with a touch of embarrassment. Duanmushue blushed and nodded. Okay, it is pretty hot today. After saying that, Duanmushue raised her hand to fan herself. She hadn't felt it earlier, but now it suddenly felt so hot. Qinyu felt a bit embarrassed and asked Duanmushue to step aside first, then bent down to pick up the bicycle that had fallen to the ground. After the recent mix-up, both of them felt a bit awkward. Plus, it was almost noon, and the weather was getting increasingly hot, so the two decided to just push the car home. Wow, it's so hot. The first thing Qinyu and Duanmushue did when they returned home was to turn on the air conditioner. Duanmushue felt the cool breeze from the air conditioner and immediately felt much more comfortable. Modern inventions are truly amazing. If this were in their great Chu kingdom, such weather could literally kill you from the heat. Qinyu looked at her collapsed on the sofa and smiled, saying, In a few days, summer will be over, and it won't be this hot anymore. Xiaomian nodded after hearing Qinyu's words, then suddenly thought of another question. Qinyu, during the hot summer months, there's air conditioning to keep us cool, but what about during the cold winter months? Duanmushue looked at Qinyu and asked curiously. There's underfloor heating in winter, and you can also use the air conditioner in winter. Qinyu replied. You can also use the air conditioner in winter? Won't that be even colder? Duanmushefeng's eyes widened in disbelief as she spoke. The air blowing out of the air conditioner is so cold. If you turn it on in winter, it'll be freezing cold, and you'll freeze solid. Put. Qinyu looked at her stunned expression, clearly startled, and couldn't help but laugh cruelly. What are you laughing at? Duanmushue looked at Qinyu, who was actually laughing, and felt even more puzzled. Qinyu walked over to the sofa and sat down, then looked at her and spoke slowly. Don't worry, I won't let you get cold. This air conditioner can not only blow out cold air but also warm air. In winter, just switch it to warm air mode. Duanmushue nodded after hearing this, so it can be done this way too? Then what is underfloor heating? Underfloor heating is a system where heating pipes that conduct heat are installed beneath the floor. In winter, heat is generated in a central location and then distributed through the pipes to every area they serve. Oh, right, it's similar to the Dilong you mentioned earlier, but it's an upgraded version of that. Shinyu thought for a moment and explained to her in words she could understand. So that's how it is. Duanmu Shui nodded. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about getting cold in the winter. Shinyu smiled at her and said, "Don't worry, you definitely won't get cold." Duanmu Shui turned to look at Shinyu's smile, and for some reason, she suddenly recalled the scene of riding a bicycle downstairs earlier. The warmth that had just faded from her face began to rise again. What's wrong? Why is your face red again? Are you still feeling hot? Shinyu looked at her flushed face and asked with concern. Don't get heat stroke. But it's not too hot today, so it shouldn't be too bad. Duanmu Shui hurriedly raised her hand to touch her slightly warm cheek and said nervously, "No, I'm just not used to it yet." She wouldn't dare tell Shinyu that she had been thinking about what had just happened downstairs, which was why she was blushing. That would be so embarrassing. And what's wrong with me? Logically speaking, if I were in this situation, I should have just slapped him right there. But why did I just? No, Shinyu didn't mean it either. He was just trying to help me and prevent me from falling. How could I hit him? It must be for that reason, Duanmu Shui silently explained to herself in her heart. What's wrong with you? What are you up to now? Shinyu looked at Duanmu Shui, who was deep in thought, and couldn't help but ask in confusion. What kind of crazy idea is that? I didn't come up with it. Duanmu Shui touched her ear and quickly denied it. You wouldn't be. Shinyu suddenly thought of something, then slowly leaned forward, getting closer to Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui watched as Shinyu's face slowly approached hers. She instinctively leaned back slightly, her voice trembling as she asked, What's wrong with me? Oh no, could Shinyu have figured out what I was thinking just now? This is bad. I really can't face him now. You wouldn't be thinking about ice cream again, would you? I'm telling you, you can't have any cold food for the next couple of days. Shinyu said decisively. Isn't it supposed to take a few days for girls? She can't have anything cold yet. What? After hearing Shinyu's words, Duanmu Shui paused for a moment. Ice cream? What does ice cream have to do with this? What? Did I really hit the nail on the head? I'm warning you, give up this idea immediately. Absolutely not. Shinyu looked at Duanmu Shui in shock, thinking she had guessed correctly, and spoke again. Duanmu Shui finally understood what Shinyu meant. He had thought she was just craving ice cream. Phew, thank goodness. At least he didn't guess what I was thinking just now. Misunderstandings are misunderstandings, after all. Duanmu Shui looked at Shinyu with a smile and said nothing, deciding to let him continue misunderstanding. By evening, when the weather had cooled down, Shinyu accompanied Duanmu Shui to the empty lot downstairs to practice riding a bicycle for a while. This time, Duanmu Shui had made significant progress compared to the morning and could barely manage to ride a short distance on her own. Shinyu, look, I can do it. Keep it steady, stay balanced. Duanmu Shui told Shinyu not to hold onto the car and let him try to stand up on his own, wobbling forward a short distance. Shinyu watched her, noting that although she was riding the bike awkwardly, she at least hadn't fallen over, which was a sign of progress. Not bad. You've made quite a bit of progress. Shinyu looked at Duanmu Shui with a smile on his lips and said. Chapter 145, Thank you to my Chinese teachers. Shinyu, how about that? I'm pretty good, right? Duanmu Shui made a U-turn, brought the car back, and stopped in front of Shinyu, smirking triumphantly. Shinyu looked at her proud expression and smiled, nodding and saying, you're doing well. With a little more practice tomorrow, you'll have it down. Duanmu Shui heard Shinyu's praise and felt overjoyed. She had originally listened to Shinyu's advice and learned to ride a bicycle in order to be able to ride an electric bike, but now she realized that the bicycle was actually quite nice too. Although it's not as fast as an electric bike, riding it slowly like this is actually quite enjoyable. Let's go, it's getting late. Let's head home first. Shinyu looked up at the sky as it grew darker and said to Duanmu Shui. Then I'll continue learning tomorrow morning. Duanmu Shui has just learned how to ride a bicycle and finds it very interesting. Alright, I'll accompany you tomorrow morning. Shinyu nodded in agreement. Alright, let's go back then. Duanmu Shui said, getting off the bicycle, and then tried to push it back, but Shinyu reached out and held the handlebars. It'll take nearly 10 minutes to walk back. Let me take you. They had originally been teaching Duanmu Shui how to ride a bicycle in the open space downstairs, but after she had learned the basics, they rode a bit further away and ended up here without realizing it. Okay. Duanmu Shui had no objections either. After Shinyu got on the bike, she simply sat sideways on the back seat. Then, Shinyu rode the bicycle, carrying Duanmu Shui, and headed back home. Duanmu Shui sat on the back of the bicycle, feeling the gentle summer evening breeze blow past her, and instantly felt very comfortable. Moreover, the way she and Shinyu were now reminded her of the male and female protagonists she had seen in a mobile phone video. It was said that many couples on campus did this, the guy riding a bicycle with his girlfriend on the back. What am I thinking? I'm not even with Shinyu. Duan Muxue quickly stopped the thought that flashed through her mind. She and Qin Yu weren't even boyfriend and girlfriend. He was just trying to save himself some trouble, so he brought her along. What was she thinking? It must be because she'd been watching too much Douyin lately, causing her mind to wander. Yeah, that's definitely it. Okay, we're home. Get out. Just as Duan Muxue was sitting in the back seat, lost in thought, Qin Yu had already arrived on his bicycle and slowly came to a stop. He then turned to Duan Muxue and said, "Ha? Oh, okay." Duan Muxue suddenly heard Qin Yu's words, froze for a moment, then stood up from the back seat and walked over to the side. After parking his bicycle, Qin Yu looked at her cheeks, which were slightly flushed, and couldn't help but furrow his brows in confusion. "Why is your face red again? It's not hot now, is it?" Qin Yu said in confusion. "It's already evening, and it's not hot anymore. Why is Duan Muxue's face red again?" Duan Muxue quickly raised her hand to cover her cheeks, turned her face away, and hurriedly explained, I was just caught in the sunlight." Qin Yu looked up at the western sky. The sunset was indeed quite red, but was it really just the sunlight? Duan Muxue saw that Qin Yu didn't seem to believe him, so he didn't bother to explain further and simply turned around and walked upstairs. Qin Yu didn't press the matter further, simply thinking to himself that Duan Muxue had been getting more and more easily flustered lately. After returning home, Duan Muxue immediately went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After eating dinner, they watched TV on the sofa for a while before heading to their respective rooms to rest. Over the next few days, Duan Muxue went out to practice riding a bicycle from time to time. She was becoming increasingly interested in riding a bicycle. Moreover, after several days of practice, Duan Muxue's cycling skills had improved significantly. As Qin Yu put it, she was basically ready to graduate. Duan Muxue was overjoyed upon hearing this and immediately asked Qin Yu to start teaching her how to ride an electric scooter. Qin Yu thought for a moment and then said directly to her, "Practice for another day. We have to go to Rongzhou tomorrow to attend an antique auction. After the auction, I'll teach you properly." Duan Muxue thought about it for a moment, felt that Qin Yu's idea was reasonable, and nodded in agreement. "Alright, then it's settled. After we attend the auction, you'll teach me how to ride an electric scooter." "Alright, no problem." Qin Yu thought to himself, since Duan Muxue had already learned to ride a bicycle, riding an electric bike shouldn't be too much of a problem either. He would just remind her to be gentle when twisting the throttle, and everything should be fine. By the way, Qin Yu, where is Rongzhou? Is it far away? Duan Muxue had been focusing all her energy on her bicycle these past few days and hadn't asked Qin Yu about the auction yet. "It's not far, just over 60 kilometers. Qin Yu thought for a moment, then feared she might not know how many meters a kilometer was, so he added, "According to your ancient measurement standards, that's about 120 miles. Over 120 li? You call that not far?" Duan Muxue looked at Qin Yu and said in disbelief. Over 100 miles. Even if they rode the best warhorses non-stop, it would still take several hours in their Great Chu Kingdom. With the round trip and the auction to attend, how much time would that take? How can 100 miles be considered far? We can drive there if we hurry, an hour should be enough. Qin Yu furrowed his brows and said dismissively, "Are cars that fast?" Duan Muxue rubbed his head in thought, but it did seem possible. After all, the day before, Qin Yu had driven him around in his car, and the speed had indeed been quite fast. Qin Yu nodded and said, "Of course. Plus, that was in the city, where there's a speed limit. Once we got on the highway, we could go even faster." "Highway? What's a highway?" Duan Muxue asked curiously. "Highway? A highway is a road specifically designed for cars to drive at high speeds. Unlike city roads, highways don't have traffic lights or numerous intersections, allowing cars to travel quickly." Qin Yu patiently explained to Duan Muxue. Every time she encountered a new term, he would explain it in detail to her. If he had a daughter in the future, he imagined he would probably do the same. Then, Qin Yu couldn't help but exclaim that his current language skills were much better than he had previously thought. He really had to thank his former language teachers. Chapter 146, Getting into the Zone Early. 2 days later, Qin Yu drove the car, carrying Duan Muxue, toward Rongzhou City. Earlier, Shi Yunyan had already sent him the exact address of the auction and arranged to meet him directly at the auction site. "Qin Yu, is the auction fun?" Duan Muxue sat in the passenger seat, watching the scenery rush by outside the window, and asked curiously. Qin Yu shrugged, "I don't know either." This was his first time attending an auction, so he had no idea what it was like. He had seen scenes from auctions on TV before. However, since Qin Yu had been let down by TV dramas too many times before, he decided to just take it as a reference. Anyway, in a little while, they would be able to see what the real auction was like. "Qin Yu, what should we do when we get to the auction site later?" Duan Muxue was acting like a curious child, her eyes brimming with excitement. Qin Yu turned his head to glance at her excited expression, smiled, and said, "Once you get there, stay by my side, say as little as possible, and preferably don't say anything at all. That should be enough." Duan Muxue. "What? Don't let her speak? Why?" Duan Muxue asked indignantly, why couldn't she speak? Xin Yu looked at her angry expression and smiled as he began to explain. There were too many people at the auction. I was afraid that if you accidentally said the wrong thing, it would reveal your identity, and then. Xin Yu hadn't finished speaking when Duanmu Shui immediately pressed her lips tightly together. She remembered that when she first arrived here, Xin Yu had told her that if her true identity were ever exposed, she would be arrested by the people here and might even be treated like a monster. So, she decided to follow Xin Yu's advice and try not to speak as much as possible. A few minutes later, Xin Yu glanced at Duanmu Shui, who had been keeping her mouth shut the entire time, and couldn't help but chuckle. I told you to speak less once we arrive at the auction site. You can still talk now. Duanmu Shui shook her head and said, I think I'd better start getting into the right mindset from now on. Xin Yu nodded non-committally, alright, as you wish. Then, for the rest of the time, Duanmu Shui remained silent until they arrived at the entrance of the auction house. This auction was held at a 5-star hotel in Rongzhou. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Xin Yu parked his car directly in the hotel's parking lot. Let's go, get out of the car. They're already here. We can just go inside. Xin Yu glanced at his phone. Shi Yinyan had just sent him a message saying they had arrived and were waiting inside. Just let them come in directly. He had already informed the security guard of their names. Duanmu Shui bit her lip and nodded, then reached out to unbuckle her seatbelt. The two of them opened the car door and got out. Considering that they were attending an auction, it was better to dress formally. Yesterday afternoon, Xin Yu even took Duanmu Shui out specifically to pick out 2 more formal outfits. This time, Xin Yu bought a casual suit that looked formal but not overly flashy. Du Shui, on the other hand, felt that there were too many people, so she didn't want to wear a dress. She felt that the skirt showed her legs, and she wasn't comfortable with others seeing her dressed like that. So she chose a sleek and fashionable outfit, a black blouse paired with black pencil leg pants, and a pair of lightweight spring summer ankle boots. She looked absolutely stunning and sharp. In the morning, when Xin Yu saw her dressed like this, he couldn't help but admire her greatly. This must be what a beautiful female spy looks like in novels. Let's go straight in. Xin Yu led Duanmu Shui to the entrance of the hotel. After informing the hotel staff of their names, the staff immediately allowed them to enter. Prior to this, Shi Yinyan had specifically instructed the staff here in advance. They were his friends, so they could just go in directly. After the two entered the hotel, they were led by the staff into the auction hall. This is the auction. After entering the venue, Duanmu Shui couldn't help but sigh and mutter under his breath. After speaking, she immediately thought of Xin Yu's instructions and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Then she looked at Xin Yu and smiled shyly. Xin Yu smiled at her and didn't think much of it. He had only asked her to speak less. Besides, with him by her side, she couldn't cause any trouble. However, I never expected Duanmu Shui to be so obedient, following her own words like a child. Xin Yu, over here. Shi Yinyan spotted Xin Yu and his group from a distance and waved at them. Upon hearing this, Xin Yu immediately took Duanmu Shui and walked over. Xin Yu, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you here since early this morning. Shi Yinyan smiled broadly as he saw Xin Yu approaching. Xin Yu looked at Shi Yinyan and smiled, saying, I woke up late this morning, so I arrived late. Shi Yinyan. Are young people these days really this honest? Usually, people would just say something like there's traffic on the road or something like that. Wow, Xin Yu just came out and said he slept in. That's really honest. Ha, I understand. You young people these days all like to stay up late and sleep in. Shi Yinyan smiled and said, this young man named Xin Yu is really interesting. Xin Yu smiled and nodded, neither confirming nor denying anything. Mr. Qi, hello. Just as the two were talking, a voice suddenly came from nearby. Shi Yinyan heard someone calling his name, turned his head, furrowed his brows in thought, then let out a sigh of realization. Ah, isn't that Zhou Lao's grandson? You're here too? Shi Yinyan smiled and said to the person who had come over. Xin Yu followed his gaze and looked over as well. The man was a young man wearing a blue silk shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, and the buttons were only fastened to the lower part of his chest. He looked rather reckless and unrestrained. After hearing Shi Yinyan's words, the man smiled and said in a rough, streetwise manner, isn't this our old man sending me here to broaden my horizons? Then he glanced over and noticed Xin Yu and Duanmu Shui standing beside Shi Yinyan. Especially when he saw Duanmu Shui, his eyes lit up with admiration. Chapter 147, When the elders speak, the juniors should keep quiet. Mr. Qi, these two are. Although the man was asking Shi Yinyan, his gaze was fixed on Duanmu Shui. Xin Yu noticed the way he was looking at Duanmu Shui, and immediately felt uneasy. He shifted his body slightly to block the man's view of Duanmu Shui. His view blocked, the man glared at Xin Yu with obvious displeasure. Oh, this is a friend I just met recently, Xin Yu. The person next to him is his friend, Duanmu Shui. Shi Yinyan introduced them, then pointed to the guy who looked like a troublemaker. This is the grandson of an old friend of mine, Zhou Yuan. Xin Yu glanced at him indifferently and didn't even bother to say a polite word. Du Shui, on the other hand, wore a cold expression. The man's very presence made her feel uneasy. Given Duanmu Shui's temperament, she naturally wouldn't give him even a friendly glance. The surname Duanmu Shui is quite rare, isn't it? Zhou Yuan looked at Duanmu Shui and said with a mischievous smile. Duanmu Shui glanced at him, about to retort, "What's it to you?" But then she remembered that Qin Yu had told her not to say anything, so she just rolled her eyes and said nothing. Anyway, he didn't feel like bothering with such people. Zhou Yuan looked at Duanmu Shui without saying a word, thinking she was too shy to speak. He smiled and asked, "Miss Duanmu, where are you from? Are you also from Rongzhou?" He smiled and said, "Miss Duanmu, where are you from? Are you also from Rongzhou?" Qin Yu noticed that he was trying to strike up a conversation with Duanmu Shui and felt quite uncomfortable inside. "Where is she from, and what does she have to do with you?" Qin Yu glanced at him and said indifferently, "I'm talking to Miss Duanmu. What does that have to do with you?" Zhou Yuan retorted angrily. Before Qin Yu could respond, Duanmu Shui spoke up coldly, "Where am I from? What does that have to do with you?" Duanmu Shui had always despised Zhou Yuan. The way he had just looked at him made him feel extremely uncomfortable. If it weren't for the fact that he was in the modern world, he would have already slapped him across the face. Let him keep provoking Qin Yu here. Humph. Zhou Yuan never expected Duanmu Shui to speak so bluntly and without mercy, causing his expression to turn extremely ugly. After all, he had flirted with countless girls in his life, and every time he had done so, he had succeeded without fail. To see someone like her actually look at him with such disdain and speak to him so bluntly was truly a first. Zhou Yuan felt extremely uncomfortable inside. "Little girl, fine, I won't bother with you. But don't you know who I am?" Zhou Yuan looked at Duanmu Shui, snorted derisively, and said with an arrogant expression. Duanmu Shui shot him a cold glance with her phoenix-like eyes. Was this man mentally unstable? Who was he to know such things? "Who are you, and what does that have to do with me?" Duanmu Shui said with a look of disgust. "You." Zhou Yuan was nearly driven to the brink of madness. This little girl was truly ungrateful. How dare she speak to him like that? "What did you say?" "I know who you are. There's no need to get so worked up." Qin Yu looked at Zhou Yuan's furious expression and spoke slowly. Now that you know who I am, I advise you to." Zhou Yuan had originally intended to tell Qin Yu and the others to apologize to him immediately. However, before he could finish speaking, he was abruptly interrupted by Qin Yu. "You're just my grandson, isn't that obvious?" Qin Yu looked at him with a mocking expression and said, "What? You little brat, say that again." Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Zhou Yuan was so furious that he couldn't believe it. He immediately pointed at Qin Yu with a furious expression and said. Qin Yu glanced at him with disdain, "I am friends with Mr. Qi, and you are the grandson of Mr. Qi's friend. Aren't you just someone of our generation? Did I say anything wrong?" Qin Yu spoke with reason and evidence. "This kind of arrogant second-generation brat deserves a lesson. I won't tolerate his bad habits." "You." Zhou Yuan seemed to be angered by Qin Yu's words and pointed at him. But he couldn't say a word. "What are you talking about? Didn't your parents teach you not to point at your elders when speaking?" "Me." Qin Yu looked at him, speechless from being confronted, and spoke directly, "Enough. If you can't speak, then don't say anything. After all, this is where the adults speak, and there's no place for you, a mere grandson, to interrupt." Zhou Yuan was nearly driven to madness by Qin Yu, his fingers trembling as he pointed at him. The next moment, he was about to charge forward and fight Qin Yu. At that moment, Qi Yunyan, who had been watching from the sidelines, immediately stepped in to stop him. "Alright, Zhou Yuan, my friend speaks like that. Just do me a favor and don't cause any trouble at the auction. This grandson of my old friend has really been spoiled rotten since he was a child. Relying on his family's wealth, he acts however he pleases." He had just seen Qin Yu confronting him and thought, this is the perfect opportunity to teach this kid a lesson, so he didn't intervene. Seeing that the young man was so enraged he was about to strike, he quickly intervened to stop him. Zhou Yuan saw that Qi Yunyan had stepped in to stop him, so he didn't dare to continue confronting Qin Yu. After all, Qi Yunyan was a friend of his grandfather and a well-known figure in the antique and collectibles industry. If I don't give him face, his grandfather will probably scold me thoroughly. So, Zhou Yuan glared at Qin Yu and said angrily, "You just wait." Then he turned and walked away, still fuming, knocking over a waiter carrying a glass of champagne in the process. Qi Yunyan watched his angry back and sighed helplessly. Then he turned to Qin Yu and said, "He's the grandson of an old friend of mine. His family is well off, and he's been spoiled since childhood, so he has a bad temper. Don't take it personally." Qin Yu curved his lips into a faint smile and said indifferently, "It's nothing. He's just a child. I won't bother with him." This kind of spoiled brat, he'd seen plenty of them before. They just needed a taste of the harsh realities of life. If only he could encounter a few more people like me who would stand up to him. Alright, let's not talk about him anymore. Let's go sit down at our seats. The auction is about to begin. Qi Yunyan smiled and said to Qin Yu and Duanmu Shui. Qin Yu nodded, then led Duanmu Shui and Qi Yunyan back to their seats. Just then, Duanmu Shui suddenly reached out and pulled on Qin Yu's sleeve, tugging it gently. Chapter 148, I won't let you be the one to take the blame. Xinyu saw Duan Muxue pulling him back and turned around in confusion to look at her. What's wrong? Duan Muxue looked up at Xinyu, looking extremely apologetic. Xinyu, I'm so sorry. Sorry? What did I do to deserve your apology? Xinyu looked at her, furrowing his brows in confusion, and asked. Duan Muxue raised her eyes to look at him, then lowered her head again, feeling a bit embarrassed. Didn't you tell me not to speak? But I just... When she arrived earlier, Xinyu had already told her not to speak. If he caused any trouble, it would be disastrous. However, just now, when I heard that person named Zhou Yuan speak about Xinyu, I was so angry I couldn't contain myself. So, in a fit of anger, he immediately confronted him. Now, the one named Zhou Yuan had been driven away by them, and Duan Muxue finally remembered what Xinyu had warned her, instantly feeling a bit regretful. Xinyu looked at her guilty expression and thought she was upset about something else. What's there to apologize for? But you told me not to speak earlier, didn't you? Duan Muxue pursed her lips and whispered softly. Xinyu looked at her and smiled gently, then reached out and ruffled her hair. I just want you to speak as little as possible, not to say nothing at all. Besides, that guy surnamed Zhou just spoke so rudely. It was only natural for you to stand up for yourself. Are you really going to just take it and let him walk all over you? He was just worried that Duan Muxue would say something inappropriate and cause unnecessary trouble. But just now, it was that person named Zhou Yuan who provoked him first, and besides, Duan Muxue was just defending herself. Why should he be angry? So you're not angry at all? Duan Muxue looked up at Xinyu with sparkling eyes and asked. Xinyu smiled and nodded. Do I look like someone who gets angry so easily? Duan Muxue looked at Xinyu hesitantly. Ha? You actually said ha. Xinyu heard Duan Muxue's hesitant and immediately furrowed his brows, looking as though he would hold her accountable if she dared to nod. Duan Muxue looked at Xinyu's expression and quickly shook her head. I said You're not that kind of person. Xinyu looked at her hurried denial, smiled, and thought to himself, when did Duan Muxue become so practical? That's rare. Xinyu, what are you two talking about? Come over here and sit down. On the other side, Xi Yinyan walked over to their seats, but when he turned around, he realized that Xinyu and the others were gone. He hurriedly turned back to look for the two of them and found them not far away, apparently deep in conversation. Xinyu heard Xi Yunyan's voice, turned his head to glance at him, then reached out and grabbed Duan Muxue's arm. Let's go. We should hurry over there. Then, he grabbed Du Shue's arm and walked forward. Duan Muxue instinctively followed behind Xinyu, looking at his hand holding her arm, and a surge of indescribable emotion welled up in her heart. If anyone had dared to grab her arm like that before, she would have let go without a second thought. However, at this moment, as Xinyu held her arm, Duan Muxue felt not the slightest aversion. In fact, she even felt a tiny flicker of joy. Xinyu led Duan Muxue to their seats and then let go of her hand. He was completely unaware of the series of thoughts that had just crossed Duan Muxue's mind behind him. After they sat down, Xi Yunyan began to introduce them to everyone. This shareholders' auction was organized by several antique enthusiasts from Rongzhou City. They are passionate about collecting antiques of all kinds, so you can expect to see a wide variety of items at this auction. Some are quite valuable, while others are newer and may just be small items, but they find them interesting, so they decided to put them up for auction. Xinyu nodded in agreement. These wealthy individuals often have nothing better to do in their spare time than to tinker with such items. However, he was different from them. He was purely here to see if there was anything he could take advantage of. After a while, the auction officially began. The auctioneer, dressed in a suit and tie, slowly walked to the front podium. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's auction. Without further ado, let's get started. Then, the hostess in a cheongsam walked onto the stage and placed the first item up for auction on the display table. The first item up for auction was a jade and gold inlaid glass artifact, with a starting bid of 300,000. After the auctioneer finished speaking, some of the people in the audience began to stir with anticipation. A middle-aged man in a blue suit in the front row was the first to raise his paddle. 35,000. This gentleman has offered 35,000. The auctioneer immediately said with a smile. 40,000. 48,000. 50,000. The crowd below began raising signs and bidding relentlessly. Ultimately, the jade inlaid gold piece was sold for 68,000. Duan Muxue watched as the person who had successfully bid on the jade and gold inlaid piece looked thrilled, and couldn't help but shake her head and sigh softly. What's wrong? Why are you sighing? Xinyu heard Duan Muxue's sigh and asked in confusion. Duan Muxue glanced at Xinyu, then turned her head away and whispered to him, this jade inlaid gold is fake. The genuine jade inlaid gold is far superior in color and texture. Xinyu smiled upon hearing this. During her time as Empress of the Great Chu Kingdom, Duan Muxue had undoubtedly seen countless rare treasures. It was no wonder she could immediately tell that this jade inlaid with gold was fake. I know it's fake, but when buying antiques nowadays, there are both genuine and fake items. It's quite normal. Xinyu also just realized that the jade and gold inlaid glass was fake. However, when it comes to auctioning antiques, it all comes down to the buyer's discernment. If you can't tell if it's genuine or not, then no matter how much you spend to acquire it, whether you end up losing money or making a profit, the consequences are entirely your own responsibility. If he finds out it's fake, won't he be heartbroken? Duan Mushui looked at the man and said indifferently. Xinyu shrugged, who knows? But that's the rule of antique auctions: once sold, no returns or exchanges. When it comes to buying antiques, it's all about one's own discernment. If you can't tell it's fake yourself, others can't help you either. Otherwise, wouldn't that ruin the seller's business? After all, they sold it to you because you believed it was genuine. Chapter 149. What, you like it? After hearing Qin Yu's words, Duan Mushui nodded. Qin Yu had a point. After all, in business, it was all about mutual consent. And especially in the antique business. Originally, buying and selling antiques relied on one's own discernment. If you thought it was a genuine antique but it turned out not to be, then it was your own mistake. Similarly, if the seller sells you an item at a low price and it turns out to be genuine after appraisal, the seller must also admit their own lack of expertise. So, no one can blame anyone else. As the two were talking, the second item was also brought onto the stage. The auctioneer pointed to the second item and said, "This is our second item up for auction today, a purple gold gourd, with a starting bid of 450,000. A purple gold gourd?" Duan Mushui glanced at the item on the auction block and murmured the words to herself. What, you like it? Xinyu turned to look at her and asked after hearing Duan Mushui's words. Duan Mushui shook her head, I don't like it. It's just that this purple gold gourd was also owned by Manhwa when he was a child, but that one was much better than this one. Xinyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, while this purple gold gourd was indeed an authentic piece, its color and quality were far from top-notch. Even if purchased, it would have little collectible value. In the end, the purple gold gourd was purchased by a middle-aged man for $800,000. Xinyu sighed imperceptibly after seeing this. What's wrong? You didn't like either of these two? Shi Yunyan turned around and asked Xinyu with a smile. Xinyu shook his head, I don't really like them. Xinyu shook his head, I don't really like it. Isn't that obvious? One is a fake, the other is a second-rate item. Of course, I wouldn't want them. Shi Yunyan had been in the antique business for decades and could naturally tell what those two items were worth. However, just because he could recognize their value didn't mean others could. Ha, old Master Qi, you're asking for nothing. He's just an unknown nobody. How could he possibly recognize anything? Xinyu heard the voice and turned around to see that it was none other than the despicable Zhou Yuan who had spoken earlier. Zhou Yuan looked at Xinyu, his eyes filled with provocation. What's the matter? Is it because you don't think it's good enough, or because you can't afford it? Zhou Yuan leaned back in his chair, looking at Xinyu with a look of disdain on his face. Xinyu looked at his contemptuous expression and smiled indifferently. Then he turned away and spoke slowly, at least I don't look down on you. That's better than some people who are blind. Xinyu immediately understood the meaning behind Zhou Yuan's words and realized that he must have mistaken the two items just auctioned off for something valuable. Didn't Mr. Qi mention that his grandfather was also an expert in antique artifacts? How could Zhou Yuan, his grandson, be such a good-for-nothing? It's truly perplexing. Blind? Who are you calling blind? Zhou Yuan didn't know what Xinyu meant by blind, but he felt that Xinyu was talking about him. So, he immediately retorted with a look of defiance. Xinyu didn't even turn his head or glance at him, speaking in a calm tone, whoever fits the description is the one it applies to. You. Sir, this is an auction. Please keep quiet. Zhou Yuan was about to confront Xinyu when a staff member approached from the side, bent down, and reminded him. Zhou Yuan glanced at the man, then looked at Xinyu, who had turned his back to him, and angrily slammed his fist on the armrest of the chair. Then, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Duan Mushui glanced at Xinyu and whispered to him, is that person crazy? Why is he always picking on you? Ever since the beginning, that guy named Zhou Yuan had been causing trouble for Xinyu. He's really annoying. Xinyu smiled indifferently and said, he's just a spoiled brat who's been pampered by his family. He's like a baby who hasn't been weaned yet. Don't bother with him. Duan Mushui nodded. Zhou Yuan really did speak quite immaturely. Just as Xinyu had said, he was nothing more than a spoiled brat. Let's keep looking at the auction items. Xinyu turned to look at Duan Mushui and said. Now, the auction of the fourth item had begun. Our fourth item up for auction today is a Qi dynasty imitation of Chengzi Yuan's distant mountain in clouds. The auctioneer pointed to the fourth item and then added. Although it is a replica, it is over 200 years old, and the technique used to copy it is very delicate. It would make a wonderful addition to any home. Since it is a reproduction, the starting price for this painting is 10,000 yuan. Xinyu looked at the painting on the stage and furrowed his brows slightly. The Qi dynasty here was equivalent to the Qing dynasty in their world. And Cheng Ziyuan is a very famous painter in the history of their world, equivalent to Wu Daozi in their world. As for Chang Ziyuan's work, it is truly a rare treasure. However, the auctioneer just mentioned that this painting is a copy from the Qi dynasty and not the genuine article. After the auctioneer finished speaking, the people below began to whisper among themselves. The starting bid was 10,000 yuan. This was probably the lowest starting bid for any item at today's auction. Oh my, it's just a copy of a painting from the Qi dynasty. How high could the price possibly go? You're right. This kind of painting has no real collectible value. Exactly. Instead of spending 10,000 or 20,000 on a copy, it's better to buy an oil painting by a modern artist. That's true, you're right. Who would buy a copy like that? Alright, the bidding begins. The auctioneer looked at the crowd below and said in a loud voice. However, after he finished speaking, no one in the audience made a bid. Perhaps, as the people below had just discussed, it was merely a copy of a painting from the Qi dynasty, and had little to no collectible value. No one is bidding? Alright, I'll count to 3. If no one bids by then, this piece will go unsold. The auctioneer looked down at the audience, who were taking their time to bid, and had no choice but to speak up. According to the rules of their auction, if no one bids on an item, it is considered unsold. 3, 2, 1. After the auctioneer counted down from 3, seeing that no one had bid, he could only speak up and say, since no one has bid, this Qi dynasty imitation of Chang Ziyuan's distant mountain clouds and scenery painting will be. Wait a moment. I'll take this painting. Just as the auctioneer was about to declare the painting unsold, someone suddenly raised their paddle and announced in a loud voice. Chapter 150, it's settled then. Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned around in unison to look behind them. There, a young man dressed in a black casual suit sat lazily in a chair. Even the act of holding up the sign was done with a leisurely ease. Qi Yunyan and Duanmu Shui both turned their heads in unison, looking at Qinyu sitting between them. The person who had just said he wanted to buy this Qi dynasty replica of Chang Ziyuan's distant mountain clouds and scenery was none other than Qinyu. Qinyu, are you really going to buy this painting? Duanmu Shui, having just heard Qinyu say he wanted to buy the painting, asked in disbelief. Yes, Qinyu, this painting isn't an authentic piece. Buying it won't have any collection value. Qi Yunyan, standing nearby, also chimed in. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with Qinyu today? Why would he want to buy a copy to take home? After hearing what the two of them said, Qinyu smiled without committing himself. Then he spoke up, I just think this painting catches my eye, and I want to buy it. Duanmu Shui. Although she didn't know much about the antique industry of their time, she was aware that few people would ever buy a copy. After all, a replica is just a replica. Even if it's made to look exactly like the original, it's still not the real thing created by the master. It has no collection value whatsoever. But why did Qinyu insist on buying this copy today? Could it be that he really admires Chang Ziyuan's work? If only Qinyu could one day return to the Great Chu Kingdom with me, I would definitely have Chang Ziyuan paint a portrait of him. After all, Chang Ziyuan was the painter of their dynasty, and when she ascended the throne, he was already somewhat famous. Who would have thought that, thousands of years later, he would become such a renowned painter in history? It's truly astonishing. Does this gentleman want this painting? The auctioneer on stage also asked in astonishment. Qinyu nodded and said, that's right, I'll take this painting. Are there any other guests in the audience who wish to bid? The auctioneer asked with a smile, looking down at the audience. Everyone in the audience shook their heads. Who would bid on such a poor copy? Alright, if no one bids, then the painting is yours, sir. The auctioneer looked at Qinyu and said, since no one else bid against Qinyu, he directly purchased the Qi dynasty imitation Chang Ziyuan distant mountain and cloud landscape painting at the starting price. Qinyu walked forward, paid the staff at the front desk the 10,000 yuan for the painting he had won, and the auction house staff immediately handed the painting to him. Qinyu held the painting and walked straight back to his seat. Just as Qinyu sat down at his seat, he heard a snicker from behind him. Pfft, just now someone said they didn't think much of the first two items up for auction. I thought they had such high standards. Who knew? Zhou Yuan watched as Qinyu spent 10,000 yuan on a copy of a painting and immediately began to mock him. Can you die if you don't say anything? Duanmu Shui simply couldn't bear to listen to Zhou Yuan's repeated provocation anymore. Why does a decent person have to have a mouth? Oh, little beauty is angry? But who are you to him that you're defending him? Zhou Yuan looked at Duanmu Shui with a smug expression. Duanmu Shui was instantly speechless. What was her relationship with Qinyu? Did she need to tell him? Who does he think he is? But what he said does seem to make sense. I'm not even related to Qinyu. What position am I in to speak up for him like this? Qinyu heard Duanmu Shui and didn't know what to say, so he just blurted out, she's my friend. Why can't I speak up for her? As for you, the auction has only just begun, and you've been causing trouble for me non-stop. What, you wouldn't happen to be interested in me, so you're intentionally trying to attract my attention, would you? But, sorry, I'm not into guys. After Qinyu finished speaking, he gave him a disdainful look, his expression as contemptuous as could be. You're talking nonsense. How could I possibly like you? Zhou Yuan stammered. He didn't like men at all. Xing Yu looked at him, smiled without comment, his expression clearly disbelieving his words. Zhou Yuan, seeing Xing Yu's disbelieving expression, continued, I was just joking earlier. You have no taste. You spent 10,000 yuan on a worthless copy. It's not like you said at all. It's not like that at all. It's just a copy. What's there to be proud of? You're just a country bumpkin who's never seen the world. You couldn't afford the real thing, so you just bought a fake one to fool people, right? Zhou Yuan was so enraged by Xing Yu that his chest rose and fell rapidly as he gritted his teeth and spoke. Xing Yu glanced at him indifferently and said slowly, Who said it's fake? Ha, it's not fake. Could it possibly be real? Zhou Yuan sneered disdainfully, then pointed at the painting in Xing Yu's hand. You can't possibly be that stupid, can you? They've already told you it's a fake, yet you're still daydreaming about spending 10,000 yuan to buy an authentic piece by Cheng Ziyuan? You're just dreaming. Zhou Yuan said disdainfully in his heart. But what if? Xing Yu glanced at the scroll in his hand and spoke in a calm tone. You can't really be that stupid, can you? I've told you it's a fake, a fake. Why are you still fantasizing that it's real? Zhou Yuan sneered at Xing Yu with a look of contempt on his face. What if this painting is actually the real thing? Xing Yu really didn't want to bother with such a young and ignorant individual. However, the kid kept provoking him time and again, and he wasn't the type to just let things slide. Since he insisted on causing trouble, he naturally deserved a lesson to teach him a lesson. If this painting is genuine, I'll perform a headstand while washing my hair right here in front of everyone. Zhou Yuan said fearlessly. Anyway, he was certain he wouldn't lose. Don't even mention doing a headstand to wash your hair. Even if you asked me to copy the Animerecap 300 times while standing on my head, I wouldn't have a problem with that. Anyway, I'm definitely not going to lose. I'm awesome, so it doesn't matter if I brag a little. Xing Yu nodded and said, alright. That's what you said, so let's stick to it. Chapter 151, It's not too late to regret it now. That's right, that's what I said. Wait, that's not right. You haven't said what you'll do if you lose. Zhou Yuan suddenly remembered, oh, Xing Yu hasn't said what the punishment will be if he loses. Since it's a bet between two people, both of them should have a punishment. How can only one person have a punishment? That would be a huge loss for me. Xing Yu smiled after hearing his words. This foolish son of the landlord isn't as foolish as he seems. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. Alright, you said it. Upon hearing Xing Yu's words, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but feel overjoyed inside. At his mercy? That's easy enough. He'd have to make sure to eliminate him completely. That's exactly what I said. Xing Yu looked at him and said with a determined expression. Xing Yu, Zhou Yuan is just a child. Don't bother arguing with him. Don't make this bet with him. Qi Yunyan hurriedly interjected. He had also seen the painting earlier, and it was clearly a forgery. If Xing Yu were to make this bet with Zhou Yuan, he would definitely lose. By then, given Zhou Yuan's temperament, who knows what tricks he'll come up with to outwit Xing Yu. Xing Yu knew that Qi Yunyan was saying this because he was afraid that if he lost, Zhou Yuan would go out of his way to target him. So, he smiled and said to Qi Yunyan, Mr. Qi, rest assured. I'll be fine. Ending up, he was just being reckless. He was just trying to provoke Zhou Yuan. Moreover, wasn't that painting just a forgery? Then Xing Yu was bound to lose later. Xing Yu, why don't we just call off the bet? Duan Mushui tugged at Xing Yu's sleeve and whispered softly. Xing Yu gently patted her hand that was clutching his sleeve and whispered, Don't worry, I won't lose. But that painting is fake, so how could he not lose? But looking at Xing Yu's determined gaze and the confident expression on his face, Duan Mushui couldn't help but feel that Xing Yu must have absolute confidence to dare to make such a bet with Zhou Yuan. Although she had no idea where Xing Yu's confidence came from. However, she still chose to trust him. Yes, I believe you. Duan Mushui looked at Xing Yu and said with a clear gaze. Xing Yu looked at her and smiled slightly. Then he turned directly to Qi Yunyan and said, Mr. Qi, there should be a place here for authentication, right? Why don't we call a few more experts who know more about this and have them come over to take a look? As far as he knew, several renowned antique collectors had arrived at the venue today. They could be invited to the nearby appraisal room to assist in the appraisal. Qi Yunyan nodded, then hesitated, and glanced at Xing Yu. This painting is just a copy. No matter how you appraise it, it's still fake. Xing Yu's bet was doomed to fail from the start. However, seeing how confident Xing Yu looked, I could only nod in agreement. Well, young people are still young, they just need a little more experience. Then Qi Yunyan called over his student Wang Qinyu and instructed him to inform the older collectors sitting in front who he was familiar with. He asked them to accompany him to the appraisal room next door. After hearing the two men's wager, the elderly collectors all looked very skeptical toward Xing Yu. After all, it had been clearly stated during the auction that the painting was a copy. Moreover, everyone in the audience had already seen the painting on stage, and it was undoubtedly a forgery. How could anyone be so deluded as to think they could buy a genuine piece by Chung Ziyuan for just $10,000? What a joke! However, considering that Chi Yun had entrusted them with this task, the elderly collectors reluctantly agreed. After all, Chi Yunyan was a highly respected figure in their circle. They still have to give him some face. So, these few people joined Xinyu, Duan Mushui, Chi Yunyan, and Zhou Yuan as they walked toward the appraisal room nearby. Meanwhile, the crowd at the auction site saw that the most prominent figures of the auction had all left, leaving nothing worth watching. So, they decided to take a break right in the middle of the event. A few of the more curious individuals even followed them to the adjacent appraisal room to see what was going on. After Qin Yu and the others entered the appraisal room next door, Qin Yu immediately unfolded the scroll in his hands and laid it flat on the table. Take a closer look. After hearing Qin Yu's words, Zhou Yuan leaned lazily against the cabinet beside him and let out a cold laugh. Ah, fake is fake. Even if you look at it 1,000 times, it's still fake. I advise you to just admit defeat. Qin Yu didn't even glance at him after hearing this, as if he hadn't heard a word he said. Zhou Yuan didn't confront him directly this time, but he smiled to himself. Anyway, he'll have his chance to cry later. Shi Yunyan and the other elderly collectors walked up to take a closer look at the painting on the table, shaking their heads one after another. The painting technique was indeed quite good, but the paper was quite thick, resembling paper made in the style of the Qingxin Hall during the Qi dynasty. Therefore, it should be a painting from the Qi dynasty. That's correct. Judging by the texture of the painting, it should be around 200 years old, so it's probably not an authentic piece. I don't think so either. It's clearly stated on the painting that it was created by Li Qing. Isn't that explicitly stating that it's a copy? The old collector didn't say it too harshly. It's already clearly stated that it was done by Li Qing. Isn't it already clear that this is my copy of Chang Ziyuan's distant mountain clouds and scenery? As a result, this young man surnamed Qin was still talking nonsense, saying that it was true. These young people nowadays really have no idea what they're talking about. Zhou Yuan heard this and laughed smugly, then said to Qin Yu, "What do you think, Mr. Qin? If you change your mind now, you can come begging me." Qin Yu glanced at him and laughed lightly. "Those words should come from me." Qi Yunyan, who had been listening to their conversation, looked at Qin Yu and said, "Qin Yu, you heard that too? This painting that you just mentioned, I have also noticed it. However, I wonder if any of you have noticed this particular detail." Qin Yu said, pointing to the mounting of the scroll. "The way this painting is framed is really strange. Didn't you notice?" After hearing Qin Yu's words, several elderly collectors, including Qi Yunyan, all turned their attention to the scroll and furrowed their brows. Chapter 152, There's more to this than meets the eye. What could this scroll possibly contain? Stop struggling in vain. Zhou Yuan heard Qin Yu mention that there was something wrong with the scroll and scoffed dismissively. In his view, Qin Yu was merely making a desperate attempt to save face. Determining whether a painting was genuine or not had nothing to do with the scroll itself. How ignorant and uninformed. However, after Zhou Yuan finished speaking, no one in the room responded to him. Qi Yunyan and the other elderly collectors, after hearing Qin Yu's words, all shifted their attention to the scroll of the painting. The scroll of this painting did indeed look a bit strange. One of the gray-haired collectors pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and spoke slowly. Indeed, this mounting technique is somewhat unusual and does not seem like the kind used for such a copy painting. Another man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s slowly spoke up. Strange? What could be strange about the framing method? Zhou Yuan stood by, completely confused. Aren't they discussing the authenticity of the painting? Why had the conversation suddenly shifted to scrolls and framing techniques? What does this have to do with whether the painting is real or fake? Qi Yunyan shook his head, sighed softly, and then spoke slowly. This mounting technique is extremely complex. Most counterfeit paintings or copies would not use such a complicated mounting technique. This mounting technique is called antique style mounting, primarily used by renowned calligraphers and painters, as well as collectors, to mount and preserve valuable calligraphy in paintings. If this is indeed a forgery, then using such a mounting technique would be rather odd. After Qi Yunyan finished speaking, the few elderly collectors in the room all nodded in agreement. Wait, you've been talking for so long, what exactly do you mean? Is this painting fake or not? Zhou Yuan scratched his head, furrowed his brow, and asked impatiently. Why are we talking about antique style framing again? Could this be an attempt to save face for Qin Yu and create some ambiguity and suspense? But it's fake, so it's fake. Can't these old men just give a clear answer? He probably wants Qin Yu to lose so he can perform a chest-shattering stunt himself. Whether this painting is genuine or not will likely require further appraisal. Qi Yunyan examined the painting's mounting once more and spoke slowly. Then, he turned his head to look at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, I need to examine this painting carefully, but I may need to cut it open. Qin Yu nodded calmly upon hearing this. No problem. After all, if he didn't cut the painting, there would be no way to prove its authenticity, so he had no objections. Upon hearing Qin Yu's agreement, Qi Yunyan nodded slowly, then instructed Wang Qinyu to prepare the tools. The crowd gathered around to watch the commotion also began to whisper among themselves, clearly puzzled by what was happening. Preparing tools? What are they going to do? I don't know, but isn't this just an obvious copy? What else is there to authenticate? Exactly, it's clearly labeled as Qi Dynasty, Li Qing's work. What's the point of authenticating it? I guess it's probably just to make the young man give up. After all, some young people these days think that watching a couple of episodes of a TV show makes them experts in appraising antiques. You're right. This young man is really delusional, thinking that spending $10,000 will allow him to snag a genuine piece. He really won't give up until he's dead. Xinyu, why did you cut the painting apart? After overhearing the conversation between Qi Yunyan and Xinyu, Duan Muxue asked Xinyu in a puzzled whisper. Xinyu glanced at her and then spoke slowly, because they want to cut the painting open to see if there's any hidden meaning inside. A secret? You mean there's a secret inside the painting? Duan Muxue asked in disbelief, what could possibly be hidden in this painting? It's just a thin piece of paper, not like a cabinet or a wall where there could be space behind it to hide a secret room or something. There's no way, she insisted. It's just a painting. How could there be a secret room? Xinyu looked at Duan Mushue's confused expression and smiled, saying, you'll see soon enough. Duan Muxue nodded slowly after hearing this. Alright, whatever. Xinyu must have his own reasons. I'll just watch and see what happens. A short while later, Wang Qinyu brought all the tools that Qi Yunyan had mentioned. Then, Qi Yunyan put on a pair of disposable white gloves, picked up the razor-thin wallpaper knife, bent down, and began to carefully make precise cuts on the painting. The few book collectors and curious onlookers gathered around held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on Qi Yunyan and the painting in his hands. Come on, this is just a gimmick. The painting is clearly a copy. Why bother with authentication and cutting it up? If you accidentally damage the painting, your $10,000 will be down the drain. Zhou Yuan said sarcastically from the side. Don't worry, old Master Qi's skills are better than some people's ability to brag. Nothing will go wrong. Xinyu chuckled lightly and spoke slowly. Even if the painting wasn't cut badly, it wouldn't be worth anything. It's just a fake. You'll see what happens later. Alright, come over and take a look. Zhou Yuan hadn't finished speaking when Qi Yunyan had already finished cutting the painting. He then directly addressed the crowd. Before Zhou Yuan could finish speaking, Qi Yunyan had already cut the painting to size and then addressed the crowd directly. Upon seeing the painting Qi Yunyan had just finished cutting, everyone in the room stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. There's actually another painting inside this painting? What's going on here? There's actually another painting hidden inside this one. My goodness, this is the first time I've ever seen a painting within a painting. This is so amazing. What's the painting inside? It looks like distant mountains and clouds, too. Everyone rushed forward to take a closer look at the painting hidden inside the original painting. Is this also distant mountain clouds? Could it be that this person copied two paintings at once? Wang Qingyu, standing beside Qi Yunyan, asked with a puzzled expression. Although he had been in this industry for several years, this was the first time he had ever seen such a painting within a painting. So there's a fake painting hidden inside, right? Zhou Yuan scoffed dismissively upon hearing this. He had thought all that effort would amount to something worthwhile. Who told you that the item inside was a fake? Chapter 153, how much is it? Name your price. After hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Qi Yunyan spoke directly. The painting hidden inside has brushwork and ink application that are completely incomparable to the painting outside. Therefore, not a fake? Could it actually be real? Zhou Yuan chuckled upon hearing this. He didn't believe for a moment that the painting he had spent 10,000 yuan on could possibly be an authentic piece. But it really was an authentic piece. Qi Yunyan looked at the painting before him and spoke in a calm yet resolute tone. After Qi Yunyan finished speaking, an elderly collector beside him nodded and spoke slowly. That's right. The painting hidden below is clean and crisp brushstrokes and mature ink application. The mountains, clouds, and trees depicted in it are full of profound meaning and are indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people. Indeed. Aside from Cheng Ziyuan, throughout all of history, there may be no one else with such profound skill. That's right. This painting is full of Cheng Ziyuan's style, and the brushwork is so fluid and natural that it's clearly not something that could be imitated. The few elderly collectors standing nearby nodded in agreement. After listening to them, Zhou Yuan looked at the painting and then glanced at the people beside him. His expression instantly became extremely unnatural. So, what you're saying is, this painting is indeed an authentic piece? Qi Yunyan spoke with unwavering certainty. Zhou Yuan's mind was suddenly filled with a rush of anger. What on earth was going on here? So, Xinyu had spent 10,000 yuan to bid on it, and it was actually a genuine piece by Cheng Ziyuan? Does that mean he lost his bet? Xinyu, did you already know this when you painted this picture just now? Qi Yunyan took off his gloves, looked at Xinyu, and asked in disbelief. He had also believed that the painting was merely a copy until Xinyu pointed out the issue with the scroll. However, it now appears that Chin Yu must have already noticed something amiss when he saw the painting from the audience. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken a photo of it. Chin Yu smiled and slowly said, "At the time, I just thought that the mounting technique of this painting was a bit unique, and then I remembered that in history, some people used this mounting technique to protect famous works. So, I took a photo of the painting." Duan Mushui nodded in understanding upon hearing this. She had known it all along. How could Chin Yu possibly buy a worthless copy for no reason? Shi Yunyan nodded in admiration after hearing Chin Yu's words. "Chin Yu, you are truly becoming more and more impressive to me." At first, he thought Chin Yu was just a young man with a keen eye for antiques and a basic understanding of antique collectibles. However, today Chin Yu surprised him once again. Without Chin Yu's reminder, he would never have noticed the painting just now. It's likely that he, along with the few elderly colleagues beside him who had spent decades studying antiques, would not have noticed it either. Truly, the younger generation is surpassing the older one. Today's young people are becoming more and more remarkable. Chin Yu smiled indifferently after hearing this. "It's nothing special, just routine." Shi Yunyan. "Well, this kid is still as arrogant as ever." "Chin Yu, I've always wanted a painting by Cheng Ziyuan. Take a look at this one. Could you sell it to me? The price is negotiable." An elderly collector with gray hair looked at the painting on the table with a surprised expression and said to Chin Yu, "Chin Yu, this. Hey, Cheng Ziyuan's painting isn't just something you want, I want it too, Chin Yu. Just tell me, how much are you planning to sell this painting for?" Another elderly collector nearby also chimed in. "Yeah, Chin Yu, just name your price." Chin Yu listened to the few elderly collectors around him, who were all eager to buy his painting, and felt a bit undecided. How much should he ask for this painting by Cheng Ziyuan? Just as Chin Yu was feeling a bit torn, Shi Yunyan spoke up from beside him. "Hey, I really want this painting. Chin Yu, we've known each other for a long time. Just name your price, and I promise I won't haggle." Shi Yunyan said to Chin Yu. Cheng Ziyuan's paintings were something that all antique collectors coveted. Of course, he was no exception. "Hey, old Shi, you can't say that. The competition for antiques has always been based on the highest bidder. How can it be based on friendship?" The elderly collector with gray hair immediately interjected. "This old Shi is so unethical. How could he take advantage of his good relationship with someone to have them sell the painting to him?" "Exactly, old Shi, that's not how things are done in our line of work." Another person chimed in, then turned to look at Chin Yu and said, "Chin Yu, what about Cheng Ziyuan's painting? It used to start at tens of millions on the market. How about this? I'll offer 12 million. If you think that's not enough, I can add more." Chin Yu, Cheng Ziyuan's paintings were previously priced at tens of millions on the market. "How about this? I'll offer 12 million. If you think that's not suitable, I can increase it further. 1,200,000? Then I'll offer 1,300,000. Young man, this painting is worth it, sell it to me." Before Chin Yu could respond, another elderly collector inside the house spoke up directly. "I'll offer 13.5 million. This painting is mine. I'll offer 1.4 million. I'll offer 15 million. At this point, not only the few elderly collectors who had been invited to authenticate the painting's authenticity, but also the others in the room began to compete fiercely for the painting. Even the crowd of onlookers who had gathered to watch the commotion began to bid for it. After all, it was an authentic work by the historically renowned painter Cheng Ziyuan, and those present today were all wealthy collectors of rare antiques. The price naturally kept rising one after another. Finally, the price has reached 20 million. Is anyone still bidding higher than 20 million? Shi Yunyan heard someone in the crowd shout 20 million and looked at everyone, asking aloud. Chin Yu looked at Shi Yunyan with some confusion. Hadn't he just said he wanted this painting? Why was he now acting as the auctioneer for himself? And here he was helping someone keep track of the bids. "I'll offer 2,100,000. Finally, someone in the crowd clenched his teeth and said, "All right, 2,100,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than 2,100,000? Shi Yunyan looked at the people in the room and said. No one in the crowd responded. 2,100,000, 1. 2,100,000 twice. 2,100,000 3 times. All right, I hereby declare that this painting is mine. Chapter 154, Live Performance Headstand Hair Wash. Shi Yunyan looked at everyone and said with a smile. Wait, what does this mean? Old Shi, how did this painting end up being yours? The person next to him said to Shi Yunyan with a look of astonishment. Just now, someone next to him bid 21 million, but how did it end up being sold to Shi Yunyan? Just now, it was clearly someone else who bid 2,100,000, so how did Shi Yunyan end up getting the painting? Exactly. He just bid 21 million, and none of you bid against him, so I'll go 21.01 million. How about that? Isn't that higher than 2.1 million? Then this painting is mine, right? Shi Yunyan said solemnly. No, old Shi, you're just being stubborn. How am I being a jerk? Go ahead and keep raising the price. Shi Yunyan said indignantly. If he dared to keep raising the price, then he would keep raising it too. After all, he wasn't short on money. The man hesitated for a moment. After all, his wife had just given him a budget of 2 million today. If he spent more than that, he'd probably never make it home alive today. Never mind. It's just a painting. Chang Ziyuan isn't the only one who has it. I can always collect it later if I get the chance. Alright, is anyone willing to bid higher? If no one else bids, then this painting is mine. Shi Yinyan said with a smug expression, as if the painting was already his for the taking. After hearing Shi Yunyan's words, everyone exchanged glances. To be honest, they really couldn't come up with a higher price. Moreover, judging by Shi Yunyan's demeanor, even if they raised the price further, he would likely continue to match it. Therefore, there is simply no need for me to keep raising the price. Alright, since none of you are bidding any higher, this painting is mine. Shi Yunyan looked at everyone, smirking with a touch of arrogance. Xin Yuyan looked at the crowd, his expression smug, with a hint of insolence. Xin Yu looked at him and shook his head helplessly. He hadn't noticed before that Shi Yunyan had such a stubborn side to him. Seeing that no one else was bidding, Shi Yunyan reached out to take the painting back. Hey, wait a minute. Just as Shi Yunyan's hand was about to touch the painting, Xin Yu suddenly shouted out. What's wrong? Shi Yunyan's movements froze in place. He turned his head and looked at Xin Yu with a look of astonishment. Xin Yu looked at him, smiled, then furrowed his brows and said, I don't think I mentioned that I want to sell this painting, did I? Shi Yunyan. What? Xin Yu said he won't sell this painting? Then what did he just say? No, wait, Xin Yu didn't actually say he was going to sell the painting. Instead, these old fools started bidding against each other for some reason. No, Xin Yu, look at the price I'm offering, it's not low. You won't lose out. Shi Yunyan hurriedly said to Xin Yu, then paused for a moment before adding. Moreover, if you're still not satisfied with this price, I can raise it further. He really wants this painting. If Xin Yu isn't satisfied with the price, they can still negotiate. However, what if Xin Yu simply doesn't want to sell it? Xin Yu, look, I've been bidding for ages, and you haven't even. Shi Yunyan looked at Xin Yu with a pleading expression, hoping he would agree. Xin Yu smiled and sighed lightly, then spoke slowly. Alright, I was just joking. 2,101,000. You're quite the haggler, aren't you? Xin Yu was quite satisfied with this price. In fact, when he first acquired the painting, he had initially estimated that it could fetch between 18 million and 20 million, which would have been quite good. However, he never expected it to ultimately sell for 21.01 million, which was also quite impressive. Moreover, I wasn't particularly interested in collecting these items to begin with, so I figured, if they sold, they sold. Alright, it's settled then. I'll have someone transfer the money to your account right away. As soon as Xin Yu agreed, Shi Yunyan's face lit up with a smile. He then hurriedly made a call, instructing his assistant to transfer the 2,101,000 yuan to Xin Yu's previous bank account. Xin Yu, keep an eye on your bank card for the transaction details. The amount is quite large, so it may take a bit longer to arrive. After finishing the call, Shi Yunyan turned to Xin Yu and said. Xin Yu smiled and nodded, then spoke slowly, there's no rush. What I'm really eager to see right now is someone doing a headstand while washing their hair. Right, Zhou Degongzi. Xin Yu watched Zhou Yuan slowly and cautiously tiptoe toward the door, intending to sneak out, and raised his voice, speaking with a teasing expression. Upon hearing Xin Yu's words, Zhou Yuan immediately stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at the people inside the room with a slightly embarrassed expression. Cough. I was just going out for some fresh air, that's all. Zhou Yuan felt like dying. He had originally planned to sneak out while everyone wasn't paying attention. By then, even if Xin Yu discovered he had escaped and defaulted on the debt, he wouldn't have his contact information. He can't very well catch himself and put on a show to prove a point, can he? But, to his utter surprise, he was still discovered by Xin Yu. Oh, just to let some air in, but it's over 30 degrees outside. What kind of breeze is there to let in? Xin Yu looked at him with a relaxed expression, as if to say, I don't believe you for a second. The air conditioner was on inside, and the room was cool and comfortable. Outside, it was over 30 degrees Celsius, hot enough to kill someone, yet he still wanted to go outside for some fresh air? You're pulling my leg. Me. Zhou Yuan was momentarily speechless. After all, he had indeed intended to flee. What's the matter? Is Mr. Zhou planning to run away and renege on his debt? Xin Yu furrowed his brows and said with feigned surprise. Who wants to run away? It's just doing a headstand to wash your hair on the spot. I'll do it. Zhou Yuan immediately stiffened his neck and said, it's just washing your hair upside down, isn't it? What's so hard about that? Alright, we'll just have to wait and see. Xin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, curved his lips into a faint smile, and said. Then, Zhou Yuan directly instructed the hotel staff to bring water and a basin for washing his hair. He proceeded to demonstrate a headstand hair wash right there on the spot, in front of everyone. Xin Yu, is this how modern people behave nowadays? When the hotel staff went to fetch the hair washing tools, Duanmu Shui asked Xinyu in a low voice. Like this? Which one? Xinyu asked in confusion. Chapter 155, You've got quite the imagination. Duanmu Shui looked at Zhou Yuan, who was waiting for his hair care products, and said to Xinyu, wash your hair upside down. I lived in the Great Chu Kingdom for so many years and have never heard of anyone washing their hair upside down. Could it be that washing your hair upside down is good for your hair? It's truly novel. Could it be that modern people have researched and discovered that washing your hair upside down is good for it? Duanmu Shui thought to herself, could it be that modern people have discovered through research that washing your hair upside down is good for it? Or maybe washing your hair this way makes it cleaner? This strange way of washing your hair really opened her eyes. Put. Xinyu couldn't help but laugh at her wild imagination. Was she saying that washing your hair upside down gets it cleaner? She really has an imagination. No, it's a kind of punishment, I guess. Well, it's not really a punishment, just a joke bet among friends. It's usually just for fun, and no one takes it seriously. After all, standing on your head to wash your hair is pretty difficult to do. Xinyu thought for a moment, then slowly explained to Duanmu Shui. So that's how it is. Duanmu Shui nodded uncertainly, then spoke again. Then why did Zhou Yuan accept this punishment? Because I wasn't joking with him. Xinyu said casually, do you think if I lost now, Zhou Yuan would spare my mother? Duanmu Shui thought about Zhou Yuan's previous attitude toward Xinyu and the words he had spoken, then shook her head. She felt that if Xinyu were to lose now, Zhou Yuan would probably come up with some cruel way to punish him. Therefore, he deserved to wash his hair upside down. After a while, the hotel staff brought all the hair washing supplies over for Zhou Yuan. They brought him a basin, towels, shampoo, conditioner, and even a hairdryer. Xinyu couldn't help but silently marvel to himself, no wonder it's a 5-star hotel, the service is truly impeccable. Come on, let the show begin. Xinyu crossed his arms across his chest and looked at Zhou Yuan lazily. Zhou Yuan glanced at him, snorted coldly, and then walked straight to the wall. It's just washing your hair upside down, what's so difficult about that? Then, Zhou Yuan walked over to the wall and placed the basin for washing his hair there as well. He then placed both hands on the ground, pushed off with all his strength, and pressed his feet against the wall, inverting himself into a handstand. Xinyu watched with a faint smile, quietly observing what he would do next. Then, Zhou Yuan cautiously propped himself up with one hand on the ground. The other hand slowly extended outward, reaching for the nearby basin filled with water. However, as Zhou Yuan managed to pull one hand out, the other hand supporting him on the ground began to tremble. Although he had indeed purchased a gym membership, he had never once gone. This one-handed handstand was simply too challenging for him. Zhou Gongzi, can you do it? Xinyu stood a short distance away, watching Zhou Yuan's trembling arms, and asked slowly. Of course I can do it. Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth and said, I absolutely must not lose face in front of Xinyu. Today, even if I die, even if I break this arm, I'll wash this head upside down. Zhou Yuan stretched out his hand and finally managed to pull the basin over to himself. He then let out a huge sigh of relief. Zhou Yuan reached out and finally managed to pull the basin over, then let out a sigh of relief. He felt that the effort of that single movement had already drained him of nearly half his strength. Xinyu, why does he look so weak? It's as if he's about to collapse at any moment. Duanmu Shui turned her head just as she was about to speak to Xinyu, noticing that Zhou Yuan looked like he was about to collapse. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a startled cry from ahead. Ah! Only to see Zhou Yuan trying to wet his hair with the water in the basin. However, the other arm, which had been trembling uncontrollably, could no longer support his weight. As the elbow gave way, Zhou Yuan's entire body crashed down. Moreover, as luck would have it, his head landed directly in the basin, and the entire basin of water poured down onto his head. Plop! Zhou Yuan lay on the ground, looking disheveled, and quickly spat out the water that had accidentally entered his mouth. What bad luck had he gotten himself into today to have to go through this? I'm about to collapse. Duanmu Shui looked at Zhou Yuan, who was lying on the ground in a disheveled state, and quietly murmured the words she had just kept to herself. Then, Xinyu and Duanmu Shui exchanged a glance, and both couldn't help but suppress a smile. Zhou Dashi, this won't do. Xinyu sighed softly, looking at Zhou Yuan with a sigh on his face. Zhou Yuan glared at Xinyu angrily, why can't I do it? Don't talk nonsense. You can't even hold a one-handed handstand for 10 seconds. With your physique, you're weaker than a little girl. Xinyu mocked ruthlessly. Zhou Yuan paused, about to speak up in protest, but realized he couldn't really argue against it. Put. What a crappy gym. I'll have to check it out myself someday. I've had this membership for over half a year, and it's been completely useless. This farce ended with Zhou Yuan falling to the ground in disarray, soaked to the bone. Zhou Yuan grabbed a towel and rushed upstairs to his room, while the rest of the crowd dispersed, preparing to return to continue their auction. Just then, Xinyu's phone rang with a ding. Xinyu took out his phone and glanced at it. It was a bank deposit notification. The 2,101,000 yuan that Qi Yunyan had just transferred to him had been successfully deposited. How about it, Qin Yu? Has the money been transferred yet? Qi Yunyan heard Qin Yu's phone ring and blurted out the question without thinking. Qin Yu put his phone back in his pocket and nodded at Qi Yunyan. Qin Yu put his phone back in his pocket and nodded at Qi Yunyan. Since the payment has been received, I'll take the painting now. Qi Yunyan began to carefully fold up the painting that was spread out on the table. Then, he had someone fetch a painting case to store them in. Let's go, the auction isn't over yet. Let's continue on and take a look. After putting away the painting, Qi Yunyan turned to Qin Yu and Duanmu Shui and said, he hadn't expected that a genuine work by Cheng Ziyuan would appear at today's auction. It was truly unexpected. I wonder if there will be any more such oversights in the future. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. He hadn't expected that he would stumble upon such a big oversight today. And he had only spent 10,000 yuan to acquire it. Calculating it out, the painting had come into his hands and left it again in a single day, netting him a profit of 2,100,000 yuan, truly unexpected. Chapter 156, Losing My Girlfriend. Qin Yu, do you also like collecting antiques? Yes, Qin Yu, you're so young, how did you develop such good eyesight, and how do you even know about the mounting technique used in this painting? Qin Yu, give me your contact information. If there are similar events in the future, you can come by and take a look if you have time. Yeah, Qin Yu, I've just acquired a few new items. Why don't you come over and take a look when you have time? As the group made their way to the auction hall, several elderly collectors gathered around Qin Yu, chatting animatedly. Originally, they had assumed that since Qin Yu had been invited by Qi Yunyan, he must not be an ordinary person. After witnessing how Qin Yu had instantly discerned the hidden meaning in the painting just moments ago, they grew even more convinced that he was no ordinary individual. As a result, they all rushed to strike up a conversation with Qin Yu. Since there were so many people surrounding Qin Yu, Duanmu Shui found herself pushed to the back without even realizing it. Walking behind, Duanmu Shui looked at Qin Yu, who was surrounded by a crowd of people, and for some reason, she felt a pang of sadness in her heart. What's going on with these people? I should have been walking beside Qin Yu, but now I have to walk behind him. Qin Yu was surrounded by this group of people, listening to them ask him all sorts of questions incessantly, and he couldn't help but press his temples in exasperation. Qin Yu, what do you do for a living? Do you collect any antiques? Here we go again, Qin Yu thought to himself as he heard someone else ask him the same question. Then he simply replied, I just run a small antique shop. Usually, I only collect 1 or 2 pieces. After Qin Yu finished speaking, he instinctively glanced to the side and suddenly realized that Duanmu Shui was gone. Qin Yu panicked instantly. Where had Duanmu Shui gone? Could she have gotten lost? So, Qin Yu hurriedly looked around anxiously, searching for Duanmu Shui's figure. Everyone noticed that Qin Yu had stopped in his tracks and was turning his head to look around, as if he were searching for something. So they also hurriedly stopped in their tracks. What's wrong, Qin Yu? Are you looking for something? A person nearby hurriedly asked. I'm not looking for anything, I'm looking for. Just as Qin Yu was about to say that what he was looking for wasn't an object but a person, his gaze suddenly caught sight of a figure behind him. He saw Duanmu Shui walking slowly behind the main group, keeping pace with them without hurrying. Upon noticing that the group ahead had stopped moving forward, she looked up in confusion. Then, their gazes suddenly met, and they stared at each other from across the crowd. Then, Qin Yu directly pushed aside the crowd and strode toward Duanmu Shui. The moment Qin Yu turned around and saw Duanmu Shui, his heart instantly calmed down. Thank goodness. I thought she had gotten lost. How did you end up in the back? I thought you got lost. Qin Yu walked up to Duanmu Shui, looked at her, and said with a worried expression. There are too many people around you. I accidentally got pushed to the back by them. Duanmu Shui looked at him and said innocently. It really wasn't her fault. She didn't want to run to the back, but she couldn't push past everyone else. Alright, hurry up and catch up. Don't get lost again this time. Duanmu Shui noticed the concern in Qin Yu's expression and quickly nodded in agreement. I understand. I will definitely follow you closely this time. Qin Yu looked at her as she agreed, then nodded satisfactorily. He reached out and took Du Shui's hand. Qin Yu, this. Duanmu Shui felt Qin Yu's warm hand grasp hers, causing her heart to skip a beat. At the same time, an indescribable emotion began to spread through her heart. Duanmu Shui looked at the two intertwined hands and then raised her eyes to look at Qin Yu. For some reason, she suddenly felt that being led by Qin Yu felt quite nice. What are you spacing out for? Let's go already. Qin Yu tugged at Duanmu Shui's hand and then pulled her forward. Everyone stopped in their tracks and looked at Qin Yu. At first, they thought he had lost something, but it turned out that after all the commotion, he had lost his girlfriend. Let's go back quickly. Qin Yu looked at the crowd gathered around, waiting for him, smiled, and spoke up. Alright, let's go. Then, the group headed straight back to the auction hall. Due to the large number of people who had just left to verify the authenticity of Qin Yu's painting, the auction had to be temporarily suspended. Now, as people gradually entered the venue, the auction resumed. After the auction resumed, one item after another was brought out onto the stage. Since it was confirmed that the painting Chinyu had bid on was an authentic piece, every time a new item was brought out, the people around Chinyu would turn to him to ask for his opinion. Chinyu responded that he really was having a tough time. As for the remaining auction items, to be honest, there are only a few that have any real collectible value. However, Chinyu didn't want to be too blunt about it, as such remarks might spread and render these auction items unsellable in the future. This would indeed disrupt the established norms of the antique industry. Therefore, Chinyu could only speak ambiguously, saying that he had said everything he could, and it was now up to them to make their own judgment. Chinyu. Duanmu Shui suddenly called out to Chinyu. Chinyu turned around and looked at her, asking, "What's wrong?" "Me." Duanmu Shui looked a bit embarrassed, biting her lip as she glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention to them. Duanmu Shui leaned close to Chinyu's ear and whispered, "I need to use the restroom." After saying that, Duanmu Shui's face turned slightly red as she lowered her head, too embarrassed to look at Chinyu's reaction. After hearing what Duanmu Shui said, Chinyu first reached out and touched his own ear. Just now, when Duanmu Shui had leaned close to his ear to speak, her warm breath had brushed against his ear. Chinyu suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his ears. Cough. Chinyu cleared his throat to hide his discomfort, then spoke slowly, "The restroom seems to be at the end of the corridor outside. Let me take you there." "All right." Duanmu Shui nodded. She wasn't familiar with the surroundings here, and she was afraid she might get lost if she went alone. If that happened, wouldn't she be causing more trouble for Chinyu? Chapter 157, Afraid that others won't know. After hearing what Duanmu Shui said, Chinyu immediately took her out of the auction hall and headed toward the restroom. "Here it is. The restroom is right here. Go inside. I'll wait for you outside." Chinyu pointed in the direction of the restroom and said to Duanmu Shui. "All right." Duanmu Shui replied and then walked straight into the restroom. After Duanmu Shui went into the bathroom, Chinyu leaned against the wall in the hallway, bored out of his mind, waiting for her to come out. Since he was really bored, Chinyu decided to take out his phone and start playing with it. Chinyu scrolled through a 2-minute video, estimating that Duanmu Shui should be coming out soon, so he put his phone back in his pocket. However, just as he put his phone down, Chinyu caught a glimpse of someone at the corner of the hallway out of the corner of his eye. And the sight of this person's face felt very familiar to Chinyu, as if he had seen them somewhere before. "Chinyu, what are you looking at?" Duanmu Shui came out of the bathroom and saw Chinyu staring blankly at something nearby. She walked over and asked. Chinyu turned around, looked at Duanmu Shui, and said, "Nothing, I just thought that person looked familiar." Duanmu Shui didn't think much of it either. She followed Chinyu's gaze and looked in the same direction, but she didn't see anything either. Then, Duanmu Shui said to Chinyu, "There are many people who look alike in this world. When I was in the Great Chu Kingdom, I also encountered some people who resembled each other." "That's true," Chinyu replied. "That's true." Chinyu nodded. Duanmu Shui had a point. After all, there were many similar people in this world, so there was nothing unusual about it. Duanmu Shui nodded and then added, "But when it comes to appearance, what left the deepest impression on me were the 2 foreigners I saw in your store earlier." After all, Duanmu Shui had never seen foreigners before, and when she first saw them, she was startled. After finishing her sentence, Duanmu Shui continued walking forward. However, upon hearing Duanmu Shui mention the 2 foreigners, Chinyu immediately stopped in his tracks. "Chinyu, why aren't you coming?" Duanmu Shui glanced back and noticed that Chinyu hadn't followed, so she turned to look at him, her expression filled with confusion as she asked. "I know who that person was just now." Chinyu looked at Duanmu Shui and suddenly spoke up. "Who is it?" "It's that foreigner, the one named Jess." Chinyu spoke with absolute certainty. He had felt that the man looked familiar earlier, but he hadn't recognized him at first glance because the man had disguised himself. However, despite this, Chinyu still felt that his profile looked very familiar. After being reminded by Duanmu Shui, Chinyu finally remembered. It was him? What should we do now? Duanmu Shui looked at Chinyu and asked. That foreigner named Jia had previously sent people to their shop to try to steal the pure June sword. They never expected to encounter him here. Chinyu thought for a moment. They were currently in Rongzhou City, and even if he called Lu and Shen Yushan right now, it would take them over an hour to get here. By then, that guy Jia would probably already be long gone. Chinyu hesitated for a moment, then directly said to Duanmu Shui he should have gone down the stairs. Let's go find him directly. After hearing Chinyu's words, Duanmu Shui had no objections either. Then, the two immediately hurried toward the emergency exit and quickly descended the stairs. What should we do, Chinyu? The person is gone. Duanmu Shui looked at the empty staircase and said, we came all the way down here and didn't see a single person. Could it be that Jia had already left this place? Chinyu glanced around. The stairwell was empty and deserted, with no place to hide. Could it be that Jia really had already left? Let's go back and ask Qi Yunyan for help first. Chinyu thought for a moment, then spoke directly to Duanmu Shui. What favor do you need him to do? Duanmu Shui looked at Qin Yu in confusion. Shi Yun was at least 50 years old, unable to lift a finger or carry a load, and couldn't even run fast. What kind of help could he possibly offer? Qin Yu glanced back at her, then spoke directly, "Check the surveillance footage." Qin Yu thought that if he went to the hotel to request the surveillance footage, they probably wouldn't hand it over easily. However, he remembered that Qi Yunyan was very familiar with the people here, so if he asked him to intervene, it should be much easier. After returning to the auction hall, Qin Yu briefly briefed Qi Yunyan on the situation. Then, Qi Yunyan readily agreed to Qin Yu's proposal. As a result, Qin Yu quickly obtained the hotel's surveillance footage. It really was this person. Duanmu Shui said as she watched the figure appear on the surveillance screen. It seems that Qin Yu was right, that person was indeed the foreigner. Qin Yu nodded, staring intently at Jace in the video. From the surveillance footage, he had gotten out of a white SUV in the underground parking lot. After getting out of the car, he went directly to the 10th floor of the hotel, where the auction was taking place. Then, he kept pacing back and forth between the hallway and the stairwell. The surveillance footage showed that after lingering on the 10th floor for a while, he went to a secluded storage room on the 9th floor. After entering the storage room on the 9th floor, Jess did not come out again. Since there were no surveillance cameras in the storage room, the footage abruptly ended here. Throughout the entire incident, he wore a mask and a baseball cap, heavily armed. Qin Yu found this utterly exasperating. Was this guy afraid that others wouldn't recognize him as a thief? Dressed like this and constantly wandering around, there's no other explanation besides being a thief. Moreover, he was originally an antique dealer, so Qin Yu grew increasingly convinced that his purpose for being here was likely to steal some ancient artifacts. Moreover, considering he's an antiquities dealer to begin with, Qin Yu grew even more convinced that his purpose for coming here was likely to steal some antique. And coincidentally, there was an antique auction taking place here today. It seems that this Jess really came here for the antiques at the auction. This guy named Jace is probably here for the antiques at the auction. Qin Yu said as he watched the surveillance footage. You don't mean he came here to secretly film and sell the antiques at the auction, do you? Duanmu Shui looked at Qin Yu and speculated. Qin Yu nodded. It was highly likely. Should we stop him then? Duanmu Shui asked. After all, since they had already guessed his intentions, standing by and doing nothing seemed a bit unwise. Moreover, this Jia had already had a prior conflict with them. Chapter 158, split into two groups and attack from both sides. Now that we've stumbled upon this guy, we certainly can't let him get away so easily. Qin Yu looked at the surveillance footage and spoke slowly. Duanmu Shui nodded in agreement. Qin Yu was right. That foreigner had previously instigated others to steal from their store, and now they had caught him red-handed trying to steal again. There was no way they could let him off this time. Look, Qin Yu, he's coming out. Duanmu Shui saw on the surveillance footage that Jia was fully armed as he emerged from the storage room. Moreover, it seemed like he was holding something in his arms. Qin Yu glanced over and saw that this man named Jia was holding a black bag in his arms, and his movements were suspicious, making him look highly questionable at first glance. Judging by the direction he was heading, he seemed to be heading toward the stairs. We should go down now and block his path. After Qin Yu finished speaking, he turned and walked straight out. Should we go down and block him? Where should we block him? Duanmu Shui followed behind Qin Yu and asked in confusion. The underground parking lot. Qin Yu spoke without turning his head. Judging by the look on Jesse's face, he must have gotten what he wanted. Now that he's got what he wanted, Jess will probably just leave. They had just seen on the surveillance footage that Jace had gotten out of a white SUV in the underground parking lot, so he should be heading back to where he parked the car and driving away. Therefore, to intercept him, they can go directly to the parking lot to block him. Qin Yu and Duanmu Shui were in the surveillance room on the first floor checking the surveillance footage. From their location to the hotel's underground parking lot, it was naturally much faster than Jia coming down from the 9th floor. Once they arrived at the underground parking lot, Qin Yu quietly gave a few instructions to Duanmu Shui, and then the two split up, each going their separate ways. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jie, who had been descending the stairs from the 9th floor, carefully looked around after reaching the underground parking lot. He tightened his grip on the object he was holding, immediately lowered his head, and hurried toward the direction of his car. However, just as he was about to reach his own car, the headlights of a vehicle in the distance suddenly lit up, shining directly into his eyes. Jesse instinctively raised his hand to shield his face, unable to suppress a curse under his breath. Who was that? How rude, shining a light in someone's face like that. At first, Jess thought the person probably didn't mean it, but as the light stayed fixed on him, Jess started to feel something was off. What's going on? It feels like this person is intentionally shining the light on him. Could it be that his plan has been discovered? Jesse kept his hand raised to block the light shining from the front. Just as he was about to curse, the headlights of the car in front finally went out. Then, a person slowly got out of the car. He was tall and slender, dressed in a black casual suit, with his sleeves casually rolled up, yet it did not look out of place at all, but rather very relaxed and natural. However, since he was standing in the backlight, Jia couldn't make out his features clearly. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Jessie asked directly. What's the matter? It's only been a short while since we last met, and you don't recognize me anymore? The man spoke slowly, then strolled over leisurely. Meanwhile, Jace finally got a clear look at his face. It's you? Jessie furrowed his brows and said in disbelief. Isn't this the owner of the antique shop they had visited earlier in Jincheng County? The ancient sword in his shop has been on my mind ever since, but unfortunately, the person I hired to steal it failed. Moreover, their identities were exposed as a result. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a mess right now. At the thought of it, Jia immediately clenched his fists. Today, he would make that antique shop owner from the Dragon Kingdom pay dearly. Xinyu smiled after hearing his words and said, That's right, it's me. It's been a long time. However, it's been so long since we last met, and your Chinese is still so poor. What are you talking about? Don't call me that? I'm not calling you that. Don't call me? Put. The tense atmosphere was broken by the foreigner's remark, and Xinyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Don't call me that? I clearly said it was awkward, didn't I? This foreigner not only has poor Chinese pronunciation, but he can't even understand what he's hearing. Sigh, this is really frustrating. With such a low level of education, he dares to come to their country to traffic in cultural relics. He really doesn't know his place. Jessie had originally intended to give Xinyu a piece of his mind, but after hearing his words, he furrowed his brows and asked in confusion. Don't call him that. Why did he say not to call him that in Chinese? Could he be declaring war on himself? Are you telling yourself not to use Chinese later? Does that mean he'll beat himself up until he screams? That's a bit too much, isn't it? You're Xinyu, right? I'll make you hear it today, even if I have to shout it out loud. Wait, no, I wouldn't do that. Jessie had originally intended to tell Xinyu that he wouldn't lose to him, and today he was determined to show him just how capable he was. But before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly kicked flying to the ground by a figure that darted out from the side, leaving him no time to react. Boom! Jessie collapsed to the ground and fainted. The fight hadn't even begun yet, and it was already over. Xinyu, are you okay? Are you hurt? That's right, the figure I just saw was indeed Duan Mushui. After she and Xinyu came down, Xinyu had me come around from another direction, and then the two of them attacked from front and back. However, since I had almost gotten lost earlier, I arrived a bit late. When she arrived, she heard that guy named Jess saying something, so she asked him to repeat it for her, but he refused. When she heard Jess finish speaking and tell Xinyu to listen, she thought he was going to call someone, so she immediately flew forward and kicked him to the ground with a sidekick. Xinyu looked at Jessie, who had been knocked unconscious by Duan Mushui, then glanced at Duan Mushui standing beside him, and couldn't help but chuckle. This foreigner is way too fragile. He was knocked unconscious with just one kick from Duan Mushui? I was actually thinking that with the system's physical enhancement, my stamina and strength were much better than before, and I was planning to show off a bit. But now it seems there's no need for that. Even the previous version of himself could defeat him. Xinyu, didn't he just say he couldn't do anything? Duan Mushui looked at Xinyu and asked. She was quite curious about what he hadn't finished saying. Chapter 159, Aren't you going to compliment me at all? Xinyu looked at Duan Mushui's curious expression and shrugged helplessly. To be honest, I have no idea either. This guy, Jisher, is so strange and talks like a teenager. I have no clue what he was trying to say just now. Ha! Duan Mushui couldn't help but sigh softly in disappointment. She had really wanted to know what he hadn't finished saying just now. If only she had known, she would have waited a little longer before acting. Alright, let's deal with him first. I doubt he had anything good to say. Xinyu glanced at Jia, who was lying on the ground, and said. He had already called Chen Yushan when he went to check the hotel surveillance footage. They had already contacted the police station in Rongzhou and asked them to come over to assist with the investigation. Estimating the time, they should be arriving soon. As the saying goes, speak of the devil and he appears. Just as Xinyu was thinking this, he heard the sound of sirens echoing through the underground parking lot. Hello, you must be Xinyu. I'm Old Lu's friend and a deputy captain at the Rongzhou City Police Department. You can call me Old Chen. A man in casual attire, appearing to be in his early 30s, stepped out of the police car and walked directly toward Xinyu, speaking up. Xinyu nodded and said, It's me. What about the antique dealer you were talking about with Old Lu earlier? Old Chen looked at Xinyu and asked. There he is. Xinyu nodded toward him and pointed to where Jia had fainted. Old Chen. What's going on here? Did you subdue him? Old Chen looked at Jess lying unconscious on the ground and said in disbelief. Xinyu smiled and shook his head. It wasn't me. Oh, I see. You look so refined and delicate, as if you've never been through anything. How could you possibly? It's not me, it's her. Xinyu pointed to Duan Mushui beside him and said slowly. Old Chen. What? Her? This little girl? Old Chen looked at Duan Mushui, his face filled with disbelief. This was even harder to believe than if he had been told that Xinyu had subdued this person, wasn't it? This young girl, though she doesn't look like the delicate, fragile type, is still just a young woman after all. Plus, she looks pretty slim, doesn't she? How could she possibly overpower a burly adult male? This is simply unbelievable, isn't it? Shinyu looked at old Chen's disbelieving expression and explained, my friend has been practicing taekwondo and karate since he was a child, and he also trained in martial arts for 2 years, so he's quite skilled. Taekwondo. Karate. And he's also practiced martial arts? Old Chen was so surprised by Chinyu's words that he immediately widened his eyes in astonishment. No wonder this little girl could subdue such a burly man. She must be a martial artist. Shinyu noticed that old Chen was still focusing his attention on Duanmu Shui, so he quickly spoke up. Officer Chen, this guy named Jia is an antique dealer. Lu's team had already arrested him before, but he managed to escape. I didn't expect to run into him here today. What should we do now? Shinyu didn't want old Chen to continue focusing on Duanmu Shui. After all, Duanmu Shui's identity was special, and old Chen was a police officer. If he were to discover anything, that would be a real problem. Old Chen had just gotten a little excited, so he momentarily forgot about the matter at hand. After Shinyu reminded him, he suddenly remembered. Oh dear, look at me, I almost forgot the important matter. Old Chen slapped his forehead and said. Then he directed the few colleagues who had come with him to confirm the identity of the man lying on the ground, and they immediately took him to the car. Old Lu had already briefed me on the situation when I arrived. This antique theft gang is truly despicable, daring to steal and traffic ancient artifacts from our dragon nation. Now that we've caught them, they must be brought to justice and receive the punishment they deserve. Old Chen said angrily. Once he brings this guy back and coordinates with the authorities in Jincheng County, there shouldn't be any major issues for Lu. Shinyu, this time, it's all thanks to the two of you. On behalf of the police, I would like to express our gratitude for your assistance. Old Chen looked at Shinyu and Duanmu Shui with a serious expression and said. Shinyu waved his hand and briefly recounted the events of the day to him. That's the situation. If you have any further questions, you can check the hotel surveillance footage. I have some things to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Shinyu said directly. He didn't want to go to the police station to give a statement. After all, Duanmu Shui was also involved in this matter. If he went to the police station to give a statement and had to fill out his personal information, wouldn't Duanmu Shui be in trouble? However, fortunately, old Chen didn't take it to heart. He waved his hand and said, alright, go ahead and take care of it. You've done us a huge favor this time. If you ever need anything in the future, just come find us for help. Shinyu smiled and nodded. Then, old Chen and his colleagues took Jess away. Watching them drive away, Shinyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing else came up. It seems that if something similar happens again in the future, I absolutely must not let Duanmu Shui get involved. Shinyu, aren't you going to give me any praise? Seeing that only the two of them were left, Duanmu Shui finally spoke up. Praise you? What should I praise you for? Your fighting skills? Shinyu looked at Duanmu Shui in confusion. Was she asking him to praise her for subduing Jace just now? However, she had to admit that Duanmu Shui was indeed quite skilled. What? That's not it. Duanmu Shui crossed her arms in front of her and shook her head. What is that? Duanmu Shui looked at Shinyu and spoke slowly. I just followed your instructions and didn't say a word, trying my best to stay quiet. Shinyu looked at Duanmu Shui, who was acting like a child seeking praise, and couldn't help but chuckle. So that's what she was talking about. He thought it was something else. However, Duanmu Shui was right, she really hadn't said a single word just now. It was also a way to lower her own profile and avoid drawing old Chen's attention as much as possible. That's impressive, definitely praising. Shinyu looked at Duanmu Shui and smiled in praise. Shinyu looked at Duanmu Shui and praised her with a smile. Duanmu Shui bit her lip, looked at Shinyu, and said with an expectant look in her eyes, if that's the case, is there a reward? A reward? What kind of reward do you want? Shinyu took a step back, leaning against the front of the car, and asked with a hint of a smile on his lips. Chapter 160, Buy a plane and fly over there. After hearing Chinyu's words, Duanmu Shui's lips curled up slightly in a smug smile. Well, I don't have any high standards. As long as it's delicious, that's fine. Upon hearing what Ndu Shui wanted as a reward, Shinyu couldn't help but laugh. He had thought she wanted some kind of reward, but after all that, it turned out to be about food again. Alright, no problem. Shinyu nodded in agreement. It's just that she wants to eat something delicious, so just take her out to eat. That's a deal, no backing out. Duanmu Shui immediately looked at Shinyu and spoke up. Alright, no backing out. When have I ever deceived you? Shinyu smiled wryly, feeling a bit helpless. He couldn't recall ever having deceived her in this manner before. Shinyu smiled and said helplessly, as if he had never lied to her in this regard. Duanmu Shui thought about it for a moment. Shinyu was right, he had never broken his promise to her. If that was the case, then she could rest assured. After successfully apprehending Jia, Shinyu and Duanmu Shui also left the underground parking lot. The auction on the upper floor was still in progress. As one item after another was displayed, the auction gradually came to a close. How about it, Xinyu? Is there anything that catches your eye? Shi Yinyan turned to Xinyu and said, Xinyu, you've been gone for a while. During that time, a few decent items came in. However, Xinyu didn't react much after hearing this. He had already heard about those items from Shi Yinyan, and while they were decent, he wasn't particularly interested in them. Xinyu shook his head, just average. Until the end of this auction, Xinyu did not bid again. Xinyu felt that these items did not hold much collectible value, and compared to the painting he had originally purchased, they were far inferior. After the auction ended, Xinyu and Duan Mushui prepared to leave. Xinyu, I'll be returning to the imperial capital in a few days. If you come across any fine items in the future, don't forget to let me come and take a look. Shi Yinyan said to Xinyu at the door. Xinyu nodded and smiled, saying, alright, no problem. If he really found any valuable items in the future, he would definitely not forget Shi Yinyan. On one hand, he is actually a decent person, and on the other hand, such a generous buyer who is willing to split the profits. I certainly wouldn't want to miss out on that. Alright, let's settle on that then. Alright, let's settle it that way. Shi Yinyan smiled and spoke, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, there's going to be a jade auction in the capital next month. If you're interested, you should come check it out. A jade auction? Xinyu couldn't help but ponder for a moment. He had heard of jade stone gambling before. It was a method of trading raw jade stones. Some people became experts at it and struck it rich overnight, but others lost everything they had in a single night. In short, gambling on jade is a highly risky transaction. However, Xinyu had never participated in a jade gambling event before and was quite interested in it. However, the jade auction was being held in the imperial capital, and if he went, he would have to be away for several days. That would mean leaving Duan Mushui alone at home. After all, Duan Mushui doesn't have an ID card, so she can't buy a plane ticket or anything like that, which means she can't go to the imperial capital with him. Although Duan Mushui has begun to gradually adapt to modern life, Xinyu still feels a bit uneasy about leaving her alone at home for several days. Therefore, Xinyu could only turn to Shi Yinyan and say, I'll think about the jade auction again. If I decide to go, I'll give you a call. Alright, no problem. Just let me know in advance, and I'll save you a spot. Shi Yinyan looked at Xinyu and said with a smile. Alright, I'll be on my way then. Xinyu directly bid farewell to Shi Yinyan and then led Duan Mushui into the elevator. Shi Yinyan watched the two of them leave, unable to help but smile. This young couple really does make a perfect match. Xinyu, why didn't you just agree to him just now? After entering the elevator, Duan Mushui directly asked Xinyu. Earlier, she had noticed that Xinyu seemed quite interested in that gemstone auction, but she couldn't understand why he hadn't agreed to Shi Yinyan's proposal right away. Xinyu smiled and said, Isn't it because I'm worried about leaving you home alone? Me alone at home? You can't take me with you? Duan Mushui felt a sudden sense of unease when Xinyu said he was leaving her alone at home. Ever since she had arrived here, she had spent every day with Xinyu. Even when Xinyu had to go out for something, she would stay home alone, but it was only a matter of a couple of hours at most. This time, upon hearing that she would have to be separated from Xinyu for several days, Duan Mushui felt extremely uneasy. Xinyu sighed softly and spoke with a hint of helplessness. If we're going to the imperial capital, we'll have to take a plane or high-speed rail, but without an ID card, you won't be able to buy a ticket. Buy tickets? Duan Mushui furrowed her brows. What are tickets? Tickets? Xinyu looked at her with a puzzled expression and began to explain, airplanes and high-speed trains are like cars. They are modern modes of transportation. However, if we want to ride them, we need to pay for a ticket to board. Then can't we just drive there directly? Duan Mushui asked Xinyu. Didn't their family just buy a car? If they drove there, wouldn't they save on tickets? Xinyu rubbed his chin. Driving there wasn't out of the question. However, driving from here to the imperial capital would take at least 20 hours. Driving all the way there would really be a bit too much for me to handle. Driving does mean you don't have to buy tickets, but it takes too long to drive there. It would take us 2 days to get there. Xinyu explained to Duan Mushui that he couldn't possibly drive all day and night. It would take over 20 hours. Moreover, driving continuously for over 4 hours constitutes fatigue driving, and he had to take breaks in between. In that case, just the round trip alone would take them 4 days on the road. In that case, it would be too inconvenient in terms of both time and energy. Then why don't we just buy a plane or a high-speed train ticket? You said that planes and high-speed trains are faster, so wouldn't that be better? Duan Mushui looked at Xinyu and said innocently. Since Xinyu said that planes and high-speed trains are faster than cars, why don't they just buy a plane or a high-speed train and drive there? Chapter 161, What is Pearl Milk Tea? Xinyu couldn't help but chuckle softly as he listened to Duan Mushui speak with the innocent innocence of a child. Buy a plane? Buy a high-speed rail? What's wrong? Can't you buy them? Duan Mushui asked cautiously as she watched Xinyu. But hadn't Xinyu just said that airplanes and high-speed trains are also modes of transportation, just like cars? If cars can be bought, why can't planes and high-speed trains be bought? Xinyu. Well, it's not that you can't buy one, but airplanes and high-speed trains are significantly more expensive than cars, and they must be operated by professionals. Moreover, he does know that the plane can be purchased, but can the high-speed rail be bought? He had never even heard of anyone selling a high-speed rail before. Duan Muxue nodded, seeming to understand but not quite. So basically, we can't buy a plane right now, and even if we did, we couldn't fly it ourselves? Xin Yu nodded. That's exactly what I meant. After all, I don't know how to fly a plane. Oh, I see. Duan Muxue said disappointedly after hearing this. Why couldn't she have an ID card? If she had one, she could buy plane tickets with Xin Yu and go to Beijing together. But now. Never mind, don't worry. I haven't decided yet, have I? Xin Yu looked at Duan Muxue's disappointed expression and hurriedly comforted her. Just now, Shi Yunyan also mentioned that the jade auction will be held next month. Perhaps by then, Duan Muxue will be able to stay home alone. Who knows? Maybe there will be a turn of events. Besides, I don't have to go to the jade auction myself. Are you not going because of me? Duan Muxue stared intently at Xin Yu, worried that he might be skipping the jade auction because of her, which would make her feel incredibly guilty. All along, Xin Yu had already taken care of her more than enough, and she didn't want to cause him any more trouble. What are you thinking about? Whether I go or not, I have my own reasons. Xin Yu looked at Duan Muxue's guilty expression, reached out and touched her head, and comforted her. Duan Muxue bit her lip and nodded, but her expression still carried a hint of heaviness. Xin Yu looked at her and thought for a moment before saying, "Alright, don't think about it too much. It's getting late. Let's go eat first, and I'll buy you some milk tea. How about it?" Milk tea? What's that? Duan Muxue was feeling a bit down, but when she heard Xin Yu mention milk tea, she instantly became curious. Milk tea is a drink sweet, and you can add toppings or other ingredients. Xin Yu explained to Duan Muxue that many girls nowadays really love drinking milk tea, and Duan Muxue should like it too, right? Sure enough, as soon as Duan Muxue heard Xin Yu's words, she immediately became curious and widened her eyes. Alright, let's hurry up and go. Just then, the elevator arrived at the first floor. Duan Muxue hurriedly said to Xin Yu, completely forgetting about what had just happened. Xin Yu looked at her and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Xin Yu looked at her and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Sure enough, the best and most effective way to cheer up this little foodie was with something delicious. As long as there's food, she's completely carefree. Then, Xin Yu took Duan Muxue to a nearby milk tea shop and bought some milk tea. Here you go, pearl milk tea. Try it and see if you like it. Xin Yu handed the milk tea to Duan Muxue and said. Duan Muxue took the milk tea from Xin Yu's hand and looked at it with great curiosity. Is this really milk tea? But the color looks so strange. Duan Muxue examined the cup in her hand and said. The color of this milk tea was a light brown, which looked quite strange. She had never tasted a drink of this color before. Additionally, there are black round objects inside. Could these be the pearls that Xin Yu mentioned? This cup of milk tea is way too luxurious. These black pearls are extremely precious. Remember when the emperor once commissioned someone to find 42 black pearls to make a necklace for the empress to make her happy? These black pearls were extremely rare, and my father had to search for a very long time before he finally found those 42 black pearls. And now, they've actually added this pearl to their milk tea to drink. Are modern people's lives really this extravagant? Duan Muxue thought to herself. That's because you've never seen it before, so it seems strange to you. Try it, it tastes pretty good. Xin Yu looked at Duan Muxue's nervous expression and smiled as he spoke. Okay. Duan Muxue nodded and was about to take a bite. However, she couldn't find anywhere to take a bite. Where is the lid of this cup? I can't find it. Duan Muxue held the milk tea in her hand and said helplessly, where is the lid for this milk teacup? How am I supposed to drink it like this? Xin Yu looked at Duan Muxue, who was staring at him with a dazed expression, asking where the lid for her milk tea was, and couldn't help but feel like laughing. This milk tea isn't meant to be drunk by opening the lid, it's used like this. Saying this, Xin Yu gestured toward the straw he was holding in his hand. What's this? Duan Muxue looked at the straw in Xin Yu's hand and asked curiously. This is a straw. We use it to drink milk tea. Xin Yu explained to her. Use it? How do you drink it? Duan Muxue asked curiously. Drinking milk tea actually requires a tool? That's really unusual. Xin Yu smiled at her confused expression, then opened the straw's wrapper and inserted it into the milk tea. Here, drink up. When you get to the pearls, remember to chew them before swallowing. Xin Yu nodded his head at Duan Muxue and gave her a gentle reminder. Duan Muxue looked at Xin Yu, then cautiously lowered her head and slowly sipped a small mouthful of milk tea through a straw. How is it? Is it good? Xin Yu asked in Du Shui as he looked at her. Duan Muxue tasted the milk tea in her mouth, and her eyes lit up instantly. Delicious. I've never tasted anything this delicious before in Great Chu. Duan Muxue said with sparkling eyes, her gaze as bright as starlight. If you like it, we can buy more next time. Shin Yu watched her happy expression, which reminded him of a child, and couldn't help but laugh along with her. Okay. Duanmu Shui immediately smiled and nodded. Today, she had tasted another delicious modern dish. This milk tea was truly delicious, far better than the sugarcane juice and cinnamon water she had drunk in the palace before. Chapter 162, That's a Death Sentence. Duanmu Shui sipped her milk tea with a satisfied expression. Shin Yu noticed that she had accidentally spilled some milk tea on her lips. So, he simply used a tissue to wipe her lips clean. Duanmu Shui noticed Shin Yu's action but didn't think anything of it. She raised her eyes and smiled at him. Look at how considerate your boyfriend is. Unlike you, you didn't even bother to help me when I spilled my milk tea on myself. A girl standing nearby saw Shin Yu helping Endo Shui wipe her lips and immediately said to her boyfriend. The boy looked innocent and said, I already handed you the tissue, didn't I? Passing tissues and helping to wipe are the same thing, the girl retorted defiantly. It's so unfair. What are they arguing about? Duanmu Shui heard the arguing nearby, sipping her milk tea as she curiously asked. Shin Yu heard the couple talking about how one of them was Duanmu Shui's boyfriend, and he felt a bit awkward, scratching his nose. He mustn't let Duanmu Shui find out that those two thought they were a couple, or else she'd go confront them. It's nothing. Probably just spilled some milk tea, so she's upset. Shin Yu said casually. Duanmu Shui didn't seem to doubt him either. After all, spilling such delicious milk tea was indeed a pity, and arguing over it was understandable. Alright, let us not bother with them. Let us go eat. Let us go eat. Shin Yu glanced at the time. It was almost noon, and they should be heading out for lunch. Duanmu Shui had no objections to this after all, she had never had any opinions about food. Then, Shin Yu took Duanmu Shui to a nearby restaurant that looked busy and had a good reputation for lunch. After lunch, the two drove straight back to Jincheng County. As soon as they arrived home, Duanmu Shui immediately collapsed onto the sofa. Sure enough, there's no place like home. Before she knew it, Duanmu Shui had already come to regard this place as her own home. Every time she returned from going out, she felt an indescribable sense of belonging toward it. Shin Yu returned home and sat directly on the sofa. After driving back and forth for nearly 3 hours today, he was indeed quite tired. Shin Yu sat on the sofa for a while to rest, then took out his phone and prepared to play some games. Shin Yu, what are you doing? Duanmu Shui watched as Shin Yu's fingers moved swiftly across the phone screen, unable to help but ask out of curiosity. Playing a game. Shin Yu looked at his phone screen and replied without looking up. Playing games? Games can actually be played? Duanmu Shui was so surprised that she widened her eyes. She had only ever heard of playing games, but had never heard of playing games like this before. But games aren't physical objects, how could you possibly fight them? Duanmu Shui was utterly perplexed. After hearing what Duanmu Shui said, Shin Yu looked up at her and smiled as he began to explain, playing games is just a way of saying it. It's actually just playing games on your phone. There are games on phones too? Duanmu Shui asked curiously. Yeah, you can download games on your phone too. You can play games to pass the time when you're bored. Shin Yu explained to Duanmu Shui while controlling his character in the game. Duanmu Shui nodded in understanding. This phone had so many features she hadn't even noticed yet, it was truly amazing. What's the matter? Do you want to play with it? Shin Yu had just finished a game and turned to look at Duanmu Shui and asked. Yes, I want to. Duanmu Shui nodded immediately. She had never played a mobile game before and was very curious about what Shin Yu was talking about. Seeing Duanmu Shui's eager expression, Shin Yu smiled and nodded, saying, That's easy. I'll teach you. Saying this, he motioned for Duanmu Shui to sit down beside him. Duanmu Shui hurriedly sat down beside Shin Yu. Then, Shin Yu began to explain the game he was currently playing to her. The game is called PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Each player has a character, and we will control this character to play the game. Duanmu Shui looked at the character on her phone screen and nodded, unable to help but marvel at how amazing this mobile game was. It actually allowed you to control a character within the game. So what are we supposed to do with it? Duanmu Shui looked at the character on the phone screen and asked curiously. Soon, this character would board a plane to the island with 99 other randomly selected people and then engage in a fierce battle among the 100 of them on the island. Shin Yu patiently explained to Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui listened to Shin Yu's explanation and could generally understand what he meant, though. Battle? What if we lose? Wouldn't that mean certain death? Duanmu Shui looked at the lifelike characters on her phone and asked. The characters on the phone were incredibly realistic and even moved. If they were to die soon, wouldn't that be too cruel? Oh, die? Shin Yu couldn't help but laugh after hearing Duanmu Shui's description. Why did this word sound so amusing when it came out of Duanmu Shui's mouth? Don't worry, they're all fictional characters, and the death here is also fictional. Once the game ends, they'll all come back to life. Shin Yu explained to her in the simplest terms he could, using language she could understand. After all, this was her first time encountering a mobile game, so it was only natural that she didn't understand everything. It's all virtual? So the deaths in the game are fake? Duanmu Shui looked at Qinyu and asked cautiously. Qinyu nodded and said, exactly. It's just like the game we play with a sandbag. In the game's rules, if you get hit by the sandbag, you're out and can't continue playing. Qinyu nodded and said, that's right. It's just like the sandbag game we play. In the game rules, once you're hit by the sandbag, you're out and can't continue playing. It's just that the game is more realistic now. Indushwa finally understood that this was just like when she was a child and used to play house with Manhwa. The only difference was that modern people played on their phones, and they made it much more realistic. It's not like I initially thought, that the character is really dead. I see. Duanmu Shui nodded, suddenly understanding everything. Qinyu saw that Duanmu Shui had understood and continued to explain the game controls to her. After a while, Qinyu had roughly explained the basic controls of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds to Duanmu Shui, and was ready to take her through a game so she could experience it firsthand. Chapter 163, can I try it? Let's just play around. You go first. Qinyu said to Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui nodded, then looked at the phone screen with a serious expression. Qinyu launched a game and had Duanmu Shui watch his gameplay from the side. We are currently on the starting island. Once the 100-second countdown ends, we will board the plane to the island. Qinyu held his phone and explained to Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui nodded and said slowly, so, there are 100 people gathered here, and we'll all board the plane to the island together, right? Yes, that's correct. Qinyu nodded and said, no wonder you were once an emperor, your understanding is quite sharp. After the 100-second countdown ended, Qinyu boarded the plane bound for the island. Look, there's the island below us. Once the plane reaches the island, we can choose where we want to jump and then jump down. Qinyu opened the map and said to Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui nodded and then asked, can we jump to all these locations? Are there any differences between them? There are so many locations on this island. Doesn't that mean they can jump from every single one? Well, you can jump at every location, but the amount of supplies varies from place to place. Some areas have more supplies, while others have fewer. However, the same applies to areas with more supplies. There will also be more people, making gunfights more likely, and sometimes you might even end up getting killed right after landing. Qinyu explained slowly to Duanmu Shui. Fall to the ground and turn into a box? What does that mean? Duanmu Shui asked curiously. Landing in a box? What an odd expression. Qinyu smiled and said, in this game, when you get killed by someone, you turn into a box, and it contains all the items you've collected. If you get killed the moment you land, that's exactly what landing in a box means. Duanmu Shui nodded in understanding. Being killed and turning into a box made sense, and if you were killed the moment you landed, that truly meant landing and becoming a box. This term is really interesting. In the blink of an eye, the plane had already reached the island, and many players had already started parachuting. Qinyu glanced at the flight path for this round and said, let's just jump straight to M City this time. Duanmu Shui had no objections to this, as she didn't know where would be better either, so she would just follow Qinyu's lead. Then, when the plane reached the skies above M City, Qinyu simply clicked the parachute button. After landing in M City, Qinyu immediately entered a building and began searching for supplies. Look, these are the supplies on the ground, guns and bullets. If we encounter other players later, we'll just shoot them. Qinyu operated his in-game character to pick up supplies while speaking to Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui watched intently, staring at the character on Qinyu's phone as it moved around. Qinyu, what's that sound? Duanmu Shui suddenly heard a rustling sound and hurriedly said to Qinyu. Someone's coming. Qinyu stared at the phone screen and said, his voice showing no sign of panic. What should we do? Duanmu Shui faced this situation for the first time and felt a little nervous at first. We're still alive, so let's stay here. When he opens the door later, we'll just shoot him. Qinyu stood directly in front of the door and said to Duanmu Shui. He had just picked up an M416 assault rifle, which was perfect for close combat. Duanmu Shui stared intently at Qinyu's phone screen. As the footsteps grew closer, Duanmu Shui couldn't help but clench her fists. As an onlooker, she was more nervous than Qinyu, who was engrossed in his game. Snap! The door was pushed open from the outside, and a figure walked in. At that moment, Qinyu aimed directly at the figure and fired without hesitation. Bang! 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 With the sound of gunfire, the player who had just entered the door fell to the ground. Qinyu stepped forward and fired another shot, killing him. Have we just killed this guy? Duanmu Shui looked at the player in the game who had turned into a box and asked Qinyu. That's right, we can check what useful supplies are inside his box and just pick them up. Duanmu Shui nodded and looked at Qinyu with admiration. Qinyu, you're so amazing. I didn't even have time to see clearly, but Qinyu had already killed that person. That's truly impressive. Qinyu, you're so skilled. Qinyu listened to Duanmu Shui's generous praise, rubbed his nose, and couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. Then, Qinyu walked directly over to the person and took a look at his box. Inside, there was nothing useful except for a first aid kit and a few bandages. Xinyu picked it up and immediately headed out the door, heading toward other buildings to continue searching for supplies. Xinyu went to a nearby building and found quite a bit of useful supplies. After finishing his search on the second floor, Xinyu prepared to head downstairs to the vehicle search point outside the city to find a vehicle. He glanced over and noticed that the poisonous zone from this round had just contracted outside the outskirts of M City, so he decided it would be better to run out of the poisonous zone first. Let's go. There shouldn't be much left here. Let's get out of here, Xinyu explained to Duanmu Shui. Then he walked straight downstairs. Just as Xinyu was controlling his character in the game and had just reached the ground floor, another set of footsteps could be heard coming from outside the building. Wait a moment, someone else is coming. After Xinyu finished speaking, he immediately stopped moving forward. At that moment, he was right at the staircase entrance, so Xinyu spoke directly to Duanmu Shui. We'll wait here. When he comes in, as soon as he steps over here, we'll fire immediately. All right. Duanmu Shui nodded. She remembered that Xinyu had done the same thing earlier, staying put and waiting for the players outside to enter, then immediately firing his gun to kill them. Duanmu Shui thought for a moment, then spoke to Xinyu again. Xinyu, can I try this time? She had just watched Xinyu's movements and found them fairly straightforward, so she began to feel eager to give it a try. After hearing her words, Xinyu turned his head and glanced at Duanmu Shui. Seeing the eager expression on her face, Xinyu directly handed his phone to Duanmu Shui. Alright, it's all yours. Then Xinyu stood by and watched her operate. Chapter 164, I know you didn't mean it. Duanmu Shui took Xinyu's phone and, mimicking Xinyu's earlier actions, waited quietly for the person outside to come in. Xinyu stood nearby, unable to relax, and instructed, use your left hand to control the character's movement, and your right hand to fire the gun. As soon as the people outside reach the spot, fire immediately. Got it. Duanmu Shui stared intently at the phone screen, not even turning her head as she replied in a low voice. Although she had just watched Xinyu perform the task with ease, she felt an inexplicable sense of tension as she took over. Xinyu noticed her tense expression and spoke reassuringly, it's okay, it's just a game. Relax. Duanmu Shui stared intently at the phone screen, just about to reply to Xinyu, when she heard a creaking sound. The door was opened from the outside. Then a series of very clear footsteps slowly approached them. He entered, ready to fire. Xinyu whispered to Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui was so engrossed in her phone that she didn't even have time to nod. She kept staring at her phone and suddenly saw a figure appear in her line of sight. Fire! Xinyu gave the order, and immediately, Duanmu Shui's right-hand fingers swiftly tapped the buttons. Bang! 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 After a furious burst of fire from Duanmu Shui, the players in front of him remained standing. What should I do, Xinyu? I can't hit him. Duanmu Shui's right hand continued to fire relentlessly, and she called out to Xinyu in a voice filled with urgency and panic. Xinyu saw that Duanmu Shui hadn't even aimed the gun properly, so he leaned forward and wrapped his right arm around her from behind. Then, with his left hand, he helped her adjust the gun barrel to aim at the player across from them. With his right hand, he firmly held her hand and began firing again. Bang! Knocked him down. With a burst of gunfire, the players facing the two were instantly knocked to the ground. Then, Xinyu fired a few more shots, completely eliminating the player. Xinyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Fortunately, the opposing players' skills weren't that great either, otherwise, they would have probably lost by now. Duanmu Shui, seeing that she had successfully killed the player, immediately turned around excitedly to look at Xinyu. It was precisely because of that turn that Duanmu Shui realized how close she was to Xinyu at that moment. The distance between their noses was no more than a few centimeters. Duanmu Shui could even feel Xinyu's warm breath gently brushing against her cheek. Duanmu Shui's cheeks flushed red, and she stared at Xinyu with wide, unblinking eyes. Xinyu sensed Duanmu Shui's discomfort and only then realized how close he was to her. Moreover, his right hand was still holding Duanmu Shui's hand. This posture was indeed a bit too intimate. Cough. Xinyu pretended to cough lightly, then quickly pulled his hand back. I didn't mean to do that just now. I was just worried you might get knocked down by him. Xinyu had been watching Duanmu Shui struggle to hit that player, and he was worried she might get hit by him instead, so he acted impulsively to help her. I know that, and I don't blame you. Duanmu Shui turned her head away and tried to sound as natural as possible. After spending some time together, she naturally knew that Xinyu wasn't the type to take advantage of her. He had probably just been worried that she would be defeated by the other person, which is why he had helped her. However, Duanmu Shui couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush red. Now, she couldn't even bring herself to turn her head to look at Xinyu. Cough, you go ahead and lick the bag first. We'll drive somewhere else later. Xinyu also noticed Du Shui's discomfort, so he quickly changed the subject. Okay. Then, Duanmu Shui walked over to the player's box and, following Xinyu's instructions, picked up the useful supplies inside. Alright, let's go. We'll head out to find a vehicle. Xinyu said to Duanmu Shui. Then Duanmu Shui tried to control the character in the game to walk toward the door. Xinyu, why can't I get out? Duanmu Shui imitated Qin Yu's earlier actions, trying to make the character walk toward the door. However, for some reason, under her control, the character in the game kept bumping into the wall. Forget about walking out the door, even moving forward 2 steps was a challenge. Duanmu Shui suddenly grew anxious, and both she and Xindu began to sweat. You're going in the wrong direction. Try dragging your left fingers to the right. That's it, just like that. Xinyu watched Duanmu Shui's movements and offered guidance. With Qinyu's prompting, Duanmu Shui finally managed to control the character in the game to walk out the door. Then Xinyu continued to patiently guide Duanmu Shui on what to do next. Duanmu Shui maneuvered the character in her hands toward the outskirts of M City and successfully found a small sedan. Later, while driving, since Duanmu Shui couldn't control the steering wheel properly, he handed the phone back to Qinyu. Then, the two of them took turns finishing the game. Finally, under Qinyu's guidance, Duanmu Shui successfully won the game in her very first attempt at playing a video game. Qinyu, does this mean we won? Duanmu Shui looked at the 8 big words on her phone screen, "Good luck, tonight we eat chicken," and asked excitedly. Now she could recognize almost all modern simplified Chinese characters, but although she knew what the characters were, she didn't understand the meaning of the 8 words. That's right, we won the game. That's what it means to win. Xinyu looked at her excited expression and couldn't help but smile and say, "But what does 'good luck, tonight we'll eat chicken' mean? Why does it represent winning?" Duanmu Shui asked in confusion. Xinyu thought for a moment before explaining, "This is just a victory slogan for this game. The original meaning is a bit complicated, and even if I explained it to you, you wouldn't understand. Just remember that it's the slogan we use when we win the game. Good luck, tonight we eat chicken" originally comes from Las Vegas in the United States, where every casino offers a chicken dinner for $179. The minimum bet is $2, so if you win, you can enjoy a chicken dinner. Later, this phrase was used in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. However, for Duanmu Shui, who had traveled back in time from 1,000 years ago, it was still a bit hard to grasp. Xinyu thought to himself that he would explain it to her gradually in the future. Chapter 165, An Unexpected Reward. Next, Xinyu taught Duanmu Shui how to play a few rounds of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Duanmu Shui gradually went from knowing nothing to being able to operate independently on her own. Although her technical skills aren't particularly impressive, it must be acknowledged that Duanmu Shui possesses exceptional comprehension and learning abilities, far surpassing many modern newcomers who are just starting out in this game. Xinyu, that's great. We've successfully won again. Duanmu Shui looked at the win icon on her phone screen and exclaimed excitedly. Xinyu looked at the smile on her lips and couldn't help but smile as well. You did well. Xinyu sincerely praised her, noting that Du Shui's gameplay had become increasingly polished in this round. He had only offered a few verbal reminders from the sidelines and hadn't intervened directly. Therefore, in this round, Duanmu Shui can be said to have successfully won the game solely through her own skill. This progress is indeed significant. Well, it's getting late, so let's call it a day for today. Xinyu glanced at the time. It was already past 6 and nearly 7. It was time for dinner. But I wanted to play a little longer. Duanmu Shui looked at Xinyu and pleaded with him. She had only just learned how to play this game and was finding it quite interesting. Xinyu watched Duanmu Shui, who was playing the game like a child and refusing to let go, and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. It's time for dinner. We can play later tonight, okay? Xinyu suggested. Duanmu Shui glanced at the time. It was indeed getting late. After thinking for a moment, Duanmu Shui put down her phone and said to Xinyu, "Alright, what would you like for dinner?" Xinyu shrugged indifferently, "Anything is fine. You decide. Listen to me? Then I'll think it over carefully." Duanmu Shui rested her chin on her hand, thought carefully for a moment, then her eyes lit up, and she smiled happily at Xinyu. "Why are you looking at me like that? What kind of mischief are you planning in your mind again?" Xinyu looked at Duanmu Shui's eyes, which lit up instantly, and leaned back slightly, asking with a scrutinizing expression. Duanmu Shui smiled and said innocently, "I wasn't thinking anything like that. I just thought that since we've had chicken several times this afternoon, why don't we have chicken for dinner too? Fried chicken, how about that?" Earlier, while playing a game, she saw the phrase "good luck, tonight we eat chicken," and couldn't help but think of fried chicken. All afternoon, she kept thinking about the taste of fried chicken, and she really misses it now. Xinyu smiled after hearing her words and said, "I think you just want to eat fried chicken. What does that have to do with us eating chicken this afternoon? No way. If it weren't for you always dragging me along to eat chicken, I wouldn't have even thought about fried chicken." Duanmu Shui looked at Xinyu with a face that said it was all his fault. "I hadn't even thought about eating fried chicken today, but because Xinyu kept dragging me around eating chicken all afternoon, I ended up thinking about it myself. I don't care. It's all your fault. You kept dragging me around eating chicken, and now you've made me crave fried chicken. If you don't agree, that's intentional abuse." Duanmu Shui looked at Xinyu, bit her lip slightly, and said confidently, "Alright, it's all my fault. I'll buy you fried chicken, is that good enough?" Xinyu sighed helplessly, pressed his temples, and said with a resigned expression, He really was at a loss with this little foodie. For a plate of fried chicken, she could say anything, even go so far as to tease herself. No, that's not right. With her appetite, one portion of fried chicken definitely isn't enough. At least 2 portions, no, make that 3. Then, Shinyu simply took out his phone and started ordering takeout. Considering Indushue's appetite, plus the fact that he now had no financial constraints, Shinyu directly ordered 4 portions of fried chicken along with some fries and other items. Considering Duanmushue's appetite, plus the fact that he no longer had any financial constraints or limitations, Shinyu ordered 4 portions of fried chicken and some fries. After placing the order, Shinyu couldn't help but sigh with satisfaction. Having money was truly a blessing, at least he could enjoy fried chicken whenever he wanted. When the takeout arrived, Shinyu and Duanmushue had dinner together. Duanmushue enjoyed her favorite fried chicken, looking completely satisfied. After finishing their meal, Shinyu played a few more games with Duanmushue before the two of them returned to their respective rooms to wash up and go to bed. Before going to sleep, Shinyu lay in bed thinking that it had been a while since he last participated in a lottery. So, he decided to summon the system and do a bedtime lottery. System. Then the system interface appeared before Shinyu's eyes. Shinyu looked at the achievement points displayed on the screen and realized he had already accumulated 4 lottery chances. Without hesitation, Shinyu decided to use all 4 chances at once. System, draw. As Shinyu gave the order, the system's roulette wheel appeared before him and began spinning rapidly. A few seconds later, the results of the 4 draws appeared one after another before his eyes. They were English Proficiency Level 8 skills, a pair of Shang Dynasty bronze wine cups, a Jade 9 linked ring, and the last one. This reward was something Shinyu truly hadn't expected. That is Duanmushue's modern identity documents, household registration book and ID card. Upon seeing this, Shinyu immediately sat up from the bed and eagerly retrieved Duanmushue's ID card and household registration book from the system space. Wow, this is way too realistic. Shinyu held Indushue's ID card and household registration book in his hands, examining them carefully. He found that the materials and details were identical to his own. System, are these ID card and household registration book valid? Shinyu directly asked the system. The ID card and household registration book looked quite realistic, but he wasn't sure if they were usable. If they can't be used to buy tickets or input into modern systems, then they're pretty much useless. Answer the master. The ID card and household registration book of Indushue in your hands are still valid in the modern world and are recognized by the police department. They are the same as the ID documents of modern people. The system directly answered for Shinyu. Shinyu couldn't help but sigh after hearing the system's response. After hearing the system's response, Shinyu couldn't help but sigh. No wonder it came from the system, it's truly extraordinary. Now, the problem that had been plaguing me for so long is finally resolved. Now I won't have to worry all day about Indushue being discovered. She's a person without an identity in the modern world. With an ID card and household registration book, Duanmushue's life in the modern world will be much more convenient from now on. Chapter 166, I have something to give you. Thanks to this incredibly surprising system reward, Shinyu's mood brightened up. Shinyu held Indushue's ID card and examined it carefully, noticing that her date of birth was listed as February 14, 1999. Shinyu couldn't help but smile. In modern times, Duanmushue would just be a kid born in 1999. Her ID card lists her birthday as February 14, but I wonder if that's the lunar or solar calendar. Never mind, it doesn't matter. I'll just ask her myself later. Shinyu placed Duanmushue's ID card and household registration book on his bedside table, then lay down to go to sleep. Before falling asleep, Shinyu couldn't help but think to himself, wondering what Duanmushue's reaction would be when she saw these 2 items tomorrow. The thought made him feel quite excited. With this anticipation, Shinyu slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Shinyu got up before 8 o'clock and walked straight out of the room. At that moment, Duanmushue was already sitting on the sofa watching TV. Shinyu, are you up yet? Duanmushue saw Shinyu come out and looked up at him with a smile. Why do you get up so early every day? Shinyu leaned against the doorframe and asked curiously. Why does Duanmushue get up so early every day? Isn't staying up late and sleeping in supposed to be the normal schedule for people their age? A kid born in 1999, how can he get up so early every day? Get up this early? Is that really early? It's not too bad. When I was in Dachu, I used to get up even earlier than this. Duanmushue said with a puzzled expression. Back in the Great Chu Kingdom, she had to attend the morning court session, which meant she had to get up around 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning by today's standards. She had slept until nearly 7 o'clock this morning, which was already considered late. Shinyu heard this and couldn't help but sigh softly. It seems being an emperor isn't easy either, you can't even sleep in. Well, it's not easy, I suppose. Shinyu sighed and nodded, then walked toward the restroom. When Shinyu finished washing up and came out, Duanmushue had just brought the porridge she had prepared for him out of the kitchen. Shinyu, come over and try some. I specially cooked this vegetable and lean meat porridge this morning. Duanmushue placed the bowl on the table and smiled at Shinyu. Since she had started using Douyin, her cooking skills had improved by leaps and bounds. Although she still couldn't make the more difficult dishes, the simpler ones were no problem at all. She follows the instructions in the video, measuring the ingredients according to the proportions and adding them to the pot in the correct order. Apart from occasionally getting splashed by oil, everything else went smoothly. Xinyu pulled out a chair and sat down, then picked up the bowl of porridge that Duan Mushui had served him and took a sip. It tastes pretty good. Xinyu nodded in praise. He had to admit that Duan Mushui's cooking skills had indeed improved significantly over the past few days. Thinking back to the first time she cooked, and comparing it to now, the improvement is truly remarkable. I felt the same way when I first tried it. Duan Mushui said with a smile, because Xinyu usually got up late, so the two of them usually ate breakfast separately. Just now, when Duan Mushui was drinking the porridge she had cooked herself, she felt that it tasted quite good. Upon hearing Xinyu's praise, Duan Mushui became even happier. Xinyu looked at her cheerful expression and smiled as he picked up his bowl and continued eating the porridge. Oh, right, I have something for you. After finishing his porridge, Xinyu spoke to Duan Mushui. What is it? Duan Mushui froze for a moment, then looked at Xinyu with a blank expression and asked. Out of the blue, why is Xinyu suddenly giving her something? You can try guessing first. Xinyu looked at Duan Mushui and said mysteriously. Duan Mushui propped her elbow on the table, rested her chin on her hand, and thought for a moment before saying, milk tea? Cake? Xinyu. Xinyu was almost laughing out loud. What was Du Shui thinking about? All she could think about was food. Could it be that the world of foodies is like this? No, that's not right. Try again, but first, let me clarify that it's not about food. Xinyu, to prevent Duan Mushui from getting stuck on guessing food, directly reminded her. Alright, then. As soon as Duan Mushui heard Xinyu say it wasn't something to eat, her expression immediately turned disappointed, and her interest in guessing further diminished by more than half. Xinyu watched her expression fall instantly and couldn't help but chuckle. Then I really can't guess. Duan Mushui shook her head and said that she really had no idea what Xinyu could possibly give her. Xinyu smiled and didn't tease her anymore. He stood up and said, wait here. I'll go get it for you. Then, Xinyu walked straight toward his own room. What on earth is going on? Duan Mushui watched Xinyu as he emerged from his room holding something, looking curiously at him and asking. Xinyu walked over to her and handed her the item he was holding. Here, take a look yourself. Duan Mushui took the item from Xinyu's hand and examined it carefully. Household registration book? What is this? Xingja furrowed his brows and asked, then looked around at the ID card in his hand and asked, and what's this little card? Xinyu raised his chin toward her and said, take a look at what it says. Xinyu raised his chin toward her and said, take a look at what it says. Resident ID card? Could this be what you mentioned earlier, that everyone in your modern society has an ID card? Duan Mushui widened her eyes and asked in disbelief. Is this little card in his hand the ID card that Xinyu had mentioned earlier, the one that every modern person has to represent their identity information? That's right, it's an ID card. With it, you'll be able to buy tickets for flights and high-speed trains, and go to even more places in the future. Xinyu smiled and told her. Previously, without an ID card, there were many places where she needed to show identification, and Duan Mushui couldn't go there. Now that she had an ID card, Duan Mushui could go wherever she wanted without restrictions, and she no longer had to worry about being discovered as an undocumented resident. Duan Mushui examined the ID card in her hands carefully, her face filled with curiosity and joy. She was now an official citizen with an ID card. Xinyu, where did you get this ID card? Duan Mushui asked curiously. She remembered Xinyu mentioning earlier that everyone here had an ID card, and each one was unique. If one wanted to help someone who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere obtain an ID card, that would be an extremely difficult task. So, how did Xinyu manage to do it? Chapter 167, Be glad you were born on a snowy day. Xinyu smiled at Duan Mushui and said mysteriously, you don't need to worry about that. The mountain man has his own plans. Duan Mushui blinked, looking at him unsure of what to say. But you just said it was very difficult to get this ID card for me, didn't you? Xinyu shrugged and said, it was indeed quite difficult, but now that you have your own ID card, that's what matters. The rest doesn't matter. Du Shui's ID card was won through a lottery, and the odds of that happening weren't exactly low. So, it's really quite challenging. Duan Mushui held her ID card in her hand, and a smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. For some reason, she felt that after obtaining this ID card, she seemed to have fully integrated into this world. By the way, were you born around the time of the Lunar New Year? Xinyu thought about the birthday written on Duan Mushui's ID card and asked. After hearing Xinyu's words, Duan Mushui immediately looked up at him with a surprised expression and asked, how did you know? Duan Mushui recalled that she had never mentioned her birthday to Xinyu before. So, how did he know? If you want to know, you just know. Xinyu raised his eyebrows at her and said with a slight smile. No, I don't think I mentioned it to you before. How did you know? Duan Mushui looked at Xinyu and asked curiously. Xinyu smiled and then glanced casually at the birthdate on her ID card. He naturally knew her birthday from her ID card. After all, the ID card was randomly selected by the system, so the information on it should be accurate, right? However, I couldn't just tell her that. Xinyu thought for a moment, then spoke slowly. I guessed. Judging by your reaction, I must have guessed correctly, right? Duan Mushui looked at Xinyu with some suspicion. Although she still had her doubts, she hadn't told him anything, so Xinyu had no way of knowing. Therefore, it seemed that aside from his claim that he had guessed, there were no other possibilities. You guessed right. Duan Mushui nodded. I was born on the day before New Year's Eve. It was snowing heavily that day, and I heard that the snow covered the entire capital city. That's why my father named me Duan Mushui. Xinyu nodded after hearing this, surprised to learn that her name had such an origin. Then you should consider yourself lucky that it was snowing on the day you were born, not hail. Xinyu looked at her and said with a faint smile. Duan Mushui looked at Xinyu in confusion. Why? What's with the hail? What's the connection between the two? You were born on a snowy day, so your father named you Duan Mushui. If you had been born on a day when it was hailing, wouldn't you have been named Duan Mu Bingbiao? Xinyu joked. Duan Mushui frowned upon hearing this. Duan Mu Bingbiao? What an odd name. What's Duan Mu Bingbiao? It sounds awful. Xinyu looked at her disgusted expression and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Alright, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Duan Mushui pouted and hummed softly, but after thinking about what Xinyu had said, she couldn't help but feel that he had a point. If that was the case, she really should be grateful that it had snowed on the day she was born. Duan Mushui held her ID card and household registration book in her hands, examining them closely for a long time, then asked Xinyu, now that I have this ID card, can I buy airplane tickets, high-speed rail tickets, and go to the capital city? Yes, that's correct. Why, are you eager to go to the capital city? Xinyu looked at her and asked. Duan Mushui touched her ear and nodded honestly. She had seen it on TV and while scrolling through videos earlier. It said that the imperial capital was the capital of the Dragon Kingdom and the most developed and prosperous city in the entire Dragon Kingdom. She really wanted to visit there someday. Great! Let's go to the imperial capital together next month. We'll have a great time there for a few days. Xinyu smiled at Duan Mushui. He had visited the capital once before when he was in school, but at the time he didn't have much money, and it was also a short holiday. Looking back now, it can be summed up in one word: crowded. This time, I'll be able to really enjoy myself. Plus, I'm really curious to see what kind of event Qi Yunyan mentioned the Jade Stone auction. I wonder if this trip will bring any surprises. That's great. Should we prepare some things to take to the imperial capital? Duan Mushui asked Xinyu. Every time she went out to play or visit the imperial palace, her father the emperor, her mother the empress, and the palace attendants would prepare a great deal of things. From clothes and jewelry to daily necessities, pastries, and snacks, there were all sorts of things to prepare. Xinyu thought for a moment and said, there's no need for that. We'll just bring a few sets of clothes with us. If we need anything else, we can buy it there. Xinyu usually kept things simple whenever he went out, taking only a few changes of clothes. He felt there was nothing else to prepare. However, next month will be autumn, and the weather will be much colder than it is now, so it's time to buy a few sets of autumn clothes for Duan Mushui. There's nothing else to prepare. I'll take you to buy a few sets of autumn clothes in a few days. Xinyu said to Duan Mushui. Duan Mushui nodded. She would follow Xinyu's lead after all. This was her first time traveling in this world, and she had no idea what to prepare. So, she decided to follow Xinyu's arrangements. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Let's change and head out now. Duan Mushui stretched her neck, then stood up and said to Xinyu. Xinyu? Go out? Where? Xinyu asked with a puzzled look on his face. How did the topic change so quickly? Why did they suddenly want to go out again? Duan Mushui looked at Xinyu, hands on her hips, and said angrily, you didn't forget, did you? Or are you just trying to get out of it? Xinyu furrowed his brows, puzzled, and asked, cheating? What am I cheating on? Don't accuse me falsely. Heaven knows he wasn't the type to play dirty, so what did Duan Mushui mean by that? Go out? What do they want to go out for? Chapter 168, be sure to stay safe. You haven't really forgotten, have you? Duan Mushui looked at Xinyu, her face filled with disbelief. Xinyu looked at Duan Mushui, furrowing his brows, his mind going blank. What had he forgotten? No, can you give me a hint? I really can't remember. Xinyu looked at Duan Mushui and spoke slowly. Duan Mushui looked at Xinyu's confused expression, bit her lip, sighed softly, and said helplessly with her hands on her hips, you promised me before that after the auction, you'd teach me how to ride an electric bike. After she had learned to ride a bicycle, Xinyu had promised her that after the auction, he would teach her how to ride an electric bike properly. But now, he had completely forgotten about it. I'm so angry. After hearing what Duan Mushui said, Xinyu immediately recalled the promise he had made to her earlier. He had indeed promised her that he would teach her how to ride an electric scooter after the auction, but he had simply forgotten about it today. You know, I really did forget for a moment. Don't be upset. Xinyu rubbed his nose and apologetically said to Duanmu Shui. This was indeed his fault, he really hadn't remembered earlier. I think you did it on purpose. Duanmu Shui sat down directly on the chair, then turned her head away angrily, refusing to acknowledge Xinyu. I really didn't mean it. How about this? I'll apologize to you, okay? Xinyu pulled a chair over and sat down beside her, speaking in a very apologetic tone. Is an apology enough? Duanmu Shui turned to look at Xinyu with an unsatisfied expression. Xinyu looked at her, scratched his nose, and asked, so what do you want? I think it's going to be pretty hot today. Duanmu Shui suddenly said something completely unrelated. So what if it's hot? Are you saying we shouldn't go out and study? Xinyu asked tentatively. That shouldn't be the case. Du Shui was really eager to learn how to ride an electric scooter, wasn't she? She wouldn't just give up because of the heat, would she? Who said I'm not going out to learn? I'm definitely going. Duanmu Shui hurriedly spoke up. Xinyu had finally agreed to teach her how to ride an electric scooter, and she wasn't going to give up this opportunity just because it was hot. What do you want to do then? Xinyu looked at her blankly and asked. He really couldn't figure out what the hot weather had to do with going out to learn how to ride an electric bike. Duanmu Shui looked at him, puffed out her cheeks, and then spoke hesitantly, don't you think that when it's hot, ice cream goes better with it? Xinyu. I don't think so. Xinyu said expressionlessly, but deep down he was dying to laugh. Was Du Shui really just leading him around in circles for half an hour just to eat ice cream? And here she was talking about how hot it was. He was really going to lose to her. Xinyu, you. Duanmu Shui immediately looked at Xinyu with a displeased expression. Couldn't Xinyu cooperate with her just a little? Alright, I was just joking with you. But can you eat ice now? Xinyu smiled and asked shyly. Duanmu Shui nodded immediately and smiled. That's fine. Xinyu nodded in agreement. Alright, after we finish learning about electric bikes, I'll take you out for ice cream. Okay. Duanmu Shui nodded immediately and said. Alright, then go change your clothes quickly. We'll head out soon. Okay. Duanmu Shui naturally nodded in agreement and then went straight back to her room to change clothes. Xinyu watched her departing figure and couldn't help but chuckle softly. How could he have forgotten? For a foodie, the best way to cheer her up was, of course, with food. After changing into their clothes, Xinyu immediately took Duanmu Shui out and rode their small electric scooter downstairs to an open area nearby. Alright, let's practice here. Xinyu stopped the electric scooter and let Duanmu Shui sit down on her own. This is the brake. Then, turn the handlebar with your right hand, and the electric scooter will move forward. However, remember not to turn it too forcefully, or it will go too fast and might collide with something, which would be troublesome. Xinyu reminded her cautiously. He had been reluctant to let Duanmu Shui learn to ride an electric bike because he feared her fearless nature might cause her to twist the throttle suddenly and zoom off at high speed. If she were to get into an accident, that would be a real hassle. After all, there have been quite a few tragic accidents involving electric vehicles these days. Okay, I understand. Duanmu Shui nodded in agreement. She was now eager to try riding an electric scooter. Xinyu had already reminded her of this earlier when they left the house, and she had already memorized it. Xinyu looked at her excited expression and sighed softly, saying nothing more. Alright, you start riding on your own. Don't go too fast. Okay, I'll be careful. Duanmu Shui glanced at him and smiled as she spoke. Then she turned her head forward and slowly turned the steering wheel. Duanmu Shui did as Xinyu had instructed, gently turning the handlebars, and the electric bike began to move forward slowly. A faint smile immediately spread across Duanmu Shui's face. It turned out that riding an electric scooter was indeed much more comfortable than sitting on the back seat. And, as Xinyu said, once you learn to ride a bicycle, riding an electric bike feels particularly easy. She had been a bit worried that she might not be able to control the direction of the electric bike, but now it seems there's no problem as long as she makes sure not to twist the throttle too much. Thinking this, Duanmu Shui slightly increased the angle at which she was turning the throttle. Be careful. Xinyu watched as Duanmu Shui gradually increased her speed and urged her with concern. I know. Duanmu Shui rode her electric bike around the empty lot, her expression betraying her joy. As Duanmu Shui grew more skilled at driving, her speed gradually increased. Xinyu watched her speeding up and couldn't help but furrow his brows. Could it be that Duanmu Shui had forgotten all his instructions? Don't ride your electric bike so fast. I know. Duanmu Shui hadn't finished speaking when the car suddenly tilted to the side, nearly tipping over. Duanmu Shui instinctively let out a startled cry. Chapter 169, Am I the kind of person without principles? Duanmu Shui was originally riding her electric bike and about to turn when she heard Xinyu remind her to be careful while riding. She turned her head to look at him and was about to respond when she accidentally lost control while turning and failed to slow down. As a result, the car lost its balance and began to tilt toward the side. Duanmu Shui was momentarily flustered and let out a startled cry. Xinyu saw this and his heart tightened instantly. His body reacted faster than his brain, and he rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, Xinyu flew forward, and in the blink of an eye, he reached out and wrapped his arms around Duanmu Shui's waist. Xinyu gave a strong pull, pulling Duanmu Shui into his arms, while the small electric scooter, having lost control, fell to the side. Xinyu held Duanmu Shui tightly and stood still in place, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was close to his position, otherwise, who knows what might have happened. Didn't I tell you to be careful? What if you had fallen just now? Xinyu looked down at Duanmu Shui and said angrily. Duanmu Shui looked at Xinyu's slightly angry expression and immediately felt deeply ashamed. She really hadn't meant to do it. She had only wanted to respond to him, but she hadn't been paying attention and nearly tripped. I'm so sorry, Xinyu. I really didn't mean to. I just wanted to respond to you. Duanmu Shui raised her eyes to look at Xinyu and said apologetically. Be sure to slow down when turning corners, otherwise, falling down isn't something to joke about. Xinyu looked at Duanmu Shui and said seriously. I understand. I'm sorry. Please don't be angry. Duanmu Shui immediately nodded, looking determined. Xinyu sighed softly, then turned around and walked forward, picking up the electric scooter that had fallen to the ground. He then bent down to inspect the electric scooter. Fortunately, there were no issues, otherwise, the newly purchased scooter would have had to be sent for repairs. Xinyu, I promise I'll be more careful from now on. Please don't be angry anymore. Duanmu Shui slowly walked over to him and whispered softly. Just now, Xinyu had left without saying a word, and she felt that he was still angry with her, so she felt deeply apologetic. Xinyu turned around and glanced at her. Seeing her looking like a child who had done something wrong, he immediately softened his heart. Alright, I'm not angry anymore. I was just worried because I saw her almost fall off the car. After all, if she had fallen and something had happened, that would have been terrible. Really? You're not angry anymore? Duanmu Shui stared at him without blinking, asking uncertainly. Xinyu sighed softly, then nodded and said, Really, I'm not lying. Then, can I have ice cream today? Duanmu Shui tilted her head and said shyly, feeling hungry. You. Xinyu was so annoyed he could have laughed. She had been chasing after him, apologizing the whole time. Could it be because she was worried he wouldn't take her out for ice cream today? You weren't just apologizing to me because you were afraid I wouldn't take you out for ice cream, were you? Xinyu glanced at Duanmu Shui, crossed his arms over his chest, and asked with a scrutinizing expression. What are you talking about? I'm not doing this because of that, okay? Am I the kind of person who would do that? Duanmu Shui hurriedly denied it, insisting she wasn't that kind of person. Little did she know that the next moment, Xinyu nodded and said, You are. Duanmu Shui. I'm not that kind of person. I'm truly sorry and want to apologize to you. Duanmu Shui said to Xinyu with a hint of defiance. Why doesn't Xinyu ever believe me? Am I the kind of person who would give in just for an ice cream? Oh, is that so? Xinyu smiled without committing himself, then looked at Duanmu Shui and said, Alright, since that's the case, we won't go eat ice cream today. That way, I really won't be angry with you anymore. Duanmu Shui. What? Did she hear that correctly? She's not going to eat ice cream? That's not acceptable. Xinyu, you can't do this. You promised this morning that you'd take me to eat ice cream. You can't go back on your word. Duanmu Shui looked completely flustered and said, How can we not go eat ice cream? Xinyu looked at her panicked expression and couldn't help but laugh. Isn't that what you just told me? You're not the kind of person who would give in over an ice cream, are you? You didn't want to make me angry, did you? If we don't go eat ice cream today, I won't be angry. Xinyu stroked his chin and said to her deliberately. Can we change it? Duanmu Shui looked at Xinyu with a pleading expression. She had been thinking about eating ice cream for days, and finally Xinyu had agreed to take her today. How could he just say no and not go? Xinyu bit his lip, struggling to suppress a smile as he shook his head. No, not under those conditions. Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui suddenly looked utterly wronged. Why did Xinyu have to give her such an impossible choice? She really wanted ice cream, but if she went to eat it, Xinyu would keep being angry. What should she do? Duanmu Shui frowned, her fair face twisted in distress, then slowly spoke to Xinyu. Then we won't go eat ice cream today. Don't be angry anymore, okay? Duanmu Shui thought about it. While ice cream was delicious, it wasn't as important as making Xinyu stop being upset. Therefore, Duanmu Shui decided not to eat the ice cream after all. Really? Are you sure? Xinyu said in disbelief. He had thought that Duanmu Shui, the little foodie, would choose ice cream. Duanmu Shui nodded reluctantly, as if she had made up her mind. I've made up my mind. No regrets? No regrets. Duanmu Shui bit her lip and said helplessly. Xinyu looked at her pouting expression and couldn't help but laugh. Alright, I was just teasing you. I promised to take you for ice cream, and I won't go back on my word. Really? Duanmu Shue's eyes lit up instantly, and she looked at Xinyu with excitement. Really, I'm not lying. Come on, let's go get some ice cream. Xinyu reached out and ruffled her hair, then got on the electric scooter and said, let's go. I'll take you. Chapter 170, Did she also come from another world? After Xinyu finished speaking, Duanmu Shui glanced at Xinyu, then looked at the backseat of the electric scooter, and cautiously asked, Xinyu, can I take you with me? Xinyu looked at her expressionlessly and said, what do you think? I think it's possible. Duanmu Shui smiled at Xinyu and said. Xinyu listened, looked at Duanmu Shui, and mimicked her with a gentle smile. Then, without hesitation, he spoke up, but I think it's not possible. Duanmu Shui. Then why are you asking me? Duanmu Shui puffed out her cheeks, clearly displeased. I was just asking you a simple question. Xinyu looked at Duanmu Shui with a smile on his face and said. Duanmu Shui looked at the smile on his lips and felt so angry she couldn't speak. This Xinyu had been teasing her non-stop lately. Xinyu looked at Duanmu Shui's angry expression, smiled, and quickly said, alright, I won't tease you anymore. Come on up, I'll take you to get some ice cream, okay? Duanmu Shui had originally thought she shouldn't forgive Xinyu so easily, but the moment she heard the word ice cream, she instantly gave in. Alright, for the sake of ice cream, I won't hold it against him anymore. Duanmu Shui silently defended herself in her mind, then turned sideways and sat down on the back seat of the electric scooter. Xinyu saw her get on and immediately said, alright, let's go. Then, Xinyu twisted the throttle, and the electric scooter immediately carried the two of them forward at high speed. Xinyu silently sighed to himself. He really didn't trust Duanmu Shui's driving skills. He was actually a very cautious person. If he were to lose his life on Duanmu Shui's electric scooter, that would be too unfair. After taking Duanmu Shui out for a meal and bullying her a bit, the two of them had lunch together outside. On the way back, the two stopped by the supermarket again to buy some ingredients and daily necessities. Hey, Xinyu, why is that person still wearing traditional clothing? As the two approached the fruit section, Duanmu Shui suddenly noticed a girl ahead wearing a light blue traditional outfit. Duanmu Shui couldn't help but furrow her brows, secretly wondering if this girl was also from the ancient times like herself. Oh no, she seemed to be alone now. She was walking around in ancient attire, and if someone noticed her difference, what would she do? After all, not everyone is as kind-hearted as Xinyu. Thinking this, Duanmu Shui was about to step forward and pull the girl over. Wait, where are you going? Xinyu watched as Duanmu Shui took a step toward another direction and quickly grabbed her arm, asking. Xinyu looked at Duanmu Shui, who was about to walk away, and quickly grabbed her arm and asked. Xinyu, look at that girl. She's also wearing ancient clothing. Could she be like me, having traveled here from ancient times? And she's just walking around in that ancient outfit. Do you think she's like I was before, just arrived here and doesn't know anything yet? Duanmu Shui whispered to Xinyu. If it really turned out to be what she suspected, then she had to go help her. She couldn't let her be mistaken for a mentally ill person and sent to a mental hospital. After hearing Duanmu Shui's words, Xinyu followed her gaze and indeed saw a girl wearing a sky blue traditional dress standing in front of the shelves, selecting items. However, the way she looked, so familiar with the place, clearly indicated she wasn't someone who had just arrived here. And besides, where on earth would all these time travelers come from? Xinyu looked at the girl and thought to himself, she must just be a fan of hanfu. She probably isn't a time traveler, I guess she's just someone who enjoys wearing hanfu. Xinyu shrugged his shoulders and explained in a flat tone. Hanfu enthusiasts? What's that? Duanmu Shui had never heard this term before and couldn't help but feel curious. Well, they're just a group of people who like to wear traditional costumes. They think traditional costumes are beautiful, so sometimes they wear them for photo shoots. Occasionally, some people even go out in public wearing traditional costumes. Xinyu explained quietly to Duanmu Shui. After listening, Duanmu Shui nodded in understanding, and a smile of approval involuntarily appeared on the corner of her lips. She never expected that there were still people in this world with such discerning taste. She had always said that the clothes from their time were no worse than modern ones. Although they might not be as convenient to wear, when it comes to aesthetics, they are absolutely unmatched by modern clothing. Xinyu, can I also wear traditional attire like them when I go out sometimes in the future? Duanmu Shui looked at Xinyu with an expectant expression and asked. Earlier, she had also worn his dragon robe a few times when going out. However, Xinyu always said that it was too flashy, and besides, she only had that one dragon robe. If it got damaged, she wouldn't have anything else to wear. But now, aren't there people wearing their ancient clothes? If they can buy them, can I buy them too? Xinyu looked at her expectant expression, thought for a moment, and said, it's not impossible, but what? It's just that your dragon robe is far too flashy compared to these ancient costumes, and you only have one. If you damage it, I won't be able to repair it for you. Xinyu spoke slowly. Where did they get their traditional costumes? Duanmu Shui pointed at the clothes on that person and asked in confusion. Xinyu rubbed his chin, unsure, and said, I think they were bought on Taobao. After all, he hadn't seen any clothing stores in the mall that sold hanfu, so it must have been bought on Taobao. However, he didn't pay much attention to such things in his daily life, so he wasn't very clear about it. Taobao? What on earth is Taobao? Duan Mushui turned her head to look at him and asked, Taobao? It sounds interesting. Taobao is a modern shopping app used for buying things. Shopping app? Buy things? Duan Mushui muttered repeatedly, still a bit confused. Xinyu nodded and then spoke again, it's just an online shopping app. With it, we can buy things and have them delivered home without even leaving the house. You can buy things and have them delivered home without leaving the house? How amazing is that? Duan Mushui said in astonishment. Chapter 171, This Doesn't Look Good. After hearing Qinyu's words, Duan Mushui was immediately taken aback. There was actually something in this world that allowed people to buy items without even leaving their homes. It was truly amazing. Exactly. It's just like when you ordered takeout earlier, you didn't even have to leave the house, and they brought it right to your door. Xinyu looked at her surprised expression and said with a smile. Right, so is this Taobao the same as food delivery? Duan Mushui thought back to the time she and Xinyu had ordered takeout at home, and suddenly understood a lot. Xinyu thought for a moment, then slowly said, it's not exactly the same, but there are some similarities. Taobao has many shops that apply for an online store on Taobao. Xinyu thought for a moment, then spoke slowly, it's not exactly the same, but there are some similarities. Taobao has many shops that apply for an online store on the platform. Then they take photos of their own products, such as clothes, shoes, food, and household items, upload them to their Taobao stores, label the prices and sizes, and so on. Users can then use the Taobao app to view these products, select the items they want to purchase, place an order, and make the payment directly through the app. Will there also be delivery personnel to bring the items to us? Duan Mushui paused for a moment, then asked curiously. Someone will bring it to us, but not a delivery person, it'll be a courier. Xinyu noticed that the two had been standing there for quite some time. He tugged at Duan Mushui's arm, motioning for her to move forward, then began walking ahead while explaining to her. A delivery person? What's that? Duan Mushui realized that this world really had so many new and strange words and names. These were all terms he had never even heard of during his time in the Great Shu Kingdom. Well, this is. Xinyu hesitated for a moment before slowly beginning to explain to Duan Mushui. Delivery personnel are responsible for delivering packages. Since the merchants we purchase items from on Taobao are located in various cities across the country, most of them are quite far from us. Therefore, the items we purchase on Taobao are packaged as parcels, transported to our city, and finally sorted by delivery personnel before being delivered to our homes. After Xinyu finished speaking, she sighed deeply. Every time she had to explain a new term to her, she had to think hard for a long time, fearing that she wouldn't understand. Duan Mushui listened carefully and nodded slowly. She more or less understood what was going on. In short, we can see numerous products from stores all over the country on Taobao, choose what we want, buy them, and have these delivery personnel deliver them to our homes. Is that how it works? Duan Mushui spoke slowly, then turned to look at Xinyu. That's exactly what I meant. Xinyu nodded immediately and said, Du Shui's comprehension is quite good. After I explained it like that, she pretty much understood it. It couldn't have been better. Upon hearing Qinyu's affirmation, Duan Mushui's lips curled into a slight smile, and her gaze unconsciously drifted toward the girl in ancient attire she had noticed earlier. Xinyu looked at her and smiled, asking, what's the matter? Do you like ancient clothing that much? Duan Mushui nodded without hesitation. Although I do think modern clothes are more convenient to wear now, I still think ancient clothes, especially those from the Great Shu dynasty, are particularly beautiful. Actually, besides being beautiful, there's also another reason. I feel like I'm now in a place completely different from the world I was familiar with before. If there were something from their era, I might feel a little bit of familiarity. In that case, perhaps I wouldn't feel so empty inside. If you like, we can buy you 2 pieces of hanfu on Taobao for you to wear. Xinyu looked at the longing in Duan Mushui's eyes and couldn't help but stop and say to her. It's just 2 sets of hanfu. If she wants to wear them, let her. After all, there are many girls wearing hanfu out and about these days. Just let them think of Duan Mushui as a hanfu enthusiast. Is that really okay? After hearing Qinyu's words, Duan Mushui's eyes lit up, and she asked excitedly. Xinyu smiled and said, what's so impossible about that? But Duan Mushui seemed to have thought of something, and her expression immediately grew somber. Xinyu looked at her suddenly dejected expression, furrowed his brows, and asked, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly so unhappy? Duan Mushui glanced at him, then lowered her head and said, her hands resting on the handles of the supermarket shopping cart, but I feel a little bad about always making you spend money on clothes for me. Duan Mushui thought about it. Since she had arrived here, everything she ate, wore, and used had been provided by Xinyu. Moreover, Xinyu had always patiently taught her about modern things and helped her adapt to her new life. But she realized she had never done anything to help Xinyu in return. If she were to ask Xinyu to buy her hanfu again now, she would feel even more guilty. What's so bad about that? Xinyu stopped in his tracks and looked at her, saying, I'm not broke. Buying a few sets of hanfu is just a drop in the bucket for me right now. Besides, if it weren't for Duanmu Shui, he wouldn't have obtained the system in the first place, and he certainly wouldn't have accumulated any lottery points. Therefore, I wouldn't have obtained those skills and rewards, and naturally, I wouldn't have earned so much money. Therefore, the reason I am able to earn so much money today is also thanks to Ndu Shui's contributions. So there's nothing wrong with spending money on her. Moreover, for some reason, he felt that even if he hadn't earned all this money because of Duanmu Shui, he would still be willing to buy her things. As for the reason? He wasn't quite sure either. Anyway, I just feel that it's not right for me to keep spending money on clothes for you, Duanmu Shui said with a slightly downcast expression. Xinyu looked at her and said softly, there's nothing wrong with that. Besides, you cook for me every day, so it's not a big deal for me to buy you clothes. Xinyu looked at her and spoke softly, there's nothing wrong with that. Besides, you still cook for me every day, so I can buy you clothes. There's nothing wrong with that either. Besides, I saw you eating ice cream just now, and you didn't seem embarrassed at all, Xinyu said teasingly. That's different. Duanmu Shui paused for a moment before speaking softly. What's the difference? Xinyu smiled and then looked at her calmly, wanting to see what she could say that was different. Chapter 172. Thick-skinnedness also depends on the situation. It's just different. Duanmu Shui murmured softly. What's the difference? It's all money you're spending on me anyway. Xinyu looked at her with a half smile and asked, food and clothing are just different in their uses, but aren't they both bought with money? Why are they different? End of chapter 1. Duanmu Shui glanced at him and then spoke slowly, food is the foundation of life, and I'm no exception. For food, one can afford to be a little thick-skinned. After all, food is essential for me. As for clothes, having a few to change into is enough. Xinyu. Alright, that's a valid reason. He's truly convinced. Alright, I'll buy you clothes and ice cream. Don't worry about it. Xinyu smiled and shook his head. Xinyu, really, there's no need. Duanmu Shui looked at Xinyu, wanting to say something else, but was immediately interrupted by Xinyu. Alright, just tell me honestly whether you like ancient clothing or not. Xinyu stared straight at Duanmu Shui and said in a tone that brooked no argument. Duanmu Shui looked at Xinyu and nodded honestly. To be honest, of course she liked him. Xinyu smiled at her and said, since you like them, I'll buy you 2 sets. It won't cost much anyway. Duanmu Shui looked at the smile on Xinyu's lips, bit her lips, and nodded slightly. However, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He owed Xinyu more and more now. How was he ever going to repay him in the future? After the two of them finished shopping for groceries at the supermarket and returned home, Xinyu helped Duanmu Shui download Taobao on her phone. Then, he showed her how to use it. Is this Taobao? Duanmu Shui looked at the array of items on her phone screen and couldn't help but ask curiously. That's right, this is Taobao. It has a wide variety of products, with almost everything you could possibly want. You can buy almost anything you want here. Xinyu swiped down the interface and explained to Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui looked at the items on Taobao and couldn't help but nod in admiration. She never imagined that such a small mobile app could contain so many products. It truly was a treasure trove of everything under the sun. If only they had Taobao in their Great Shu Kingdom, there would be no need to go out and buy things. Look, this is the hanfu you saw today. Xinyu directly clicked on the search bar and looked up some hanfu for Duanmu Shui. There are so many clothes here that look very similar to what we wore back then. Duanmu Shui looked at the outfits on Taobao, one after another, which were very similar to what they wore back then, what modern people call hanfu or ancient costumes, and a hint of joy couldn't help but show in her eyes. Though these clothes were still far inferior to her dragon robe. However, seeing these garments that bore such a striking resemblance to those from the world she had once known, she couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity she couldn't quite put into words. Xinyu handed her the phone and said, pick a few you like, and I'll show you how to place an order later. Duanmu Shui took the phone and nodded. Then she began to carefully browse through the items on Taobao. After a while, Xinyu turned to her and asked, how about it? Is there anything you like? Duanmu Shui pointed to one of the outfits and said, this one looks pretty good. Xinyu glanced at it. He wasn't sure which one was better either, but it looked decent enough. So, Xinyu nodded and said, if you like it, then let's buy this one. Come on, I'll show you how to pay. As he spoke, Xinyu began to show Duanmu Shui how to make a payment on Taobao. Duanmu Shui watched attentively from the side. Although the process was somewhat unfamiliar to her, she had previously learned how to order takeout, so she picked it up fairly quickly. There you go. Now we've successfully placed the order. In a few days, the delivery person will bring it right to our door. Xinyu returned the phone to Duanmu Shui and said. Duanmu Shui took the phone and couldn't help but exclaim, shopping on Taobao is so convenient. From now on, if I want to buy anything, I can just buy it on Taobao and won't even have to leave the house. Duanmu Shui thought that Taobao was truly a great thing. Xinyu shrugged and said, it's not entirely like that. Some people believe that seeing is believing. Buying in a physical store allows you to try on clothes and directly interact with the product, which provides better quality assurance. It really depends on the person. Remember, some girls mentioned online before that sometimes shopping itself is just a form of enjoyment. However, he couldn't understand what these girls were really thinking. Duanmu Shui nodded. She knew had a point. However, she truly felt that this peach treasure was truly amazing. If only there were such a marvelous thing in their great Chu kingdom, it wouldn't just make shopping more convenient, it would also save them a lot of trouble. For example, if the concubines in the palace had access to taobao, they could just spend all day shopping online instead of engaging in palace intrigues. Therefore, the harems of the emperors of the Great Chu dynasty were never at peace, all because they lacked such a marvelous item as taobao. After purchasing the hanfu, Duanmu Shui took out her phone and continued browsing taobao to see if there were any other good items available. Watching Duanmu Shui browse taobao, Qin Yu curved his lips into a smile. Then he took out his phone and sent a message to Qi Yinyan. He informed him that he would be attending the jade auction in the imperial capital next month. Qi Yinyan replied quickly, his tone filled with excitement. Qi Yinyan informed Qin Yu that he had already reserved a spot for him and asked him to let him know when he arrived so that he could send someone to pick him up. Qin Yu didn't beat around the bush and simply agreed. The date for the jade stone auction was set for the 5th of next month, and it was already the 27th. That means there's only a week left before they head to the imperial capital to participate in the jade stone gambling event. Qin Yu thought for a moment. With only a week left, it was time to book the tickets. But should they take the high-speed rail or fly? Which would you prefer, flying or taking the high-speed rail? Qin Yu decided to just throw the question at Duanmu Shui. He didn't care either way, he didn't know, and he was curious to hear her opinion. Chapter 173, why don't you just go and steal it yourself? Flying or taking the high-speed rail? Duanmu Shui turned to look at him and asked after hearing Qin Yu's words. That's right. I was thinking about whether we should take a plane or a high-speed rail to the imperial capital. Qin Yu leaned back against the sofa, speaking in a calm tone. Duanmu Shui thought for a moment. Whether it was a plane or a high-speed train, she had never ridden either before. Not only had she never ridden one, she hadn't even seen one before. It was only a few days ago that Qin Yu mentioned it to me, and then I looked up some pictures of them on my phone. So now, Endo Shui is actually very curious about both modes of transportation, and she really wants to try each one. But I don't know which one is better. Why don't we try both? Duanmu Shui looked at Qin Yu with sparkling eyes and said. Qin Yu looked at her and couldn't help but find her utterly adorable. And her suggestion wasn't entirely unreasonable. Alright, then we'll take a flight there and return by high-speed rail. How does that sound? Qin Yu immediately came up with a perfect solution. That's a good idea. Duanmu Shui was naturally very pleased with Qin Yu's suggestion and nodded with a smile. Alright, I'll book the tickets right away. As he spoke, Qin Yu opened the ticket booking app on his phone. Since the jade auction would begin on the 5th, he would purchase tickets for the 3rd. That way, after arriving in the imperial capital, he could spend a day or two exploring with Duanmu Shui first. As for the return tickets, he'll wait a bit longer before booking them. There's nothing much to do anyway, so if they want to stay longer, they can spend a couple more days in the capital before coming back. Then, Qin Yu booked 2 tickets for the 3rd day on the ticketing app. After booking the tickets, Qin Yu went straight downstairs. Anyway, there wasn't much to do, so he might as well go downstairs and open the shop. If any customers came by, that would be even better. But even if there isn't, it doesn't really matter. I'm not short on money anyway. Qin Yu sat leisurely on a wicker chair in the store, glancing at the book on the table for a moment before suddenly remembering that among the rewards he had received from the system yesterday were a pair of Shang Dynasty bronze wine cups and a jade 9-ringed pendant. Seeing no one passing by outside the shop, Qin Yu directly retrieved the 2 items from the system's storage space. Then, he found a suitable spot inside the store and placed them there. Not bad. After placing the bronze wine cup and jade 9-ringed ring on the cabinet, Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. His little antique shop was getting more and more items. He just wondered when he would come across another generous buyer who would purchase them. Boss, are you there? Alright, as soon as he heard that voice, Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Just as he finished thinking that, someone had come right to him. He turned around to look at the door, and his gaze happened to meet the person at the door. Qin Yu turned around to look at the door, and his gaze met that of the person at the entrance. Both of them furrowed their brows at the same time. The person who had arrived was none other than Zhou Yuan, the man he had met at yesterday's auction, who had lost a bet and ended up washing his hair upside down. Upon seeing Qin Yu, Zhou Yuan also felt a surge of frustration. How could he keep running into him here? Wait, that's not right. Yesterday, they mentioned that Qin Yu was from Jincheng County. But how small is Jincheng County? How could he have run into Qin Yu again? This guy is truly my nemesis. What happened to him at the auction yesterday must have been reported to his grandfather by some nosy kid. As a result, he got scolded by his grandfather when he returned home yesterday. Even at breakfast this morning, the old man didn't give him a single friendly glance. Just now, one of his childhood friends invited him to come to Jincheng County for a visit. As they passed by here, he noticed an antique shop and decided to take a look inside, hoping to find something nice to give to his grandfather. His grandfather loves old antiques, and if he could buy a genuine piece to give him, he'd definitely stop being angry with him. But he never imagined that he would run into Chinyu here. What bad luck! What are you doing here? Zhou Yuan asked in a harsh tone. He was still furious about the embarrassing incident from yesterday. Chinyu heard his hostile tone and didn't bother to be polite. He walked straight over and sat down on the wicker chair. Then he said lazily, "This is my shop, of course I'm here." "Your shop?" Zhou Yuan said in disbelief. "After all this, it's actually Chinyu's store." "Sigh, how could I have ended up in his shop? But now that I'm already here, am I supposed to just turn around and leave? That would just make me look like I'm afraid of him. No, I can't just leave like this." Zhou Yuan felt torn inside. Chinyu looked at him frowning, not knowing what he was thinking, and couldn't help but speak up. "If you want to cosplay as a thinker, go to the main street over there. Don't block my doorway." "Who's cosplaying as the thinker? I'm here to buy something. Is this how you treat your customers?" Zhou Yuan said angrily. He came in to buy something, and yet Chinyu, as the boss, spoke to him in such a dismissive tone. Does he even want to run his business anymore? Chinyu glanced at him. "This is my attitude. Take it or leave it." Chinyu really didn't feel like dealing with him. Who knew if this Zhou Yuan was intentionally looking for trouble? Anyway, he didn't need this sale. Hey, let me tell you, if you want tea, let me buy it, I'll buy it no matter what." Zhou Yuan was the kind of person who couldn't be provoked, especially since he had just lost a bet to Chinyu yesterday, leaving him with a huge loss of face. At this moment, he was going to great lengths to oppose Chinyu. Then, Zhou Yuan casually pointed to a few items displayed in the store and said, this one, that one, and that one, I'll take them all. How much is it? Just tell me." Chinyu casually glanced at the items Zhou Yuan had pointed to, then spoke slowly. "These 4 items total 300 million. Will you be paying by card or how?" "What? How much? 300 million? Zhou Yuan had just pulled a chair from the store to sit down, but upon hearing Chinyu's offer, he nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. Chinyu looked at his startled expression, curved his lips into a smile, and nodded. "That's right. 300 million. Why don't you just go rob someone?" Zhou Yuan made a 3-finger gesture, wearing a sly expression, as if to say, "Don't try to fool me." Chapter 174, $20, buy one get one free. Chinyu looked at him and said calmly, "The 4 antiques you just pointed out are all priceless. I'm asking for 300 million, which is already a significant discount." Among the 4 antiques Zhou Yuan had casually pointed out earlier was the pure June sword. To say nothing else, that single pure June sword alone was worth 2 or 300 million. He had quoted 300 million, and that was still on the low side. However, he was certain that Zhou Yuan couldn't afford to pay that much either. For now, let's just say it's a small amount. You even rounded down the amount? You're kidding me, right? Zhou Yuan tugged at the corner of his mouth, looking utterly disbelieving. Chinyu looked at him and sighed lightly. "Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you can afford it, buy it. If you can't, don't bother me while I'm doing business. But I'm still a customer of your store." "What kind of attitude is that?" Zhou Yuan said, looking for trouble. Just because he can't afford it, he can't treat him like this. Nowadays, isn't customer service the top priority in business? That's exactly my attitude. We're running a business. If you want to buy something, pay for it. Do you expect me to be nice to you? Chinyu looked at him, chuckled, and said slowly, sorry, that's a different price." Zhou Yuan. He's lived this long and never seen anyone as arrogant as Chinyu. He's really going to drive me crazy. Can't I just buy something else? Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment before speaking with a lack of confidence. Where could he possibly come up with 300 million? However, although he didn't get along well with Chinyu, after yesterday's incident, he knew that Chinyu must have some expertise in antiques. If that's the case, then his shop must have some valuable items. Since I want to buy something nice for his grandfather to cheer him up, Chinyu's place seems like a pretty good option. After all, most of the antique shops outside are just scams, and I don't know much about these things. So, it might be better to look for something here at Chinyu's place. After making up his mind, Zhou Yuan began to look around carefully in Chinyu's shop. First, his attention was drawn to the pure June sword placed right in the center. However, unfortunately, Zhou Yuan was a man who did not recognize its value. Upon seeing the pure June sword, his first thought was, I must not buy this sword for the old master. If he ever angered the old man again in the future, the old man might just grab the sword and stab him. What then? No. So, Zhou Yuan shook his head directly and then turned his gaze elsewhere. Xinyu watched as he shook his head at the pure June sword, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. They said this guy came from an ancient family of antiques, yet he has no discernment at all? Sigh, even a prestigious family can't stop a prodigal son. With him like this, their family is bound to fall apart sooner or later. Xinyu was just thinking about it when he heard Zhou Yuan speak again. This bottle looks nice. How much is it? Xinyu looked at the bottle he was pointing at and almost couldn't help but laugh. Then, in a leisurely tone, he said, $20, buy one get one free. Zhou Yuan? Did he hear that correctly? $20? And buy one, get one free? No, are the price differences for antiques in your store really that big? 300 million for the expensive ones and 20 yuan for the cheap ones, and it's buy one get one free? Zhou Yuan said in disbelief. Could Xinyu be intentionally teasing him? That's just a broken vase I bought by the roadside, thinking I'd use it to hold flowers here. Xinyu pressed his temples. This guy really is a fool, he can't even tell that it's a cheap vase bought from the side of the road? Zhou Yuan. This is it. I've embarrassed myself again in front of Xinyu. If only I had listened to his grandfather earlier and followed him to learn about the antique business. Then he wouldn't be so embarrassed now. I really regret it now. What about this one? This one isn't also two for the price of one, is it? Zhou Yuan thought that he didn't know the value anyway, so he just pointed at one randomly. Xinyu looked up and said slowly, that one? 8 million, and that's final. Zhou Yuan was referring to the Jade 9 linked rings he had just taken out of the system space. This Jade 9 linked ring has excellent jade quality, and 8 million is definitely worth it. 8 million? Zhou Yuan paused for a moment and said, forget it, I'll just put my hands down. He had always been a lazy third-generation rich kid, with all the money in his hands being pocket money given to him by his grandfather. Lately, he's been getting into trouble all the time, so his grandfather has cut back on his allowance. Now he really doesn't have that much money to spare. So Zhou Yuan awkwardly withdrew his hand, casually scratching his head to ease the tension. Xinyu, of course, saw through his thoughts and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, are all these rich kids so weak nowadays? They can't even come up with 8 million? How much is that, then? Zhou Yuan pointed to the bronze wine cup beside him and asked. One pair for 20,000. 20,000? One pair? Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment. He could afford 20,000, but after buying it, he would be left with very little money. After thinking it over, Zhou Yuan spoke to Xinyu again, could I just buy one instead? Sure, that's fine. Xinyu said with great enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's heart immediately filled with joy. That's great. One of them is worth 10,000 yuan. If the old man isn't satisfied and doesn't give him any pocket money, his life won't be too difficult. However, before he could savor his joy for long, he heard Xinyu speak again. One is also 20,000. What? One is also 20,000? Are you kidding me? Upon hearing Xinyu's words, Zhou Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Two of them are worth 20 million, so shouldn't one be worth 10 million? How come with Xinyu, each one is also 20,000? Is he just messing with me? Or maybe he was taught math by a PE teacher? No, the PE teacher wouldn't have taught him that badly. Xinyu looked at him and smiled noncommittally, then said slowly, this bronze wine cup was also a buy one get one free deal. One costs 200,000, and they give you another one for free. Zhou Yuan. That makes so much sense, I'm speechless. So, if you want to buy one, you have to buy a pair, right? But $20,000 is no small sum for me right now. Chapter 175, I'll beat him up. Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment, but eventually gritted his teeth and bought the pair of bronze wine cups. Here you go, swipe the card. Zhou Yuan made up his mind and handed his card to Xinyu with gritted teeth. Xinyu smiled. A business opportunity presented itself, there was no reason for him to refuse. Without hesitation, Xinyu entered 200,000 on the POS machine and swiped his card. The entire sequence was smooth and seamless, leaving Zhou Yuan feeling utterly heartbroken. Done. As he spoke, Xinyu directly returned the card to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan took the card with a pained expression, unwilling to part with it. After all, you can't catch a wolf without baiting it with a lamb. Maybe when he went back today, his old man would see the things he had bought for him and, in a fit of generosity, give him both months' worth of pocket money. Right, by then, would he even care about a measly 20,000? Thinking this, Zhou Yuan finally felt a little better. After putting the bank card back in his pocket, Zhou Yuan directly said to Xinyu, hurry up and wrap those 2 bronze wine cups for me. Xinyu couldn't help but laugh. Have you ever seen an antique that comes with packaging? Zhou Yuan. That's true, but how will he take it back? If there's no packaging, how am I supposed to take it back? Zhou Yuan scratched his head and asked with a puzzled expression. Xinyu looked at him as if he were a mentally challenged child, then slowly said, that bronze wine cup is that small. Just stuff it in your pocket and take it back. Is this guy stupid? Just take it and bring it back. It's not even hot. Zhou Yuan instinctively raised his hand and slapped his forehead. Right, how could he have forgotten that? Then he glanced at Xinyu again, certain that it was all Xinyu's fault. Every time he came into contact with him, bad luck seemed to follow. So, at this moment, his mind wasn't working properly either. Zhou Yuan blamed everything on Xinyu, then took the 2 bronze wine cups from the cabinet himself. Let me tell you, if these 2 wine cups aren't real, I'll tear your shop to pieces. Zhou Yuan threatened fiercely. Xinyu looked at him and chuckled lightly, then spoke in a lazy tone. When did I ever tell you that these bronze wine cups were real? Zhou Yuan. No? He didn't say that? He really didn't say that. Are you kidding me? Zhou Yuan waited for Xinyu, speaking in a hostile tone. You didn't ask either. Xinyu shrugged his shoulders and said. Zhou Yuan was momentarily speechless, but he opened his mouth and couldn't utter a single word. He hadn't asked that question earlier, so could he really have bought a fake? Xinyu looked at him and then spoke again. Besides, don't you know the rules of the antique shop? If you don't have the expertise to tell the difference and buy a fake, that's your own problem. Cash on delivery, no returns or exchanges. Don't you even know that rule? Zhou Yuan. He really didn't know, so even if what he bought was fake, he could only accept his loss? It doesn't matter if he accepts it himself, but if he were to give this to his old man, given his old man's expertise, he would definitely be able to tell the difference between genuine and fake. If it's genuine, then everything will be fine. But if it's not true, forget about pocket money, I'll probably end up in big trouble. Finally, Zhou Yuan shot Xinyu a resentful glance before reluctantly taking the bronze wine cup he had bought and slinking out of the store. There was nothing he could do. After all, although Xinyu had spoken without any logic, every word he said was the truth. If you can't tell the difference between truth and lies, then you deserve to be deceived. Wah, this Xinyu is truly my nemesis. Xinyu watched Zhou Yuan's departing figure and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. How did a family of antique experts raise someone who knows nothing about antiques? It's truly amazing. Xinyu, what's wrong? Did someone just come by? Duan Mushui had just watched Tao Bao for a while upstairs and then came downstairs to find Xinyu. She was worried he might be bored downstairs, and besides, she could help him watch the store while she was there. Then, as soon as she stepped downstairs, she saw someone leaving the shop. Xinyu turned to look at Duan Mushui and smiled, saying, a little cutie here to deliver some money. Duan Mushui? The cute little one here to deliver money. Duan Mushui blinked her eyes in confusion and asked. Judging by the tone of Xinyu's words, this person must be someone he already knew. Otherwise, given Xinyu's temperament, he wouldn't speak to a stranger in such a manner. Xinyu nodded and said, It's Zhou Yuan, the one we met at the auction yesterday. Who is Zhou Yuan? Duan Mushui furrowed her brows and asked. She didn't recognize the name at all. It's the one who bet with me and ended up losing and having to wash his hair upside down. After Xinyu reminded her, Duan Mushui suddenly remembered it was that person. Right, his surname was Zhou, but yesterday, when she saw how arrogant he was toward Xinyu, she didn't even bother to listen to him introduce himself. Anyway, for me, there's no need to remember his name. But how did he end up here? Isn't his family from Rongzhou City? Coming all the way here and going to their store, could he be here specifically to cause trouble for Xinyu? Didn't he cause you any trouble just now? Duan Mushui immediately asked with concern, her expression suggesting that if Xinyu nodded even slightly, she would rush out and drag Zhou Yuan back to give him a sound beating. Xinyu looked at her protective expression and smiled, saying, No, he's just like that. What trouble could he cause? He spent 20,000 to buy a pair of wine cups from me. Xinyu looked at her protective expression and smiled, saying, No, he's just that kind of person. What trouble could he possibly cause? He spent 20,000 to buy a pair of wine cups from me. Those wine cups, though quite old, weren't of the highest quality due to their materials and craftsmanship. Selling them for 200,000 isn't a bad price. I didn't get shortchanged. After all, Xinyu isn't the type to take a loss. That's more like it. If he dares to cause trouble for you, I'll beat him up today. Duan Mushui clenched her fists and said angrily. Yesterday, because Xinyu had kept reminding her to behave herself, she had held back and not hit him. Otherwise, given Zhou Yuan's provocative attitude yesterday, he would have already acted on his impulses. Xinyu looked at her clenched fist and couldn't help but smile. Such fair and delicate hands, when clenched into a fist, he could easily hold them with just one hand. But the destructive power was no joke. Chapter 176, Do you think I look good in this? Alright, don't worry. What can he do to me? I'm already being nice by not messing with him. Xinyu said nonchalantly. Duan Mushui looked at Xinyu, thought about it, and agreed. After all, Zhou Yuan was such a fool, he certainly couldn't do anything to Xinyu. That's true. Xinyu looked at her expression, which seemed to say, that's not bad, and couldn't help but laugh. You can bully others, but others can't bully you? However, the feeling of being treated with double standards wasn't so bad after all. Before she knew it, several days had passed. During those days, Duan Mushui had been eagerly anticipating their upcoming trip to the imperial capital. For this reason, she even took the time to look up a lot of information about the imperial capital online, such as what attractions there were and what delicious foods to try. Of course, for her, the most important thing was, of course, the food. Peking duck, donkey roll, and lamb hot pot. Xinyu watched as Duan Mushui held her phone, intently staring at the famous dishes of the imperial capital displayed on the screen, muttering to herself. He couldn't help but smile and shake his head. This little foodie. She says she's looking forward to going out to play, but she's really just looking forward to eating delicious food, isn't she? Xinyu, have you ever been to the capital city? Is the food there really as delicious as people say online? Duan Mushui looked at her phone for a moment before turning to Xinyu and asking. Xinyu nodded and replied, I went there once when I was in school. As for the food, it's okay. You can try it yourself in a couple of days. Duan Mushui listened and began to look forward to it even more. The capital of their Great Chu Kingdom was Kyoto City, a bustling metropolis where the long streets were lined with countless shops of every kind. I wonder what the modern imperial capital will look like. Ding! Just as Duan Mushui was lost in her daydreams, the doorbell suddenly rang. Xinyu and Duan Mushui both looked up at the same time. Who could it be so early in the morning? Xinyu furrowed his brows in confusion, then got up from the sofa and walked over to open the door. Hello, your package. Please sign for it. Outside the door, a delivery person wearing a red and black uniform politely said to Xinyu. A delivery? When did I order a delivery? A big question mark immediately popped into Xinyu's mind. Had he recently purchased anything online? Oh, right. Xinyu suddenly remembered that he had bought 2 sets of hanfu for Duan Mushui on Taobao a few days ago. All right. Xinyu responded with a nod, then took the pen from the delivery person and signed his name neatly on the receipt. After signing for the package, Xinyu took it, closed the door, and turned around to walk back. Xinyu, who was that just now? Duan Mushui watched Xinyu walk in, holding a box that wasn't too large, and asked curiously. Xinyu placed the delivery box on the coffee table in front of Duan Mushui and said, It's the delivery guy. The hanfu you ordered a couple of days ago has arrived. Delivery? Hanfu? As soon as Duan Mushui heard that the hanfu she had ordered earlier had arrived, a look of joy lit up her eyes. She immediately put down her phone and eagerly picked up the box on the coffee table. Is this my delivery? Duan Mushui picked up the delivery box and examined it curiously. Xinyu responded with a nod, then took out a wallpaper knife from the drawer. Come on, let's open the delivery box first. As he spoke, Xinyu used a wallpaper knife to cut the tape on the box, then swiftly helped Duan Mushui open the delivery box. Duan Mushui reached into the box and took out the hanfu she had purchased, a look of surprise flashing across her eyes. She felt that the hanfu was even more beautiful than the pictures she had seen online. This outfit looks really nice. Duan Mushui said, trying the outfit on herself. Xinyu smiled at her and said, then go to the room and try it on. It'll be a good chance to see if it fits. If it doesn't, we can always exchange it. Duan Mushui smiled and nodded, then took the clothes and walked into her room. Xinyu tidied up the packaging box and sat on the sofa waiting for Duan Mushui to come out. To be honest, aside from seeing Duan Mushui in a dragon robe, he had never seen her in any other traditional attire. He wondered what she would look like in such feminine hanfu attire, as she still appeared quite masculine when wearing the dragon robe. Thinking of this, Xinyu couldn't help but recall the scene of his first meeting with Duan Mushui. At that time, Duan Mushui had suddenly burst into his antique shop, still wearing a dragon robe. At the time, I thought to myself, how could such a reckless little thief come here dressed in ancient attire to steal something? Then came a series of absurd and unbelievable events. Xinyu was still reminiscing when the door to Duan Mushui's room creaked open from the inside. Then, Duan Mushui emerged from the room, wearing a deep red embroidered long dress with a cinched waist, walking out slowly. The vibrant red color contrasted beautifully with her already fair skin, making it appear even more snow white. The golden embroidered patterns on the red skirt shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Duan Mushui's jet black hair was loosely tied back, complementing her flowing red robe with wide sleeves and an open front, giving her an air of grace and beauty that was uncommon in her usual demeanor. Xinyu stared at Duan Mushui, momentarily lost in thought. Xinyu, what do you think? Do I look good in this outfit? Duan Mushui fiddled with the hem of her skirt, speaking shyly. This was the first time she had ever asked a boy for his opinion after getting dressed up. After all, when she tried on modern clothes before, she simply followed Xinyu's instructions step by step, because she couldn't appreciate the beauty of modern clothes at all. She just treated it as a job. However, at this very moment, wearing the attire of the Great Chu Kingdom and after being dressed up, when she asked Xinyu again if it looked good, it made her feel as though she was truly in the Great Chu Kingdom. She put on the silk skirt she hadn't worn in ages and asked the man beside her if he looked good. Because, at that moment, Duan Mushui was eagerly awaiting Xinyu's response. After hearing Duan Mushui's words, Xinyu looked at her expression, which was a mix of anticipation and shyness, and couldn't help but cover his mouth with a light cough. Then he spoke slowly. I've always thought that wearing bright red is pretty tacky. What? Duan Mushui couldn't help but bite her lip in disappointment. So, Xinyu doesn't like bright red after all, or maybe he thinks she doesn't look good in it. Chapter 177, I don't want to cause you any more trouble. Duan Mushui felt a bit disappointed. Xinyu's remark that he didn't like bright red made her suddenly feel that the dress she was wearing wasn't as nice as she had thought. Xinyu looked at her face, which had instantly fallen in disappointment, smiled, and spoke slowly. Actually, I used to think red was a bit tacky, but today I realized it's mainly because the person wearing it is different. You look quite nice in this outfit. After saying that, Xinyu unconsciously touched his nose tip. He had never complimented a girl like that before. Upon hearing Xinyu's words, Duanmu Shui was startled and looked up at him in surprise. So, what Xinyu just meant was that he was wearing something nice? Duanmu Shui couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile, her laughter reaching her eyes. Xinyu's compliment was more pleasing to her ears than any praise she had ever heard before. Duanmu Shui reached out to tidy her collar, then pressed her lips together and smiled, tucking her hands behind her back. She had known it all along. This outfit was carefully selected after much deliberation. How could it possibly be anything but stunning? I think it looks pretty good too. Duanmu Shui slowly walked over to Xinyu's side, paused for a moment, and said, "This is the first time I've worn women's clothing since I grew up. I still feel a bit uncomfortable." The first time wearing women's clothing after growing up? Xinyu asked in disbelief. As the Empress, how could she not have a single dress? That's just too unreasonable. Duanmu Shui noticed the confusion in Xinyu's eyes and forced a smile, saying, "Ever since I came of age, I've been wearing military attire and armor, taking my brother's place on the battlefield. The clothes I wear are mostly armor and men's clothing. After emerging victorious, I was reluctantly forced to inherit the imperial throne. To maintain the image of an emperor and intimidate the court officials and everyone in the palace, I mostly wore imperial robes and attire conforming to the customs of the Great Chu dynasty. Such feminine attire, however, had not been worn for many years." After speaking, Duanmu Shui couldn't help but sigh softly, her expression rare in its display of loneliness and disappointment. Xinyu listened to Duanmu Shui's words and, for some reason, felt a sudden pang of indescribable heartache. He recalled the first time he had met Duanmu Shui. She had been so arrogant and unapproachable. Looking back now, I suppose it was all just a facade. These days, living in the modern world with no constraints, a simple and leisurely life. It allowed her to let go of the constant vigilance and caution she had to maintain in the Great Chu Kingdom, enabling her to gradually shed her facade. As a result, she has become increasingly childlike, no longer the cold and arrogant woman she was when they first met. If you want to wear it in the future, we can buy a few more pieces, and you can wear whatever style you like. Xinyu looked at her and said in a low voice. Anyway, there are quite a few girls who like to wear hanfu these days. So if Duanmu Shui wears it, it doesn't really matter much. If she likes it, let her wear it. Are you sure? Won't it be a hassle for you? Duanmu Shui's eyes lit up with surprise, and she asked uncertainly. She didn't want others to notice that she was different from modern people. As Xinyu had mentioned earlier, if others were to discover that she was a time traveler from ancient times, that would be disastrous. In any case, she felt that she had already caused enough trouble for Xinyu in the past few days. She didn't want to cause any more trouble for Xinyu. Xinyu smiled and said, "It's okay. If anyone asks you why you're wearing traditional clothing, just tell them you're a fan of hanfu." Duanmu Shui thought for a moment, then spoke slowly, "Then I'll try to wear modern clothes when I go out, and only occasionally wear traditional attire. How about that?" "Whatever you want," Xinyu said indifferently. She liked it, so she should just do as she pleased. He didn't care either way. "Then it's decided." Duanmu Shui smiled and said, then reached out to tidy her sleeves. How had she never noticed before that this red dress was so beautiful? Thinking this, a wave of sweetness welled up in Duanmu Shui's heart. Time flew by, and before she knew it, it was already the 3rd of next month. On that day, Xinyu and Duanmu Shui got up early and left the house with the luggage they had packed the previous day. They had booked a flight for 10:30 a.m. today, and it was already 8 a.m. It would take over an hour to get from their home to the airport. So, after the two of them left, Xinyu immediately called a taxi and headed to the airport. Upon arriving at the airport, Xinyu specifically instructed Duanmu Shui, "The airport might be crowded, so stay close to me and don't get lost." "Okay, I got it." Duanmu Shui nodded in response, then dragged her luggage case and closely followed behind Xinyu. The airport was indeed crowded today, and Duanmu Shui stayed close behind Xinyu the entire time, afraid of losing him. However, despite her efforts, due to the large crowd, Duanmu Shui was bumped by a few people in a hurry and fell directly to the side. Fortunately, she was quite agile and managed to steady herself. But when she looked up again, she realized that Xinyu was already nowhere to be seen. "Xinyu? Xinyu?" Duanmu Shui tiptoed forward to look, but did not see Xinyu. Oh no, how could Xinyu have disappeared in the blink of an eye? There are so many people here, where should I go to find him? Xinyu, where are you? Duanmu Shui looked anxiously ahead, then started dragging the suitcase forward to find him. Just then, Xinyu, who had been walking ahead, turned around to speak to Duanmu Shui, only to find that she was no longer there. Xinyu hurriedly turned back to look for Duanmu Shui and saw her looking helpless and flustered. "I'm here." Xinyu avoided the crowd and walked in the opposite direction of the pedestrians, then quickly made his way to Ndu Shui's side. As soon as Duanmu Shui heard Xinyu's footsteps, her heart immediately calmed down. Then, he saw Xinyu striding toward him. "I'm right here." What about you? How could you lose someone like that, acting like a 3-year-old child? Xinyu stood in front of her and teased her playfully. Duan Muxue looked at Xinyu and said in a tone tinged with a hint of grievance she didn't even notice herself, someone bumped into me just now, and I almost fell. I finally managed to steady myself, but when I looked up, you were already gone. Duan Muxue bit her lip, looking dejected. They bumped into me and didn't even apologize. Now I almost lost track of Xinyu. This is so frustrating. Chapter 178, Is your girlfriend jealous? Xinyu initially thought she was just curious because it was her first time at the airport. She was so engrossed in looking around that she lost track of him, never expecting that she had actually been bumped into by someone. Xinyu heard this and hurriedly asked anxiously, You were bumped into? Are you okay? Did you hit anywhere? Duan Muxue looked at Xinyu's concerned expression, which was impossible to hide, and shook her head slightly with a faint smile. No, I didn't fall. Duan Muxue hurriedly said. The slight annoyance she had felt moments ago from being bumped into had vanished completely thanks to Xinyu's caring words. Alright, as long as you didn't get hurt. Xinyu heard that Duan Muxue hadn't fallen and finally nodded in relief. Let's go through security first. Xinyu looked at Duan Muxue and said, It's getting late, and they've also switched to security check. Duan Muxue nodded and was about to pull her suitcase forward, following Xinyu as she had done earlier. Suddenly, Xinyu reached out his hand and grabbed her arm. Let's go. I'll hold on to you so you don't get bumped into again. Xinyu said with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Duan Muxue was pulled along by Xinyu and slowly walked forward. Looking at Xinyu's hand holding her arm, Duan Muxue couldn't help but feel a strange warmth in her heart, with not a single trace of rejection or dislike. On the contrary, there was even a faint hint of joy. When going through security, since Duan Muxue was experiencing this for the first time, she involuntarily took a step back when the security officer checked her for any prohibited items. What are you doing? Duan Muxue looked at the security guard in front of him, his eyes filled with astonishment. Although they were both women, she couldn't just touch herself like that. In broad daylight, she dared to touch her own waist so brazenly, and even tried to touch other places. It was simply unbearable. I need to conduct a security check on you. The security officer looked at Duan Muxue in astonishment. It was just a routine check, so why did this passenger look so resistant? Could it be that she really has something prohibited on her person? Seeing the security officer's suspicious expression, Xinyu hurriedly said, I'm sorry, my friend is flying for the first time and isn't familiar with the process. Plus, she doesn't like people touching her, not even other women. After hearing Xinyu's explanation, the security officer nodded reluctantly. Oh, I see. She had been working here for so many years and had seen all kinds of strange passengers. A girl like the one in front of her wasn't that unusual. But this is my job, and if I don't check carefully, what if a passenger brings dangerous items onto the plane? That's not something I can take responsibility for. The security officer said to Xinyu. Xinyu nodded and then whispered to Duan Muxue, she just wants to check if you're carrying any prohibited items. There's no ill intent. Let her check, and then we can board the plane. Duan Muxue looked up at Xinyu, hearing his tone as if he were soothing a child, and this time nodded slowly. Then she raised her arms and cooperated as the security officer began the inspection. Okay, that's fine. After conducting a thorough inspection, the security officer smiled and said to Duan Muxue. Duan Muxue immediately felt a great sense of relief and stood aside, waiting for Xinyu to go through security. Xinyu stepped forward and spread his arms in cooperation. The security officer was about to inspect Xinyu when he suddenly heard a low gasp. Stop! As soon as Duan Muxue saw the female security officer about to inspect Xinyu in the same way she had just inspected herself, she immediately spoke up to stop her. You're going to check him the same way you did just now? Duan Muxue looked at the security officer and asked in disbelief. The security officer was caught off guard by Duan Muxue's sudden question and nodded unconsciously. Yeah, what's the problem? What's the problem? Of course there's a problem. Don't you know that men and women shouldn't touch each other? Duan Muxue looked at the security guard and said sternly. On one hand, there was the principle of gender separation, but on the other hand, seeing a girl being touched like that by Xinyu made her feel extremely uncomfortable for some reason. This. The security officer looked at Duan Muxue, who was clearly at a loss. What era are we in? Why are men and women still not allowed to touch each other? Besides, she was just doing her job. She should just treat it as part of her duties and not get so worked up over it. Xinyu looked at Duan Muxue's disapproving expression, smiled, and said helplessly, alright, it's just her job. It's nothing. Xinyu couldn't help but chuckle. Dushue looked so suspicious that anyone watching might think she was trying to take advantage of him. Besides, he was a grown man, how could he let someone take advantage of him? But there were male staff members nearby. Couldn't they have helped you check? Duan Muxue looked at Xinyu and murmured softly. From the conversation between Xinyu and the female security guard in front of him, Duan Muxue could roughly understand that this was simply one of the jobs of modern people. But, whenever she thought about that girl having to touch Chinyu like that, she felt uneasy inside. Chinyu listened to Duanmu Shue's words and couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. But when he looked into her clear eyes and saw that hint of disappointment, he couldn't bear to see her like that. So, he turned to the security guard beside him and said, "Sorry, maybe you could ask the guy next to me to check for me instead." The female security officer heard Chinyu's words and observed Du Shue's reaction, and immediately understood the situation. What's this about men and women not touching each other? This is clearly just a jealous girlfriend. The security guard smiled at the two of them and said, "It's okay, I understand. Your girlfriend is just jealous." Before Chinyu could respond, he called out to a male security guard nearby, "Xiao Chun, come over here and help me check this gentleman." The young man named Xiao Chun looked completely bewildered. "Why do I have to help you check him?" The female security officer smiled and said, "Her girlfriend is jealous and won't let me touch her boyfriend." Xiao Chen glanced at Chinyu, then at Duanmu Shui, and smiled knowingly. This girl's jealousy was on par with his girlfriend's. Then, he walked over with a smile and helped Chinyu check. You've misunderstood. We're not boyfriend and girlfriend," Chinyu hurriedly explained. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I know, don't be shy. We won't laugh at you." Chinyu. I really can't explain myself. Chapter 179, Let Me Hold Your Hand. After passing through security, the two waited in the departure lounge for a while before finally boarding the plane smoothly. "Chinyu, will we be taking off soon?" Duanmu Shui looked out the window and asked curiously. This was the first time in her life she had ever been on a plane. Before she had come to the modern world, she had never imagined that one day she would be riding in a mode of transportation called an airplane. Chinyu watched her curiously examine everything on the plane and the scenery outside the window. He smiled and said to her, "That's right. In about 15 minutes, the plane will take off, and then we'll be flying through the sky. Isn't that going to heaven?" Duanmu Shui turned to look at Chinyu and said innocently. Chinyu couldn't help but laugh at her, chuckling softly and saying, I suppose you could put it that way. But it just sounds weird. About 15 minutes later, the plane they were on slowly began to take off. The sudden sensation of weightlessness left Duanmu Shui feeling disoriented. "Chinyu, my ears feel so uncomfortable. It's buzzing inside them." Duanmu Shui covered her ears and said to Chinyu with a pained expression. Chinyu turned around and looked at her, then reached into his pocket and took out a piece of gum. He peeled off the wrapper and said to her, "Open your mouth." Chinyu turned around to look at her, then reached into his pocket and took out a piece of gum. He peeled off the wrapper and said to her, "Open your mouth." Duanmu Shui, upon hearing Chinyu's words, instinctively opened her mouth. Then Chinyu stuffed the gum he was holding into Duanmu Shui's mouth. The plane was currently ascending, and the buzzing sensation in her ears was normal. Chewing the gum for a while would help, Chinyu said reassuringly to Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui followed Chinyu's instructions, chewed the gum for a while, and indeed felt that her ears weren't as uncomfortable as before. "Chinyu, I feel much better now. Thank you for the gum." Duanmu Shui looked at Chinyu with a smile, then asked curiously, "I previously thought this gum was just candy, but I never imagined it had such a function it can actually treat tinnitus." Duanmu Shui couldn't help but marvel at how she had underestimated this piece of gum before. Chinyu smiled and said, "This isn't the gum's doing, it's just the result of you chewing it." Duanmu Shui? Chewing? What does this have to do with chewing? Chinyu thought about it and realized that explaining this to Duanmu Shui would be quite complicated. After all, concepts like atmospheric pressure were difficult for someone from ancient times to grasp quickly. Never mind, just attribute it to the chewing gum. Next time you're on a plane and something like this happens again, just chew some gum. As he spoke, Chinyu placed all the remaining gum in his hand into Du Shui's hands. Ending with a smile, Chinyu handed all the remaining gum in his hand to Duanmu Shui. Duanmu Shui looked at the gum in her hands and smiled, then turned to Chinyu and asked, "What about you? Don't you feel uncomfortable?" Chinyu shook his head. "Maybe it varies from person to person. When I fly, I don't really feel much." As the plane leveled out, Duanmu Shui looked out the window at the clouds below and was filled with delight. "Chinyu, look. We're really in the sky." Duanmu Shui smiled and patted Chinyu on the shoulder, her voice brimming with excitement. Chinyu couldn't help but laugh at her words. "Heaven? It feels like they're dead." But Chinyu still went along with it and said, "Yeah, we're in heaven." Duanmu Shui looked out the window at the golden sunlight streaming through the clouds and cascading downward, and for a moment, she was lost in thought. The scenery was truly breathtaking. It seems that the fairyland often described in poetry and literature is not entirely a figment of the imagination after all. "Chinyu, how does this airplane manage to fly?" Duanmu Shui leaned against the bed, gazing out the window at the clouds, and asked softly. Chinyu thought for a moment before explaining, "It's fuel, just like cars. It's a modern energy source that's extracted and used to power things, so it can fly." Duanmu Shui nodded, seeming to understand but not quite. After all, she didn't know what modern energy was, but she knew that these energies could make cars run, planes fly, and air conditioners work, allowing her to avoid the heat in summer. Xin Yu looked at her and felt like she was just a little kid. Duan Mushui looked out the window for a while, then sat back down in her seat, curiously observing everything on the plane. Just then, the plane suddenly hit a pocket of turbulence and began to shake violently. Although the turbulence wasn't severe, it still startled Duan Mushui, who was flying for the first time. What's going on? Duan Mushui shook her body slightly and asked in a slightly panicked voice. Xin Yu turned to look at her and said reassuringly, "It's okay, it's just a gust of wind. It'll be fine in a moment." Duan Mushui nodded after hearing this, but her expression remained tense. She didn't know what Xin Yu was referring to when he mentioned the air currents, but she couldn't help but feel afraid. After all, she was currently in the sky. If she were to accidentally fall, she would surely be crushed into a pulp. Wait, at that height, there wouldn't even be any meat left. Although Duan Mushui had also experienced life and death, the difference now was that she was in an unfamiliar space. Moreover, when she had gone into battle before, her life had been in her own hands, but now, the fate of this plane was not something she could control. Duan Mushui tried her best to stay calm, but her face couldn't help but turn pale. Xin Yu looked at Duan Mushui's tense expression, hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took her hand. Then he spoke to her, "It's okay. If you're scared, just hold on to my hand." Duan Mushui felt Xin Yu's warm hand grasping hers, and instantly felt less afraid. Clearing her throat, Duan Mushui spoke firmly, "Who's afraid? I've just never encountered this situation before. I'm just a little excited." Excited? Xin Yu almost burst out laughing. It was the first time he had ever seen someone get so excited and look like that. However, Xin Yu didn't feel like exposing her. He smiled and said, "It's okay. If you're excited, you can hold my hand." Duan Mushui took a deep breath, looked straight ahead, and spoke slowly, "Why would I hold your hand?" "No, but if you're afraid, I can reluctantly hold your hand." As he spoke, Duan Mushui gripped Xin Yu's hand in return. His pale face gradually flushed with a faint blush. Xin Yu. Chapter 180, Arrival in the Imperial Capital. Am I nervous? Just going through the motions? Xin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. He really hadn't noticed anything forced about Duan Mushui. It's okay. If you're really forcing yourself, you can let go. I'm not afraid. Xin Yu looked at Duan Mushui and said with a slight smile. Duan Mushui. Duan Mushui stared at Xin Yu in disbelief. How could Xin Yu not play by the rules? At this moment, shouldn't he say, "I'm actually a bit scared. Just hold me like this"? But Xin Yu. No, you're afraid. Duan Muxiefeng stared straight at Xin Yu with a determined expression on her face. Xin Yu looked at her expression, pressed his lips together, and gave a faint smile before nodding in agreement. "Alright, I'm afraid. Is that good enough?" Duan Mushui saw that he was finally cooperating and couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. She then tightly grasped his hand, and the fear in her heart began to fade. "Passengers, the aircraft has safely passed through the turbulence. Please remain calm." The flight attendant announced this over the aircraft's public address system, and passengers on board also felt the aircraft had returned to a smooth flight. Xin Yu turned to look at Duan Mushui and said, "It's okay, everything's fine now. It's over." After all, encountering minor turbulence on a plane is a common occurrence and nothing to be concerned about. After hearing Xin Yu's words, Duan Mushui nodded and couldn't help but sigh in relief. "What's wrong? Still afraid?" Xin Yu asked her. Duan Mushui shook her head, then nodded, looking at Xin Yu and saying slowly, "The bumpy ride isn't that scary. When I was riding in a carriage before, we passed through some bumpy sections that were much worse than this. But this plane is so high up in the sky. I'm terrified of turbulence. We'll all fall down." "Endless snow," Xin Yu said, his voice filled with concern. "Don't worry. We're in the hands of experienced pilots. They know exactly what they're doing. There's no need to be afraid." Duan Mushui's only fear was this very thing: if we were to fall from such a great height, she would likely be reduced to nothing but bones. "Don't worry, actually, airplanes have a very high safety rating. Although they can't guarantee 100% safety, they are still the safest mode of transportation in the world today." Xin Yu comforted him, but silently added to himself, "Accidents are rare, but when they do happen, they're major incidents." However, he decided not to tell Duan Mushui about it, to avoid worrying her. Duan Mushui nodded after hearing this. "Oh, I see. So it was all for nothing then. Since you say that, I won't be afraid anymore." Duan Mushui smiled and said. Xin Yu looked at her, his expression hesitant, but after thinking for a moment, he decided not to ask her. Actually, what he wanted to ask was, "Since you're not afraid anymore, why are you still holding my hand so tightly?" Xin Yu looked at their intertwined hands and unconsciously touched her nose with her other hand. Never mind, she thought. Let her hold on if she wants to. It's better than her getting scared again later. And Du Shui seemed oblivious to this, until she leaned back in her seat and slowly drifted off to sleep. After several hours of flight, the plane finally landed smoothly at the Imperial Capital Airport. "Wake up, we're here." Xin Yu gently nudged Duan Mushui, who was still sound asleep beside him, and said to her. "Already? We're here so soon?" Duan Mushui raised her hand to rub her sleepy face and asked in a muffled voice. The two hands that had been intertwined slowly parted. Xinyu squeezed his suddenly empty palm, a fleeting sense of loss flashed through his mind, but he did not dwell on it. He smiled at Duan Mushui and said, "It's been 3 hours already." 3 hours? Duan Mushui hurriedly glanced at the time. It was indeed already afternoon. She hadn't realized she had slept for so long. Duan Mushui rubbed her head. It was all her fault for getting so excited last night thinking about coming to the imperial capital today. She hadn't slept well all night. She never expected to sleep so soundly on the plane. Alright, hurry up and get up. We need to get off the plane. Xinyu looked at her expression, which was still a bit dazed, reached out and touched her head, and said to her. Duan Mushui nodded instinctively, then unbuckled her seatbelt and slowly stood up from her seat. He then followed Xinyu all the way until they retrieved their checked luggage. Xinyu, this is the imperial capital. As soon as they stepped out of the airport, Duan Mushui looked at the crowded traffic outside and said to Xinyu. Xinyu looked at her and said, this is the airport outside the imperial capital, but the airports outside cities across the country are all pretty much the same. Once we get outside, you'll see what the imperial capital is really like. After all, aside from the constant stream of cars picking up and dropping off people, there's not much else to see here. It's hardly a distinctive feature of the imperial capital. Where should we go next? Duan Mushui turned to look at Xinyu and asked. Just then, Xinyu's phone rang. Xinyu took out his phone and glanced at it, only to find that it was Qi Yunyan's assistant calling him. Earlier, Qi Yunyan had given him his assistant's number, saying that his assistant would come to the airport to pick him up and had already arranged a hotel for him. Hello, is this Mr. Xinyu? I've arrived at the airport entrance. Have you come out yet? As soon as Xinyu answered the call, Qi Yunyan's assistant's voice came through the phone. Xinyu spoke directly, I'm already at the airport entrance. Really? I think I saw you. Did you wear a black jacket? Qi Yunyan's assistant said excitedly. Then, Xinyu glanced around, and suddenly noticed a man wearing a checkered shirt walking toward him with his phone in hand. Hello, you must be Xinyu. Xinyu hung up the phone that was still ringing, nodded, and said, that's right, it's me. Hello, I'm Mr. Qi's assistant. My name is Li Su. Mr. Qi specifically instructed me to come and pick you up. The young man in the checkered shirt smiled at Xinyu and said, this is the teacher's distinguished guest, we must not neglect him. Hello, I've heard about you from Mr. Qi. Xinyu nodded slightly, acknowledging the greeting. Let's go then. I'll drive you to the hotel. My car is parked over there. Li Su said to Xinyu and Duan Mushui. Okay. Then, Xinyu reached out and pulled his own suitcase and Duan Mushui's suitcase over, following Li Su toward the parking lot. Then, Li Su drove the car, carrying Xinyu and Duan Mushui, heading toward the hotel that had been pre-booked for them. Chapter 181, Is Your Girlfriend Mad? Xinyu, this is the imperial capital. It's so beautiful. Duan Mushui leaned against the car window, gazing at the scenery and buildings outside, her face brimming with delight as she exclaimed. Xinyu looked at her and smiled, saying, how about it? Isn't it nicer than Jincheng County? Duan Mushui turned her head back, looked at Xinyu, shook her head, and said, not really. I think the imperial capital is great, but Jincheng County isn't bad either. Each has its own charm. Although the imperial capital appears extremely prosperous, with towering buildings and bustling traffic, Jincheng County also has its own unique charm. Although Jincheng County isn't very large, she finds life there very comfortable. Moreover, most importantly, someone she cares about lives there, so it is also her home. This is your girlfriend's first time in the capital, right? If you guys want to go out and have some fun, I can recommend a few places. Li Su, who was driving ahead, glanced back through the rearview mirror and smiled at them. He saw that Xinyu and Duan Mushui had come together, and they seemed very well suited, so he instinctively assumed they were a couple. You misunderstood. We're not boyfriend and girlfriend. You misunderstood. We're not boyfriend and girlfriend. Xinyu glanced at Duan Mushui beside him and explained to Li Su. What's going on? Why does everyone keep misunderstanding that he and Duan Mushui are a couple? What's going on? Why do people keep misunderstanding him and Duan Mushui as a couple? What? You're not a couple? I'm so sorry, I misunderstood. Li Su hurriedly said apologetically, no way, these two clearly give off a couple vibe. How could they not be boyfriend and girlfriend? It's really puzzling. At that moment, Duan Mushui, sitting in the back seat, heard Xinyu's words and her expression immediately grew somber. After living and studying together for some time, she naturally understood what it meant to be boyfriend and girlfriend. But what did Xinyu just mean? From the tone of his voice, it seemed like he was in a hurry to distance himself from her. Really, am I that bad? He's so eager to distance himself from me, afraid that others will misunderstand and think I'm his girlfriend. Duan Mushui couldn't help but purse her lips and sigh softly. What's wrong? Why do you seem so unhappy all of a sudden? Xinyu looked at Duan Mushui's expression, which had suddenly fallen, no longer as joyful as before, and asked with some confusion. What's going on? You were so happy just a moment ago. Why do you look so disappointed now? Duan Muxue didn't even look at him, turning her head directly toward the window and saying stubbornly, nothing. Qin Yu? Nothing? But Endo Muyu doesn't look like she's okay. Never mind, if she says she's fine, then she must be fine. I can't figure it out either. And Du Shui watched as Qin Yu actually believed her and stopped paying attention to her, which made her even more furious. Qin Yu usually seemed pretty smart, so how could he not realize that she had just been speaking in reverse? Ugh, I'm so frustrated. Then, on the way to the hotel, the two of them just sat there, one sulking and staring out the window, the other completely unaware of what the other was upset about, and they arrived at the hotel in complete silence. Li Su looked at the two of them through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but chuckle. The way they were arguing like a couple, and yet they claimed they weren't a couple? Anyway, he didn't believe it. After arriving at the hotel, Li Su directly took the two of them to check in and went to the room that had been prepared for them in advance. After settling them in, Li Su left immediately. Let's go. Want to grab something to eat? Qin Yu said to Duan Muxue. It was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon, almost 4 o'clock. Duan Muxue had been sleeping on the plane and hadn't eaten lunch, while he had only had a light meal and was now feeling a bit hungry. Duan Muxue was still feeling a bit upset inside. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, she instinctively wanted to refuse. No, I'm not hungry. Growl. However, as soon as Duan Muxue finished speaking, her stomach growled at the most inopportune moment. Duan Muxue quickly covered her stomach with her hands, and a blush quickly spread across her fair face. Why was her stomach so uncooperative? It had to start rumbling at this moment. Wasn't this just asking for embarrassment? Yes, it's exactly the same as what I saw earlier. And it happened right in front of Qin Yu. What a huge embarrassment. Duan Muxue now wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. What could be more embarrassing than this? Qin Yu heard the rumbling sounds coming from her stomach and couldn't help but laugh cruelly. He knew that this little glutton hadn't eaten lunch, so how could she not be hungry? No laughing. Duan Muxue heard Qin Yu's whisper and immediately felt a surge of anger. How dare Qin Yu mock her like that? That was simply too much. Alright, I won't laugh anymore. Qin Yu quickly stopped laughing and looked at Duan Muxue. He really couldn't laugh anymore, otherwise he might end up upsetting Duan Muxue, and he didn't know how to comfort a girl. Wait, that's not right. Duan Muxue isn't just any girl. Can't I just give her something to eat to make her happy? So Qin Yu spoke directly to Duan Muxue. Alright, isn't it enough that I apologize? How about this, as an apology, I'll take you out for a nice meal. Duan Muxue had been angry, but upon hearing Qin Yu offer to take her out for a nice meal, her heart immediately softened. Seeing that she was beginning to soften, Qin Yu pressed on. I remember you mentioned earlier that you saw some delicious dishes from the imperial capital online, like roast duck, hot pot lamb, and fried noodles with soy sauce. Duan Muxue listened as Qin Yu listed one dish after another, and her heart grew increasingly eager. This Qin Yu really knew her inside out, knowing exactly what she craved. Just hearing him describe the dishes made her feel as though the delicacies were already laid out before her. Plus, I haven't even had lunch yet, and my stomach is growling. How can I resist such temptation? How about it? Want to go eat together? Qin Yu turned his head to look at her and asked with a smile. Duan Muxue pursed her lips, then looked at him and said in a feigned tone of arrogance, since you want to go so badly, I'll reluctantly go with you and have a little something to eat. Qin Yu looked at her proud little expression and couldn't help but smile. He then said in a casual tone, it's okay. If you don't want to go, you don't have to force yourself. I can go by myself. Duan Muxue? This is not what I expected. Chapter 182, I'm scared to sleep alone at night. Duan Muxue was momentarily confused. At this point, shouldn't Qin Yu have just said, since you've agreed, let's go? Why doesn't Qin Yu ever play by the rules? Duan Muxue thought helplessly to herself, but her stomach was growling so loudly that she couldn't ignore it anymore. Forget about saving face, filling her stomach was more important. She cleared her throat and looked at Qin Yu, saying, actually, I wasn't really forcing myself. I suddenly feel hungry too. Why don't we go eat together? After saying that, Duan Muxue gave Qin Yu a little smile, revealing a sweet grin. Qin Yu looked at her flattering smile and couldn't help but curve his lips upward. Alright, since you're not forcing me, let's go out to eat now. No pressure, no pressure. Duan Muxue hurriedly nodded and said, for food, how could I possibly be reluctant? Alright, let's go down then. After saying that, Qin Yu led Duan Muxue outside and found a place that looked decent enough to have dinner. After all, it was already afternoon, so calling it lunch just didn't feel right. After lunch, the two of them wandered around the area. After all, it was already getting late, and there wasn't enough time left to visit the tourist attractions in the imperial capital. After walking around outside for a while, they returned home. Qin Yu bought in Du Shui some snacks, as they had eaten dinner early that day, and he was worried she might get hungry later. Qin Yu, where should we go tomorrow? Duan Muxue held the pastries Qin Yu had bought for her, eating them while asking, completely forgetting about the argument she had with Qin Yu earlier that afternoon. Xinyu shrugged indifferently. There are plenty of famous tourist spots in the imperial capital. You can choose any place you like. Which of these attractions has the most delicious food? Duan Mushui asked bluntly. We're out to have fun, right? The scenery is nice, but good food is the most important thing. Otherwise, if you're hungry, how can you enjoy the beautiful scenery? Xinyu listened and shook his head helplessly. This little foodie really can't go 3 sentences without mentioning food. Xinyu thought for a moment, then spoke up. Since that's the case, let's go to Wangfujing instead. There's plenty of good food there. Okay. Duan Mushui, upon hearing that there was plenty of delicious food, naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. After returning to the hotel, the two took the elevator to their floor. Shi Yunyan had arranged for them to stay in adjacent rooms, so they were neighbors. After escorting Duan Mushui to the door of her room, Xinyu gave her a few parting words before turning to head toward his own room. Hey, Xinyu, wait a moment. Just then, Duan Mushui suddenly called out to Xinyu. What's wrong? Xinyu turned around to look at Duan Mushui and asked in confusion. Duan Mushui bit her lip, looking at Xinyu with a blush, and said, this is my first time staying in a hotel, so I just feel a bit unfamiliar. This wasn't just her first time staying in a hotel, it was also her first time staying anywhere outside her home since arriving in the modern world. After leaving the small room she had grown so familiar with, she found herself feeling quite unsettled. In a completely unfamiliar environment, Duan Mushui couldn't help but feel a sense of insecurity deep within her heart. What's wrong? Are you afraid of living alone? Xinyu said jokingly. Duan Mushui naturally felt too embarrassed to admit it. After all, she had once been an empress, and if Xinyu found out that she was now so afraid that she couldn't even sleep alone in a hotel, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? But for some reason, she just felt a little uneasy inside. Xinyu looked at her hesitant expression, reached out and touched her head, and said, It's okay, don't worry. If you're scared, just call me, and we'll talk on the phone, okay? Duan Mushui, is that okay? Duan Mushui couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it really be like this? Had she been on a voice call with Xinyu the whole time? Come to think of it, if she could keep the voice chat open with Xinyu, she probably wouldn't be afraid anymore. Why can't I do that? Alright, go back to your room. If you're scared, just call me. Xinyu looked at her and said with a smile. Duan Mushui touched her ear and retorted weakly, What are you talking about? Who's afraid? Don't say that. She wasn't afraid at all, she just felt a little uneasy staying alone in a strange room. Duan Mushui insisted on defending herself. Xinyu nodded, looking unconcerned, then turned and walked straight to his own room. Xinyu nodded, looking unconcerned, then turned and walked straight to his own room. Shortly after both of them returned to their rooms, Xinyu had just finished showering when he received a call from Duan Mushui. Hello, Xinyu, are you asleep? As soon as Xinyu answered the call, Duan Mushui's voice came through the phone. Xinyu pulled back the blanket and got into bed, leaning against the headboard. He smiled and said, If I had fallen asleep, how would I have answered your call? I couldn't have been sleepwalking, could I? Duan Mushui. Who knows? Maybe I'm talking to you right now while you're sleepwalking. Duan Mushui detected the teasing in Qinyu's words and deliberately retorted. Alright, since I'm just sleepwalking, I'll hang up then. I love hanging up on people when I'm sleepwalking. Xinyu said deliberately to Duan Mushui. Hey, stop it. Who would act like this while sleepwalking? Duan Mushui hurriedly spoke up to stop him, feeling genuinely frightened. If Xinyu really hung up the phone, she might not be able to sleep all night. Who says there isn't? That's exactly what I look like when I'm sleepwalking. Xinyu blurted out casually. Duan Mushui snorted. She wouldn't believe his nonsense. They had been living together for so long, and she had never once noticed that Xinyu had a habit of sleepwalking. So, Xinyu was definitely just trying to fool her again. Alright, it's getting late. Go to bed quickly. I won't hang up. Xinyu assured Duan Mushui. After listening, Duan Mushui nodded, then realized that Xinyu couldn't see her, so she spoke directly, Alright, deal. Don't hang up. Alright, understood. Xinyu pressed his temples and said helplessly. Then Indushua finally put the phone on the bedside table with a sigh of relief, closed her eyes, and slowly drifted off to sleep. Xinyu also placed his phone on the bedside table, then listened to the steady breathing sounds from the other side and gradually drifted off to sleep. Chapter 183, You Kept Me Up All Night. The next morning, the sun shone through the cracks in the curtains, casting a warm and gentle light into the previously dark room. Xinyu slowly opened his eyelids, stretched lazily, and finally opened his eyes. In this world, being able to sleep until you wake up naturally is truly the happiest thing imaginable. Xinyu yawned and slowly sat up from the bed. Xinyu, are you awake? Xinyu was just about to pull back the blankets and get out of bed to wash up when he suddenly heard a voice in his previously quiet room. Xinyu had just woken up, and his mind was still a bit foggy. Upon hearing the sound, he was startled. Who is it? Xinyu's lingering drowsiness was instantly dispelled by the sudden sound. He immediately turned his head and looked around frantically. Who? Me, who else could it be? Indushue's voice rang out again in Qin Yu's room, and only then did Qin Yu realize that he had been on a voice call with Indushue all night while he was asleep. Qin Yu pinched the bridge of his nose. He had just woken up and had momentarily forgotten about it, causing himself a false alarm. On the other end of the phone, Duan Mushue had woken up early that morning. Perhaps because she had been on a voice call with Qin Yu all night, she had slept soundly despite being in an unfamiliar hotel room. This morning, as usual, she woke up early and looked at the phone, which was still connected to the call between the two of them. For some reason, Duan Mushue hesitated to hang up. When she heard the rustling sounds coming from the previously silent phone, Duan Mushue guessed that Qin Yu must have woken up. So she spoke directly to Qin Yu, only to be surprised when he asked who she was. Really? Could it be that, besides himself, Qin Yu had also started a voice chat with other girls? Qin Yu took the phone and slowly said, "I just woke up, my brain hasn't caught up yet." "You startled me when you spoke." For a moment, he thought his room was being monitored by some terrifying organization or special agents. After hearing Qin Yu's explanation, Duan Mushue rolled her eyes. "Oh, you were just waking up and your brain wasn't fully awake yet. Alright then. Alright, get up and get ready. We still have to go out later, don't we?" Duan Mushue said to Qin Yu. Okay. Qin Yu yawned again, then hung up the phone, pulled back the blankets, and got out of bed to wash up. 20 minutes later, the two of them left the house together and went to a nearby breakfast shop to eat breakfast. The hotel where they were staying actually offered breakfast as well, but it was all buffet style. Qin Yu thought that since they were out to have fun, they should definitely try the local specialty breakfast. The hotel's buffet breakfast is available everywhere. However, this authentic imperial capital breakfast is not available everywhere. So, Qin Yu followed the map and took Duan Mushue to a nearby breakfast shop known for its authentic flavors. Owner, 2 sugar-coated pancakes, 2 meat-stuffed flatbreads, 2 donkey-shaped pastries, 2 bowls of bean curd soup, and 1 bowl of tofu pudding. Qin Yu sat down, looked at the menu on the wall, and directly addressed the shop owner. The owner was about to respond, but when he turned around, he saw that Qin Yu and his companion were the only 2 people there. So he kindly spoke up to remind them, "Hey, handsome, is that all of you?" "Yeah, just the 2 of us." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "Just the 2 of you? Ordering so much will probably be too much to finish." The owner said that the portions of breakfast at their restaurant are very generous, and that 2 people ordering this much would definitely not be able to finish it all. Qin Yu looked at Duan Mushue and then said directly, "It's okay, boss. The 2 of us can finish it all. With Duan Mushue here, how could we possibly not finish it all? I'm just worried that this might not be enough for her." The boss, hearing Qin Yu say that, didn't dare to say anything else. After all, what if she really could eat that much? So he turned around and went straight to the kitchen to prepare the items they had ordered. A few moments later, the owner brought out the items they had ordered. "Everything you ordered is here. Enjoy your meal." After saying that, the boss turned around and left. Qin Yu pushed a bowl of bean curd soup toward Duan Mushue and said, "Try some. These are some of the more authentic breakfast dishes from the imperial capital." Duan Mushue took a whiff. The bean curd soup smelled pretty good. So, Duan Mushue picked up the spoon and took a taste. This bean curd soup is delicious." A look of surprise flashed across Duan Mushue's eyes. She had never heard of tofu puff soup before and never imagined it would taste so good. Qin Yu saw that she liked it and pushed the plate with sugar-coated pancakes and meat-stuffed buns toward Duan Mushue, saying, "Here are these 2 as well. They're both quite tasty. Give them a try." Duan Mushue nodded, picked up a piece of sugar-coated pancake, and took a bite. The fragrant, crispy, and sweet black sugar blended with the oily dough exploded on her taste buds. This sugar-coated pancake is so delicious." Duan Mushue praised sincerely, "This sugar oil pancake really tastes great." Qin Yu watched her eat with a satisfied expression and smiled, unable to help but think that these dishes were indeed quite delicious. Then, he couldn't help but feel his own appetite being stirred. Qin Yu took a sip of the tofu soup and, for some reason, found it much more delicious than the one he had tasted during his previous visit to the imperial capital. It seems that eating with a foodie can actually make the meal more enjoyable. By the way, how did you sleep last night? Qin Yu suddenly remembered this while eating halfway through. Didn't Duan Mushue say she was staying in a hotel for the first time last night and wasn't used to it? I wonder if she slept well or if she had trouble sleeping. Duan Mushue took a big bite of the meat-filled bun, her cheeks bulging, and nodded immediately after hearing Qin Yu's words. "That's good," Duan Mushue said vaguely. Qin Yu watched her eat with a satisfied expression and thought about it. He agreed otherwise, she wouldn't be so energetic and enjoying her meal so much right now. Seeing her like this, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel like teasing her. Then, he deliberately sighed deeply and said, "You slept well, but you kept me up all night." Duan Mushue, cough cough. Ending the conversation with a cough. After hearing Qin Yu's words, Duan Mushue choked, immediately lowered his head, and began coughing. Chapter 184, How could you know if you were asleep? Duan Mushue couldn't believe what she had just heard. What did he mean by saying that Qin Yu had been kept awake all night because of her? She hadn't done anything wrong, had she? Don't talk nonsense. I didn't do anything to you last night. Duanmu Shui's face turned bright red. Xin Yue's words made her feel as though she had done something to him last night. Are you sure? Are you sure? Xin Yu leaned back in his chair and looked at her with a half smile. Duanmu Shui bit her lip. She should be certain, right? Last night, she and Xin Yu were on a voice call, and she fell asleep shortly after. After that, she shouldn't have done anything out of the ordinary, right? Oh no, did she happen to sleepwalk last night? But that doesn't make sense. She's never sleepwalked before. Maybe she was staying in an unfamiliar place last night and felt a bit disoriented, so she ended up sleepwalking? Oh no, what if she really went looking for Qin Yu while sleepwalking and did something inappropriate to him? Duanmu Shui dared not think any further. If that were the case, she would never be able to face Qin Yu again. What did I do last night? Did I do anything too out of line? Duanmu Shui swallowed hard and cautiously looked at Qin Yu and asked. Qin Yu sighed lightly, took a sip of soup, and then spoke slowly. It's not that it was too out of line. It's just that, well, there was a little bit of something. Qin Yu sighed softly, took a sip of soup, and then spoke slowly. It's not exactly out of line, but, well, maybe just a little bit. Seeing Qin Yu hesitate, Duanmu Shui's heart tightened. Oh no, judging by Qin Yu's expression, she must have done something really wrong. Seeing Qin Yu's hesitant expression, Duanmu Shui's heart tightened. Oh no, judging by Qin Yu's expression, I must have done something really wrong. But she didn't know how far she had gone. What did I do to you? Duanmu Shui couldn't even finish her meal, staring at Qin Yu with a nervous expression. Qin Yu looked at her tense little face and couldn't bear to tease her anymore. He smiled and said directly, actually, it's nothing. It's just that you were snoring and talking in your sleep last night, and it kept me awake. Duanmu Shui blushed instantly upon hearing this and retorted angrily, you're lying. I never snore when I sleep, and I don't talk in my sleep either. You're lying. Duanmu Shui hurriedly defended herself, when have I ever snored or talked in my sleep while sleeping? Qin Yu must be making things up, she would never do such a thing. How do you know you don't snore or talk in your sleep? You can't hear yourself. Qin Yu looked at her, smiled, and said deliberately. I just know. Duanmu Shui stared straight at Qin Yu, speaking with a lack of confidence. Oh no, she really didn't know if she had talked in her sleep after falling asleep, but she hoped not. After all, she wasn't that bad when she slept, was she? Qin Yu looked at her, her lips pressed together, her expression saying, don't even try to fool me, and couldn't help but smile. Then he cleared his throat and said, alright, I won't tease you anymore. You were very well behaved last night while you were sleeping, you didn't do anything. Duanmu Shui. Qin Yu, I knew you were lying to me. You're driving me crazy. Duanmu Shui said angrily, her face flushed with anger. How dare this Qin Yu dare to tease her like this? I was just joking with you. Don't get so upset. Qin Yu smiled at her and said. Duanmu Shui turned her head away angrily, refusing to look at him. This Qin Yu was really too much. She had almost believed him just now and was about to cover her face in embarrassment and run away. Alright, you're really upset, aren't you? Qin Yu looked at Duanmu Shui, who had turned her face away and wasn't even looking at him, her expression clearly angry. He quickly smiled and asked. Duanmu Shui snorted and completely ignored Qin Yu. He was being so obvious, couldn't she see it? I'm angry, very angry, extremely angry. This Qin Yu, how dare he slander his own image like this? Who would say that a girl snores while sleeping? Doesn't he have any self-respect? Alright, it's my fault. I shouldn't have joked with you like that. Here, take these 2 meat-filled buns. Saying that, Qin Yu directly pushed the plate with the meat-filled buns toward Duanmu Shui. Don't think you can make me forgive you with just 2 steamed buns. Duanmu Shui crossed her arms over her chest and said with a proud expression. Was she the kind of person who could be bought with 2 meat-filled buns? What did Qin Yu think she was? Qin Yu looked at her and smiled, saying, really not going to eat? Let me tell you, these meat-filled buns are a famous snack in the imperial capital. They're crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, fragrant and delicious. The buns are layered and as thin as a cicada's wing, and the meat inside has been simmered for hours, making it tender and melt in your mouth delicious. Duanmu Shui listened to Qin Yu's description and couldn't help but swallow hard. Could this meat-stuffed pancake really be that delicious? You're not trying to trick me again, are you? Is this meat-stuffed pancake really that delicious? Duanmu Shui turned her head to look at Qin Yu, asking in disbelief, but her eyes couldn't help but glance at the pancake on the plate. Are you kidding me? Just take a bite and see for yourself. Qin Yu smiled at her and said, I knew it. For this little foodie, food always works best. Duanmu Shui pursed her lips slightly, then cleared her throat and said, since you put it that way, I'll reluctantly take a bite. Saying this, Duanmu Shui picked up the meat-filled pancake from the plate and took a bite. How is it? Is it delicious? Qin Yu smiled as he asked in Du Shui. After taking a bite, the crispy, fragrant, and soft dough and the rich, aromatic stewed meat flooded her taste buds, leaving Duanmu Shui with a look of pure satisfaction on her face. This is delicious. Duan Mushui nodded, her face beaming with joy, her eyes sparkling. As long as it's delicious, both are yours. Xinyu watched her eat so happily, and his own mood couldn't help but brighten up as well. End of chapter 1. Duan Mushui ate the meat-filled pancake in her hand, then looked at Xinyu and said, "It's all for me." "What about you?" "I'll eat these. This is enough for me." Xinyu pointed to the tofu puff soup and sugar-coated pancakes in front of him and said that this was enough for him. The 2 meat-filled buns were originally ordered for her. End of chapter 1. Duan Mushui nodded in agreement. Since that was the case, she wouldn't be so polite. "Are you still angry now?" Xinyu watched her eat the baked bun with a joyful expression and smiled as he asked. "You're eating so happily, you must not be angry anymore, right?" Chapter 185, in short, it's truly delicious. After hearing Qinyu's words, Duan Mushui shook her head directly. With such delicious food to eat, why would she bother arguing with him over those trivial matters? Xinyu looked at her, shook his head helplessly, and smiled softly. As expected, the only way to appease her was with food. As long as there was something delicious for her, this little foodie would have no temper at all. The 2 of them chatted and laughed as they finished breakfast. Xinyu didn't eat much in the morning, so today he just had a sugar-coated pancake and a bowl of bean curd soup. The rest of it all went into Duan Mushui's stomach. After finishing her meal, Duan Mushui gently rubbed her slightly rounded belly and smiled contentedly. "How about it? Are you full?" Xinyu wiped the corner of his mouth and asked absent-mindedly. Duan Mushui looked at him and blinked, saying nothing. "Xinyu, you haven't eaten enough yet, have you?" Xinyu asked in disbelief, though he had already gained some understanding of Duan Mushui's appetite over the past few days. However, she had just eaten 2 meat-stuffed buns, a sugar-coated pancake, a bowl of bean curd soup, a bowl of tofu pudding, and finally 2 sesame-coated pancakes. With all that, she's still not full? Has her appetite increased again? Duan Mushui smiled at him and hurriedly explained, No, I'm not full. I've almost finished eating. It's just that I still have a little bit of room left for some snacks." Duan Mushui held out her hand and made a gesture with her thumb and index finger to indicate a small amount. Xinyu couldn't help but smile and sigh softly. He really couldn't do anything about her. This little foodie was just trying to save room for something delicious later, wasn't she? "Alright, since you can still eat snacks, we can buy some snacks to eat when we go to Wangfu Jing later." "Alright, since you can still eat snacks, we can buy some to eat when we go to Wangfu Jing later," Xinyu said to her with a look of indulgence that even he didn't notice. "Alright." Duan Mushui immediately smiled and replied. Then, the 2 left the breakfast shop and set off for the Wangfu Jing. The 2 of them wandered around Wangfu Jing for a while. Duan Mushui looked at the colorful snacks on the street and couldn't help but feel delighted. She kept pulling Xinyu and asking him questions non-stop. "Xinyu, what is this?" Duan Mushui pointed to a snack stall ahead and asked curiously. "This is stinky tofu." "Stinky tofu? Is it tofu that's gone bad? How can you eat that?" Duan Mushui wrinkled her nose and asked with a puzzled expression. Xinyu shook his head and said, "Although there is indeed a foul odor, it is not rotten. It is just a special processing method. Moreover, although stinky tofu smells bad, it tastes very good." He had been put off by the name and smell of stinky tofu before, but after trying it once, his mind was made up. It's delicious. "It smells bad but tastes good? That's impossible." Duan Mushui asked skeptically, how could there possibly be something in this world that smells bad but tastes good? She had never seen anything like that before. Could Xinyu be pulling her leg again? "Why don't you just try it and see?" Xinyu smiled and said, then walked straight to the stinky tofu stall and bought a serving of stinky tofu. "Here, try a piece and you'll see." Xinyu used a bamboo skewer to poke a piece of stinky tofu and held it up to Duan Mushui's lips, saying to her, As soon as Duan Mushui caught a whiff of the stinky tofu, his expression immediately turned repulsed. How could something that smelled so awful possibly taste good? This is way too unpleasant. Xinyu looked at her and said, "It doesn't smell good, but it tastes really delicious. Try a bite and you'll see." "I don't want to." Duan Mushui was just about to say she didn't want to eat it, but before she could finish her sentence, Xinyu had already shoved the stinky tofu into her mouth. "How about it? Is it tasty?" Duan Mushui was startled when Xinyu suddenly shoved the stinky tofu into her mouth, leaving her a bit dazed. However, he suddenly realized that the stinky tofu didn't taste as bad as he had imagined. After hearing Qinyu's words, Duan Mushui cautiously chewed a couple of times, then suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. This stinky tofu is delicious," Duan Mushui exclaimed in amazement. She never expected that stinky tofu would smell so bad, but taste so good. It's so fragrant. How about it? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Xinyu raised his eyebrows and smiled at her, then directly used a bamboo skewer to pick up a piece of stinky tofu and put it into his mouth. He knew that Duan Mushui, such a foodie, couldn't resist the charm of stinky tofu. It's really delicious." Duan Mushui swallowed the stinky tofu in her mouth and looked at Xinyu with a smile. Then Xinyu picked up another piece of stinky tofu and fed it to her. The two of them took turns, one piece at a time, and soon finished the entire portion of stinky tofu. Xinyu, I want more. Duanmu Shui looked at the empty stinky tofu box, puffed out her cheeks, and pleaded with Xinyu. Xinyu raised his hand and stroked her hair, saying, I'll buy you more later. There are plenty of other delicious things on the street. If you only eat stinky tofu, you won't have room for anything else. Xinyu raised his hand to stroke her hair and said, I'll buy you some more later. There are plenty of other delicious things on this street. If you just eat stinky tofu, you won't have room for anything else. Duanmu Shui thought Xinyu had a point, so she nodded in agreement. Then the two continued their stroll together. After exploring the Wangfu Garden, Xinyu and Duanmu Shui went to explore the unique alleys of the imperial capital. As they strolled, they snacked along the way, and by the time they finished, they were already full. They hadn't even had lunch or dinner. Xinyu, there are so many delicious things in the imperial capital. On the way back to the hotel, Duanmu Shui rubbed her full stomach and exclaimed with a look of admiration. Xinyu walked beside her and said, We've been to so many places, and the scenery was all so beautiful. Why did you only remember the food? At this, Xinyu couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Could it be that for foodies like them, no matter where they go, the only thing that sticks in their memory is the food? Duanmu Shui touched her ear and forced an explanation. No way. I remember the scenery we saw too, and besides, didn't we take photos? I can enjoy the scenery too, you know. Why are you only focusing on the food? Alright, whatever you say. Xinyu didn't bother to argue with her over such details and relented. That's exactly what it is. Duanmu Shui said with a serious expression. Alright, that's how it is. Xinyu curved his lips into a faint smile and nodded in agreement. By the way, Xinyu, after we attend the jade auction tomorrow, are we going straight back? But we still have so many places to visit and so many delicious things to eat. Duanmu Shui turned to look at Xinyu and asked the question that was currently on her mind. Chapter 186, I'm not afraid you'll sell me out. Xinyu. You said you weren't obsessed with food, but here you are, still thinking about it. This is what you mean when you say you don't care about food? Xinyu turned to look at Duanmu Shui and asked teasingly. Duanmu Shui blinked her eyes and then forced herself to explain, I'm not just here for the food. You know, we finally managed to get out here, so we should have some fun and eat our fill, right? Coming out to play is all about eating well and having fun, right? I guess I can say that, can't I? Duanmu Shui silently thought to herself. Then she saw Xinyu nod and smile as he spoke. You're right. After the gemstone auction ends, shall we stay here for a couple more days? Okay. As soon as Duanmu Shui heard Qinyu's words, he immediately nodded in agreement, as if he had been waiting for him to say that. The two walked for a while to digest their meal. After checking the time and realizing it was getting late, they decided to head back to the hotel. Alright, you should go inside now. Xinyu escorted Duanmu Shui to the door of her room and said. Xinyu, I can still call you tonight, right? Duanmu Shui hesitated for a moment before asking shyly. After all, she had once been the Empress, yet now she was afraid to sleep alone. It was truly embarrassing. Plus, always bothering Xinyu like this, isn't that a bit much? Xinyu looked at her awkward expression and smiled, saying, Of course it's okay. Xinyu didn't care at all. What's the big deal? It's just voice chat playing in the background, it won't disturb him while he sleeps. There was nothing to make a big deal about. Duanmu Shui heard Xinyu agree, and a smile instantly appeared on her face. As long as Xinyu and she kept the voice chat open, she wouldn't be afraid at all. Alright, I'll go in now. I'll call you later. Duanmu Shui opened her door and waved to Xinyu as she spoke. Then, she walked straight inside and closed the door behind her. Xinyu stood at the door, smiled briefly, and then turned around and returned to his own room. He noticed that Duanmu Shui was becoming more and more like the girls of this world, no longer the aloof and arrogant girl she had been when she first arrived here. However, this new look was actually quite adorable. In the evening, the two of them were still chatting on voice chat like they had the night before. The next morning, when Xinyu woke up, he looked at the call interface and cleared his throat before speaking directly. Are you awake yet? Xinyu looked at the time displayed on his phone. It was almost 8 o'clock now. Given Duanmu Shui's biological clock, she must have already gotten up by now. Sure enough, the next second, Duanmu Shui's voice came through the phone. I'm up. I've been up for ages. As soon as Duanmu Shui heard Qinyu's voice, she hurriedly picked up her phone and said, I've been awake for a while now. I've been staying in my room the whole time, afraid that Xinyu would get up and not be able to find me. Alright, I'll get up and freshen up now, then come over to find you later. Xinyu yawned, and after hearing Duanmu Shui agree, he hung up the phone directly. 20 minutes later, Xinyu finished washing up, dressed neatly, and appeared at the door of Duanmu Shui's room. Let's go. Let's head downstairs for breakfast, and then we'll go straight to the jade auction. After Duanmu Shui stepped out of the room, the two walked toward the exit, with Xinyu speaking as they went. Alright. Duanmu Shui had no objections to this. After finishing breakfast at the hotel's buffet restaurant, Li Su also arrived. Today, Shi Yunyan had specifically asked him to pick up Qinyu and Duanmu Shui and take them to the jade carving event. Qinyu, Miss Duanmu Shui, let's go. Li Su picked up the two of them and drove straight to the gemstone auction site. This time, the Jade Stone gambling event was held at a high-end venue in the suburbs of the imperial capital. After parking the car, Li Su immediately led Qinyu and Duanmu Shui inside. Qinyu, what exactly is the Jade Stone Gambling Association? Duanmu Shui walked beside Qinyu, turning her head to ask him in a low voice. Qinyu looked at her and couldn't help but ask with a smile, we've been in the imperial capital for 2 days, and you finally remembered to ask what this Jade Stone auction is all about? Qinyu couldn't help but admire Duanmu Shui. He really didn't know if she was just carefree or what, since they had agreed to come to the Jade Stone auction long ago. But Duanmu Shui didn't even ask what the Jade auction was, and she wasn't afraid that he might sell her off. I was just busy playing around the other day, wasn't I? Duanmu Shui touched her ear and said shyly. Ever since she found out she was going to the imperial capital, she had been completely preoccupied with what to eat and what to do there, completely forgetting about the jade carving competition they were supposed to attend. Upon arriving at the venue today, she suddenly realized that she still had no idea what the Jade Stone auction was all about. Qinyu looked at her with a helpless smile and began to explain quietly. This Jade Stone gambling refers to a method of trading raw jade stones, which has a certain gambling element. This is because when jade is mined, it is covered by a layer of weathered skin, making it impossible to determine its quality. Only after cutting can the quality of the jade inside be assessed. Duanmu Shui nodded after hearing this and then asked, so, we're essentially buying a stone blindly. It could be a piece of jade with excellent water quality, but it could also just be an ordinary stone. Before it's cut open, no one knows what it looks like inside. That's why it's called gambling on jade, right? Qinyu nodded, exactly. And at the jade auction, everyone bids on the stones, so you might spend a fortune only to end up with nothing. That's a huge loss. Duanmu Shui furrowed his brows and said in a surprised tone. Qinyu nodded, yeah, that's why it's called gambling on stones. But you never know, you might spend money on a stone and end up uncovering a jade with exceptional water quality. The value of such high-quality jade is incredibly high. In that case, you'd be making a fortune. Duanmu Shui nodded in understanding. I see. No wonder it's called gambling on jade. Anything with the word gamble in it relies on luck. It's true. If you win, it's a big win. If you lose big. If you win, it's a big payout. If you lose, you're out of luck. Qinyu, you're here. Qinyu, you're here. The two were talking when they suddenly heard a familiar voice from ahead. Chapter 187, could it be the rich kid from some wealthy family? Qinyu turned his head and saw that the person who had spoken to him was none other than Shi Yunyan. Of course, at this jade auction, only Shi Yunyan recognized him. Besides him, no one else would call him by name. Oh, Qinyu, I've been waiting for you to come over. Shi Yunyan strode over and smiled at Qinyu. Ever since he returned from Jincheng County, he had been waiting for Qinyu to come over. This Qinyu was truly the most extraordinary young man he had ever met. He had always enjoyed interacting with such young people. After all, he was getting old and hoped that the Dragon Kingdom would produce more young people like Qinyu who were deeply knowledgeable about antiques and artifacts. However, he had been busy with matters these past few days, otherwise, he would have already come to find Qinyu to exchange insights with him. Mr. Qi, it's been a long time. Qinyu smiled politely and said. Shi Yunyan looked at Qinyu, then glanced at Duanmu Shui beside him, and the smile on his lips grew even wider. This Qinyu seemed so carefree and unconcerned, as if nothing mattered to him. Yet here he was, so clingy with his girlfriend, always bringing her along everywhere he went. Qinyu watched his increasingly exaggerated smile and furrowed his brows in confusion. What on earth is Shi Yunyan laughing about? Could it be that he was this happy just to see him? No way. Mr. Qi, who is this? A middle-aged man in a dark blue suit, noticing that Shi Yunyan was being so friendly to a young man, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. After all, Shi Yunyan was a well-known figure in the antique circles of the imperial capital. The fact that he was being so polite to a young man must mean that the young man was either a top-tier rich second-generation heir or someone with extremely powerful family connections. If that's the case, then I should go over and try to establish a connection as well. Oh, this is a young man I met last month when I went to Jincheng County for a trip. His name is Qinyu. Don't let his young age fool you, he's quite knowledgeable about antiques. Shi Yunyan praised him generously. Then he turned to Qinyu and said, Qinyu, let me introduce you. This is Jiang Mingrun, the head of the imperial capital Lingbao Jewelry Company. Qinyu nodded briefly to the man, acknowledging the greeting. Jiang Mingrun. This young man is quite arrogant. Lingbao Jewelry is well known in the imperial capital, yet he didn't seem surprised at all when he heard my name. And he is so indifferent toward me. Could he really be the spoiled son of some wealthy and influential family? Jiang Mingrun thought for a moment, then smiled and asked, Mr. Qin, what line of business are you in? Is it related to jade or jewelry? After all, this was a jade stone auction, and most of the people here were in the jewelry industry. Xinyu smiled and said, "No, I just run a small antique shop."
Jiang Ming run an antique shop?
Mr. Qi also mentioned earlier that this young man is quite knowledgeable about antiques.
Could he be some kind of antique expert? After all, the antique business is a highly profitable industry. A single antique could fetch hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars.
Hearing that, it seems like he must come from a wealthy family.
Young man, you're too modest. A small antique shop?
Everyone knows that the antique business is booming these days. It's a real moneymaker. Jiang Mingrun said with a smile to Xinyu.
Xinyu looked at the fake smile on his lips and chuckled, saying, "It's not humility.
Jincheng County is just a small place. I'm just running the little antique shop my grandfather left me, opening it once every few months to barely make ends meet."
Xinyu said humbly. Jiang Mingrun. A small antique shop in a small city?
I've never heard of Jincheng County, but judging by the name, it doesn't sound like a luxurious place. Opening a small antique shop that only opens once every few months in such a small place, it seems that Xinyu isn't some rich kid after all. Thinking this, Jiang Mingrun took another look at Xinyu, noticing that he wasn't wearing any expensive watches or fancy jewelry. As a result, the look in his eyes and his smile were no longer as eager as they had been moments ago. Xinyu noticed that Jiang Mingruan's expression changed instantly, and the smile on his lips faded.
He immediately understood what was going on.
It seemed he hadn't misjudged him after all. This Jiang Mingrun was indeed someone who treated people differently depending on who they were.
But it doesn't matter. I'm not going to bother with someone like him anyway.
Meanwhile, Qi Yunyan, who was standing nearby, naturally noticed this as well. He couldn't help but smile and said to Xinyu, "Xinyu, take a look around.
The raw materials here are all quite good.
I'll come find you later once I'm done with my work.
You go ahead and take a stroll with your girlfriend first."
Xinyu was about to nod in agreement, but suddenly felt that something was off.
Girlfriend? Was he referring to Duan Mushui? Mr. Qi, you've misunderstood.
Hey, old Qi, you're here.
I've been looking for you everywhere.
Just as Xinyu was about to explain, someone suddenly walked over and greeted Qi Yunyan with a smile. Then, Qi Yunyan waved his hand at Xinyu and Duan Mushui before following the man directly.
Xinyu's explanation remained unsaid. Why do they keep misunderstanding the nature of his relationship with Duan Mushui?
Never mind, I'll explain it to Qi Yunyan later when I get the chance, Xinyu thought helplessly.
Let's go. The two of us will just take a look around first. Xinyu turned to Duan Mushui and said.
At that moment, Li Su had already gone elsewhere to attend to other matters, so Xinyu took Duan Mushui and began strolling around the exhibition hall.
Xinyu, are these the raw jade stones? Duan Mushui pointed to the rough jade on the display stand and asked. Xinyu smiled and said, "It's not entirely accurate to call them raw jadeite stones.
After all, some of these stones may not yield jadeite at all. These stones are generally referred to as rough stones."
Xinyu smiled and said, "It's not necessarily jadeite rough.
After all, some of these stones may not yield jadeite at all. These stones are generally referred to as rough stones."
Duan Mushui nodded. "Oh, I see. Are there any jade stones among these, and can we tell?" Duan Mushui asked curiously.
She had seen plenty of jade before, but she had never seen the raw stone it was made from. Today, upon arriving here and seeing these, she couldn't help but feel curious as well. Xinyu shook his head and said, "In this world, very few people can tell the difference. Even many experts in this field can only make a rough distinction based on their years of experience. However, the exact type of jade that can be extracted can only be determined after it is cut open." Of course, he added silently to himself.
Chapter 188, Don't You Know Who I Am?
Xinyu smiled as he looked at the piece of raw material in front of them.
Others couldn't tell, but that didn't mean he couldn't. Then isn't the risk of gambling on jade stones very high?
After hearing Xinyu's words, Duan Mushui sighed softly. Since none of them could tell whether jade would be found inside.
If you spend money and end up getting nothing in return, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Who can say otherwise? Xinyu smiled and said.
These are raw materials that haven't been processed yet, so they're relatively cheap, but they also carry a higher risk. Xinyu pointed to the raw materials in front of them and said. Then he pointed to another piece of raw stone nearby and said, "Look at this one. It's already starting to turn green, so it'll be more profitable. However, the risk is much higher, and a single loss can amount to millions of dollars."
Millions?
That's enough to buy me fried chicken for the rest of my life.
Duan Mushui did a quick calculation in her mind and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Xinyu.
Does that mean that in the world of foodies, everything is measured by how good it tastes?
However, what Duan Mushui said was indeed spot on. Indeed, this is still relatively minor.
Some people gamble on jade and lose tens of millions, eventually losing everything they have.
Xinyu said to Duan Mushui. You lost everything?
That's so tragic.
Duan Mushui frowned and said, for a few stones, you actually gambled away your entire fortune? That's truly not worth it. Xinyu nodded and said, that's right. That's why gambling on stones is addictive. It's something you shouldn't mess with lightly. Duan Mushui nodded in agreement, then looked at Qin Yu and asked, will you be gambling on jade today?
Qin Yu glanced at the raw stones on the table, smiled, and replied noncommittally, who knows?
Duan Mushui. So, what Qin Yu is implying is that he might buy it too?
Just as the two were talking, Jiang Mingran suddenly popped up from the side.
Hey, young man, are you here looking at stones too? Jiang Mingran strolled over with a carefree expression.
He looked at Qin Yu, who was staring at a piece of raw stone on the table, and said with a hint of disdain in his voice. As he watched Qin Yu staring at a piece of raw stone on the table, his tone carried a hint of disdain. Upon hearing his words, Qin Yu raised his gaze and gave him a casual glance.
Is this guy crazy?
He didn't provoke him, so why is he talking in such a sarcastic tone?
You saw it too, didn't you? Why are you asking? Are you just bored?
Qin Yu looked at the raw stone on the table with boredom, speaking slowly.
Jiang Mingran, no, kid, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? Why wouldn't I dare speak to you like this? And why should I know who you are? Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Is this person crazy?
Also, I didn't expect anyone to still be using such corny lines these days.
He's really fed up with it. Jiang Mingran suddenly felt a surge of anger.
He had previously assumed that since he was invited by Qi Yunyan, he must be someone important. Turns out he's just the owner of a shabby old antique shop.
What's there to brag about? He doesn't even bother to acknowledge him. No, don't you know the status of Lingbao jewelry in the jewelry industry of Longhua?
Jiang Mingran looked at him, his anger turning to laughter, and said in disbelief.
Qin Yu pressed his temples. This guy really was a bit off his rocker. Why should I know? I'm not buying anything from your place. Jiang Mingran. Hey, kid, you really don't know your place. Just you wait. Jiang Mingran glared at Qin Yu, then turned and walked away.
Qin Yu watched his angry figure disappear, unable to help but furrow his brows.
He then turned to look at Duan Mushui and asked with a puzzled expression, is he a little crazy? It seems so. Duan Mushui nodded in agreement. Hey, Qin Yu, you're here. Qin Yu and Duan Mushui had just finished touring the exhibition hall when Qi Yunyan came over to find them. Qi Yunyan smiled as he walked toward Qin Yu and began to speak. I've been busy with other things. Finally, I managed to finish everything. No problem, you go ahead and take care of your priorities. Qin Yu said indifferently. He wasn't a 3-year-old child, he didn't need someone to come and accompany him. Hey, that's not how it works. I specifically invited you to this jade auction. How could I not show you proper hospitality as your host? Qi Yunyan smiled warmly at Qin Yu. He truly believed in this young man from the bottom of his heart. In the future, the antique industry of their dragon country would undoubtedly be carried forward and developed by young people like Qin Yu, those with potential and expertise. How about it? Do you see any promising stones? If you're interested, you could buy a couple to play around with.
Qi Yunyan pointed to the raw stones on the table beside him and said. Kai Yunian pointed to the raw stones on the table beside him. Qin Yu smiled. Among the raw stones he had just looked at, there were indeed a few that were quite good. However, they weren't top-notch, so he decided to keep looking. After all, when it comes to gambling on jade, he still hopes to find a raw stone with both excellent water quality and jade quality.
Not yet, I'm just looking at it for fun. Qin Yu said indifferently. Qi Yunyan smiled, this stone gambling, we're just doing it for fun. It's all about having a good eye for it.
If you don't get lucky, there's no need to force it.
Oh, right, the jade auction is about to start. Let's go in and take a look together. Qi Yunyan smiled and said to Qin Yu. Great.
Qin Yu thought to himself, he had seen a shareholders auction before, but he had never seen a jade auction.
He decided to go take a look and see what it was all about. So, I just agreed right away. Okay, let's go there directly.
Qi Yunyan said with a smile. Then Qin Yu, Duan Mushui, and Qi Yunyan walked together toward the adjacent auction hall. At this jade auction, the rough jade pieces that appeared to be of average quality were displayed in the outer exhibition hall, while the high-quality pieces were reserved for auction during the event.
Qi Yunyan explained to Qin Yu.
After all, there is a difference between raw materials and raw materials. The raw materials of average quality were placed in the outer exhibition hall and directly priced. Prices vary from several thousand to several 100,000 yuan depending on their perceived quality. Those high-quality raw materials that appear to be of exceptional quality are auctioned off in the auction hall, with the highest bidder winning. However, no one knows what kind of jade will be revealed until it is cut open.
Chapter 189, Trash Stays in the Trash Can. What about you?
Upon entering the auction hall, Qi Yunyan pointed to a row of seats in the middle and said to Qin Yu and Duan Mushui.
Let's go sit over there. I reserved those seats especially for you. Qin Yu nodded, and the three of them walked over and sat down.
Soon, more and more people entered the auction hall, and the seats gradually filled up.
Then, a familiar figure walked to the front row and sat down. The seat was directly across from Qin Yu.
Oh, you guys are also at this auction? But the raw materials here start at several million. If you really want to buy something, you'd better go check out the display table outside. Sitting in front of them was none other than Jiang Mingrun, the guy with the screw loose who had just been there. As soon as Jiang Mingrun entered the room, he spotted Xinyu. He couldn't help but snort derisively. What kind of money could a small antique shop owner have? And yet he dared to show up at this jade auction. It's only because he knows old Master Qi. Otherwise, someone of his caliber wouldn't have the opportunity to come here, let alone speak to me so arrogantly. That trash should be in the trash can. Why did you come here? Before Xinyu could say anything, Duan Mushui, standing beside him, coldly interrupted him. This person is so annoying, coming over repeatedly to speak to Xinyu in a sarcastic tone. He really has a problem. Jiang Mingrun, what? After hearing what Duan Mushui said, Jiang Mingrun was taken aback for a moment, completely unable to grasp the meaning behind her words. What does it mean that trash belongs in the trash can? But what does that have to do with me? Xinyu looked at Jiang Mingrun's bewildered expression and couldn't help but curve the corners of his lips. This Jiang Mingrun really does seem to have some issues. He couldn't even tell that Duan Mushui was insulting him. With that level of intelligence, are they sure their company won't go bankrupt in a few years? Xinyu smiled and spoke slowly. What she means is, shouldn't you be in the trash can? Why are you here? Jiang Mingrun finally understood what Duan Mushui meant, and his face turned pale in an instant. You? Us? What's wrong with us? Xinyu looked at him and asked in a calm tone. Yeah, what's wrong with us? Duan Mushui leaned back in her chair, her hands folded in front of her, gazing at him with a cold expression. What's going on with them? Wasn't it Jiang Mingrun who started this? As the saying goes, the one who makes the first move is the one who gets hurt. Hasn't he ever heard that saying? Alright, the jade auction is about to begin. Stop arguing here. Xi Yinyan saw their state and hurried out to mediate. Jiang Mingrun had originally wanted to say something else, but upon hearing Xi Yinyan speak, he thought it over and decided to hold his tongue. He didn't care about Xinyu, but he couldn't afford to lose face in front of Xi Yinyan. Otherwise, after the jade auction ends, if his father finds out that he didn't give Xi Yinyan face, he'll be in big trouble. Humph. Jiang Mingrun glared at Xinyu again, then turned away with a sour expression. Xi Yinyan shook his head and whispered to Xinyu, this Jiang kid is an only child from a wealthy family, so he's always been arrogant. Don't bother getting into it with him. Xinyu nodded after hearing this and smiled, saying, it's fine. I won't stoop to his level. Xi Yinyan was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. This Xinyu really knows how to insult people. However, what he said wasn't wrong. He's his friend, and Jiang Mingrun's father is also his friend. If you look at it that way, Xinyu does indeed qualify as Jiang Mingrun Sr. After a brief interlude, the jade auction officially began. A man dressed in formal attire, appearing to be around 30 years old, walked slowly onto the stage. He was the auctioneer for this jade auction. After taking the stage, the auctioneer spoke into the microphone in a slow and deliberate manner. Welcome to our imperial capital jade auction. The first item up for auction is lot number 1, a raw jade stone. Then, the raw jade piece numbered 1 was immediately placed on the display table at the front of the hall by the staff. The first raw material is the highlight of this jade auction, sourced from a jade mine in the southern part of our country. The starting bid is 3 million, with each subsequent bid must be at least 50,000 higher. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the audience began to whisper among themselves. Xi Yinyan glanced around and said to Xinyu, this raw jade stone comes from the most famous jade mine in the southern part of our dragon country. Many people believe that this stone could yield some high-quality jade. Xinyu focused his gaze on the stones displayed on the table in front of him, smiled silently, and indeed, they were quite good. What's the matter? Is Mr. Qi also interested in this rough stone? Xinyu turned to look at Xi Yinyan and asked. Xi Yinyan smiled and waved his hand. No, I just like to look at and appreciate jade. I prefer antiques. In his view, antiques were far more interesting than jade. Besides, he was already in his senior year, and such an exciting game as gambling on jade was not something he could afford to play. If you spend millions on it and then cut it open to find it's just a worthless piece of rock, what if you get so excited and end up choking on your own emotions? This kind of risky game is better left to the young people. My heart can't handle it. Xinyu smiled upon hearing this. Since Xi Yinyan wasn't interested, there was no need to pursue the matter further. He had originally thought that since Xi Yinyan had invited him to the antique auction earlier, he would bring him along to this jade stone gambling event as well. If he was interested in that first piece of raw jade, she could try to persuade him to bid on it. After all, the raw material is indeed of good quality. As long as it can be acquired for a price within the 2 million mark, it would be profitable. However, since Xi Yinyan isn't interested in it, then forget it. The auctioneer glanced at the audience below, then slowly began to speak. Now, the bidding begins. 3 million. After the auctioneer finished speaking, someone in the audience immediately raised their bid card. 350 million. 4 million. 450 million. Upon hearing this voice, Xinyu looked up. Because the one who had just shouted 450 million was none other than Jiang Mingrun, who was sitting in the row in front of them.
Who would have thought that he was also interested in this piece of raw material? Chapter 190, Should We Keep Bidding? As if sensing his gaze, Jiang Mingrun slowly turned his head around. What's the matter? Are you also interested in this piece of raw material? Jiang Mingrun turned to look at Xinyu and said with a light smile, but his expression was filled with contempt and disdain. Xinyu looked at him and replied calmly, so what if it is? And what if it isn't? Isn't that right? Then I advise you to give it up. The price has already reached 450,000. That's not something you can afford. Jiang Mingrun glanced at Xinyu with disdain. He was just the owner of a small antique shop. Where would he get that kind of money? Even if he sold all the antiques in his shop, he probably wouldn't be able to raise that much money. Really? How do you know I can't come up with it? Xinyu sneered. This Jiang Mingrun really needed to be taught a lesson. You Jiang family brat, what you just said was quite inappropriate. Shi Yunyan couldn't bear to listen anymore. How could the Jiang family have produced such an intellectually deficient son? I don't know how much capital Xinyu has, but I remember that at the last auction in Rongzhou, one of his paintings was sold for over 20 million yuan. How could he possibly not have a few million? Shi Yunyan stated the facts. At the last auction in Rongzhou City, Xinyu spent 10,000 yuan to snag a bargain, which he then sold for over 20 million yuan. Now, a mere few million, how could he possibly not be able to come up with that? Is that true? Jiang Mingrun looked at Xinyu with disbelief, then glanced at Shi Yunyan. A painting sold for over 2 million? Well, this guy must have some money after all. Of course it's true. Why would an old man like me lie to you? Shi Yunyan looked at him speechlessly and said, there's no way that's fake. That painting was the one I bought from Xinyu for over 2 million. He could even pull up the transaction records right now. So what? I'm determined to get this piece of raw material. Jiang Mingrun snorted coldly and turned away. At that moment, the bidding had already reached 6,500,000. 650,000, going once. 650,000, going twice. 650,000, going 3 times. 7 million. The auctioneer on stage was just about to say 650 million, going once, going twice, when Jiang Mingrun quickly raised his paddle and shouted, 7 million. All right, the gentleman has bid 7 million. The auctioneer said with a smile. Jiang Mingrun sighed in relief, patting his chest. Thank goodness, he had been so preoccupied with arguing with Xinyu and the others that he almost forgot about the important matter at hand. If he had missed this opportunity, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. Fortunately, he managed to catch up at the last moment. Xinyu watched Jiang Mingrun so eager to obtain the raw material and couldn't help but smile. He wasn't the type to repay kindness with kindness. After Jiang Mingrun had just provoked him like that, if he were to let him off so easily, that would be far too lenient. Is anyone else bidding on 7 million? The auctioneer looked down at the audience and asked with a smile. Jiang Mingrun glanced around. He had already bid 7 million, so he figured no one else would bid higher. If that was the case, the raw material would be his. Then he could take it back to show his father. He could take credit for it and spare his father from constantly calling him a wastrel. 7 million for the first time. 7 million for the second time. 7 million, third time. 10 million. Just as the host was about to say 7 million for the third time, a voice suddenly rang out. 10 million. This gentleman is bidding 10 million. The auctioneer said excitedly, and everyone in the room immediately turned to look. Originally, Jiang Mingrun had thought he had the upper hand, but upon hearing that voice, his smile froze on his face. Who is it? How dare they compete with me for the raw materials? And that voice sounds so familiar, and it feels so close to me. Jiang Mingrun turned his head toward the source of the voice and saw that it was none other than Xinyu who had just called out the price. He saw Xinyu holding a sign in one hand. Upon noticing him turning around, Xinyu smiled at him before slowly lowering the sign in his hand. Xinyu? What's your price? Jiang Mingrun said impatiently. Xinyu glanced at him and said with a hint of amusement, what's the matter? Is this jade auction your family's business? You can bid, but I can't? Exactly. This auction is open to anyone who wants to bid. If Xinyu wants it, he can bid, of course. Duanmu Shui chimed in from the side, even I, a person from ancient times, know this. What's wrong with this Jiang Mingrun in front of us? Could it be that all those years he spent in the modern world were wasted? You, just name your price. Why shout out 10 million? Didn't you hear that they said the minimum bid increase is 50 million each time? Jiang Mingrun was looking for trouble. Just now, he bid 7 million. Shouldn't Xinyu have bid 750 million? Why did he suddenly jump to 10 million? That's an additional 3 million right there. Xinyu curved his lips into a faint smile, then shrugged and asked, what's the matter? I added 3 million all at once, what's the big deal? Didn't you just say that the minimum bid increase is 50,000 each time? I didn't even reach 50,000, did I? Doesn't starting at 50,000 mean that each bid must be greater than 50,000? Isn't 3 million greater than 50,000? Jiang Mingrun saw that he couldn't argue with them, so he just snorted coldly and turned away. In truth, it was mainly because Qin Yu and Duan Mushui had made compelling arguments, and he simply couldn't refute them. Jiang Mingrun thought about it, but he just couldn't swallow his pride. He then raised the paddle in his hand and said, 1,050,000. If Qin Yu can raise the price, so can he. He just doesn't believe it. He can't possibly lose to this Qin Yu today. In any case, he was determined to get this piece of raw material. 1,100,000. After Jiang Mingrun finished speaking, Qin Yu also raised his bid again. 1,150,000. 120 million. 1,250 million. Thus, the Jade auction site had turned into a battlefield where Qin Yu and Jiang Mingrun were engaged in a fierce bidding war. In the end, the two drove the price all the way up to 20 million. Mr. Jiang is now offering 20 million. Is anyone else willing to bid higher? The auctioneer said with a smile, his gaze fixed directly on Qin Yu. The bid has now reached 20 million. I wonder if this gentleman will continue to bid higher. 20 million for the first time. 20 million for the second time. The auctioneer glanced at Qin Yu, paused for a moment, and was about to announce the third bid. He wondered if this gentleman would bid again. Chapter 191, I'll take this stone. 2 million for the third time. After the auctioneer finished speaking, he looked at Qin Yu, who still showed no intention of continuing to bid. He then directly struck the hammer. 2 million sold. Congratulations to Mr. Jiang for successfully bidding 20 million for the top lot rough diamond at our auction. The auctioneer looked at Jiang Mingrun and smiled as he spoke. Jiang Mingrun, upon hearing this, immediately wore a smug expression and turned his head to give Qin Yu a defiant smile. This Qin Yu actually dares to challenge me? Doesn't he know who I am? He's the heir to the Lingbao group. Comparing wealth with him is simply asking for trouble. Qin Yu looked at Jiang Mingrun's smug expression and couldn't help but snort derisively. This piece of rough jadeite would probably fetch around 20 million yuan at auction. Jiang Mingrun spent 2 million to buy it, but in the end, he probably won't make much money. It's truly a waste of effort. What's wrong? Didn't you get the raw material? Are you feeling disappointed? Jiang Mingrun looked at Qin Yu with a smug grin. Qin Yu chuckled lightly and said directly, we don't even know what kind of jade can be mined from this stone. By then, your 2 million will be down the drain, and I doubt you'll be laughing anymore. Qin Yu spoke honestly, we won't know how it turns out when we cut open the stone later. If it turns out well, it should fetch around 2 million. But if it's not handled well, who knows what the outcome will be. Hey, didn't you hear? This is a heavyweight rough stone from a famous jade mine in southern Manhwa. Jiang Mingrun said with a smug expression. Although he wasn't particularly knowledgeable in this area, his family's jewelry company was well known throughout the imperial capital and even the entire country. Having been exposed to it on a daily basis, I do know a thing or two about it. In that jade mine, there was once a piece of old pit glass type jade worth over 80 million yuan. This one came from the same mine as that one, so it might even be more valuable than that one. If that's the case, I'll make a fortune. And most importantly, his father will never call him a good for nothing again. Alright, whatever you say. Just make sure you don't cry when you figure it out. Qin Yu straightened his collar and said with a cold laugh. If he wants to bring it on himself, there's nothing he can do about it. Jiang Mingrun said carefully, how could I cry? This piece of raw jade is definitely going to yield a good piece of jadeite. If you don't believe me, let's go check it out right now. Saying this, Jiang Mingrun stood up and prepared to take the raw jade he had just purchased to be cut open. What's the matter? Dare you come with me? Jiang Mingrun looked at Qin Yu with a smug expression. He wanted to see what Qin Yu's reaction would be if the stone he was working on turned out to be a piece of glass like jadeite. Qin Yu smiled at him and slowly said, what's there to be afraid of? If you want to look, go ahead. Since Jiang Mingrun was so eager to make him watch him make a fool of himself, he might as well go and take a look. Free jokes, why not take a look? Alright, let's go together. Jiang Mingrun smiled and spoke, then immediately started walking toward the exit. He was already imagining in his mind the expression on Qin Yu's face when he unveiled a piece of jade worth a fortune from his rough material. This feeling is truly exhilarating. Qin Yu sighed lightly, then said to Duan Mushui and Qi Yunyan, let's go check it out together. Duan Mushui and Qi Yunyan had no objections, so the three of them walked out of the auction hall and headed toward the stone cutting area. That Jiang family brat is going to get scolded again when he goes back today. Qi Yunyan said, looking at Jiang Mingrun walking ahead, strutting about arrogantly. Although he wasn't as knowledgeable about jade as he was about antiques, he had been exposed to it for nearly 20 years, so he knew a thing or two. That piece of raw jade is indeed quite good, but I estimate it is not the very best quality. It cost 20 million to acquire, so it'll be tough to recoup the investment. Get criticized? Qin Yu couldn't help but imagine the scene in his mind and almost burst out laughing. Jiang Mingrun was such a grown man, yet he still had to go back and get scolded. That was really funny. This young man is notorious for being incompetent and causing trouble. He's not very bright either.
If it weren't for the fact that I have a decent relationship with his father, I wouldn't bother with him at all. Shi Yinyan said helplessly, feeling quite exasperated with his friend's foolish son. Xinyu listened and smiled. He's not very bright, but this old man she sure knows how to put it. Never mind, people like that never learn their lesson unless they suffer a loss. Today, let him suffer a loss. After all, as the old saying goes, suffering a loss is a blessing. When his 5 blessings come, he'll probably become a little smarter. Xinyu couldn't help but think to himself, then casually glanced to the side, and immediately stopped in his tracks. What's wrong, Xinyu? Duan Mushui watched as Xinyu suddenly stopped in his tracks and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Xinyu glanced aside without turning his head and said, nothing, I just suddenly spotted a nice piece of stone. After saying that, Xinyu walked directly over to the display stand beside him. Did you find a stone you like? Duan Mushui murmured the words to herself before following Xinyu over. What's wrong, Xinyu? Have you set your sights on this stone? Shi Yinyan watched as Xinyu walked over, picked up a stone from the display stand, and examined it closely. Xinyu examined the stone in his hand closely, then nodded and smiled, saying, I think this stone is quite good. Not bad? Are you sure? After clearly seeing the stone in Xinyu's hand, Shi Yinyan furrowed his brows in confusion and asked. I think this stone is pretty nice. I'll take it. Xinyu spoke directly. No, Xinyu, you should reconsider. Shi Yinyan hurriedly spoke up, then picked up the flashlight on the table and shone it around, examining everything carefully. There was indeed a hint of green inside the stone, but look, there are too many cracks inside. I advise you to replace it with another one. Shi Yin sighed softly and shook his head. Such stones are simply defective. Even if they are mined, they will all be broken. If Xinyu really bought them, the money would be completely wasted. But who would have known that Xinyu held the stone and whispered to himself, then spoke with a firm tone, I'll take this one. Chapter 192, so young, and already such poor eyesight. No, aren't you going to reconsider? Shi Yinyan looked at Xinyu and said hesitantly. This stone doesn't look very good at all. It's basically the lowest grade of raw material. If Xinyu buys it, he probably won't be able to get anything out of it, it'll just be a waste of money. Xinyu smiled and said directly, no need to look further. This stone catches my eye, I'll take it. Shi Yinyan saw how determined Xinyu was and didn't feel he could say anything else. Since Xinyu had made up his mind, he might as well let him go. After all, it wouldn't cost much, so he might as well treat it as a bit of fun. How much is this stone? I'll take it. Xinyu said directly to the staff member of the gemstone auction house standing nearby. The staff member replied, this stone is priced at 2,000 yuan. If you like it, you can pay directly over there. Okay. Then Xinyu simply took the stone and swiped it. Hey, what did you buy? At that moment, Jiang Mingrun strolled over slowly, looking down on them with disdain. Just moments ago, he had been walking ahead, only to reach the entrance of the stone cutting hall when he turned around. Where was everyone? Where did Xinyu and the others go? Could it be that they were afraid of losing face, so they ran off halfway? That won't do. So Jiang Mingrun ran back the way he came and saw that Xinyu had actually spent 2,000 yuan on a piece of broken raw material. A stone? What's wrong with you? Are you already losing your eyesight at such a young age? Xinyu held the stone, turned around, and gave Jiang Mingrun a casual glance before speaking. You. Jiang Mingrun suddenly felt a surge of anger and was about to retort, but before he could speak, Duan Mushui, standing beside Xinyu, suddenly spoke up. So young? After hearing Xinyu's words, Duan Mushui furrowed her brows in confusion. Then she tugged at Xinyu's sleeve and said disapprovingly, Xinyu, he looks like he's in his 30s, how can you call him young? Xinyu couldn't help but laugh. You're right, 30-something isn't exactly young anymore. Jiang Mingrun immediately snapped back angrily, who's over 30? I'm only 29, okay? He was only 2 months away from turning 30. Jiang Mingrun silently added to himself. 29? Xinyu looked at him in feigned surprise, then shook his head and said, you don't look like it. You. Jiang Mingrun was so enraged by Xinyu that a mouthful of blood got stuck in his throat. What does it doesn't look like it mean? Was he implying that he looked old? And the young girl next to him, she's quite pretty, but why does she have such a bad expression? You just wait. Jiang Mingrun had been talking to you for ages, and all you could come up with was that? Then he took a deep breath and looked at Xinyu again, saying, alright, let's go stone cutting together. I'll see what kind of treasure you can uncover from that worthless rock of yours. If nothing comes out, don't cry. Jiang Mingrun said to Xinyu with a very provocative expression. If, when the time came, the piece of junk rock that Xinyu had spent 2,000 yuan on turned out to be worthless, then he would have the perfect opportunity to mock him thoroughly. And if his own stone turned out to be ice-type or glass-type jadeite, then Xinyu would be even more embarrassed watching from the sidelines. Thinking about it this way, Jiang Mingrun felt much better. Xinyu looked at his provocative expression and sneered disdainfully. Then, looking at him, he said lazily, when the time comes, just don't cry. What's there to cry about? Jiang Mingrun smiled indifferently. He felt that the piece of jade in his hand was already beckoning to him with its glass-like quality.
Now, he was just waiting to make a fortune and thoroughly humiliate Chinyu. Then, the group of them walked straight into the stone cutting hall nearby. Hey, old Chi, what are you doing here? An elderly man with white hair, who had been sitting on a chair in the stone cutting hall, stood up immediately upon seeing Chi Yunyan enter. He walked over to them and smiled at Chi Yunyan. Chi Yunyan smiled and shook his hand. What else would one come to the stone cutting hall for? Of course, to cut stones. Stone carving? Aren't you usually uninterested in this? What's the occasion? Did you buy some stones today? The old man looked at Chi Yunyan in surprise and asked jokingly. Chi Yunyan waved his hand and said, It's not me. It's my young friend here. He bought one on a whim to try his hand at it. Chi Yunyan waved his hand and said, It's not me. It's my young friend here. He bought one on a whim to try it out. Chi Yunyan smiled and pointed to Chinyu beside him, then introduced him to Chinyu. Chinyu, this is an old friend of mine, Zheng Qiang. He specifically mentioned that Chinyu had bought it on a whim, just in case they couldn't figure anything out later and wanted to save face. Chinyu nodded slightly and replied in a neutral tone, Hello. Zheng Qiang glanced at Chinyu beside him and said in surprise, Your younger brother. This young man must be no ordinary person. Based on his years of knowing Chi Yunyan, although he had been generally polite and courteous to others in the past 2 days. However, deep down, he still harbored a touch of arrogance. However, deep down, he still harbors a sense of pride, and there are few who truly meet his standards. Fortunately, I am one of them. Now, Chi Yunyan is showing such enthusiasm toward this young man before him. It seems this young man must have something extraordinary about him. Alright, since you brought him here, old Chi, I'll personally take a look at this stone for him. Zheng Qiang said to them with a smile. Having you come personally to handle it is the best possible outcome. It's best that you come to explain it yourself. Chi Yunyan smiled and said. Then he turned to Chinyu and said, Old Zhang is an expert in stone carving. Nowadays, many people want to hire him, but he's too busy to accept any more jobs. Zheng Qiang waved his hand and said modestly, Alright, old Chi, stop flattering me. Come on, let me take a look at your stone first. Zheng Qiang said to Chinyu. He needed to examine the stone first before he could determine the best cutting line for it. Alright. Chinyu nodded in agreement, then handed the stone he was holding directly to Zheng Qiang. Zheng Qiang took the stone and looked at it. His smile froze on his face. Is this the stone you just bought? Zheng Qiang asked in disbelief. This stone? Are you kidding me? This rock? You don't need to cut it. You can tell just by looking at it that there's no jade in there. This is probably the worst raw material in the exhibition hall. Young man, you're new to gambling on raw jade, aren't you? This piece of raw jade of yours. Zheng Qiang looked at Chinyu, hesitated, and shook his head. Chapter 193, Stone Carving, The First Cut. Chinyu smiled upon hearing this, as he had expected such a reaction. It was indeed his first time playing, but he just felt that the stone was to his liking, so he decided to buy it. Zheng Qiang smiled after hearing this, then said to Chinyu, Alright, since that's the case, let's just consider it a fun purchase. From the way Chinyu put it, it seemed like he was just buying it for fun. Since that was the case, there was no need to dwell on it too much. At first, he was worried that if nothing came out later, Chinyu would be disappointed. Then, Zheng Qiang lowered his head and examined the stone in his hand carefully. Finally, he drew 3 lines on it with a pen for Chinyu. Cut along these 3 lines later. Zheng Qiang pointed to the 3 lines he had drawn on the stone and said to Chinyu. Chinyu nodded indifferently and said, Alright, let's go with that. Anyway, he didn't know much about stone carving, and since Chi Yunyan had said he was an expert in the field, he figured he probably wouldn't be wrong. Alright, let's cut along the 3 lines one by one. Zheng Qiang smiled and said. At that moment, Jiang Mingrun, who had been ignored all along, suddenly snorted derisively. He then turned up his nose and spoke with a look of utter disdain, breaking the stone so quickly? No matter how you cut it, you won't get any jade out of it. It's just a waste of time. Upon hearing Jiang Mingrun's words, Chinyu didn't even bother to respond. Zheng Qiang glanced up at him and snorted disdainfully. Who did he think he was? Just the good-for-nothing son of the old Jiang family. How did you end up here too? Zheng Qiang looked at her and said in a casual tone. Even this good-for-nothing dares to come here? Old Jiang isn't afraid he'll squander the family fortune. Jiang Mingrun smiled and said, I came over today to see if there was any good raw material. Look, I just bought a piece. Zheng Qiang looked at him and frowned. This kid? What good material could he possibly have brought back? Really? Zheng Qiang replied indifferently and didn't say much else. Jiang Mingrun. No, you said it yourself. At this point, a normal person would respond with, What's the scoop? Let me see. But Zheng Qiang isn't following the script at all. Cough, cough, Mr. Zhang, could you please take a look at this stone and tell me what it means? Jiang Mingrun saw that Zheng Qiang wasn't following the usual routine, so he had no choice but to swallow his pride and speak directly. Everyone in the imperial capital who dealt with jade knew that Zheng Qiang was a master at stone carving. Having him help carve the stone would certainly prevent any mistakes. After hearing his words, Zheng Qiang responded with a casual nod.
He had no intention of engaging with this notorious spendthrift in the industry, but after all, their families were old acquaintances, and he felt he owed his father at least that much. Thus, Zheng Qiang finally agreed. However, I have already promised Qi Lao that I will help Qinyu with the stone carving. If you want me to do it for you, you'll have to wait here until Qinyu is finished. Zheng Qiang looked at him and said indifferently. He was always particular about following the order of things. Once he had spoken, others had to wait their turn. After hearing Zheng Qiang's words, Zhang Mingruan's smile froze for a moment, then he clenched his teeth and said, "Of course. Alright, it's just a matter of waiting a little while. He's not in a hurry, is he? Besides, it's a good opportunity to watch Qinyu make a fool of himself. Waiting a bit longer won't hurt." Zheng Qiang saw that he had agreed and nodded. He then took Qinyu's stone and walked straight toward the stone cutting machine. Zheng Qiang saw that he agreed, nodded, and then directly took Qinyu's stone and walked over to the stone cutting machine. "Alright, Qinyu, first follow the first line I drew for you and make the first cut." Qinyu nodded and said directly, "Alright, let's do it that way." Then, Zheng Qiang placed Qinyu's raw material into the stone cutting machine and began the first cut. The people in the stone cutting hall, seeing that Zheng Qiang was going to personally cut the stone, all gathered around. In the imperial capital's jade industry, everyone knew that Zheng Qiang was a renowned figure in the field. If he was personally going to carve the stone, it was sure to be a spectacle worth watching. After all, there's a saying in their jade gambling circle, a rise in value after polishing doesn't count, a rise in value after cutting is what matters.
This stone isn't just about whether it contains jadeite, it's also about how it's cut.
Cutting this stone is truly a matter of heaven or hell with each stroke of the knife. Therefore, when cutting stone, it is crucial to target the right spot. Otherwise, once you discover that the green layer is gone, the stone can be considered ruined. How about it, are you nervous? Shi Yinyan turned to look at Qinyu and asked. Qinyu chuckled lightly, then said in a casual tone, "What's there to be nervous about?" Shi Yinyan smiled and nodded in praise, saying, "You're quite resilient, aren't you?" He had been to this kind of jade stone gambling event many times before and had seen plenty of first-timers. However, someone like Qinyu, who showed no signs of nervousness at all, was a first for him. However, someone as calm as Qinyu, showing not a hint of nervousness, was a first for him. This Qinyu was truly extraordinary. The stone cutting machine began to operate, emitting a piercing cutting sound. After a while, the staff turned on the stone cutting machine and removed the stone that had been cut. Zheng Qiang quickly took it and wiped it with a towel. After taking a closer look at the cut surface, he sighed in disappointment. Before Zheng Qiang could even begin to speak, the onlookers gathered around began to discuss the matter. There's not even a hint of green? Exactly, not even a hint of green. This stone looks like it's ruined. You're right. I don't think we need to cut it again. The first cut didn't reveal any green, so it's basically a lost cause. Yeah, I think we should just throw it away. It wasn't good material to begin with, so it's normal that it couldn't be cut. After hearing their words, Duan Mushui whispered to Qinyu, "Qinyu, what do they mean? Why is it considered a failure just because the first cut didn't reveal any green?" Qinyu whispered in her ear, "Generally speaking, when carving jade, if the first cut doesn't reveal any green, the chances of finding green in subsequent cuts are virtually zero." Is that so? Duan Mushui couldn't help but sigh softly, then looked at Qinyu and said, "So that means the stone you bought definitely won't yield any jadeite, right?" Qinyu looked at her, curled the corners of his lips, and smiled, saying, "However, nothing in this world is absolute." Qinyu smiled and said, "But nothing is ever certain." Duan Mushui? So, you mean this stone still has a chance of turning green? Qinyu smiled at her and said, "Who knows?" Chapter 194, Anything is possible. Come on, who knows? What do you mean, who knows? We who deal in jade know that if the first cut doesn't reveal any green, then the stone is basically worthless. Zhang Mingrun overheard Qinyu's words and snorted derisively before directly mocking him. You said it yourself, it's basically true. You don't know that there are no absolutes in this world? Duan Mushui was furious as soon as she saw Zhang Mingruan's smug expression. So, he immediately fired back without holding back. Didn't Qinyu just say that it's basically impossible? But what if it happens? Is this person really that unreasonable? They can't even understand what's being said. You. Zhang Mingrun waited for Duan Mushui, looking utterly exasperated. What's with this little girl? How dare she defend Qinyu like that? Among all the girls in the imperial capital, not a single one dares to be so bold with him. I'm just stating the facts. If you think I'm wrong, just wait until those 3 blows land on that stone, and you'll see for yourself. Duan Mushui glanced at him coldly and said, "Just look, I want to see what kind of result a piece of junk can produce." Zhang Mingrun glared at the two of them and sneered. He wanted to see for himself what kind of stone, which hadn't even produced a single green streak after the first cut, could possibly be carved into something worthwhile in the end. Zheng Qiang held the stone in his hand, glanced at Qinyu, hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke, "Qinyu, the first cut didn't even reveal any green.
This piece of material is probably. Zhang Qiang didn't finish what he was saying. If he didn't make the first cut, then this stone would probably be ruined. Xinyu chuckled lightly and then spoke directly, it's fine. Just follow the markings from earlier and make the second cut. Zhang Qiang looked at Xinyu and nodded, saying, alright, let's continue with the second cut. Then, Zhang Qiang directly handed the stone material in his hands to the cutting personnel beside him, instructing them to continue cutting along the second line he had drawn. Anyway, it's already like this, so why not give it another try? It can't be that different. The cutting crew took the stone and began cutting along the second line drawn by Zhang Qiang. A piercing cutting sound rang out once again. Duan Mushui, Zhang Qiang, and Shi Yunyan all stared intently at the cutting machine in front of them. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingran and the onlookers nearby all looked unconcerned. What else could come out of that? Exactly, if the first cut didn't yield any green material, the second cut probably won't either. Just look at this rough material, it's clearly not good quality. I don't think we'll be able to cut anything out of it. I agree. This piece of material was a waste of money. Exactly, if the first cut didn't work, why keep cutting it? It's a waste of time. Everyone around Xinyu was highly skeptical of his raw material, and they all gathered around to express their disapproval. Duan Mushui heard the murmurs and turned around abruptly, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing as she gave them a cold, sweeping glance. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines at the sight of Duan Mushui's gaze, for some unknown reason. What was going on? She was just a young girl in her 20s, yet her gaze was so piercing. Just a single glance from her sent a chill running down their spines. They dared not say another word. Xinyu looked at the group of people behind him who had been intimidated into silence by a single glance from Ndu Shui and couldn't help but find it amusing. After all, Duan Mushui had once been an empress. These people were lucky not to have been scared into kneeling by her single glance. After the crowd fell silent, the second stroke was also completed. The cutting crew removed the stone from the cutting machine and handed it to Zhang Qiang. Zhang Qiang took the stone and wiped it with a towel. After getting a clear look at the cut surface, a smile immediately spread across Zhang Qiang's face. Shi Yunyan, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh as well. He then patted Zhang Qiang on the shoulder and said, "Old Zhang, you're the man. I knew bringing you here to make the cut was the right choice." A faint green hue began to appear on the cutting surface. Wow, it really did cut out green. The people nearby exclaimed in surprise. Yeah, this old Mr. Zhang is really amazing. He actually managed to cut green out of this piece of scrap. Judging by its appearance, it should fetch at least 10,000. The green color isn't exactly top quality jade, so $10,000 should be about right. The people around them couldn't help but start discussing it. They never expected that the first cut didn't reveal any green, but the second cut actually did. In the jade industry, this was indeed a rare occurrence. Duan Mushui looked at the green color on the cut surface and smiled, then said to Duan Mushui, "Xinyu, you were right after all." Xinyu looked at her and nodded with a smile. She was the only one who believed him just now. Cut it out. So what if it's green? With this quality, it's worth no more than $10,000. What's there to be proud of? Jiang Mingran said sarcastically from the side, though he didn't really know how much such a quality piece was worth either. But since everyone around him had just said it was worth 10,000, it should be roughly that price. After saying that, Jiang Mingran seemed to think of something, then clapped his hands and said, "Oh, I forgot. 10,000 yuan isn't much to me, but it might be a lot to some people. After all, we're not the same." "Is that so?" Xinyu glanced at him dismissively and said indifferently, "The third cut hasn't even been made yet, how do you know he's worth 10,000? What, you want to make the third cut?" Jiang Mingran sneered coldly, sounding somewhat surprised. This stone is still worth 10,000 yuan now, but if it's cut into waste later, it won't even be worth 10,000 yuan. Zhang Qiang glanced at Xinyu. Although he didn't particularly care for Jiang Mingran either, what he said wasn't entirely without merit. "Xinyu, are you sure you want to take the third cut? Shouldn't you stop while you're ahead?" Zhang Qiang said earnestly, "If you ruin it, it won't be worth anything." Xinyu took the stone from Zhang Qiang's hands, looked at it, then looked up at Zhang Qiang and said, "I'm sure." Xinyu took the stone from Zhang Qiang's hand, examined it, then looked up at Zhang Qiang and said, "I'm certain." "No more second thoughts?" Zhang Qiang hesitated for a moment before asking again. Xinyu smiled and said firmly, "Don't think about it. Make another incision." Zhang Qiang saw that Xinyu was insistent and didn't dare to say anything else. However, at that moment, he couldn't help but admire the young man's boldness. Since he insisted on making the third cut, then so be it. Thus, Zhang Qiang smiled and said directly, "Alright, let's make the third cut." Chapter 195, What on earth did they end up cutting open? After Zhang Qiang finished speaking, he directly handed the stone to the cutting personnel beside him. He instructed them to cut along the third line he had just drawn. Jiang Mingran walked over to Qin Yu's side, sighed softly, and sneered, "You tell me, just now we could have sold it for at least 10,000 yuan. If this gets ruined, we won't even break even." Xinyu didn't even glance at him, just chuckled and said, "That's something you should be saying to yourself." You bought that raw material for 20 million yuan, don't end up not even breaking even. Me? Not recoup the initial investment? Jiang Mingrun couldn't help but laugh, giving him a look that said, are you kidding me? This piece of raw jade came from a jade mine in the southern part of our dragon country. It's from a mine that has produced imperial green jade. Although he isn't very good at judging the quality of rough jade, he did do his research before coming here. This piece of raw material, number 1, is definitely an excellent piece. It might even be glass-like in quality. Even if it's not glass like jadeite, the quality is still top-notch. At the very least, it could fetch several $1 million. How could I possibly not recoup my initial investment? Really? Does everyone who comes out of the same hole turn into an emperor? Xinyu sneered and glanced at him before saying with a smile, we're all human beings, but some are just people, while others are. Xinyu paused for a moment, then looked at Jiang Mingrun with a look of contempt, and slowly said, but some people are like trash. You. Jiang Mingrun knew immediately that Xinyu was talking about him. He turned around and glared angrily at Xinyu. Me? What did I do? I didn't mention anyone's name. Mr. Jiang, don't take it personally. Xinyu chuckled lightly, speaking in an innocent tone. Jiang Mingrun stared at Xinyu. Yes, he hadn't said who it was. But when he said that just now, his eyes kept darting toward me. Earlier, when they were outside, the young girl next to him had also hinted at the same thing. He wasn't talking about himself, that's for sure. What, could it be that Mr. Jiang himself thinks he's a piece of trash? After saying that, Xinyu looked at Jiang Mingrun in disbelief, his expression clearly saying, I never expected you to be so self-aware. Jiang Mingrun was nearly driven to the brink of madness by Xinyu. But Xinyu was insisting that he wasn't talking about himself and told him not to take it personally. Damn it, he might as well have just given his ID number. He's still pretending. He's driving me crazy. Don't get too cocky. If your raw materials collapse later, don't cry. Jiang Mingrun clenched his teeth and said in a harsh tone. Xinyu simply rolled his eyes at him. Is this kid in kindergarten? All he knows how to do is cry when something happens? Then, the noise from the stone cutting machine suddenly stopped. Xinyu had also finished the third cut on this piece of raw material. The cutting staff removed the stone from the cutting machine and handed it directly to Zheng Qiang. Zheng Qiang took the stone, wiped it with a towel, and after clearly seeing the cutting surface this time, his eyes widened instantly. What's wrong, old Zheng? How is it? Shi Yinyan saw Zheng Qiang take the stone without saying a word and immediately asked in confusion. Then he simply stepped forward, leaned in closer, and turned his gaze to the stone in Zheng Qiang's hand. Then, the next second, Shi Yinyan also froze in place. What's wrong? Are you embarrassed to even speak? Jiang Mingrun looked at Zheng Qiang and Shi Yinyan, who were both frozen in place, and instinctively assumed that the stone had collapsed. He spoke with a tone of schadenfreude. This is great. It collapsed, so it must have been a dud. Jiang Mingrun thought to himself silently. Then, he took a step forward, ready to see what the piece of material had been cut into. But just as he got a clear look at the stone Zheng Qiang had cut, the smile on his lips froze. This is impossible. Jiang Mingrun exclaimed in disbelief, then rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. After Jiang Mingrun finished speaking, the people around him also gathered around. Oh my goodness, this is incredible. It's actually jade. A piece of scrap material, and it actually cut out jade? That's just too unbelievable. Yeah, and look at the color and the translucency, this must be ice-type jadeite. That's right, it's definitely ice-type jade. My goodness, a piece of scrap material actually yielded ice-type jade. This guy is so lucky. His first time gambling on jade and he managed to get an ice-type jade. That's amazing. The people around him were all amazed by this piece of scrap material. They had been gambling on jade for years, but this was the first time they had ever seen a piece of scrap material yield jade, and ice-type jade at that. At that moment, Shi Yinyan, standing nearby, smiled and said to Xinyu, Xinyu, congratulations. Xinyu, congratulations. Yes, Xinyu, you really have good luck. Zheng Qiang couldn't help but exclaim. Then he pointed to the third cut and said to Xinyu, look, behind this misty crystal is a solid piece of ice-type jadeite, a top-quality yang green. Zheng Qiang looked at Xinyu with a smile on his face. From a piece of scrap material, he had extracted jadeite of the ice variety. In all his years, this was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. Xinyu smiled, still appearing as calm as ever. I should also thank Mr. Zhang for helping me with the stone carving. Oh, don't mention it. The main thing is that there really is jade in this rough stone. Otherwise, no matter how skilled I am, I wouldn't have been able to cut it open. Zheng Qiang hurriedly waved his hands and said. Xinyu smiled and said slowly, old Zheng, you're being too modest. I was just paying you a compliment. Xinyu laughed and then slowly said, Mr. Zhang, there's no need to be so humble. I was just being polite. Zheng Qiang. This Xinyu, does he speak so bluntly? He's never encountered someone who doesn't play by the rules before. After Xinyu finished speaking, he glanced at Jiang Mingrun, who was still frozen in place beside him. Then, he turned his head and smiled slightly at Jiang Mingrun, saying, Mr. Jiang, aren't you the young master of Lingbao jewelry? What is this ice-type jadeite? Could you explain it to me? I'm an outsider and don't know much about it, sigh. Jiang Mingrun, Xinyu, I think you're doing this on purpose. On purpose? What did I do on purpose? Xinyu asked with a puzzled expression. It's just a piece of ice. What's so great about that? Jiang Mingrun said angrily. Mr. Qin, this piece of jade, I'll give you 10 million. How about it? Just then, someone nearby suddenly spoke up. Xinyu heard this and slightly curved the corners of his lips, then glanced at Jiang Mingrun and said, it's really nothing special. It's just that someone offered $1 million for it. Chapter 196, 20 Years of Cerebral Thrombosis. Jiang Mingrun. Xinyu is doing this on purpose, right? That look, that tone, he's provoking me, isn't he? Offering 10 million is something to brag about, isn't it? What's so great about 10 million? Xinyu, I'll give you 15 million. How about selling this jade to me? Before Jiang Mingrun could finish speaking, he was interrupted by someone beside him. Jiang Mingrun felt his face flush with embarrassment. This was a bit too much. How could someone interrupt him like that? He hadn't even finished speaking, and already someone was trying to undermine him. Xinyu gave Jiang Mingrun a smirk, the slight curve of his lips appearing to mock him. To Jiang Mingrun, it was unbearably irritating. It's just a call for 15 million, what's there to brag about? You? Mr. Qin, I'll offer 18 million for this jade. What do you think? Jiang Mingrun. Why does his slap in the face always come at such a timely moment? Are these people deliberately trying to make things difficult for themselves? Jiang Mingrun immediately turned around and glared at the person with a hostile expression. The man who had just shouted that he would spend 18 million to buy Qinyu's stone was immediately confused and scratched his nose. Why was Jiang Mingrun glaring at him? Could it be that he wants it too? But so what? If they all want it, then he can just keep bidding higher. After all, it's the highest bidder who gets it. Jiang Dashi, could it be that you want it too? The man asked cautiously. Jiang Mingrun immediately said angrily, Who wants it? I don't want it. It's just a piece of ice jade. What's so great about it? Since Mr. Jiang doesn't want it, then don't interfere with our bidding. I'll offer 20 million. At that moment, another person spoke up, then glanced at Jiang Mingrun with a hint of disdain. The expression on his face clearly said, if you don't want it, then don't get in the way. Jiang Mingrun felt a surge of anger rise in his throat, leaving him speechless. You ignorant fools, a piece of ice-type jade has you so excited. Wait until I show you what glass-type jade looks like. Jiang Mingrun said smugly, waiting for his stone to be cut open so these people could really see something. Xinyu heard his words, curved his lips into a faint smile, then spoke slowly, is that so? Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Jiang Mingrun snorted with a laugh, then turned and walked over to Zheng Qiang's side. Old Zhang, please take care of this stone for me. Zheng Qiang took the stone from Jiang Mingrun, examined it carefully, and finally picked up a pen to draw 3 lines on it. Alright, just cut along these 3 lines later. Zheng Qiang said indifferently. Jiang Mingrun had no objections either. After all, he didn't understand it either, and Zheng Qiang was an expert in this field, so he would just follow his lead. So, he handed his stone to the nearby cutting staff and asked them to make the first cut. Meanwhile, a crowd gathered around Xinyu, all eager to purchase his stone. After all, it was ice-quality jade, and a whole piece at that, a rare and valuable find indeed. Mr. Qin, I'll offer 19 million. What do you think? Oh, come on, I was the one who mentioned it first with Mr. Qin. So what if we said it first? The highest bidder wins. If you want it, just offer more. Then I'll offer 20 million. Mr. Qin, please transfer this piece of stone to me. 20 million? I'll offer 21 million. Jiang Mingrun heard the voice from over there and couldn't help but snort derisively. 2,100,000? Ha, don't get too excited yet. I suggest you keep your money and take a look at this piece of material of mine. Jiang Mingrun spoke in a voice neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for the crowd surrounding Xinyu to hear. That's right, this piece of Jiang Dashi's was just purchased at an auction for 20 million, so it's naturally no ordinary item. Xinyu smiled and said lightly. Spent over 20 million to film it? A middle-aged man wearing glasses couldn't help but exclaim, this Jiang Mingrun really lives up to his reputation as the notorious spendthrift of the imperial capital. Spending over 20 million on this, if they can't produce a piece of glass like jade or ice like jade with excellent water quality, they might not even recoup their initial investment. Moreover, spending 20 million on a raw jade stone with no idea what's inside, only someone with a stroke in the brain would do something like that. So what if you spent 20 million? This rough jade is the star item of this auction, and it's guaranteed to yield a piece of glass like jadeite. Jiang Mingrun said with absolute certainty. After hearing his words, Xinyu led Duanmu Shui to the nearby sofa and sat down. Then he spoke slowly, is that so? You'll see when I drive it out later. Jiang Mingrun heard Qinyu's tone of disbelief and clenched his teeth in anger.
Xinyu leaned back against the sofa and smiled noncommittally. Well, he'd just wait and see. Then, after a short while, Jiang Mingruan's stone was cut in one stroke. The cutting operator removed the stone from the cutting machine and handed it to Jiang Mingruan. Jiang Mingruan took them, glanced at them, and a smile immediately spread across his face. Although he didn't understand it clearly, he knew that as long as it was green, it was correct. And since it was green, it probably wouldn't be too bad. Then, Jiang Mingruan heard the people around him gasp in surprise, and they began to discuss it animatedly. Hey, Jiang Xiao, this piece of material you have, the color alone tells me it's no ordinary item. This green color is definitely top quality jade. Mr. Jiang, you didn't waste your money on this stone. With this color and texture, it's worth at least 15 million. Come on, how could you possibly get it for 15 million? I'll offer 18 million. Xinyu smiled after hearing this, then said to Jiang Mingruan, Mr. Jiang, 18 million is not bad. With another 3 million, you'll recoup your initial investment. But that still means you're losing 3 million, doesn't it? Duan Mushui remarked indifferently from the side. Jiang Mingruan. These two are just ganging up on me, aren't they? Keep cutting, make the second cut. Jiang Mingruan directly handed the stone in his hand to the cutting staff beside him, speaking in a cold tone. Xinyu sat on the sofa, watching everything unfold with a calm expression, a fleeting gleam in his eyes that went unnoticed by anyone else. Chapter 197, Because You're Good Looking. Then, everyone began to anticipate Jiang Mingruan's second move. After a while, Jiang Mingruan finished his second cut of the stone. The cutting crew removed the stone from the cutting machine and handed it to Jiang Mingruan. Jiang Mingruan took them, wiped them with a towel, and his eyes lit up instantly. Those nearby couldn't help but utter one exclamation after another. Jiang Xiao, this color is definitely not ordinary. 2,500,000, Jiang Xiao, I'll offer 2,500,000. What do you think? I'll offer 28 million. Mr. Jiang, please sell me this stone. Jiang Xiao, I'll offer 30 million. Please sell this stone to me. Jiang Mingruan listened to their words and felt incredibly pleased with himself. After seeing the stone after the second cut, he had only one thought in his mind. That was, haha, it's greener than before. Listening to their constant bidding, he felt even more smug inside, then turned to give Xinyu a defiant glance. Who would have known that Xinyu looked at him without a trace of envy, but instead sneered disdainfully. Jiang Xiao, 3 million is enough, isn't it? We've recouped the initial investment and even made a profit of 1 million. Xinyu said with a slight smile on his lips. Jiang Mingruan heard this and sneered coldly before speaking slowly. Do you think I'm like you, caring about $1 million? Come on, keep cutting. Xinyu chuckled softly, then crossed his arms in front of him and looked at Jiang Mingruan, saying, Mr. Jiang, if you mess up this third cut, this stone won't be worth anything. Ha, collapse? Don't worry, it's absolutely impossible. Jiang Mingruan said confidently, then handed the stone in his hand to the cutting crew and instructed them to cut along the third line. Xinyu, can this stone really be cut into the glass like jadeite he claims it is? Duan Mushui sat on the sofa, turned her head to look at Xinyu, and asked in a low voice. Xinyu glanced at her, then shrugged his shoulders and said, Who knows? But what? Duan Mushui asked curiously. However, I don't think it's possible. Xinyu said slowly. Duan Mushui looked at him and smiled, then asked curiously, Why? Maybe it's because he's ugly, so his luck isn't usually very good. Xinyu said half-jokingly. To his surprise, Duan Mushui nodded in agreement and said to Xinyu, I think you have a point. Xinyu? He was just joking around and made up an excuse, yet Duan Mushui actually thinks he has a valid point? Reasonable? What part of what I said was reasonable? Xinyu looked at Duan Mushui in disbelief and asked. Duan Mushui looked at him and said seriously, Look, you just spent $2,000 on this stone, and now they're bidding 2 million for it. What does that tell you? What does that mean? Xinyu asked, looking somewhat confused. It just means you're lucky. Duan Mushui looked at him and said solemnly. Then Duan Mushui spoke again, Look, you're good looking, so you have good luck. On the other hand, Jiang Mingruan is so ugly, so his luck must be bad. Xinyu. Xinyu almost burst out laughing after hearing Duan Mushui's words. What Duan Mushui said made so much sense that he couldn't think of a response. So you mean, in your eyes, I'm good looking? I have to admit, Xinyu really knows how to get to the point. When Duan Mushui heard Xinyu ask her that, she felt her face grow hot. Why is Xinyu focusing on this? Although he is indeed quite handsome, but... Oh no, how could I have blurted out what I was thinking just now? Cough, cough, well, I was just being honest, giving an objective assessment of your appearance. I didn't mean anything else. Duan Mushui cleared her throat, feigning indifference, and said calmly. Xinyu looked at her red ears, smiled without comment, then nodded and said, Oh, I see. Yeah, that's it. Duan Mushui sat up straight, looked straight ahead, and spoke calmly. Xinyu looked at her, trying to hide her true feelings, nodded, and smiled. Alright, if that's what you say, then that's what it is. Just then, Jiang Mingruan's third stroke with the stone was also completed. Xinyu looked at the unopened stone cutting machine and suddenly laughed, then said lightly, "It's ruined." "Broken? How do you know that?" Duanmu Shui heard Xinyu's words and looked at him in confusion. "Yeah, Xinyu, how do you know it's over?" Qi Yunyan and Zhang Qiang, who were standing nearby, also heard Xinyu's words and looked at him in confusion. Xinyu smiled but did not respond. At that moment, Jiang Mingrun overheard Qi Yunyan and Zhang Qiang's conversation and realized that Xinyu had actually said his raw materials were subpar. He immediately turned his head in a bad mood. "You from the Qin family, are you looking for trouble? My stones would collapse? If they really did collapse, I..." At that moment, the cutting crew handed the stone that had been cut 3 times to Jiang Mingrun. "Mr. Jiang, the third cut is done." Jiang Mingrun looked at Xinyu, didn't even turn his head, took it over, and wiped it with the towel in his hand. "Ha, Xinyu, watch closely. I'll show you what real glass is all about." Jiang Mingrun said, glancing down at the stone in his hand, then exclaimed in disbelief, "It collapsed?" After Jiang Mingrun finished speaking, the people around him also gathered over, and after seeing the cut surface of the third blade, they all shook their heads. "There's only a little bit of green left. What's it worth? Oh dear, what a shame. This piece of material is ruined. If only I had known, I wouldn't have made that third cut. Ah, what a pity. Hindsight is 20/20. Listening to everyone's expressions of regret, Jiang Mingrun felt ashamed and angry. How could he have failed like this? Just moments ago, he had been threatening Xinyu, boasting that he would show him what true jadeite was all about. Now, he had really embarrassed himself beyond belief. Then, he turned his head and saw Xinyu slowly getting up from the sofa and walking toward him. "Hey, Zhang Xiao, what did you just say? Are you trying to show me what it means to really be finished?" "Hey, Zhang Xiao, what did you just say? Are you trying to show me what it really means to be finished?" Xinyu looked at Jiang Mingrun, a playful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Mingrun. Chapter 198, How to Address Elders. Shame. This is absolutely blatant humiliation. Jiang Mingrun thought angrily to himself, Xinyu must be over the moon right now. He was so angry he could die. "Oh, little Jiang, I'm not saying this to you, but why won't you listen to reason?" Zhang Qiang sighed deeply, then pointed to the stone in his hand and said, "If you had listened to Xinyu just now and sold this stone, you would have 3 million in your hands right now." Then, Qi Yunyan spoke up again, "That's right. Think about it. Now you haven't even recouped the 2 million you invested. I wonder how you're going to explain this to old Jiang when you go back today." At first, Jiang Mingrun was only ashamed and humiliated in front of Xinyu for having failed in his own endeavor. However, after hearing the words of Qi Yunyan and Zhang Qiang, he suddenly felt like crying but couldn't. That's right, he had spent 20 million yuan to buy the raw material, only to have it ruined by the cutting. Now, he hadn't made a single penny back and had lost 20 million yuan. "When I go home today, my father will definitely beat me to death." Jiang Mingrun was just about to speak up, hoping to ask the 2 elderly gentlemen for help so they could assist him in selecting another piece of good material to take back and deal with his father. If all else failed, he could always ask the 2 elderly gentlemen to speak on his behalf and plead for mercy. But just then, Xinyu spoke up slowly from the side. "Old Qi, old Zhang, there's no need for the 2 of you to worry about this wine." Xinyu glanced at Qi Yunyan and Zhang Qiang, then turned to look at Jiang Mingrun and spoke slowly. "After all, as Jiang Dashi just said, he is different from us. A few million is nothing to him. Mr. Jiang, you agree, right?" Xinyu chuckled softly and asked slowly.